You have clearly awakened as a top-tier summoner. Yet, you have faced collective ridicule from the 1.4 billion teachers and students in the school, simply because summoners seem incredibly cool and flashy. But training them costs not just billions of gold coins, and you are just an orphan living on government aid, struggling to get enough to eat. Little do they know you possess divine wealth, and the system not only doubles your spending as cashback, you can also obtain the legendary golden attribute for purifying summoning beasts. So when you encountered the summoner profession card, you decisively threw down 20 million to secure it. In the face of everyone's astonished doubts, you remained unfazed and used the profession card right in front of them. Name, Su-Chen, profession, summoner, level 1, currently able to summon up to 3 beasts at once. Meanwhile, a voice from the system echoed in your mind, you have successfully spent 20 million, and now 40 million is refunded to your account. And you have obtained one legendary golden attribute. The next time you acquire one, it will require 120 million. Hearing the system notification, you smiled faintly. Indeed, you can't play as a summoner without money, but who? At this moment, all the students present were completely stirred up. An orphan living on government aid could actually pull out 20 million to buy a profession card. This was definitely explosive news. Watching your classmates murmur among themselves, you coldly smiled. Is this the climax? Buddy, I still have golden attributes, which is useless. However, the most important thing right now is to clear the novice dungeon. After all, there are less than 10 days until the college entrance exam, and only by leveling up in the novice dungeon can you improve your chances in the exam. But you also know very well that the ordinary summoned beasts of a novice summoner can't even defeat the basic minions in a dungeon. So you plan to first contract a summoned beast, and with a thought, a weak monkey appeared before you. The contracted summoned beast is a level 1 ordinary monkey, with skills of bite and taunt. Looking at this malnourished monkey, you couldn't help but feel speechless. But fortunately, you were mentally prepared and didn't feel too disappointed. Instead, you left the classroom and headed straight for the novice dungeon. As the college entrance exam approached, many students were preparing for trials in the novice dungeon, gathering at the entrance of the novice dungeon in the East Campus. Are there any newcomers looking to team up? Those with equipment and skills will be prioritized for the team. Noobs, please don't disturb. Hey, isn't that Su-Chen? You've just arrived at the entrance square of the dungeon. You immediately attracted the attention of most people. TSK, this is the walking 20 million, right? Wow, you spent 20 million on a profession card and didn't even get yourself a decent set of equipment? In people's perception, the contracted summoned beasts of novice summoners are extremely weak and lack attack power, so no team is willing to carry a dead weight. In the face of everyone's ridicule, you remained unfazed and made your way through the crowd to the dungeon entrance, but a sharp gaze caught your attention. Spending 20 million on a profession card and not even having any equipment? With this, you still want to run the dungeon? The speaker was none other than the young master of the Ironblood Alliance, Shen. Previously, he had sent his secretary to acquire the summoner profession card, but you had forcefully intercepted it. Shen walked towards you under the gaze of the crowd, his dazzling purple superior equipment immediately drawing admiration from everyone. Facing the countless whispers, Shen wore a proud expression, saying, "You actually dared to compete with me for the profession card? Are you out of your mind?" Hearing his words, you shot back fiercely, "Oh, the rich second generation is indeed different, decked out in top-tier equipment. But how does it feel to have been overshadowed by me for 3 years in high school?" Your words instantly caused an uproar, and Shen was taken aback. As Shen anger erupted, a roar followed, and a saber-toothed tiger enveloped in a purple aura appeared. Oh my, it's actually a superior-level saber-toothed tiger. It's still the Ironblood Alliance. This kind of saber-toothed tiger is worth 8 million. As he basked in the crowd's astonishment, Shen sense of superiority surged, and he squinted at you. What does it matter that you have good grades? What does it matter that you snatched the profession card I wanted? Now, summon your contracted beast and let everyone see what it's worth. Although you knew how embarrassing your little monkey was, you still summoned it. The crowd looked at the malnourished little creature and burst into laughter. Shen was also amused by this scene, feeling a sense of relief at last. Seeing Shen mocking face, you calmly retorted, "Is that all you've got? How can you be sure that your saber-toothed tiger can overpower my monkey? Don't forget how you've been overshadowed by me these past 3 years." Your words ignited Shen anger once more, and he glared at you, saying, "Do you dare to bet on who can clear the dungeon?" The method of provocation was indeed the most effective. Your words had led Shen straight into the trap. You remained silent, calmly waiting for his response. With a smirk, Shen pulled out a bank card from his pocket, saying, "This 5 million is my monthly allowance. I'll bet it against all your assets, I'll just take a small loss. Do you dare to accept? Shen Zimo's words caused an uproar, and the onlookers were astonished by his ruthlessness. You disdainfully pulled out your bank card, saying, "How can a poor guy like me compete with young Master Shen? But I do have 40 million here." But everyone thought you were just bluffing, and Shen Zimo was no exception. He sneered, "Are you sure? If you don't believe it, just check it out. Could it be that the esteemed young Master Shen has never seen 40 million before?" Shen Zimo, stung by your sarcasm, turned red with anger and shouted, "Get me the verification." Nearby, the secretary Lu Ruyan approached you and took the bank card. In just a moment, Lu Ruyan completed the verification and said to Shen Zimo, "Young master, this card indeed has 40 million. Lu Ruyan's words silenced the noisy crowd, and after a moment, a wave of gasps erupted as everyone looked at you as if you were a monster. You ignored everyone's gaze and simply raised an eyebrow at Shen Zimo. "So, young Master Shen, am I qualified to bet with you? You wouldn't bet 5 million against my 40 million, would you?" For a moment, Shen Zimo was dumbfounded. Although he was the young master of the Iron Blood Alliance with assets worth hundreds of billions, that was merely wealth, not something he could easily access. Beside them, Lu Ruyan softly reminded, "Young master, we don't need to gamble with him." Shen Zimo struggled, gritting his teeth and stamping his foot, before pulling out a 20-centimeter metal rod. "This Wujigan is worth 15 million, which I bought from the black market. If you win, I'll give you this rod in 5 million, plus I'll write you an IOU for 20 million. His words once again stirred the crowd into a frenzy. "Is this the legendary Wujigan? This item is priceless. I didn't expect the Iron Blood Alliance could even get their hands on this." Lu Ruyan became anxious upon hearing this and quickly looked at Shen Zimo, saying, "Don't be impulsive." Shen Zimo seemed confident that you would agree, recklessly saying, "Stop talking nonsense. If there's a problem later, I'll explain it to my dad." Lu Ruyan was rendered speechless by him and could only swallow her words. Seeing the Wujigan glimmering with golden light, and knowing her little monkey hadn't even added any attributes or had a suitable weapon, she had no objections to the deal. "Seeing you agree," Shen Zimo looked pleased and asked how you wanted to dodge. You simply smiled lightly and walked to the entrance of the nightmare instance under everyone's gaze. At that moment, the blood-red vortex at the entrance was intimidating, and ordinary people wouldn't dare to approach it. Everyone was shocked, even Shen Zimo looked at you in disbelief. After a long while, he snapped back to reality, grinning as he looked at you. "You really dare to come to the nightmare instance? Since you want to die, let's set the rules first." You shrugged and said, "Let's see who has the shorter completion time, and the wager from earlier should also be included in the contract." Your words made Shen Zimo burst into laughter. "Ha ha, completing it? Don't dream. Since you want to die, I'll help you with that." As Shen Zimo snapped his fingers, Lu Ruyan immediately came to his side, bringing out a justice scroll. "I have established the fair contract according to your wager. Both of you just need to press your fingerprints." So you both pressed your fingerprints together. After pressing your fingerprint, you fell into deep thought. "Wujigan for the monkey, what attributes should I add?" Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck you, reminding you of a game you used to love, Black Myth, Wukong. In your mind, you silently chanted, "Dark Evolution." Dark Evolution, the attribute was successfully granted, and your C-rank monkey has evolved into the legendary Black Myth, Wukong. Looking at the system panel's prompt, you widened your eyes in disbelief at how terrifying this attribute evolution was. Snapping back to reality, you found that the previously malnourished monkey had transformed into a 3-meter-tall giant monkey, fierce in appearance. Its body was covered in golden fur, radiating an overwhelming presence. Black Myth, Wukong, quality, legendary, level 1, possesses the legendary skill Indestructible and various transformative abilities. What surprised you even more was that the attributes of the contracted summoned beast were also significantly enhanced, benefiting you immensely. With boosts to strength, constitution, agility, and mental power, this feedback left you in ecstasy. Your own attributes underwent a qualitative leap, surpassing even the typical warrior. Thus, you felt increasingly confident about winning the Wujigan, and walked into the instance amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd. Not to be outdone, Shen Zimo hurriedly walked into the instance entrance, his face filled with excitement and smugness as he envisioned your imminent failure. In an instant, the two of you arrived in the instance, and the prompt sound echoed loudly. "Welcome to the nightmare-level instance, Demonic Fortress. Marshal Lin Ligwei of the Dragon Nation once fought against the Demon Legion here. In this battle, he led 50,000 troops and killed over 1.8 million demons. Although Marshal Lin and his men all sacrificed heroically, the surrounding civilians were unharmed, hence this trial instance is created in their memory. The instance's prompt made your expression serious, as you both knew very well that this demonic fortress was referred to by historians as the meat grinder battle. After a moment, Shen Zmo was overjoyed. Su Chen, fate is truly against you. This demonic fortress is known as the hardest trial instance. The demon attacks come like a tide, particularly testing the defensive equipment, while you, with your bare stats, are just waiting to be torn apart by demons. After saying this, Shen Zmo proudly walked toward the city gate. Meanwhile, you bowed to the Crimson Wall, thanking the martyrs for their sacrifices for the Dragon Nation. After doing this, you summoned Black Myth, Wukong, the giant monkey looking down proudly upon the world, reminiscent of the great sage who vanquished demons in ancient times. However, Wukong being only level 1 and without any equipment looked a bit shabby, causing you to feel a twinge of anxiety. A max level Wukong would definitely be the Monkey King, but now he could at most be considered a dark horse. Sensing your worries, the monkey wanted to prove himself, so he immediately activated the indestructible skill. However, unexpectedly, this dazzling blow attracted the attention of 3 blood demons at the fortress. Thus, you had to improvise, using an axe to chop down a nearby broken streetlight, and after trimming both ends, you made it a weapon for your monkey. Although these makeshift weapons were worse than even basic gear, the demonic fortress instance would spawn 99 waves of monsters, with overall difficulty increasing from easy to hard. Moreover, since this instance is of nightmare difficulty, the drop rate for equipment is quite guaranteed, so you were not worried about lacking gear. In an instant, the blood demons charged at you, coordinating their attacks against the giant monkey. These demons from the abyss had low ethereal quality, but their combat instincts were very fierce. An ordinary Dragon Nation warrior would surely become their prey if caught. But who was Black Wukong? 3 mere blood demons couldn't harm him at all. With just one swing, the giant monkey turned them into a mist of blood. Seeing this scene, you breathed a sigh of relief. With Black Wukong by your side, winning the bet against Shen Zmo was a piece of cake, and you might even set a record for the fastest completion of the demonic fortress. Even though the demonic fortress instance is of nightmare difficulty, the actual challenge is tied to the level of the players. Entering as a level 1 summoner means the difficulty will be at its lowest. If you could clear the instance on your first try, the rewards would surely be incredible. Thinking of this, you swallowed hard in excitement. Meanwhile, 5 night demons were again smashed into meat by the giant monkey, turning the demonic fortress into a mowing game for Black Wukong. All 10 waves of demons were taken out in one hit by Black Wukong, to the point that you, holding a fire axe, were left bewildered. But after finishing the 10 waves, you could settle the rewards, so you walked towards the NPC officer for reward settlement. At the same time, a bloodied figure stumbled out of the nightmare instance. That fool Su Chen, he really got taken out by the nightmare instance. He only lasted 15 minutes. As a man, he was utterly lacking in endurance. And he wanted to compete with young Master Shen Zmo? He was just as arrogant earlier, but now he's utterly pathetic. The classmates around, eager to watch the spectacle, laughed at him, trying to curry favor with the wealthy second-generation Shen Zmo by putting Su Chen down. However, when Lu Ruyan stepped forward to ridicule Su Chen, his expression changed dramatically. Young Master Shen. The figure curled up on the ground was none other than Shen Zmo, the future hope of the Iron Blood Alliance. In an instant, the student body erupted in disbelief. They never expected someone of Shen Zmo's caliber would fare so poorly. After lying on the ground for a long time, Shen Zmo finally turned over and stood up. As expected of the nightmare-level demonic fortress, when the demons came like a tide, I was overwhelmed after only 10 waves. Upon hearing it was the demonic fortress, the crowd suddenly understood. Lu Ruyan adjusted her glasses and comforted him. Young master, you don't need to be disheartened. It's well known that the demonic fortress is the hardest novice instance. Managing to clear 10 levels on your first attempt is undeniably impressive. Lu Ruyan's comfort made Shen Zmo's face flush red. He nodded in acknowledgement. I didn't expect these blood demons would self-destruct while holding my saber-toothed tiger, and the blast could even breach my excellent gear. Even more terrifying were those high-level abomination demons, who possessed sharp blood hooks that could drag me out of my tight defenses. The onlooking students were horrified, unable to imagine how disastrous it would be if they were in his position. At that moment, a voice chimed in at an inappropriate time. If the demonic fortress is really that terrifying, then why hasn't Su Chen been kicked out yet? The novice instance isn't meant to be lethal. It only teleports players out when they are in danger. Hearing this, Shen Zmo froze on the spot, his face filled with embarrassment and turning red. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan immediately explained for him. I think Su Chen must have found a place to hide, creating the illusion that he is stronger than young Master Shen. But his little cleverness is destined to be useless. My fair bet is very rigorous, and the timing standard applies to easier challenge-type instances, whereas instances like the demonic fortress focus on the number of levels cleared. Shen Ziemo rubbed his sore spots, his expression showing that indeed, he is my most trusted secretary. I'll wait here to see his little plan fall apart. Meanwhile, you are happily collecting the experience dropped by the first 10 waves of monsters. And just a treasure, can I only level up to 2? At this moment, you looked at the flickering golden light on your body. And with an additional skill point, you couldn't help but feel a bit dissatisfied. However, leveling up as a player is inherently difficult, unlike some games where you can reach level 999 with one hit. Although Black Wukong, being limited by your status as a summoner, could only break through to level 2. However, on his skill panel, a third summoned beast skill appeared, having awakened a new skill, Hair Clone. When Black Wukong plucks a hair, he can summon at least 12 monkey clones, and as the skill levels up or changes, the number of clones can also increase. Overjoyed, a flash of inspiration struck you. With this hair clone skill, my Wukong can single-handedly form an army. Once this skill reaches max level, wouldn't it be invincible, slaying gods and Buddhas alike? Then, as you checked the system panel, you were left stunned in place. Black Myth, Wukong quality, legend level 2, synchronized with the summoner, attributes, strength 35, constitution 35, agility 35, spirit 35. Oh my god. Level 1 has all attributes at 30, and level 2 skyrockets to 35. Su Chen was overjoyed. My Malu's talent growth per level is actually all attributes plus 5. It's simply an all-around powerhouse. The king of summoners. It is known that a typical summoned beast is considered a small gem if it has a growth of 2 or more. Moreover, it often only has one attribute plus 2, unlike Black Wukong, which can achieve all attributes plus 5. When it grows to the later stages, at hundreds of levels, this results in a 1,000-point attribute difference. Quite a gem. No wonder it's the great sage equal to heaven, with a fierce and menacing appearance, aiming to dominate the world. Su Chen was very satisfied and then began to rummage through the loot presented by the quartermaster. Oh, a blue excellent quality paladin staff? Here, Malu, take it and play with it. Su Chen found only one weapon that Black Wukong could use, although the staff had restrictions on the class that could use it. Summoned beasts cannot change classes and are naturally not restricted by the system. Malu discarded the streetlight that had cracked from being hit by a demon skull and happily took the staff, playing the role of a paladin for a while. Su Chen also distributed the messy armor evenly between himself and Malu. These junk items were mostly white quality, worth 5 gold each in the shop, but better than nothing. Then, when the war horn of the demon fortress sounded again, and the city guard reminded Su Chen that the 11th wave of demons was about to attack, Su Chen and Malu stood out in their beggar outfits on the city wall. The NPCs in the dungeon frequently glanced over, probably fearing that the two would suddenly kneel and beg, "Sir, could you spare a couple of buns? The child has been hungry for 3 days and nights." Hey! Malu, holding the paladin staff, cast the clone technique, instantly creating 12 identical monkeys. The great sage instantly transformed into the Flower Fruit Mountain's 13 guardians. Interestingly, they all held staff from bulk wholesale. Su Chen gazed at the Malu squad, his thoughts drifting. It seems my summoner career plan also needs to be adjusted. The strongest known summoner is a sage from about 100 years ago, codenamed Undead Catastrophe. It is said that with a wave of his hand, he could summon an undead legion, bone dragons with wings that block the sky, banshees whose shadows obscure the sun, skeleton warriors, skeleton archers, skeleton mages, together forming a trinity of skeletons, the army of corpses, the divine aberration legion, the Death Eater cult. All were his underlings, capable of drowning all living beings. His classic saying was, "I alone am the undead catastrophe." This sage once defended an 800-mile border with his own strength, sniping the invading demon army, severely damaging an entire high-level demon legion. But after this battle, he vanished, likely having sacrificed himself heroically. This is the qualitative change brought about by quantitative change. Su Chen sighed. If my summoned beast could emulate this sage, it would definitely be invincible in the world. His Black Myth Wukong would surely learn the ultimate skill of gigantification in the future, heavenly law and earthly principles. When he casts the clone technique then, it would be a giant monkey army. But Monkey King only uses a staff in close combat, and any army needs a certain amount of ranged attack power. Next, I need to work towards this direction when collecting summoned beasts. Su Chen thought to himself. After all, he has the godly rich system, and in the future, he can completely spend money to get the top-tier output-type summoned beast. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, A stone demon's roar came from the north of the demon fortress. Su Chen immediately regained his focus, revealing a serious expression. Among the demon race, stone demons are not considered high-level demons, but they hold a crucial strategic position in siege warfare, because they possess two strategic capabilities. One is a gifted ability, fossil to mud. As the name suggests, it can turn the reinforced concrete walls into mud, easily tearing apart human fortresses. Historically, the demon fortress was built with the help of heavy machinery, constructing a full 7 layers of walls, of which 4 layers fell to the hands of the stone demons. The second is a simple yet brutal advantage, physicality. When they are killed at the base of the walls, their bodies become a pile of stones, a natural siege ladder that cannot be cleared. The remaining demons can easily climb the walls using the steps made from the bodies of the stone demons. Invading the city. An urgent battle order was immediately issued from the demon fortress. Emergency summons. Please, professionals form assault teams, leave the city to hunt the stone demons and prevent them from approaching the walls. Generous rewards await. You can exchange the number of stone demons you kill for exclusive sets from the dungeon, Demon Fortress. Su Chen's eyes lit up, instantly invigorated. A hidden event has been triggered. Indeed, the lower the level, the easier it is to trigger additional rewards in beginner dungeons. I must seize this opportunity to exchange for some powerful exclusive sets. Just thinking about the formidable attributes of the sets made Su Chen salivate. Since the era of universal job changes began, sets have always been synonymous with top-tier equipment. Even low-level sets can be used for a long time. Monkey brother, let's go. Follow me out of the city. Su Chen picked up a blue excellent light crossbow that had just dropped and unhesitatingly jumped off the city wall with the great sage. Although he was generally seen as a fragile and easily killed summoner, the 10 points of all attributes granted by the Black Myth Wukong made his personal attributes extremely high at this stage, far surpassing those of ordinary students. After all, an ordinary student's major attributes at level 1 are mostly single digits. A 5-star warrior with high health, high defense, and high attack was a true reflection of Su Chen at the moment. This was also the reason he dared to venture into the nightmare-level dungeon without buying equipment. In addition to Su Chen and Wukong, the garrison of the demon fortress also dispatched a 100-man beheading squad to act alongside them. Killing a stone demon is not a loss, trading for 2 stone demon blood is a profit. That stone demon is so burly, it scared me to death. Then let's fight in the shadow of the stone demon. It must be very cool. Hee. To die without fear, not to disappoint youth. If you're a man, follow me to death. The soldiers of the beheading squad were all fearless, their eyes filled with fierce battle intent. They even discarded all their military rations, completely unthinking of returning alive. Su Chen's heart tightened, the playful mindset faded, and he felt the bravery and fearlessness of the martyrs from decades ago when the demon fortress fell. This was also the reason why high school education specifically set up a series of historical dungeons, not only to inherit the power of professionals but also to pass on the warrior spirit of the Dragon Kingdom's soldiers. The stone demons have arrived. The 11th wave of demons once again densely filled every visible area of the demon fortress. Su Chen unhesitatingly took command. Everyone, follow me and my summons. In a sharp formation, I will be the blade, leading the charge. Once I break through the demon army's formation, you must immediately follow me without hesitation, expanding the breach to create an opportunity to annihilate the stone demons. Those who hesitate in battle will be treated as traitors, and will be killed without mercy. Those who delay military operations, wait to be court-martialed as war criminals upon returning to the city. All injured soldiers must be abandoned. We are a death squad, not medics. If you truly pity your comrades, give them a quick end, lest they become fodder for the demons. The soldiers of the beheading squad immediately responded, understood. In reality, a senior high school student, even after completing a job change, would not have the authority to command soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. But this is a dungeon, and the NPCs have very low intelligence, with AI levels comparable to that of a child, so the students must personally command them to maximize the warrior's abilities. After all, the dungeon is similar to a game, and the students are like players. Su Chen took a deep breath and instructed Black Wukong, charge. We head northwest to attack that mixed squad of stone demons and blood demons. 13 giant monkeys charged across the battlefield like heavy tanks. Whenever they encountered a demon, they swung their clubs wildly, turning them into a pile of meat paste, almost without a single opponent standing. Their decapitation squad stood like an unyielding reef that had withstood the test of time amidst the raging winds and giant waves, maintaining a breakneck speed of advance even under the layered siege of demons, creating a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood on the battlefield. The first mixed squad of stone demons was locked on. Su Chen had changed into heavy armor, relying on his high attributes to take the lead as bait. The reason was simple: the demons in the demon fortress would prioritize attacking players rather than NPCs, which is one of the basic logics of all dungeons. He wanted to preserve the members of the decapitation squad as much as possible because they were equipped with kinetic submachine guns, capable of providing strong ranged fire support, which was exactly what Su Chen lacked at the moment. Moreover, they were only in the second phase of the demon fortress dungeon, which would ultimately spawn a total of 99 waves of demons. In a city defense battle, every point of ranged firepower is crucial, and Su Chen wanted to bring this team back intact to preserve their combat strength for the subsequent clearing. Hey! The Monkey Brothers faithfully executed Su Chen's command, raising their heavy staffs, scepters, and striking down hard on the skull of the stone demon. Boom! The stone demon, taking a direct hit from the staff, exploded, yet it still struggled to rise and fight back. As a top student, Su Chen naturally understood the reason. The core of the stone demon was located 3 inches under its armpit. That was its true weak point. As for its head, it was just a child's plaything. Whoosh! The prepared crossbow bolt was fired with precision. The core of the stone demon was instantly shot to pieces, and the massive corpse collapsed, crushing several nearby blood demons. In the various subjects of the 9-year compulsory education equestrian and archery, Su Chen had basically scored full marks in every subject, so his accuracy was quite guaranteed. In an instant, the morale of the decapitation squad soared, and they all followed suit, aiming for the stone demon's weak point. The sound of gunfire rang out incessantly as one stone demon after another fell. However, while Su Chen was enthusiastically leading the hunt for the stone demons, the atmosphere at the school was quite strange. Shen Zimo and Jia Muyu, along with a group of students, waited anxiously, from being relaxed to becoming composed. Gradually, Shen Zimo began to sweat profusely. Jia Muyu also became restless. Why hasn't that fool Su Chen fallen out of the demon fortress dungeon yet? Finally, a student broke the silence with a puzzled question. Perhaps, Jia Muyu racked her brain but couldn't find a reasonable explanation, because her theory that Su Chen is hiding and deliberately stalling for time had already fallen apart. In any dungeon, if you leave combat for a while, you will be automatically kicked out. This is a design to save public resources, to prevent students from lingering in the dungeon and wasting the school's electricity and educational funds. Could it be that Su Chen has already broken through levels 1 to 10 and is currently facing the 11th to 20th waves of demons? A classmate suggested. Shocked, presenting the most likely scenario. Absolutely impossible, Shen Zimo instinctively refuted, glaring at the other person, and roared hoarsely. He's a level 1 summoner with no equipment. How could he survive in the nightmarish demon fortress? There has never been a precedent for this. Well, that's true, but how do we explain that Su Chen still hasn't returned from the dungeon? That classmate, also from a good family and unafraid of the Iron Blood Alliance, retorted with a cold smile. Shen Zimo was momentarily choked, looking to the chief secretary of their Iron Blood Alliance for help. Jia Muyu furrowed her brows and suddenly said, could it be that the instance system has malfunctioned? Su Chen is unexpectedly stuck inside and can't get out? Oh, there is indeed a possibility. There are only a few days left until the instance system maintenance. Yeah, it could be that there's too much redundant data, or the processor circuit has burned out. Anyway, I'd rather believe there are ghosts in the world than believe Su Chen is conquering the demon fortress. Immediately, many people loudly agreed. Shen Zimo's face darkened as he took out his phone to report to the school. I am Shen Zimo, son of the school board member Shen Jinghong. I believe the instance system has a bug. One of my classmates is stuck inside and cannot escape. Please send someone for rescue immediately. The sycophants took the opportunity to wildly give him thumbs up. Young Master Shen is so righteous. Su Chen deceived you into a bet, and you still hold no grudges. Willing to find someone to rescue him, truly worthy of being the heir of the Iron Blood Alliance. With great magnanimity and compassion. After I graduate, I want to follow you in the Iron Blood Alliance. Please remember my student ID. Shen Zimo felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. If it were an hour ago, he would have found these flattery words refreshing, but now he only felt that these people were insincere, each speaking in a strange tone. Given the face of the school board member's son, the Beiliang Academy immediately reacted and called the principal, Zhao Renjie. The principal quickly contacted the mayor, as every city's nightmare-level instance was personally designed by the powerful mayors. Since the era of universal job changes began, the monsters from the abyss have threatened every human city. Thus, civilian mayors were eliminated. Instead, high-level professionals took on the role of mayors to guard their territories. Only mayors could control the permissions of nightmare-level instances, so their involvement was necessary for repairs. The mayor of Beiliang City was the high-level warrior known as the Windslayer Sword Saint, Chen Xuani. Nonsense! Chen Xuani scoffed at the principal Zhao's notification after receiving the call. How could I not know how many high-level materials I used to create the instance? Even if your brain is broken, the instance can't be broken. Principal Zhao could only smile wryly. Old Chen, don't get angry just yet. Middle-aged men who lose their temper easily tend to go bald. You wouldn't want to be called a greasy middle-aged man at 40 or 50, would you? As for the nightmare-level instance having a bug, I didn't believe it either. It seemed absurd because your skills are certainly trustworthy. The principal was clever and understood Mayor Chen Xuani's temper, knowing this man was stubborn, so he had to flatter him first. Old Zhao, stop pretending and get to the point. Chen Xuani snorted, quite familiar with his old friend's rhetoric. But, there is a high school senior who just became a summoner today, summoning a C-class little monkey, who has been in the nightmare-level instance, Demon Fortress, for 1 hour and 9 minutes. The principal said seriously, what do you think? Is the probability of the instance having a bug higher? Or is the probability of this student named Suchen being a once-in-a-millennium talent higher? Oh, interesting. Chen Xuani stood up, pacing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bustling city. My old friend, do you think this Su Chen might have hidden strength? Based on the time, he should be resisting the 11th to 20th waves of demons. Some prepared geniuses could definitely manage that. Principal Zhao smiled wryly. I know Su Chen very well. Oh, the genius you sponsored? He really is one I sponsored. I personally award him national relief funds every year. He has received it for 3 whole years. The principal sighed, considering he lost both parents at a young age and has no one to rely on. It's truly tragic. Every year, I even take money out of my own pocket to subsidize him with 3,000 yuan for living expenses. Chen Xuani, moreover, you know well that a summoner's first summoned beast is their life beast, and it cannot be easily changed. Principal Zhao shook his head. Do you think a summoner who can only use a C-grade little monkey can be that talented? Chen Xuani pondered deeply. Humph. It seems the dungeon really has a problem. I need to hurry and prevent you from losing your prized student. In the dungeon, Su Chen was naturally unaware of what was happening outside. Right now, he was fully focused on going further in the Demon Fortress dungeon. Kill 15 stone demons. Extra experience plus 150 kill 30 stone demons. Extra experience plus 300 congratulations. The urgent task hunt the stone demons has been perfectly completed. Task completion, SSS. Please go to the quartermaster to receive the hidden military merit badge in exchange for dungeon exclusive rewards. Upon receiving the dungeon notification, Su Chen immediately snapped back from the bloodshed and waved to the decapitation squad, which had only about 50 members left. Retreat. We have fulfilled our mission and hunted down all the stone demons. Great victory. Triumphant. Instantly, all the warriors cheered. The demons also retreated early due to the loss of the stone demons as a siege unit. The defense work from Wave 11 to Wave 20 was surprisingly completed ahead of schedule. I didn't expect that the hidden task hunt the stone demons could actually terminate the demon siege early. This is something that has never been mentioned in any textbook. If this information could be sold, it would definitely be worth a lot. Su Chen immediately realized the value of the information. Strategy trading was a popular business in this era of universal job changes, often monopolized by many prominent families and large organizations for efficiently training their juniors. After returning to the Demon Fortress with the decapitation squad, Su Chen clearly felt his prestige in the city had risen. The quartermaster looked at him with admiration, and his title changed. Hero, congratulations on your great victory. Everyone in the Demon Fortress is grateful for your contributions. His next sentence made Su Chen's heart soar. The 55 surviving members of the decapitation squad greatly admire your command skills and wish to join you as temporary followers. Remote combat power. Isn't this just what I need? Su Chen was overjoyed because he had memorized the concept of temporary followers from his literature textbook. It was a must-know topic. The so-called temporary followers simply referred to as temporary summoned beasts in the dungeon. All the kill counts, loot, battlefield merits, etc. of these 55 elite warriors would belong to him. Of course, what Suchen cared about most was the exclusive set reward for the Demon Fortress dungeon. He immediately opened the reward shop at the quartermaster's. At first glance, it was as if a 50-year-old bachelor had just seen a stunning beauty in a swimsuit. Unable to look away, one of the hidden rewards of the Demon Fortress, Swarm Heartset quality, Dark Gold level requirement, none effects of individual pieces, slight. 2-piece effect, all summoned beasts levels +1. Not restricted by summoner's level 4-piece effect, all summoned beasts levels +2. Additionally gain 1 summoned beast slot. Each piece exchange requires merit, 50 points. It should be noted that set effects are additional benefits, and this Swarm Heart set, though so plain and unadorned, was incredibly practical. If I can gather all 4 pieces, that would be an extra 3 levels. Suchen swallowed hard, drooling, but his gaze quickly locked onto another reward, Hidden Reward 2 of the Demon Fortress, Customizable Rare Summoning Beast Egg. Description: you can choose the evolution direction and ability inclination of this summoning beast. We will spare the last resources of the Demon Fortress to privately customize a beast egg for the summoner. Exchanging for the beast egg requires merit, 30 points. Suchen hesitated for a moment but soon made a decision. I have been on an urgent mission, hunting down 30 stone demons, and just happened to earn 30 merit points. It seems this is also a hint from the dungeon, wanting me to choose this reward. Right now, I have too few trump cards and urgently need to enhance my combat power. A brand new summoning beast would perfectly fill my gap. Suchen took a deep breath, no longer hesitating, and directly chose reward 2. The quartermaster immediately took out a form for him to fill out his requirements. Suchen glanced at the 55 elite warriors beside him and thought, they are indeed great, but they are not my summoning beasts. When I leave the dungeon in the future, I can only say goodbye. Therefore, I need to follow my previous plan and choose a ranged attack summoning beast. He quickly filled out, Requirement 1, Ranged Attack Type. Requirement 2, preferably with Shadow Clone skills. Requirement 3, could also have skills like Split Arrow, Critical Hit, Infinite Growth, Blast Cannon, Spell Mastery, etc. for high damage. After finishing, the quartermaster took the form and jogged towards the research institution of the Demon Fortress. Soon, before the 21st wave of demons attacked, a summoning beast egg shimmering with a strange purple glow was brought before Suchen. Suchen quickly ran to wash his hands and began to sing the exclusive BGM for the lottery. Today is a good day. Everything you wish for can come true. Drip blood. Open the beast egg. A mist of colorful haze rose up. In front of Suchen, a small fox appeared, fluttering its clear, intelligent eyes, staring wide-eyed at Suchen. Ha, why is it a juvenile fox? Suchen scratched his head, feeling a bit disappointed. Although it was adorable and stunningly beautiful, sure to attract countless envious gazes from beautiful women, it seemed to offer limited help in conquering the Demon Fortress. Could it be that I drew the infinite growth trait? Suchen, being a top student, had a few guesses in his mind. Generally speaking, summoning creatures are mostly of the draw and use type. For example, the C-grade macaque Suchen initially drew, although weak, could at least serve as a meat shield, and with some light armor, it could barely help a level 1 class changer level up. But the little fox in front of him was clearly identified as a juvenile, which must be due to it possessing some powerful trait, thus being weakened in age, representing a balance in the unseen. In the academic research field of summoners, Suchen had read papers holding similar hypotheses. Sure enough, when he opened the little fox's panel, Suchen's face lit up with surprise. Contract summoning beast successful, Chingcho fox, juvenile, quality, excellent, level 1, can be upgraded to the same level as the summoner. Attributes, strength 5, constitution 5, agility 10, spirit 10, infinite growth. This Chingcho fox possesses a special bloodline, awakening a special ability every 5 levels. Archer talent, ranged specialization. All ranged skills have a 100% damage increase. What a steal. This is an excellent level summoning beast. Suchen rubbed the little fox's fluffy head, feeling very satisfied. All his complaints swept away. It should be noted that the Iron Blood Alliance spent a hefty sum to buy the saber-toothed tiger for Shinzimo, and it was only at this level. Moreover, the Chingcho fox with the infinite growth trait has a certain probability of being cultivated to legendary level in the future. If I were to sell the little fox to Shinzimo, the Iron Blood Alliance would probably be willing to offer up to 100 million. Su-Chen pouted and couldn't help but sigh. Is this the hidden task reward for a nightmare-level dungeon? Truly generous. It seems I need to work hard to uncover hidden tasks and strive to earn a fortune. Come here, darling, be good. He waved his hand, calling the little fox to the base of the city wall. There's a target over there, attack it. Su-Chen pointed, preparing to evaluate its abilities comprehensively. The Chingcho fox let out a soft roar, woo. With its palms pressed together, a fireball larger than itself instantly formed. Boom! The target exploded into countless fragments. Incredible power. I didn't expect it to be so strong at such a young age. Su-Chen clicked his tongue. He couldn't help but imagine. Once I complete the tasks of the rich system and obtain the second legendary golden attribute to bestow upon the little fox, how strong would it become? But unfortunately, being in the dungeon, he couldn't spend 120 million for now. As the currency used in the dungeon was unified as gold coins, this wasn't an online game, and there was no way to spend real money. Huff! After casting the spell, the Chingcho fox immediately collapsed on the ground, panting and exhausted. Seeing this, Su-Chen bought a can of limited supply fish snacks for summoners from the quartermaster and handed it to her. The Chingcho fox's eyes lit up, and she happily hugged the fish snacks, licking, nibbling, and sucking on them. Su-Chen rolled his eyes. Don't eat so greedily, are you practicing gratitude? When will you transform into a little fox girl and offer yourself? After a peaceful moment of rest, the 21st wave of demons appeared on the horizon, charging violently towards the demon fortress. This time, there were no stone demons or other siege units, it was purely a hard clash. Su-Chen immediately commanded his 55 temporary followers to form a line, using the standard 3-segment spear tactic, hiding behind the black wukong, ruthlessly harvesting the demons. The Chingcho fox squatted on his shoulder, occasionally rubbing her hands to create a fireball, blasting the demons off their feet. Meanwhile, the monkey, using the hair clone technique, was a standard damage monster in the level 1 novice dungeon, easily crushing all the demons, who couldn't even break through his defenses. Su-Chen saw 2 types of damage data constantly popping up from the monkey, -1 and immune. For the tough-skinned Malu, the blood demons were like a group of scraping masters, the flame demons were like a group of bathhouse attendants, and the skinning demons could be considered a group of hairdressers. Thus, waves 21 to 30 were completed without any surprises or dangers. Su-Chen's level finally rose to level 3, slightly increasing his attribute values, Strength 17, Constitution 15, Agility 18, Spirit 22. Being a damage monster is really satisfying. Su-Chen was very pleased, though a bit regretful about his attribute growth. Alas, a summoner is just a basic class, I can only increase all attributes by +1 per level. Compared to Black Wukong, I'm really weak. I can only wait until I change to a higher rare class in the future to make up for this missing part of my attributes. People are not as good as pets. He sighed leisurely, then began searching through the loot for usable equipment to swap for himself and Black Wukong. The young Chingcho fox, however, would not have any suitable equipment. Even a helmet would be enough for the tiny Chingcho fox to sleep in as a nest. Unless it was some rare special equipment, the Chingcho fox couldn't equip anything. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, more and more students were gathering. The principal of Beiliang Academy, Zhao Renjie, had arrived on the scene, calming the students. Everyone disperse, it's just a small bug in the dungeon. No need to make a fuss. Go back to your dorms and do your assignments. A bold student teased. Principal, it might not really be a bug. We can't see what's wrong with the dungeon, isn't it operating normally? Song Qingfeng, are you implying? Shen Zimo glared at him coldly. The classmate named Song Qingfeng usually had a good relationship with Su-Chen, and he was also a rich second generation, so he wasn't intimidated by the so-called Iron Blood Alliance's young master. He placed his hands on his hips and shot back. What I mean is simple, who knows? Su-Chen might just be a once-in-a-thousand-years genius summoner. He's busy clearing the Demon Fortress dungeon right now. I calculated it, and since the spawn rate for this script is fixed, Su-Chen should be fighting the 23rd wave of monsters. A poor wretch living on welfare, and he thinks he's worthy? Shen Zimo sneered without a second thought. Song Qingfeng snorted coldly. Why isn't he worthy? Just based on the fact that he was the undisputed top student in all subjects during his 3 years of high school. He is worthy. If he isn't worthy, then what does that make you? Who has always been second? Are all of us diligent students in our third year of high school being trampled underfoot by a pig? The surroundings fell silent. Shinzimo was so taken aback that he couldn't utter a word for a long time. Seeing this, Secretary Zhao Muyu sighed inwardly and stepped in to mediate. This classmate, that's not how you should say it. Zhao Muyu cleared her throat, her beautiful face showing a hint of assertiveness. When we analyze things, we should speak with evidence, starting from the perspective of strength. Su Chen is just a newly transitioned level 1 summoner, and his summoned creature is merely a common C-grade macaque. He has no divine level equipment, nor does he have the support of a major force. Can he really break through the nightmare level's most difficult novice dungeon, Demon Fortress, just with sheer passion? To know that throughout history, even the top geniuses, with the backing of the most powerful forces, have only set a record of 55 levels. Zhao Muyu spoke confidently, channeling the demeanor of a debate champion from her university days. Unfortunately, reality is not like the popular hot-blooded comics of the old days. Su Chen cannot suddenly unleash his inner universe and awaken superpowers just by shouting about friendship, bonds, or the future. Can you provide an example of a skill that would allow Su Chen to survive to the 20th wave of demons? Please explain. Zhao Muyu was sharp-tongued, and Song Qingfeng, who was speaking up for Su Chen, turned red in the face. But he indeed couldn't provide any evidence. Someone retorted. Su Chen unexpectedly spent 20 million today to buy a summoner profession card and then bet 40 million against Shinzimo, which shows he's been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. In my opinion, he must have a trump card. Zhao Muyu chuckled. I saw with my own eyes that during the bet, Su Chen's bank card only had 40 million left because after swiping, that card was cleared. In other words, Su Chen is most likely being supported and cultivated by a small force because of his status as a top student. And that's all. She showed disdain, laughing scornfully. 60 million may be an astronomical figure that an ordinary person could never earn in a lifetime. But for a professional, especially a summoner, it's just an exceptional summoning beast with a premium attribute. Ha! Our Iron Blood Alliance provides an average annual subsidy of 50 million to the summoners under our banner. As the chief secretary, Zhao Muyu had the data at her fingertips. The classmates nodded in agreement. This data can be verified. It's online. She's not lying. For exceptionally talented top summoners, our leader Shen Jinghong is willing to provide over 200 million in welfare subsidies every year. Zhao Muyu threw out another heavy piece of data, both advertising and striking at Song Qingfeng, a force that only offers 60 million to its new summoners. But I can't say much. Perhaps it's some newly established unknown small force? I can only say it's a bit too stingy, lacking any ambition. What do you think this mysterious small force can provide our classmate Su Chen in terms of support? She countered aggressively. Song Qingfeng, seeing the verbal duel come to an end, with a clear victor, Shinzimo laughed heartily and said, Song Qingfeng, I know you have a good relationship with that kid Su Chen, but he's just a silver-plated gun barrel. In the old days, a small-town exam taker like Su Chen might still have had a way up, showcasing his talents in business and politics. But in the era of universal job changes, the strong are respected, and the victors are kings. Su Chen, put. Shinzimo snorted arrogantly. The surroundings fell silent. Shinzimo's words, though harsh, were the plain truth. In recent years, 99% of the rising high-level professionals came from prominent families and large enterprises. Stories of grassroots rising to power probably only frequently appeared in comic books, novels, and movies. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. Whoosh! At the peak of the sky, a sword shadow, like a shooting star, whistled by, leaving a rainbow trail that lingered. Countless people exclaimed, that's the semi-divine sword of the mayor. Abyss Judgment. It was well known that this renowned sword saint of wind cutting had a hidden profession, sword immortal. His signature sword technique was the most dazzling symbol of Chen Xuani. Welcome, City Lord, to provide guidance. Everyone clenched their right fists and placed them on their chests, bowing respectfully. No one dared to be negligent towards this guardian of Bailiang City, the sword wielder, and lifelong honorary mayor. In the next moment, the sword aura shone, and a figure stood in the void. Mayor Chen Xuani of Bailiang had arrived, riding the wind on his sword. No need for excessive courtesy. Chen Xuani casually stepped through the void, descending from the cloud peak to the entrance of the academy's instance. Waving at the principal, Old Zhao, what's going on? The instance looks very stable, with no signs of energy leakage, and the rune circuit is flawless. Are you misreporting the situation? Principal Zhao Ranjia shrugged, but our student named Su Chen has been inside for over an hour. Let me repeat his information. Level 1 summoner. Just changed jobs today. No equipment at all. C-grade summoned beast. Are you joking? That's quite rhythmic. Reuniting with an old friend. Chen Xuanyi teased with a smile, showing no airs of a top professional. The principal smiled wryly. I don't have the leisure for that. Hurry up and check it. There have been cases where students got stuck in instances and couldn't be rescued in time. Later, when the instance was repaired, that student had died over 800 times inside and eventually went insane. Well, that's unfortunate. No. I mean, please shut down the instance immediately and rescue my good classmate Su Chen. Shen Zimo blurted out. We can't just shut down the instance easily. Zhao Ranjie shot Shen Zimo a sidelong glance and coldly snorted. Forcibly kicking Su Chen out of the instance would harm his spirit, leaving him weak for a long time. The college entrance examination is in a month. If Su Chen is mentally exhausted, he probably won't be able to perform well and might have to repeat a year. Shen Zimo looked innocent, but inside he was quite dissatisfied with the principal, as this was exactly his plan. Why rush? Let's have some tea first. Mayor Chen Xuanyi waved his hand leisurely, opened his phone, and surprisingly ordered afternoon tea takeout right in front of everyone. The crowd exchanged glances, wanting to say something but not daring to speak out against the city lord. Principal Zhao Ranjia suddenly realized, so that's it. You want to wait another hour. By then, it will be the refresh time for the 55th wave of demons. Exactly. Chen Xuanyi smiled lightly. Demon Fortress instance has a very regular pattern. The refresh time for each wave of monsters is fixed. Since that's the case, why should we be in a hurry? What if that young student named Su Chen really has the potential to break the world record for the Demon Fortress? Records exist precisely to be broken. Chen Xuanyi crossed his fingers and lazily scanned the students. You don't need to belittle yourselves, thinking that breaking records has nothing to do with you. Young people, if you lose your drive and are shackled by records, how will our dragon country counterattack the abyss in the future and reclaim the old mountains and rivers occupied by demons? We will heed your teachings. The students clasped their hands and bowed again, feeling greatly inspired. Only Shen Zimo felt gloomy, but could only lower his head, not daring to speak. After all, Chen Xuanyi had once traversed 30,000 miles with a single sword, infiltrated the abyss, and beheaded the great lord of the 9th layer of the abyss, the Demon Queen, resolving the demon siege that erupted in Bailiang City in the year 357 of the new calendar, saving all the citizens from the demon's claws. He held absolute authority in Bailiang City. Even the formidable leader of the Iron Blood Alliance, Shen Ginghong, had to bow his head and pay taxes to him. Just wait, it's only an hour anyway. Principal Zhao Ranjia waved his hand, signaling the school to bring over 2 gaming consoles. Come on, old Chen. It's been a long time since we sparred in fighting games. Let's have a Bo 7 to settle it. On the path of professionals, although you've come further than I have. I was the electronic sports champion of the whole school back in the day. Hey, I've become senile and forgotten who the runner-up was. Shout it out for me. The principal put his hand to his ear, pretending to listen. Chen Xuanyi's face darkened. Old matters, I have so much to do. How could I remember such trivial things? Less chatter. Let's battle. Alright, loser treats to a big plate of chicken tonight. Chen Xuanyi perked up, channeling the spirit of his expedition to the abyss, vowing to regain the face he lost in his student days. The students exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. If someone were unaware of the identities of these 2 prominent figures, they might think they were just 2 ordinary old gaming enthusiasts. Meanwhile, in the Demon Fortress dungeon, Su Chen was also leisurely, mowing down enemies, because the 31st to 40th waves of demons were all high attack, high health, and low defense rat demons. They came in droves, and their tail stingers could unleash elemental arrows. Fire, ice, poison, wind, light, dark, and even pure physical attributes were all present. Then, with a sweep of his staff, the black myth Wukong instantly turned dozens of rat demons into mush. When their elemental arrows hit the giant monkey, they were simply deflected by the LV-10 indestructible monkey fur. Such low damage, high-frequency attacks met the high defense and high damage reduction monkey brother, truly encountering their nemesis. It was like a mischievous child throwing 100 eggs at a nanocarbon alloy steel plate in 1 second, unable to penetrate the steel's defense, not even leaving a dent. Welfare level. So delightful. Su Chen, with the little fox, hid on the city wall, relying on the terrain to easily harvest the experience from the rat demons, enjoying the pleasure of fighting without taking damage. By the time the 40th wave of demons was counted, Chen had already leveled up to level 4, while the quartermaster brought a small team to present the numerous loot they had collected at the foot of the city wall. Oh, is that a skill book? Chen was shocked by the high drop rate of the dungeon but was disappointed by the content of the skill book. Skill book, Shadow Training Restriction, Shadow Warrior class or Ninja class, can train your shadow into an assassin, inheriting 20% of your attributes. Clearly, it was ineffective for summoners. Chen could only tuck it away, planning to auction it off later. However, the dropped equipment gave Chen a pleasant surprise. Treasure, Phantom Pearl Restriction, none can be embedded in any equipment with a socket. When the wearer casts a spell, there is a 5% chance to summon a phantom that lasts for 10 seconds. The phantom can replicate the wearer's casting actions and release the same skills, but the mana cost is borne by the wearer. In short, while the phantom exists, it's like double casting. Chen summarized. His first reaction was to equip it to Black Wukong. However, when Chen ordered Monkey Brother to wear the Phantom Pearl and unleash his skills, he couldn't trigger that 5% probability at all. It seems that when Monkey Brother releases his skills, it doesn't count as casting a spell at all. As a top student, Chen quickly pinpointed the reason. Although this thing has no restrictions and anyone can use it, in reality, there is an invisible threshold. It's only useful for spellcasters. He then looked at the Chingcho fox, who was staring eagerly at the Phantom Pearl, with wanting written all over its face. Well, you can wear it for now. Chen tied the Phantom Pearl around the little fox's neck with a knot. He didn't think much of it because this was an item that needed to be embedded to activate, but whether wearing it around the neck counted as embedding? Hard to say. However, he never expected that when the 41st wave of monsters attacked, the little fox immediately triggered the Phantom Pearl, and like twin siblings, a 1-to-1 replica of a new fox appeared. Bang! Bang! 2 fireballs exploded simultaneously among the demon army. But surprisingly, the enemy was completely unharmed? Chen's expression changed drastically as he finally realized why previous geniuses had basically all perished in the 41st to 50th waves. Because this batch of demons was the advanced version of the Flame Demon Yanma, Fire Demon, Flame Demon, Yanma, and Yimo. This is the lineage of this demon family, and it is a very straightforward naming method. As pure elemental life born from magma, they are immune to all fire element attacks. Even when the Chingcho fox's fireball landed on them, the most absurd thing happened. Not only did no red damage numbers appear, instead, a huge green healing number soared, plus 500. Damn! To devour fire elements. Such a perverse ability actually appears in a novice dungeon. Is this reasonable? Chen rolled his eyes and couldn't help but complain, because it was very unfair. Fortunately, he had chosen to be a summoner. If a fire element mage faced the 41st wave of Yanma, how desperate would that be? Little fireball. Yanma life plus 50. Fire wall. Yanma life plus 10 plus 10 plus 10 plus 10. Fiery rain. Yanma life plus 200 plus 200 plus 200. At that time, the only thing a fire element mage could do would be to pick up their staff and smash the Yanma's head. But dungeons never negotiate fairness with professionals, because the dungeons simulate classic battles from reality. A siege initiated by demons is naturally advantageous to the demons. Emergency assembly. Emergency assembly. Emergency assembly. On the city wall, the messenger shouted the commander's military orders anxiously, even repeating important matters 3 times, showing just how urgent the situation was. Another hidden mission is coming. Chen thought thoughtfully and instantly recalled the mission content of the demon fortress. Sure enough, just like the beheading operation when the stone demon attacked, Yanma was also a special unit that required targeted hunting. The reason for such fear of Yanma? Chen immediately remembered the answer from his high school history textbook. Before the fall of the demon fortress, the reason it was able to slay 1,000,000 demons was largely due to the old honor troops of the Dragon Kingdom, the 311th Regiment. The 311th Regiment is a special operations unit composed of fire element mages drawn from various military districts. Chen felt a chill in his heart and murmured to himself, in other words, if I want to defend the demon fortress until the last moment like in real history, I must eliminate this group of Yanma, because they are the nemesis of the 311th Regiment. The marshal has made a decision. The messenger said solemnly, "We will send out the last dragon cavalry to penetrate deep into the demon territory and hunt down all the Yanma." Enthusiastic citizen Su Chen, our hero, if you are willing, please assist in the battle. Su Chen bowed heavily. I am willing to lead the decapitation squad into battle again, and I will not disgrace my mission. As wise as he was, he already understood the marshal's decision to abandon the dragon cavalry and use their sacrifice to gain an advantage for the fire element mage corps. The dragon cavalry was renowned in the Dragon Kingdom as heavy cavalry, dominating the battlefield and considered an invincible force. But unfortunately, the Battle of the Demon Fortress was a genuine siege, leaving no room for cavalry to maneuver. Rather than waiting for the demons to destroy the thick city walls, forcing the dragon cavalry to dismount and become infantry to fight in urban warfare, it was better to turn them into a lone force, a sacrificial piece, to assassinate the strategic units of the demon army, trading lives for lives. This was the cold reality of battlefield command, where human lives were merely numbers, and both professionals and demons were pawns. To this, Su Chen could only obey, knowing that sacrifice was inevitable, yet willingly embracing death and obedience was the supreme virtue of a soldier, and the reason why humanity often triumphed over the strong, standing firm against the onslaught of abyssal demons. It must be understood, once the flame demons were not exterminated, they would absorb all-powerful large-scale fire spells, thus covering the main demon forces as they rushed to the walls of the demon fortress. At that time, this solitary city would be doomed. The overwhelming firepower of the 311th Regiment was the greatest contributor to the historical defense of the demon fortress. The flame demons must die. Su Chen called upon the giant monkey, bringing along the 55 surviving members of the decapitation squad, and also received 100 reserve soldiers newly dispatched by the marshal, forming a death squad to deal with the flame demons. Go! The Dragon Kingdom marshal waved goodbye from the city wall. Your names will be unknown. Your achievements will last forever. The dragon cavalry and the death squad charged out from the thunderously open city gates, like a torrent of steel, rushing towards the northeast where the flame demons were most numerous. Do-do-do-do-do-do. The charge horn echoed above the demon fortress, and all the soldiers were filled with rage. Fight to the death! Fight to the death! Fight to the death! Everyone shouted. With no one thinking of returning safely, Su Chen was once again inspired by the martyrs, no longer speaking, but using his high attributes to shield the NPCs from the demons' ranged attacks. Outside the instance, you lost, just like always, a noob. Principal Zhao Renjie contemptuously mocked Mayor Chen Xuani. I mean, brother, are you even capable? In a Bow 7 match, you just cleanly lost 0-4? Still calling yourself a sword immortal? What a joke! Chen Xuani was furious, kicking over a small stool. Draw your sword. Let's spar tonight, no matter the outcome. Zhao Renjie rolled his eyes. What a sore loser. Flipping the table as soon as you lose. Your rogue face is no different from your student days. TCH, are you scared? Then let's do a Bow 9. First to 5 wins. Chen Xuani sat back down at the game console. We can do a Bow 9, but what about the big plate of chicken from the Bow 7? As a sword immortal of my generation, with my holy sword spanning 90,000 miles, I once faced 1,000,000 demons with a single sword. Can I really owe you a big plate of chicken? Then let's bet on a hot pot for the Bow 9? Get lost. You want to fleece the sword immortal? My sword is not without its advantages. The principal and the mayor bickered, cursing and continuing to play the game. Shinzimo couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead and asked, Secretary Zhao Muyu, do you think there's any possibility? I mean, a 1 in a billion chance, that Su Chen really made it this far? Zhao Muyu decisively rejected. There is absolutely no such possibility. My college thesis was about the Battle of the Demon Fortress. She coldly scoffed. So, when it comes to understanding this war, I know more than many professors. Do you know why most students couldn't survive from wave 41 to wave 50? Without waiting for Shinzimo to respond, Zhao Muyu answered herself, because the flame demons are coming. The flame demon can devour all fire element damage, turning the attacks from the demon fortress into healing instead. Back and forth. 1 + 1 - These 10 waves of demons are truly unstoppable. Zhao Muyu said solemnly. In real history, our troops were able to hold on because the last dragon cavalry of the Dragon Kingdom launched a full-scale assault, playing the final elegy on the battlefield. Before they set out, they had all written their wills, each prepared to perish alongside the flame demon. She admired them with a sense of emotion, sacrificing oneself for the nation's peril. treating death as a return home, is their true portrayal. It was precisely because of their suicidal attacks on the flame demon that the city walls were barely held. Shen Zimo's eyes widened in disbelief. Then, what about in the instance? Since the instance is based on real history, the dragon cavalry should be able to annihilate the flame demon, right? Ha! If the instance merely copied history, then why would you need to experience it? Mayor Qin Xianyi interjected with a sneer upon hearing their conversation. Of course, I reduced the number of dragon cavalry and increased the number of flame demons by a bit. That's what makes the difficulty of the instance. Want to win? Then you must follow in the footsteps of the dragon cavalry, fighting to the death against the flame demons under the siege of the demon army. Chen Xianyi chuckled coldly. There are no shortcuts, no loopholes to exploit. Only by facing life and death directly can you break the deadlock. Shen Zimo was overjoyed and hypocritically said, then, if Su Chen is still trying to clear the instance, I wish him smooth sailing. Jiamuyu scoffed. A level 1 summoner has no advantage against the flame demon. I am 99% sure the instance has a bug. My judgment does not require your questioning. Chen Xianyi glanced at her indifferently. Jiamuyu felt as if struck by lightning. Her pretty face turned pale, and she hurriedly lowered her head, fearing that this esteemed sword saint would blame her. He, you lost again. Bo 9 lost 0-5. Even maggots can win. Principal Zhao Renjie stretched lazily. Shen Xianyi was furious. Even if it's from dog to dog, downgraded to maggots? You dare to insult me. Take this sword. Are you going to cheat again? It's all that girl's fault for being too talkative, causing me to lose focus. That last round doesn't count. Also, the game console monitor you provided is too bright. The stools at your Northliang Academy are too hard. Your old face is too ugly, making it impossible for me to display my true strength. That was just a warm-up. Now I'm finally in the zone. Principal Zhao Renjie, you really are a master of shifting blame. I don't care. Rematch. Alright, you are the sword immortal. You can be a rogue. I'm just a lowly civil servant. What else can I say? Time continued to pass second by second. The students eagerly awaited Su Chen to tumble out of the instance exit in a sorry state. However, it was empty. Monkey King, retract the formation and use the 72 transformations against the flame demon. Su Chen cautiously recalled the black Wukong that was charging into battle. Killing was its nature, so it often got carried away, charging into the demon army to smash various demons, mass-producing blood demon meat pies, rat demon meat sauce, and flame demon firecrackers. But one person's strength was ultimately limited. Su Chen knew very well that to win the battle of the demon fortress, the key was not himself, but to protect the stationed NPC troops and hold the city walls. The city walls were the geographical advantage. The NPCs were the human element, and his arrival might just be the timing. The combination of timing, geographical advantage, and human element was the key to clearing the 99 waves of the demon fortress. The black Wukong made a hand sign and transformed into a flame demon. At the same time, an attack from a high-ranking flame demon lord from the enemy side fell upon the Suicide Squad's heads in the next second. Its explosive flame ball. Quickly find cover. An NPC hurriedly reminded. Don't panic. Su Chen smiled faintly, reassuring everyone, I am the cover. He, as a summoner, manipulated the black Wukong in his heart, unleashing its current transformation of flame magic power, opening a massive blood-red mouth towards the sky. All fire elements were instantly devoured, and that powerful explosive flame bullet ultimately created a huge green healing number above Monkey King's head, plus 5,000. Burp. Monkey King was stuffed. The NPCs were dumbfounded. An attack from a high-level demon was actually eaten? Su Chen couldn't help but marvel in his heart. This is the power of a legendary-level summoned beast, capable of easily changing the battlefield's dynamics. The 72 transformations truly lived up to its reputation as the most well-known signature skill of the great sage equal to heaven. For a high IQ summoner, it was undoubtedly a powerful skill that could be played to its fullest. A transformed flame demon Monkey King directly reversed the battlefield situation, greatly boosting the morale of the Suicide Squad. At this moment, the main force of demons was composed of a standard fire element demon army. The flame demon was in command. The fire demon acted as the overseer, and the fire spirits were cannon fodder. The Monkey King transformed into a flame demon, like a high-level pass that allowed Su Chen to quickly maneuver the Suicide Squad through the battlefield. Thus, a scene unfolded that left the Dragon Kingdom commander on the demon fortress and the demon lords manipulating the Abyssal Eye to observe the battlefield dumbfounded. a giant eastern monkey created 12 hair-like clones, resembling 12 giants, more robust than any demon. They rampaged across the battlefield like heavy armored vehicles, unstoppable. And that giant monkey actually transformed into the Flame Demon King, opening its mouth to form a vortex that could actively devour all fireballs, rockets, and fire rains. This made the human Suicide Squad seem to be in a fire immunity state. No, it wasn't fire immunity, it was fire absorption. The attacks from the fire element demons were completely healing the Monkey King, more ferocious than a genuine priest. Seeing this, the demon lords were furious but helpless, forced to compromise with that human summoner. Roar! The demon lord issued the order to sound the retreat. Su Chen was astonished. Huh? Is this cheating? Didn't we just reach the 45th wave? The AI of the demon lord in the dungeon is this high? It actually knows when to cut losses? Truly a dungeon crafted by the city lord himself. The invasion of demons from waves 41 to 50 was prematurely halted. But the rewards naturally did not diminish. Instead, because Su Chen repelled the demons early, the commander of the demon fortress was overjoyed and directly doubled the hidden rewards. Emergency summon, the flame demon must die. Completed. You have gained 100 merit points. Due to your outstanding completion of the task, changing the course of history and saving the elite 311th Regiment from a 50% casualty rate, maintaining a completeness of 95%, you will receive a special reward, a third-class hero medal of the Dragon Kingdom. Holding this medal will be regarded as a combat hero of the Dragon Kingdom, allowing you to enter various military districts without examination, with a minimum rank of second lieutenant. You can also use this medal during dungeon raids to summon all your temporary followers to assist in battle. Remaining uses. 1. Note 1. When the uses are exhausted, you can use merit points to recharge during dungeon settlement. Note 2. The attributes of your followers are related to the level of the military medal. Damn! Su Chen was shocked. He didn't expect this reward to be a rare summoning type equipment. He could actually summon this batch of elite warriors in the dungeon to assist in battle, undoubtedly greatly reducing the difficulty of the dungeon raid. Just thinking about the future, while other classmates were shooting monsters with little bows and arrows, he could simply wave his hand and summon a whole squad of elite soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom to directly push through various monsters. How delightful. What pleased Su Chen the most was that this, third-class hero medal of the Dragon Kingdom, did not occupy the summoner's beast space. It isn't even considered equipment. It doesn't occupy any equipment slots and can take effect as long as it's placed in the backpack. Incredible! It's simply a little artifact. What Su Chen didn't know was that when the artificial intelligence of the dungeon awarded him a third-class merit medal, it simultaneously transmitted a certification message to the outside world. After all, this medal is rare on the reward list. It is only awarded to genius practitioners who rewrite history and change the tide of battle in nightmare-level dungeons. Its effect: interview for employment in major military districts of Longwa naturally requires official certification from Longwa. Thus, Chen Xuani, the mayor of Bailian with the highest authority in the Bailian military district, received the information immediately. He was originally engaged in a heated spar with Principal Zhao Renjie, having gained the upper hand for the first time and was about to win the first game of Bo 15. Chen Xuani glanced at his phone. His hand trembled, and his operation faltered. Zhao Renjie's eyes sparkled with excitement. Good opportunity. There's a flaw. Take my Rising Dragon Strike. 3-hit combo, and then the ultimate move. You're dead. Lost again. Old Chen, a dignified sword immortal. Why are you so useless in a mere video game? The principal mocked mercilessly. But Chen Xuani couldn't care less about that. Laughing wildly, I told you the dungeon didn't seem broken. It really is as I expected. Old Zhao, congratulations to your Bailiang Academy. You finally produced a top genius. You're getting a promotion and a raise, so you can treat us to the big plate of chicken tonight. Zhao Renjie was taken aback. What are you talking about? Oh my! The refined principal jumped 3 feet high. Because the Nightmare Dungeon had actually broadcast a notification. Congratulations to the students of Class 007, Grade 3, Bailiang Academy, Su Chen, for completing 2 hidden missions consecutively, rewriting the historical course of the Demon Fortress Dungeon, saving the 311 Fire Elemental Mage Corps and the 404 Dragon Cavalry Corps, which were supposed to suffer heavy losses during the 41st to 50th waves of the Demon Siege. Current completeness of the 311 Fire Elemental Mage Corps, 95%. Current completeness of the 404 Dragon Cavalry Corps, 83%. Hereby awarding Su Chen a third-class hero medal. Please review it. City Lord. Outside the nightmare dungeon, there was a dead silence. All the students were dumbfounded. What's going on? The dungeon really has no bugs. Su Chen is actually trying to clear the demon fortress? He even broke the dungeon's established plot, rewrote history, and saved 2 renowned elite units of Longwa? Everyone felt a magical sense of a historical hero stepping out of the pages of a book. As Su Chen's close friend, Song Qingfeng couldn't help but put his hands on his hips and laugh 3 times. I told you. Brother Su is mighty. Brother Su is imposing. And he hasn't even graduated from high school yet. And he's already a lieutenant. Principal Zhao Renjie even grabbed Mayor Chen Xuani, wearing a face that screamed bribery and backdoor dealings. And in front of hundreds of students, he completely dropped the act. Old Chen. Oh no. My dear Chen brother. I, Zhao, never ask for favors in my life. But today, for the sake of sending talent to Longwa, I beg you. You must approve it and grant him the 3rd-class military merit medal he deserves. I have 2 bottles of Demon Core brewed blood wine, aged for 20 years, originally meant for my lovely granddaughter's wedding. I'll give it to you. Speak up, what do you want? Anything I, Zhao Renjie, have can be negotiated. The students. Ahem. Principal. Mind the influence. The academic director reminded quietly from the side. There are so many students watching. Yes. There were quite a few students just now. I admit, I got a bit carried away after winning the game and spoke too loudly. Zhao Renjie clasped his hands. Elbow, come with me inside. I'll kneel for you. The students. Chan Xuani. Silence reigned over Bailiang Academy tonight. All the students felt as if they had been force-fed 10 tons of lemons, their heads aching down to their feet. Jealousy brewed among their families. Calm down, Mayor Chen Xuani said, rolling his eyes cautiously. Old Zhao, don't be so pathetic. It's just a 3rd-class military merit medal. I'm going to download his gameplay footage later and study frame by frame how he saved the 311th and 404th regiments. If this Su Chen is truly a military genius, I won't hesitate to personally invite him to join the Bailiang military district, granting him the rank of 2nd lieutenant and making him an officer. Wait. Suddenly, Shen Zimo, whose veins were bulging and who seemed possessed, interjected. It could be a dungeon bug, or Su Chen might be cheating using a bug. Many students around, equally incredulous and driven by jealousy, supported him. Exactly. An ordinary summoner rewriting history? Come on, who believes that? It must be a bug. Definitely a bug. Su Chen eats in the same cafeteria and lives in the same dormitory as us. Why is he so exceptional? The Demon Fortress dungeon is recognized as the most difficult national-level novice dungeon. With over 1 billion people in Longwa, and countless geniuses, no one has achieved it. How could it be rewritten by Su Chen? Support a thorough investigation. Principal Zhao Renjie was furious. A bunch of fools. At this time, you're still infighting and jealous of Su Chen? Have you lost your minds? Su Chen's achievements today will bring significant funding to our school. I can upgrade our teaching staff and increase your scholarships. Everyone will benefit from Su Chen. Not only are you ungrateful, but you're also reporting him behind his back? No wonder Su Chen dominates the grade. You have no competitive spirit. The students being reprimanded immediately shrank back, mumbling, afraid to speak again. Shen Zimo instinctively looked at Zhao Muyu, casting a pleading glance. He hoped this chief secretary of the Iron Blood Alliance could use her debating skills to question Su Chen and regain some face. Zhao Muyu lowered her head, pretending not to notice the young master's hint. Her mind was in turmoil, and she couldn't help but think, am I on the wrong side? Have I offended a minor who has just been awarded the rank of 2nd lieutenant? When he rises to prominence in the future, will he seize me and refine me in an instant? Or even send troops to capture me, turning me into his hard labor slave? Calm down. It's not impossible that there's a bug. Unexpectedly, Mayor Chen Xuani lazily mentioned. Shen Zimo was overjoyed, thinking that the other party was supporting her out of respect for her father. However, the next moment, Chen Xuani said, but if he can find a bug in the Demon Fortress dungeon I created and exploit it, it shows he is an exceptional genius hacker, and he could definitely be recruited into the military as an officer in the cyber department. Now that the abyss is invading, it's a critical time that requires extraordinary actions and extraordinary people, the mayor said nonchalantly. Cheating in school will lead to probation or even expulsion, but if you can cheat on the battlefield, in national competition, that's strategic talent. You must know that every year, Our Longwei competes with Ingwa, Xianghua, Jialuguo, and Bangziguo in military exercises to determine the ownership of key resources. If this Su Chen is particularly skilled at dungeon strategies and can use bugs in nightmare-level dungeons, then he can definitely bring glory to the country. Shen Zimo was left speechless, unable to say another word. Meanwhile, Mayor Chen Xuani looked forward eagerly and said, I tell you, your perspective is still too narrow. A mere third-class merit medal, is it really worth making such a fuss over? On the high-intensity battlefield of the Abyss, a third-class hero is born almost every second. He shook his head, his eyes flashing with brilliance. The true value of this information from the instance transmission is that it informs us of a piece of intelligence, the 404 Dragon Cavalry Corps, which should have been annihilated, and the 301 Fire Elemental Mage Corps, which should have suffered casualties, are both still intact. In other words, Su Chen will have an unprecedented advantage during the 51st to 60th waves of the demon assault. Principal Zhao Renjie understood instantly, unable to help but widened his eyes. You mean, Su Chen might break the world record for the 55th wave? He should be the closest to the record in the past 10 years. Chen Xuani smiled. Congratulations, old Zhao. You have finally nurtured a top genius. If he really can do it, your Beiliang Academy's application for a national key high school this year will be easily approved. It's worth it for me to personally give him relief funds every year and even dig into my own pocket to help him with nutrition. Zhao Renjie was overjoyed, the wrinkles on his old face blooming with smiles. Meanwhile, Shen Zimo suddenly felt a chill. He looked up and found that the sycophants who had been close to him had actually moved away in small steps, out of sight. After all, Shen Zimo had just dared to interrupt when the principal and the mayor were speaking, and had been met with the sarcastic remarks of the Sword Saint of the Wind. So it was uncertain if he would soon receive a holy sword strike. While waiting for the 51st wave of demons to attack the city, Su Chen was quite satisfied as he rubbed the hero medal, then looked at the people he had brought back, 120 elite warriors, 108 dragon cavalry. If only these were the dragon cavalry from real history. Su Chen sighed. In the true battle of the demon fortress, the number of dragon cavalry exceeded 10,000. The instance was merely a mimicry of history, proportionally reducing the participating forces of the Dragon Kingdom and the Demon Legions. After all, this was just a novice trial instance. Having successfully repelled the Flame Demon, Su Chen had established great military merit, and naturally, this group of people became his temporary followers. In the future, he could also summon this group in other instances using his military merit badge. 100 merit points can completely be exchanged for 2 pieces of Heart of the Swarm gear, activating the 2-piece set effect. Should I exchange them or not? Su Chen fell into deep thought. This was a risky investment because once he left the Demon Fortress instance, it would be nearly impossible to collect other gear pieces, unless there was another summoner who also completed 2 major hidden tasks, earning merit points to exchange for the other 2 pieces Su Chen lacked. But that was almost impossible. Su Chen knew very well that even if he wrote a strategy guide and published it, could others simply copy his tactics? Without the numerical monster Black Wukong, how could one hunt the stone demon? Without the fire immunity and absorption brought by the 72 transformations, how could one extinguish the flame demon? I'll hold on to it for now, and see if I want to exchange it when the final settlement comes. Su Chen hesitated and decided to put it aside for the time being. After all, the main force in the instance was Black Wukong. No matter how luxurious his equipment was, it wouldn't affect the battle situation. After a 10-minute break, a dense swarm of demons appeared again in the distance of the demon fortress. This time, the main army was a special demon living in the marshlands, the Serpent demon. Most geniuses can't get past the 55th level, and there is indeed a reason for that. Su Chen sighed lightly, fully aware of the Serpent demon's uniqueness, petrification attacks. In mythological tales, Medusa is a powerful leader-level serpent demon, quite terrifying. According to historical records, when the serpent demons launched a full-scale attack, a Medusa once turned an entire human shield-wielder army into stone, with only a few high-level shield-wielders who had particularly stacked petrification resistance in their equipment attributes managing to survive the disaster. The snake demons are the main force for besieging the city. For the same reason as the stone demons, when a snake demon falls, it directly turns into a stone, becoming a stepping stone for the demons behind. The bodies of the snake demons, falling one after another, will be piled up into a long staircase, nullifying the advantage of the fortress walls. Moreover, Su Chen cannot lead a suicide squad out of the city to eliminate the snake demons, as their numbers are too terrifying. Since we can't take shortcuts, let's fight to the death. Su Chen stood calmly on the city wall, his battle robe billowing. Beside him was the monkey brother, who had already upgraded his equipment. Having dropped too much gear, Su Chen assembled a set of fine heavy armor for the monkey brother, while he himself donned a robe and a wizard hat that enhanced his mental attributes. Of course, given that Su Chen's level was too low, only reaching level 5, the equipment he could obtain was all beginner gear. The attributes were basically strength +1 or defense +2 like that. Not worth mentioning, insignificant. They're coming. The snake demon army finally reached the range of the fire element mages on the city wall. All units, chant the spell, Meteor Rain. The commander of the 311th Regiment directed while reporting to the higher-ups. Our regiment has completed the incantation. Please give instructions. On the clock. Launch at 15 hours 27 minutes and 9 seconds. The marshal issued a series of commands. Yes. Order the divine archers to cast Frost Arrow at the marked location at 15 hours 27 minutes and 6 seconds. Order the druids to release Vine Whip at the marked location at 15 hours 27 minutes and 3 seconds. Understood. Su Chen quickly saw the cooperation of various professions. The Vine Whip at 3 seconds swept wildly beneath the city wall, binding countless incoming snake demons, turning them into live targets. At 6 seconds, a large number of frost arrows poured down from the sky, creating a snowstorm that enveloped the snake demons. At 9 seconds, the long-prepared meteor rain from the fire element mages delivered the final fatal blow to the snake demons. The vines were ignited, the ice was melted, the fusion of water and fire, the burning of fire and grass, vividly illustrated the collision of elements. The lives of the snake demons were instantly wiped out, taken down in droves by the fortress. So that's how it is. The commander is indeed clever, worthy of being a war hero that can be written into history textbooks. Su Chen understood this wave of operations. Why choose Meteor Rain? Because it could smash the snake demons into meat paste, which meant that when their bodies petrified, they wouldn't form a staircase, but rather just add a layer of sand to the ground. Why use the elemental reaction of ice and fire? Because under thermal expansion and contraction, the bodies of the snake demons would first freeze into ice sculptures, then explode under the fierce fire, similarly turning their bodies into a mess of flesh, preventing the snake demon commander from using low-level snake demons as cannon fodder and then piling the cannon fodder bodies to create a staircase to the wall. It seems the most troublesome problem has been solved. I won't be stuck like other professionals. Su Chen suddenly realized the trick because the 311 Fire Element Mage Regiment was completely preserved. The commander could use the ice and fire bombardment tactic to blow the snake demons' bodies into meat paste in chunks. So the snake demon army couldn't pile up a path with cannon fodder bodies like in real history. Everything is interconnected. Like the butterfly effect, what was originally an insurmountable deadlock could be easily resolved. Ah, so that's it. This is the ultimate strategy for the Demon Fortress dungeon. Su Chen smiled in realization while shooting arrows from the city wall to kill the snake demons. The legacy of the previous level will become the key to the next level. The difficulty of defending the city will not only not increase, but will instead decrease like a snowball. It seems I really have a chance to clear 99 levels and be the first in the world to conquer the nightmarish Demon Fortress. Finally, the 55th wave of snake demons fell beneath the Demon Fortress. Su Chen received a system notification. Congratulations, Su Chen. Your progress in the Demon Fortress dungeon has broken the current global record. Do you want to announce it? Yes/no. Su Chen laughed loudly. I'm not a low-key person. Nor do I like to play dumb. I want to use the heat from breaking the record to create some hype, ride this wave of traffic, and make a fortune, using the godly rich system to get a second golden attribute. Announce it, Su Chen said without hesitation. In an instant, a message popped up on the news panels of all practitioners in Long Country. Nightmare level Demon Fortress dungeon record has been broken. Record breaker, Bailiang Academy, Class 7 of Senior Year. Summoner Su Chen, Bailiang Academy, outside the dungeon. Even with some psychological preparation, when the national announcement of the record breaking was released, all the students still felt a thrilling shock. Are we witnessing history? One student reacted first, murmuring, this record breaking will definitely be written into history textbooks, right? That's for sure. Although the Demon Fortress is just a regional dungeon in our Long Country, it's open to the whole world, which means Su Chen is truly the strongest challenger globally. Someone sighed. Yeah, in the old days, it would be like being the first Olympic gold medalist in the country. It's of great significance. Now, our Bailiang Academy can take pride in this. Look at Shinzimo's expression. It's so interesting. Many people glanced at the pale-faced Shinzimo, the young master of the Iron Blood Alliance, who was staring incredulously at the national announcement on the panel. His mouth trembled. Impossible. It can't be. How could that fool Su Chen do it? The next moment, a phone call interrupted his thoughts. The caller was none other than his father, Shen Ginghong, the leader of the Iron Blood Alliance. Dad, you, Shinzimo answered in a daze, accidentally pressing the speakerphone button, allowing everyone to hear the conversation between father and son. Shen Jinghong's excited voice came through. Good son, I remember you mentioned this several times at home, and I've heard Su Chen's name many times at your parent-teacher meetings. If I remember correctly, he's your classmate, right? You must have a good relationship. After all, he's always first, and you're always second. Scholars must appreciate each other, encourage one another, and progress together. Shinzimo froze in place, his face as dark as a demon's heart. Shen Jinghong continued talking to himself. I'm telling you, you need to go to the dungeon exit immediately, then play the emotional card with your classmate to recruit him for our Iron Blood Alliance. For such an outstanding person, I'm willing to pay him 300 million in allowances every year. And I promise to help him customize a dinosaur summoner in the Jurassic Dungeon. The minimum will be an exceptional level overlord, and there's even a chance it could be a legendary dinosaur egg. Shinzimo, even among exceptional level summoners, there are distinctions. His saber-toothed tiger is just an ordinary type among the exceptional level, and its potential has already peaked. Meanwhile, the dinosaur summoners produced in the Jurassic Dungeon are at least of overlord bloodline and can continue to grow. After all, even a 3-year-old knows the difference between a saber-toothed tiger and a T-Rex. Shinzimo's phone silently slipped from his hand and shattered on the ground, effectively ending the awkward conversation between father and son. But 5 seconds later, ding-dling, Zhao Muyu's phone was dialed by the eager Shen Jinghong. Secretary Zhao. Great! You're actually at Bailiang Academy. Quickly recruit this Su Chen. Our Iron Blood Alliance is trying to conquer the world-class dungeon of Eagle Country, Jurassic Park. A high-level summoner is crucial. You could say that this Su Chen is related to the rise and fall of our Iron Blood Alliance. I want you to spare no effort to secure him. Money is no object. Equipment. Give him whatever he wants. If you need to use your beauty to win him over, I will compensate you a large sum of money. Just consider it your uncle begging you. Good niece. Since Shen Jinghong shouted very loudly, even though she didn't have the speakerphone on, a large number of classmates around still heard it. Their filters shattered. The looks directed at Zhao Muyu instantly became strange. The chief secretary could only awkwardly respond. I will do my best. But, it seems there are quite a few powerful forces rushing to the scene to contact classmate Su Chen. Shen Jinghong was taken aback. Zhao Muyu didn't waste time. Opening a video call to show him the scene above the sky, 2 strong foreign men jumped straight down from a helicopter, both wearing the emblem of the Rose Knights. And surprisingly, they didn't even use parachutes. They landed directly on the ground, cracking the marble floor, yet they were unharmed, walking straight towards the mayor and the principal, greeting them. Hi, man, those are at least 3rd-tier knights, with terrifying defense and health, which is why they can ignore a fall from hundreds of meters. Shen Jinghong immediately identified their profession. In another direction, a pterosaur came soaring in. Riding on the pterosaur's neck was an extraordinarily beautiful and elegant woman, who stepped on the void, flickering continuously, and soon appeared in the square like a ghost. Oh, the mayor is also here. Are you trying to recruit little brother Su Chen too? Shen Jinghong's expression grew increasingly grim. Damn, it's that shadow assassin from the Mystic Sanctuary. Don't they only recruit assassin-type professions? Did they expand their recruitment this year? Zhao Muyu bitterly smiled and pointed her phone's camera at the road outside the campus. Countless convoys came rushing in. But upon seeing the strong members of the Rose Knights and Mystic Sanctuary, they turned around dejectedly, clearly realizing they were not qualified to compete for Su Chen. They flocked in, all for Su Chen. Such an eye-popping scene left all the students dumbfounded. Those who had previously slandered Su Chen quickly blended into the crowd, not daring to show their faces. They felt anxious and fearful, afraid that Su Chen would retaliate later. Principal Zhao Renjie snorted coldly. What's wrong? Our Su Hong just gained a little fame, and you all rushed to poach him, right? Let me tell you, He is a particularly grateful child. You have never sponsored him, so he will definitely stay in school and won't casually join you. Mayor Chen Xuani, however, had a slight smirk. Their intentions are probably not as simple as yours, old Zhao. I'm afraid they are not just thinking about Su Chen, but are also coveting the dungeon he has in hand. Chen Xuani saw through their motives at a glance, sneering, "It is well known that the first 100 clearances of each dungeon grant extra rewards. Many special equipment and mysterious treasures can only drop during the first 100 clearances. After that, they will never drop again." You are right. The shadow assassin from the Mystic Sanctuary shrugged her fragrant shoulders, readily admitting, "But the world is bustling for profit, and everyone is scrambling for benefits. This is a well-known saying in our dragon country. When I came, I had someone investigate classmate Su Chen's file. He turned out to be an ordinary poor student receiving national subsidies." She sighed leisurely. "Now, he has changed to the most money-consuming summoner profession. I guess he must be in dire need of money. And we, the Mystic Sanctuary, have several large financial groups and control a company that is ranked among the global top 500. We are willing to offer him a fair price." Shen Zimo stared blankly at the verbal sparring of the big shots. He had once fantasized, in his dreams, of standing amidst a crowd of thousands, being pursued by these influential leaders. Clearly, he had arrived first. It was he who first called Zhao Muyu to acquire that summoner job transfer card. It was he who first pleaded with his father to get the exceptional level saber-toothed tiger. It was he who first sweet-talked his mother into buying a full set of purple equipment. Why is the ending like this? Why has the one who steals the spotlight become that scoundrel Su Chen? Secretary Zhao Muyu. Shen Zimo couldn't help but glance at this once very pleasing beautiful secretary. He had once thought of making her his private plaything after graduation, to thoroughly enjoy those long legs with astonishing elasticity, but now he was filled with resentment. Tell me, is it possible that the ordinary Su Chen suddenly stands out because he has some fortuitous encounter? Zhao Muyu was taken aback, lightly tapping her delicate chin. Of course, a level 1 summoner, with no family background, yet able to repeatedly break through the challenges of the Demon Fortress dungeon. He must have some fortuitous encounter. Most likely, he obtained a small artifact from the dungeon's loot, or accidentally uncovered a hidden quest reward. She speculated according to common sense. Shen Zimo impatiently interrupted her. What if there's a possibility that his summoner job transfer card has some tricks, allowing him to change into some hidden profession? For example, the summoner branches like necromancer, fiction writer, underworld lord, dinosaur kin, and so on. The ones he mentioned were all high-level summoners who left their mark in the era of universal job transfers. The necromancer was a well-known hidden profession of the infamous undead catastrophe. The fiction writer, it is said, holds a personally written book, and whenever he opens the pages, the fictional creatures from the stories leap out, bizarre and strange. The underworld lord must have a certain abyssal bloodline to take up the profession, allowing direct communication with the abyss and signing contracts with many underworld beings for his own use. The dinosaur kin is a new summoner profession that emerged in recent years, where scientists from the Eagle Nation implanted dinosaur DNA into humans, allowing them to control dinosaur tribes. Zhao Muyu, with her humble origins, fought her way up to become the chief secretary of the Iron Blood Alliance. Her ability to read people was top-notch. She immediately sensed a hint of resentment on Shen Zimo's face, coupled with his words. After careful consideration, Zhao Muyu felt a mix of shock and anger. This scoundrel young master wants to attribute Su Chen's rise to that ordinary job card, thus blaming her for not being able to acquire that job card. If Shen Zimo successfully shifts the blame and convinces Shen Jinghong, the Iron Blood Alliance will inevitably hold her accountable. How would she assess the losses then? Zhao Muyu's heart sank, almost suffocating her. Just a slight calculation made her feel dizzy. How much is the birth of an unparalleled genius worth? How much is the first clear of a nightmare-level dungeon worth? How much is a legendary summoner with limitless future potential worth? Even if Shen Zimo could really get a top-tier hidden job card, he might not achieve Su Chen's success because people are different. There are only a few dozen legendary summoners who are remembered in history, but the global population is vast, and every year, even if there aren't 1,000, there are at least 800 hidden summoner professions born, with most geniuses dying on the path of growth. But, do Shen Zimo's parents believe that? They spoil him so much that they would only think their son is exceptionally talented, and if he could get a hidden job card, he would definitely be stronger than Su Chen. Zhao Muyu's forehead broke out in a dense layer of transparent sweat. Her fair face instantly turned even paler. Impossible. Zhao Muyu forced a smile and said seriously, any job card can have its data seen directly on the panel. Any hidden job card is worth at least 100 million on the market. She shook her head. The classmate who sold the summoner job card wouldn't be foolish enough to sell a hidden card for just 20 million. Who knows? Shen Zimo snorted coldly, completely unconvinced. That stupid student named Chung Feng, his mind is usually not sharp. His grades are poor. What if he really misjudged? Zhao Muyu was at a loss for words. She knew very well that Shen Zimo was being unreasonable. His words had no logic and even seemed to be venting his anger. But what if the Shen family believed his nonsense? Moreover, having repeatedly supported Shen Zimo had undoubtedly offended Su Chen, and it could even be said to have deepened the rift between Shen Zimo and Su Chen, making their relationship irreparable. She felt caught in the middle. Zhao Muyu took a deep breath, her mind racing. When she looked at Shen Zimo, whose eyes were filled with malice, there was already a hint of coldness in her beautiful gaze, perhaps the clue she had painstakingly found, which could greatly enhance a summoner's combat power, no longer needed to be sold to the Iron Blood Alliance. Su Chen is about to become rich, and when he bought the summoner profession card, he was extremely generous, easily defeating me. He is the best buyer. Zhao Muyu composed herself, already considering the idea of leaving the Iron Blood Alliance. After all, the prince of the alliance was inherently vicious, vengeful, and utterly irresponsible. Could she really be the scapegoat? In the Demon Fortress dungeon, Su Chen finally killed the 60th wave of the Serpent Demon Lord, letting out a long sigh. Fortunately, the final boss isn't Medusa, without any petrification resistance. If he encountered Medusa, who had the petrifying gaze, he would probably have to escape the dungeon in a sorry state. But the Monkey King shouldn't be afraid. Su Chen thought for a moment, feeling a bit regretful. He is a born stone monkey, born from the last piece of colorful stone left after Nuwa mended the sky, so he definitely can't be petrified. If Medusa attacks, the Monkey King would be her nemesis. Who knows? He might drop 1 or 2 pieces of dark gold equipment, or even a small artifact. The quartermaster soon brought a large pile of loot to Su Chen on a small cart. Next time, we might need a big truck for transport. Su Chen glanced back at the Black Wukong, the Chingcho Fox, and the 120 elite warriors from the Dragon Kingdom along with 108 Dragon Knights, feeling quite satisfied. This was the advantage of a summoner. All the kills of summoned creatures counted as his own loot. It's a pity. As Su Chen sifted through the spoils, he sighed. There's only one chance to run a nightmare-level dungeon before the college entrance examination. After that, I won't get to enjoy it anymore. Sigh. Dungeons were a benefit created by various countries at great expense for professionals. The equipment, experience, and skills produced each time actually came from the national treasury, funded by the taxes of citizens. Therefore, each professional had a limited number of times they could run dungeons, unless they could step onto the abyss battlefield and fight real demons, earning tangible military achievements to exchange for a dungeon pass to enjoy the benefits of running dungeons. Later, after leaving the demon fortress, I need to meet some real monsters at the battlefield's edge. Su Chen murmured to himself, lost in thought. Someone like Shen Zimo, a wealthy heir, had the Iron Blood Alliance providing him with dungeon passes. Although the official inheritance ratio of military achievements was specifically limited to 3-1. In other words, for every 300 points of military achievement Shen Jinghong gifted to Shen Zimo, the latter could only receive 100 points, with the remaining 200 points counted as inheritance tax. However, the passes for low-level dungeons were already very cheap, and Shen Jinghong could easily afford them, allowing Shen Zimo to stay in the dungeon for 24 hours grinding for equipment. Su Chen could only wait for the dungeon cooldown to refresh, which happened roughly every 3 months, giving him one opportunity. Of course, if he could achieve a top 100 score in the province during the college entrance examination and join a top university, he would receive an additional weekly dungeon allowance. This was also the reason why diligent students worked so hard to improve their rankings. During a break, Su Chen suddenly saw a system notification pop up on the panel. I am Chen Xuani, the mayor of Beiliang City. I have an important matter to discuss with you, related to tens of millions in income. Can we have a video call? Su Chen was taken aback. In a nightmare-level dungeon, he could actually communicate with reality? But then he thought, the nightmare-level dungeon was personally crafted by the mayor, who had developer privileges. akin to a GM in an online game or a cheat in a single-player game, so it was only natural he could do as he pleased. He immediately replied humbly, "It's an honor to speak with you, Sword Saint Zhanfeng. I'm your fan. What can I do for you? I will definitely go through fire and water for you." Su Chen pounded his chest with a loud thud. "Old Zhao, your student is quite impressive." Chen Xuanyi chuckled, and then a video window appeared before him. On the screen were two people. One was someone Su Chen was very familiar with in reality, Principal Zhao Renjie. The other was a familiar face Su Chen often saw on television and in videos, Mayor Chen Xuanyi. Su Chen had always held great respect for Zhao Renjie, as he could feel Zhao's kindness every time he used his meal card in the cafeteria. This principal was completely different from the financial principal Lu Changhe, who was always thinking about making money off students. He was the head of the 7 principals of Beiliang Academy, focusing mainly on research and not much on trivial matters. Zhao Renjie smiled warmly and said, "Su Chen, you have broken the global record for clearing the Demon Fortress, and you are now an outstanding alumnus who has made significant contributions to the school. I am very grateful to you." "It's nothing," Su Chen smiled, not taking credit. "I must thank the school for its support. Without the 2 poverty alleviation grants provided by the country and the principal, I probably wouldn't have been able to complete my studies smoothly." "Ahem, let's not get too personal. I want to ask, would you agree to let me broadcast your clearing of the Demon Fortress to the Global Battle Network?" Chen Xuanyi got straight to the point, explaining his intentions. "To be honest, after your record-breaking news went viral globally, many well-meaning people immediately dug into your background. Among them, a group of foreigners, with their filthy mouths, actually slandered you for using bugs, claiming you are a false idol pushed out by our dragon country, deliberately breaking records to attract attention." Chen Xuanyi slammed the table in anger. "I will not allow them to defame our country. So I'm asking you, if we can live stream your clearing of the Demon Fortress, all doubts will vanish in the face of unalterable real-time footage." The mayor shrugged. "Of course. I will transfer every penny of the broadcast fees and tips from global viewers to you, only taking taxes. No profit sharing." "Of course, I agree." Su Chen immediately consented without hesitation, for this was a golden opportunity to become a global internet celebrity. This was no longer an era of quietly amassing wealth. Now, as long as one had traffic and fame, making a fortune was easy. And as a summoner, the cost of nurturing summoned beasts was dozens of times that of ordinary professions. Even with a wealthy system at hand, he would never complain about having too much money. "Wait a moment." Principal Zhao Renjie, being a good-natured person, cautiously reminded him, "Once you go live, your skills and attributes will inevitably be exposed. Some of your trump cards will also be revealed. Moreover, your exclusive Demon Fortress strategy will leak, and someone has already offered 50 million for it. Willing to buy this strategy?" Zhao Renjie was straightforward. Then, a graceful and elegant beauty squeezed into the frame, waving her pale, delicate arms. "I am Bufian from the Mystic Sanctuary, a 5th-tier sanctuary assassin. We are willing to pay 50 million to buy out your nightmare-level Demon Fortress strategy." Su Chen was a bit shocked. For a mere level 1 dungeon, you are willing to offer 50 million? The Mystery Sanctuary is truly unparalleled among the wealthy. He. If you, little brother, are interested in joining our Mystery Sanctuary, all you need to do is sign a 10-year-long contract, and we'll offer you an annual salary of 200 million. How about that? Bufian said earnestly. Su Chen shrugged. "Thank you, but I heard that you only recruit assassin-type professions, and I am a summoner, so I'm afraid it won't be a good fit, right?" "It doesn't matter. For top talents, our recruitment standards are quite flexible." Bufian chuckled lightly. 50 years ago, we had a rule to only recruit women. But then we encountered a genius male assassin who changed his class to Azura Demon Stabber, and we revised the rules overnight. Even the Lord of the Sanctuary took the initiative to marry him, promising to serve him tea for a lifetime, and that's how we managed to bring him in. Thus, the Mystery Sanctuary grew from a local gang into a national power. "By the way, he is my father," Bufian explained simply. Su Chen, however, I refuse to sell the strategy. Under Bufian's eager gaze with her clear, watery eyes, Su Chen resolutely declined. "You." Bufian immediately put her hands on her hips, feeling greatly disappointed and even a bit angry, as Su Chen had just shown a willingness that seemed to tease her. But Su Chen said seriously, "I have a very good impression of the Mystery Sanctuary, and I feel quite flattered by your invitation. Ms. Bu Fian. Therefore, I must adhere to my life principle, never take advantage of friends. Oh, Bu Fian was taken aback, a hint of curiosity rising in her heart. Are you saying that the strategy has issues? Su Chen replied earnestly. When you purchase a strategy, you are merely hoping to secure a spot in the top 100 clearances, to farm some top-tier equipment or rare skill books, right? Of course. She nodded like a chick pecking at rice. But unfortunately, my strategy has no replicability at all. Your people probably won't be able to copy the homework. Su Chen smiled lightly. I could comfortably accept 50 million because the strategy one provide is indeed capable of clearing the game without any forgery. But you, having spent that money in vain, won't earn a single cent back, purely a loss. I see. Bu Fian's favorability towards Su Chen instantly skyrocketed. What a good person. He truly is a good kid still in the ivory tower of school. A sunny and cheerful young man. If it were someone from society, they would definitely take the 50 million from the mystery sanctuary without a second thought, leaving them at a loss. Principal Zhao Ranjie showed a look of satisfaction. In this era of abyssal invasions, it is indeed despairing, but we should still maintain our humanity and not be driven solely by profit. Su Chen, I am very pleased with you and will do my utmost to help you apply for national level rewards. Hey, thank you, Principal. Su Chen waved his hand, feeling quite pained himself. After all, that was 50 million. However, having awakened the god of wealth system, he felt it unnecessary to offend a well-respected major power over 50 million. That would be too small-minded. He was a man aiming for the stars and the sea. Very well, since your strategy is useless if copied, let's make a fortune through live streaming instead. Chen Xuanyi smiled approvingly. Let the global professionals see the prowess of our dragon country's genius. He lowered his voice. Seize this opportunity, many high-ranking officials from top universities are watching you. Moreover, you just received the rank of second lieutenant, and the leaders of various military districts are quite interested in you, so make sure to perform well. Understood. Su Chen's expression turned serious as he immediately changed his and Monkey Brothers' back equipment to cape gear. No matter the attributes, as long as it looks cool. Thus, when the livestream titled The Complete Guide to Accompanying Su Chen in the Demon Fortress went online, the camera revealed two solitary figures clad in battle robes. One was a giant monkey, standing like a diamond on the city wall. One was a handsome and dashing young boy, yet his body was covered in scars, as if he were a small beast licking its wounds. Is this Su Chen, who just broke the world record for the 55th level of the Demon Fortress? In an instant, countless viewers flocked to the livestream. After all, it was the age of information, and news of Su Chen's live broadcast quickly topped the charts of major search engines, becoming the #1 trending topic on various short video and Weibo-like apps. The audience from the Dragon Country was the most enthusiastic. They all wanted to witness the birth of a genius warrior from their homeland. An ID named Step by Step Smoke was the first to enter the livestream, directly donating 100,000. I'm here to support Brother Su Chen. Our mystery sanctuary is cheering for him. Meanwhile, foreigners also squeezed into the livestream. Shit. Flower Q. Why are there two monkeys from the Dragon Country in the frame? One big and one small. It's really funny. What the hell? I don't believe the Dragon Country can conquer the long-sealed Demon Fortress dungeon. There must be something fishy. Our Cherry Blossom Country will send top inspectors to find evidence of Su Chen's cheating. Su Chen, is it possible that you are a descendant of our Korean bloodline lost in the Dragon Country? Su Chen couldn't see any bullet comments. He could only see a virtual camera aerially filming himself on the battlefield. He smiled and pointed at his face. Pay attention. This man is called Xiao Su. Aside from being a bit more handsome, a bit more dashing, a bit smarter, having slightly better grades, slightly stronger abilities, and a bit higher emotional intelligence, he has almost no outstanding qualities. Chen Xuanyi, Zhao Renjie, Bu Fian. I didn't expect that Junior Su Chen is actually a live streaming genius, very good at creating atmosphere. Bu Fian showed an interested expression. This top genius from the Mystery Sanctuary, who possessed the hidden profession of Sanctuary Assassin, had always had high standards and was now showing unreserved interest in someone of the opposite sex for the first time. After all, he had just helped her save 50 million. Those men pursuing her could never come up with such a huge sum, and she would never accept it modestly. But this time, it was equivalent to Bu Fian receiving a 50 million gift from Su Chen, so her first impression was naturally excellent. Principal Zhao Renjie had some concerns. He wouldn't get addicted to live streaming and neglect the dungeon strategy. Would he? If we ruin his plan to clear the dungeon, wouldn't that be a sin? Chen Xuanyi curled her lips, unconvinced, even if he accidentally fails to clear it. So what? I, the mayor, can directly give him a dungeon pass and let him clear it again, can't I? If once isn't enough, then 10 times, after all. I'm a sword immortal with more than enough military achievements. Even if the dungeon limit is reached, it doesn't matter. Anyway, this dungeon was created by me, and I can use my management privileges to give him a backdoor. This was blatant favoritism. Zhao Renjie, that's true, after all, he has already broken the record. In that case, it's more important to showcase our national strength during the livestream. He performed well. Chen Xuanyi was very satisfied, her sharp gaze sweeping over his summoned beast. What is that giant monkey? I've never heard of or seen anything like it. Could it be another mysterious summon? Zhao Renjie shook his head. A giant monkey with a good understanding of humanity. Its eyes seem to have experienced the vicissitudes of life, yet it remains forever youthful and full of passion, with a surging fighting spirit. Yukon's life was a life of struggle. Zhao Renjie's evaluation was quite apt. The 61st wave of demons is about to arrive. Let me show all the viewers something fresh. This should be the world's first exposure of this information, right? Su Chen raised 2 thumbs. Congratulations. You've made a profit. Now, please keep your eyes peeled. The camera cooperatively followed Su Chen's gestures. Overlooking the war-torn land, the portal to another dimension opened. Creatures from the abyss roared as they crawled out, overwhelming in number, beyond imagination. The identity of the demon is also obvious. It is the cover monster of middle school biology, the abyss worm demon. As a top student, Su Chen immediately educated the viewers in the livestream. So it's them. They really do restore history quite well. During the Battle of the Demon Fortress, due to the 311 Fire Elemental Mage Corps being largely annihilated by the Serpent demons around the 60th wave, the Dragon Kingdom faced a severe shortage of elemental damage. Only a remnant of many warrior, gunner, and archer classes remained, still holding the lonely city with a strong fighting spirit. Thus, the Demon Lord cleverly dispatched the worm demons. Su Chen shrugged. These small-sized abyssal creatures have low attack, low defense, and low health, but their numbers are overwhelming. They only fear area of effect spell damage and are not afraid of high-level warriors, gunners, and archers at all. Previously, the reason the Demon Lord didn't send them out was certainly because of the 311 core. Su Chen smiled, however. Everyone, I managed to completely preserve the fire elemental mages who were supposed to be annihilated in history thanks to 2 hidden quests. After saying this, the camera in the live stream focused on the main city wall. Sure enough, the battle flag of the 311 Corps, Soul of the Flame Dragon, was still flying high on the tower, while rows of mages were frantically drinking mana potions to replenish their magic. What? The viewers from Sakura country were dumbfounded. It must be cheating. It's already the 60th wave. How can the main force that was supposed to be annihilated still be alive? The viewers from Gaul country expressed their outrage. How did you do it? The viewers from the Dragon Kingdom, who had all participated in the Demon Fortress dungeon during school and recited this moving history, were the most curious. Su Chen smiled faintly and explained, it's simple. Just complete 2 urgent summon tasks. The first is to lead a death squad out of the city to eliminate all stone demons. The demon army will then lose the strategic ability of turning fossils into mud, making the city wall as solid as gold and providing perfect protection for the warriors. The second is to take the dragon riders out of the city to hunt down all flame demons. The demon army will thus lose its restraint over the 311 Fire Elemental Mage Corps and will also lose its long-range fire strike capability, allowing this heroic group to rest easy and freely cast fireballs on the city wall. This is the dungeon strategy you are curious about. I've laid it all out. No lies. You've gained something, right? He asked, spreading his hands. The audience? No, dude. Someone was utterly speechless. The urgent summons you mentioned, we've all seen. But the Demon Fortress is a solo dungeon. Who would dare to venture out of the city into the encirclement of the demon army to fight? Yeah. Another person smiled wryly. You might as well write this strategy. Just deal 990,000 damage in 1 hit to kill the Demon Lord. And you can defend the Demon Fortress. What? You can't do it? Then you haven't reached the threshold of my strategy. You're just too weak. Not that the strategy doesn't work. Su Chen was helpless, so what can I do? You all say it's impossible. But I did it. No one could refute him. All the viewers were left speechless. Ha ha, this kid is just my type. Mayor Chen Xuanyi laughed heartily. This is said with such dominance. It truly showcases the martial virtue of our dragon kingdom. Perhaps all the answers lie in his summoned beast. Shen Zimo had become convinced of his speculation and coldly said to Zhao Muyu, Secretary Zhao, it is obvious that the problem lies with his class change card, because before he entered the dungeon, I saw very clearly that the summoned creature was just a C-class macaque. Shen Zimo sneered repeatedly, but now? That creature looks at least exceptional, and it might even be legendary. Where did it come from? There is only one explanation. His hidden class can mutate ordinary summons to become stronger. It is your dereliction of duty. If I had received this summoner's job transfer card, all the honors this time would belong to our Iron Blood Alliance, he accused sharply. Zhao Muyu, already resolute and ready to switch jobs, couldn't be bothered to placate this difficult young master any longer. She said bluntly, you were present as well, and you have higher authority than I do. You have 40 million in available funds. If you thought there was a problem at the time, you could have taken over the acquisition and offered a price higher than Su Chen's 20 million. Shen Zimo was momentarily stunned. Zhao Muyu continued to retort. Moreover, young Master Shen, you seem to be a bit too inexperienced. You know nothing about the transaction process for job cards, because any professional can directly add the job card to their panel. The seller absolutely cannot hand over the job card to the buyer for inspection in advance. The reason is simple, they fear we might take the goods and run without paying. Only after the payment is settled can the buyer inspect the goods on the spot. She snorted coldly. So, we can only trust the seller's word. If he says it's a regular summoner job card, then it cannot be a hidden job card. Understand? If you question me because of this, I must respectfully disagree. Zhao Muyu shook her head. Indifferent. I have fulfilled all the duties of a secretary. Even if the Iron Blood Alliance dismisses me in the future, they cannot speak ill of me on my resume. Instead, they must provide me with N+1 severance pay. Shen Zmo. He didn't expect that the Zhao Muyu, who had always been humble and deliberately trying to please him, would become so sharp-tongued after gaining strength. When I get home, I will definitely have my parents fire you. You nasty bitch. Shen Zmo thought maliciously. The gasps of the classmates quickly interrupted his thoughts. Shen Zmo also stared blankly at the shocking scene. Su Chen was commanding the troops. Monkey King, first used the hair clone technique, then used the 72 transformations to turn into the flame demon. Little fox, just stand on my shoulder and cast the fireball, and be careful to dodge the demon's ranged attacks. Ahem. Dragon Knights, heed my command. Drop your swords, use guns, and aim to shoot the bug demon. If the bug demon reaches the city wall, switch to shields to block in front of us. Brothers of the Suicide Squad, just shoot arrows randomly with me, we'll just mess around and be slackers. After all, in these waves of demon assaults, we are not the main force. Let's conserve our energy and wait for the subsequent battles. After Su Chen finished speaking, a thunderous response erupted behind him. Yes, Lord Su Chen, Dragon Kingdom audience, Eagle Kingdom audience, isn't he a level 1 summoner? Why are there hundreds of summoned creatures behind him? Elephant Kingdom audience, something's not right. How can an ordinary soldier command such a large group of elite warriors? The Dragon Kingdom must be cheating. Shen Zimo's eyes nearly bulged out in anger as he roared. I told you that must be a hidden job transfer card for a summoner. Zhao Muyu, do you still dare to shirk responsibility? Look at that giant monkey. It has at least 2 talents, Shadow Clone and Transformation. The most outrageous part is that ordinary Shadow Clones cannot inherit skills, but this giant monkey can actually transform into 13 flame demons at the same time. If Su Chen isn't a hidden job, then what could he be? He questioned loudly. Zhao Muyu was also stunned, unable to help but think. Could it be that the student who sold the job card is really a fool? Selling a hidden job card as a regular job card? Just 20 million, and he sold Su Chen a top-tier job card? Under the astonished gazes of many, the Black Wukong transformed flame demons were crazily spewing molten lava, turning the battlefield into fiery pits. Any bug demon that stepped into them was instantly fried. Meanwhile, the 311 Elemental Mage Corps on the city wall was mercilessly raining down meteor showers, slaughtering wave after wave of bug demons. They joined forces and directly annihilated 90% of the insect demons, while the others just followed along to finish off the remaining ones. successfully holding back the 61st to 70th waves of demon tides that made geniuses around the world shudder. Sigh. This is how we summoners are, Suchen said apologetically as he bowed to the audience. Sorry, there's no spectacular show, nor the intense battles you were expecting. Breaking records is just this plain and tedious. The global audience was collectively speechless. Bufian had a complex expression and couldn't help but sigh. The strategy of my junior really has no replicability. If I saw a line in a strategy one bought for 50 million saying, just slack off and it's done. The NPCs and summon creatures can handle the 61st to 70th waves themselves. I definitely wouldn't believe it and would think it was a fake strategy. She moved her small hand and rewarded Suchen another 100,000. Feeling immensely grateful, the audience from Koala Country exclaimed, "Oh my god, this guy named Ming-Su is truly our greatest enemy for the next decade. Once he grows up, he's likely to monopolize the records of all major dungeons, turning all world records into his private trophies." The audience from Sakura Country questioned, "Is Suchen really just a poor student from an ordinary family? Impossible. Only those of noble blood can achieve supreme greatness. He must be the illegitimate child of some big shot or possess some special noble lineage. Like the protagonists in old comics, they are all super scions, or grandsons of naval admirals, sons of the fourth Hokage, descendants of Shinigami and Quincy's, and so on." The audience from Elephant Country said, "I get it, Mr. Suchen must have fed his summoned beasts cow dung and curry to gain the great power of Lord Shiva, allowing him to mutate so excellently. Tonight, I'll also give my summoned beast a special meal and add a cup of Ganges water to help it mutate sooner." The audience didn't even discuss the fierce battles in the dungeon because it was too boring. What's the point of watching NPCs rain meteors down on the poor insect demons? Some Eagle Country viewers even protested. The lives of insect demons matter too. We firmly oppose the Dragon Country's brutal slaughter of insect demons, especially broadcasting it live in front of all professionals worldwide. Ugh, disgusting. We're turning off the lights. Even the seasoned sword immortal Chen Xuani was shocked by the bizarre audience and hurriedly muted a few and banned others to restore some harmony in the livestream. If that's just an ordinary summoner profession card, the already obsessed Shin Zimo was still racking his brain to analyze. Then he, like me, only has 3 summoning spaces. And it's impossible to have a large group of densely packed soldiers after the giant monkey and little fox. The experience glimmers from those soldiers killing demons have all gathered into Su Chen's body, clearly indicating they are also his summoned creatures. Shin Zimo declared emphatically, "That's definitely a legendary summoner profession card comparable to top-tier professionals like Undead Catastrophe." Zhao Muyu rolled her eyes, too lazy to refute. 20 million for an Undead Catastrophe? You must think the seller is a fool. She also firmly decided to leave the Iron Blood Alliance. After all, Shin Zimo was the only son of Shin Jinghong and would surely inherit the Iron Blood Alliance in the future. Offending this vengeful little man meant that any future efforts in the alliance would be meaningless, even if she held a high position. When Shin Zimo took over, she would be completely ousted. Just as everyone was discussing, 2 very conspicuous military vehicles arrived at Bailiang Academy. Principal Zhao Renjia quickly went out to greet them. They represented the top military academy of Dragon Country, Hunting Country Military Academy, and the 3rd Military Academy of Dragon Country, Flame Huang Military Academy. Every year, they send a massive number of officers to the front lines against the abyss, producing countless heroes and legends. It was also a holy place that many students aspired to. If the students of the old era dreamed of entering the prestigious 5 universities of Qingbei, Fudan, and Blue Fly, in the era of universal career transitions, they now longed to join the top 10 national military academies of the Dragon Kingdom. The reason was simple: the allowances given to professionals by military academies were double that of ordinary universities when it came to dungeon passes. Moreover, every year, based on credits, students would receive a set of profession-specific equipment. This meant that when they graduated and joined the battlefield, students from the top 10 military academies could rely on their schools and dungeons to possess graduation equipment at their current level. Their attributes and skills naturally far surpassed those of ordinary university students, giving them a head start. "Hello, I am Sun Jiangwo, the deputy director of the admissions department of the Hunter Nation Military Academy." A middle-aged man in a suit shook hands with Zhao Renjie, smiling as he said, "The purpose of my visit is obvious. I want to specially recruit Su Chen. However, the slots are limited, so I'd like to observe his abilities." Coincidentally, Our Yanhuan Military Academy is also very interested in Su Chun. Another elderly man in traditional Tang attire interjected with a faint smile. I am Chu Tianqi, the vice president of Yanhuan Military Academy. I believe the evaluation given by the AI of the Demon Fortress dungeon is accurate, and I hope Second Lieutenant Su Chen can join Yanhuan. The two military academies were already vying for a promising talent. The students witnessing this scene felt a pang of bitterness in their hearts. Why do my eyes often brim with tears? Because my mouth is full of lemons. Meanwhile, having sensed something amiss from his stammering son and the vague secretary, Shen Jinghong secretly rode a swift raptor to the Bailiang Academy. He wore sunglasses to conceal his identity. Dad, Lord Alliance leader? Shen Zimo and Zhao Muyu, who had been summoned to a corner, looked in surprise at the middle-aged man who had taken off his sunglasses. It was none other than the Alliance leader of the Iron Blood Alliance, the inheritor of the high-level warrior profession, the wild fighter. Shen Jinghong's expression was serious. What's going on? Every time Su Chen is mentioned, you speak in circles. Did you offend him? Shen Zimo immediately stammered, retracting his neck. Zhao Muyu sighed lightly and recounted everything, starting from the purchase of that summoner profession card to young Master Shen Zimo's 40 million gambling incident. We've had some friction with him. However, it's really just a matter of student rivalry. Nothing to worry about. It's just what? Shen Jinghong's heart sank. Zhao Muyu forced a smile, thinking that since her mother was about to switch jobs, she might as well be straightforward. Later, in a fit of anger, young Master Shen impulsively reported that the dungeon had a bug, which attracted Mayor Chen Xuani. He also publicly accused Su Chen of possibly cheating with the bug. If Su Chen finds out about these two incidents in the future, it's likely to make our Iron Blood Alliance very displeased. Slap. A resounding slap landed on Shen Zimo's cheek. Fool! After reprimanding his son, Shen Jinghong shouted loudly. Zhao Muyu felt greatly disappointed, secretly lamenting, is that all? She was keenly observant and noticed that no mark was left from the slap, clearly indicating that Shen Jinghong had held back. He was a 5th-tier high-level warrior, a man with over 500 points of strength. It was important to note that Shen Zimo had likely provoked a future legendary summoner for the Iron Blood Alliance, committing a grave mistake, yet he only received a slap, showing how much he was spoiled. With this thought, Zhao Muyu took out her phone, went directly to the App Store, and began downloading the Abyss Direct Hire app, preparing to submit her resume to other factions. If this place doesn't keep me, there will be another place that will. In front of the dungeon of Bailiang Academy, the verbal sparring between the 1st Military Academy of the Dragon Kingdom and the 3rd Military Academy had already begun. Our 1st Military Academy has held the top ranking for 10 years, the mere 3rd place should not come to provoke us. Understand? Sun Jiangwo, the deputy director of the admissions department, wore a face full of disdain. TCH, it's just a sham to deceive the world. Chu Tianqi, the vice president of Yanhuan Military Academy, shot back directly, over the years, because you are the top military academy. How many powerful factions have had their privileged students admitted without exams? How many big shots have stuffed their nephews, nieces, grandsons, and granddaughters into your school? Your students have long been a mixed bag, utterly useless. The only reason you are still rated as the top military academy is that the graduates from a few years ago were excellent, still able to generate a lot of points for you. To put it bluntly, it's just that a dead camel is bigger than a horse, nothing more. Chu Tianqi scoffed, disdainfully drawing his sword. Anyone with eyes can see that your leading advantage is shrinking, and soon you'll reach a critical point, guaranteed to fall from your pedestal within 3 years. As for us at Yanhuan Military Academy, we are dedicated to excellence, only allocating resources to the most outstanding students, unlike you, who only tilt precious resources toward the children of big shots. Sun Jiangwo's face darkened. Exposing each other's dirty laundry was a customary program when military academies met. Moreover, they often knew each other's ins and outs all too well. To put it simply, the issues Chu Tianqi mentioned were basically present in all major military academies. Sun Jiangwo didn't believe that Yanhuan Military Academy was that innocent. Calm down, Principal Zhao Renjie coughed, reminding them, gentlemen, the top 10 military academies are sacred places in the hearts of the students from Bailiang. Are you sure you want to continue tarnishing this brand? Sun Jiangwo and Chu Tianqi were taken aback. Glancing around to find countless students displaying expressions of my brother's reputation has collapsed, their illusions about the top 10 military academies shattered. Ahem. the two immediately changed their tone, revealing standard smiles, and began to chant their promotional slogans. Our Ligwa Military Academy has a strong faculty, beautiful teaching environment, and offers a vast number of overseas study opportunities each year, with our own high-level blacksmith and enchanting teams providing personalized service for students. Welcome to enroll. Our Yanhuang Military Academy is located in a key city on the border of Longwa, facing the abyss, where danger and opportunity coexist. During your time here, you can quickly accumulate merits and exchange precious materials and top-tier equipment at a 50% discount, making it the best choice for professionals looking to level up quickly. Beiliang students. At this moment, Shen Jinghong stepped out from the shadows, smiling as he said, Zimo, this is your uncle Jiangwo, come and greet him. Sun Jiangwo paused for a moment, revealing a nostalgic smile. Oh, old classmate, it's been a long time since we last met, almost 10 years, right? The two immediately put their arms around each other and exchanged pleasantries. Is brother Sun here to specially recruit Su Chen? After some polite talk, Shen Jinghong's eyes flickered, and he pouted, revealing a look of disdain. But isn't your Ligwa Military Academy most focused on command ability? Su Chen, although popular, is just an internet celebrity, a fleeting trend. Just look at his command during the livestream. Ha! As soon as he finished speaking, everyone saw the livestream where Su Chen, facing the 70th wave of Abyss Demons, lazily curled his little finger and casually instructed, Monkey King, do your thing. Followers, just watch. Little fox, come let me rub your fluffy tail. Hee, don't run away. Big brother isn't a bad guy. The audience. This record-breaking young summoner from Longwa really understood live streaming too well. Yet, he was about to breeze through the 70th level, and it seemed that even the 99th level wouldn't be a challenge for him. Shen Jinghong laughed heartily. See, brother Sun, are you sure that Ligwa Military Academy needs this kind of talent? Sun Jiangwo fell silent, as the deputy director of the admissions office. He was also a top-notch person and immediately realized that Shen Jinghong was deliberately targeting Su Chen. After a brief consideration, Sun Jiangwo made his choice. Selecting Su Chen would undoubtedly offend this old friend immediately and provoke the dissatisfaction of the Iron Blood Alliance, a large organization, with the only benefit being that the Hunter Nation Military Academy would gain a promising candidate. On the other hand, if he tactfully chose Shen Zimo, he would earn a tremendous favor from a fifth-tier professional, which could later be used to request some dirty work from the Iron Blood Alliance, and the Hunter Nation Military Academy would also receive a significant donation from them. After 3 seconds of weighing the situation, Sun Jiangwo slightly nodded and said with a serious expression, Indeed, our Hunter Nation Military Academy places the utmost importance on tactical skills and on-the-spot command ability, but after watching Su Chen's live stream of clearing the first 70 levels, it seems he relies solely on that magical monkey. This probably doesn't quite meet our admission standards. I must observe cautiously, he declared grandly. Many perceptive individuals smirked, showing disdain. Who didn't understand the tacit agreement between Sun Jiangwo and Shen Jinghong? Chu Tianqi, the vice president of the Yanhuang Military Academy, couldn't help but smile and nodded. Respect, blessings, happiness. I support Director Sun's decision. He. With the competitor voluntarily withdrawing, Chu Tianqi felt quite satisfied and was too lazy to expose their sordid dealings. He only sneered inwardly. The number 1 military academy in Longwa? It seems it will soon be down for the count. With this style and speed of corruption, who knows if they'll even make it into the top 10 in the future. At this moment, Su Chen suddenly addressed the camera. I know there are definitely many viewers who are dissatisfied and will ask, Little Su, we're watching your live stream late at night. Can you show us some skills? Demonstrate your microcontrol over summoned beasts, or your high-level tactical understanding? Sun Jiangwo was taken aback, almost thinking Su Chen had seen his conversation with Shen Jinghong. Many people were intrigued, leaning in to hear Su Chen's explanation. But I can only say, your perspective is too narrow. Su Chen casually stood with his hands behind his back, looking like a lonely master, standing on the city wall, overlooking the burning battlefield. War is a path of deception. The highest realm is never about showing off operations on the battlefield, but rather that when I deploy my troops, the enemy has already lost. The outcome of the battlefield is actually decided outside of it. This is the realm of a military strategist. As a time traveler, Su Chen took out The Art of War from Earth to show off, then shrugged. I've been getting full marks in tactical classes since middle school. But why do I only let my summoned creatures watch and fight? Why? The global audience was eagerly anticipating. Stirred by his words, Su Chen's lips curled slightly, because for a summoner, the most important thing is to cultivate their own summoned beasts. My monkey brother can take down 10 with one. Why need commands? Why operate? The great way is simple. Returning to the essence. To learn my operation, you just need to push forward. The global audience was left speechless. They felt something was off but couldn't find a point to refute. Su Chen's words are a bit profound and unfathomable. Bofian from the Mystery Sanctuary looked at Principal Zhao Renjie and Mayor Chen Xuani beside her with some confusion. I say, both of you seniors, we should all be supporting Su Chen, right? I want to ask, that Shen Ginghong, openly colluding with the deputy director of the admissions department to snatch Su Chen's special admission qualification for the first military academy. And you actually aren't helping? Zhao Renjie scoffed. The first military academy? It's just a hollow name. Chen Xuani snorted coldly. Vice President Chu Tianqi is right. The resources in the Hunter Nation Military Academy will only tilt towards the offspring of big shots. Su Chen has no family background and can only obtain basic resources. His first choice for admission is best not to be the Hunter Nation Military Academy. Then, what do the seniors think about Su Chen's command art? Bu Fian asked curiously. She had been specializing in assassin training since childhood and was completely clueless about tactics, which is why she was easily fooled by Su Chen. Brilliant! Zhao Renjie gave a thumbs up. Wonderful! Chen Xuani clapped directly. Bu Fian asked, are you guys really not being sarcastic? You can't be top-tier fakes, right? Just then, Chu Tianqi stood up, his admiration evident, and shouted loudly, amazing! He is simply the treasure boy that our Yanhuang Military Academy has been looking for. Oh, to put it bluntly, isn't his command just watching and fighting? Sun Jiangwo couldn't help but sneer, scoffing. I see Yanhuang Military Academy is getting worse and worse. To praise such crude command is simply ridiculous. Chu Tianqi exploded with anger. You, an office-bound academic, know nothing. You sit there in air conditioning, typing away, only able to publish unrealistic tactical papers in magazines. How many times do you go to the front lines in a year? How many high-level demons have you killed? Sun Jiangwo was furious. He was usually very composed and rarely got angry. But Chu Tianqi had hit a sore spot, striking at his weak point. Chu Tianqi continued to berate him. Did you not hear Su Chen's original words? Return to simplicity. The path is straightforward. The most efficient way to deal with demons has never been some intricate tactic, but to smash a 6th-tier divine technique directly onto their heads, Longinus dragon-slaying spear. Su Chen's words already align with the supreme military sage's realm of defeating the enemy without fighting. And unlike you, who only spouts empty grandiose words, he is personally practicing his command art. Chu Tianqi's eyes were filled with admiration. Look, the unprecedented 70th level clearance was achieved under his hands. You, who talks so much about command art, how many levels have you cleared at your limit? Sun Jiangwo was immediately left speechless, because his record was only 12 levels, a 5-fold difference. Saying it out loud would only invite laughter. Just lucky. It's completely unfair. Sun Jiangwo could only mutter. He got lucky with a mutated summoned beast. If I had one, I could do it too. Chu Tianqi sneered. Lesson 1. Line 2 of Tactical Command Studies. Make full use of all the resources at your disposal. Shen Ginghong, who you traded with, used his resources to help his son get a special admission to the Hunting Nation Military Academy, while Su Chen has no power or influence. So you abandoned him. Why didn't you mention fairness just now? Chu Tianqi directly exposed the underlying issues, retorting, now that Su Chen has obtained a mutated summoned beast, you keep talking about fairness? But the Shinzimo you are about to recruit, when he first entered the dungeon, was wearing an excellent set and had an excellent saber-toothed tiger. Is that fair? Pa! What a double standard! Chu Tianqi glared at him in disgust, ashamed to be associated with him. Suddenly, applause erupted around them. It turned out that the students from Beiliang had heard their argument and were instantly enraged, rallying in support of Yanhuang Military Academy, the first military academy, harboring filth. So the special admission quotas of the Hunting Nation are given to those with power and influence, yet they have the audacity to boast about fair educational resources. How ridiculous! Su Chen is a genius about to break the global record for clearing the demon fortress. Yet the Hunting Nation Military Academy discarded him like trash and slandered his tactical command ability. Shinzimo, who had massive resources at home, was eliminated in the 10th wave, yet he became a tactical master through special admission. What a hunting nation military academy! What a top-tier institution! Sun Jiangwo's face turned ashen, but he dared not speak further. He had realized he had incurred the wrath of the crowd and feared the matter would escalate, so he decided to play dead and let it cool down. Meanwhile, as Su Chen finished resting, the 71st to 80th waves of demons came charging in. It's actually Soul Snatchers. The live stream erupted in chaos. The relaxed and carefree expressions on their faces vanished in an instant. Su Chen also solemnly educated the bewildered rookie adventurers. The so-called Soul Snatcher is a rather rare high-level demon. They have two innate abilities, both extremely perverse. The first is Borrowing Corpse, which allows them to possess the bodies of our human warriors and gain most of their skills from when they were alive. The second is Soul Snatching, which can directly extract the soul of an adventurer using powerful mental force, taking over their body. Su Chen spoke as if facing a great enemy, gravely saying, "Just imagine, a comrade you trust with your back suddenly being possessed by a soul snatcher. Stabbing you in the back, wouldn't that be an easy success? And the most terrifying part is the suspicion that arises from this. The mutual distrust. Comrades can no longer trust each other. Everyone fears being ambushed. Isn't that terrible? Unless there are mental-type adventurers to cast anti-mental shield on the NPCs, how can we fight against the soul snatchers?" The audience felt a sweat for Su Chen. The moment to truly showcase tactical prowess has arrived. Sun Jiangwo from the Hunter Nation Military Academy laughed heartily. Is Su Chen still just watching the fight? Humph. Even if Su Chen is eliminated in the 71st wave, he has already made history, raising the world record of the 55th wave by a full 16 waves. Who dares to underestimate him? Su Chen's abilities surpass all the top students from your military academy. Bufian coldly questioned, her mystic sanctuary not intimidated by the Hunter Nation Military Academy at all. Sun Jiangwo laughed shamelessly 3 times, pretending to be calm as he poured himself tea. Just luck. Perhaps he can run rampant for a while, but ultimately it won't hold up. However, an astonishing scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. The tension on Su Chen's face suddenly vanished, replaced by a sly grin. I'm so scared. Oh, I'm just pretending. Audience friends, isn't it just a soul snatcher? It's no big deal. Watch me easily crush them. After saying that, he waved at the 120 elite warriors and 108 dragon knights, same as before. Just watch the fight. Put. The tea in Sun Jiangwo's mouth shot out, splattering across Shen Jinghong's face. Ah, this. Su Chen is too arrogant. He won't crash, will he? Principal Zhao Renjie felt a sweat for him. Chen Xuanyi, however, was quite calm. I think he's very open-minded, quite carefree. I guess he realizes he has no cards to play against the Soul Snatcher, so he simply gives up and prepares to leave the outcome to the NPCs of the Demon Fortress. Well, knowing when to let go is also a sign of great courage. Yes, after all, it is a Soul Snatcher. Bufian's delicate face was filled with helplessness as she sighed. They are in ghost form, immune to physical attacks, and their attack type is soul-based. I remember that adventurers below the 3rd tier basically have no soul-based abilities. High-level demons live up to their name. Su Chen, this is where it ends. Shen Jinghong let out a long sigh, feeling satisfied. What he feared was the fixed reward that would inevitably come after the global first completion of the Demon Fortress, a random legendary, epic, or even artifact-level exclusive item. Many record-breaking prodigies relied on this unique reward to embark on their brilliant paths to fame. He had specifically come to target Su Chen, for no other reason, since his son had offended him deeply. There was no need to mend their relationship. He would directly take away Su Chen's opportunity, suppress him to the dust, and make him a mediocre failure. After all, while his son had indeed made a colossal mistake, everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. Who wouldn't protect their own? As a loving father, after educating his son, he should, and could only, do his utmost to clean up after him. The global audience was also pessimistic. The audience from Gaul, after all, it's a soul snatcher. Just raise the white flag and surrender. We're familiar with this. The audience from Elephant Nation, why do all these soul snatchers look like beautiful women? Voodoo. The more I look, the more I feel it has more charm than a giant lizard. How about this? Su Chen, you turn off the live stream. Enjoy yourself first, then exit the dungeon. The audience from the Korean peninsula exclaimed. The demon that steals others' bodies. They must share the same origin as us stealing countries. So, Our demons from the Korean peninsula can indeed easily slaughter the geniuses of the Dragon Kingdom, right? However, just as the 71st wave of monsters attacked, Soo-chan pointed forward. Hey, Monkey King, you've worked hard. Jump down from the city wall and be a target for the Soul Stealer. Without a word, Black Wukong climbed down the city wall and agilely reached the front of the battlefield. Ha, is he crazy? On such a vast battlefield, there's only a lonely summoned beast. It will become the target of all the Soul Stealers. The audience was in an uproar. As this was an outcome everyone understood. Ha, does he think he's losing too slowly? As a tactical master who publishes 5 high-scoring papers annually in authoritative military journals, Sun Jangwo immediately pointed out, that giant monkey summon is the only support Soo-chan has to hold out for 70 waves. I've observed it. It has a steel-like body and extremely high attributes. Most demons can't break its defense, making it the perfect meat shield. That's why it helped the NPCs in the demon fortress significantly reduce casualties, successfully snowballing and building a top-tier temporary follower team. But once it's occupied by the Soul Stealer, the balance shifts. He's strong, I'm weak. All of Soo-chan's advantages will turn into huge disadvantages. Sun Jangwo struck a profound scholar's pose, pulling out a folding fan and elegantly playing with it. I can already see Soo-chan's end. Inside the Bailiang Academy, there was also a silence. Most students hoped Soo-chan could defend to level 99 and achieve the first clear of the demon fortress. But unfortunately, encountering an irresistible force like the Soul Stealer, they could only stop here. Sigh, what bad luck. We can only blame the dungeon designer for being a psychopath. Actually stuffing Soul Stealers into a level 1 novice dungeon. Isn't this deliberately making things difficult? It seems this dungeon was never designed to be cleared from the start. We can only consider ourselves unlucky. The students were helplessly furious, watching Sun Jangwo revel in his small triumph, while Shen Zimo displayed a mocking arrogance, and Shin Jinghong relaxed in disdain. However, just as the Soul Stealers soared into the air, transforming into terrifying shrieks of black mist and drilling into Black Wukong's head, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded occurred. The attack of the Soul Stealer seemed like butter colliding with molten lava, sizzling and emitting black smoke, then evaporating, disintegrating into countless soul fragments. Ha, did I see that wrong? Sun Jangwo's smile instantly froze, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Countless Soul Stealers soared into the air, like fireflies drawn to a flame, trying to occupy Black Wukong's body. However, put, all the cackling Soul Stealers that charged and evaporated within the great sage's body, all perishing, and the Monkey King merely stood on the ground, holding his staff, with an indifferent expression, like a lighthouse attracting all the Soul Stealers' attention. That's an absolute soul strength suppression. Chu Tianqi from the Yanhuang Military Academy joyfully slammed the table. Soo-chan, oh Soo-chan, how many surprises do you have that I don't know about? This summon creature is not an ordinary summon in the common sense. It has spiritual roots and seems to possess a complete life arc. Having weathered many storms, its soul is whole. The attack of the Soul Stealer, in principle, is a direct competition of soul strength. Whoever is stronger will occupy the initiative of the body. Just like a dual personality in a mental illness, the strong personality will enslave the weak one. Chen Xuani was very satisfied. So that's how it is. Soo-chan is indeed a top student. Although he is just a low-level practitioner and has no means to deal with soul attacks, his foundational knowledge is solid, and he understands the principles of soul attacks very well. So, he deliberately used a summon creature with extremely high soul strength as a live target, throwing it into the center of the battlefield. At this moment, the global audience was filled with astonishment and confusion. Did he cheat? Why are those soul snatchers, who clearly saw their companions sacrifice themselves, still rushing forward to their deaths? What kind of god-level summon creature is this? Quickly contact Soo-chan. I'm willing to pay 1 billion to buy it out. Mamma mia. In such a dire situation, it can still turn the tide. Is it really going to be a global first clear of the demon fortress tonight? Although Soo-chan couldn't see the barrage, it was as if he could perceive human nature, the corners of his lips curving into a slight arc. I guess many people must be questioning the intelligence of high-level demons. Why do they still madly crash into my monkey brother's body after seeing their companions die? Soo-chan shook his head. I advise those professionals holding this view to retake the second-year high school biology course. It's clearly stated in the section on high-level demons that the instinct of soul snatchers is to devour powerful souls, living by dying. Their instinct is irresistible. because once they successfully devour a high-level life form, they can transform into a soul snatcher lord, evolving into a higher form. Moreover, any solid fortress, if persistently attacked, will eventually be torn apart. Every soul snatcher hopes to be that lucky one. My summon creature just happens to possess a strong, resilient, and invincible powerful soul. Su Chen reminisced with a hint of nostalgia, recalling the story of the black myth, Wukong. He had raised the rebellious Rui Jingubang 3 times towards the heavenly court. He aimed to slay the gods of the heavenly court and the Buddhas of Ling Mountain, who sought immortality by feeding on the souls of the people. One call of Wukong, a lifetime of the great sage. It should be noted that soul is a term from the West, its Eastern equivalent is Yuanshan. During the 81 trials of the journey to the West, Wukong had once left his Yuanshan, traversing the Ling Mountain and the underworld, seeking the Demon King and visiting the Bodhisattva. How formidable was that? A mere soul snatcher thinks it can destroy his Yuanshan? It dares to covet his body? Furthermore, the 6-ding divine fire in the Taishan Laojuan's alchemy furnace had refined the great sage's physical body to perfection, making it extremely difficult for the soul snatchers to find a way to invade the great sage's soul, only to crash futilely against his Yuanshan. The corners of Su Chen's lips curled slightly as he spoke eloquently in the live broadcast. This livestream has a high academic content, do you all understand? The stronger the soul, the more fatal the temptation it poses to the soul snatchers, making them willingly crash to their deaths before my summoned creature. Of course, if there were a high-level soul snatcher lord on the battlefield, it could order all the soul snatchers to give up and instead attack those ordinary soldiers lacking resistance. Su Chen smiled, but the Demon Fortress is ultimately just a level 1 novice dungeon. Even at the nightmare difficulty, a high-level demon lord cannot appear. The reason is even simpler: insufficient performance, insufficient power. The audience looked bewildered. They were trying to grasp the biological concepts. Why did Su Chen suddenly shift to performance and power? Although Su Chen couldn't see the barrage, it was as if he could see through the mundane, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. I know many people might not understand what I mean, but the principle is quite simple. Listen to my analysis. What concept is a high-level soul snatcher lord? He spread his hands. That's a proper demon lord. Killing it guarantees a 100% drop of a divine artifact. And dungeons are not reality, all demons are simulated by the AI of the dungeon. To simulate a demon lord, how much performance would be needed? How much electricity would it consume? It's like dreaming of running a AAA game on an old person's phone while demanding 8K resolution and 144 Hz refresh rate, purely a fantasy. The audience, what he said makes so much sense. We can't refute it. Su Chen, you truly are a top student. Our secret sanctuary has been lacking a strategist of unparalleled cunning for years. The more Bu Fian looked at Su Chen, the more intrigued she became, intent on recruiting him. Beside her, Shen Jinghong was instantly furious, a mix of shock and anger swirling within him. He had racked his brain to get close to Su Chen and had privately promised to donate a teaching building to the Hunting Nation Military Academy, just to snatch away the special admission slot that rightfully belonged to Su Chen from Deputy Director Sun Jiangwo. He thought he could finally cut off Su Chen's opportunities, stifling him during his university years and making him just another face in the crowd. But he never expected this. The secret sanctuary, stronger than the Iron Blood Alliance, actually intended to extend an olive branch, and Su Chen was being positioned as a core decision-making advisor, strategist. Regretting it now? Chu Tianqi, the vice president of the Yanhuang Military Academy, laughed maniacally as he stood before Sun Jiangwo of the Hunting Nation Military Academy, a mocking expression on his face. Su Chen actually possesses a strategic summoning creature. A giant monkey that isn't even level 10 yet can already withstand hundreds or thousands of soul snatcher attacks. With a little training, it could become a trump card against the soul snatcher horde. Any military district would spare no effort to recruit such strategic talent. Chu Tianqi spat as he spoke, his expression one of ecstasy, like a talent scout spotting a prized horse at a bargain. A second lieutenant rank? That's just the starting point for Su Chen. He pounded his chest, making a thunderous sound. I dare to bet my career that once he graduates, a military district will definitely promise him a major rank and recruit him. In the future, whenever a city faces a demon invasion and a wave of soul snatchers erupts, Su Chen will only need to make a slight move to instantly become the hero who turns the tide. At that time, our Yanhuang Military Academy's alumni points will soar, quickly surpassing yours and claiming the top spot among military academies. As soon as these words were spoken, Sun Jiangwo's expression changed dramatically. Mayor Chen Shuani added with precision. Vice President Chu Tianqi's foresight is commendable. Scientists from all universities and research institutions across Long Nation have exhausted their efforts but have yet to find an effective method to combat the soul snatchers. Our human souls are inherently weaker than demons and are easily ambushed by soul snatchers. And Su Chen's giant monkey seems to possess a naturally strong soul, originating from some otherworldly dimension. That it can be summoned by Su Chen is truly a blessing for our Long Nation. Sun Jiangwo suddenly said. Indeed. Such a formidable summoning creature has significant research value. I suggest the state urgently requisition it and submit it to the Academy of Sciences for dissection and study. If a major breakthrough in the field of summoning can be discovered, benefiting summoners worldwide, Su Chen will be forever recorded in history. The crowd immediately turned pale with anger. What a despicable scoundrel! President Zhao Ranjie's refined face turned green with rage, spouting lofty ideals, pretending to act for Long Nation, but in reality, just wanting to destroy a future hero. Many students from Beiliang glared angrily. What a patriotic first military academy director! You've made a fortune today, and your family is rolling in wealth. Why not contribute to the national treasury to support the frontline war? When requisitioning from others, you strike hard. When it comes to voluntary donations, you cower. Bah! You claim to act for Long Nation, but in truth, you're plotting against a rising talent. How shameless! Sun Jiangwo retorted with a strange laugh. Clearly beneficial to the country, and yet you all oppose it? In my view, it's time to investigate your backgrounds. Many of you might be foreign spies. TCH, old dog, you really take your own words too seriously. Bofian casually countered. Our Long Nation's higher-ups have always only requisitioned idle equipment and the corpses of summoned beasts. There has never been a case of forcibly seizing a summoner's life-summoning beast. That would be killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Sun Jiangwo snorted coldly. Times have changed, and the front lines are becoming increasingly tense. Special kinds of demons are increasing. The threat of the soul snatcher is imminent. To win the war and defeat the demon invaders, seizing a student's summoned beast is a trivial cost. Nothing more than a negligible price. He proudly pointed to the emblem of the military academy of the hunting nation on his chest. Is it that I am closer to the power structure and understand the policies better? Or is it you, a mere wild force girl, who understands better? After saying this, he curled his lips slightly and saluted. Everything for the Dragon Nation. The crowd felt a chill in their hearts and fell silent. After all, the deputy director of the admissions office of the 1st Military Academy definitely belonged to the military decision-making level, and his words carried significant weight. TCH, shut up. Your words are tarnishing the Dragon Nation. At this moment, Vice Principal Chu Tianqi sneered. To covet a hero's life-bound summoned beast? Do you think you are worthy? Do you really think that by claiming to act in the name of righteousness, you can act despicably without restraint? Do you think the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation are as foolish as you? It is well known that a life-bound summoned beast is often soul-bound to the summoner. Once taken away, it is equivalent to carving out a part of the summoner's soul, which will inevitably harm their talent and potential, leading to a drastic drop in attributes. They will become a mediocre person, with no future to speak of. Chu Tianqi snorted coldly. That is merely a necessary cost for the Dragon Nation to fight against the abyss. If Su Chen is unwilling, then he is unpatriotic. Sun Jiangwo shouted. You, a desk-bound coward avoiding frontline battles, are in no position to define who is a patriot. Chu Tianqi trembled with anger. A citizen of the Dragon Nation only needs to fulfill their duty of paying taxes and defending the country, and that already makes them a true patriot. If there really are officials who come to find Su Chen with a special requisition order, trying to force him to surrender the giant monkey, wanting him to sacrifice his future and prospects, then I can only say, there are probably many other countries more worthy of Su Chen's love than the Dragon Nation. Chu Tianqi's words were shocking, leaving Sun Jiangwo dumbfounded. You are being treasonous. What's wrong? Want to say I'm not a patriot? Chu Tianqi laughed heartily, lifting his coat to reveal his scarred abdomen. Look at this scar from a bite mark. He poked at a gruesome scar nearly 30 centimeters long. This is proof of my defense during the Battle of the Falling Sky, where I held the line and fought fiercely against the High Serpent Demon Lord. Our squad fought until the last man, which was me, ultimately slaying 78 High Serpent demons, successfully completing the sniping mission, all with heads as proof. I was thus awarded first-class merit in the Dragon Nation. promoted to the rank of colonel, and after my death, I will be inscribed on the Memorial of Heroes. Chu Tianqi then pointed to other scars one after another. This is not a tattoo, it is the mark left by the acid of the underworld dragon Salakaris, eternal and unyielding. Do you understand what this means? It is the mark of all who participated in the Dragon Nation's Operation Dragon Slayer No. 008, which means if I were not a Loki person, I would be qualified to wear a Dragon Slayer honor badge on my chest. Look at this dent, it's because I lost a rib. That happened during the 137th Abyss counterattack, when I was ambushed by a bug demon lord leading 8,000 offspring, falling into a bug nest, where my ribs were pulled out one by one for their amusement. When my comrades rescued me, the accompanying healer retrieved my scattered ribs from the bug nest and put them back inside me. But unfortunately, one was missing. After saying this, Chu Tianqi proudly puffed out his chest and questioned, "Are you saying that I, Chu Tianqi, a first-class combat hero of the Dragon Nation, a holder of the Dragon Slayer badge, a holder of the Demon Hunter badge, a veteran who will dedicate my life to my country and will eventually be called a martyr, do not love my country?" Sun Jiangwo stumbled back, tripped, and fell to the ground. "I didn't say that. I didn't say anything. You can testify." He couldn't afford to bear the crime of insulting martyrs. Get lost. Su Chen will be protected by the Yanhuang Military Academy. No one can seize his life-summoning beast under any pretext. Chu Tianqi crossed his arms and said indifferently, "Besides, just look at the global live broadcast. Every country is witnessing his heroic stance as he breaks through the demon fortress. Such a prodigy. And instead of protecting him and shielding him from the storm, you want to harm him? Let me put it bluntly, if he intends to change his nationality, he would immediately receive hundreds of invitation letters." Just as Chu Tianqi said, the footage of Su Chen effortlessly annihilating all the soul snatchers in waves 71 to 80 was quickly transmitted back to the military headquarters of various countries as important military intelligence. After all, the soul snatchers, as high-level demons, have always been a key research focus for all nations. The Eagle Nation allocates $60 billion annually from Congress to support cutting-edge research on soul snatchers. Spare no effort to win over Su Chen. This directive from various countries was the consensus of all major powers. Thus, in Su Chen's live broadcast room, countless accounts representing their respective countries immediately began to generously tip him while leaving messages. "I am very interested in you personally. I hope to discuss in detail. I would like to invite you to be the spokesperson for our multinational company. With fees starting at over 10 million, please be informed. Our school has unanimously decided that student Su Chen can come to study at our Cambridge University without an entrance exam, with a full scholarship, no foreign language requirements, and we will provide a job recommendation letter after graduation. We hope you will consider it." Mayor Chen Shuani widened his eyes in amazement and said, "Indeed, the impact of the soul snatchers is profound. Just in the last 10 minutes, Su Chen has received 20 million in tips." Principal Zhao Renji also sighed. "That professional card of his seems to have been bought for 20 million, he has earned it back in an instant." Meanwhile, amidst Su Chen's slightly bored yawn, the 81st to 90th waves of demons appeared on the horizon. A huge battle achievement board suddenly appeared on the walls of the demon fortress. The system prompt for the instance dungeon arrived as expected. "Congratulations, student Su Chen. The demon fortress instance dungeon is nearing its end. Due to prolonged attacks without success, the demon army is extremely angry and is about to send out all its elite troops. You will no longer drop items, all kills will only convert into experience and merit. The conversion ratio of monsters to merit is as follows: a stone demon lord, 2 merit points; insect demon lord, 1. 5 merit points; flame demon." At the end of a long list, there was a scarlet special mark, Medusa, 100 merit points. What the hell? The lazy Su Chen instantly jumped 3 feet high, his eyes nearly popping out. Is this cheating? Such a perverse monster actually appears in the demon fortress? What's wrong? Seeing this, most of the audience looked slightly astonished. After all, since they entered the live broadcast room, they had only heard phrases like "just watch" and "casually mess around," and had seen Su Chen's powerful summons effortlessly slaughtering demons. Many people thought to themselves, if only I were a summoner, I could take on these weak demons too. So when the difficulty of the demon fortress truly arrived, the audience felt somewhat incredulous. Su Chen took a deep breath and solemnly addressed the camera. "Sorry, friends from various countries, I might not have time to explain later. A real bloodbath is about to begin." After saying that, his fingertip pressed on the last name on the list, Medusa. a rather ordinary legendary demon. Hiss. All global viewers, whether lying in bed watching the live stream on their phones, sitting at their computers with one arm propping up their chin, or gathered in the living room watching the live stream on the TV together, collectively gasped in shock. This is insane. Medusa. Mamma mia. Are you kidding me? A legendary demon in a level 1 dungeon? This global first clear is way too valuable. Can it still be a first clear? People of all skin colors, Asian, Caucasian, Black, sweated nervously for Su Chen. Suddenly, Principal Zhao Renjie grabbed Mayor Chen Xuanyi by the throat. This scene left everyone present in shock, because all the students knew the principal's profession: a healing mage, a pure support healer, a dignified 6th tier sword immortal, the sword saint of wind slashing, undoubtedly a tough guy, was being choked by a healing mage? It was an explosive abstract scene, comparable to a toad riding a swan or a teddy dog riding a dragon. Did you get drunk and make this up while doing the dungeon? Zhao Renjie angrily questioned. Did you just want to torture the students? Throwing a legendary overlord into a level 1 dungeon? You bastard. Watch me pull your hair and crush your eggs. The students were petrified as if struck by Medusa. Ahem. Please mind your image. Bufian hurriedly pulled the two fighting old men apart. I think Mayor Chen must have special thoughts. I just wanted to restore the true history. Chen Xuanyi awkwardly said. The Demon Fortress was the first dungeon I created when I first became mayor, and I was quite inexperienced. At that time, I just wanted to restore historical facts and forgot that its target users were level 1 novice adventurers. Plus, over the years, the highest record was only 55 waves, so I forgot that the boss at wave 90 was Medusa and never modified it again. Humph. Principal Zhao Renjie was very frustrated. Directing the students to disperse, don't block the dungeon exit, prepare flowers and cannons for me, and roll out the red carpet. Although Su Chen stops here, it's not because he didn't try hard, it's just that he encountered an unreliable trash mayor. Such is fate. He is still the pride of our Bailiang Academy, and the school band will play The Sun Also Rises to encourage him to keep going. Mayor Chen Xuanyi awkwardly said. I will privately give him some beginner gear as encouragement. He said it voluntarily. Save the video and audio as proof. Zhao Renjie changed his expression in an instant. Now that's more like it. Damn. Zhao Renjie, you old thief. You just deliberately stirred my feelings of regret to make me propose compensation? Chen Xuanyi was dumbfounded. Extremely annoyed. We who fight in the battlefield are ultimately not as thick-skinned and black-hearted as you office workers. Alas. Your little compensation can't compare to the honor, rewards, and huge exposure brought by the global first clear of Demon Fortress. Zhao Renjie sighed, a look of regret on his face. Perhaps, Su Chen still has a way to get through. His close friend Song Qingfeng gritted his teeth, but he also knew this was just a pure beautiful dream. Bufian also said, look, Su Chen has never given up, he is still running, trying to find a glimmer of hope in a desperate situation. We should support him. In the live broadcast, Su Chen quickly walked up to the supply officer. I want to claim all the accumulated experience points. As you command, Lord Su Chen. Then, streams of golden light gathered. Su Chen, relying on his massive experience reserves, directly leveled up to level 10. Generally speaking, a level 1 novice adventurer's first dungeon can level up to around level 5. But first, Su Chen's difficulty was nightmare level, and second, every first clear of Demon Fortress would grant additional experience rewards, which were quite substantial, allowing him to jump straight to level 10. Su Chen didn't want to level up to level 10 in front of a global audience because, as everyone knows, every 10 levels for an adventurer is a threshold that allows for extra rewards. This would be an unknown trump card for Su Chen. But, after weighing the pros and cons, he believed that the global first clear reward of Demon Fortress was the current top priority. What if, by sheer luck, I draw a divine artifact? In life, one must have dreams, who knows? I might just become a lucky one. On the panel, Su Chen's attributes surged. Su Chen class, summoner level, 10/100 attributes, strength 24, constitution 22, agility 25, spirit 29, summoned beast space, 2/3, available to draw 10 level reward, class skill book. Su Chen no longer hesitated, closed his eyes, and said, Drawl. Global players, having all come from the novice phase, understood Su Chen's actions at a glance and began to anticipate. Eagle Country audience, although you are from Dragon Country, You resemble our nation's superhero, a mortal body fighting against legends. There's a bit of blood boiling in this, let's support you this once. Harmony Country audience, Chen-san, unleash your little universe. The cherry blossoms of your hometown will bloom for you, we are all cheering for you right now. Elephant Country audience, TCH, everyone pretending to be internationalists. Is it only our country's audience that genuinely hopes Chen dies at the hands of Medusa? Sigh, we are too real. And you are too hypocritical. Galia Country audience, go home and drink curry. You third rate. Every time humanity defeats a legendary demon, it greatly inspires the global resistance against abyssal invasions and provides valuable reference data for human scientists, benefiting all global players. This is a great battle for the benefit of all humanity. And you fools are still making sarcastic remarks, truly short-sighted. I got it. Great. Chen suddenly opened his eyes, satisfied as he looked at the drawn talent skill. Beast King Aura skill type, passive effect, increases the health and attack power of all your beast type summoned beasts by 50%. A simple yet effective talent skill. Just what I needed. Very good. Chen used it directly and saw that both Black Wukong and Chingcho Fox had their health and attack power significantly increased. Once done, he turned to the quartermaster and said, bring out the merit list, I want to spend it all. Yes, sir. Chen spent 200 merit points and directly acquired the set he had long coveted but ultimately decided to give up. Heart of the Swarm, Summoner Class Set. Note, this set is exclusive to the Demon Fortress dungeon and cannot be obtained through other means. Quality, Dark Gold level requirement, none 2-piece effect, all summoned beasts levels +1. Unaffected by Summoner's level limit 4-piece effect, all summoned beasts levels +2. Additionally gain 1 summoned beast slot effects of individual pieces, Swarm Armor, Defense +5. All elemental resistance +5. Has a damage reduction aura that decreases all summon damage by 10%. Swarm Boots, Defense +2. All elemental resistance +2. Speed +5. Has a swiftness aura that increases all summon speed by 10%. Swarm Gloves, Defense +2. All elemental resistance +2. Attack +2. Has a strong strike aura that increases all summoned attack by 10%. Swarm Helm, Defense +5. All elemental resistance +5. Has a resilience aura that increases all summon life by 10%. Chen was quite satisfied with the attributes of the Heart of the Swarm set. Unfortunately, it was merely a level 1 set with no level requirements. Even though it was dark gold quality, even though it was exclusive to the summoner class, even though it was a limited product from the Demon Fortress dungeon, the values were low due to the level 1 cap, but Chen no longer felt pained by the expenditure of 200 merit points. What he valued most were the 4 major auras from the individual pieces. Black Myth Wukong was his trump card, so anything that could temporarily enhance its abilities was a timely help in his urgent need. Soon, Chen spent his last merit points to buy a monk's profession staff for Black Wukong, which he had previously purchased but could not use. Mystical Demon Subduing Staff quality, epic level requirement, level 13 attack, 25 all skill levels +1 all elemental resistances +5 strength +5 agility +5 constitution +10 critical hit rate, +20% splash damage, +20%. It was indeed a super strong epic staff, and its attributes were quickly uncovered and announced in the live stream. The audience buzzed with discussion. TSK. As expected of a hidden reward from a dungeon, it's directly epic. That giant monkey, is it actually a summoning beast of the monk profession? Interesting. Its power will soar because of this staff. Everyone, I just realized, Chen has been hiding his strength. He has accumulated a large amount of experience without allocating points and has a pile of merit points he hasn't spent. He's quite scheming. A clever boy. Just now, it was Chen in casual mode. Now it's Chen in top student mode. They are not comparable. But many sharp-eyed people also noticed the trick. After holding back for a while, not daring to speak in front of the big shots, Shinzimo finally burst into laughter. Chen made a fool of himself under the immense pressure from Medusa. That mystical demon subduing staff is indeed powerful, but unfortunately, the minimum level requirement is level 13, and a professional can only gain experience up to level 10 in a dungeon. It can't be higher. Shinzimo showed disdain. Chen's thoughts are easy to guess. He probably has his eyes on the staff's splash damage, wanting that giant monkey to hit down and splash damage over a wide area, creating a crushing effect. Unfortunately, he overlooked the level requirement. Beside him, Secretary Zhao Muyu immediately covered her face, slightly disgusted and embarrassed, saying, "Young Master Shen, Let's say less to avoid mistakes. Too much talk leads to loss. What do you mean? Shen blared angrily. Her meaning is very simple. Bu Fian chuckled lightly. Level restrictions are not unbreakable. There are many ways to solve it. For example, a suffix that reduces equipment requirements, level requirement -5. She directly showcased an epic level leg armor. Or, a custom gem embedded, equipment requirement reduced by 10%. Bu Fian casually took out an expensive runestone from her bag. She shrugged her fragrant shoulders and continued to give examples. Look, search online for the artifact, Supreme Demon Sword. Its holder can ignore all equipment level restrictions. And there's also a legendary universal skill called Universal Skillful Hands. Thieves with this skill can also ignore level requirements when choosing daggers. Shen was momentarily speechless from the rebuttal but still stubbornly countered. The examples you gave are all high-level equipment that's hard to obtain. Where would Su Chen get them? Open your cash-spending eyes wide and take a good look at Su Chen. Bu Fian pouted, her eyes shining as she looked at Su Chen, who was trading up. Wow, he actually got a set of dark gold armor that doesn't exist in the current known equipment catalog. Now, there's something to see. Heart of the Swarm, as a special set for the Demon Fortress dungeon. Due to no one clearing it, it had never circulated to the outside world. Su Chen was completely wrapped in a brand new set forged from insect demon leather armor. The smooth, fitted line showcasing his 8-pack abs, and the noble dark gold color exuded a mysterious and regal vibe. The 4 great halos shimmered with a hazy hue, clearly high-quality divine gear. Shen stared in shock, feeling greedy, jealous, and enviously captivated. The next moment, Black Wukong directly shouldered the mystical demon subduing staff, showing no sense of incongruity, even performing a unique staff technique from another world on the spot. Wow, that giant monkey summon has mastered the martial arts of the rogue class. What an amazing all-round summon. It can use monk equipment and has the skills of a rogue. And just now it was wielding a paladin's staff. But Su Chen's journey of becoming stronger was far from over. Because he exerted great effort. Going through all this, his goal was not just these minor enhancements in stats. Su Chen's true aim was to unlock the potential of Monkey King. You see, in the final battle of Black Myth, Wukong, the Monkey King could unleash the power of the heavens and the earth. In his giant form, he could beat down the 4 heavenly kings and fiercely battle Erlangshan, showing immense strength. If he could unlock this skill for Black Wukong ahead of time, it would create suspense in dealing with Medusa. But unfortunately, when Su Chen examined the Monkey King's stats, he only saw a string of old skills: Indestructible LV, 11, Legendary, Transform LV, 11, Legendary, Hair Clone LV, 2, Legendary. Well, I guess I was too greedy. The power of the heavens and the earth is an ultimate skill and can't be unlocked too early. Su Chen sighed, but when he caught sight of the little transparent Chingcho fox, he was momentarily stunned. Because her innate skill was infinite growth, she could awaken an additional skill every 5 levels. Now that she had accompanied Su Chen to level 10, she had awakened 2 major skills. Fox Demon Talent, Charm plus 20. Can charm all enemies within a 50-meter radius whose mental strength is lower than her own for a short time. Interesting, even though it's just a supportive skill, it seems to have great potential to be tapped. A bold idea floated into Su Chen's mind. Immunity to all evils, all resistances plus 50. The little Chingcho fox's resistances are maxed out. Now she can face Medusa's petrification without fear. After all, this is just a level 1 dungeon, and 50 resistances should be more than enough. Su Chen murmured. Meanwhile, the demon army was already surging forward. Dark clouds loomed over the city, and black mist completely enveloped the demon fortress. Su Chen took a deep breath, called all his summons and followers, and stood at the city gate rather than on the city wall. He knew very well that this time, the mixed demon army included stone demons skilled at turning stone to mud, flame demons capable of resisting fire magic, along with a massive number of high-level demons. There was no way the first city wall could hold. Finally, in front of the camera, Su Chen left a message: "Wish me luck. See you later." With that, he waved his hand in farewell and stepped into the torrent of battle. The professionals of the demon fortress all mobilized without any reservations. The only thing that gave Su Chen some comfort was that, due to the previous 80 waves having wiped out a massive number of demons, many of the defense troops that should have fallen long ago were preserved. The current forces were still quite ample. Far from the dire straits of true history. The cards I have in hand. Su Chen counted on his fingers. First, my summons are strong and robust. Second, All 7 layers of the demon fortress's walls are intact. According to second-day history, the commander detonated the high explosives buried in the walls during the evacuation, causing mass casualties to the demons. Since the dungeon's restoration is extremely high, there should be a similar setting. Third, there are complete NPC legions. Their strength is much greater than mine, but their command is rather rigid. Well, the dungeon is a stage for professionals to showcase themselves, so NPCs will naturally defend mechanically according to their programming. I need to mobilize all 3 advantages. Chen took a deep breath, squinted his eyes, and focused on the city gate that was being relentlessly battered by the siege hammer. Just a wall apart, for strong ogres had crimson eyes, completely ignoring the attacks from the city wall, pouring all their strength into assaulting the titanium alloy city gate. Bang! 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 Every fierce crash against the door resulted in large chunks of reinforced concrete shattering and falling, twisting the bolts of the city gate and causing the ground of the demon fortress to tremble. Boom! Finally, a bursting fireball from the flame demon became the last straw that broke the camel's back, helping the ogres break through the city gate. But what awaited them was not an easily attainable victory, but the long-awaited Chen and his summoned army. Monkey King, surround and beat the ogres. Dragon Riders, immediately flank and trap the demons at the gate. Warriors, follow me to kill the enemies head-on and drive the beasts out of our home. The concise yet precise commands prompted everyone to spring into action. Outside the instance, the audience was tense, their hearts stirred by the live broadcast, as if they were fighting alongside Chen. Will we win? Murmured Bufian, leaning against the cherry blossom tree, her delicate hand pinching her exquisite chin. Worry etched on her fair and beautiful face. Her graceful and voluptuous figure attracted countless furtive glances from classmates, yet she remained oblivious. We will win. Zhao Muyu adjusted her intellectual black-framed glasses, arms crossed, immediately accentuating her ample bosom, creating a deep, bottomless white ravine. Oh, aren't you the secretary of the Iron Blood Alliance? How come you're speaking for Chen? The assassin asked, puzzled. I'm writing my resignation letter. The secretary's right hand furiously tapped on her office phone's keypad. I was planning to wait to be fired and collect an N+1 compensation, but upon careful thought, I really don't dare to go against the Iron Blood Alliance, so I can only voluntarily give up the compensation and adopt an attitude of I've been honest. Please let me go. Meanwhile, the reclusive director's son Jiangwo poked his head out. Humph. Is that it? His command ability doesn't seem that great, does it? There's really no high-end maneuvering. Can he really withstand the demons? Vice Principal Chu Tianqi scoffed. A fool who only understands theoretical discussions, clearly lacking any battlefield experience. So-called battlefield command is never the best or the most advanced, but the most effective. He earnestly taught all the students from Beiliang, don't learn the outdated academic nonsense from the first military academy. Know that the battlefield changes rapidly, and commands are hard to communicate. We must simplify all commands and convey the most information with the simplest words. What Chen is doing is the standard battlefield command. Learn from it. Son Jiangwo huffed in anger, pulling out a pile of magazines from his briefcase to display. I've published a total of 28 heavyweight papers in authoritative military magazines, helping me achieve a professorship. What about you? Chu Tianqi coldly laughed, taking out a medal from his pocket and slapping it on the table. I beheaded over 10,000 real demons and served as a commander in 6 historically recorded battles. What about you? The scene erupted in laughter, the banter between the 1st Military Academy and the 3rd Military Academy creating a very entertaining atmosphere. Meanwhile, the instance had erupted into the most brutal bloodbath. Hey! Black Wukong and 12 hair-like clones violently charged at the ogres. Although they were slightly inferior in size, their attributes still dominated. Chen, with painstaking effort, exhausted all resources to equip the mysterious demon-subduing staff, which proved to be remarkably effective. A strike came down hard, triggering a critical hit, directly turning the already bloodied ogre into meat paste. The 20% splash effect directly covered the narrow entrance of the city gate, simultaneously crushing the blood demons that followed the ogres in. The dragon riders had also surrounded the flanks. They were heavy cavalry in thick armor, like iron cans. When they pulled out their heavy battle shields and formed a textbook standard oval formation for strict defense, a shocking scene unfolded for the global audience. Behind the shattered city gate, Chen had created a pocket formation of copper walls and iron walls. The dragon knights held the flanks with heavy battle shields, while 13 giant monkeys formed a line of scattered soldiers at the front. Then crazily triggered area splash damage. A large number of demons, upon rushing through the city gates, were directly obliterated by the splash damage, leaving no trace of their remains. Only a few elite demons and high-ranking demons could withstand the first wave of attacks, but they would immediately be evaporated in an instant by the ranged firepower of Su Chen, the Chingcho Fox, and 120 elite warriors. This defense lasted for a tedious 10 minutes of relentless slaughter. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Sun Jiangwo's face changed dramatically. According to the data returned from the terminals of various dungeons, analyzed with statistical models, it is known, after the city gate is breached, 95% of the walls will fall within 3 minutes. What a fool. This time, Principal Zhao Renji of the Beiliang Academy was unafraid of offending the first military academy, disdainfully saying, "Can't you see? Su Chen exhausted all resources just to activate the last affix of that mysterious demon-slaying staff, splash damage plus 20%, with a full 12 avatars, all inheriting 20% splash damage, plus the main body. That amounts to a terrifying 260% area damage, covering all demons within a 50-meter radius of the city gate. So of course he can hold it." Bu Fian watched with delight, captivated by Su Chen's calm command in the face of strong enemies, his unflinching demeanor under the demon siege, and his heroic spirit carving a bloody path out of despair, leaving her unable to contain her emotions for a long time. Zhao Muyu's beautiful eyes sparkled with a strange light, lost in thoughtful contemplation. That is merely cleverness in tackling dungeons. The leader of the Iron Blood Alliance, the 5th tier, wild fighter, Shen Jinghong, stepped forward to chime in. Seeing his ally Sun Jiangwo being scolded by the Beiliang students, he couldn't hold back. If it were real demons, they wouldn't be foolish enough to be surrounded and slaughtered by Su Chen's Q execution tactic. Shen Jinghong emphasized with a cold snort. It's only because this is a dungeon, and the demon's AI level is very low, equivalent to that of a 3-year-old child, that they keep rushing in to die. That's right. Sun Jiangwo's eyes lit up, immediately playing along. The reason Su Chen can succeed is purely because he is using a gamer's mindset to tackle the dungeon, which is actually very unrealistic. In other words, even if he can hold out to the 90th floor, it only means he is a keyboard warrior type, just of who excels only in dungeons. In reality, if he encounters a demon cub, he would just wet himself. The crowd glared at the two of them in disgust. Su Chen is just a high school senior, not yet on the battlefield. On what basis do you slander him as being afraid of demons in reality? Bu Fian couldn't help but question. Hands on her hips, Sun Jiangwo was skilled with words, adept at twisting arguments, and immediately shot back. How do you know Su Chen isn't a master in the game but a cowardly soft-shell turtle in reality? Can you prove it? Little girl, you need to provide evidence when you speak. Bu Fian was at a loss. She was only good at Master-level Backstab Max, Master-level Disembowel Max, and Master-level Heart Extraction Max, and wasn't very good at verbal sparring. Step aside. Let the national debate champion handle this. Zhao Muyu sent out the document she had prepared, then stepped forward without hesitation, coldly saying, "Miss Bu Fian, you have fallen into Mr. Sun Jiangwo's trap of sophistry. He has created a false logic. If you cannot prove that Su Chen is also strong in reality, then he is a coward. This logic is exactly like a famous fallacy. If you cannot prove that there are no ghosts in the world, then it proves that there are ghosts." Zhao Muyu scoffed, her exquisite face filled with disdain. His logic simply cannot withstand scrutiny, because every student in the world cannot prove that they will be brave and fearless when they step onto the battlefield in the future. Does that mean they are all cowards? Sun Jiangwo, of course, he didn't dare to take the bait, as launching a broadside against students worldwide would undoubtedly backfire and trigger a media storm. Shen Jinghong was furious, coldly glancing at the other party, Secretary Zhao Muyu. You seem to be a bit of a traitor, don't you? Taking our company's salary while speaking for our enemies? Zhao Muyu shrugged, helplessly saying, "Please check your email. Alliance Leader Shen. There is my resignation notice, effective from the moment you received the email. I have voluntarily given up my salary for this month and have no further ties with your Iron Blood Alliance." You! Shen Jinghong's gaze turned predatory. Traitor. Just a worker. No need to be so harsh with your words. Zhao Muyu casually pulled out her lip balm, applying a layer of glossy lip glaze to her alluring red lips, calmly saying, Aren't you and your son already preparing to make me the scapegoat for the Iron Blood Alliance's feud with Su Chen? You've already found the reason. The professional card I was responsible for purchasing had an issue, missing a top-tier hidden profession card, which should have belonged to Shen Zimo, and instead, I gave the opportunity to conquer the demon fortress to Su Chen. Shen Zimo gritted his teeth. Isn't that right? It's you who's the big fool. Jiamuyu rolled her eyes. Since I graduated and joined the Iron Blood Alliance, I have handled the procurement of 537 professional cards, without a single mistake or oversight. Yet you, without any evidence, baselessly slander me, saying I was blind and misread the description of a summoner professional card? She couldn't be bothered to play nice anymore. After all, even if she offended the Iron Blood Alliance, she had to protect her reputation as a professional agent, which was essential for future job applications at other companies. You. Shen Zimo racked his brain but couldn't find a rebuttal. Indeed, she had once been a renowned chief secretary in the industry, with outstanding achievements, and it was impossible for her to make such a low-level mistake. Their bickering was soon diverted by an event, in front of the demon fortress. Medusa, surrounded by a group of 8 armed Naga, arrived at the base of the city wall, before the city gate. Hiss! Foolish humans, you will ultimately be devoured by the abyss. She actually spoke human language, her high intelligence evident. A strange shield in the shape of a 33-faced polyhedron appeared around her body, providing all-around defense, blocking all arrows, magic projectiles, and stones. Su Chen's expression changed slightly in the live broadcast. That's Medusa's signature skill, Demon Magic Shield. The global audience also showed shock. The Gaul audience, where's my national flag? I feel it's time to wave our pure white flag. Family. The Korean audience, is that the high-level demon lord? Seems pretty average. If our warriors from Korea were to go out, it would only take 1 minute to capture Medusa, and then she would kneel under the Taiji flag, bowing to the descendants of our sun. The Elephant Country audience, my god, she's so beautiful. Sorry I couldn't help it. I've already pitched a little tent. Let's end today's live broadcast here. I can't hold it anymore. All snakes. Maybe my pet cobra is just as charming. Although the male audience from the Elephant Country collectively logged off, the total number of viewers in the live broadcast room surged by 2 million due to the excitement of Medusa's arrival. Everyone wanted to see how the academic elite from the Dragon Country would combat this demon lord with high attack, high defense, and high armor, possessing the two incredible abilities of Gaze Petrification and Demon Magic Shield. It's time, little fox, for you to put in some effort. Su Chen held the Chingcho fox and climbed up the city wall, looking at the 10-meter-tall giant snake demon. Come on, Medusa, let me show you the united strength of the demon fortress. Hiss. Medusa had already locked her gaze on Su Chen. With a certain level of AI intelligence, she was well aware that Su Chen was a formidable enemy of the Demon Legion, and he was also a summoner who was stereotypically easy to kill. She immediately turned her attention to him, her vertical pupils suddenly taking on a strange yellow hue. Don't look at her! All the spectators instinctively shouted in front of the display screen, but their warnings were destined to go unheard by Su Chen. Su Chen is doomed. How dare he show off in front of Medusa? What a fool! Probably just trying to show off in front of others, valuing views over life. Sun Jiangwo took the opportunity to make a snide remark. In the next moment, however, Su Chen raised the Chingcho fox high. He issued just 2 commands. Little fox, use your fox spirit talent to charm the group. All followers, lower your defenses and actively accept her charm. The response was unwavering trust. Yes. Orders received. Outside the instance, everyone was in an uproar, dumbfounded by Su Chen, unable to understand what he was doing. Soon, the charm took effect, and Su Chen along with his followers had their pupils transformed into heart shapes, gazing obsessively at the Chingcho fox, their hearts and eyes filled with her, leaving no room for anyone else. Thus, when Medusa's petrifying gaze came, a strange dark sheen swept over them, and then, immunity, the skill of a high-ranking demon lord completely failed, and all those who were charmed continued to unleash their attacks, striking at Medusa's body. What the hell is going on? The audience was bewildered. Is there a high-level professional to explain this? Is Su Chen cheating? How can he be immune to such a high-priority petrification? If I remember correctly, even magic immunity skills can't withstand the petrifying gaze, because that is a legendary skill, possessing priority that ignores magic immunity. Defense. and incorporeality. Someone who understands. Please explain the principle to us. It's urgent and crucial. Sun Jiangwo was furious. It must be cheating. What a disgrace. Showing the ugly scene of us, the Dragon Kingdom, cheating in front of a global audience. Shen looked disdainful. I guess the mayor of Beiliang must have intentionally adjusted the instance data from the backend to help Su Chen lower the difficulty. At this moment, looking at the students who were exchanging glances, Principal Zhao Renjie sighed and helplessly said to Shen, how do you usually manage to rank second in your grade? Just because Medusa is an obscure knowledge point, an extracurricular reference that won't be included in the college entrance examination. You don't read it at all? He sighed softly. Study. Children. Su Chen is indeed an outstanding graduate of our Beiliang Academy. He has thoroughly understood the knowledge point of Medusa and applied it skillfully, thus immunizing himself against the opponent's attack. Quickly explain. I don't understand either. Mayor Chen Xuani urged somewhat awkwardly. The entire faculty and student body clasped their hands together. Neither do I. Principal. Alright, after all, 99% of people will only see Medusa in videos and movies throughout their lives. So you probably didn't notice that page 132 of the extracurricular guide Dancing Face to Face with the Demon Lord states, the activation condition of the petrifying gaze technique is not the traditional making eye contact with Medusa, because according to numerous practical cases, closing one's eyes will also result in petrification. According to scientists who conducted battlefield experiments with murderers who had their eyes gouged out, the conclusion is, perceiving Medusa's killing intent is the true activation condition. After closing his eyes, he could still perceive Medusa through smell, touch, and even instinct, and would thus be petrified. Principal Zhao Renjie said softly. So, Su Chen applied what he learned. He had that fox demon summon charm the summon creatures under his command in advance, making them gaze wholeheartedly at the fox demon, with their eyes, ears, mouths, noses, and hearts all controlled by it, naturally unable to perceive Medusa. Therefore, they became immune to Medusa's legendary skill. My goodness, such a high-level maneuver? The students exclaimed in astonishment. This is what they call, as long as I gouge out my own eyes in advance, I won't be affected by flashbangs. Mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live stream, and I said I was admiring Su Chen's high-level live show. Now she's kneeling in front of the TV with me. Without the petrifying gaze, isn't Medusa just a live target? But the audience had many other questions. Bu Fian asked, after being charmed, why are Su Chen's summoned creatures still attacking Medusa? Their movements show no signs of being dazed at all. Zhao Renjie smiled. Because Su Chen is a summoner, he is controlling his summoned army through the fox demon's charm, like manipulating a marionette. It seems no different, but before it was through commands, now it's through mental control, a completely different method. Shen Zimo showed an incredulous expression. But, even if everyone else is charmed, those giant monkeys and that fox demon directly endured Medusa's petrifying gaze, why didn't they turn to stone? Zhao Renjie shook his head and said lightly, that's Su Chen's secret. But I guess he must have equipped all the items or treasures with petrification resistance to the giant monkeys and the fox demon, stacking their resistance to a level that can withstand Medusa. Or, when he reached level 10, Su Chen might have lucked out and drawn a skill that increases resistance. This time, he guessed half right. The Chingcho fox indeed relied on the awakened skill, immunity to all evils, which provided plus 50 to all resistances, allowing it to be unafraid of petrification. The black Wukong, on the other hand, was born from the last piece of colorful stone used by Nuwa to mend the sky, naturally a stone monkey, so it was not afraid of any petrification ability at all. It was like trying to drown a fish with water or suffocate a person with pure oxygen. It was simply impossible. Next, people excitedly witnessed the fall of the high-level demon lord. Fire element mages frantically threw explosive fireballs, which detonated on the divine magic shield. Druids released their flying magical pets to airstrike Medusa. Crossbowmen and archers shot at the highest speed. The most eye-catching, however, was Su Chen's summoned giant monkey, surrounding Medusa like the 13 protectors, engaging in a frenzied group assault. The sea of people tactic is always the most reliable battlefield killer, Su Chen said with a slight smile, revealing the confident smile of a winner. It seems the first 90 waves couldn't stop me. Having activated the Beast King aura and the 4-piece set of Swarm Heart, he provided a significant boost to his summoned creatures. Thus, Medusa's divine magic shield was visibly dimming at a rapid pace. As the name suggests, The magic shield relies on burning its own magic to provide damage absorption. Su Chen was not surprised, displaying the demeanor of a wise man in control. Its mana is finally exhausted, and its life is about to reach its end. Finally, under the gaze of the crowd, Medusa let out a desperate roar and collapsed to the ground. It exploded directly, dropping a multitude of items shimmering with strange luster. Su Chen bent down to pick up a skill book, which instantly turned to stone, and murmured in front of the live stream camera, "I can't be dreaming, right? A legendary skill book. Can this really drop from a level 1 dungeon?" The audience caught a glimpse and saw the text on the cover of the skill book, Magic Shield. In an instant, spellcasting professionals around the world went wild. A prince from an oil-rich nation roared, "Quick! Send someone to the Dragon Kingdom to contact Su Chen. I am willing to offer 100 million for the Magic Shield." A fifth-tier professional from the Kangaroo Nation said grimly, "Immediately dispatch a team of assassins to find Su Chen. We must seize this skill book, it has been priceless for a full 20 years. A high-ranking ninja from the He Nation directly contacted the person in charge of the Northern Liang region, at all costs. Secure the Magic Shield. Our Lord Onmyoji from the Black Dragon Group urgently needs it for defense." In front of the dungeon of the Northern Liang Academy, countless phones were ringing off the hook. Sun Jiangwo, the deputy director of the Hunter Nation Military Academy, immediately wore a mournful expression as he received 2 directives from the higher-ups, both urging him to use any means necessary, spare no special recruitment slots, and not hold back on any equipment or money. They must obtain that strategically legendary skill book. Sun Jiangwo no longer dared to speak carelessly to Su Chen. If he were willing to hand over that skill book to the higher-ups of the Hunter Nation Military Academy, he could immediately gain countless favorable conditions, even if it meant being dismissed himself. Moreover, if Su Chen learned the Magic Shield himself, it would mean he was no longer a fragile summoner but would possess great survivability. After all, the reason the Magic Shield was so sought after was that it solved the survival issues of all ranged magic professions, even allowing mages to become the defensive core of magic classes. It was a crucial piece for an all-around mage profession. However, in front of everyone, Su Chen directly tore up the skill book and mastered it. "Congratulations! You have mastered the legendary spell Magic Shield level, beginner effect. After activation, for every 1 point of damage you receive, 1 point of mana will be consumed to negate the damage." A concise description with an incredibly powerful effect. Su Chen happily envisioned. The consumption ratio at the beginner level is 1:1. In the future, at the master level, grandmaster level, or even when upgraded to a god-level magic shield like Medusa's, it should reach 1:100. Truly a divine skill. This trip to the demon fortress is worth it. The audience exchanged glances. "Ah, my magic shield. He actually used it just like that." Immediately mobilize our nation's resources to study Mr. Su Chen's strategy for the demon fortress dungeon and send people to challenge it. Perhaps we can also obtain the Magic Shield skill book from Medusa. Save tonight's live broadcast recording, and have all the strategists analyze it frame by frame to figure out a 100% clear method for the demon fortress. We must seize the opportunity before other nations' professionals and thoroughly farm this Dragon Kingdom dungeon. In an instant, the demon fortress dungeon became extremely popular, a coveted prize in the eyes of countless powerful factions. Although it was likely that the drop of the Magic Shield skill book was due to the extra drop rate from being the first in the world to clear it, even with a mere 1 in 10,000 chance, major factions were unwilling to give up the possibility of obtaining the Magic Shield. "What a pity," Zhao Muyu lamented with a hint of regret. "If Su Chen had entrusted the Magic Shield to me, I could gather a temporary auction and sell it for a sky-high price of 1 billion. Bu Fian, who had become familiar with this former chief secretary, asked in surprise, "Is this skill really that expensive? In our assassin profession, only some ultimate skill books dare to demand such a price." "Of course," Zhao Muyu replied without hesitation. "Mages are all very wealthy, so their skill books are always heavily marked up. As for you assassins, a bit poor." "Woo woo, you hit the nail on the head, stop speaking such harsh truths." Bu Fian pouted, looking displeased, yet had to admit it. Professionals are ranked in tiers, with clear distinctions in strength. Magic professions have always been regarded as noble professions that require wealth to play, while commoners often gravitate towards melee and support roles because they are more economical. After all, reality is not a game, there are no developers to weaken or strengthen it, so there is no balance among professions. For example, as a summoner, as long as you have money, You can equip all your summons with top-tier gear, allowing you to single-handedly form an army and freely gang up on others during PK, which can be said to have an extremely high ceiling. Of course, this does not mean that magic professions are invincible and cannot be countered. Monks can use their powerful splash damage to wipe out summons, assassins can slip into the shadows, stealthily approach the summoner, and directly kill the main body. Warriors can charge in barbarically, smashing through summons to reach the summoner. It can only be said that each has its own fate and opportunities. Dear audience friends, tonight's live broadcast is about to end. With only 9 waves left, it seems my global first clear is secure. Chen took a bottle of champagne from his backpack and said with a grin, although a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, I'm going to pop half a bottle of champagne to celebrate hard. I don't believe the last 9 waves of demons can take me down in one hit. Flag raised. Chen really knows how to liven up the stream. Ha ha, he's starting to boost the atmosphere. I think he's getting cocky, full of himself, and is about to bring about his own downfall. The 90th wave has already brought out Medusa. I can't even imagine what monsters will appear from wave 91 to 99. The viewers in the live chat were lively, engaging in a spirited debate. Meanwhile, the crowd in front of the dungeon looked towards Mayor Chen Shuani. I say, Principal Zhao Renjie snorted, glancing sideways at his old classmate. You're not hiding some disgusting trick again, are you? Medusa is already outrageous enough. Luckily, Chen is skilled. What comes next? I signed a confidentiality agreement with the state, so I can't say. Chen Shuani rolled his eyes, but Chen is an extremely cautious good kid. Right now, he suddenly wants to pop half a bottle of champagne to celebrate in advance, which definitely means he has grasped some kind of guaranteed victory method. Oh, is there really a guaranteed method for the demon fortress? The students craned their necks, eager to pry information from the dungeon designer. Chen Shuani sighed deeply. I think, given Chen's thorough understanding of the history of the demon fortress, perhaps he really might have figured out the hidden secret to clearing it. Let's wait and see. Everyone, the students exchanged glances, and the audience fidgeted in anticipation. Amidst the crowd's eager expectations, a terrifying abyssal eye suddenly appeared above the dome of the demon fortress, glaring down at the war-torn earth with rage and fury. The roar of the demon lord, filled with a strong sense of intimidation, echoed throughout the demon fortress. The apocalypse has come, you shall not escape. Mobilize, descendants of the abyss, spread blood and fire, plague and poison, into the fragile otherworld. Countless crimson portals abruptly opened from the heights of the sky, from the sides of the ground, and from the banks of rivers. The breaths of all the spectators quickened. The final battle of the demon fortress indeed exploded with excitement, perfectly recreating that tear-jerking historical moment. A variety of demons took the stage. Dark wings blotted out the sky, and burning hooves shook the earth. Almost all the types recorded in demonology made their appearance, resembling a floating world from the abyss. Under the burning sky, a summoner clad in battle robes stood alone on the city wall. His eyes burned like iron, calmly looking down at the multitude of demons, the corners of his lips curling into a cold arc. It was as if the demon lord was merely a lowly creature. He was the strongest man under the starry sky. Behind him stood 13 giant black monkeys, a dense formation of dragon knights, countless fire element mages, druids, shield bearers, sharpshooters, and crossbowmen, stretching endlessly. The supreme 9-clawed golden dragon battle flag of the Dragon Kingdom danced wildly above their heads. Millions of citizens gazed in awe. Is this the burial ground of the martyrs of yore? Countless citizens of the Dragon Kingdom felt a rush of mixed humiliation and heroism as they recalled a certain historical moment to cover the retreat of 7 million residents. Marshal Lin Ligua led all 53,022 members of the Beiwai army to confront the enemy here, vowing to fight to the death without retreat. All of them heroically sacrificed themselves, slaying over 180,000 demons and ensuring the safety of the people. From that moment on, the Beiwai army was disbanded, and no military district would bear that name again. Statues of Lin Ligua began to appear throughout the streets and alleys of the Dragon Kingdom, and the name Ligua was even used to name the country's first military academy. Under the gaze of the masses, Chen raised his staff, fight to the death. All the soldiers roared like a tidal wave, fight to the death. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. No one wished to retreat. 50,000 loyal souls would be buried here. The audience of the Dragon Kingdom fell silent, and in their eyes, Chen's figure gradually merged with the historical shadow of Marshal Lin Ligua. Many old soldiers' eyes glistened with tears. Next, there was no room for clever tactics, as the demons were powerful, their attributes and stats overwhelming the forces of the demon fortress, easily tearing apart the already fragile defenses. Perhaps the demon lord had used some form of mind control, driving the demons into a frenzy, fearless of death. The firestorm gradually weakened, as the fire element mages on the city walls were suppressed and gasping for breath, rapidly losing numbers. The arrows became sparse, as more and more wall-climbing demons rushed into the ranged troops, slaughtering indiscriminately. Su Chen used the Beast King aura to cover all summoned creatures, while Black Wukong and the Dragon Knights formed a solid defense on the outskirts, with the remaining followers and the Chingcho Fox launching ranged attacks from within, subtly forming the shape of a miniature legion. But ultimately, one person's strength was limited. The first city wall finally began to crumble, overtaken by the demons. Slowly retreat to the second city wall. Monkey brother, leave your 12 hair clones here to hold off the enemy. Fighting until the last moment, Su Chen issued the orders with a serious expression, retreating while fighting alongside his summoned creatures. Outside the instance, Shen Zimo exclaimed with joy, Su Chen is showing signs of fatigue, he's already on the verge of defeat. Sun Jiangwo, however, closed his mouth, not daring to speak. He saw that on the BBS forum of the Ligwa Military Academy, many students watching the live broadcast were rapidly gaining a favorable impression of Su Chen. That moment when he stood on the city wall, facing the demons alone, really resembled Marshal Lin Ligwa from a documentary. I've watched the entire live broadcast. This person has top-notch tactical skills, an extremely rare talent among high school students, and really has a chance to break through the demon fortress. I heard he's an academic achiever. It seems we'll see him at the new students' ceremony at the Ligwa Military Academy next semester. As the head of the admissions department, Sun Jiangwo was well aware of the power of public opinion within the academy, and he knew one thing: his deliberate provocations and criticisms of Su Chen were merely to transfer the special admission quota that rightfully belonged to him to Shen Zimo. If this matter were to be exposed, he would likely be forced to pack up and leave immediately, and even the school board would not retain him. After all, the sordid dealings of the Ligwa Military Academy must remain behind the scenes. As the first military academy of the Dragon Kingdom, they had to maintain a grand and upright image in public. The viewers in the live broadcast room sighed in despair. Could it be that even someone as strong as Su Chen cannot turn the tide and save the demon fortress in this instance? Sigh. Stopping at the 90th round is still somewhat acceptable, but it's a bit of a pity. The real complete victory must be left to our experts from the Bangzi Kingdom. The reason Su Chen lost to the demons has been found. The demons speak German, and Su Chen had to perform a French military salute. Tisk. You might as well say that Su Chen isn't actually from the Dragon Kingdom but is of Korean-Japanese mixed heritage. So when the demons spoke American English, Su Chen immediately realized that standing opposite him was his father. A group of people in the live broadcast room was in an uproar, uninterested in watching. As everyone had already concluded, Su Chen was bound to lose. Only Chen Xuanyi slightly nodded, revealing a smile, as expected of the top student from Beiliang. He has keenly sensed the direction of the battle and realized the last glimmer of hope I left for the challengers. Sword immortal uncle, what are you mumbling about? Bu Fian, with her stunning snow-like beauty, tilted her face towards him, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. Chen Xuanyi replied, look, the turning point is about to appear in 10 minutes? That's too late. Zhao Muyu, who was curled up with her snow-white legs hugged to her chest under the cherry blossom tree, also smiled bitterly. Chen Xuanyi remained expressionless. 9, 8, 7. The two beautiful women immediately rolled their eyes. You really are boring. It's already the era of job transitions, and you're still playing old-school cold joke references. 3, 2, 1. As soon as the words fell, everyone saw Su Chen's 12 giant monkey avatars surrounded by demons, their health points reduced to 0, disappearing without a trace. Thus, all the demons prepared to launch an attack on the second city wall. At that moment, boom! A thunderous roar erupted from silence, and a blazing white light burst forth beneath the demons' feet. The terrifying annihilation explosion directly destroyed the blank defense zone between the first and second city walls, creating a deep chasm. All the spectators were momentarily dumbfounded. Those chewing on ribs choked, and those drinking milk tea coughed. What's going on? What's going on? Oh my god, there's still a miraculous twist. Could it be that Su Chen has another trick up his sleeve? Is he really a level 1 summoner? Why are his trump cards coming out one after another? Such a earth-shattering explosion. Could it be the self-destruction mechanism of the demon fortress? Amidst the crowd's inquiries, Mayor Chen Xuanyi casually recounted a piece of history. In the past, Marshal Lin Ligua detonated the last insurance buried underground at the critical moment with the demon fortress. It seems you all have forgotten that Marshal Lin Ligua was also a 6th-tier professional, and his profession is. All present lowered their heads in shame. They indeed knew nothing about Lin Ligua's profession, as his career as a marshal was too glorious and heroic, with almost no records of direct combat against demons. Principal Zhao Ranjie aside, he was a science student, and upon graduation, he went to the 3rd Demon Research Institute of the Longwei Academy of Sciences. His official profession is actually a hidden profession, antimatter engineer. Bingo! No wonder he was once the leader of the Bailiang academic circle. Mayor Chen Xuanyi snapped his fingers and said, his ultimate professional ability is to create antimatter bombs. Thus, during his time stationed at the Demon Fortress, he continuously buried countless antimatter bombs underground along various defense lines. That is the final insurance, as long as the person is in the city. If the person dies, the city falls. Chen Xuanyi admired inside. Clearly, Su Chen also thought of this hidden history. He must have borrowed the chronicles of the Demon Fortress from the Bailiang library. By the way, the author of that book is yours truly. Everyone, woo! Reading an extra book actually plays a life-saving role at this moment. It seems that my obsession with the old era's magical girl Sakura, monthly girls Nozaki-kun, and so on during school was indeed not in vain. Wu Fian proudly placed her hands on her hips. Chen Xuanyi. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast, Su Chen was also laughing heartily, as expected. Although the writing in that Chronicles of the Demon Fortress is terrible, and the word choices are awful, it's as if the author never received 9 years of compulsory education, but the records are completely accurate. That author is most likely a veteran who personally experienced this battle. Chen Xuanyi? Zhao Ranjie, ahem, the child doesn't understand. Just joking around. Old Chen, don't take it to heart. Put, you really know how to comfort people. What the heck is pussy? You old rascal couldn't hold it in until the end, could you? Chen Xuanyi exploded in anger. Sorry, Zhao Ranjie said seriously. I'm a top-notch master of micro-expression control. I usually don't break character unless it's about a little turtle handling its school withdrawal procedures. It's not staying in school anymore. Ha ha ha. The others, however, ignored the banter between the two old men. They were all focused on the live broadcast, the antimatter explosion, which would turn thousands of demons into ashes. But there was still a group of high-level demons, tough-skinned and resilient, who withstood that wave of attack and continued to charge towards the second city wall with the demons coming from afar. The situation is still severe, Bu Fian said, still sweating nervously for Su Chen. Yes, the strength of the second city wall is much weaker than the first, and more critically, the morale inside the city is in shambles. With only a group of defeated soldiers left, their defensive capability reduced by at least 70%. Zhao Muyu also had a clear assessment of the situation. But, thanks to Marshal Lin, we still have enough antimatter bombs. Su Chen's murmured words clearly reached every viewer's ears. So, a determined coldness flashed in Su Chen's eyes. At this point, I can only play my final trump card. The strategist enters the game. Watch me defy the heavens. The audience's blood was instantly ignited. Wow! Su Chen is finally going to pull off some top-tier moves. The counterattack is about to unfold grandly. I didn't expect Su Chen's live broadcast effect to be so explosive, turning the dungeon strategy into an epic hero's tragic finale. It's truly shocking. They widened their eyes as they saw Su Chen walk towards the 311 Fire Elemental Mage Corps, resting on the south side of the second city wall. He straightforwardly asked, "Everyone, how much mana do you have left? Do you have any recovery potions?" One of the gray-robed mages staggered to his feet, wiping the dried blood from the corner of his mouth, and bitterly said, "All our recovery potions are in the stockpile beneath the first city wall. Moreover, even if we had enough mana potions, we would still find it very difficult to cast spells. We are completely out of mana. Mana depletion is a common phenomenon among spellcasters. The more mana recovery potions used in a short period, the worse the recovery effect becomes, ultimately resulting in a potion that should restore 3,000 points of mana only recovering 300 points in actual combat." The 311 Mage Corps had completely lost their combat capability. Su Chen slightly nodded, pointing to the open space between the two city walls, and solemnly said, "That is the most scientifically sound detonation point. I am certain that there are antimatter bombs buried there. Made by Marshall Lin. Oh, the leader of the 311 Corps looked at him in confusion. Why are you telling us this information? Su-chan replied calmly. When the 93rd wave of demons attacks, can I ask all members of the 311 Mage Corps to stand there and intercept the demons, sacrificing their hearts for the 7 million civilians of the Dragon Kingdom behind the demon fortress? The live broadcast room fell silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. Su-chan's intentions were glaringly obvious, with no room for misinterpretation. The leader of the 311 Corps trembled and said, "You want us to be bait, to attract the demons to hunt us there?" All the fire elemental mages were in an uproar. They had never seen someone so brazenly asking others to die. Su-chan made no attempt to hide. "Yes, may I ask you all to go to your deaths?" A chilling silence fell. The mages went from arguing to anger, and finally to silence. Outside the dungeon, however, a storm of curses erupted, with viewers from various countries frantically insulting Su-chan. "Oh my god, even Satan would have a tattoo of Su-chan on him. He is truly evil to the core. Does he have the bloodline of a demon lord?" To make the heroes of an entire nation become cannon fodder and actively seek death is simply absurd. In our country, the heroes of the 311th Regiment will be enshrined in the shrine, worshipped for generations, their heroic souls immortal. Su-chan is desecrating their glory. He truly deserves to die. Su-chan has gone mad. Those are the true martyrs in the monument to the heroic souls. He actually let the martyrs die again in the instance in front of a global audience. Has he committed the crime of insulting the martyrs? As the insults escalated, the grey-robed mage leader of the 311th Regiment trembled as he removed his hood, reached out to touch the military emblem, and declared firmly, "I am willing." All insults ceased abruptly, and the global audience looked in disbelief at the NPC in the instance that was supposed to have little intelligence. The other fire element mages also showed expressions of relief, rising one by one, willing, willing, willing. Their roars transformed into a tragic and grand shout. The Song of Humanity is a song of courage and sacrifice. Su-chan clutched his chest and bowed, tears brimming in his eyes. "Gentlemen, take the lead on the road to the underworld. Wait for me and Commander Lin. Today, in the Fortress of Demons, no one will survive, but our generous sacrifice will illuminate the path for the Dragon Kingdom. 7 million old, weak, women, and children will be preserved because of this. Everything. For the motherland." Su-chan solemnly looked at the temporary followers behind him and ordered, "Dragon Cavalry, step forward. You will guard the 311th Regiment here. Loyal bones are buried in every green mountain, and I believe you have already awakened." The Dragon Cavalry commander smiled faintly, revealing Su-chan's tactical intent. Understood. After a series of battles, the stunning performance of the 311th Regiment's element mages has long made them a thorn in the side of the demon lords. Therefore, you have ordered them to be bait, to exert their last strategic value, attracting all demons to this place for an assault. When the demons send heavy troops to annihilate the 311th Regiment, you will lead the remaining forces to retreat to the third city wall and detonate the antimatter bomb. We will perish together with the demons, gloriously sacrificing for our country. Su-chan nodded slightly. "Are you willing to die?" "Willing, willing, willing, willing." The Dragon Cavalry's response was like a tsunami, their final song bringing tears to all the viewers. Su-chan no longer hesitated and turned to leave. "Farewell, my comrades. When we meet again in the underworld, I will surely bring you the good news of all the civilians retreating safely." "Thank you, Commander Su-chan." Everyone's address to Su-chan changed, implicitly acknowledging him as another leader in the Fortress of Demons at that moment. The viewers in the live broadcast room had also stopped cursing, silently watching the soldiers farewell. No one accused Su-chan of being despicable and selfish anymore, for that group of Dragon Cavalry was originally his temporary summons, and if they survived, they could use the Dragon Kingdom third-class hero medal to fight in other instances in the future. Once the Dragon Cavalry fell, Su-chan would permanently lose this group of followers, unable to resurrect them. The subsequent battle unfolded exactly as Su-chan had planned. The 93rd wave of demons attacked, and after a fierce battle, they discovered the 311 Heroes Regiment, which had lost its protection in the open ground, and immediately charged like sharks smelling blood. At the same time, the 94th wave of demons, after gathering intelligence, rushed towards them recklessly. Su-chan decisively led the remnants back to the third city wall. Only the Dragon Cavalry continued to hold heavy battle shields, protecting the 311th Regiment until the last moment. The fire element mages did not allow the demon's claws to shred their bodies. With their last bit of mana, they unleashed their final elegy, Corpse Explosion. The target of the spell, themselves. Countless demons were blown away, with widespread casualties. In the command center of the Fortress of Demons, the NPC Marshal closed his eyes and activated the antimatter bomb he had planted. The great explosion came as expected. The 93rd and 94th waves of demons were all buried with the 311th Regiment, leaving no bones behind. Su Chen stood on the city wall, solitary and staggering, appearing desolate as he murmured two phrases, "Your names are unknown to anyone, but your achievements will last forever. Now, I finally understand why our Dragon Kingdom can stand firm for 100 years amidst the demon's frenzy." Countless students were moved to tears, weeping for the sacrifices of the 311th Regiment. With the 93rd and 94th waves of demons completely annihilated, the 95th wave was isolated and helpless, facing a fierce beating from the enraged soldiers within the demon fortress. Finally, the last battle has come. Su Chen sighed deeply, cradling the back of his head with both hands, feeling a sense of relief as he said, "Only the 95th to 99th waves remain, a total of 5 waves of demons, but we still have the 3rd to 7th city walls, a total of 5 layers of walls." He exhaled. "Even if one layer of antimatter bombs takes out one wave of demons, I have already cleared the demon fortress." The audience was taken aback. Then they suddenly realized, hey, that's true. Audience from the Elephant Kingdom, what a live broadcast show with a tiger's head, a leopard's belly, and a pig's tail. The early and mid stages were fine, but they didn't maintain the suspense until the end. It's like when I'm eating curry and see a giant lizard, you already know its fate. Audience from the Kangaroo Kingdom, courage is commendable, but wisdom is lacking. In fact, Su Chen didn't need to deceive those elemental mages into sacrificing themselves, because now he doesn't have to die, which makes it seem rather hypocritical and a bit awkward. Audience from the Big Young Kingdom, to be fair, indeed, Su Chen's performance just now was full of desire to show off, and he got himself caught in his own trap. Now it's hard for him to exit the stage. Audience from the Eagle Kingdom, people from the Dragon Kingdom are always hypocritical. It is said that when they receive gifts, they insist on 3 refusals and 3 offers. You have to give them 3 times before they happily accept, unlike us who open them right on the spot. Zhao Renjie and Shen Xuanyi exchanged smiles. TCH, a bunch of foreigners. They are very unfamiliar with the history of my Dragon Kingdom and only know how to talk nonsense. Zhao Muyu smiled lightly. In the Demon Fortress instance, even if it is cleared, there will definitely be a plot kill in the 100th wave. Otherwise, why are the earlier waves numbered 1 to 10, 11 to 20, and yet the last is 91 to 99, missing 1 wave of monsters? A very clever young lady, Mayor Chen Xuanyi said solemnly, since it is a tribute to real history, it must have its seriousness and cannot alter the true history. Therefore, the 100th wave will be led by the Demon Lord, Moin Caesar, himself. He is a truly god-level being that surpasses the 6th tier. Mayor Chen Xuanyi showed a look of nostalgia and indignation. Damn demons! Damn abyss! We will avenge Marshal Lin Ligua and rescue the fallen territories sooner or later. Humanity will ultimately triumph over the abyss. Everyone fell silent. After all, 70% of the Dragon Kingdom's territory had already become corrupted and fallen abyss territory. Other countries were even worse. Like the Lobster Kingdom of Australia, an entire continent had completely fallen, leaving only a solitary doomsday city still struggling to hold on. Under Su Chen's mechanically precise command, the Battle of the Demon Fortress had no further waves. He resolutely executed the most effective strategy, 1 layer of wall for 1 wave of demons. The 95th wave of demons was first brutally beaten by the soldiers and then blasted apart by antimatter bombs in their confusion. The 96th wave of demons. Boom! The 97th wave. The 98th wave. The 99th wave. All spiraled into the sky in the rhythm of boom. Finally, amidst the astonished gazes of all the audience, the Demon Lord, Moin Caesar, riding the rolling demonic flames, appeared in the sky, towering as if hundreds of meters tall. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed the forbidden spell, Heavenly Destruction. A small piece of meteorite was summoned from outside the atmosphere above the demon fortress, transforming into a raging flame that obliterated this solitary city, which had held out until the very last moment. Su Chen fulfilled his promise, perishing alongside the demon fortress in a heroic sacrifice. However, As he gazed at the gigantic demon lord, his expression changed slightly, for he had witnessed this scene in his previous life. In the climactic battle at the end of Black Myth, Wukong, the fight between Black Wukong, the Chosen One, and Erlang Shen, the true Lord of Manifestation, bore an uncanny resemblance to the appearance of the demon army. Could it be that Black Wukong also has the potential to transcend the 6th tier and become a god-level being? As he pondered this, the Demon Fortress dungeon officially concluded. The live broadcast displayed the settlement data for the Demon Fortress dungeon. Congratulations, Su Chen, for clearing the Demon Fortress. As this is the world's first clear of the nightmare difficulty, you will be specially rewarded with a summoner's exclusive list. Calculating. Based on the previous world record of 55 levels, you will receive an additional reward for 44 extra recorded levels. Calculating. Congratulations, you have obtained. Damn, what the hell? Did I lose power? Why is the live broadcast gone? All viewers around the world could only see a pitch black screen. This live broadcast has ended. The host has gone offline. Please click to follow for the next viewing. You can also set the host as a special follow, and you will receive a special reminder when they go live next time. Mayor Chen Xuani snorted coldly. Of course, we can't disclose the rewards Su Chen received, to avoid attracting envy and easily exposing his trump cards. You foreigners really think too highly of yourselves. Bufian couldn't help but lick her red lips, enviously saying, he raised the record limit by a full 44 levels, and it's the world's first clear, plus nightmare difficulty, a triple buff stacked. How generous could this reward be? Could it be a divine artifact? It could also be a god-level summon beast, or a god-level skill book. Zhao Muyu mused dreamily, constantly mentioning the word god. After all, in the era of universal job changes, god gear is what everyone dreams of. After confirming that the camera had disappeared, Su Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at the dungeon reward. Demigod level potion, potential awakening elixir. Effect, allows one of your summoned beasts to awaken its true potential, raising its quality to at least demigod level. The concise description hinted at an extremely terrifying effect. Su Chen couldn't help but place his hands on his hips and laugh 3 times. All the effort was worth it. It was worth burning all my achievements and spending nearly all my temporary followers. He wasted no time and directly signaled Monkey Brother to consume it. A new summoning panel popped up. Black Myth Wukong, quality, demigod. Level, 13, attributes, strength 195, constitution 197, agility 194, spirit 198, skills, indestructible LV. 11, legendary, ever-changing LV. 11, legendary, hair clone LV. 2, epic, ding. The attributes of your contracted summoned beast have received a significant boost and will automatically balance the attributes. You gain strength plus 20, constitution plus 20, agility plus 20, spirit plus 20. Su Chen felt a surge of immense energy rushing out from his limbs and bones. The attributes returned by Monkey Brother were so numerous that his personal attributes were comparable to those of a level 20 professional. This is the benefit of being a summoner. So satisfying, Su Chen said with great satisfaction, chuckling to himself. Initially, when he was only of legendary quality, Monkey Brother's growth was plus 5 to all attributes per level. Now, with demigod quality, Monkey Brother was already plus 10 to all attributes per level, which was quite absurd. Currently, Su Chen was only level 10, and Black Wukong had also reached level 13, so the advantage of high attribute growth was still not prominent. But in the future, Su Chen imagined the future Monkey King, who would dominate everywhere, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, some of the data on the panel did not reflect the true growth of the Monkey King. Suddenly, Su Chen felt a hint of intention from the spirit of Black Wukong. I can absorb the spiritual essence. Su Chen was dumbfounded. Monkey King, you've gained intelligence? Is this the hidden reward for a demigod summoning beast? But Black Wukong just stood coolly in place, arms crossed, looking at him without saying a word. On the panel, a line of hazy text appeared. Not very clear. Awaken talent, soul devour. Black Myth Wukong seems to be able to absorb the spiritual essence from the bodies of defeated demons, gods, and immortals, making it his own and continuously growing stronger. Su Chen pondered, isn't this the growth method in Black Myth Wukong? Continuously defeating various demons and celestial soldiers, going through countless trials, obtaining spiritual essence from those guys, retracing the journey to the west, and growing into the destined successor of the great sage equal to heaven. But, Su Chen thought for a moment, feeling a bit of a headache. There are no demons here. Where would the spiritual essence come from? The Monkey King pointed at his chest. You have it inside you. Damn. Killing me will give you spiritual essence? Su Chen rolled his eyes. Oh, right. Spiritual essence is what living beings in the 3 realms and 6 paths contain. That's why it's called spiritual essence. So, doesn't that mean the abyss monsters have it too? He suddenly understood. In the original game, you obtain spiritual essence by defeating various bosses and elite monsters. So, we should hunt elite demons and high-level demon lords. We must be able to obtain spiritual essence. Just as they were conversing, Su Chen was enveloped in a beam of light and returned to reality. Phew, I'm back. As soon as his feet touched solid ground, he was surrounded by the jubilant students of Beiliang, who then tossed him into the air. Long live! Long live! Long live! Congratulations, Su Chen! Beiliang Academy is proud of you, and I will help you apply for a special scholarship. Principal Zhao Renjie clapped his hands with a beaming smile. The Beiliang city government also has a special talent reward program. I will specially select a summoner exclusive reward for you from the treasury. Mayor Chen Xuani was equally generous. Once the excitement died down, disheveled Su Chen immediately began to look around. Zhao Muyu stepped forward with a light laugh. Presenting Shen Zimo's bank card and the Wujigan, I know you're looking for young Master Shen. Here. This is his bet. As for him, do you think he would stay here to be humiliated by you? He must have slipped away already. Su Chen took the spoils from her delicate hand, feeling somewhat puzzled. Shouldn't you be acting very angry, disappointed, and furious? Why are you smiling so brightly? He was well aware of the position of this chief secretary of the Iron Blood Alliance from their previous encounters. Oh, I resigned, I'm now unemployed. Zhao Muyu replied calmly. I'm an extremely professional secretary, serving my purpose in my position. When I was working for the Iron Blood Alliance, I could transform into a vicious dog and help Shen Zimo bite you hard. Now that I've resigned, I'm just an ordinary stunning beauty, only responsible for looking beautiful. As she spoke, she smiled and handed him a business card. You can also hire me, after all. You know best how sharp-tongued I can be. After saying that, she lowered her voice and reminded him, there's a crucial piece of information on the back of the business card, please take note. Zhao Muyu wisely stepped aside, no longer delaying Su Chen's time. And Su Chen's time for celebration was just beginning. Those powerful factions trying to recruit him gathered around, beaming with enthusiasm. Hey, man! 2 blonde knights from the Rose Knight Order flashed warm smiles at Su Chen. One person stepped forward proactively. I am a 3rd-tier pseudo-dragon knight, Carlos Lee. Our knight order has always aimed to recruit ambitious young people from around the world to conquer the abyss. Although you are merely a novice summoner, you possess a talent comparable to that of the former Lich King. Join the Rose Knights. Our Grand Commander is the renowned 6th-tier paladin Lancelot the Just. The blonde knight expressed heartfelt admiration and continued to promote. Our Rose Knights are also famous worldwide. TCH, they're too poor, with limited resources and no future. Buffian interrupted the pitch directly, bluntly exposing the truth. Lancelot is indeed just, but he's a bit of a blockhead, and he has a heavy savior complex. He enjoys working for the government for free, often risking his life against abyssal demons. So you can imagine the atmosphere in the Night Order, just a bunch of hot-blooded fools. Buffian scoffed. Although anyone must admit they are truly good people with an excellent reputation. Do you also want to become a free laborer for governments around the world? The kind that pays for their own coffins? Su Chen immediately clasped his hands respectfully and said, I apologize. I admire it, but I prefer to be compensated for my work, an equal exchange for the money given. Well, we may be willing to sacrifice, but we never morally coerce others. I wish you great success in your endeavors. Carlos Lee, the blonde knight, did not seem too disappointed, only slightly bitter as he handed over a business card. But in the future, if you encounter our Rose Knights on the battlefield of the Abyss, please take care of us. After all, we fight for the weak. Of course. Su Chen nodded and shook hands to bid farewell. I have admired the Rose Knights since childhood, but I am just an ordinary person and currently lack such high aspirations. However, if there is an opportunity to collaborate in the future, I will certainly assist with all my strength. After the 2 Rose Knights lingered and left, Buffian smiled and said, Our Mystic Sanctuary is currently in urgent need of summoners. I can make the decision to offer you a scholarship contract. applying for 200 million in private funding each year for your growth. Until you reach the third tier, we will not summon you for any actions, so you can grow in peace and attend any military academy you wish. Hiss! Gasps of surprise arose around them. The offer from the Mystic Sanctuary was simply too generous. 200 million in funding, while not much for top-tier summoners, was essentially free money. There was no cost before reaching the third tier. Receiving 200 million to spend freely each year, this was not just a recruitment offer, it was like taking in a son-in-law. The students from Balian looked enviously at Su Chen's handsome face, unable to help but think, this guy has become a celebrity. Who would have thought his first admirer would be Miss Buffian from the Mystic Sanctuary? In the future, he might end up living off her, thriving by serving her. I also want to join the Mystic Sanctuary and drink Miss Buffian's foot bath water. The students lamented inwardly. Su Chen directly took her delicate hand. I sign. Rich lady, I don't want to struggle anymore. Please pamper me generously. Buffian's cheeks flushed. Oh? You're so straightforward. Are you really willing to join the Mystic Sanctuary directly? I haven't even mentioned your treatment after reaching the third tier yet. Su Chen shrugged. The Mystic Sanctuary has an excellent reputation in Baliang City and is well regarded online. Especially Lord Bo Lingtian of the Azura Demon Spike, who is a famous philanthropist. Basically, all the scholarship funds in our Baliang schools have his private sponsorship. This means that my 9 years of compulsory education could be completed smoothly thanks to him. So, whether from a personal perspective or historical ties, I have no reason to refuse your recruitment. Su Chen smiled calmly. Everyone has a heart made of flesh. I have always believed in repaying kindness, and I will repay it tenfold. Buffian was taken aback. She never expected that the so-called charitable activity she usually considered a waste of wealth could not only bring some tax exemptions to the Mystery Sanctuary but also attract a future top summoner at this critical moment. Principal Zhao Renjia interjected. Ahem. Hold on. The key for Su Chen right now is still the college entrance examination. Moreover, he currently has no guardian. So according to the employment law for practitioners, all agreements must be signed under the supervision of the school, and a tripartite document must also be supplemented. Oh, I am of course clear about the specific process. Buffian smiled brightly, excited about having attracted a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Then I will return to the Mystery Sanctuary and discuss it thoroughly with my parents. This time, I came too hastily and haven't informed them yet. Zhao Renjia was taken aback and shook his head. Young people are just so impulsive. The contract provided by your Mystery Sanctuary must first have the signature of the Shura Demon Spike or your mother's official seal. Otherwise, how can it have legal effect? I am the heir of the Mystery Sanctuary, these matters are just trivial. I just need to mention it when I get back. How could my father and mother possibly oppose? Buffian pinched her waist and winked at Su Chen. Remember, you are already reserved by me. Don't sign a contract with any other forces. I will give you the best offer. Okay. Su Chen smiled. He wasn't in a hurry anyway. With the godly rich system in hand, he wasn't short on money. Given that the Rose Knight Corps had hit a wall and the Mystery Sanctuary had made a strong reservation, no other forces stepped in to recruit him. As for Deputy Director Sun Jiangwo from the 100Million Military Academy, he had long since retreated in disgrace amidst the jeers of the students from Baliang. Only Chu Tianqi, the vice principal of the Yanhuang Military Academy, ranked third in Longhua, remained smiling in place, waiting for Su Chen to accept the cheers of all his classmates before stepping forward. Young man, would you like to become a special recruit of the Yanhuang Military Academy? You can enter the school without an exam and receive the highest scholarship. Su Chen looked at the kind elder in front of him and pondered for a moment. I still want to participate in the college entrance examination. After all, the free national instance provided by the college entrance examination is a benefit I have been looking forward to for a long time. Of course, we also recommend all special recruits to experience the national instance of the college entrance examination. This does not contradict our special recruitment. Chu Tianqi took out a very complete contract from his bag. Here, just sign your name, and regardless of your college entrance examination results, you will join the Yanhuang Military Academy with top treatment. The only limitation is, if you become the top scorer, you cannot seek another opportunity. You still have to join our Yanhuang Military Academy. Su Chen chuckled. Top scorer? You flatter me too much. Who can predict the events of tomorrow? Chu Tianqi patted Su Chen on the shoulder, encouraging him. I believe you can do it. Thank you for your kind words. Su Chen smiled and accepted the special recruitment contract. As for whether to join the Yanhuang Military Academy, he planned to think about it for another 2 days. After all, it was only the 3rd military academy in Longwa. He still needed to give the 1st and 2nd military academies some time to make their offers. The students from Beiliang had all witnessed the face of the deputy director of the Hunter Nation Military Academy. But Su Chen, busy with conquering the demon fortress, was temporarily unaware, so he still retained a beautiful filter for the 1st military academy. A military academy named after the martyr Marshal Lin from the Hunter Nation was naturally revered by everyone. This had been the inherent impression for many years. Chu Tianqi no longer lingered and left by car. At this moment, Principal Zhao Renjie generously waved his arm. Tonight, the cafeteria will have extra meals, all free buffet, to celebrate our outstanding student Su Chen breaking the world record for the Demon Fortress. All orange juice and cola. Each person can receive 2 bottles for free with their student ID. Yay! Long live the principal! Long live Su Chen! The students' cheers nearly brought the teaching building down. Soon, the cafeteria contributed all its stock of ingredients, with large pots sizzling and flames blazing. The aroma of various delicious dishes wafted through the Beiliang Academy. Su Chen sat at a table with his classmates, enjoying the feast comfortably. Song Qingfeng raised a cola, shook it vigorously, and then popped the cap, turning it into a spray of champagne. Come on, cheers! I said Su Chen is a top student. He can definitely handle the Demon Fortress. That's right, we all agree that Su Chen can do it. The classmates nodded enthusiastically like chicks pecking at rice. TCH, Wang Lin, didn't you say Su Chen definitely couldn't win against Shen Zimo? Someone exposed a classmate's previous statement. Ahem. I was just worried that Su Chen would become the focus of public opinion and couldn't handle the pressure, so I downplayed him in advance to lower everyone's expectations, to prevent you from overpraising him. That's what you call being a sophisticated fan. You understand, right, little brat? Oh come on, you really just say whatever comes to your mind. If your fighting power was half as sharp as your tongue, the record for Demon Fortress would definitely belong to you. The classmates burst into laughter, while Su Chen focused on devouring a chicken leg, joining in the fun. By the way, where's Shen Zimo? Is he really not coming back to school? This counts as skipping class. He should get a major demerit. Song Qingfeng slyly brought up the 2nd top student again. Su Chen smiled. He did contribute 40 million to me. After all, one shouldn't mock those who have helped, so I won't make fun of him. I can't believe you actually have a moment of conscience. Song Qingfeng rolled his eyes. By the way, I saw your global livestream is a huge hit, with audiences from all over the world showering you with gifts. You must have made a lot. Oh, right, I still have that money. Su Chen scratched his head. I remember Mayor Chen promised that he would only take taxes, not commissions. All the broadcast fees and tips I earn belong to me. The classmates were envious again. Wow, I remember when you cleared the level. All sorts of gifts were flying around. You must have made at least tens of millions. If you become rich, don't forget us. We all had the same 9 years of compulsory education. Why are you so outstanding? Su Chen then stood up amidst the laughter of his classmates and walked towards Principal Zhao Renjie and Mayor Chen Xuani, who were sipping drinks at a nearby table. The 7 principals and 3 department heads of Beiliang Academy had all been called to accompany the esteemed guest. Chen Xuani, the head of the senior department, asked in confusion, "Where's Lu Chanha?" Su Chen's summoner profession card was purchased in his presence. He should be considered a contributor. Why isn't he here for the dinner? Don't mention it. The administrative principal in charge of campus discipline sneered. A dog can't change its habit of eating shit. You other principals probably don't know Lu Chanha's true nature, but I know it all too well. When he learned that Zhou Changfeng from our senior class awakened the summoner profession card, Lu Chanha didn't follow the usual practices and unspoken rules to prioritize internal processing of this high-level profession card. Instead, he made a call to the external force, the Iron Blood Alliance, and brought in their chief secretary, Zhao Muyu. As for the reason, those who understand know. He naturally wanted to earn that hefty commission. The vice principal in charge of student transfers turned pale with rage. This scoundrel, a traitor. No wonder my performance has been declining year after year, and my KPIs are always hard to meet. The number of high-level professionals at Beiliang Academy is getting worse. It turns out we have this pest within our ranks. My high-level teaching title is ruined because of him. Principal Zhao Renjie was also instantly furious. the 7 principals of Bailiang Academy each have their own duties and do not interfere with each other. Yet he secretly sold students high-level profession cards without informing us? A principal, engaging in intermediary work? Let me guess. He must have made things difficult for Su Chen, fearing that after Su Chen breaks the record and returns, he would publicly expose this embarrassing matter, which is why he chose to feign illness and hide at home. Just thinking about the top-tier talent of the summoner Su Chen, who almost missed his career path, all because Lu Changhe was greedy for a trifling profit. Principal Zhao Renjie felt a wave of fear and decisively said, I will immediately write a report and request the Bailiang Education Bureau to send a special investigation team to launch an urgent investigation into Lu Changhe. He is unworthy to be a teacher and must be removed from the teaching staff immediately. The senior officials of various schools began to curse, still feeling uneasy. Indeed, when they were moving forward with integrity and diligence, there must be some scoundrel enjoying the benefits. At that moment, Su Chen walked up to their dining table, and upon hearing the righteous curses, he scratched his head. Su Chen, did you hear that? Zhao Renjie glanced at this proud student and sighed. I'm sorry, I've been so busy with the Abyss project that I've neglected school management, allowing Lu Changhe, this pest, to take advantage. Upon reflection, how could an ordinary summoner career card sell for a sky-high price of 20 million under normal circumstances? Yes, the highest transaction record in history was only 15 million. A principal echoed. It must be that Lu Changhe is sabotaging things, forcing you to raise the price. That little rascal is truly despicable. A department head gritted his teeth. Exploiting a poor student who receives relief funds. How could he be so ruthless? Su Chen felt awkward. The reason he quoted 20 million was purely due to the task from the godly rich system. But the next moment, he heard Principal Zhao Renjie assure him, we will investigate this harmful element Lu Changhe. In the future, I will help you apply for 10 million in compensation from the bribes confiscated from him. Alright, Su Chen immediately responded with righteous indignation. I'm not after the money, I just hope the principal will stand up for the 100,000 teachers and students of Bailiang Academy and restore a clear sky to the education sector. So when will the funds be transferred? Zhao Renjie, Chan Xuani, the two of them had a certain understanding of Su Chen's flexible moral standards. Just wait a bit, you will definitely get it approved before your college entrance examination. Mayor Chen Xuani, the most experienced with official processes, casually replied, while curiously asking, you sneaked over to our table, you must have some ulterior motive, right? Can't I just want to thank you? Su Chen raised a can of cola. You specially came to help me with the live broadcast and avoid trouble, so I want to toast you. Wishing you great fortune in martial arts, conquering the world with your sword, and may your blessings be as vast as the East Sea and your life as long as the abyss. Your mouth is as sweet as honey. Hey, wait a minute. Chen Xuani rolled his eyes. You mentioned the live broadcast right away, you want to ask how much the earnings are, don't you? Su Chen smiled awkwardly, just asking casually, mainly. I'm quite curious. I've already asked them to transfer the money as soon as possible, now that I think about it. It should be about time for it to arrive. Just as Mayor Chen finished speaking, Su Chen's phone buzzed with a notification, Longwei Bank, dear customer, the global live streaming platform has completed a transfer of 1,520,377.19 yuan to your account ending in 8801 on May 8 at 2000 hours. Please pay attention. Su Chen's hand trembled. Staring in disbelief, in just one night, from just one live broadcast, I earned 150 million? Even more profitable than his godly rich system. Chen Xuani smiled gently. The Demon Fortress dungeon has not been cleared for many years and is quite famous among global professionals. This is a huge flow of traffic, and you consumed it all, naturally earning a fortune. It's a pity that none of us are the prophetic, witch, or diviner professions. The mayor sighed. Without prior promotion or taking commercial orders. Otherwise, you could have earned at least 5 times more tonight. I'm already very satisfied. Su Chen clasped his hands, but his heart was bleeding. Indeed, such a huge business opportunity could be considered a windfall. Principal Zhao Renjie coughed and reminded him. Things on the internet are all virtual, you can't grasp them. Child, having 150 million in revenue is already a huge profit, don't be too greedy. How about this? Your live streaming account can be managed by Uncle Zhou? I'll take care of it for you, Zhao Renjie suggested with delight. Su Chen rolled his eyes wildly. I wish you could take care of it, but I'm afraid that global viewers, used to the elegant and dashing Eastern handsome men, would suddenly be faced with an old grump who looks like a ghost, and they'd all unfollow and run away, wasting a live stream room with 20 million followers. Zhao Renjie. Put. Mayor Chen Xuanyi couldn't hold back and laughed, handing him a small note. Here, account password. The real name authentication is also done with your Su Chen's information, so you can take over seamlessly. From the very beginning, Mayor Chen and Principal Zhao never intended to take his live streaming account. After all, this thing was highly tied to Su Chen, and no one could steal it. They simply wanted to tease him a bit. Although the account belongs to you, you are still a student, and you must focus on the college entrance examination and concentrate on your studies. Zhao Renjie sternly reminded him. Don't let a small person become arrogant and indulge in live streaming for quick money, becoming just like everyone else. However, Chen Xuanyi held a different opinion. You really are an old fossil and out of touch with the times. Anyway, Su Chen has already received a special recruitment contract from the Yanhuang Military Academy. Why bother with the college entrance examination? Instead, live streaming is the real career that can provide a livelihood, and he should do it well. You should do the math. Before Zhao Renjie could explode, Chen Xuanyi was already counting on his fingers to show them, an ordinary graduate from Beiliang Academy. After university, we can estimate a monthly salary of 5,000. That's just 60,000 a year, without considering taxes and expenses. Let's assume he saves it all. In 10 years, that's 600,000. Assuming he works for 50 years, that's only 3 million. And Su Chen's new live streaming account gained 20 million followers overnight last night, all of whom are genuine active fans. Not a single zombie follower. They all have high hopes for Su Chen, and their desire to tip is very strong, which is why he made a net profit of 1.5 billion last night. As for Su Chen's second live stream, as long as it's slightly interesting, I guarantee he'll earn at least another 50 million. Even if Su Chen messes up and the subsequent live streams lack entertainment value, I estimate that his big influencer account will ultimately earn at least 300 million. Chen Xuanyi smirked. With such a huge sum in hand, how many epic gear can he buy? How many skill books? Since he can rise to the top in one step, why bother following the traditional path of studying for the college entrance examination, going to university, and then finding a job? Zhao Renjie stammered. The significance of the college entrance examination is not just about making money. Chen Xuanyi dismissed him. Don't sanctify the college entrance examination for professionals. It's just a talent screening mechanism, a stepping stone to society. The nightmare-level dungeon Demon Fortress is the real college entrance examination for Su Chen. He has already secured the special recruitment from university and future employment. Zhao Renjie was left speechless. He realized that what Chen Xuanyi said made a lot of sense. The college entrance examination for professionals mainly provides a fair path for underprivileged students. While Su Chen had already achieved fame in one battle, soaring up and catching the attention of countless high-level professionals. By the way, the kid came here brazenly to ask Mayor Chen Xuanyi to convert your commendation for me into something else. Su Chen clasped his hands and earnestly requested. Oh, speak freely. I want to request a pass that allows me to go to the Beiliang 037 Abyss battlefield. As soon as he said this, the entire table of Beiliang Academy's senior officials turned pale. Are you crazy? A principal firmly interrupted. No way. Even if the mayor agrees, our school will absolutely not allow it. How can a student with little practical experience casually go to a real battlefield? If you die there, you won't be able to resurrect like in a dungeon. That's right. Although you, kid, have taken a unique path and, with Mayor Chen Xuanyi's support, have become a popular figure in the combat sector, living worry-free and becoming rich overnight. In terms of combat experience, you're still a rookie just starting out. You must follow the standard procedure. First, achieve a passing score in 10 trial dungeons, which means a C-level clearance rating. Then earn enough graduation equipment in the military academy. And finally wait for the teachers at the military academy to assess your mental state and real combat power to decide if you qualify to step onto the real battlefield. This is a matter of life and death. It cannot be taken lightly. Everyone chimed in, refusing to budge. After all, Su Chen was the most extraordinary genius in the history of Beiliang Academy. If he were to be chewed up by a rat demon on the battlefield, only to be reborn in the form of excrement, it would be a tremendous loss of a heavyweight alumnus. Su Chen said seriously, what about before there were dungeons? At the beginning of the Abyss invasion, the martyrs of our Dragon Kingdom had just changed jobs. and many didn't even master any skills. But they still bravely stepped onto the battlefield with their weak level 1 bodies to fight against the monsters for the sake of saving the country and its people. I wish to emulate the martyrs and hone my strength directly on the real battlefield. He bowed again, his expression resolute. I hope you all will approve. This. The crowd exchanged glances. Su Chen was prepared and continued to try to persuade them. Moreover, the 037 Abyss battlefield is a standard low-intensity Abyss battlefield, with a level cap of only 20. The monsters inside aren't very strong, making it suitable for newcomers like me to practice. I've heard that many new recruits from the military and some practitioners from prominent families actively apply to go there for trials. If they can go, then I can go too. This last statement made Principal Zhao Renjie hesitate. The head of the third-year department frowned and reminded, Little Su, the new recruits go to clear the 037 battlefield out of duty. They must control the number of monsters to prevent those creatures from breaking through the blockade and attacking civilians. As for the practitioners from powerful factions, they have undergone intense training since childhood, and their equipment and skills are top-notch. They can deal with low-level monsters below level 20 as easily as cutting vegetables. But you. He didn't say more, but his meaning was clear. Su Chen had just awakened today, although he had received many rewards in the Demon Fortress dungeon. He still had many shortcomings. No, I actually think Su Chen should go. Mayor Chen Xuanyi suddenly put down his chopsticks and spoke decisively. Get lost. Don't try to fool our passionate students from Beiliang into becoming your cannon fodder. I know the forces on the Abyss front are always tight, but we can't just let a mere level 10 summoner go to the battlefield for free. Principal Zhao Renjie glared at his old friend. Chen Xuanyi rolled his eyes. The forces are tight at the 002 Abyss battlefield where the 4th-tier practitioners are fighting fiercely. Su Chen hasn't even reached the threshold. Besides, the 037 Abyss has always been used to train newly promoted practitioners, and the danger level is very low. In practitioner jargon, it's a newbie village. Even before the dungeon system was established, the death rate in the 037 Abyss was only 13%, which is practically baby bus level difficulty. He shrugged dismissively. A 13% death rate, is that low? Zhao Renjie snorted coldly. 1 out of 10 will die. Who can guarantee that they won't be that unlucky one? Chen Xuanyi scoffed lightly. Old Zhao, I think you've been too absorbed in academic research and have forgotten a basic principle. When it comes to resisting the Abyss, our human race has never had the upper hand. We have always fought for our lives, filling the gap with flesh and blood. All great undertakings are inevitably accompanied by great sacrifices. A casualty rate of 13% is already the result after the popularization of demonology and basic occupational skills. You must know, during the first 10 years of universal job change and Abyss invasion, the casualty rate of Abyss No. 037 was 68%. It was the experience summarized from countless lives that was written into textbooks and passed down to future generations that reduced it to 13%. Chen Xuanyi snorted coldly. 99% of the dangers have already been explored, and low-intensity battlefields are hardly rare, nor are there any secrets to speak of. What is there to fear? Moreover, with a top student like Su Chen, he must be thoroughly familiar with all the taboos of the 037 battlefield, making it a smooth journey for him. Here, I've signed the pass. After saying that, Chen Xuanyi directly ignored his old friend's dark face and flamboyantly signed a pass. Su Chen happily took it, his mouth twitching as he thought, damn, such ugly cursive. Even a crab dipping in ink and crawling on paper would look better than your handwriting. It's a shame your signature was so cool. It turns out it was just a cover for how ugly your writing is. Of course, I won't go back on my word. The reward I promised you earlier will still be given. As Su Chen turned to leave, Chen Xuanyi reached out and grabbed the back of his collar, pulling him back like a chick. A shiny golden ring was taken out from the backpack compartment and tossed onto the dining table. Hiss, is it? The senior members of Beiliang Academy immediately lit up, saliva uncontrollably flowing. Magic ring, Hydra emblem, no. 004, quality, dark gold level, description, this is a demigod level magical creature. The Hydra, whose soul fragment dropped after being besieged by multiple 6th-tier practitioners on the Great Barrier Reef in Australia. It was born from the 4th head of the Hydra, the lightning element head. Effect, all lightning element spells cast by the wearer can split into 9 chain lightning bolts. Level restriction, level 10, can grow. Please collect the other 8 soul fragments to unlock more functions. Su Chen was taken aback and instinctively declined. No merit, no reward. Such a treasure, how can I accept it? Please take it back. Mayor, Although he was drooling over it, he understood a simple truth of human society: there is no free lunch. Whatever value others offer, they must hope to receive an equivalent return. Don't be fooled by the fact that this dark gold ring is only a level 10 item. Its prefix is magic ring. Level 10 is merely a facade. If he could gather all 9 soul fragments of the Hydra into equipment, it could potentially grow into a semi-divine artifact, or even a divine artifact. By then, the usage requirements would surely soar above level 100. Chen Xuanyi smiled faintly. I am a sword immortal and no longer cast lightning element spells, so I have replaced the ring slot equipment with another divine ring. It has been eliminated. And among my juniors, there are no lightning element mages. But I'm not an element mage either. Su Chen spread his hands. Chen Xuanyi glanced at him. But that fox pet of yours seems to be an all-element mage. You just need to buy it a skill book for chain lightning, and pair it with the Hydra magic ring. Just imagine. Every time it casts a spell, it would be a network of 9 chain lightning bolts, covering the abyssal creatures in a wide area. A true lightning mage. Su Chen's eyes flickered. He had already envisioned this scene the moment he saw the magic ring. But, what do you want me to do for you? No merit. No reward. I need to weigh this. He asked solemnly. Gifts come with expectations. Su Chen looked deeply at Chen Xuanyi. The latter clapped and smiled. Level up to 20 as soon as possible and complete the first job change of a practitioner. At that time, I will make a request for you to go to a wild abyssal rift and help me collect 2 precious materials. That rift is extremely unstable and only allows practitioners below level 30 to enter. No way. Before Su Chen could consider it, Zhao Renjie had already slammed his hand on the table. You're talking about the abyssal rift, the gate of the deceptive nation, right? Chen Xuanyi narrowed his eyes and glanced at his old friend. A cold bitterness flickered in his gaze. He was not lying. Instead, he readily admitted. Exactly. It is the gate of the deceptive nation. Whenever the abyssal fog boils, the gate will be filled with all sorts of malevolent spirits and ghosts. So, I absolutely will not allow you to get involved. Principal Zhao Renjie glared sternly at Su Chen. This matter is not up for discussion and absolutely cannot be refuted. What exactly is the gate of the deceptive nation? Su Chen scratched his head. His curiosity piqued. Perhaps, deep down, every good student harbors a rebellious spirit yearning to break free. Chen Xuanyi set down his wineglass, put down his chopsticks, wiped his lips, and slowly gazed at the young man before him. It involves a taboo topic in the academic circle that has persisted for 3 years, a secret that all official entities around the world are trying to cover up. But unfortunately, the area of the deceptive zone is gradually expanding, and the bizarre disasters are intensifying. It can no longer be concealed. The sword immortal pinched his brow in frustration. I only know one thing: when it is made public in the future, it will undoubtedly cause widespread panic. As a scholar, old Zhao should know more about the gate of the deceptive nation than I do. Chen Xuanyi shot a glance at his old friend. I'm not good with words, and I might misdescribe it. If your prized student encounters a bizarre entity in the future, it could lead to a fatal outcome. It's better if you explain it yourself. Sigh. Fine. Anyway, the existence of bizarre entities can no longer be hidden. Zhao Renjie sighed dejectedly. Within 6 months, all governments around the world will reveal their secrets. In that case, let me give you a brief overview of the information, so you won't be completely ignorant when you accidentally stumble into a disaster zone. Ahem. Clearing his throat, Zhao Renjie began to speak to the attentive audience. In the African savannah, what happens to a young elephant that strays from its herd out of curiosity? First, the fiercest lion pride will swarm in, trying to feast on the little elephant. That is the abyssal demon clan that covets our planet. Zhao Renjie sighed. But are the lions the only ones eyeing the young elephant? After that, hyena packs will also want to share in the spoils after the lions have had their fill. Then come the vultures, followed by decomposers like dung beetles and E. coli. Zhao Renjie's expression turned serious. The portals from the abyss have left our planet riddled with wounds, losing all defenses. Thus, hunters from other worlds are also setting their sights on us. From the gate of the abyss come the demon clan, while from the gate of the deceptive nation come the bizarre entities. Zhao Renjie said solemnly. Bizarre entities are very unique. They are neither alive nor dead. Even if you scatter their souls, they can always return time and again, seemingly impervious to any means of destruction, only able to be suppressed by sealing techniques. They represent a completely different power system from our universal job transfer system and the devouring system of the abyssal demons. Zhao Renjie sighed, clearly troubled. Isn't that like the vengeful spirits in horror movies? Su Chen immediately made the connection. Of course, it's different. Principal Zhao shook his head vigorously. The ghosts in horror movies are merely fairy tales for adults. I can't be bothered to watch them. Nor would I be scared. Rated at least PG-13, or even R, and possibly classified as forbidden for those under 18. And you see it as a fairy tale? A principal was astonished. Zhao Renjie nodded as if it were obvious. Exactly. Think about the prototypes of those ancient horror stories, like strange tales from a Chinese studio. Basically, it's always about an honest person who is bullied, turning into a vengeful ghost after death, seeking revenge on unfaithful lovers, big landlords, corrupt officials, and the like. Normally, for an ordinary person at the bottom of society to seek revenge on those in high positions, how much effort would it take to climb up? And how many days and nights of endurance would they have to go through? Zhao Renjie scoffed, but in horror stories, all it takes is a white silk to hang oneself from the eaves, and they gain superpowers, becoming an unmatched vengeful spirit. Isn't that just an ancient version of a superhero story? In short, it's merely a fairy tale that embodies the most beautiful desire for rebellion. The crowd exchanged glances. Insightful. Mayor Qin Shuani gave a thumbs up. Lu Yuan scratched his head, then, what's special about strange objects compared to ghosts? They do not possess a spirit and cannot be harmed by garlic, peachwood swords, black dog blood, or talismans. When it came to strange objects, Principal Zhao Renjie once again wore a serious expression. There were 6th-tier professionals who used the divine technique Holy Light Shines, attempting to purify them, but these beings were completely unharmed. Logically, any evil creature should receive double damage from Holy Light attributes. There was also a hidden profession in summoning, necromancer, who tried to use soul summoning on strange objects. And the result? Sigh. Zhao Renjie wore an expression that was hard to describe. Su Chen, as a summoner, naturally had considerable research on hidden professions of the same type. He couldn't help but ask in surprise, soul summoning can call forth unclaimed necromantic creatures as temporary servants, yet it doesn't work on strange objects? Yes, completely ineffective. The necromancer's offense only angered the strange object, which possessed him, leading him to jump off a building in front of everyone the next day. Although this incident was classified as suicide, all researchers had seen his psychological diagnosis report perfectly healthy, with no signs of a suicidal person. Zhao Renjie sighed deeply. Later, many scholars risked their lives to study them, and they also died in bizarre ways. So what now? Isn't it unsolvable? Su Chen looked shocked. If so many high-level professionals and top scholars were helpless against strange objects, it would be a disaster more terrifying than an abyss invasion. Just thinking about the possibility of encountering them at any moment and dying a horrific death made Su Chen instinctively shudder. No need to panic too much. Mayor Chen Shuani, however, was casually picking his teeth, smiling faintly. In simple terms, strange objects are not in the same power system as us, so there are no effective solutions. It's like 3-dimensional bullets cannot harm 2-dimensional beings, or higher-dimensional 4-dimensional creatures. But sealing techniques can seal strange objects within certain items. That is cutting-edge high-end academic research, which we lowly scholars in this impoverished rural area of Beiliang are temporarily unqualified to access. Zhao Renjie, Su Chen, you already know the terror of strange objects, and the gate of the strange nation is the passage linking our world to theirs. Therefore, I absolutely do not agree with you recklessly venturing inside. Although that dark gold magic ring given to you by that old man Chen Shuani is valuable, it is not worth a talented summoner risking their life. Su Chen, however, shrugged nonchalantly. Sorry, Principal Zhao, but my decision might disappoint you. Zhao Renjie was anxious. He did not want to see his proud student perish in the gate of the strange nation. We professionals have always faced the abyss, combating all kinds of incredibly powerful demons. In my opinion, strange objects are nothing more than more powerful high-level demons. He shook his head. To obtain the powerful dark gold equipment, the Hydra emblem, a group of 6th-tier professionals is needed to team up and confront the demigod-level Hydra. Udila. Therefore, its value is worth my trip to the gate of the strange nation. It's worth betting my life on. Very good. I like this kind of young genius. Mayor Chen Shuani showed a satisfied expression. Rest assured, all our global research organizations are working tirelessly on the gate of the strange nation. By the time you grow strong enough to venture into the gate, who knows, we might have already deciphered the secret of the immortality of strange objects. What Su Chen was thinking, however, was, I have a godly rich system that can customize the golden attributes of summoned objects. At worst, I can create some attributes like strange revival or strange arrival to bestow upon my summons. At that time, even if they are strange objects, can't they kill each other? After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Su Chen left the cafeteria satisfied, put on a mask, and returned to his dormitory to rest. But as he fumbled for his access card, his fingertips brushed against a business card. It was none other than the alluring secretary Zhao Muyu, who had previously been at odds with him but later adopted a much lower profile, even going so far as to reveal her deep, alluring chest when apologizing. The card still carried a hint of her high-end perfume, with a fresh bass note. Su Chen glanced at it, but his expression suddenly froze, for he discovered a line of elegant small characters on the card. I have clues about the summoner's exclusive artifact, Portable World. We can discuss it in person or with a small knife. If you're interested, please contact your sister. Next to it was a pink lip print, shimmering with a mesmerizing sheen under the streetlight. His first reaction was, could it be a trap? Is it a beauty trap from the Iron Blood Alliance? Does Shinzimo want her to test her skills? Then perhaps I could turn the tables and probe her depths. But, some scams, despite being crude, often succeed because their temptations are too great. Although Su Chen did not trust Zhao Muyu, his eyes seemed glued to the four characters, Portable World. As a summoner, who wouldn't want Portable World? It should be known that ordinary summoners, like Su Chen now, have extremely limited summoning beast spaces. Currently, Su Chen only has 3, although he will gain more with class changes and upgrades in the future. Normally, from 1st to 6th tier, one cannot possess more than 10 summoning beast spaces. The number of summoning beasts is the foundation of a summoner, even if the quality of the summoning beasts is somewhat poor. As long as the quantity is sufficient, it can still achieve the effect of many ants killing an elephant. The infamous undead catastrophe had a vast summoning beast space, with a wave of the hand summoning an overwhelming army of bone dragons and a sea of skeletons. It is said that they possessed the artifact, Portable World. Unfortunately, after the undead catastrophe vanished into the annals of history, this artifact also disappeared without a trace, most likely burned or shattered by the abyssal demons. In the active community of summoners, there is often a saying, artifacts usually have a divine-level suffix indestructible. They can only be dropped, stolen, or broken into fragments, but they can never be completely destroyed by demons. Those fragments are destined to gather and reassemble over the long course of history, reappearing in this world as the artifact itself. Su Chen furrowed his brows tightly, quietly pondering, if Zhao Muyu didn't deceive me, and the news about the artifact, Portable World, really leaked out, then this would be a tremendous opportunity. But shouldn't she sell it to Shinzimo? Could it be that the rumors about her resigning publicly are true? Su Chen learned from his friend Song Qingfeng's embellished description that Shinzimo attributed all the credit for breaking through the demon fortress to his own professional card, even swearing that it was a hidden high-level summoner card. After a moment's thought, Su Chen understood the reason behind Zhao Muyu's angry resignation. She didn't want to be the scapegoat. That professional card was, after all, something Su Chen had snatched away at a high price of 20 million in front of Zhao Muyu and Shinzimo. This meant that if Shinzimo was telling the truth, then Zhao Muyu was the primary responsible party. As a professional secretary and manager, Zhao Muyu was merely working for the Iron Blood Alliance. They had an employer-employee relationship. If Zhao Muyu really made the low-level mistake of mistaking a high-level professional card for a regular one, her reputation would be ruined, and no one would hire her in the future. Therefore, she absolutely did not want to take the blame, as it concerned her future career. However, she couldn't afford to offend the future heir of the Iron Blood Alliance, so Zhao Muyu had no choice but to resign. Zhao Muyu probably isn't using her beauty to manipulate anyone. This piece of information couldn't possibly be bait released by the Iron Blood Alliance, Su Chen concluded. Although he didn't know much about the Iron Blood Alliance or Zhao Muyu, after 3 years of being classmates, he understood Shinzimo very well. This guy was very self-important, vengeful, and particularly harsh and ungrateful. Shifting his failures onto his secretary was perfectly in line with his character. Su Chen no longer hesitated and dialed Zhao Muyu's number. An hour later, Su Chen, wearing ordinary sunglasses and a medical mask, pretending to be a severe cold patient, and Zhao Muyu, sporting flashy sunglasses and a trendy golden mask, pretending to be a street celebrity, sat together in a private room of an internet cafe at the school gate. we look quite like a little couple, Zhao Muyu said, handing him a cup of oolong peach milk tea, sipping casually as she asked, has the Iron Blood Alliance caused you any trouble yet? Oh, we have no grievances, so why would they create trouble for me? Su Chen frowned, probing. Zhao Muyu smiled. You should know Shen Zimo, and I know his father, Shen Ginghong. They share a vengeful nature, and they are equally ruthless. You may not harbor much hostility towards them, but in Shen Jinghong's mind, he has already taken action against you, convinced that you will definitely retaliate in the future. Therefore, eliminating you in the cradle to solve all troubles once and for all is his style. He has taken action against me? Su Chen was taken aback. Yes, to prevent you from rising in the future and avenging his good son. Shen Jinghong personally intervened and snatched away the special admission quota from the top military academy that was meant for you. Zhao Muyu said with a half-smile, there's an old saying in our dragon country, blocking someone's path to wealth is like killing their parents. Taking away your opportunity for advancement is no less than a blood feud at the family level. Su Chen forced a smile and sighed. Truly, trouble came from nowhere. First, Shen Zimo presumptuously speculated that his unremarkable summoner profession was actually a hidden special profession. Then, Shen Jinghong mistakenly believed that Su Chen harbored resentment against his son, leading to a situation of mutual hostility. Thus, Shen Jinghong took it upon himself to seize the special admission quota that Su Chen didn't even care about. In the end, Shen Jinghong assumed that Su Chen would definitely be furious about this, and they had become enemies as if blocking someone's path to wealth was akin to killing their parents. Who can withstand this kind of presumptuous expectation and self-inflicted damage? Su Chen sipped his milk tea gloomily, looking at the beautiful secretary with a face like a painting, as if seeking a last straw for survival. Do you think I can reconcile with Shen Jinghong? I can apologize. Yes. Zhao Muyu smiled lightly, ruthlessly shattering his hopes. Based on my understanding of Shen Jinghong, he must think you are just pretending to be weak, while in your heart, you are very unconvinced, merely trying to buy some time for leveling up. One day, when you also become a 6th-tier professional, you will definitely repay the hidden hatred tenfold. Su Chen, this should just be your imagination, right? He was somewhat skeptical. Is Shen Jinghong really that extreme? Unfortunately, in the Iron Blood Alliance, his nickname is Mad Warrior Shen Jinghong, which perfectly matches his hidden profession, Wild Warrior. Zhao Muyu said, you are an academic achiever. You should have read a truth, there are only wrong names, not wrong nicknames. Su Chen could only sigh deeply, finally sweeping away his gloom, revealing a fierce look like a rolling knife. Fine, if Shen Jinghong keeps pestering me, then I, Su, am not a softie. This guy is simply bullying me. Does he really think I'm made of clay? Very good. I like your spirit. Zhao Muyu chewed on a macaron, offering her suggestion. You don't need to panic, because you are now receiving special attention from the 3rd Military Academy of the Dragon Kingdom, Yanhuang Military Academy. Vice President Chu Tianqi has even given you a special recruitment quota. Moreover, Mayor Chen Xianyi has also informed everyone, publicly expressing that he has high hopes for you. Such a statement is enough to make Shen Jinghong wary. Not to mention, your live stream of conquering the Demon Fortress dungeon is globally famous and highly popular. This means that before the netizens forget you, you are a big internet celebrity. Every move you make is under scrutiny. After all, the Iron Blood Alliance is an officially registered organization, and Shen Jinghong wouldn't dare to act recklessly against you in this situation. Su Chen nodded, exhaling a long breath. That's true. Whether in the old era or the era of universal job changes, the death of a big internet celebrity will bring about extremely high exposure, making it hard for Shen Jinghong to escape responsibility. Confirming that he was temporarily safe, Su Chen felt a strong motivation to level up. To survive under a 6th-tier wild warrior, he at least needed to be a 5th-tier summoner. How much do you want for the information on the artifact, World in a Pocket? How can I prove the authenticity of the news? Su Chen asked thoughtfully. I witnessed the grand event of your global live stream yesterday. Zhao Muyu smiled particularly joyfully. So, those rows of rewards were indeed generous, making me wish I could pay to get in on it. Su Chen's heart sank, his face stiffening. That global livestream requires cross-border taxation, so I actually don't get much money from it. I'm a master's student in international finance. Zhao Muyu's lips curved into a charming smile. Am I not more familiar with taxes and cross-border settlements than you? Bad man, always thinking of taking advantage of others. Su Chen looked at the enchanting beauty radiating charm before him, swallowing hard, instinctively clutching his lifeline. You, don't come over. Yes, that lifeline, his bank card. One price, 100 million. Zhao Muyu lazily offered a very precise price. In her view, Su Chen had made a substantial profit from this live stream, and he must be at his highest spirits, bound to have ambitions for the artifact's information. No summoner could resist the temptation of world in a pocket. After all, it meant an infinitely large summoning space, which implied an infinite number of vast summoned beasts. Qualitative change can arise from quantitative change. Zhao Muyu continued to persuade with a charming smile. The current price to buy a summoned skeleton is about 5,000 cash. If you spend a little money to buy 10,000, you can store them all in the world in a pocket. When encountering any enemies, just throw them out without hesitation. It can be said to be invincible at the same level. Su Chen curled his lips. No need for it. I'm also invincible at the same level. But he recalled the amount he needed to spend for the godly rich system, 120 million. Spending this amount would allow him to obtain another legendary golden attribute. Therefore, Su Chen waved his hand generously. Alright, it's a deal. I really do need to spend this money. Ha! Zhao Muyu was taken aback, somewhat confused by what he meant by really need to spend this money. The word spend seemed a bit excessive, but Su Chen had already signaled her to provide her bank account number and to prepare an electronic contract. Don't we need a notary? Zhao Muyu asked curiously. After all, this involves a huge business of 100 million. What if I really trick you with fake information and escape abroad once I get the money? Wouldn't that be a wasted effort? Su Chen rolled his eyes. The money will definitely be transferred to the official platform of Long Country first, not directly into your account. Once I confirm the authenticity of the information, the 100 million will be paid to you in installments from the official platform. I'm not some naive virgin who loses his mind just because he sees a beautiful woman and doesn't understand basic anti-fraud knowledge. Alright, that seems reasonable. Zhao Muyu was confident in her information and believed the official platform was reliable. So she printed 3 copies of the electronic contract, and both parties signed. Here, one for you, one for me, and one to be sent to the official platform. Zhao Muyu was very efficient, quickly handling all the contracts, and then sat up straight to tell him about the information. The artifact, World in a Bag, was once the possession of the Lord of the Undead Calamity. After the martyr fell, this artifact was torn apart by demons and secretly sealed away. In order to prevent high-level summoners like the Lord of the Undead Calamity from obtaining it, they maliciously sealed the fragments of the artifact in a low-intensity abyss battlefield. Su Chen was taken aback, his expression slightly changing. Is it really in that cursed place? The low-intensity abyss battlefield? A forbidden zone only allowed for novice practitioners below level 20? Su Chen suddenly realized. No wonder the artifact, World in a Bag, hadn't appeared for so long, as if it had vanished without a trace. It turned out its fragments were sealed in that cursed place. The abyss battlefield was a special area where human practitioners and abyssal monsters fought fiercely. However, practitioners from level 1 to level 6 had vastly different strengths and could not all fight in the same abyss battlefield. Thus, the abyss battlefield was divided into 7 tiers: level 6 abyss battlefield, level 5 abyss battlefield, level 4, 3, 2, 1, and the low-intensity abyss battlefield for untransformed novices. This can be understood from a gaming perspective, similar to how many esports games have ranked tiers: bronze, black iron, silver, gold, etc. However, not long after the abyss invasion, the low-intensity abyss battlefield was legally abolished, and the state no longer recommended untransformed individuals to enter. The reason was simple: most novice practitioners below level 1 were minors. How could these children be allowed to fight against monsters right after they transformed? Humans are different from monsters. The fighting instincts and innate skills of monsters are ingrained in their DNA, at the genetic level, something they are born with. In contrast, human practitioners need to learn skills from school, hone techniques in dungeons, and gain attributes from equipment. Therefore, the decisions made by governments around the world were undoubtedly wise. Humans gave up the benefits of the low-intensity abyss battlefield but preserved their strength, taking the initiative in the various abyss battlefields from level 1 to level 6. This could also be considered another form of a strategic race. So, Su Chen squinted his eyes. I need to take advantage of not having changed jobs yet to step into the low-intensity abyss battlefield and find the fragments of the artifact world in my pocket. He had actually just received the abyss battlefield pass No. 037 signed by Mayor Chin at the recently concluded celebration banquet. Even without clues about the artifact, he was prepared to go to the battlefield to kill monsters and level up, aiming to reach level 20 as soon as possible. Bingo! Zhao Muyu snapped her fingers and said seriously, the revival of artifacts usually involves a very complicated series of high-difficulty tasks, each linked to the next. The information I have shows that when a summoner kills 1,000 monsters in the low-intensity abyss battlefield, they will trigger the artifact revival task. But I don't know the details of the task. Zhao Muyu sighed lightly. After all, the conditions to trigger the task are too harsh. That's 1,000 kills. The monsters in the low-intensity abyss battlefield mostly range from level 10 to 20. If Su-chan were just an ordinary level 10 summoner, it would be extremely difficult for him to achieve 1,000 kills, let alone a 10-kill streak. This isn't a simple mowing grass game. One must remember a fundamental logic. If a person is killed, they will die. Yes, the low-intensity abyss battlefield is reality. It is not a dungeon. Not a dungeon. Not a dungeon. All beings that enter, whether human or monster, have only one life. The reason Su-chan could leisurely livestream clearing the demon fortress is that it was a dungeon. Even if he lost, he could return intact and try again next time. Therefore, he could approach everything with the relaxed mindset of a gamer. Is this the difficulty of obtaining an artifact? Su-chan sighed, but it ignited his fighting spirit. But for me, the difficulty is just right. Zhao Muyu smiled gently. That's right, with your legendary level summoned beast, you can definitely walk through the low-intensity battlefield with ease. This task is undoubtedly tailored for summoners like you. For other professions, no matter how strong their talent, achieving 1,000 kills in the low-intensity abyss battlefield would be a pipe dream. Because they are ultimately mere mortals, they will tire, exhaust their mana, and lose health. The monsters know how to ambush, set traps, and gather into a tide of monsters, launching a full-scale attack. Not to mention, even if 1,000 monsters stood still for them to attack, ordinary professionals wouldn't have enough weapon durability. Blades would dull and chip against the monster's bones. Staves would run out of power and need to be re-enchanted. That's why it is a task exclusive to summoners. Summoners can leverage the vast number of monsters on the battlefield to infinitely summon skeletons, thus using the skeleton C tactic to push through the abyss battlefield, achieving a qualitative change with absolute numerical superiority. Here, I've prepared the skill book for you. Consider it a small gift from our big business. Zhao Muyu thoughtfully handed him a skill book. Skeleton Summoning Technique, Class Restriction, Summoner. If you change jobs to Necromancer, all skeleton soldier attacks plus 50%, health plus 50. Effect, summons a skeleton soldier from a corpse. The type of skeleton soldier depends on the corpse type, which can be a melee skeleton warrior, a ranged skeleton archer, or a casting skeleton mage. Oh, thank you, Sister Zhao Muyu. Su-chen's heart blossomed with joy because the market price for this skeleton summoning technique was over 200,000, and now he had gotten it for free from her, which felt really great. Such sweet words. Senior sister really likes it. Zhao Muyu's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at him and suggested again, I say, why not hire me as your agent? After all, I'm currently unemployed, and you, as a big internet celebrity, shouldn't be a lone wolf. You don't even have a little assistant. Why choose me? Su-chan was taken aback. With your senior's abilities and about to gain 100 million in capital, you could completely start your own business, right? Why bother working for someone else? Zhao Muyu, however, retorted angrily, start my own business? In an era where professionals reign supreme, where is the space for ordinary people to start their own businesses? Do you think I want to work in that hellhole of the Iron Blood Alliance? That old thief Shen Jinghong stares at my beautiful legs with those thieving eyes of his, clearly having a wife, yet still fantasizing about having the secretary do things when there's work, and having the secretary do nothing when there's none. I know the filth in his heart, but I can only endure it. Fortunately, his mother Tiger is quite powerful, a 6th-tier professional with a strong family background, so Shen Jinghong doesn't dare to act recklessly and can only pretend to be a good man from the Gu family. Zhao Muyu sighed. Strength is respected, that's the hidden creed of the era of universal job change. She gazed out the window, her eyes misty with tears. I also come from a small town. My parents contracted a barren mountain, and through hard work, they planted it full of fruit trees, diligently fertilizing and caring for them, ultimately reaping a bountiful harvest. Do you think they would welcome the final harvest? Jiamuyu's lips curled into a beautiful yet cold arc. I saw it with my own eyes. 2 merchants came to our door. One was willing to offer a fair price to help us escape poverty, the other only offered 30% of the market price, wanting to buy all the seasonal fruits from our orchard. My parents ultimately chose the latter because he was a shadow assassin, a part-time killer and one of the most notorious 4th-tier professionals. That night, my petanin was disassembled into dog skin, dog meat, liver, organs, blood, and intestines, all neatly packaged in plastic wrap, left at our doorstep. Chen fell silent. I actually miss the old days more. Jiamuyu smiled sweetly, a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. In that era, I could climb to the pinnacle of human power with my intellect, and the weak could be protected by the law. But now, we must be vassals of the strong to have a fair chance to compete with others. She looked at Chen, blinked her beautiful eyes, and poked his chest with her snow-white, delicate finger. You are the man that the senior wants to be a vassal to. Ahem. Chen nearly spat out his milk tea. Senior, if you were to have a relationship with me now, I could easily report you for harassing a minor. Jiamuyu laughed, her charm captivating. She extended her right hand, supporting her fair face, and said with interest, "You're not quite right. This year's national XP ranking clearly has kids driving big cars in first place, surpassing last year's NTR Minotaur." Chen suddenly became interested. Oh? I remember Shen Zmo once had fantasies about you, and now you want to become my manager. Isn't that equivalent to me stealing his secretary's sister? His younger brother is in trouble. Jiamuyu chuckled in disbelief. Alright, Jiamuyu, senior. After the teasing, Chen became serious and said to her, if you really want to be my manager, we must maintain a proper relationship from the start. That way, when it comes time to discuss salary and contracts in the future, we can be clean and clear, with no regrets. Our cooperative relationship can last long and won't affect each other's personal space. He was not just a little boy to be toyed with by an older sister. He was a transmigrator, mature in mindset and far-sighted. Jiamuyu looked at Chen in shock, suddenly realizing she couldn't see through the junior before her. Beneath his youthful appearance, there seemed to be a depth of understanding about the world, exuding the charm of a mature man. Chen smiled, taking the initiative. The reason the senior wants to be my manager must be because she knows Miss Buffet Yen from the Secret Sanctuary, who has extended an olive branch to me. You know they will shelter me, so they come to take advantage of my protection, right, Jiamuyu? She suddenly felt a little embarrassed, as if all her thoughts had been seen through. But you are right, we should indeed unite. Chen broke the awkwardness and said seriously, because we are both on Shin Jinghan's blacklist. And don't forget, that guy Shen Zmo is acting like he's possessed, insisting that you bought the wrong profession card, although what he says is absurd. What if you die? No one can refute him, and his words will automatically become true. Jiamuyu's pupils constricted. He is indeed the kind of person who could do such a thing. Shen Jinghan would also actively help his son erase the stain on his life, because his heir can never be a clown. Yes, as long as you are alive, Shen Zmo will always be the clown. Only when you are dead can their room for maneuver become limitless, allowing Shen Zmo to become a tall, upright, perfect heir. Chen sneered lightly. For example, adding a check signed with my name among your belongings. For example, accidentally discovering a diary you wrote, containing a series of evidence that you had long since sided with me. All of these could easily prove that Shen Zmo didn't lie. Jiamuyu stood up and formally extended her hand. Let's get to know each other again. I am Jiamuyu. Please take care of me. I am a multi-million follower internet celebrity, the world record holder of the Demon Fortress, a third-class hero medal holder of the Dragon Kingdom, tall and handsome, the prince of a million girls' dreams, Chen, the handsome guy who will become the king of summoning in the future. Jiamuyu, their hands clasped together. Chen instinctively squeezed, and sure enough, it was both fragrant and soft. He couldn't be blamed, after all. It was the first time in over a decade since he crossed over that he shook hands with such a stunning beauty, and at his age, it was also the peak of male hormone secretion. Jiamuyu chuckled, just now you spoke with such righteous fervor, but your body is quite honest, Junior. After saying that, she also hooked her pinky into Chen's palm. Su Chen was nearly straightened up by her teasing, almost losing control. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Since you are willing to let me be your agent, first let me present my career plan and my operational ideas for you. Xiaomuyu also put on a serious face. As far as I know, there is a low-intensity abyss battlefield on the outskirts of Bailian City, numbered 037, where there is also an electronic signal. So, your second live broadcast can be conducted there. With exposure, the Iron Blood Alliance won't dare to act rashly. Your live broadcast is your lifeline. We can fully promote this matter grandly, letting global viewers escort you, Zhao Muyu said. However, Su Chen shook his head and said seriously, no, let's change the promotional plan. I want you to spread the news that I am about to head to the low-intensity abyss battlefield, using secret channels to get it into the ears of the Iron Blood Alliance. As for the live broadcast, we will start promoting it after I enter the battlefield, he said. Zhao Muyu understood immediately. You want to fish for law enforcement? You want to trick Shen Jinghong into sending people to the abyss battlefield to hunt you, and then counterattack them? Su Chen smiled. The entry level for the low-intensity abyss battlefield is from level 1 to level 20, and I am currently only level 10. If you were Shen Jinghong, wouldn't you want to send some level 20 experts to crush this little bug? But level 20 professionals are really much stronger than level 10 professionals, Zhao Muyu said anxiously. Don't worry, the man you choose to be your vassal is very strong. Su Chen patted his chest. Zhao Muyu rolled her eyes, but my judgment of men is very poor. Don't forget, I once wanted to be a vassal of Shen Jinghong from the Iron Blood Alliance, and in the end, I treated him like a good uncle, but he wanted to be my bad uncle. Su Chen, alright, we should make full preparations, Zhao Muyu said solemnly. Before coming here, I already offered a reward of 2 million to help you purchase the rare skill book, Skeleton Specialization. I added a 20% premium, so it should be acquired soon, but you need to reimburse me for this part. Su Chen simply transferred 20 million to her. Here, go register a private studio of mine, specifically responsible for managing my live streaming career. Use this money to handle my daily affairs. Just show me the bills every month. Su Chen trusted her completely and transferred the money without hesitation. Of course, the reason for his generosity was purely to complete the task of the wealthy system. Sure enough, the wealthy system also notified him that the consumption task of 120 million had been completed. Successfully spent 120 million, 240 million has been refunded, and received one legendary gold attribute. Next time to obtain a gold attribute, you need to spend 500 million. Friendly reminder, your spending must be used to enhance personal strength, and cannot be squandered at will. Otherwise the wealthy system will not double the refund. Su Chen temporarily suppressed the joy in his heart. He had actually planned for this one legendary gold attribute for a long time, and it had finally arrived. Zhao Muyu was also very satisfied with Su Chen's generosity. Alright, Junior, it seems that global live streaming has made you a fortune. Don't worry, this low-intensity battlefield livestream will definitely be a big hit. After all, it's been many years since anyone at level 10 has ventured into the abyss battlefield. We can do a series of live streams dominating the abyss battlefield from scratch. Zhao Muyu said excitedly. The fresh low-intensity abyss battlefield, along with your overwhelming prowess, will surely create a brand new experience for global viewers. Plus, occasionally dealing with some assassins from the Iron Blood Alliance is a little embellishment for the livestream. I can only say the livestream will be a hit. Interesting, we can go with this plan. Su Chen also thought it was great, but his only concern was, I'm already level 10, can it still be considered starting from scratch? Zhao Muyu shrugged. Your first livestream was clearing the demon fortress. At that time, you were starting from scratch, and that's enough. Alright then, after all, live streaming is just about providing entertainment and emotional value for the family. They shouldn't nitpick. Su Chen chuckled. Then, he directly tossed the pass for Abyss Battlefield No. 037 in front of Zhao Muyu. The signature of Mayor Chen Xianyi was very clear, as those three characters exuded a strong aura of sword and fire, making them impossible to forge. Ah, this. Zhao Muyu stared at him in disbelief. Have you been pretending to be clueless all along? You were actually planning to venture into the low-intensity Abyss Battlefield No. 037 from the very beginning? The artifact information I sold you, was it useless? Her expression suddenly became extremely complicated. Then why did you agree so readily to give me 100 million? Were you trying to keep me? Su Chen smiled. It's just a coincidence. Moreover, your artifact information is certainly worth that price. Because normally, I wouldn't be interested in monotonously killing 1,000 monsters. After all, I only need to level up from 10 to 20, and based on experience, about 700 monsters should be enough. Zhao Muyu showed a relieved smile, but then couldn't help feeling a bit shy. If that's the case, we actually have a tacit understanding. Okay, it's time to get down to business, my good senior sister. Alright, wait for my good news, my annoying junior. So, under Zhao Muyu's manipulation, a piece of information quickly flowed into the secret dark web. Iron Blood Alliance building. Shen Jinghong was scolding Shen Zimo. Fool, they say a tiger doesn't father a dog. How did I end up with such a stupid son? Shen Zimo held his neck high. It is known, a tiger father does not have a dog son. It is also known, I am the dog son. Therefore, you are not a tiger father, but most likely a dog father. Shen Jinghong? Then, he rewarded his son with his favorite big meal, a big slap, and a big ear flick. Prove it to me again. Let me hear your reasoning. Shen Jinghong glared at Shen Zimo, still not satisfied. Shen Zimo, with a bruised face, it is known, a kind father often spoils his son. A tiger father often has dog sons. It is also known, I am the dog son. Therefore, you are both a kind father and a tiger father. Woo woo, mommy, I want to go home. At that moment, a message was sent to his phone. Shen Jinghong squinted his eyes and said softly, this Su Chen really knows how to stir things up. He must be infatuated with becoming an internet celebrity, wanting to maintain his live streaming account, so he decided to venture into the low-intensity Abyss battlefield. This piece of information was revealed when Su Chen was seeking to purchase the Skeleton Specialization skill book, and its credibility is extremely high. Moreover, he is offering a 20% premium, which clearly indicates urgency. This obscure skill book is the most effective in the Abyss battlefield. Shen Zimo's eyes widened. This idea is great. Father, we must stop him. If he really makes a fortune again, he might be able to earn resources to cultivate himself just from live streaming. By then, Su Chen might really become a force to be reckoned with. Ha! He has made a foolish mistake. Shen Jinghong sneered ominously. After all, he is just a naive boy. He has no idea how big the gap is between level 10 and level 20. That's a double attribute difference. Moreover, level 20 equipment completely crushes level 10 equipment. Shen Jinghong said lightly, I will immediately mobilize some level 20 professionals trained within the Iron Blood Alliance to jointly eliminate Su Chen. This time, it will be our Iron Blood Alliance's home ground. In terms of direct combat, a rookie like Su Chen is just a pure novice. How can he compete with the warriors trained by our Iron Blood Alliance? He said proudly, exhaling deeply. This hidden danger can finally be eliminated. I thought it would be a thorn in my throat for a long time. 3 days later, the anonymous Su Chen met with the disguised Zhao Muyu at a small restaurant outside the 037 Abyss battlefield. The latter directly took out the purchased skeleton specialization and a protective talisman and handed it to him. Here, I did not fail you. The 20 million you gave me has been spent almost entirely, but it has been worth it. Ha, so fast? You really have a talent for spending money. Su Chen's eyes lit up, feeling that hiring her to work for him was like adding wings to a tiger. The god of wealth system needed people who were good at spending money. Zhao Muyu said irritably, when you mock me, can you say it with such sincerity every time? I didn't cheat you out of your money, just look at that protective talisman. Su Chen was taken aback and directly identified it. A look of joy instantly appeared on his face. Small protective talisman, skeleton research maniac, effect, skeleton summoning +1 level. Skeleton specialization +1 level, slot, effective when placed in the backpack. Description, only one of the same type of talisman skill can be effective. Cannot be stacked, although its effect only provides levels for 2 low-level skills. Su Chen knew very well that the most precious aspect of this item was that it is effective when placed in the backpack. It does not occupy valuable accessory slots like necklaces or rings, and all additional effects are free. Moreover, the backpack can be expanded with money, potentially making it infinitely large. Awesome. Senior sister. Su Chen gave a thumbs up, generously praising, if I can return safely from this trip, you deserve the credit. Zhao Muyu blinked her beautiful eyes. If you can return safely, senior sister can give you your first kiss. For any small or large protective talismans that are useful to me as a summoner, feel free to purchase. Su Chen generously transferred half of the 240 million he received to Zhao Muyu as her start-up capital. Zhao Muyu was genuinely a bit shocked. You Did you really earn that much from your last livestream? Your disposable income is even more than Zhao Zimo's. No wonder you chose the exclusive profession for the rich summoner. Su Chen waved his hand dismissively. Don't ask where the money comes from. Just help me spend it. Anything that can enhance my strength. No need to haggle. Just a one-price deal. As the owner of a godly wealth system, Su Chen was not short on money. Unfortunately, the system restricted spending to when he was enhancing his strength. Otherwise, he could have let Zhao Muyu use his money to dive into the stock and real estate markets, and then lose it all, allowing him to easily double his profits. Alright, your strength is the foundation of our live streaming career. Zhao Muyu nodded. In the recent few live streams, we should focus on building our popularity. Once our fan base stabilizes, we can try selling products to make money. Su Chen waved his hand again. Forget about exploding family members' gold coins. It's dirty money, not worth earning. Once my army of summoned creatures takes shape, I can just cut down enemies on the battlefield and casually collect a bunch of drops, materials, and equipment. We can auction them off in my live stream to make money. That works. After all, it's your live stream. I'll listen to the boss. Although Zhao Muyu felt that selling products was the real profit, as an agent, she chose to unconditionally follow Su Chen's plans. The more she interacted with Su Chen, the more she felt he was mysterious and unpredictable, with countless hidden channels and energies. This was a super thick leg hidden in the Bailiang Academy, currently lying low, and Zhao Muyu had already made up her mind to attach herself to him. Moreover, he has a conscience, acts with principles, and even hesitates to cheat his fans, which means Su Chen will never turn against people like Shen Jinghong in the future. She thought to herself, particularly satisfied with her new boss. I'm off. I hope the assassins sent by the Iron Blood Alliance can create some thrilling livestream effects for me. Don't let me be too lonely. Su Chen stood up and bid farewell to Zhao Muyu. Be careful of assassinations, she shouted. Su Chen casually waved his hand. Don't worry. I've prepared a super turtle shell for myself. No one can break through my defenses. Zhao Muyu? Next, Su Chen activated an AI drone equipped with an 8K clarity camera to assist him with the live stream. While debugging the drone, Su Chen sat cross-legged at the edge of the 037 Abyss battlefield. He first chose to learn the Skeleton Specialization skill book acquired by Zhao Muyu. Its effects were very straightforward and moderate. Summon skeletons would have plus 10% attack, plus 10% defense, plus 10% magic resistance, plus 10% damage reduction, and plus 10% health. All enhancements only apply to skeleton-type summons. Essentially, all summoners who transition towards the Necromancer class would max out the Skeleton Specialization skill, because among the skeleton-type summons, there were not only the frail skeleton warriors, the poor aiming skeleton archers, and the skeleton mages who took forever to cast fireballs, but also the infamous ultimate skeleton, the Bone Dragon. After that, Su Chen took a deep breath and summoned the confused Chingcho fox, gently rubbing her fluffy tail. Little one, it's time to give you a legendary golden attribute. Su Chen closed his eyes, activating his top student memory, searching for those legendary golden attributes he had memorized thoroughly. The first thing that came to mind was the incredibly popular little fox girl Ping Ping from Black Myth, Wukong. She would sweetly call out "Monkey Brother," melting the hearts of countless players. Thus, Su Chen almost gave her the golden attribute, curvy waist and round hips. But in the end, he overcame his own hesitant soul. After all, there is a saying among summoners, a good summoner should not control their summoned beasts, at least not too much. Su Chen executed the original plan, granting legendary attribute Infinite Mana. Ding! Infinite Mana, attribute granted successfully. Summoned beast, Chingcho Fox, A, plus Infinite Mana, legendary, equals Three-Tailed Demon Fox, epic. Su Chen took a deep breath. Feeling quite satisfied, it actually broke through the legendary limit and successfully evolved to epic level. It seems the little fox's potential is indeed terrifying. Turning his head, he looked up and down at the three-tailed demon fox. Finding that her appearance was not much different from before, she was still the adorable little fox. Only her tails had increased by 2, swaying in the wind, and her mana, due to the infinite mana attribute, had skyrocketed from the original 1000, 10th level, 100 base spirit, to a staggering 10,000. Yes, this is the effect of the infinite mana attribute, a tenfold increase in mana and a tenfold increase in mana recovery speed. Su Chen looked at that 10,000 points of mana, saliva dripping from the corners of his mouth. Then he used a cheap skill book he had bought online, Mana Sharing. This was a rather lackluster summoner skill book that he had purchased for 20,000 on a second-hand trading site. For a profession that always boasted of wealth, it was practically a clearance sale. Mana sharing, as the name suggests, allows the summoner to share mana with their summoned creatures. For an average summoner, mana is already scarce, and since summoned creatures have low intelligence, their spirit attributes are naturally low, resulting in low mana as well. Thus, mana sharing can lead to an awkward situation. The second to last student in class makes progress, but it's like a one-track mind leading to a dead end. However, with the help of the infinite mana attribute, the little fox directly became Su Chen's super mana power bank. 10,000 points of mana, to be squandered at will. Inexhaustible. Su Chen's lips curled slightly as he glanced at his only legendary spell, Magic Shield. Whenever you take 1 point of damage, 1 point of mana will be burned to negate it. I now essentially have a super meat shield with 10,000 points of health. Even if I team up, I can withstand much more than the MTs, main tank, primary defensive meat shields, main damage bearers, in the group. This was Su Chen's tactical system concept. He aimed to walk the strongest path of a summoner, a one-man army. No need for a team. No need for support. No need for a meat shield. He could handle everything by himself. His summoned creature alone was like a legion of professionals. That was the path once walked by the legendary summoner, the undead catastrophe. For all summoners, their greatest professional flaw was the fragile summoner body. They could be directly, skull-crushed, kidney-struck, backstabbed, by assassins, followed by a blade dance, instantly killed by a combo of skills. They could also be instantly killed by mages unleashing skills like Mindstorm, Thunder Strike, Fiery Rain, amidst a sea of enemies. In short, killing the summoner body in one hit is the key to dealing with summoners. Countless graduation theses from professional academies are related to this, such as, the wonderful use of barbaric charge, how high-level warriors can smash through summoned creatures blocking their path to instantly kill the summoner, essential makeup tips for summoners, how to skillfully disguise as a summoned creature to avoid assassination by assassins, and so on. Su Chen's solution was to rely on Magic Shield, directly taking the path of a magic-based meat shield, turning the weakest fragile body into the strongest meat shield. Let's go. Now I can rest easy. Safety Index 5 stars. Su Chen strode towards the entrance of the Abyss battlefield. No. 037. Stop right there. No entry for idlers. Two armed soldiers immediately frowned and intercepted Su Chen, glancing at the drone broadcasting above his head. One of them helplessly said, "Little brother, if you want to stream, it's better to find some thrills in haunted houses or ghost villages. They're scary but actually quite safe, perfect for fooling ignorant viewers. But the low-intensity Abyss battlefield can really be deadly." The other soldier, uninterested in small talk, coldly refused. Only those with a pass are allowed to enter the Abyss battlefield. No. 037. Ha! The soldiers were taken aback because Su Chen had already pulled out the pass from his pocket. Mayor Chen Xuani's signature was very conspicuous, and no one could forge it. Let him through. The soldiers immediately stepped aside, reporting the matter upward, but soon received feedback that it was in accordance with regulations. What's going on? One soldier couldn't help but complain. Has Mayor Chen Xuani gone mad, letting a student venture into the No. 037 battlefield? Doesn't he know the demons inside are extremely powerful? Hey, wait, I found this student's stream. Another soldier quickly located Su Chen's streaming room based on his drone. It wasn't hard to find. Zhao Muyu had paid to promote it, temporarily pinning it to the top, starting from 0 to dominate the Abyss battlefield. Learn. Little brothers, isn't this the genius summoner who cleared the demon fortress live a few days ago? The guarding soldier recognized Su Chen's identity and sighed. So it's a web celebrity with millions of fans, here to experience life in our No. 037 Abyss battlefield. Humph. Even a web celebrity can be ripped apart by a terror claw demon. The Abyss battlefield is a serious matter, and he's streaming it with a laugh. Another soldier snorted coldly. Not respecting the Abyss will lead to being devoured by it. I reckon he's going to die in there. Just as they were chatting, another group of people arrived at the entrance of the Abyss battlefield. Stop right there. You must have a pass. The soldiers exchanged glances. The new arrivals were all professionals holding passes. What's going on? After all the professionals entered the Abyss battlefield, the guarding soldiers looked at each other, a bit dazed. Usually, there are hardly any willing to venture into the Abyss battlefield in a year. but today more than 10 came directly. Could it be that a new boss has emerged in the know? 037 Abyss Battlefield? But our radar hasn't detected any strange energy fluctuations. The soldiers, looking at each other, completely couldn't understand the bizarre happenings of the day. However, those around the world who were following Su Chen's streaming room received a special notification. Ding dong! The streamer you follow, Su Chen, has started broadcasting. Would you like to watch? From all over the globe, from the 4 oceans to the 7 continents, people of various races noticed Su Chen's stream. Oh, it's that genius from the Dragon Kingdom who broke the world record for the Demon Fortress. Has he come up with something fierce again? Oh my god, it's Ming Su, that yellow-skinned monkey. Is he trying to tackle a new dungeon again? He will be our country's major enemy for the next 20 years. We must be on guard. Hurry to watch. Su Chen GG is live. Everyone, quickly go support our little fresh meat streamer and send gifts. As the newly crowned popularity king, he received a lot of attention. Thus, all sorts of characters immediately gathered in Su Chen's streaming room. Under the drone's camera, Su Chen revealed a confident smile. Hi, all brothers and sisters, welcome to my teaching stream. Although I'm only level 10, I think the way you've been tackling the Abyss Battlefield in the past is really weak. Today, this expert will sweep through, crush, bloodbath, and dominate the Abyss Battlefield. Let me teach you how to speedrun the Abyss Battlefield with a glorious victory. Su Chen arrogantly gave a thumbs up, pointing at his own chest. Learn, little brothers. Welcome to the world's strongest tech livestream, where you will witness the rise of the strongest summoner. That's how live streaming works. No matter the circumstances, first blow up the hype and then see what happens. If you can achieve what you boast about, then that's truly impressive, and you can naturally maintain the persona of a tech streamer. If you can't deliver and your viewers see through your bravado, then you'll just look foolish. And you can pivot to the clown streamer route, becoming an abstract comedic star and still make a fortune. In short, you have to hype it up. Without the eloquence of a debater and a bulletproof face, what kind of streamer can you be? Global viewers expressed their doubts. Dude, even though your level is only 10, your verbal skills are probably maxed out at level 6. Su Chen, if the apocalypse comes, can I hide in your mouth? That must be the safest shelter. Sigh. It seems better to believe in the existence of the supernatural than to trust a man's mouth. Upstairs. It has now been proven that the gates of the supernatural realm are open, and after the demons, the supernatural beings have also landed on Blue Star. Su Chen had no time to chat with the comments. He first summoned his signature 2 major summoned beasts. The demigod quality Black Wukong made a powerful entrance. The epic quality Little Fox made a grand appearance. Wow, monkey brother, you're even more formidable now. Welcome to Southeast Asia. This is your hometown, filled with your disciples. Am I the only one who feels like the little fox has grown up? She's even more beautiful. Am I a fan of cuteness? The little fox, evolved from the Chingcho fox into a 3-tailed demon fox, appeared increasingly adorable, charming global viewers. What attracted the most attention was her novelty. This 3-tailed demon fox's image had never appeared in this world, just like Black Wukong was making his debut. But the little fox is cute. While Black Wukong is a fierce monkey, the former was destined to overshadow the latter in popularity. Then, Su Chen had Monkey Brother use the hairy clone technique to summon the 13 guardians of Flower and Fruit Mountain, while he took out a basic skill book, Lightning Spell, from his backpack for the little fox to learn. Next, it's time to witness a miracle. Su Chen stood at the first exit of the 037 Abyss Battlefield. Looking around, the exit was a tunnel. And what met the eye was a range of towering mountains surrounding a basin, blocking all abyssal creatures from escaping into the hills. Su Chen took on the role of a knowledgeable guide, smiling as he explained, the 037 low-intensity Abyss Battlefield is designed for new professionals from level 1 to 20 to hone their combat skills and face life-and-death battles. Originally, it was a rather prosperous ancient town, attracting a huge number of tourists every year, thriving in business. Unfortunately, a random abyss portal refreshed in the town center. That was a great disaster. Most travelers and townsfolk were directly corroded by the abyss, becoming targets for the insect demons to lay their eggs, quickly turning into parasitic humans. Su Chen sighed. In that era, such tragedies were a numbing cliché on our planet, happening everywhere. Therefore, to prevent our parents and children from suffering the abyssal torment again, humanity must conquer the abyss. This speech resonated with global professionals. Everyone grew up under the threat of the abyss, and everyone was fighting against it with their lives. Countless comments flooded the screen. Humanity will ultimately conquer the abyss. Heroic spirits live on. The martyrs are immortal. Wow. Even though you're in the lowest intensity abyss battlefield, there's a bit of fiery passion here. Suchen pointed at the ring-shaped mountains and admired. Everyone, do you know how our Dragon Kingdom's powerful warriors later sealed an ancient town with thoroughfare connections, turning it into today's abyss battlefield? No. 037? The ring-shaped mountains seem like a perfect ellipse, not like a natural landscape. Su Chen snapped his fingers. Bingo! This water friend named CatDog got it right. At that time, a god-level practitioner who surpassed the 6th rank cast the forbidden spell, Earthquake Mountain Shake, and precisely controlled its range. Centered on the ancient town, the area of the Dragon Kingdom within a 50-mile radius was covered under a terrifying earthquake. In the end, that area sank 1,000 meters into the Earth's core, becoming a basin, and the demons, unable to scale the 1,000-meter cliffs, were trapped near the spatial rift of the portal, reproducing to this day, evolving into the abyss battlefield. Suchen sighed with longing. That god-level practitioner is the first god mage in our Dragon Kingdom's history. Grandma Zhao Yinji. Her profession is civil and earth mage. It is said that before the abyss invasion, she was a struggling civil engineering graduate supervising workers at construction sites every day. Wow! Civil engineers saving the world. I always thought civil engineering was just for rough men who love local shops and big swords. I didn't know there were girls studying it too? Civil engineers. Civil spirit. It's a pity that nowadays, civil construction is mostly done by earth mages, and there's no longer the romantic sweat of mixing mortar and the graceful speed of moving bricks. Get lost. If you want to mix mortar and move bricks, go do it yourself. Romantic my ass. It's obvious you're just a spoiled brat, don't come near. Suchen introduced the origins of Abyss Battlefield No. 037 to the water friends, then leaped directly from the 1,000-meter high platform. Ha! Live suicide? All the viewers were dumbfounded. The drone camera faithfully executed the program to follow Su Chen, allowing everyone to feel the rapid descent intensely. When he was still nearly 100 meters from the ground, Su Chen casually said, "Monkey brother, 72 transformations, designated target, that demon." A white mist enveloped him, and Black Wukong instantly transformed into a giant four-winged bat, carrying Su Chen and gliding towards the battlefield's edge. This summon creature is too versatile, it's a must-have for home and travel. What's its name? I want to buy one too. At a glance, it's obvious you're a new fan. Just started following the dog streamer, right? Its name is Wukong, nicknamed Monkey Brother. A mutated summoned beast, unique in the world. Brothers, does anyone know if Black Wukong can transform into a beautiful girl? Can it specifically turn into the global superstar V Lilith? Damn, V is a child star, only 9 years old this year. Is there a cyber police here? We have a beast from copper refining heavy industry. Humph. May I ask if it's Black Wukong transforming into a supersized V, and I have relations with her? Does that count as refining? This is a legal gray area. A girl is still a girl. According to the principle of presumption of innocence, who dares to arrest me? Su Chen's mouth twitched. Indeed, as birds grow, all kinds of forests emerge. The water friends were truly oddballs, not to be judged by common sense. As he descended to the battlefield's edge, a group of locally bred fire-spitting insect demons, along with a group of human-faced owl demons that had wandered from the abyss rift, caught the scent of human flesh. There were about 20 of each, all at the scale of an abyss squad. Run, streamer! The water friends immediately broke into a sweat. As their levels were clear, they were all level 15, while Su Chen was a well-known fragile summoner, surrounded by a full 40 demons. Su Chen scoffed, "Run? In this handsome guy's dictionary, there is only battle. Just witness well, I will fight until madness. Fight until the great path is obliterated. Fight until all abyss demons bow down in submission." For the sake of the show, he suppressed his sense of shame and spoke in an extremely cringy tone. These words, spoken by a vibrant and youthful boy, truly had an outstanding live broadcast effect. Wake up, streamer, stop watching the old-school passionate anime. Sigh, tomorrow I'll report the anime, saying that foolish kids imitating it have led to deaths, so parents can take it as a warning. You think that just because you're fired up, bursting with a little universe, chakra exploding, and awakening the conqueror's haki, you can deal with the abyss. Can you really? The audience watched in stunned silence as Black Wukong's 12 hair clones charged majestically at the fire-breathing insect demon, striking down with their sticks. The insect demon's sturdy shell instantly caved in, brain matter splattering everywhere. It was a complete attribute crush. Meanwhile, the troublesome flying demon, the human-faced owl demon, also suffered a terrifying and devastating blow. The little fox cast a spell, throwing out a simple basic lightning spell, lightning technique, which then instantly forked into 9 branching lightning strikes. The electric net directly covered the human-faced owl demon in front, and although the damage was low due to it being a basic spell, the paralysis effect inherent to lightning magic took effect. The human-faced owl demons twitched and rolled down from the high altitude, crashing into a puddle of meat paste. Ha! After a few days, why can your little fox instantly cast a high-level spell, 9 branching exquisite lightning? What kind of demigod summoned beast is she? Is she stronger than Monkey King's bloodline? The viewers were completely dumbfounded. Nonsense! 9 branching lightning is a threshold that only 4th-tier professionals can reach. The viewers were in a flurry of discussion, all having their worldviews and perceptions overturned by Su Chen. The 9 branching exquisite lightning, which only a 4th-tier lightning mage could master, now appeared on a mere level 10 summon beast. How magical! Su Chen smiled faintly. I told you, let you witness a miracle. Learn well from me how to slay demons, without some hidden skills. How can you solo speedrun the Abyss battlefield? Su Chen smirked, not explaining further, just saying, learn, little brothers and sisters. Although in terms of age, I should call you older brothers and sisters. In the realm of skills, you are all younger siblings. The viewers, they really couldn't refute that. This 9 branching exquisite lightning was indeed too advanced, a 4th-tier skill. According to statistics, only 2.7% of high-level professionals worldwide reach the 4th tier, with most people stopping at the 1st or 2nd tier for life, then switching to logistics and production. After all, not everyone has the courage to face life and death, and engaging in production and support is also honorable, essential for the continuation of human civilization, nothing to be ashamed of. But many well-informed high-level professionals quickly guessed the trick. As far as I know, there are some legendary grade equipment that can come with 9 branching lightning chains. Su Chen just recently broke the world record for Demon Fortress, with first clear rewards plus record-breaking rewards. He might have obtained a top-notch semi-artifact. Sigh, comparing people is infuriating. When I was level 10, I could only wear a small inherited dark gold set, all because my unambitious parents let me down, making me lose at the starting line. Upstairs, what kind of filial son are you talking about? I think you can use military boxing on your old man at home, and smash their gold coins hard. Ha! Being able to wear a dark gold set at level 10 is already top-tier wealthy. Okay? They are low-key flaunting their wealth, and you think they are filial sons? Su Chen did not explain. This dark gold, Hydra emblem, was personally awarded by Mayor Chen Xuani, and this was not a gift. All the unseen benefits come at a cost. He would have to step into the terrifying and unpredictable gate of the Eerie country in the future to repay this kindness from Chen Xuani. Su Chen overdrawn his future to obtain it, naturally making its power exceptional. Next, Su Chen began his tedious grass-cutting journey. The 13 guardians of Flower Fruit Mountain surrounded Su Chen like an iron barrel formation. Any demon that approached would be struck dead with a single blow, which left the viewers in awe of Monkey Brothers' high attributes. Meanwhile, the little fox descended like the king of thunder, unleashing an infinite barrage of 9 linked forked lightning, creating a vast electric net that turned the battlefield into daylight, endlessly shocking the monsters, leaving them crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, exuding a rich aroma. Su Chen swallowed inside. Friends, the electric roasted demons smell so good, I'm getting a bit tempted. By the way, has anyone tried demon meat? Is it fragrant? Crunchy? I really want to give it a try. Try it and you'll die. A nutritionist joked. Demons contain a massive amount of abyssal elements that can easily corrode your mind. If you eat it, you'll probably turn into an old pervert right away. Su Chen replied seriously. Some friends slander me saying I'll become an old pervert. I must clarify, I am not old. Pooh ha ha. Many people were closely watching Su Chen's livestream. Principal Zhao Renjie had specially set up a focus on Su Chen's streaming room. Therefore, as soon as he started broadcasting, Zhao Renjie immediately lurked in. Because Su Chen had just broken the record for the Demon Fortress, Beiliang Academy received many special scholarships, and some applications for campus renovations were quickly approved, receiving special commendations from higher-ups. It could be said that Principal Zhao Renjie was basking in glory, all thanks to Su Chen, who had already been promoted to his beloved disciple in his heart. Although Principal Zhao Renjie had never taught Su Chen a single class, did that stop him from considering Su Chen as his closed-door disciple? Anyway, other teachers dared not snatch this honor. You little rascal, you really are impressive, Zhao Renjie said, stroking his beard with satisfaction. Just then, a girl with bright eyes and white teeth bounced into his office. Grandpa, the Yanhuang Military Academy is on break. I brought you your favorite mutated beast bone wine. I'm back to see you. The stunning girl exuded an eye-catching charm. Her face fair and her legs long and straight. Dressed in hot pants and a short shirt, she showcased her beautiful figure, embodying both purity and desire. She was none other than Zhao Shuriying, the campus belle of the Yanhuang Military Academy. Oh, Ying is here. How's life at the military academy? Are you receiving a pile of love letters every day? Any that caught your heart? Grandpa supports you in dating early, getting married and having kids as soon as possible, ideally 7 at once. The rather traditional Zhao Renjie immediately pushed for marriage. Zhao Shuriying's delicate face instantly fell. Old fossil. I'm taking back the bone wine. I might as well give it to Grandpa instead. Oh, don't, Zhao Renjie said awkwardly. As the old and young engaged in tactical banter, Zhao Shuriying turned her head and saw Su Chen's livestream. Instantly surprised. Aren't you usually only watching online academic conferences? Why are you trendy enough to watch young people's live streams? Oh, it's a novice summoner stream? You're at least a 4th-tier professional. Is this curiosity? Having already advanced to a 1st-tier professional, Zhao Shuriying naturally lacked interest in novice summoners. But 0.1 seconds later, she covered her mouth. Stunned. 9-linked exquisite lightning? Are the juniors nowadays monsters? Seeing this, Zhao Renjie thought, a girl 3 years older than her should be a gold brick. Especially since our Ying is only 1 year older than Su Chen and is a senior campus belle, that kid must be drooling. So, he cleared his throat. This is my proud student, the exceptionally talented summoner Su Chen. He recently broke the record for the Demon Fortress and received a special invitation from your military academy. He will soon become your junior. How about I arrange a blind date for you too? Zhao Shuriying's face immediately fell again. Are you never going to stop? I'm going home. Cough. Then let's not mention it. Come watch the live stream with Grandpa. Su Chen is sweeping through the low abyss battlefield right now, Zhao Renjie quickly said. At this moment, Zhao Shuriying became interested. In the terrifying abyss battlefield, countless professionals fall every year. Yet this Su Chen actually managed to sweep through? At the headquarters of the Iron Blood Alliance, Shen Jinghong summoned the intern Shen Zimo to his office and gestured towards the wall-mounted LCD screen. Look! Your lifelong rival is at it again with high-intensity activities. Shen Zimo focused his gaze and immediately gritted his teeth. Su Chen, his C-class macaque has actually mutated into this terrifying beast, and even a weak fox can unleash 9 consecutive lightning strikes. This must be thanks to his special profession card. It's all the Jiamuyu's fault for being foolish. Otherwise, I would be the one enjoying all the glory and obtaining a hidden profession right now. Shen Zimo was clearly a bit deranged. Shen Jinghong, however, did not expose his delusions but calmly said, very well, the heir of the Iron Blood Alliance must never be a failure. You can blame the former secretary all you want, but remember, you must never back down. We, the ones in power, must spare no effort to defend our authority. Just like in ancient times, the emperor is always right, it's the treacherous ministers who execute poorly. I'm not shifting the blame, Shen Zimo said anxiously. It's really her fault. It must be a mistake. Why is Su Chen stronger than me? Your acting skills are so superb that I can't even detect the flaws in your micro-expressions. Shen Jinghong nodded in approval. Shen Zimo, once our assassin takes care of Su Chen, a dead man can never refute you. At that time, you can rest easy. The 6th-tier wild warrior of the Iron Blood Alliance took out a bottle of crimson blood wine from his drawer, leisurely watching the live broadcast, and curled his lip. No matter how strong the summoned creature is, it still needs the summoner to command it. But unfortunately, the summoner is ultimately just a fragile magic-type profession that can only wear cloth armor. Having experienced countless battles, Shen Jinghong had personally taken the heads of numerous summoners. He looked down on the glass cannon-like fragile magic-type professionals, especially those reclusive summoners who always advocated for one person as an army and refused to team up with others. Calm down. The assassin is about to make a dazzling appearance. giving Su-chen a little bit of a shocking instant kill, Shen Jinghong said leisurely, filled with anticipation. Shen Zimo nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice, a glint of sinister delight flashing in his eyes as he couldn't help but think. In the ivory tower of the campus, you are indeed a top student. But once you step into society, Su-chen, what do you have to compete with me? You give it your all? I rely on my father. Competing with your dad won't kill you, you rural bumpkin. In the Hall of Secrets, a landmark building with 99 floors, Bu Fian was holding the arm of a beautiful woman, pouting and pleading. Mom, I want to invite that person who is currently receiving S-class treatment in the Hall of Secrets. He's live streaming right now, and he's a super summoner with limitless potential. Why don't you watch the live stream with me? You'll definitely change your mind. When you recruited my dad, didn't you also handle it specially? I want to follow your decisive example. Bu Fian pleaded softly, her face full of anxiety. She had thought her parents would 100% support her special recruitment of Su-chen. She had even promised conditions, but unexpectedly, her mother, Wu Mengxi, flatly refused, stating that the Hall of Secrets was not lacking in talent at the moment, and the organizational structure was already perfect, so there was no need to recruit unfamiliar professionals. Su-chen is truly a super potential stock, Bu Fian earnestly recommended. Mom, I witnessed him transform from an ordinary poor student, breaking the record of the Demon Fortress, becoming a $1 million internet celebrity, and overnight turning from a carp into a dragon. He has already accepted my invitation. As long as you give a nod and grant him S-class treatment, our Hall of Secrets will win in the future. Wu Mengxi rubbed the crow's feet at her temples and asked indifferently, what does your father think? He said that the personnel management of the Mystery Sanctuary is entirely up to you, and he won't interfere. Bu Fian felt quite frustrated. What she thought would be an easy matter turned out to be as difficult as climbing to the sky. What she didn't know was that the more eager she appeared, the more vigilant Wu Mengxi became towards Su-chen. In fact, Wu Mengxi had already selected a very good marriage alliance for Bu Fian, one that would ensure her a worry-free life and access to top-tier professional resources, which was the best path in Wu Mengxi's eyes. The appearance of Su-chen, however, was a black swan event. Wu Mengxi feared the emergence of a cliché story of a rich girl falling for a poor boy, which would ruin the happiness she had arranged for her daughter. We really don't need a summoner, Wu Mengxi said patiently. If you sign some kind of recruitment agreement with Su-chen, I can help you cancel it, and we will pay the original price for the contract termination compensation. But, Bu Fian's eyes brimmed with tears. Mother, you went to great lengths to recruit my father, who had the hidden profession of Azura Demon Stab, even marrying him and accepting him as a son-in-law, just for the sake of a poor boy's father. Why, when I find someone with even greater potential, are you unwilling to give me even a mere S-level contract? Wu Mengxi hesitated, and after a long pause, she pursed her lips and said, you probably believed the rumors from the media. In reality, the situation is not as you think. Ha! Bu Fian was taken aback, but she heard her mother continue. The reason I had the foresight to choose your father and willingly marry him was actually all an act. Our Mystery Sanctuary basically understands a thing or two about the transfer methods of all assassin hidden professions, so I knew very well that the career inheritance of Azura Demon Stab has always been controlled by the hidden profession family, the Azura family. At that time, your father concealed his identity and used a false identity as an ordinary person to attend university, pretending to be a poor boy living on just 2,000 yuan a month. He was of average appearance and had no girls interested in him, but that was just part of his self-training in family trials, so I played along, deliberately offering myself as the heir of the Mystery Sanctuary, making him mistakenly believe that I was madly in love with him and marrying him. In reality, it was our third-rate Mystery Sanctuary that finally climbed up to the old assassin aristocracy, the Azura family. The 3-year period has ended, and the Azura returns. The fruits of my hard work in acting are finally here. Wu Mengxi revealed the truth. With the strong support of the Azura family, the Mystery Sanctuary has transformed from a nearly bankrupt small organization into a large assassin organization, dominating the northern part of Longhua. Therefore, from the very beginning, I was tasked with a political marriage. Bu Fian was left in shock. She suddenly realized why her parents, who were said to be the protagonists of a sweet love story, had actually quarreled constantly since childhood, often living apart and nearing divorce multiple times. Moreover, the way her father looked at her mother was always mixed with deep disdain and disgust. It turned out that from the very beginning, It was all lies and deception. The so-called enviable love story was actually a plot within a plot. A play within a play. Seizing the moment, Wu Mengxi continued. So there is no such thing as having an eye for talent. Fion. I never believed in the so-called poor boy's rise. Especially for a summoner. That is a profession monopolized by the wealthy. How much do we need to invest to get enough returns from that Su Chen? The same funds could easily train 10 hidden profession assassins. Give up on this idea. Wu Mengxi smiled slightly. You inherited my stunning beauty, and even in terms of charm, you surpass me. Once you awaken your succubus physique, the hidden charm value against the opposite sex will double. You will be the ultimate dream girl for men. How could a mere poor boy from Bailiang Academy be worthy of you? Moreover, internet celebrities can hardly ascend to the grand halls of society, and streamers are not truly engaged in legitimate business. You are the favored daughter of the Mystic Sanctuary and the Azura clan. How could you marry commoners like pigs and dogs? Wu Mengxi displayed a blatant expression of disgust. The theory of bloodlines thrived in the old era, revered by many as a standard for judging others, and in the age of universal job transitions, it gained even more recognition, as many hidden professions indeed had certain bloodline requirements. It is widely acknowledged that hidden professions are stronger than ordinary ones. Thus, a new concept has increasingly gained acceptance: bloodline nobility. For families like the Azura clan, those who can access the threshold of the Azura demon stabber profession from birth, without needing a job card, and can transition to the Azura demon stabber upon reaching adulthood, are among the top-tier bloodline nobles. Naturally, in contrast to bloodline nobles, there are the commoners, like Su Chen and his ilk. However, those self-righteous individuals like Wu Mengxi seem to have forgotten. The so-called bloodline inheritance can only guarantee a person's professional minimum, while the maximum achievement and the endpoint of their journey ultimately depend on the individual. But that kind of elusive future is hard to grasp, and no one can foresee it, so Wu Mengxi firmly stated, "Good daughter, our greatest strength as women is always the men we are attached to. I, your mother, have chosen the Azura Demon Stabber family and developed the Mystic Sanctuary into a top-tier force, and your talent surpasses that of the Azura. Your enchanting allure even more captivating than mine by 3 points. I have arranged for 2 heirs of bloodline nobility to meet you. The first is from the Weak Water family, who wields the power of the tides. They possess the hidden profession of Sea Demon Warrior, undefeated at the same level, holding the Guinness record for 13 ocean dungeons. The second is from the Dragon Wrestling Legion, a lord named Fong Hegales. He is a hidden profession, Dragon Blood Warrior, with strong bloodline power, capable of temporarily transforming into a half-dragon. Parents love their children and must plan for their future. I, your mother, have painstakingly designed your life for the next 50 years to ensure you enjoy everlasting glory. You must understand my heartfelt intentions. Dear daughter." Bu Fian, who had remained silent, finally left without a word, her delicate face glistening with 2 crystal-clear tears. Abyss Battlefield No. 037. Su Chen contentedly munched on sunflower seeds, chewed on dried fruit, and held a bucket of soda, chatting and boasting with his viewers. This unique scene left the professionals in the live stream room dumbfounded. Many new viewers couldn't help but ask, "Is this clickbait? Aren't you supposed to be live streaming in the Abyss Battlefield? Why is it a walking tour live stream? By the way, where are you streaming from? It looks gray and hazy, really reminiscent of the Abyss Battlefield. I also want to come over for a honeymoon. Let the baby experience the atmosphere of the Abyss Battlefield in advance." Su Chen, helpless, had to give the order, "Drone, raise the angle. Stop focusing on me. This useless summoner. Give more shots to Monkey Brother and Fox Sister. Show more of the brutality of the Abyss Battlefield. Don't just showcase my stunningly handsome face. After all, we are a technical livestream, not a beauty livestream." Saying this, Su Chen stuffed a large handful of chips into his mouth and sighed. Advancing in the Abyss Battlefield is really tiring. My feet are sore from walking. Viewers. The viewers were left speechless. Listen, is that even human talk? When we are in the Abyss Battlefield, we are surrounded by demons in layers, like being trapped in a barrel. We can barely advance a few hundred meters in half a day. And here you are, all the demons rushing at you are being obliterated by your summons, and you just have to walk. Technical livestream? Beauty livestream? This is clearly a food livestream. It's a big eater's livestream. Can you put down the soda in your left arm and the chips in your right hand? Where's the brutality? From my perspective, It seems the ones feeling the battlefield's cruelty are those unfortunate little demons. Insect demon, the humans outside the portal are too terrifying. We need to return to the abyss. Boo-hoo. Mommy, I also want to change to a summoner. It's so easy and comfortable. Being a tank warrior is painful. Getting beaten by monsters every day. My heart hurts. My face hurts even more. Watching the chat from the viewers, Suchin yawned in boredom. Demons are really weak. Despite the abundant experience, he was almost level 13, much faster than leveling up in dungeons. Sigh. Mowing grass is just so dull and boring. Luckily, I can still chat with the viewers in the livestream. Suchen complained casually, causing the camera to zoom in on a lizard demon in front. Are there any brothers from the Elephant Kingdom in the chat? Look at that giant lizard. Isn't it still charming? Quickly take a screenshot and save it. We'll use it tonight. Sigh. The host is so kind, even helping you solve your physiological problems. Pohaha, the host is truly indulgent towards the brothers from the third world. It's touching. Why not quickly tip the host a bowl of curry rice? Get lost. I'll tip you a bowl of cow dung flavored Ganges water, so you can taste all kinds of bacteria and viruses from around the world without leaving your home. The audience from the Elephant Kingdom angrily rebuked, knowing that Su Chen was making fun of them, mocking their international meme about the giant lizard. The live stream continued in a bland and tedious manner, and the viewers, who were once very eager to tip, gradually became sparse, because Su Chen's Battlefield livestream was purely a boring mowing grass experience. Slaughtering demons. The viewers quickly grew tired of it. Being invincible is a kind of loneliness. What people want to see is a balanced and perilous confrontation, not just beating up little demon kids. Moreover, the summoners mowing grass is the most boring, as they don't even need to take action themselves, just walk forward and watch their summons clear the field. A pure walking simulator. Su Chen couldn't help but think, wait, why are the useless members of the Iron Blood Alliance still on the sidelines? How long have they been observing? Why haven't they made a move? My throat is parched, just waiting for the poison dagger to come and slice. If you don't make a move soon, what about my live stream effect? Assassins, help me out. As he eagerly anticipated, even deliberately letting the 13 guardians of Flower Fruit Mountain disperse to provide an opportunity for the assassins to strike. Sure enough, the assassins lurking in the shadows moved. Whoosh! A hand crossbow accurately shot a poisoned black arrow, hitting Su Chen's rear. Damage -1. For Su Chen, who had terrifying attributes and was wearing a dark gold set, it didn't break his defense at all, only forcibly deducting 1 point of health. But the paralysis effect of the poison took effect, leaving Su Chen stiff for a second. Here it comes. Seize the precise opportunity. In the office of the Iron Blood Alliance's president, Shen Jinghan laughed and high-fived his son. Next up is the signature assassin's combo, taking out the annoying Su Chen. As the second top student of Bailiang Academy, Shen Zimo had memorized the combo perfectly. Come forth. Skull crush. Kidney strike for increased damage. Backstab critical hit. Then finish with the ultimate move. Blade dance. The viewers in Su Chen's livestream were instantly dumbfounded. They never expected that in the Abyss battlefield where human practitioners united against demons, there would be a traitor. It must be known that there is an ironclad rule in all Abyss battlefields. Any grudges must be temporarily set aside in the face of the great conflict between humans and demons, to jointly resist the demon invaders. Otherwise, it is a crime against humanity, subject to public condemnation and even military tribunal, with immediate execution by electric chair. No probation allowed. Run. Su Chen. That's a skill only a level 20 assassin can master. Skull crush. You're just a level 13 little summoner. You can't withstand it. The fans exclaimed. Oh my god. Humanity has perished. Morality has declined. There's actually a traitor jealous of Su Chen's achievements, wanting to crush him in the cradle to prevent his growth. We must get to the bottom of this. This is simply the work of the Abyss, trying to harm our human genius practitioners. The knowledgeable ones turned pale with anger. Oh no. This is a disaster. Su Chen is actually being assassinated live. This is too ruthless. Truly unprecedented. Really unprecedented. How can a mere summoner withstand a high-level assassin's combo? The little black sheep gloated. Yet one person remained unfazed, instead smiling brightly. Finally, we have the Death Warriors of the Iron Blood Alliance, the bait dance which has been a great success. Zhao Muyu smiled charmingly, lifting a delicate leg wrapped in black silk. She was aware of Su Chen's entire plan and thus knew his trump card. At the same time, die, die, die. Director Sun Jangwo of the Hunting Nation Military Academy shouted in his heart alongside Shen Zimo, cheering for the assassin. Then, in the next moment, Skull Crush activated. The assassin struck fiercely, hitting Su Chen on the back of his head, and a damage number floated above him. It was blood red, representing an absolute level crushing damage, -1. Ha! Did he miss? All the viewers rubbed their eyes in disbelief, wondering if they were seeing things, but the 1-second stun from Skull Crush had indeed taken effect, clearly hitting its mark. Before anyone could process it, the assassin's kidney shot also activated. It was light green, representing a debuff that deepened damage, -1. Ah, wait, isn't kidney shot supposed to ignore 20% of defense? Why is it still an unbroken -1 point damage? The audience was bewildered. The assassin panicked, his once smooth traditional combo, practiced 1,000 times daily, now trembled, causing his backstab skill to miss Su Chen's back and instead stab him in the mouth. A scarlet damage number appeared, and it was a big number, meaning the assassin had gotten lucky and scored a critical hit. Boom! Accompanied by the explosive sound effect of the backstab. -1, super large font version, super eye-catching version, super explosive effect version. Put. All the viewers sipping tea, drinking alcohol, downing coffee, or slurping milk tea collectively spat out their drinks. What just happened? Although Su Chen's mouth is indeed tough, eloquent, and can boast to the heavens, he actually managed to block the assassin's critical hit? Oh no! Is this the power of the world's #1 tough mouth? That guy who said he wanted to hide in Su Chen's mouth during the apocalypse was truly visionary. I, the master of skin peeling, am offering a high price for Su Chen's lip skin. Wanting to create a defensive artifact, I'm just missing this divine material. What was initially a shocking assassination instantly turned into a clown's feast. Everyone was mocking the assassin's overconfidence. Su Chen smiled faintly and glanced at his panel. Warning. You have been hit by an unknown assassin's skull crush skill. Unbroken defense. Stunned for 1 second. Forced to lose 1 health point. You have naturally recovered 1 health point. Warning. You have been hit by an unknown assassin's kidney shot skill. Unbroken defense. You are affected by damage deepening effect. Next damage taken increased by 30%. Forced to lose 1 health point. You have naturally recovered 1 health point. Warning. You have been hit by an unknown assassin's backstab skill. Ignoring 20% defense. Determined to be a critical hit. Calculating 142 points of damage. Magic shield skill activated. Burning 142 points of your mana. Negating all damage this time. Forced to lose 1 health point. As expected, the magic shield is the ultimate defensive skill for magic users. Su Chen said with a faint smile, coldly glancing at the assassin who was frozen in place. The opponent hadn't even had time to complete the final combo, Blade Dance. The little fox raised a hand, and 9 linked lightning bolts instantly covered the assassin, the paralysis effect taking hold. Su Chen directly raised the magic staff in his hand and struck the assassin's head heavily. Little brat, take a hit from your law master. I am a melee summoner with dual cultivation in magic and martial arts. Bang! Su Chen's attack triggered a critical hit. A scarlet -358 number popped up. The assassin died on the spot, then turned into a puddle of pus. Oh my god, is this the magic system's normal attack of a summoner? What does 358 points of damage even mean? This is too fake. Why can a level 13 little summoner deal crushing damage to a level 20 assassin? This is crushing damage that only applies when the strength attribute difference is doubled. Usually, only we warriors can trigger the crushing effect when fighting close range against magic classes. The answer is simple. Su Chen's strength is more than double that of the assassin. Conclusion, his attribute points must all be allocated to strength. Nonsense. Didn't you see that Su Chen only lost 1 point of health when he was critically hit by the opponent? In my opinion, Su Chen is definitely following the mainstream path of a tank summoner, with a constitution and spirit point allocation ratio of 1:1, half tank and half damage. The viewers were in an uproar. Su Chen, however, squatted down and picked up a dropped piece of equipment from the assassin's corpse, curling his lip. A finely crafted dagger? Oh, it's the well-known civilian little artifact of assassins, the heartbreaking dagger. Not bad at all. Worth 4,000 bucks. What a profit. Meanwhile, the assassin's corpse began to rot rapidly, turning into a puddle of pus, soon disappearing without a trace. Chen glanced at the vanished assassin's body and curled his lip. This guy must have had corpse-dissolving water in his backpack. A standard issue for death warriors. It seems that some major force sees me as a thorn in their side and specially sent someone to assassinate me in the Abyss battlefield. The upcoming battlefield journey shouldn't be lonely. Chen smiled brightly at the viewers, waving his hand. Exciting, isn't it, viewers? Now you see the spirit, right? Don't fall asleep. Get up and hype. Let's wave our hands and warmly welcome the next assassin together. The viewers, your mental state makes us a bit scared. Are you crazy? Or are we crazy? Or is the world crazy? Isn't the heartbreaking dagger just a finely crafted weapon? Not even of excellent quality? Why is it called a civilian little artifact? Is it really that powerful? A viewer with an assassin class curiously asked. Chen sighed. Finally, a viewer remembers that we are a technical live streaming room. Before I answer, let me repeat. Although I can also rely on my looks to make a living, I don't do beauty streaming. Although I'm witty and humorous, I'm not an abstract entertainer. Although I can eat a lot, I'm not a big eater streamer. As a reward for this viewer, you can privately message me your home address in the back end, and I will send you the heartbreaking dagger with cash on delivery as a small gift. Welcome to actively participate in our discussions in the future to raise the average technical level of this live stream. Chen generously wiped the dagger clean and tossed it into his backpack. The viewers laughed. No way, dude. Cash on delivery? You saving a few bucks on shipping? Didn't expect you, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, to be such a penny pincher. Give me one too. I'm a bully bringing students. I advise you not to be ungrateful. You just encountered an assassination. Dude, you really have a big heart. Standing on the assassin's corpse to draw lots, right? Too abstract. Chen remained unfazed and began to explain the wonderful uses of the heartbreaking dagger. Viewers, as a master, I advise you, when purchasing equipment on the consignment platform, do not purely judge the value based on the equipment grade, or you will suffer a big loss. Please look at the affixes of the heartbreaking dagger. Although it is only a finely crafted piece of equipment with only 3 sub-affixes, they are all super practical effective affixes. Backstab skill +1, additional damage +30, and 5% chance to trigger venom. Don't underestimate the 5% probability. The assassin class has a very fast attack speed, and the venom effect triggers quite frequently. Chen shrugged. All the civilian assassins looking to take the poison route and eventually transition to the venomous assassin class can spend a month's salary to buy a cost-effective, heartbreaking dagger. You deserve it. A 5th-tier assassin with an official certification side. I've been in the assassin profession for 40 years. Although I've probably broken more ribs than you've eaten ribs, and cut more throats than you've gnawed on duck necks, I've never owned a civilian artifact like the heartbreaking dagger. I'm truly ashamed. You are indeed a master at level 13. I've learned something. I'm going to place an order for one to keep as a family heirloom. Chen. Viewers, isn't that the famous beauty assassin from Sakura Country, Sister Chizuki Chiyuki, known as Unknowing Cherry Dance? She's also a little internet celebrity with 1 million fans. Only 90% less impressive than you. Chen. Chen smiled and ignored the 5th-tier assassin trying to ride the coattails of his popularity. Although the other party was strong. In the realm of live streaming, it's all about popularity, not strength. In fact, generally speaking, clown streamers often have more fans than technical streamers. Chen directly ended the topic of the heartbreaking dagger, thanked some viewers for their donations, and said lightly, I also appreciate everyone's concern, but when it comes to assassins, I'm not surprised at all and don't really care, because this is a low-intensity Abyss battlefield, which locks the level cap for entrance. Below level 20, I, can maneuver freely and am invincible in this world. Chen said nonchalantly, hands on his hips, striking a pose of a great demon lord looking down. Kick. Those noob chickens trying to harm this master are just seeking their own demise. Stop laughing like that. Haven't you heard the rumors in the martial world? Kick. Die quickly. Even if you are defending yourself, indiscriminate killing is never a good thing. This monk hopes you can show mercy, spare their lives, and try to capture the assassins to hand them over to the Dragon Kingdom for official judgment, rather than directly killing them in front of the camera. That would set a bad example for the children. You wouldn't want your streaming room to be reported by parents for promoting a murderous negative energy, would you? Where did this saintly monk come from? Isn't your profession about fierce anger and stopping war with killing? The other side comes in with a quick assassin kill combo, not even saying hello, clearly wanting to take the streamer's life. And we're supposed to talk about forgiveness and mercy with a murderer, right? Chen smiled and said, this viewer's response isn't a big problem. After all, I'm a public streamer now, so I have to be mindful of my influence. Sometimes, we streamers have to endure some grievances and can't act on our impulses, lest we cause trouble for the streaming platform's review process. So, he said seriously, next time I kill an assassin, I'll temporarily black out the stream, handle the body, and then turn the camera back on with a positive energy vibe, ensuring my hands are free of any blood. Please call me the living bodhisattva of the Dragon Kingdom, a good streamer with boundless merit. Viewers, are you the living king of hell of the Dragon Kingdom? Ahem, it doesn't really matter. Ever since the era of universal job transitions began, streaming strategy dungeons and abyss battlefields has always been mainstream content. Moreover, there are countless humanoid monsters among the demons, and bloodshed is no longer considered restricted content. Yes, countries are actually advocating for children to get used to the violence and bloodshed of fighting demons early on, as that is the foundation for our human civilization's continuation. The war between humans and demons will also be the main theme for the next 500 years. The main theme of any era is closely related to its historical context. After Chen finished explaining, he perked up. Alright, viewers, it's time to get to the main topic. Let's unlock today's true live content together before I reach level 20. I want to complete the achievement of slaying 1,000 demons. The viewers exclaimed. You want to kill 1,000 demons in a single abyss battlefield? Is that even possible? Even if your knife gets dull, your sword breaks, and your staff wears out, you could at most slay 200 demons. Did you bring 5 complete sets of spare equipment? My goodness, I thought you were just an ordinary prodigy, and that academic types are often boring. I didn't expect you to be a true genius in the live streaming field. In your second live stream, you're daring enough to attempt the brutal task of 1,000 demon slay. Instantly, the viewers became excited. At any level, in any battlefield, achieving 1,000 demon slays in a livestream is recognized as a top-tier accomplishment, stirring everyone's sense of human honor and igniting their confidence in abyss warfare. Chen smiled slightly. Of course, it's very difficult, so I've made all the necessary preparations. Come on, let me show you what the terror of the undead plague looks like. I will emulate the legendary summoner of old, the immortal of humanity, and push through the abyss battlefield with a massive undead army. He raised his arms passionately and began to chant in a grand, epic tone. Ha! The undead plague? No way. You're only level 13, and you dare to summon the undead plague to lead the underworld creatures to sweep through the demon army? Wake up! Stop dreaming! It's all because the undead plague's army is too famous. Over the years, countless movies and series have been made about it, fooling the young ones. He's strong because he's the undead plague. You're weak because you're just an ordinary rookie summoner. Don't just blindly follow in the footsteps of the predecessors, you don't deserve it. Viewers from all over the world laughed mockingly. However, a considerable number of viewers genuinely recognized Chen as a genius, believing he had a 0.00001% chance of catching up to the undead plague in the future. Thus, everyone widened their eyes, watching Chen's incantation. Of course, many summoners, upon hearing the first syllable, immediately posted their assessments in the comments. Oh, it's summoning a skeleton, I can recite it perfectly. It's said that many veteran summoners have made modifications to the syllables, allowing them to summon special mutated skeletons. But Chen's spell is exactly the same as mine, just plain and ordinary, something learned in 9 years of compulsory education. In the next moment, a frail little skeleton struggled out from the corpse of a bug demon. It was supposed to tear apart the bug demon's skin and be reborn as a skeleton. But, when the little skeleton fiercely poked at the skin with its claws, crack, its finger bones shattered. The little skeleton was stunned, continuing to push upward. But all the viewers could see clearly, beneath the transparent skin, it was trying hard but couldn't get out at all. Pruhaha, the viewers couldn't hold back anymore. Is this the undead plague? How did you summon the weakest disabled little skeleton? It seems to have the negative gray attribute, osteoporosis. Its claws can't even tear through the bug demon's skin, it's going to die in the wound now. Dude, this is too funny and abstract. If we were to rank the top 10 prodigy summoners this year, you might not make the cut, but if it's the top 10 clowns in the live streaming circle, you'd definitely be a heavyweight. Chen also had a black line on his face and directly opened the little skeleton's panel in front of everyone, displaying it. The three major attributes it was supposed to have as a temporary summon were all gray, symbolizing negative effects. Osteoporosis, your summon has suffered from a lack of exercise due to working too hard for the Abyss Lord in its early life, leading to osteoporosis. Short-lived ghost, your summon was scammed by the Abyss Lord, having dedicated half of its soul fire, hoping the Lord could first advance to a great Lord of the Abyss and then help the bug demons advance to minor lords, achieving a joint promotion. Blade of misfortune, your summon creature once suffered an injury, losing a part of its hand, so its newly formed weapon claws will be exceptionally fragile. Chen, global viewers. Then, Chen briefly blacked out the screen, and a voice of "Ha" echoed in everyone's ears, followed by the sound of bones turning to dust. Sorry, this guy is a bit politically incorrect. I'm afraid its attributes might imply something that could get our live stream banned. When Chen reopened the screen, the little skeleton was gone, and he said seriously, our first step in the undead catastrophe was unexpectedly thwarted by this little skeleton, but that's okay, let's continue summoning. Cast the spell. Summon. Observe. The attributes of the second skeleton archer were much more normal. Burning arrows, it had the talent to manipulate fire elements in life, allowing it to shoot flaming bone arrows, dealing an additional 30% splash damage. Bone of Destruction, it had soaked in the blood pool of the Duke of Destruction in life, thus possessing bones tougher than ordinary skeletons, with plus 30% defense and plus 30% magic resistance. Thieving Habit, its little hands are not very clean, with a 5% chance to hide the equipment in front of it. Chen nodded. A little gem. Not bad, looks like luck has finally returned. The next moment, the livestream screen went black again. Then came the Ha incantation. When the screen returned to normal, Chen smiled and said, sorry, this skeleton archer said it missed home, so I sent it back to the abyss. I'm just too kind. Please flood the public screen with kindness. The viewers broke into a sweat. One viewer with the ID Dark Psychologist revealed the truth, given Chen's stinginess. He absolutely wouldn't allow a skeleton archer with a thieving habit under his command. His personality is the standard capitalist personality. If you try to take advantage of him, he'll send you straight back to the abyss. A system prompt popped up in the livestream. Dark Psychologist has been banned for 30 days. You understand well, but don't understand next time. Chen's face was filled with embarrassment and anger, clearly hit by the truth. The viewers laughed heartily. They never expected that the high-pressure environment of the Abyss battlefield wouldn't break him, nor would the sudden assassination. But the blunt truth from this viewer did. Sigh. 1,000 lies. And Chen doesn't care. But a single truth makes him blush. It really takes the truth to hit home. Of course, the reason the truth hurts is that it can't be refuted. But Chen didn't give up and continued tirelessly summoning his skeleton army. Soon, the audience noticed his summoning conditions. Only summoning skeleton archers and skeleton mages, while any skeleton warriors that appeared were turned to dust. So, Chen wants to form a pure output skeleton ranged army? What about his frontline meat shields? Many questioned, but then they saw the 13 guardians of Flower Fruit Mountain. In the Abyss battlefield, Black Wukong was practically invincible, with no monster able to break its defense. That makes sense, that war god like Black Monkey is enough to rival any neat shield. And Chen just needs pure output to cover his firepower. The crowd sighed in admiration. An hour later, Chen summoned 50 skeleton archers and 50 skeleton mages, forming a substantial summoned unit, sweeping through the demons on the Abyss battlefield. At this point, many of the viewers who had originally mocked him fell silent. Wow, Chen just leveled up to 14 and can actually have 100 temporary summons? Is that right, folks? These skeletons aren't his summons, so they don't take up his summon space. But maintaining temporary summons requires continuous mana consumption. Just how much mental power does Chen have? How high is his mana value? Even if he keeps popping mana potions, he can't possibly sustain such a massive consumption, right? A seasoned summoner spoke up. In my experience, maintaining a low-level summon consumes about 1 mana per second. That means Chen is currently consuming 100 mana per second. And he still looks energetic, showing no signs of mana exhaustion? Everyone was baffled, and many directly rewarded him with thousands, sending eye-catching super bullet comments to inquire about the reason. Sugu, can you explain the mana consumption for maintaining this army of summons? High price offer for the streamer's energy-saving summoning technique. willing to trade 5 million. If not, the price is negotiable. Do you have any artifact that restores 100 mana per second? Please, tell me. I can do anything, even if I have to bend over backwards. Chen just shrugged and said, sorry, I have a little secret. The viewers. At this moment, a familiar super bullet comment stood out. No, dude, I'm Song Chingfeng, your good desk mate. Considering our friendship, can you sell me this secret? I also want to change to a summoner. Chen recognized his online name and couldn't help but chuckle. Old Song, I didn't expect your family to be quite wealthy, dropping $500 right away. Alright, since you asked, considering you washed my socks for 3 years in high school, I can reveal, my trick is to pay 107 mana per second to maintain this army. Yes, he had mana sharing from the little fox, and the little fox's legendary golden attribute, infinite mana, was unimaginably powerful. Infinite mana, your base mana value is increased tenfold. Your base mana recovery is increased tenfold. The little fox currently has 900 mana, with a recovery speed of 153. This means maintaining this 100-strong skeleton army is far from Chen's limit. Ah, what you said is just nonsense, Song Chingfeng said gloomily. Chen smiled. What's wrong with nonsense? But it's also the truth. As for why my mana recovery is so terrifying, 3 years of washing socks isn't enough. Then I'll wash your underwear from now on, Song Chingfeng promised without hesitation. Chen almost choked on his water, barely holding back. Get lost. The global viewers burst into laughter. It's a pair of boys who wash each other's underwear. This is shipping it. What you just said about having a little secret. It can't be a secret affair with your roommate, right? Now your sexual orientation is exposed, but our LGBT community supports you. Welcome to the rainbow family, Chen said irritably. You brat, trying to lead me off track. Ha! I just got a skinning advancement, secondary profession skill book from the Abyss Battlefield, thinking of selling it to you at a low price, and now it's gone. Don't, Sugu. You know I love skinning. I aspire to be the best butcher in Beiliang. Save it for me. I'll go raise the money right now. Song Chingfeng immediately logged off. Chen casually teased, viewers, this classmate of mine really has a peculiar hobby. Although he's a rich second generation, he doesn't flaunt his wealth to chase girls, doesn't indulge in material pleasures, doesn't do charity work, and doesn't play holographic games. Instead, he likes to go to slaughterhouses to personally deal with mutated beasts. Wow, that's a bit creepy. Is there really such a unique preference in the world? It seems that the taste of peeling the skins off monsters intoxicates him. I'm Hannibal. I share the same interest as your classmate. Can you give me his contact information? Chen nodded. His kind of habit might be related to the fact that his family holds 100% of the shares in all the chain slaughterhouses in Beiliang. The viewers exclaimed. You bastard. Isn't that just an ordinary rich second generation getting familiar with the family business in advance? An interesting soul instantly turned into a vulgar capitalist. Meanwhile, as Chen animatedly chatted away, the number of viewers in the live stream stabilized at 4.8 million, and the donations kept rising. Whoosh! Another dagger's cold light sliced through the sky. An assassin from the Iron Blood Alliance was on the move again. This time, Chen didn't hesitate and directly took the incoming crossbow bolt with his face. Ding ding ding. 3 poison crossbow bolts lodged into his lips. Critical hit -1. Deadly poison -1. Laceration -1. Damn. He really is the hardest mouth among summoners. An assassin of the same level can't even break his defense. That's terrifying. That group of assassins just got completely defeated. Why are they coming back to deliver their heads? They really don't learn. The mastermind probably thinks the -1 damage is too absurd to believe. So they tried again. The crowd buzzed with discussion, while Chen was overjoyed. Thank you all. Now I have the persona of the world's toughest mouth streamer. And as a streamer, I need some personas and symbols to spread, so that wealth can flow in and popularity can soar. As a thank you, Chen smiled. Archers, prepare to shoot. Mage team, conjure fireballs. The assassin hurriedly cast, sprint, trying to escape the battle. But can a person be faster than arrows and fireballs? Whoosh 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 whoosh. Boom 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 boom. The screen went black, but the screams were real. Fortunately, I truly have a kind heart. Promoting positive energy and preventing the audience from seeing bloody scenes, Chen nodded in satisfaction. When his camera turned back on, Only 2 pieces of equipment lay quietly in a pool of corpse water. Su Chen looked and revealed a strange smile. Oh, isn't this the universally homemade equipment, Iron Blood Belt, enhanced version, and Iron Blood knee pads, internal test version, monopolized by the Iron Blood Alliance? The viewers immediately erupted. Isn't this finding the real culprit? Some old fans familiar with Su Chen and the Iron Blood Alliance's grudges quickly explained. The young lord of the Iron Blood Alliance has always had a grudge against Su Chen. Last time he lost 40 million in a bet. And the current lord, Shen Ginghong, openly snatched his special recruitment from the Hunting Nation Military Academy at Bailiang Academy. Wow, is this how they bully people? Not enough. They even sent assassins to kill him. Is this a normal organization of human professionals? It feels more like an evil cult worshipping the abyss. Let's go, brothers, charge at the Iron Blood Alliance's official blog. Meanwhile, Shen Jinghong and his son Shen Zimo, who were watching the live stream, couldn't help but show their anger. This idiot, didn't he say to prohibit the use of our homemade equipment and to conceal his identity as much as possible? But at this point, it was irretrievable. Moreover, each assassin was only equipped with 3 pieces of gear, and this time they were just unlucky, dropping 2 pieces directly. Shen Jinghong quickly regained his composure. It doesn't matter, equipment can be traded and dropped. We'll insist that someone is trying to frame us. Anyway, that assassin has turned into corpse water, with no evidence left. Yes, I'll also publicly declare that my conflict with Su Chen is just a minor friction on campus, not something that escalates to life and death. Shen Zimo mimicked. Not long after, Shen Jinghong's phone was bombarded with calls. Report to the chairman. Hundreds of thousands of professionals are leaving messages under our official blog, cursing us for being despicable and shameless. Our recruitment billboards in many cities have been vandalized. Public sentiment is running high. Should we activate crisis public relations? Manager of the Iron Blood Alliance Public Relations Department. Please report immediately to the North Liang City Lord's Mansion about the movements of your practitioners below level 20. No detail too small. Otherwise, you will be dealt with according to Articles 3 and 7 of the Protection Law for Unemployed Practitioners. You will be regarded as committing crimes against humanity for endangering the young practitioners of the human race who have not yet transitioned. Special Operations Police Group of the City Lord's Mansion. We, the North Liang Academy, along with the National Academy Joint Union, strongly protest your violation of the Human Race Covenant by attacking our students on the Abyss battlefield. We condemn this in the strongest terms. A report has already been filed. Official statement from North Liang Academy. Shen Ginghong, you are a disgrace. Your mother must be ashamed. Concerned citizen. Shen Zimo, you filthy little brat. I %*# at. A keyboard artist. Damn Su Chen. Aha. Shen Zimo let out a scream of impotent rage. He stole my hidden profession card and my chance to be the first to break the demon fortress globally, and now he wants to ruin my reputation. It's utterly shameless. I will not rest until I make him pay. Shut up. What kind of behavior is this? You are a man of the Shen family, yet you act like a hysterical fool. It's disgraceful. Shen Jinghong turned off his phone and coldly stared at him. If outsiders see your loss of composure, won't that immediately confirm us as the true culprits? Yes. Shen Zimo quickly fell silent, anxiously looking at his father. But what if we are arrested and interrogated next? What should we do? If someone tortures me, I fear I won't withstand the pain and will confess. You are the young leader of our Iron Blood Alliance. Who would dare do that? Shen Ginghong sneered. Moreover, the current situation is very clear. It was just an assassin using our Iron Blood Alliance's custom equipment. Nothing serious. There are plenty of reasons to deflect this. Soon, Shen Jinghong casually drafted a statement and released it to major media outlets. Please, Su Chen, do not attempt to frame the Iron Blood Alliance. I have seen through your little tricks. First, you hired someone to impersonate an assassin, pretended to be positive energy, deliberately blacked out the screen, then created a series of fake disturbances, allowing the actor you hired to escape. And finally you threw 2 pieces of our Iron Blood Alliance's marked equipment on the ground. Such a clumsy smear campaign. And you think you can deal with us, the Iron Blood Alliance? Wishful thinking. I advise you to walk the right path, act properly, and sit upright. Do not use our established organization, the Iron Blood Alliance, to hype your popularity. It is truly despicable. Additionally, I hope the public will see clearly that our Iron Blood Alliance produces countless pieces of equipment every year, which does not mean that anyone using our equipment must be from the Iron Blood Alliance. We hereby solemnly declare, anything that happens in the low-intensity Abyss battlefield has nothing to do with us. Please do not disturb our normal operations. After finishing, Shen Jinghong leisurely stretched and walked back to his son, unaffected. Father is mighty. Shen Zimo admired the statement, and although the comments from other practitioners below were mostly words like deafening silence, posturing, and blind lies, people indeed had no way to deal with them. Let's witness Su Chen's impotent rage. The father and son exchanged glances. One raised a glass of Abyss blood wine, gulping, while the other lifted a bottle of CD calcium milk, fizzing. Meanwhile, Su Chen, who was temporarily resting on the Abyss battlefield, soon saw that statement. He chewed on a compressed biscuit, stroking the soft fur of a little fox, and smirked slightly. Oh, isn't this a confession by accident, my water friends? You all should have recorded the entire livestream. I never mentioned a word about being an assassin sent by the Iron Blood Alliance. Why are they the first to jump out and refute it? Their intentions are suspicious and meaningful. What else can I say? Just 2 words: anxious. Yeah, the streamer has been teaching summoner techniques and explaining little tidbits about the Abyss battlefield. I can testify to that. Look, the Iron Blood Alliance has exposed themselves. I don't know what they're so anxious about. It's like they're trying to hide something that's already obvious. I advise the streamer to ignore those rabid dogs and focus on leveling up. When you reach the 6th tier, that old dog Shen Jinghong from the Iron Blood Alliance, who's so arrogant now, will be just as obedient in the future. Could it be that Su Chen really threw down 2 pieces of Iron Blood Alliance equipment while the screen was black? Although their words are harsh, we can't rule out that possibility. Some people raise doubts. Su Chen chuckled. Are there really viewers being led by them, thinking I'm in cahoots with the assassin? My black screen was just aimed at the viewers, but my drone has recorded everything. Since there are doubts, I'll upload it to the video site later for everyone to appreciate. At this point, all doubts vanished. Before long, the unedited version of Su Chen's entire livestream was uploaded by his manager Zhao Muyu, appearing on almost all mainstream short and long video platforms, sparking heated discussions. People quickly browsed through and concluded, Su Chen didn't lie. The assassin used equipment specifically supplied by the Iron Blood Alliance. However, under the Iron Blood Alliance's public relations money offensive, the online water army also surged out, washing the narrative with high intensity, using a set of talking points. Do they really think the Iron Blood Alliance's assassins are fools? When they target someone for assassination, do they not even have money to change their gear? It's clearly a frame-up. This is the true culprit's double-edged strategy. You understand? If they can assassinate Su Chen, that's great. If not, they can shift the blame to the Iron Blood Alliance, forcing them into mutual destruction. You get it? This is what it means for an assassin to enter the fray. A poison master winning half the battle. You understand? Who knows? Maybe Su Chen and the Iron Blood Alliance are in cahoots for publicity. Both sides team up to ride the wave of traffic and gain profits. I bet Su Chen will start selling products soon, monetizing the traffic. Only the ordinary professionals caught in the rhythm vortex are the real chives. Sigh. I understand too well, just call me brother understand. But Su Chen couldn't be bothered to get tangled up in the topic of who the real culprit is. He leisurely got up, waking up the black Wukong who was sound asleep on the boulder, and the little fox girl who was napping on his leg. Let's go. All our mana has been restored, and our energy is full. It's time to push towards the center of the Abyss battlefield. Don't forget, our goal for this livestream is 1,000 kills. Oh no, I mean 1,000 demons. Su Chen slapped his forehead, correcting himself. The assassin's target is to take down me, a human summoner, in the Abyss battlefield. But the assassins will definitely launch a second wave of attacks. You need to be careful. Many viewers reminded anxiously. Even though the skills of the first 2 assassins only had 1 point of force damage, Su Chen's defensive stats must be astonishing. But there are countless geniuses in the world. What if the Iron Blood Alliance spares no expense and sends top assassins using hidden class cards, taking advantage of the moment when Su Chen is battling the demons, or during a special timing when he's hit by the demons' debuffs that reduce defense and increase damage? They could strike. He still faced the risk of death. Su Chen smiled and clasped his hands, thanking everyone for their concern, and seriously patted his chest. Don't worry, this summoner is fine. I'm going for a unique tank-style melee summoner build. High defense, high attack, and high health. The assassins have no opportunity to take advantage because this summoner firmly hides behind the summoned creatures, taking the hits and injuries while they take the brunt. and I'll be the one to loot materials and pick up equipment. Staying at full health is my life motto. If you want to survive, then that's the path of a summoner. As Su Chen spoke, he lifted the little fox in front of his chest and instructed, "Later, if we encounter a dangerous enemy, you must not hesitate to take the hits for me. After all, if you die, it only takes a cooldown to summon you again, so don't be afraid of dying." The adorable little fox tilted her head, showing a look of disdain, clearly having gained some intelligence. But in the end, she still reluctantly nodded. "Okay, master, bad, but foxy, good." The viewers were all melted by her cuteness. Wow, this fox summoning beast is almost evolving into a grateful little fox girl. Her language skills are comparable to that of an 8-year-old lowly. Grateful? Being used as a meat shield every day, taking the hardest hits, and also having to deal with spell output. It's worse than the old-time black slaves. If it were me, I would directly transform from a grateful little fox girl into a vengeful old fox demon. Hanging Su Chen on the streetlights of Bailion Highway. Sigh. The little fox is clearly very wronged, clearly unwilling to be a meat shield, yet still weakly says okay because of her deep love for her master. I want to buy a dozen of such little foxes. Su Chen, why don't you just transfer her to me? A rich second generation. Is 200 million enough? Thus, in Su Chen's live broadcast room, he immediately became the second most popular character. Su Chen took out a popsicle from his backpack space for the little fox to nibble on. After all, her mind was still childlike, and she needed to be coaxed to unleash her ultimate combat power. She licked it, and the viewers immediately sent a barrage of comments. Wow, the little fox girl is working hard to practice gratitude. She bit into it, and the viewers also sent a barrage of comments. TSK, the old fox demon is working hard to practice revenge. A new cute deity was born in the live broadcast room, and thus Shin Jinghon and Shin Zimo, father and son, painfully watched as the total number of online viewers in Su Chen's live broadcast room has skyrocketed to 8 million, which can be considered a top-tier super internet celebrity in the global live streaming circle. Waves of rewards poured in generously, making Su Chen earn a fortune. The ad revenue from the live streaming platform was also continuously rising. Looking at the backstage, the manager Zhao Muyu was smiling so widely that she couldn't close her legs. With this kind of money-making ability, why rely on any major forces? Those so-called high-end contracts and sponsorship funds from major forces only give 3 to 500 million at most each year. But at what cost? After changing jobs in the future, one would have to work like a horse for others. Su Chen is simply a natural entertainer, with a comedic star quality. Zhao Muyu happily analyzed his career, and his persona is the most recognized genius professional among the public, a master emerging from the grassroots. This means he can win both reputation and traffic, and he is bound to become a rising star in the live streaming circle. His judgment is also correct. There's no need to sell products to monetize traffic, because the reputation of product-selling streamers often deteriorates quickly, as the goods are bound to be of mixed quality, and there will definitely be inferior products. Zhao Muyu, with her delicate hand supporting her exquisite chin, pondered future promotional plans and profit methods. The first choice is, of course, the signing fee from the live streaming platform. It's time to talk to the officials. This mature and stunning woman murmured to herself, because Su Chen's 2 live broadcasts were explosive, with significant effects. He is a high-quality potential streamer who can be maintained long-term. If I go to negotiate now, I can at least secure a contract with an annual salary exceeding 100 million. But that's still far from enough. It would be best to negotiate a popularity contract with a betting clause, setting the gradient properly. In my opinion, my Su Chen's annual salary should be set at 250 million for it to be most appropriate. She took out a tablet computer to record this plan. Then she pondered a second plan. The second option is to directly take the path of a star professional, using the persona of a successful person to sell online courses. This road is one where both parties are willing. Fans can also learn knowledge and tactics, and no one loses. It's a win-win situation. But he is currently just an unpromoted individual, and the tactical system of a summoner is not suitable for publishing a book, so this path is temporarily sealed, to be discussed in the future. Just as Zhao Muyu was worrying about Su Chen, he smoothly pushed forward, skillfully killing his way to the core area of the 037 Abyss battlefield. The kill count in the livestream had already jumped to 322. Killing slowly like this? When will I ever wait for the 1000 demon slash? So, why not go for something fierce? Su Chen's lips curled slightly, Water friends, do you still remember why you started following me? The global record for breaking the Abyss Fortress? Everyone replied in unison. Su Chen snapped his fingers, bingo. So, what I excel at is city defense battles. Especially now that all my temporary summons are skeleton archers and skeleton mages. A complete lineup of ranged power. That means I will have super strong coverage fire. But in the Abyss battlefield, where is there a city for you to defend? How will you gather the monsters from all directions to face you? Everyone generally felt it was unreliable. Su Chen smiled slightly. Come, our drones take to the sky, focusing on that building at the center of the battlefield. The view suddenly elevated. The long shot focused on an ancient bell tower wrapped in insect soil and vines, prominently appearing before everyone. Su Chen spoke in a nostalgic tone. That is a commemorative relic of the ancient civilization of the Dragon Kingdom from the old era. Zhang Houyi's chime. After a pause, Su Chen added, a replica. Damn. You took a long enough breath. I thought it was really that national treasure. I was just about to sneak into the Abyss battlefield to retrieve it for our country's museum collection. Damn. The thief from the country above triggered a passive, trying to steal our Dragon Kingdom's relics. Ha! We also have similar chimes in the British Museum. Hee hee. Later, a god-level practitioner from the Dragon Kingdom came and looted it, saying it should be returned to its rightful owner, and took everything away. Not, hee hee. Su Chen rolled his eyes at the global internet trolls. Do I even need to mention this? Who leaves a national treasure exposed to the sun and rain in a bell tower? Moreover, Zhang Houyi's chime was once hailed as the eighth wonder of the world, and it is a unique existence among national treasures, but it is a bronze chime, the kind that rusts easily. It must be preserved in a vacuum to avoid further oxidation and corrosion. How could it be left outdoors? Su Chen rolled his eyes wildly, raising two middle fingers at the camera. I say, water friends, don't always inadvertently expose your illiteracy. This academic achiever has a disdain for stupidity. Seeing your bullet comments makes me uncomfortable. Faced with Su Chen's provocation and disdain, the water friends retorted, and the number of bullet comments skyrocketed. 3 minutes later, Su Chen picked up his phone and, under everyone's gaze, called his manager Zhao Muyu. Hello? Sister Zhao. I just stirred up some rhythm. The bullet comments are coming in at 100,000 per second. This data has reached the top internet celebrity standard. Right? Immediately contact the official platform. Say I want to sign a bullet comment contract. 1 billion a year. No negotiation. Zhao Muyu, there is no such thing as a bullet comment contract. If we argue too much, we will get our live stream banned. Water friends, damn. Fell for Su Chen's trick. Got tricked into sending 10 bullet comments. You really understand business. Little Su. You've truly been delayed by 9 years of compulsory education. If you had started as a child star, mingled in society, you would have probably already become a movie emperor, winning the Oscar for 10 consecutive years. All you rhythm-creating haters, shut up. We don't need you useless people. The streamer will lead himself. Amidst the laughter and joking atmosphere, Su Chen had already led his army of summons to the landmark building beside the 037 Abyss battlefield, the modern square clock tower. Clear out all the insect demons and fire demons nearby. Occupy the bell tower. And then we need to manually construct a high ground with geographical advantages to thoroughly annihilate all the monsters in the Abyss battlefield. Su Chen openly shared his plan with the livestream. However, the aerial view captured by the drone showed that the area was flat and featureless. Where would the high ground come from? Wait, do you really want the troops to be stationed on the bell tower? I advise you not to have such delusions. The insect soil is highly corrosive, although the bell tower looks intact. The internal steel and concrete must have been corroded beyond recognition. Once your black monkey fights up there, the building will collapse immediately. I mean, buddy, your prowess in the demon fortress can indeed be recorded in history for future textbooks, but you can't rely on one trick forever, can you? Not every battle can be fought as a city defense, unless you have an earth element mage army that can change the terrain on a large scale. Otherwise it's simply impossible. Faced with everyone's discouragement and denial, Su Chen just smiled slightly. Don't say the word impossible to a summoner. Our summons are all-encompassing, with infinite possibilities. Study hard, rookies. Even if you are high-level professionals of the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th tier, or even super professionals of the 5th and 6th tiers, I still have a lesson for you, the audience. But the next moment, they heard Su Chen instructing Black Wukong, quick, use the 72 transformations. My monkey brother, turn into an excavator. The audience erupted. Is that even possible? Can transformation magic change into modern machinery? This summon is too overpowered. Can it really do that? Black Wukong, now at demigod level, blinked and made a gesture. 72 transformations. Activate. After a swirl of white mist, the expected excavator did not appear on the ground. Instead, the scratching monkey brother was there, steam rising from his head. Puhaha, stop asking too much of monkey brother. You're making his brain smoke. I said, transforming into an excavator is too ridiculous. Why not just transform into a missile launch silo next time? Just one shot to wipe out the 037 Abyss battlefield. The audience laughed heartily, amused by Su Chen. Su Chen scratched his head and soon saw a system warning on the panel. Warning, your summon Black Wukong cannot comprehend the essence of what you mentioned and cannot complete the 72 transformations. Please choose a substance it can understand. I see. Su Chen sighed in frustration. Plan A has failed. My friends, Monkey Brother says he must fully understand the essence of an excavator to transform into it. In other words, he has to go to university and earn a PhD in mechanical engineering, thoroughly grasp all the principles and formulas, and memorize the excavator blueprints before he can do it. The viewers were speechless. They had gained some understanding of the 72 transformation skill. But just as everyone was waiting to see Su Chen make a fool of himself, he revealed a confident smile, patting his chest. Don't rush to mock me, or you might get slapped in the face later. Although plan A has failed, I still have a plan B with a 100% success rate. Oh, the viewers began typing furiously, ready to ridicule him. But Su Chen continued, 72 transformations. Stone Demon. Moments later, Black Wukong and all his clones transformed into Abyss Stone Demons. Everyone recalled the talent of this high-level demon, fossil to mud. Soon, the 037 Abyss battlefield turned into a bustling construction site. Skyscrapers? Fossil to mud. Abandoned villas? Fossil to mud. Giant sculptures? Fossil to mud. The wasteland of human civilization was reduced to a puddle of muck, layer upon layer. This reinforced concrete is the best target for the stone demon's innate magic, with outstanding effects. Just 20 minutes later, amidst the massive dust clouds from countless collapsed buildings, a distinct high ground appeared before everyone. Next, the strong black monkeys reinforced the edges, forming a circle of miniature city walls. Next, it's time for the militarized demon slaying. After completing the battlefield construction, Su Chen wasted no time and personally struck the counterfeit chime. Ding ding ding, the strange melody echoed across the Abyss battlefield. No. 037. The demons scattered among the ruins and in countless burrows heard this sound belonging to human civilization and awakened, rushing out from their lairs. From all directions, a terrifying tide of demons surged forth. The roars shook the heavens. The killing intent boiled. All the spectators immediately felt a chill for Su Chen. Oh my gosh. Yao! You've poked the demon's nest. Run. There's no way to hold this. Although your goal has been achieved, this is too terrifying. I'm sweating bullets. Man. Streaming is business, but staying alive is life. Hurry and end the stream to escape. It's not too late. Leave those skeletons behind. It'll be enough for you to get out of the Abyss battlefield. Don't be reckless. Are you really willing to risk your life for the sake of the stream? Seeing Su Chen remain completely still, with no intention of retreating, all the spectators were dumbfounded, thinking he must be crazy. How could he possibly defend this small area of 100 meters against enemies from all sides? Su Chen smiled leisurely. Water friends, a little demon. Watch me turn my hand to destroy it. Look at you all. So anxious. Why bother? Just wait and see me loot the gear later. It will definitely be a big haul. Although it's all level 20 and below junk, just call me a trash collector. The water friends. Everyone stared unblinkingly at the roaring tide of demons, watching as they surged toward the high ground fortress Su Chen had temporarily built. 13 black monkeys stood at the outermost edge, shielding the remaining fragile skeleton mages and skeleton archers in the center. The little fox floated in the air, quietly waiting for the moment of contact between the two sides. Meanwhile, Su Chen himself looked down at the demons leisurely, his mind racing as he continuously analyzed the types of demons and calculated their angles. Finally, the first intimate contact with blood and iron was about to arrive. Su Chen confidently commanded, Fox, southwest at 37 degrees, cover with lightning magic. Monkeys, 3 go to the northeast corner, strike the ground. 5 defend the due south direction. The rest prepare to transport. continue to raise the ground beneath our feet. At the same time, Shen personally used his mental power to control 50 skeleton archers and 50 skeleton mages, forming a firepower net. A shocking scene unfolded for the spectators. The most troublesome self-destructing bug demons from the southwest were directly hit by the 9-linked forked lightning struck down by the little fox, triggering paralysis effects while taking high damage, instantly freezing in place. But the demons were like a tide. Those paralyzed bug demons immediately became stepping stones for the newcomers. Under the trampling, the self-destructing bug demons perished one after another. However, Shen's timing was impeccable, perfectly catching the moment the self-destructing bug demons activated their racial talents, ordering the little fox to paralyze them. Boom! Boom! The successive self-destructs took away groups of demons, leaving a large blank area in the southwest. The 3 black monkeys faced the large mud demons, which were the juvenile form of the stone demons, but in terms of size, the mud demons were much larger than the mature stone demons, as they had not yet condensed. The black monkey's strikes against the ground were powerful downward blows, directly helping the mud demons mature quickly, flattening them into super small stone demons. The life of the mud demon is quite tough. They possess 3 cores, equivalent to 3 human hearts. Unfortunately, when crushed, all the cores turned into powder without distinction. Thus, the mud demon became a stone stump. Quick! Move them under our feet while they're still dead. Hurry! Hurry! Shen shouted, like a foreman urging his workers through a loudspeaker. The summoned creatures had very limited intelligence and a loyalty of 100%, so they faithfully executed all of Shen's commands. The limp bodies of the mud demons were immediately moved to their feet by the powerful black Wukong. Moments later, the bodies of the mud demons began to harden rapidly, perfectly merging with the original cement floor and concrete. Immediately, some viewers analyzed Shen's thoughts. Oh, right, after the mud demons die, all the mud on their surface quickly hardens into rock. This is simply the perfect building material, which can be used to reinforce his fortress. Could it be that Shen wants to fully utilize the characteristics of the mud demons, fighting while also building, ultimately crafting a fortress? One viewer thought in disbelief. The idea is perfect. But don't forget that there are still many common rat demons, blood demons, and bone demons rushing from the other directions. This is the rigidity of academic professionals. Too self-righteous. The battlefield is always changing. Real combat is the only standard to test strength. A little black figure scoffed disdainfully. However, when the army of rat demons surged like a tide, Shen was already controlling the skeleton mages to unleash countless fireballs onto the ground, igniting their fur and roasting out sizzling golden fat and a strong meaty aroma. At the same time, Shen divided the skeleton archers into 5 waves, continuously maintaining a rain of arrows, forming a covering fire that cut off the charge of the blood demons. When the blood demons fell, they exploded into a sky of blood mist, instantly creating a red haze that enveloped the battlefield, obscuring visibility for everyone inside. But while the participants were confused, the observers were clear. Although Shen was also shrouded in the blood mist, his drones flew high into the sky, scouting everything clearly. He received the images on his terminal below and directed the skeleton army to unleash firepower in the right direction. This was the perfect fusion of technology and professionals. Wow! This wave of blood mist from the blood demons is so timely. It not only didn't affect Shen but even interfered with the other demons. These blood demons must be insiders from the abyss, right? So, the strongest assist actually comes from the enemy? The blood demons provide the war fog, and the mud demons offer a construction gift pack. Shen is truly a genius. To be able to achieve the global first clear of the demon fortress, he is indeed a top talent for defending the city. Even on the abyss battlefield, he can replicate past successes. It's truly remarkable. Just as everyone was dumbfounded, Shen was racking his brains to control the summoned creatures to kill madly, continuously slaughtering demons, and soon his achievements skyrocketed at an unimaginable speed. Congratulations on killing 700 monsters on the low-intensity abyss battlefield No. 037. Congratulations, 800 monsters. Congratulations on killing 1000 monsters on the low-intensity abyss battlefield No. 037. Since you completed this kill count within 24 hours, we shall call it efficient. You will receive the title of Overlord of Battlefield No. 037. Wearing this title, you will gain a 20% increase in damage within the abyss battlefield No. 037. Chen pouted. He didn't care much for such a trivial title since he wouldn't be returning to this battlefield in the future. Moreover, based on the clues he bought from Zhao Muyu, he had already completed the threshold for starting the artifact task, Portable World. Later I'll definitely sneak into the village. No need for guns. Just quietly take on the artifact repair mission and make a fortune low-key. Chen thought happily, planning to amaze everyone after the artifact was repaired. At that moment, he received a very special pop-up message. The sender had extremely high authority, and the name was quite familiar. System notification, Vice President of the Secret Sanctuary, Wu Mengxi, invites you to join an online meeting. Do you agree? Chen was currently live streaming, and the monsters were still surging in like a tide. He had to command his summoned creatures to fight fiercely and had no time to be distracted. So, he intended to put it aside for now. However, Wu Mengxi seemed to be in a hurry, sending 3 consecutive messages, seemingly urging him. Chen frowned but recalled Miss Bufian from the Secret Sanctuary, who had warmly invited him to join and had given him a generous reward of nearly 100,000, showing him great respect. With this thought, Chen felt it would be a bit rude to keep the esteemed vice president waiting. Thus, Chen cleared his throat and said, "Dear viewers, the Secret Sanctuary has invited me to join them and said they would offer me an S-level contract. I can only say their higher-ups have great vision to choose me, a super potential stock. But I can't stop my livestream, I must maintain continuity, and the monster's assault is still fierce. I need to focus on controlling my summoned beasts. So, I will accept the invitation and join their online meeting room to inform them of my current situation and ask them to wait for me a bit. Once I break through the 037 Abyss battlefield, I will officially join the Secret Sanctuary. Please hold on for a moment." The viewers immediately expressed envy and jealousy. Wow! The Secret Sanctuary. That's a major force on par with the Iron Blood Alliance. With their protection, the Iron Blood Alliance probably won't dare to make things difficult for you anymore. Congratulations! I'm so jealous. You're still in your 3rd year of high school and have already received an invitation from the Secret Sanctuary, and even caught the eye of that stunning beauty, Bu Fian. Who knows? You might even marry in and gain both power and wealth. So envious. It's killing me. Boo-hoo. Chen smiled and, taking advantage of a brief lull in the monster assault, quickly tapped the screen to accept Wu Mengxi's invitation and entered the Secret Sanctuary meeting room. "Hello, everyone," Chen greeted politely, as they would be colleagues in the future. "I fully agree to Miss Bufian's conditions and am willing to join the Secret Sanctuary. In the future, please guide me, but I can't spare my hands right now. I'm still live streaming and attacking the Abyss battlefield." Live streaming? That's even better, more people will witness what I'm about to say. "I must inform you, I'm sorry, but we have already cancelled our intention to sign a contract with you." Vice President Wu Mengxi bluntly got to the point. Chen was taken aback, his body stiffening. He never expected that the terms they had just agreed upon a few days ago could change so quickly. Moreover, her words were not only coldly dismissive but also laced with heavy sarcasm. What did this mean? He thought he had a neutral relationship with the Secret Sanctuary. With no entanglements, why was Bufian's mother so hostile? Chen furrowed his brows but had no time to ponder further, as he still had to deal with the endless waves of monsters, continuously increasing his monster-slaying count. Wu Mengxi couldn't care less about Chen's situation. She was there to firmly reject this poor kid who was trying to climb the ranks of the Secret Sanctuary. She also needed to sternly warn Chen to never attempt to exploit her daughter's goodwill and to forget about any dreams of marrying in. So, she coldly said, "I'm sorry, but Fian's authority in the Secret Sanctuary is insufficient to grant an S-level contract. Moreover, I personally believe your talent and potential fall far short of the S-level threshold. Are you trying to use Fian's goodwill to deceive us into giving you an S-level contract? This year's guaranteed investment of 200 million seems like an astronomical figure that you could never hope to reach in your lifetime, right, Chen?" He gaped, utterly shocked that he had just live-streamed the scene of his rejection, allowing 9 million viewers worldwide to witness his humiliation. Yet, Chen also found it quite surreal. Did they really think he would care about a mere 200 million investment in a year? His skill book, Magic Shield, if auctioned off properly, could yield a pure profit of around 400 million, easily equivalent to 2 years' worth of contract investment. Besides, an S-level contract isn't given unilaterally, it requires double the return in the future. I advise you to stay away from Fian. Wu Mengxi coldly warned in front of 9 million global viewers. She is inexperienced and may have developed a crush on your looks. But ultimately, she has to bear the future of the mystery sanctuary. A 6th-tier professional is by no means her limit, and you may not even have the resources to upgrade to the 4th tier. Remember, dragons do not dwell with snakes, and tigers do not walk with dogs. I hope you can be sensible and delete all her contact information. Do not disturb her advancement. Understand? Oh, is that Miss Buffian's intention? Su Chen slaughtered another 200 monsters, creating a vacuum filled with corpses, allowing him a moment to breathe and engage with Wu Mengxi. This old auntie. What if it's not her intention? As a guardian, I have the right to drive away scheming scoundrels. The cliché story of a grassroots boy and a rich girl must not happen in our mystery sanctuary. You are not worthy. Wu Mengxi made her stance clear, leaving no room for negotiation. The audience reacted with a flurry of negative comments. Wait, Su Chen, are you still living in the past? Are you really pulling off an old-school breakup drama? Soon, are you going to shout to the heavens, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west? Don't bully the young and poor. Is this old auntie an actress you called in? Honestly, her acting is a bit awkward. It feels fake. Guys, I just used AI to recognize her face. And this lady is indeed the current vice president of the Mystery Sanctuary. This isn't acting. Soon, the viewers were left dumbfounded. It turned out she really intended to reject Su Chen and refused to offer him a mere 200 million annual investment contract. However, Su Chen did not display the disappointment and despair that Wu Mengxi expected. Instead, he chuckled. Alright, actually, if it weren't for Miss Buffian's impressive figure, I wouldn't have any interest in your mystery sanctuary. But I still advise you. And Wu, there's no need to speak so harshly to us working folks. Is it just because I won't sign the contract? Why mock me, a poor student? Why ridicule this summoner? Su Chen pouted. There was no enmity to begin with. We could part ways amicably and go our separate ways. But you insist on making it absolute, narrowing the path. I find this kind of coercion quite disgusting. Just get lost. Wu Mengxi was dumbfounded. She never expected that someone would dare to tell her to get lost given her status. Thus, in her fury, she hesitated for 0.3 seconds before not directly closing the online meeting room. In that 0.3 seconds, she witnessed an unforgettable scene. Above the sky of the Abyss battlefield No. 037, a terrifying vision suddenly emerged. It tore through the sky and illuminated all the lands of Beiliang. A bone dragon, blocking out the sun, seemed to have crossed over from a historical phantom. Tens of thousands of high-level abominations surged forth in a legion formation. Countless skeletal magic masters raised their hands to summon a tide of skeletal warriors and skeletal archers, charging forward madly, overwhelming all demons. That was the legendary summoner, Undead Catastrophe, living in the textbooks. Su Chen was stunned. He had originally planned to take on the artifact repair task discreetly, completing it anonymously without revealing the secret of possessing an artifact. However, since it was an artifact, with the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, and the ability to defy fate and alter destiny, how could it allow Su Chen to remain low-key? Merely initiating the artifact repair task would bring forth terrifying phenomena that would shock the entire world. This was the ultimate display of the artifact, the awe-inspiring might it commanded. 9 million viewers worldwide were collectively dumbfounded, staring in astonishment at the strange phenomena in the sky. Then, turning their gaze to Su Chen, who was at the center of the vortex. Wait, could it be that Su Chen is the reincarnation of His Majesty the Undead Catastrophe? How could Su Chen evoke the residual power of this god-level profession in the world? Wow, this seems to be a legacy phenomenon, because from beginning to end, those illusions had no intention of attacking Su Chen at all. Now this is going to be fun. Brothers, Su Chen is on the path to becoming a deity. Meanwhile, Su Chen, at the center of the vortex, was also twitching at the corners of his mouth, feeling utterly helpless. He was still just an unclassed little summoner. What qualifications did he have to summon this great deity to North Liang City? Jiamu hadn't mentioned that the artifact repair task would provoke such a terrifying reaction, especially in front of 9 million viewers worldwide. Time flies. It has been over 100 years since I was lost in the 99th layer of the abyss. Finally, a summoner has appeared who can trigger the artifact, world in my pocket, repair task. The conditions I set are so harsh. Just to select the strongest talented summoner, one who can eventually surpass me, shatter the 100th layer of the abyss, end the chaotic reign of demons, and completely drive the invaders back to their alternate dimension. Your path will surely astonish everyone, for even someone as powerful as I, after a fierce battle, could only kill 974 demons before my mana was exhausted, forcing me to leave the Abyss battlefield. The shadow of the undead catastrophe granted Su Chen the highest recognition. What he said next made Su Chen pound his chest in frustration and left the global audience dumbfounded. The path I walk is called the undead catastrophe, but unfortunately, I have verified that it cannot break through all layers of the Abyss, ultimately stopping at the 99th layer. The reason is that the profession inheritance of the undead catastrophe comes from the overlord of the 99th layer of the Abyss, the Lich Emperor. To fight against the Abyss with the power of the Abyss is to go against myself, isn't it? It's simply impossible. And instead, it led me into the web of the Lich Emperor, as if delivering my soul's essence to the 99th layer, right before its throne. The undead catastrophe then revealed a statement rich in information. Therefore, I am unwilling to grant you the SSS level hidden profession card, Undead Catastrophe, because it harbors too many hidden dangers and contains too many traps. The undead catastrophe sighed deeply. Su Chen? Don't! I'm willing to accept the hidden dangers, I'm willing to step into the traps. Su Chen immediately knelt down, hurriedly negotiating with the undead catastrophe. Just give me the hidden profession card. Bro, even with 12 million viewers in the live stream, I'm willing to abandon my dignity and kneel to beg you, bro. At first, the viewers found it hard to hold back, but ultimately they managed to restrain themselves and strongly agreed with Su Chen's words. Damn it, for the SSS level undead catastrophe profession card, I would kneel too. Whoever doesn't kneel is the real superfool. But perhaps because the undead catastrophe before them was merely a shadow from the past, a fragment of memory for inheritance, or possibly just a virtual AI. It completely ignored Su Chen's request and continued speaking to itself. But artifacts are unique existences in any world. All our human artifacts were seized from the hands of the Abyss Lords, through fierce battles and shedding blood, before they were finally obtained. The artifact is the cornerstone of our fight against the Abyss, so I entrust you with the legacy of the world in your pocket. This is my second most precious treasure, but there is no need to seek my first precious treasure, for that is my beloved, the light of my soul and the fire of my desire, Fantasia. A lively gleam suddenly appeared in the eyes of the undead catastrophe. I was once an antisocial personality, loathing this filthy world, but because Fantasia loves this world, I am willing to protect the world in which she lives. Alright, there's no need to listen to the ramblings of a lost soul. Go gather all the fragments and completely restore the world in your pocket. You will possess an endless space for summoning. Remember, the number of summoned beasts is always the strongest trump card of the summoner. Ding! A dark golden legendary quest appeared prominently on Su Chen's professional panel. Artifact Restoration, World in your pocket. You have obtained 0.1% of the essence of this artifact, which will serve as the seed of the artifact, guiding you to reclaim all the fragments of this artifact and restore it to its peak power. Task 1, after changing your class, go to any first-tier Abyss battlefield and complete the achievement slaughter of 10,000 demons. Task 2, clear the nightmare difficulty world dungeon, Kingdom of Caesar. Before Su Chen, accompanied by the spellcasting of the undead catastrophe, a crystal-clear magic ring slowly took shape. World in your pocket, broken, quality, artifact. Description, indestructible, cannot drop, cannot be stolen, cannot be traded, cannot be transferred. Soulbound to level 17 summoner Su Chen, effect, provides an additional 100 temporary summoning spaces, where you can store temporary summons and also upgrade and enhance them. Su Chen was overjoyed. He could actually take all his skeleton army with him, temporarily storing them in the summoning space. This meant that in the future, once he engaged in PvP, he could instantly summon a terrifying skeleton army, who could withstand the explosive damage of 50 skeleton mages and 50 skeleton archers. A wave of arrows and fireballs could cover the firepower and annihilate any summoner of the same level. Meanwhile, all the viewers around the world witnessed the issuance of the miraculous restoration quest and the entire process of the artifact being created and bestowed upon Su Chen by the undead catastrophe. People erupted in excitement, rushing to inform their families, friends, and classmates to come and admire the artifact in Su Chen's livestream. In just 3 minutes, the number of viewers in Su Chen's livestream skyrocketed to a terrifying 20 million. This is the influence of an artifact. The livestream room was in chaos. Global summoners flocked in, all wanting to see the so-called artifact restoration quest and the attributes of the artifact for themselves. This led to a somewhat awkward situation. The official livestream platform server was overwhelmed. Aside from the 20 million who managed to enter the livestream and were qualified to watch, everyone else was informed, sorry, the server capacity of the livestream platform has reached its limit. Please queue up to enter the livestream room in an orderly manner and remain calm. At this time, some smaller streamers began to rebroadcast Su Chen's livestream, even though this had copyright implications and had to be done discreetly. However, due to the overwhelming number of viewers and the potential profits, they were still willing to take the risk. One ordinary student, who had just registered today and was live streaming for fun, seized this incredible opportunity. Song Qingfeng, Su Chen's close friend, had nothing to do, so he casually set up a livestream to rebroadcast Su Chen's content while busying himself with his homework. Since the rebroadcast had not been banned, it was naturally because he had already obtained authorization from Su Chen, which was just a matter of a single sentence from Su Chen. To everyone's surprise, due to the traffic restrictions in Su Chen's livestream, Song Qingfeng's livestream became the second official channel, which also got overwhelmed. With the same 20 million viewers and server limits, Song Qingfeng was dumbfounded as he looked at the dense barrage of comments and the skyrocketing attention. His mouth twitching. Wait, guys, I'm just here to do my homework. It's not like I got my hands on some divine artifact. Why are you asking me for prices? Aren't you Su Chen's friend? Can you ask him for me what the artifact costs and if it can be transferred? You could be a broker. Help me connect with Su Chen, and I'll give you a 10% commission if it works out. You could go undercover. Inform us of Su Chen's daily whereabouts, and we can send someone to assassinate him for the artifact, then sell it at an auction house. How about a 50-50 split? Kid, you're the biggest rising star in the livestream. You've broken the record for the fastest solo livestream to reach 20 million viewers. Want to join our guild? The chat was bustling. Countless people were spamming comments. Song Qingfeng rolled his eyes. Sure, I'm tempted by that artifact too, but that's clearly my brother Su's opportunity, so don't even think about it. Besides, even a slacker like me knows that artifacts definitely have the attributes of non-tradable and non-droppable. How can there still be idiots wanting to kill and loot? Stupid. I'm going to ban you first. I'll take you down hard in the livestream. But he could no longer find the person spamming comments, as millions of messages were rolling by every second. Everyone was going crazy over the artifact. At that moment, Su Chen, feeling quite annoyed, asked, "Is this artifact real? Why doesn't it have any basic attributes? It only gives some summoning space, isn't that too simplistic? Doesn't it come with a few legendary summons?" The undead catastrophe. Global audience. Getting an artifact and still complaining about its poor attributes made the professionals want to grab him by the neck and shake him until his brains were scrambled. Sorry. The shadow of the undead catastrophe shook its head. I remember that the peak form of the portable world has all attributes plus 5,000. But that's just a trivial additional attribute, a surplus suffix granted by the artifact. As summoners, we don't need many attributes. Of course, if you truly need it, you should complete the repair task as soon as possible to restore it to its peak form. Alright then, thank you for the explanation. Your Highness. Su Chen noticed that the other party actually had some AI capabilities, so he took the opportunity to play the poor and weak card. But even though you have high hopes for me, I'm afraid I won't even survive until the day I can repair the artifact, let alone follow in your footsteps to conquer the abyss. The shadow of the undead catastrophe furrowed its brows. Do you have many enemies? Not originally, but I was just live streaming, and now all the professionals around the world know I have an artifact. Su Chen pointed at the drone in the sky and showed the livestream screen on his phone, with a mournful expression. Look, so many people are asking in the comments where I am, preparing to come and snatch my artifact. How can a mere unclassed little summoner like me withstand that? The shadow of the undead catastrophe was shocked. It was a fragment of the soul left behind by its main body, thus able to think for a brief moment. For the inheritor of the artifact, portable world, it regarded him as a successor, and according to tradition, in the classical inheritance of professionals, when a disciple sets out on a journey alone, the master has a certain obligation to protect them. Moreover, it hadn't even given him a hidden class skill card, which was indeed a bit stingy. I didn't expect the artifact's inheritance to attract so many people, and the news to leak. After a moment, the shadow of the undead catastrophe made a decision. I have walked the world, and naturally, I will leave some traces and gifts behind. Now I must inform you about the whereabouts of the 3 death substitute dolls. The audience listened with rapt attention, but the next moment, the screen went black. Damn! Crap! Don't go black now. The sound is gone too. Let us hear about the death substitute dolls. You bastard! They were helpless and eager to listen, but even if they thought hard, they knew the other side would definitely keep it a secret. After all, these were death substitute dolls. Great barrage gods! I haven't become a professional yet. Can someone tell me what a death substitute doll is? I've never heard of it, asked Song Chingfeng from the neighboring livestream. Curious. The 20 million viewers in the livestream instantly lost their composure. I just saw you live streaming doing homework, getting 7 out of 10 questions wrong, and thought you were just putting on a show. Turns out you're a real academic failure. Seriously, you don't even know what a death substitute doll is? Someone like you probably only knows about inflatable dolls. Oh no, my disdain for stupidity is acting up, but if I leave the live stream, I won't be able to see the follow-up on this artifact. Well, I might as well reluctantly give you a brief explanation. Under the barrage of criticism from the viewers, Song Chingfeng, sweating profusely, learned about the function of the death substitute dolls. They bind the soul of a professional, anchored to a special location, and if the owner suffers a fatal injury, they will resurrect at the chosen place, even avoiding the penalty of dropping equipment, making it one of the top-tier resurrection methods. Soon, Su Chen's black screen livestream ended. He nodded, waved at the phantom of the undead calamity, and gratefully said, "Thank you for informing me of the 300 hiding spots for the resurrection dolls. As soon as I finish the live stream, I'll go dig them up. Now I have 300 lives." The viewers? You're way too fake. Bro! The viewers completely lost it. At first, they heard the phantom of the undead calamity mention 3 death substitute dolls. How did it turn into 300 after a minute of black screen? Most professionals smiled knowingly, instantly understanding Su Chen's intention. This guy was merely trying to confuse the narrative, tricking his enemies into misunderstanding the number of death substitute dolls he had. After all, if he really had 300 death substitute dolls, he would practically be immortal. In reality, perhaps the phantom of the undead calamity was also bluffing. There might not even be 3, or maybe not a single one. The 2 of them could be performing a duet act. Those dolls were worth as much as epic-level equipment, and once they hit the market, the auction price would start at a minimum of 100 million. Unfortunately, these things were pick-up bound, only effective for the one who obtained them, and could not be traded. As for the undead calamity, he must have simply not picked them up back then, burying the drop location to leave it as treasure for future inheritors. Ha, buddy, you're really a drama king, directly inflating it to 300 death substitute dolls. Next time, aim even higher, say 30,000 death substitute dolls, then you can just live stream resurrection every day. Super intense, definitely a hit. Your resurrection dolls must be in bulk, right? The undead calamity used to do nothing but collect death substitute dolls, and now you're the one reaping the benefits. Ha! Su Chen smiled mysteriously. Yes, that's the undead calamity, the most legendary summoner in history, and now he's my master. Everyone, I won't allow you to slander my master's strength. He must have hoarded at least 3,000 death substitute dolls, and sooner or later, I will inherit them. Oh, right. Su Chen's expression turned serious, unable to help but ask, "Your Majesty, all the professionals around the world are eagerly awaiting your return. Since you have so many death substitute dolls, why can't you resurrect?" All the professionals instantly widened their eyes. Indeed, if the undead calamity could return, the overall strength of humanity would soar. The undead catastrophe side. The level of the resurrection doll is too low. It's merely an epic-grade piece of equipment. People think it can resurrect anyone, but that's not the case. The reasoning is quite simple. Before I stepped into the abyss, I possessed 13 divine artifacts. If he were to die, how could the resurrection doll bring all those artifacts back from the abyss? Moreover, my life essence is also divine. A mere resurrection doll is simply not qualified to resurrect him. The professionals fell silent. Su Chen smiled wryly. I understand now. What a pity. I hope he is just lost in the abyss. And perhaps when our human race counterattacks the abyss in the future, we can still bring him back. Su Chen held infinite respect for the superhero of the Dragon Kingdom who defended the borders single-handedly. His departure was not just the loss of a divine-level master for himself, but a national tragedy. a shattered piece of the Dragon Kingdom's fate. The water friends also sighed deeply, reminiscing, a legend who single-handedly formed an army, summoning the undead catastrophe with a wave of his hand, ultimately could not defeat the abyss. Alas, he wanted to rely on his own strength to break through the abyss and save the world. Though he ultimately stopped at the 99th level, he is undeniably a legend, the strongest of all time. That means our human race can drive the demon scum out of our homeland. If our future strong ones can be even slightly stronger than the undead catastrophe, we can reach the 100th level and face the abyss lords directly. For a moment, the professionals were not filled with sorrow. Instead, they were filled with fervor, eager to personally complete the great task of conquering the abyss and saving their homeland. The undead catastrophe would henceforth be the cornerstone of the human race. People finally learned of his whereabouts and remembered his great deeds. Regarding some past conspiracy theories that claimed the undead catastrophe had been recruited by the abyss and had become one of the abyss lords, or that he was slandered for being a coward on the battlefield and thus dared not show his face, these were all strong responses. Did you hear? It turns out that His Excellency the undead catastrophe set out alone on the path of punishing the abyss, intending to eradicate the abyss lords by himself. What a pity! If His Excellency the undead catastrophe had not been so reclusive and had more divine-level teammates by his side, perhaps he could have truly broken into the 100th level and faced the lords. We should learn from His Excellency the undead catastrophe and level up to help the Dragon Kingdom rise again. Shen was unaware of the discussions outside. He simply looked up at the phantom of the undead catastrophe in admiration. Your Excellency, can you accompany me? In the form of a phantom, guide me in the realm of summoners. The water friends exclaimed. Damn, this kid Shen wants the undead catastrophe to be his personal grandpa. What a tremendous opportunity. Step aside, little Sue. Let this master be the host for His Excellency. Everyone was filled with envy and jealousy, but the phantom resolutely refused. You are too weak. If I were to parasitize your soul, your life essence would only sustain me for 1 seconds. You still need to repair your personal world and seek the traces left by my true self. I cannot harm you. Su-chun, ha. Millions of viewers around the world burst into laughter. Don't be so hard on yourself. 1 seconds is impressive. He. It's not that His Excellency the undead catastrophe isn't giving you a chance, but you're a 3-second man, you just can't hold on. Buddy. Alas, being assessed as a 3-second man by His Excellency is a special honor in itself. Chen was completely stunned, left speechless, but upon reflection, it made sense. How could a fragment of a divine-level being's soul just casually parasitize? It was like an ant trying to sustain an elephant. Even if it exhausted itself collecting food for 24 hours, it would still be impossible. Alright, my time is running out, you should leave now. The shadow of the undead disaster leisurely said, before I leave, I will give you a life-saving talisman, so you won't die before you even start. Chen's eyes widened, and the global audience picked up their lemons. Suddenly, the shadow shattered into a torrent of energy, rushing directly into Chen's body, disappearing deep within his soul. Chen quickly checked his panel and discovered a pitch-black curse. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to show it off. Water friends, your buddy now possesses a god-level skill, so take a look at my invincible skill. Remember to weigh your own worth if you ever want to compare with me in the future. The water friends quickly widened their eyes to the maximum. You have endured the god-level fate curse, rage of the abyss lords have marked your soul, they despise you to the utmost, and thus must personally slay you to vent their anger. Note, if someone else intervenes and takes your head and soul, causing the abyss lords to fail in their vow of personal execution, they will cast the most terrifying glance from the 100th layer of the abyss. Chen generously displayed the effects of Rage of the Abyss for everyone to see. Effect, if any non-abyss lord creature kills you, it will trigger an instant death skill. Rage of the Abyss, lives with a level lower than demigods will be instantly killed. The glance of the abyss lords will annihilate all living beings within a kilometer. The water friends were astonished, unable to comprehend how to evaluate this thing. It's hard to assess. If it's a god-level skill, its effect can attract the glance of the abyss lords, causing all living beings within a kilometer to die instantly. But its triggering condition is that you die an unnatural death. Oh my. From now on, you'll be a walking fried egg. No matter which city you go to, you'll enjoy the highest level of security because everyone is afraid you'll kick the bucket. Is this the way the undead disaster protects its path? Truly bizarre. Chen smiled slightly and lazily said, everyone, What if I get a substitute doll and then go to the enemy's territory to perform a throat-cutting suicide? Shin Jinghong from the Iron Blood Alliance. Sun Jiangwo from the Hunter Military Academy. Wu Mengxi from the Mystery Sanctuary. At this moment, his enemies felt a wave of discomfort. Their nerves frayed, but Su Chen merely shrugged and said nonchalantly, "Alright, that was just a joke, because when I have the substitute doll, I won't actually be dead, so the effective rage of the abyss won't trigger. So, my enemies don't need to be too afraid for now." His enemies let out a long sigh of relief, but their hearts quickly tightened again, unable to help but think, what if Su Chen is lying? What if he commits seppuku right outside his door tomorrow? What if the rage of order really can be triggered? Su Chen, however, was too lazy to care about everyone's attention and began to store his 50 skeleton archers and 50 skeleton mages directly into his portable world. At that moment, a strange woman's cough came from his live stream. Ahem. Su Chen, I think we can renegotiate your sponsorship contract. Ha? Who's speaking? Is it haunted? Su Chen jumped, looking around. Only the patrolling Black Wukong and the lazy little fox were present. As for the demons from the 037 Abyss battlefield, most had been crushed by him when the undead disaster crown descended, and those lucky enough to survive had long since shrunk in their nests, trembling in fear. It's me, Wu Mengxi. I am willing to represent the Mystery Sanctuary and raise your sponsorship contract to 1 billion. Please reconsider. Su Chen finally understood the reason. It turned out that he had forgotten to close the online meeting, so Wu Mengxi had witnessed the entire process of him obtaining the artifact and accepting the artifact repair task. It was clear that Wu Mengxi regretted her decision as soon as she saw Su Chen accept the inheritance under the crown of the Calamity of the Dead. She wanted to recruit him into the Mystery Sanctuary immediately. Su Chen showed obvious impatience, but then he suppressed his anger and said calmly, "Ms. Wu, there are two types of people in this world that are most detestable. One abandons me like a worn-out shoe when I need them the most, the other comes to annoy me when I clearly do not need them. I have no feelings for the Mystery Sanctuary at all. You need not worry that I will harbor resentment against you, nor should you think I will seek revenge." He revealed a hint of a nostalgic smile and sighed lightly. Miss Bu Fian, what an outstanding beauty, a stunning and captivating woman, a noble lady from a wealthy family, yet she deigned to come to the Shiliang Academy to actively recruit me. To show her sincerity, she even generously rewarded me with over 100,000, making her my #1 big sister. Although I appeared calm on the surface, I was actually overjoyed inside, feeling that I had both face and substance. Su Chen smiled slightly. In fact, as a poor student who had always relied on government scholarships and had never attracted the attention of any girl, I truly thought she might be my destined partner. The audience fell silent. They could easily sense from Su Chen's emotional fluctuations that he was not lying, this was heartfelt. To say something embarrassing, Su Chen said with a bitter smile, "That night I even had a beautiful dream, in which I named our child, if it was a boy, he would be called Su Buzhang, meaning upright and peaceful. I had even chosen the university he would attend in the future, the Yanhuang Military Academy. But when I woke up, I merely reminisced for a moment before quickly sweeping all those thoughts aside. I was very clear about the gap in our family backgrounds and did not want to burden a girl like her, who was a favored child of heaven." Su Chen's expression turned cold and realistic. "So, from beginning to end, my contact with her was merely about the sponsorship contract with the Mystery Sanctuary. I never said anything more nor sent her a single message. Children of the poor grow up early. I have tasted the bitterness of life since childhood and have never harbored any illusions." Su Chen shook his head. "In fact, I never needed your sponsorship contract from the Mystery Sanctuary, because I had already obtained information about the artifact and was preparing for the journey to the Abyss battlefield. No. 037. Would a summoner about to acquire clues about an artifact care about a mere 200 million in annual sponsorship?" Su Chen asked lightly. Wu Mengxi was left speechless. Indeed, any professional related to artifacts would start at a valuation of at least 1 billion. There would be endless powerful forces willing to invest in such a future god-level professional. But when you contacted me, I was still very happy. Su Chen looked up at the sky, as if seeing his youthful self. "I was ready to accept the contract because Miss Bufian gave me something a man needs the most at my lowest point, recognition and respect." Recognition and respect from someone as brilliant and radiant as her was truly astonishing and a wild fantasy. There are only two people in the world who have shown me kindness. One is Principal Zhao Renjie, who secretly adds money to my meal card. The other is Miss Bufian, Who gave a dream unattainable to a young man? Su Chen withdrew his gaze, his eyes cooling, his tone indifferent. Therefore, I will not harbor any hatred towards the mystery sanctuary. I simply have lost any goodwill. I will never disturb her because I have never done so from the very beginning. Goodbye, Aunt Wu Mengxi. I wish you sweet dreams. From now on, we shall have no further interactions and may we each be well. With that, Su Chen directly closed the online meeting room. Then he waved to the live broadcast room, smiling, since the Abyss battlefield has been breached and no demons are showing up. I will end the stream now. Dear viewers, please use your beautiful little hands to give us some attention. I will continue to livestream the artifact restoration tasks in the future. As Su Chen closed the livestream room, news about the artifact, World in the Palm, resurfaced instantly across all communities where professionals gathered. Have you heard? The undead calamity is still alive, just lost in the 99th layer of the Abyss, and his phantom has reappeared in the world. Remember when the artifact was shattered by a group of demon lords, and now it has reassembled thanks to its indestructible nature. Starting to seek a new master? Don't forget to follow Su Chen. He will livestream the artifact restoration tasks, which is way more exciting than binge-watching dramas. The related gossip was also rampant. A hot post on the rivalry forum, the Iron Blood Alliance has taken a big hit. They actually sent assassins to attack Su Chen, who has the artifact inheritance task. Isn't that like shining a flashlight in a dung pit looking for shit? The Weekly from the Abyss. Editor-in-Chief Yu Mengming's headline news, wow. Millions online witness the old cliché of breaking off an engagement. Vice Chairman of the Mystery Sanctuary, Wu Mengxi, disdains the grassroots background of this week's biggest internet celebrity Su Chen, bluntly stating that he is a toad wanting to eat swan meat, and she will never let Miss Bufian marry down, only to witness Su Chen obtain the artifact inheritance and rise to prominence on the spot. The old lady regretted it immediately, but it was too late. Major TV stations released statements, recently, due to being absent for a long time and deemed sacrificed by many official organizations. The god-level summoner, Undead Calamity, has reappeared on the 037 Abyss battlefield. Moreover, his phantom personally bestowed the artifact, World in the Palm, restoration task to the student Su Chen from Beiliang Academy. A good omen for the years to come. The rise of humanity is now. We hope all professionals will level up quickly, acquire more skills, and step onto the path of becoming gods. Humanity will ultimately conquer the Abyss. In no time, Su Chen became the darling of everyone. Every day, reporters flocked to Beiliang Academy, attempting to interview Su Chen. Recruitment from various factions was also endless. Principal Zhao Renjie was at a loss, overwhelmed by the reporters, so he simply let Su Chen study at home to prepare for the college entrance examination. Of course, Su Chen indeed had to put in 1000% of his effort to tackle the exam, not for any other reason, but the second artifact restoration task, the Caesar's Kingdom World Dungeon, would only be available to students during the exam period. All world dungeons are not artificially created but naturally formed under the influence of abyssal power. Therefore, they all possess unique characteristics and are filled with many secrets waiting for the fortunate ones to uncover. It was clear that the secret of Caesar's Kingdom must be related to the artifact, World in the Palm, and perhaps also connected to Undead Calamity. At the same time, forces from the Dragon Kingdom level were warning all those with intentions toward the artifact. Our citizen Su Chen bears the significant historical mission of restoring the artifact. If he were to meet with an accident and perish, the newly formed World in the Palm would collapse once again. At that time, all summoners worldwide would have to wait for decades for the second reunion of the artifact, which would be an extremely long wait. If Su Chen can grow safely and become the next god-level summoner, it would be a tremendous boon for the global fight against the Abyss. He has eliminated 743 demons on the 037 Abyss battlefield. Who else can achieve such glory before transitioning? His passionate and sincere fight against the Abyss deserves our protection. Additionally, given that Su Chen also possesses the god-level fate curse, Wrath of the Abyss, if he were to be attacked by an assassin and accidentally die, everything within a kilometer would be buried with him. Let me solemnly warn all unfriendly forces in the international arena, any attack or assassination against Su Chen on our territory will be regarded as a large-scale terrorist act against the Dragon Kingdom, and we will respond with a level of force that could annihilate nations. Do not say I did not warn you. Su Chen, who was already a hot topic, sought his popularity soar again with this official endorsement, becoming a lasting subject of entertainment. In fact, He unexpectedly occupied 1/3 of the top 10 trending topics, even those that had nothing to do with him. The night was dim. Zhao Muyu returned to her newly rented temporary residence, carrying 2 baskets of crab roe soup dumplings. She moved stealthily, cautiously. Then, as if she were a spy meeting a contact, she knocked on the door in a special way, 3 light knocks followed by 1 heavy one. Su Chen's head quickly appeared, looking helpless. "Senior sister, why are you acting like a thief? Aren't they out there bragging that I'm the hero of the resurrected catastrophe?" Zhao Muyu slipped inside and shot him a reproachful glare. "How many people's eyes are you a thorn in right now? And yet you're so weak, just a non-class loser. Think about it. When they saw you obtain the artifact, didn't Shen Jinghong and his son Shen Zimo break out in a cold sweat? When you openly rejected the old hag Wu Mengxi, didn't her face contort? And also, they say that peers are enemies. Among summoners, there are countless talents and rich folks. Why did you get the task of repairing the personal world? Jealousy is brewing in their hearts, and who knows, they might send assassins to take you down with them." Zhao Muyu pouted. "We need to earn more money to hire a top-notch security team made up of 4th-tier professionals, then you'll be safe." Su Chen chuckled. "Then why not hire 5th-tier or even 6th-tier professionals?" "But 5th-tier professionals are already overlords in their own right, like that annoying Shen Jinghong." Zhao Muyu helplessly pouted her cherry lips. "How much do you think you need to pay them to protect you closely? Besides, all 5th-tier professionals are closely monitored by major forces, so their movements will be strictly recorded. You understand what I mean, right?" She pointed her chin and found a few pairs of disposable chopsticks in the rented apartment, dividing the crab roe soup dumplings for him. "Hurry up and eat. I specially went to a century-old shop to buy these crab roe dumplings. It's definitely a treat. When I was studying at the Shiliang Academy, these dumplings were my favorite." Su Chen picked up the conversation. "Got it. What you mean is, 5th-tier professionals wouldn't lower themselves to be assassins, so a 4th-tier security team is enough to handle all troubles. But I have to remind you of another thing. When you were studying, the crab roe dumplings were made by an old shopkeeper with a youthful appearance despite his white hair. But a year ago, he passed away, and now the dumpling shop is run by his greedy, bald, lowly grandchildren, a pair of dimwits." So, Zhao Muyu, who was impatiently swallowing a soup dumpling, suddenly froze with a smile on her face. "What is this? This isn't crab roe at all. Why does it taste so strongly of ginger?" Su Chen shrugged. "The best crab roe dumplings use real crab paste and meat taken from seasonal crabs. The second-rate ones use small crabs that have been picked out or leftover crab scraps processed and ground into a paste. And the worst," he chewed slowly, sighing, "is this kind, which contains not a single bit of crab meat, but is made from a mixture of duck egg yolk, tofu, and ginger stir-fried together to create a crab roe flavor. But it's healthy, so you won't have diarrhea." Zhao Muyu was furious. "So it's this kind of crab roe. I want to file a complaint with the Consumer Association and have them send a 4th-tier arsonist to burn this shop down on the spot." "Forget it." Su Chen shook his head. "This thing is just a muddled account. They can argue that there's no wife in a wife cake. And crab roe broad beans aren't made from crab roe, we're just crab-flavored buns. So what's the problem? Besides, there's no need to complain at all. Their shop is on the verge of closing down because their reputation has long been ruined. Now they're losing money on rent every month." Su Chen shrugged nonchalantly, quickly filling his stomach. "But to be honest, we could totally order takeout. You really don't need to go out and buy this food yourself." Zhao Muyu said seriously. "Takeout apps need to locate your phone, which can easily expose your whereabouts. You need to understand one thing, when it comes to divine artifacts, those who want your life are definitely not just the ragtag Iron Blood Alliance." "Oh, I'd like to hear more." Su Chen proactively poured her tea, indicating he was all ears. Zhao Muyu's expression turned stern. "Whether you can become a god-level summoner is not important. What matters is that the Dragon Kingdom has lost a god-level summoner. Do you really think that countries around the world are working together to fight against the abyss? Many countries and forces are thinking about how to carve out a piece of the pie from the post-war world order. How to seize more benefits from the world dungeons." She snorted coldly. "Not long ago, in the high seas between our Dragon Kingdom and the neighboring Sakura country, the deep-sea monster whale shark Emperor Glavas met its end there. When a whale falls, everything thrives. Because of its carcass, a world dungeon called Whale Shark's Tomb was born. Intelligence shows that Whale Shark's Tomb will drop rare underwater breathing equipment, allowing ordinary combat professionals to obtain magical gills, thus enabling them to move freely underwater." Zhao Muyu said lightly. 70% of our blue star is underwater, while in the abyss world, 90% is underwater.
That means the opportunities in dungeons in the water are definitely not less than those on land.
Su Chen suddenly realized, so, a great battle between the Dragon Kingdom and Sakura Country is inevitable? That's impossible. Zhao Muyu shook her head. With the abyss threat looming, a full-scale national conflict won't erupt for now,
because no one can afford to lose their high-end combat power. But according to the intelligence I saw on the dark web,
the Dragon Kingdom has dispatched 3 6th-tier professionals, and Sakura Country has sent 2 6th-tier sword saints.
The two sides have been in a standoff for a long time, and there's only a thin line left before a bloody clash.
So, Zhao Muyu huffed. Sakura Country definitely doesn't want to see a god-level professional emerge from the Dragon Kingdom. Killing you in the cradle is in their best interest. Otherwise, do you think our motherland would issue a special warning? Su Chen nodded, a bitter smile on his face.
The live streaming circle is indeed full of troubles.
Who would have thought that he, not taking ads or doing product placements, would cause such a stir because of the divine artifact repair task? Hey, don't be discouraged. Think positively.
Zhao Muyu raised her eyebrows and said,
I've now become a hot super agent. The 3 major live streaming platforms globally have been blowing up my phone,
all expressing a desire to sign a contract with you.
The annual signing fee is never less than 500 million. Su Chen was shocked. Are they crazy? I won't accept product placement contracts.
They all said that if you want to do product placements or endorse ads, they won't take a single cent of the commission.
You can do whatever you want. Su Chen? What's wrong? Have the capitalists developed a conscience? That's impossible. He really couldn't understand where the profit was in all this fuss.
Zhao Muyu smiled lightly. No need to be surprised. The reason is very simple. You are the traffic itself. All live streaming platforms need to acquire traffic to ensure the total number of viewers,
thus guaranteeing the platform's revenue. Where does the traffic come from? Of course, it has to be through advertising, drawing traffic from all corners of the internet. And now, the biggest topic in the world is the magical repair mission of the portable world. She laughed so hard that she could barely close her legs. The most enticing part is that this mission is a super interconnected chain of tasks. It's like a super long serialized novel or a top-tier TV series that could run for 10 seasons.
Zhao Muyu's beautiful eyes sparkled with burgeoning ambition.
You will exist as a top influencer for a long time,
so your value is crucial for all platforms.
Su Chen understood immediately.
When he live-streamed the magical repair mission, the traffic on the other 2 major platforms would dry up because everyone would frantically rush to his livestream platform to see the artifact, the undead disaster,
and the future god-level summoner. In that case, the 500 million signing fee should just be the major livestream platforms testing our price. Su Chen revealed the truth. Senior sister, you need to be careful and not be intimidated by them. Bingo!
Zhao Muyu excitedly snapped her fingers.
That's right. Junior brother has finally woken up. You're no longer the naive little virgin mesmerized by that girl Buffet Yin. Su Chen, why did he smell a strong sense of comparison? We both met that day. It was our first meeting. Why is it that you fell for her at first sight, but have no desire for me? Senior sister? Zhao Muyu was very angry.
So she specially wore super short shorts that targeted pure-hearted boys,
shiny black stockings,
and even did her makeup to resemble the first love natural look that Buffet Yin had that day.
Su Chen helplessly shrugged. Our first meeting was not pleasant at all, was it? You were aggressive, belittling me, and always favoring Shen Zmo. But Miss Buffet Yin, on the other hand, trusted me unconditionally and was friendly towards me,
almost throwing herself at me.
Damn it, so unlucky. Zhao Muyu pouted, feeling very depressed. Muyu, you lost at the starting line, lost in the first impression, lost because you were too dedicated.
If only you had casually brushed off that spoiled brat Shen Zmo back then.
Sob. The hard-working girl would be hurt. Su Chen, he could only pat her fragrant shoulder. Senior sister Muyu, keep up the good work. Let me see your current internet popularity. Zhao Muyu eagerly opened her phone, then her eyes widened in shock. Oh my god, what happened? Why the surprise? Su Chen was confused.
Zhao Muyu immediately held her phone with both hands and presented it to him.
Due to the intense jostling of her body, her eye-catching assets swayed enticingly, causing Su Chen to momentarily lose his focus.
A hint of pride flickered in Zhao Muyu's beautiful eyes. Being close to the water tower gets the moon first, just watch. If I don't charm you to death. No man can resist the allure of a beauty of my caliber.
Su Chen, however, commented, not as good as Buffet Yen.
And she's all natural, yours is squeezed out with a magical corset.
Right? How much silicone did you pad? Bastard, do you think Buffet Yen has no padding? Zhao Muyu was thrown off guard, hands on her hips, angrily retorting, in my opinion, she might be a B-grade little weakling pretending to be a D-grade powerhouse with 10 pieces of silicone.
You men are truly despicable,
having infinite tolerance and imagination for your white moonlight. In reality, her poop stinks just like mine. Su Chun, ahem.
Senior sister, please have some decorum and don't say such crude things in front of our little dumplings.
He was quite helpless,
and whether or not there's silicone padding is really obvious.
Do you really think we men can't see through your little tricks? Damn it.
It seems you've really been enchanted by her.
Zhao Muyu pouted, reminding him, you can't be infatuated with a woman, especially the daughter of an enemy. Otherwise, it will delay your speed in summoning the Black Wukong. Su Chen said leisurely, don't worry, I'm not love-struck.
I just have a good impression of Miss Buffian. It's far from the point where I can't marry anyone else and have to kneel and worship her like a turtle.
Besides, I think it's quite normal to appreciate an outstanding girl, right?
And she's her own person. The old witch is the old witch, let's not confuse the two. But marrying a girl is equivalent to marrying her family.
If her mother interferes, you won't be happy. Zhao Muyu continued to meddle, annoyed.
Su Chen rolled his eyes. First of all, she doesn't like me, she just appreciates my strength. Secondly, I already have a divine artifact, I have enough ability to handle any ungrateful family.
To put it bluntly,
you're just being stubborn, you clearly like her.
Zhao Muyu was frustrated, feeling like she had fallen behind,
turning from bride to bridesmaid.
Alright,
I really have no interest in starting a family or marrying anyone.
Right now, we should focus on our careers. Su Chen shook his head, ending the boring topic. Let me see what has shocked you so much. 3 of the top 10 trending topics are actually related to me? He was a bit dumbfounded. I've become this popular? My goodness.
If I lowered my moral standards a bit and took on a few advertising endorsements,
I could probably make several 100 million directly. Su Chen looked through the trending topics one by one.
At the top was Dragon Country warns, do not assassinate Su Chen, don't say we didn't warn you.
Below was a scene of nationwide celebration. The country is taking action.
Those who hate Su Chen Gigi are about to face a heavy blow. This is the one person you can't criticize online. If Su Chen can successfully repair his personal world,
even the most mediocre summoner can achieve greatness.
His future is already a smooth path. I'm really envious.
This is the rise of a grassroots genius.
A perfect positive cycle, breaking the record for the Demon Fortress, with real talent,
gaining livestream popularity, becoming a top internet celebrity, earning starting capital, getting stronger,
and then being recognized by the undead disaster to inherit a divine artifact. Everything Su Chen has is earned through his hard work. This is what a positive energy internet celebrity looks like. We must protect him well, he is our future star against the abyss.
Zhao Muyu leaned closer, snuggling up to Su Chen, bringing warmth and a faint fragrance. She said excitedly, this is really rare. An internet celebrity exploding out of their circle.
And both inside and outside the circle are singing praises. It seems your image has always been very good.
Su Chen shrugged.
It's just a momentary reputation. There's no need to take it too seriously.
Who knows?
One day if I donate less at a charity event, countless people might start saying I'm a miser who doesn't care for the underprivileged.
And then the reputation could flip. Well said. To forge iron, one must be strong oneself.
As long as you perform well in the miraculous repair task,
your influence can be very stable. As for the elusive reputation, just let it be.
Zhao Muyu cheerfully extended her arms,
hugging his, and continued to show him the second trending topic.
Suspected assassination of Su Chen by the Iron Blood Alliance. Relevant departments have taken Shen Jinghong away.
Deserved. Karma. Zhao Muyu's pretty face was full of glee. Wow. The happiest things in the world are 1. An ex-boyfriend castrating himself, and 2. An ex-boss being imprisoned. Su Chen.
Zhao Muyu winked at him. Of course, the senior sister is very pure. She hasn't even dated before.
Who would believe that? Believe it or not. Anyway,
she's too much of a workaholic to care about love. She's all about her career.
Zhao Muyu said with righteous indignation.
But soon her expression fell.
Of course, that's all a lie.
It's mainly because after I joined the Iron Blood Alliance,
that old bastard Shen Jinghong, with his perverse possessiveness, would directly warn all the single men who had their eyes on me. Just think about how disgusting that is. It has made me never experience sweet love. Who told you not to try during high school and college? Su Chen chuckled. Zhao Muyu pouted. The pressure to get into college during high school was immense. Everyone was competing. Who had the time? And my university. Sigh. I got into a women's military academy. Although many beautiful girls wanted to be with me, I didn't want to be a knight for them. Su Chen burst out laughing. Then you really had it tough. Ha, do you think you didn't have it tough? Zhao Muyu chuckled lightly. The reason I was so shocked just now was that I saw the third trending topic about you. Su Chen was taken aback and quickly looked it up, only to be met with a facepalm. Su Chen's sexual orientation exposed. The only roommate Song Qingfeng claims his underwear often mysteriously disappears. Who's the suspect? Damn that old Song. Su Chen's mouth twitched as he helplessly said, do you know why his underwear often goes missing? Zhao Muyu replied, you stole it. Damn. You're tarnishing my reputation. But isn't he your only roommate? There's only one suspect. Su Chen covered his face. You can't even imagine how cunning that guy is. Oh, tell me more. Zhao Muyu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Su Chen shrugged. The Beiliang Academy has a completely closed-off teaching system, and to pursue a high graduation rate, the management is extremely strict. In fact, the principal wanted to implement military-style management in the school to help students adapt to military academies early. So, we have to strictly follow the schedule for our daily routines and are absolutely not allowed to leave the school. Su Chen smiled. But that little guy Song Qingfeng, how could he hold it in? Oh, does he have some special preference that requires him to go off campus? Zhao Muyu's beautiful eyes sparkled with the light of gossip. Su Chen spread his hands and chuckled. He likes to go off campus to take a shower. Zhao Muyu showed a look of disdain. At such a young age, he won't learn properly. Starting with saunas, massages, and bubble baths in high school, right? You've misunderstood. He goes to a proper bathhouse. Su Chen corrected. The reason he goes off campus is that he's too shy to shower in the public bathhouse at school in front of all his brothers. He's the type who can't pee if someone is nearby. Zhao Muyu. Then he must be living a tough life. She empathized. For someone introverted, school is hell. Who says it's not? Su Chen smiled. So, later on, unable to stand the smell, he finally chose to buy a climbing rope and climbed over the wall to take a shower. What does that have to do with the underwear? Zhao Muyu was confused. Don't rush. Let me explain. The climbing rope was very useful, but unfortunately, it couldn't be hidden, and he was soon caught by the patrolling teachers in the dormitory. From then on, he was seen as a dangerous individual and was closely monitored, needing to have his personal belongings checked regularly. Su Chen's lips curled slightly, but showering is a necessity, so he came up with a plan, directly linking all his underwear together to make a rope, allowing him to come and go freely over the wall. Over time, the wear and tear was immense. This is the mystery of the disappearing underwear. Ha ha, what a talent. After Su Chen finished, Zhao Muyu was already laughing out loud. Alright, it seems it's really not about your sexual preferences or my charm. Ultimately, it's that Bufenyen girl who's too despicable. Zhao Muyu clenched her pink fist and waved it at the night sky. I must defeat her. Tomorrow, I will change into my victory outfit. What is that? Hee. The white silk suspenders and stockings that have a super lethal effect on otaku, along with the springtime effect of sexy lingerie. Zhao Muyu winked at him. Su Chen replied irritably. Zhao Muyu, as your boss, I must advise you, please focus your work on how to help me grow better. I'm not looking for a secretary for work, a secretary for leisure like Shen Jinghong. Moreover, I am facing an urgent need, he reminded her with a serious expression. Zhao Muyu also restrained her playful demeanor, directly taking out her laptop and displaying it in front of him. Of course. I know. It's about the job change, right? You're almost level 20, and it's time for this critical threshold. As someone who was once a top-tier intelligence secretary globally, with high-level accounts in the three major gray information centers of the dark web, black web, and ghost web, I've naturally prepared everything for you. She proudly lifted her fair and delicate chin. The worst secretary relies on a sexy body. I rely on my brain that makes the boss unable to part with me. Su Chen glanced at the information list Zhao Muyu provided, and his eyes lit up, giving a thumbs up. My dear Muyu, you are like a tiger with wings. It's just like Liu Bei meeting the divine Zhuge Liang, Chao Chao getting the divine Guijia, and Wu Dalong marrying the fortune-bringing Pan Jinlian. Zhao Muyu? Are these all clues for the summoner's job change? Su Chen quickly browsed through them, falling into thought. Zhao Muyu nodded and entered work mode, filtering out 3 summoner professions for him. Look, these are the top-notch professions selected by your senior sister. You definitely meet the criteria. The first one is the Tomb of the Whale Shark dungeon located at the junction of the 2 countries' sea areas, on the high seas, where a brand new summoner profession has appeared, Sea King. You can summon a massive number of deep-sea demons and mutated sea beasts, and obtain a companion whale shark as your destined beast. From then on, you will become the king of the sea, dominating the 7 seas, but you must specialize in sea combat, which means you will be like a blank slate on land, with no summoned beasts to use. Of course, you can specifically look for amphibious summoned beasts to solve this drawback. Su Chen nodded, not refusing. Specialization is generally better than being versatile, because what determines a profession's upper limit is often not the shortcomings, but the strengths. I understand the principle of preferring to be a head of a chicken rather than a tail of a phoenix, but I really don't like eating fish. The smell is too strong. Let's look at other options first. Su Chen scratched his head. Zhao Muyu smiled. The second one is a mysterious rumor that has appeared on the Great Barrier Reef in Australia, but according to my verification, the credibility is quite high. After the demons broke the barrier of our planet, their portals began to appear densely on the surface, initiating an invasion. The war between humans and demons has thus begun. At the same time, not only the Abyss world but many other worlds with highly intelligent beings have also stepped onto our land. She said seriously. On the coral island of the Great Barrier Reef, a force from another world has appeared, the Holy Nest Cult. Su Chen immediately became interested. He had heard from Mayor Qin Xianyi that their planet was in an unguarded state, and any force could invade. Thus, the strange creatures in the Gate of the Strange Nation were one of the mysterious forces. And now, he heard about the mysterious Holy Nest Cult from Zhao Muyu. The so-called Holy Nest Cult is a high-level civilization evolved from an insect race. Zhao Muyu introduced. Their summoner profession is called Insect Master, which, as the name suggests, can summon countless insects. Wait a minute. Su Chen got goosebumps all over his arms. To be honest, that's a bit disgusting. Senior sister? After I change my job, will I become the object of admiration for mother cockroaches, the true friend of caterpillars, and the emperor of the nematode kingdom? If I choose to switch to this profession, it means I will bid farewell to the live streaming industry. My female fans will also abandon me. It's not that bad. Besides, the insect eggs provided by the Holy Nest Cult are not native to Earth. Inside, there are fire-breathing beetles covered in iron armor that can spew out huge columns of fire, and there are mantis sword saints wielding dual blades, with combat power comparable to assassins. Stop! Su Chen made a stop gesture and shrugged helplessly. Just tell me the third option. This one suits you best. It's the standard profession of the undead catastrophe, Your Grace, which is passed down to you, Necromancer. Zhao Muyu introduced enthusiastically. With a wave of your hand, you can summon an army of bone dragons, and the ground will be covered with a sea of skeletons, countless ghouls accompanying you, while the great demons carry your throne. Isn't that impressive? I don't want to be a necromancer, and I can't be one. Su Chen decisively rejected it, saying without hesitation, don't forget. The path taken by the undead catastrophe Your Grace has its limits. It simply cannot break through the 99th layer of the abyss. I don't think I can go further on this path than he has. You could say that the undead catastrophe Your Grace is already the ceiling of the necromancer profession, yet he cannot conquer the abyss, and his shadow personally refused to grant me the SSS level profession card of undead catastrophe. If that's the case, why should I seek merely the S-level necromancer profession? That would be a bit of a waste. Su Chen shook his head, dismissing all 3 of Zhao Muyu's proposals. His stunning agent fell silent. But, these are already the best 3 professions available recently. Are you not planning to switch to a hidden profession, aiming to first advance to an ordinary first-tier summoner, and then wait for further opportunities? But this will cost you a lot of attribute points. Hidden professions, compared to ordinary professions, have higher attribute point growth. Each level up creates a gap with ordinary professionals. Little by little, these attribute points will lead to a huge divide in the future. That's fine. I must choose the path that suits me best. I can wait for now. Su Chen didn't mind at all because his summoned creatures would provide a massive amount of attribute points. And once the artifact is repaired, plus 5,000 all attributes suffix would appear. By then, Who would care about the small attribute loss now? Zhao Muyu felt a bit disappointed, as she couldn't help him. But soon, her beautiful eyes sparkled. Hey, wait, I remember. There's a path for truly powerful professionals, customized professions. The professionals decide for themselves the path they want to take. As a top student, Su Chen quickly recalled this path from the corners of his memory. But he frowned. But customized professions are often chosen by fourth-tier ordinary professionals. Only at their stage can they accumulate massive resources to support them on this high-risk, high-opportunity path. Zhao Muyu chuckled lightly. You, right now, lack nothing but resources. I'm almost done negotiating the contract for the live streaming platform for you. The final offer will likely settle around 800 million to 900 million. Also, I've applied for the Special Talent Award program from the Dragon Kingdom. They told me it's 100% guaranteed as long as we wait for the process to complete. This program will directly reward you with 100 million, and you can also get a 200 million interest-free loan, which you only need to repay in 10 years. If you're willing to sell your charm, many prominent families and powerful forces have expressed their desire to form a marriage alliance with you. By then, they definitely won't mind pulling out 1 billion to support you as their son-in-law. Zhao Muyu counted with her delicate fingers. Like peeling scallion roots, one by one. Look, the total amount of funds you can use is already 2 billion. Even for an ordinary tier 4 professional, that's an astronomical figure that's out of reach. Su Chen pondered. Then, how should I customize my profession? It's simple. First, invest 30 million to purchase a blank class transfer crystal. Zhao Muyu clearly had prepared her speech in advance, speaking fluently without any hesitation. As we all know, the power of all professionals comes from the will of the planet. The so-called class transfer crystal is one of the embodiments of the planet's will. Once you activate it, it will start recording every word, action, and movement of yours, especially all your extraordinary achievements. For example, your remarkable feat of breaking through the demon fortress alone. Every time you achieve something extraordinary, the planet's will cast a glance at you, leaving a vivid record on the class transfer crystal. Each glance from the planet's will elevate the level of the class transfer crystal, helping you activate a customized profession based on your achievements and abilities. If you find the profession it offers unsatisfactory, you can politely decline, then continue to improve, keep recording, and strive to gain more glances from the planet's will. Subsequently, you will have the opportunity for a second, or even a third, customized profession. Su Chen nodded. This is great. I love customization, it sounds so high-end. Fine. Then I'll immediately go to the global dark web to help you auction a blank class transfer crystal. Zhao Muyu said as she got up, taking her computer to operate on the side. Suddenly, Su Chen received a private message. Upon closer inspection, it was that bastard Song Qingfeng. Damn, Lao Song, how dare you contact me? Aren't you afraid I'll expose you? Tell me, what's going on with the 10th trending topic? Su Chen was furious and sent a message questioning him. Song Qingfeng replied awkwardly. Actually, that's a false rumor. A classmate mentioned it accidentally during an interview. Then, to attract attention, they tried to force us into a CP. You know, whether in the old era or the new era, CP fans have always been quite delusional. Su Chen asked suspiciously, is it really not you? On my honor, why would I expose this little secret? I haven't even finished my senior year yet, and I still need to stay in the dorm for another month, so I have to rely on my underwear rope to climb over the wall to take a shower. That's true. Su Chen snorted coldly. What do you want from me? Looking to copy homework? I haven't written it yet. You're already a top internet celebrity, and I've become a minor internet celebrity by writing on your coattails, so what homework do we need to write? Song Qingfeng chuckled. Some of my female fans want me to ask you what profession you plan to transfer to in the future. Are they really your female fans? They aren't reporters in disguise, are they? Su Chen reminded him irritably. Don't be fooled, the prettier the woman, the more deceitful she can be. That seems to be the case. Song Qingfeng scratched his head. But I'm personally curious. Will you walk the path of a necromancer? I'm planning to transfer to the ancient profession of slave master. And then I'll directly capture you as my first summon, Kunlun slave, making you eat watermelon and pick cotton every day while rapping for me. Song Qingfeng. After ending the private chat with Song Qingfeng, Su Chen suddenly saw another private message, this time from Bu Fei Yen.
Although Su Chen had promised in front of millions of viewers to the old hag Wu Mengxi that he would never disturb Miss Buffet Yen again, it didn't mean she couldn't come to disturb him first. Moreover, even though Su Chen found Wu Mengxi very annoying, he wouldn't vent his anger on Buffet Yen. After all, she had never done anything wrong. I'm sorry, I really didn't expect my mom to be so ruthless. After taking a shower, Buffet lay in bed, her mind in a tangle, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. In the end, she mustered the courage to send this message to Su Chen, despite her embarrassment. After all, he had once told a global audience that he had fantasies because of her appreciation, even thought of names for their future children. Although Buffet initially admired Su Chen purely, everyone around her now seemed to think there was some romantic relationship between them, a hint of ambiguity that made her feel flustered and shy to face Su Chen directly. It's okay, Su Chen replied instantly, but soon after, he slapped his right hand down on his left. Damn! Replying so quickly would make him seem like a sycophant. He should have waited a bit, then pretended to casually see the message and replied gracefully. That said, Su Chen continued, although I couldn't join the secret sanctuary, I will always remember Miss Bu's appreciation. You don't need to apologize, the fault was never yours. Rather, I was probably just embarrassed and angry when your mother rejected the contract in front of millions of viewers, and I ended up saying a lot of wrong things. It's fine. I never care about gossip. Buffet lay on her pillow, her tender, full 36D pressing out an alluring curve. If it has caused you trouble, just stay at home for a while and hide. Su Chen smiled and continued. Avoidance is shameful but useful. In this era, everyone tends to forget quickly. We won't be the focus of public opinion for long. I was thinking the same thing. I just wanted to go to the secret realm to level up, Buffet said, hugging her big white bear plushie, happily shaking her snow-white little legs, lightly tapping her pert bottom. You shouldn't use the word appreciation anymore. You'll be a god-level summoner, while I'm just an unknown little assassin, soon to be left behind by you. Su Chen, feeling a sudden rush of boldness, replied, then, why not join my team? Let's fight side by side, okay? Buffet's heart raced, lying on the bed like a startled deer. Ahem. Su Chen realized his words had crossed a line and quickly changed the subject. Forget it, with your talent as a beautiful genius assassin, the secret sanctuary should have a complete team to protect and level up, right? By the way, do you have any leads on how to enhance skeleton summons? Buffet bit her lip, her cheeks flushed, but she quickly replied. I watched your live stream, it seems you have 100 skeleton summons in your artifact space, right? You want to strengthen them? Yes, Su Chen humbly asked. After all, you come from a top-tier power. Your perspective and information should be better than mine. I'd like to ask for your advice. I have indeed heard my father mention some things, let me look it up. Buffet got up, opened her notebook, skimmed through it, and then told him without hesitation. According to a significant paper published by a summoning professor in War magazine 2 years ago, he believes that by imitating the blood pool of the abyss, one can soak skeleton summons to enhance their bones. Using this method, he made a bone dragon bathe in blood and be reborn as a flesh and blood underworld dragon, increasing its power by 50%. Buffet's delicate fingers typed quickly. There's also a method called bone replacement surgery. We have research teams in Dragon Country that can do it. They can use the bones of higher organisms to replace the ordinary, osteoporotic bones of the skeletons. This way, ordinary skeletons can achieve a fundamental evolution. Although it's quite expensive, you're now a world-class internet celebrity, so you should be able to afford it. The research institute where the team is located is the 003 Dragon Backbone Research Center. Su Chen couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Thank you. If I come across any opportunities or equipment related to assassins, I will definitely save them for you. It's great to be able to help. Buffet replied instantly. In Su Chen's mind, her vibrant smile and her youthful yet alluring figure seemed to materialize, causing him to momentarily lose focus. Buffet's appreciation and goodwill towards him had always been selfless, which was why he easily became entranced. It should be noted that the top secret information about enhancing summon creatures is incredibly valuable, and even the wealthy often lack the channels to acquire it. Many secrets and knowledge are monopolized by powerful factions. Just like the 2 pieces of information Buffet mentioned, Zhao Muyu had searched for a long time on the 3 major gray networks but found nothing at all. It was highly likely that someone had deliberately deleted it from the internet, unwilling for other summoners to know.
After chatting a bit more about the live stream, they reluctantly ended their conversation.
Suchen stared blankly at the city outside the floor-to-ceiling window, but his heart was filled with ambition. Damn the mystery sanctuary.
Damn Wumengshi. To put it bluntly, it's just a force controlled by a 5th-tier professional. If I can step onto the 6th-tier path, or even become a god-level professional, who would dare to speak against me? At that time, even if I directly take Bufian back as my wife, all the world leaders would have to call to congratulate me. To put it bluntly, I'm still too weak. In this era of universal job changes, only strength is indispensable. Thus, 3 days later, Suchen had already negotiated with the 003 Dragon Backbone Research Center, spending 50 million to upgrade the bones of his 100 temporary skeleton summons. To save time and ensure safety, they even opted not to take a plane, instead spending 50,000 to teleport from the Liangzhou City Lord's Mansion to the city where the research center was located, Fengdu. The necromancy research in Fengdu Ghost City is unparalleled globally, and this is also the largest market for necromantic summons. Zhao Muyu, wearing sunglasses and dressed as a tour guide, introduced the local customs to Suchen with charm. Suchen smiled. After we finish our tasks, we can go to the local auction house and buy a batch of summons. By the way, can't you replace that batch of skeleton archers and skeleton mages? Zhao Muyu asked, somewhat puzzled. After all, they're just temporary summons, right? They're not that strong, are they? Suchen shook his head. I don't like skeletons either, but I really can't replace them. Why not? The beautiful agent was particularly confused. Suchen directly showed her the panel. Look for yourself. I don't know if it's because of the spatial pocket or the blessing under the necromantic cataclysm, but these skeletons, which should be very weak and trashy, have mutated. Zhao Muyu leaned in to take a look. Cursed skeleton archer quality, excellent. Level, 20. Can level up with the summoner, attributes, strength 90, constitution 50, agility 90, spirit 10 skill, united we stand. When the skeleton archers gather into a legion, more than 30 within 100 meters, they will gain an additional 50% strength boost. Wow. Zhao Muyu is shocked. 90 base strength, and when the united we stand skill is triggered, it will have 135 strength, which means 135 base attack power. Wow. That's already comparable to an ordinary level 20 summoned beast. Your skeletons are treasures. Suchen smiled faintly. That's right, so they have quite high cultivation value. If it weren't for that, would I be willing to spend 50 million to cultivate them? Just this united we stand skill alone means they have considerable potential. In my opinion, the key to their mutation lies in the suffix cursed, Zhao Muyu explained thoughtfully. Most likely, it's the fate curse, wrath of the abyss, bestowed upon you by the catastrophe of the undead that caused them to be tainted with a portion of the abyssal lord's power, leading to their distortion. I think so too, but this is a good thing. It means the skeleton's potential has been activated. He gazed at the skeletons with great satisfaction, a beaming smile on his face. Suddenly, there are 100 mutated skeletons. What a windfall! This is the true gift from the catastrophe of the undead, and I resisted the urge to share it during the livestream, keeping it as my trump card. Zhao Muyu nodded slightly. Then, perhaps I can spend some more money to fully equip them. Skeletons have humanoid forms and can wear a lot of equipment meant for humanoid beings. We should acquire 100 sets of gear to fully arm them. They will definitely be a formidable skeleton battalion. Suchen clicked his tongue. 100 sets of equipment? How much will that cost? Don't worry, we'll just choose the ones with high cost performance ratios. Plus, we can find some blacksmiths and tailors to customize them in bulk. Zhao Muyu said animatedly. Trust me, it won't cost much. The truly expensive equipment in the world consists of those top-tier legendary and epic items, while even the excellent gear for commoners is affordable for the working class. All we need is a budget of 20 million. I promise I won't take a commission or kickback. Zhao Muyu winked. Suchen waved his hand nonchalantly. Is it really that cheap? Then I'll approve a budget of 50 million for you. Let's get 50 sets of archer gear for the skeleton archers and 50 sets of mage gear for the skeleton sorcerers. Wait. Let me take another look at the attributes of the skeleton sorcerers. Zhao Muyu looked again. Cursed skeleton sorcerer, quality, excellent, level, 20, can level up with the summoner, attributes, strength 10, constitution 40, agility 90, spirit 90, skill, united we stand. When the skeleton sorcerers gather into a legion, they will receive an additional 50% spirit bonus. Ha!
The same united we stand skill grants a 50% spirit bonus for magical summons. That's interesting.
Zhao Muyu smiled slightly.
I will focus on finding strength-based gear for the archers and spirit-based gear for the sorcerers.
She couldn't help but start to imagine, in the future, we might be able to create an invincible elite skeleton army. Moreover,
it completely contradicts the path of the catastrophe of the undead.
He relies on sheer numbers, while we balance quality. Su Chen smiled but chose not to comment.
They strode confidently into the No.
003 Dragon Bone Research Center, where armed professional guards immediately intercepted them. Please show your identification or provide an appointment proof. This is a military restricted area, unauthorized personnel are not allowed inside. Zhao Muyu quickly took out the appointment proof. We need to see Dr. Li.
Verification complete, please enter.
The guards immediately stepped aside and pressed a button.
A long corridor paved entirely with pure bones appeared before them.
The bones were translucent,
faintly shimmering with fierce dragon patterns,
flowing with a strong elemental tide,
clearly extraordinary materials. It really is a Dragon Bone Research Institute. They have so much material that they use it to pave the floor,
Su Chen said, grimacing at the waist. Zhao Muyu, however, noticed some subtleties.
These bones seem to be imitation dragon bones,
not pure natural dragon bones. After all,
even if natural dragon bones were cheap,
there's no way they would be abundant enough to use for flooring. Even if dragon bones were ground into bone powder,
they would still be extremely powerful magical materials.
After careful observation, she concluded,
these bones should all be very ordinary animal skeletons,
mostly from dairy cows. Oh, you are quite skilled at identifying bones, my lady?
A middle-aged researcher inside a valve looked at Zhao Muyu in surprise. He was their liaison for this trip.
Dr. Li Zhaohui. Hello, this is my employer, you might know him, Su Chen, the master of the artifact, World in the Palm.
Zhao Muyu introduced her boss with a warm smile.
Dr.
Li Zhaohui did not hesitate to extend his hand to Su Chen,
enthusiastically saying,
I am also very grateful for your sponsorship of our bone replacement surgery project.
To be honest,
ever since I wrote that paper, no one has been willing to come to me for surgery with their summoned objects,
Li Zhaohui said with self-deprecation, shrugging his shoulders. After thinking it over, I realized the crux of the problem. Perhaps low-level skeletal creatures simply aren't worth the investment.
And those with high-value skeletal summons often have growth affixes, so they don't need my help, they can evolve on their own.
Sigh.
I spent 200 million developing the bone replacement surgery, only for it to become a useless endeavor, wasting the country's research funds.
It's truly embarrassing, he lamented. Su Chen said seriously, Dr. Li, you shouldn't belittle yourself. Perhaps when my skeletal army shines, it will become an excellent advertisement,
and your project will become highly sought after.
Right, Dr.
Li Zhaohui said with anticipation. A master of an artifact actually used my technology to modify his summoned object. That is recognition for me.
Don't worry,
I will do my utmost to help you achieve the best results.
Then we shall wait and see. Su Chen smiled, following Dr.
Li Zhaohui into a spacious hall filled with various skeletons. Those are all artificially made bionic dragon bones.
Dr.
Li Zhaohui proudly introduced the materials on the ground, his eyes sparkling. Compared to real dragon bones,
their shelf life is extremely short, only about a year, but they perfectly meet the needs of our human practitioners for using skeletal soldiers. Su Chen nodded, smiling. Given our growth rate, generally speaking,
all skeletal soldiers would have been used up within a year, so there's no need to consider a longer shelf life.
During leveling, skeletal frames would be eroded by the acid of demons, smashed to pieces by demon fists, and battered by various elemental storms. While marching, the skeletons, lacking tendons and ligaments,
were merely a pile of bones creaking against each other,
wearing out quickly. Even during storage,
common weathering and moisture in the air would cause the skeletal frames to leach phosphorus from the bones and become moldy and rotten.
Therefore, skeletons have always been regarded as consumables,
and no one has bothered to discuss their shelf life.
Su Chen actually didn't mind,
as his skeletal soldiers were usually stored in the artifact, World in the Palm,
with no wear and tear,
thus having a naturally longer lifespan.
However,
he was very confident in his growth rate and didn't think these skeletal archers and skeletal sorcerers could accompany him for long. They were merely temporary summoned objects for the transitional period.
Sooner or later,
he planned to replace them with higher-level ghouls,
abominations,
and mutated flying dragons. Even though the archers and sorcerers were blessed by His Majesty, the undead catastrophe, they were of little use, as their unit type determined their limits. Ultimately, they were just a group of skeletal soldiers. Come, please take a look at our experimental subjects. Dr. Li Xiaohui led the two to a training ground, pressed a button, and released a bound skeletal soldier, then activated a training steel robot. Zhao Muyu squinted and said, "That is the Demon Slayer Type 7 explosive-proof robot, capable of withstanding attacks from first-tier professionals." That's right, below is the moment to witness a miracle. Dr. Li Xiaohui proudly patted his chest. They saw a skeleton soldier directly pull out a rib, using it as a bone sword, fiercely charging at the robot, executing the simplest slashes, horizontal cuts, and thrusts. Clang! Clang! The crisp sounds reached everyone's ears, and sparks flew from the collisions. The steel shell of the explosive-proof robot quickly became pockmarked. Impressive! Su Chen gave a thumbs up. That rib must also be made of artificial dragon bone, right? It can actually cut through steel plates. Truly eye-opening. If it were a normal skeleton soldier, the bone blade would have shattered long ago. And who knows, the bone frame might have cracked. This simple demonstration undoubtedly showcased the skeleton soldier's growth quite clearly. Zhao Muyu added, after being replaced with artificial dragon bone, the skeleton soldier's attacks are even more ferocious. Not just an improvement in defense. Of course, our fees are very reasonable. Dr. Li Xiaohui clearly valued this business deal and was eager for his research results to be put into production. I can first modify a skeleton soldier for you as a sample. How about that? Sure. Since it was free, Su Chen and Zhao Muyu were more than willing. They then approached a glass wall, and Su Chen summoned a skeleton archer, controlling it to walk into the laboratory behind the wall, where it was grabbed by 8 mechanical arms. Starting from the palms, its finger bones were disassembled one by one, then replaced with crystal-clear artificial dragon bones. Next were the ribs and leg bones, which were easier to replace, while the spine, which was less prone to injury, remained intact. Their skulls cannot be replaced either, so you will need to purchase helmets for defense. Dr. Li Xiaohui explained, because their soul fire is hidden within the skull. Once the skull is opened, the soul fire will dissipate, and it will die. I see. The two understood to some extent but firmly refused to admit their confusion. Finally, the modification was complete. Su Chen's skeleton archer strode out of the laboratory, walking with a dragon-like gait, and was about to show Su Chen its current strength, drawing the bow and knocking an arrow. Snap! The original bone bow was directly broken. Su Chen, Zhao Muyu, Dr. Li Xiaohui laughed heartily. Its strength has surged now. The original bone bow was too fragile and couldn't withstand it. You should buy it a good bow. Su Chen simply checked its panel and found that this fellow's strength had increased from the original 90 points to a whopping 135 points. Moreover, it had gained an additional attribute, Dragon Bloodline. Pseudo your summon creature seems to possess dragon blood. All attributes plus 50%. Su Chen was extremely satisfied. His skeleton soldiers had a mutated 50% unity and a 50% artificial dragon bloodline, directly giving them double the attributes of a normal skeleton soldier. Now, he felt even more confident about the Caesar's country instance for the college entrance examination and the achievement requirement of slaying 10,000 demons for the artifact repair task. Senior sister, payment. I am very satisfied with the doctor's bone replacement surgery. Su Chen waved his hand and paid without hesitation. After all, with the godly rich system, he wasn't short on money at all. Besides, even without the godly rich system backing him up, with his current global internet celebrity status, he could easily earn the mere 50 million surgery fee. After entrusting all 100 skeleton soldiers to the Dragon Bone Research Institute for safekeeping, Su Chen left with Zhao Muyu. They just needed to wait for the inspection in 2 days. Let's go. Since we've come to the legendary Fengdu Ghost City, we should go experience the famous 100 Ghosts Night Walk Street here. Zhao Muyu dramatically revealed her 2 large shopping bags. The so-called Night Parade of 100 Ghost Street is a well-known bustling pedestrian street globally, specializing in selling professional items related to necromancers, boasting a wide variety of goods. All the Dragon Bone Research Institutes in the country are located in Fengdu Ghost City, as material acquisition is relatively easy here. Most of the Dragon Bone materials come from the local high-intensity Abyss battlefield, Shadow Evil Dragon Dungeon. This battlefield is legendary, connected to the 17th layer of the Abyss, Evil Dragon Kingdom.
human professionals, along with the shadow evil dragons and their necromantic minions, engage in fierce battles, devouring each other and seizing resources. In the old days, the area where Fengdu Ghost City is located was merely an unremarkable wilderness, but during the era of universal job changes, it became one of the famous giant cities in the Dragon Kingdom due to its massive material output. As night fell, countless individuals wearing strange masks and bizarre outfits, reminiscent of Halloween cosplay, emerged from Fengdu's developed subway system, heading towards the night parade of 100 Ghost Street. Su Chen and Zhao Muyu were among them. The latter wore a delicate and small Nuo dance mask, which could not conceal her exquisite chin and snowy neck, exuding a unique charm of being half hidden and half revealed. Su Chen simply donned a very common hip-hop monkey mask, seemingly derived from an emoji monkey smirking. The subway here is even decorated in a necromantic style, with ghostly hand paintings on the floor, walls featuring the classic film Interview with the Vampire, and the ceiling humorously painted with the famous oil painting Under the Sky of the Bone Dragon. Su Chen shook his head. Aren't they afraid of scaring children? Children born and raised here won't develop psychological shadows? Zhao Muyu rolled her eyes. What child would take the Ghost Market's special subway? This entire subway line is prepared for tourists like us and outsiders trading in the night parade of 100 Ghost Street. I see. Su Chen felt a bit embarrassed, realizing as a student he was indeed quite ignorant. By the way, senior, he humbly asked, why is the lighting so dim here? And why is everyone wearing masks? What's the significance? Zhao Muyu chuckled charmingly, her voice like silver bells, attracting the attention of many men, because this is a requirement of Fengdu's local law, the Necromancer Anti-Discrimination Act. You see, many necromancers have long-term exposure to negative energy, leading to facial corrosion, bodily decay, and even a significant portion of their limbs becoming necrotic. Some are half human, half skeleton. Some have used soul jars to transform themselves into liches, and quite a few have transferred their soul flames into the skull of a bone dragon. Zhao Muyu spoke with respect. In any case, most of them sacrifice themselves, paying a high price to gain the power to fight against the abyss. Therefore, we must not dishearten these heroes or discriminate against their imperfect bodies. The dim lighting is because necromancers prefer dark environments. Wearing masks and robes is to hide their bodily defects, Zhao Muyu explained. Fengdu has thus gained the favor of necromancers, becoming a gathering place for them. Moreover, the power structures in this city, from top to bottom, are also related to necromancers. With a sigh, she reminded him sternly, you must not make any necromancer jokes here, if deemed discriminatory. Be careful not to end up as a corpse specimen. Su Chen smiled. I can at least be considered half a necromancer. Ha ha, this place is really nice. He immediately felt a fondness for Fengdu. A city that can legislate to respect professionals is certainly not lacking. The lush trees by the roadside, vibrant with life, formed a stark contrast to the heavy aura of death emanating from the necromancers, giving Fengdu Ghost City a unique atmosphere. Su Chen observed his surroundings, a hidden profession, a corpse driver, leading a group of walking corpses down the road. A necromancer, whose lower body had vanished, had installed a half-centaur body for himself, moving swiftly and soon disappearing into the shadows of the long street. A group of first-tier necromancers, seemingly on a tour, wore matching outfits and waved small red flags as they admired a fresh shadow dragon corpse dragged back from the battlefield. A large truck, filled with ghouls, slowly made its way to the market, trailing a banner that read, Fire Sale on Ghouls. Brain pulp has potent aphrodisiac effects. Certified by Li Chang's teaching authority. She's good. I'm good. Su Chen was taken aback. No way. Ghouls should all be transformed from humans. Is there really someone eating their brain pulp for potency? Isn't that cannibalism? TCH, how narrow-minded. Zhao Muyu scoffed. At such a young age, you still hold such prejudices. By your logic, fruits must be grown from human waste to taste so good. So do they also eat humans? When you eat fruit, are you eating humans? Ghouls are already a different race, no matter where they came from. Their life forms are entirely different. Humans can casually eat monkey brains that resemble them, so why can't they eat the brains of ghouls? Su Chen was left speechless, begrudgingly giving a thumbs up, insightful. Humph, I told you, your senior sister was the debate champion in college. I ranked in the national debate competition, Zhao Muyu said proudly. Countless people from around the world wore various masks as they entered the ghostly night street. Su Chen and Zhao Muyu were wide-eyed as they immediately spotted a frost bone dragon hanging from a signboard. Its soul fire burned fiercely in its eye sockets, clearly at the peak of its necromantic life, yet it was forcibly controlled here by some sealing spell. Imprisoned on the signboard and unable to move, it could only look down at all the tiny human crawlers with its hollow eye sockets, unable to utter a word or cast dragon language magic. Just this frostbone dragon alone was enough to showcase the terrifying depth of Figdu's ghostly Night Street. After all, it was a genuine 5th-tier necromantic creature, and in terms of combat power, it was not inferior to the Iron Blood Alliance's leader, Shen Ginghong. Su Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. Aren't they afraid the bone dragon will break free from the seal? A mocking voice came from the side. Of course not. Because that bone dragon is under 6 layers of seals and advanced monk's ultimate demon sealing spell, a necromancer's skinning and marrow extraction curse, an ice elementalist's soul frost, and a hidden profession exorcist's demon puppet technique. As for the other 2 seals, their confidentiality level is high, so I don't know. In any case, daring to seal a 5th-tier lord-level bone dragon here, the necromancers of Figdu must have their own means. A young man introduced leisurely. It's not just any bone dragon, it was the ferocious dragon that once slaughtered a city in the Elephant Kingdom, Hanuers, the Frost Dancer. Zhao Muyu showed a look of astonishment. It's actually it. I heard that when it came out of the portal, it swept through the professionals of the Elephant Kingdom. Incredibly powerful. Able to fight 3 5th-tier professionals single-handedly. Ha! The professionals of the Elephant Kingdom were just too weak. We only sent 1 necromancer to capture it, the young man said proudly, and the one who achieved this great feat is my father, Chen Chingcho. Su Chen and Zhao Muyu exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of respect. So it's actually the renowned master of the undead, the formidable being known as the Dragon Slayer. The young man proudly boasted. That's right, I am the Dragon Slayer. This title is not just a mere honor, it comes with an additional 20% damage to dragonkind and a 20% damage reduction, making it a coveted title for all those who pursue dragon slaying as their profession. Su Chen was taken aback. The title of Dragon Slayer is truly exceptional. It seems I'll have to earn one in the future. You? The young man chuckled in disbelief. But he didn't belittle him. Instead, he encouragingly said with a grin, then you'd better work hard, because the threshold for obtaining the title of Dragon Slayer is slaying 100 adult dragons. I see. Thank you for the information, brother. Su Chen clasped his hands together, his expression calm, showing no signs of discouragement. For him, who possessed a space for divine artifacts, dragons were merely stronger magical creatures. Ants can kill elephants, and small birds can swallow dragons. With the 100 skeletal archers and skeletal mages in his temporary space, all ready to be equipped with bionic dragon bones, he could certainly inflict some damage on dragonkind. The reason the young man approached them was purely because he found Zhao Muyu's figure alluring, her neck fair and delicate, even though she wore a mask. It was clear she was a stunning beauty, and Su Chen, accompanying her, didn't look like a boyfriend but rather like a younger brother. My name is Chen Tianlin. You two must be newcomers. Do you need me to be your guide? The young man removed his mask, revealing a rather handsome face. Thank you, but we are a couple just here to stroll around. You don't need to waste your time on us. Zhao Muyu replied with a cold smile that kept others at a distance, showing no concern for his background, as she nestled in Su Chen's embrace, sweetly declining. Chen Tianlin was immediately disappointed, but he was never one to cling stubbornly, so he took his leave, feeling a bit envious of Su Chen, secretly thinking, at such a young age, he has such good fortune. It's infuriating. Everyone else enjoys a vibrant youth, while my youth is spent battling those damned dragons in the Shadow Evil Dragon Dungeon. After breaking free from her tightly held hand, Su Chen couldn't help but be surprised. Senior sister, this Chen Tianlin is the son of a 6th-tier professional, one of the top-tier 2nd-generation professionals. Why did you refuse him so readily? Zhao Muyu scoffed. Go online and search for Dragon Slayer Chingcho. His numbers in certain aspects exceed the dragons he has slain. Su Chen was stunned and pulled out his phone. Soon, he was left speechless. Wow. From the old era to the new, a monogamous system that has lasted for hundreds of years. How does this guy have nearly 200 women? Isn't anyone punishing him for bigamy? How could that be? He has never been married. Where would the bigamy charge come from? Zhao Muyu coldly huffed. Moreover, the public holds a great deal of sympathy and understanding for him. Su Chen was dumbfounded, feeling that this world was too crazy. This guy monopolizes over 200 beauties, and the public actually sympathizes with him? Why? Because dragons are inherently lustful. Zhao Muyu shrugged, her expression complex. Chingcho has always been a figure surrounded by great controversy. He has been on the front lines of the war against the demon dragons, fighting fiercely and selflessly, ultimately slaying 100 dragons, becoming the renowned dragon slayer. But years of bathing in dragon blood and consuming dragon hearts have caused him to be permeated by the blood of the demon dragons, turning him into the hidden profession of Dragon Knight. However, this Dragon Knight cannot ride a giant dragon. Instead, he transforms directly into a giant dragon king with numerous dragon abilities. Zhao Muyu casually explained. Every time he transforms into a giant dragon, he inevitably succumbs to the beastly nature of the dragon. Therefore, because of the dragon's inherently lecherous nature, he has also become a famous playboy, officially recognized as the Sea King. Su Chun. Well, as the hero guarding the Shadow Evil Dragon dungeon, having more girlfriends is nothing to be ashamed of, right? As long as he is alive, millions, even tens of millions of people will benefit. If he dies, the Shadow Evil Dragons will swarm out. And how many people will die then? It could be in the hundreds of thousands. Su Chen nodded in agreement. Zhao Muyu glanced at him and snorted coldly. Are you envious? Do you want to be a Sea King like him? Su Chen sighed. When I was a child, I watched an old-school action manga and had a dream. I wanted to be a man who becomes the Sea King. What manga is that? You're not talking about One Piece, are you? Zhao Muyu rolled her eyes flirtatiously. Is that so? But there are so many beautiful women in that manga, and they all particularly like the male protagonist. Su Chen said awkwardly. Zhao Muyu pouted and got back on track. Chingcho has many women and even more children, so it's not surprising we can run into them in the night parade of 100 ghosts. Do you think they are second-generation rich? No, the resources they can access may not be more than what you and I have. True, Chingcho is busy slaying dragons every day. He probably hasn't seen his children in years. Senior sister, you have a point. They are not worth relying on or being subservient to. Su Chen nodded. It's still our undead calamity too. The artifact holder, the super internet celebrity, who is more worthy of your investment? He. You will eventually be unable to escape my grasp. Zhao Muyu laughed lightly with her hands on her hips. Su Chen felt helpless and continued walking into the night parade of 100 ghosts. Hey, a corpse courier shop. Let's go take a look. Zhao Muyu's shopping desire was ignited, and she directly pulled Su Chen, excitedly running into a hidden profession shop. Su Chen was also quite interested in this hidden profession and looked around inside, quickly discovering that it was a zombie monster collection house. There were common zombies from necromancers, zombies created by virus-type practitioners, even Eastern zombies in strange attire, and bizarre things like zombie dragons, zombie dogs, and corpse babies. Oh, are you a necromancer too, young man? The shopkeeper, a corpse courier, suddenly crawled out of a coffin and greeted Su Chen and Zhao Muyu with great interest. Su Chen, Zhao Muyu, the two were nearly scared out of their wits. The corpse courier immediately looked disappointed. Sigh, judging by your reactions, you're probably just ordinary zombie enthusiasts who admire dragons. Forget it, I'm not interested in making friends anymore. Goodbye. With that, he lay back down. Su Chen and Zhao Muyu left, both feeling helpless. However, Su Chen still bought a Qing Dynasty zombie official's outfit as a souvenir. After all, it was a rare visit to the night parade of 100 ghosts, and it would be nice to show off his wide experience among friends in the future. At that moment, a loud sound of war drums suddenly echoed, followed by a very enticing shout. The weekly Dragon Egg auction is starting. Welcome all sharp-eyed buyers to come and appraise the treasures. Dragon eggs. Su Chen and Zhao Muyu exchanged excited glances, both extremely thrilled. For any summoner, dragon eggs are an opportunity for a rise that cannot be missed. After all, although the undead calamity is renowned, necromancers have never been regarded as the top summoner profession. This is because this profession has a relatively low threshold. There are countless down-and-out necromancers. They often can only summon some shabby skeletons, accompanied by the lowest-level zombies and banshees to level up. Such low-level necromancers are not welcomed in any team, often suffering for 7 days and nights before still failing to find teammates before a dungeon. They also lacked any ability to solo dungeons, as often a large-scale spell from a boss would take down all their summoned creatures at once. Among the hidden classes standing at the pinnacle of summoning, there was one called the Dragon Summoner. Just listen to that name, how imposing, how extravagant, how majestic it sounds.
This meant that all the summons of this class were exclusively dragons. In other words, this profession had to master a small dimensional world, Dragon Country, where they could raise all their dragons. Its function was somewhat similar to Su Chen's artifact, Portable World. The rental price for such a dimensional small world was astonishing, and the purchase price was even more terrifying. Of course, the dragons raised by dragon summoners were the real money-burning goods, often requiring blood feeding from a young age, signing contracts at the dragon egg stage to gain their absolute loyalty. Come on, let's go join the fun, Zhao Muyu said excitedly, but also cautiously reminded him, although we've struck it rich, we're still a long way from being free to buy dragon eggs. You mustn't casually throw out a price. Don't worry, I'm not that greedy, Su Chen replied with a faint smile. Once we earn some more money and have some savings, we'll come personally to the Shadow Evil Dragon Dungeon to hunt for dragon eggs. There's no need to waste money buying them here. He couldn't help but think, if he could obtain a dragon summon and give it a legendary golden attribute, how powerful would that be? After much effort, the two squeezed into the crowd and reached the forefront of the dragon egg auction, only to be greatly disappointed. It turned out that this was not a legitimate dragon egg auction at all, but merely a makeshift project set up by a group of unscrupulous merchants, a pile of oddly shaped eggs stacked on the ground in the open air, with no strong protection whatsoever, and even the anti-theft measures were mediocre. TCH, it's just a gimmick. Zhao Muyu, well-versed in such matters, pointed at two eggs on the stage. Those are the eggs of a two-headed chimera. Do you see the intricate patterns on the shells? That's standard starry magic runes. Oh, this beautiful lady really knows her stuff, the host said with a beaming smile. Indeed, our dragon egg auction cannot be compared to the official auction held by the Fengdu Ghost City, but we are more down-to-earth and accessible. He pointed at all the dazzling eggs. Esteemed summoners, it's time to test your eyesight. Among these eggs, 33% are the most common artificial salted duck eggs, which you can take home to boil and eat, and they are double-yolked soft-boiled eggs, guaranteed to make your mouth water. The summoners, ha ha, don't be disappointed just yet, let me continue, the host smiled slightly. Another 33% are various high-level magical creature eggs, including two-headed chimeras, Yamata no Orochi, spider demons, and insect demons, etc. And the remaining 33% are our carefully prepared counterfeit magical creature eggs and counterfeit dragon eggs. The host's enthusiasm was palpable as he exclaimed, they are meticulously replicated by our biologists and will greatly test your identification skills. If you unfortunately buy a counterfeit, well, I wish you a good mood for the day. Hee hee. Of course, the final 1% are the real deal, officially certified by the Dragon Country, complete with identification certificates. The host's tone was stirring, igniting the hearts of all the summoners. Each egg is only sold for 9,999 yuan. Please feel free to grab them and enjoy the joy of searching for dragon eggs. Su Chen frowned, quickly calculating the expected value in probability theory, and couldn't help but curl his lips. If they aren't cheating, then it would take about 1 million to get a dragon egg, and the other miscellaneous items could roughly recoup about 300,000. Is it a loss to buy a dragon egg for an average of 700,000? Definitely a loss. A huge loss. Zhao Muyu scoffed, exposing the trickery behind it. Do you really think unscrupulous merchants would kindly let you get a dragon egg for 700,000? A bipedal dragon is still a dragon. She provided examples. Pterosaur, scale worm, they are all part of the dragon family. Do you know the world instance Jurassic Park? The eggs of the plesiosaur and herbivorous dragon produced there are also dragon eggs, but they have no combat power at all. Yet they are all gluttons. Zhao Muyu waved her hand disinterestedly. Forget it, let's not waste time here. The eggs of truly powerful dragons start at 500 million, how could they possibly appear at a roadside vendor? Su Chen thought about it and sighed, no longer dwelling on it. But just before they were about to leave, Su Chen's dark gold magic ring, the Hydra emblem, suddenly felt slightly warm. Su Chen was taken aback, stopped in his tracks, and signaled Zhao Muyu to be patient. What is it? Zhao Muyu was about to persuade him when she saw Su Chen's expression was quite serious. Following the guidance of the magic ring, Su Chen quickly locked onto a giant egg. Oh, this summoner friend has a good eye. This giant egg is priced a bit higher, at 69,999, but you can feel from its size that it likely contains a T. Rex or the largest red dragon.
the summoner enthusiastically introduced, eager to close the deal. Zhao Muyu, however, scoffed. A dragon egg this large, if it really contained a living being, you would have already heard a powerful heartbeat. But inside, it's completely silent. Even if it's a genuine dragon egg, the dragon inside has long since died. Su Chen leaned in slightly, and sure enough, the Hydra emblem emitted a faint glow. Payment. Su Chen gestured. Zhao Muyu had no choice, although she felt this was bound to be a losing deal. The boss had spoken, so she could only comply. Alright, thank you for your patronage. The host immediately took out a loudspeaker and announced to everyone. This mysterious summoner friend generously spent 69,999 to acquire the largest dragon egg at our auction. I wonder if he is willing to hatch it in public. Just a drop of blood, and we will provide the other materials. All the summoners participating in the dragon egg auction couldn't help but look up, intrigued. The son of the dragon slayer Chingcho, Chen Tianlin, unexpectedly wandered into the area and immediately squeezed into the crowd, frowning as he reminded Su Chen, "Brother, this kind of auction is basically just a small gamble for fun. Most of the time, it will be a waste. You spent 69,999, you will most likely suffer a huge loss. Why don't I take charge? And you can return the egg?" They wouldn't dare to disrespect the Chen family, Chen Tianlin said earnestly. Su Chen smiled but waved his hand. I didn't expect Brother Chen to be so kind-hearted, but it's alright. The reason I bought it is purely because I sensed a unique elemental power. Thank you for your help. Perhaps we can go have a couple of cups of coffee later. Chen Tianlin was taken aback. The host sighed. He thought the 69,999 was about to be muddled by the Chen family. As Chen Tianlin said, in Fengdu Ghost City, no one would casually offend the Chen family. Not only because the dragon slayer Chingcho was famous, but more importantly, there were just too many members of the Chen family, and they were mostly direct relatives, many of whom were half-siblings. They say pulling up a radish brings out the mud. If you offend one member of the Chen family, you are provoking hundreds of their brothers and sisters. Su Chen crossed his fingers but did not drop blood on the dragon egg. Instead, he said, provide a little extra service. Get me a chainsaw, and cut this egg open directly. The host was dumbfounded. Zhao Muyu and Chen Tianlin were also completely stunned. Cut it open? What egg can survive after being sawed open? Isn't this just a pure waste of money? If a dragon egg is killed by a chainsaw, then it only has the function of being a fried egg left. But don't think that dragon eggs can be casually eaten and will increase strength or magic power. They are serious abyssal creatures and belong to the top of the food chain, the dragon race. Only practitioners of the third tier or above can exempt the abyssal power within the dragon egg and can enjoy the delicacy of dragon egg sunny side up. Are you sure? The host asked incredulously. All the summoners present also found it hard to believe, but Su Chen confirmed again. No need to beat around the bush. Hurry up. I still have many places to explore. If you have any sense, you should know this is a dead egg. There's no need for blood to recognize a master. The host felt awkward. He naturally knew the origin of this egg and that it had been identified as a dead egg during the X-ray inspection. However, given that the eggshell was intact, their boss still decided to use it to make some money. Soon, staff members brought a chainsaw and began to carefully saw open the thick eggshell. Sure enough, a foul smell instantly wafted out. The creature inside had long been a corpse. Alas, what a loss, Zhao Muyu said gloomily, as the high level of decay indicated that the creature inside had been dead for a long time. Possibly even decades. Chen Tianlin pondered for a moment. This is not a dragon egg. If it were a dead dragon egg, we could recover some bones and dragon scales, which would be worth at least hundreds of thousands. Sorry, summoner friend, it seems you've made a loss. Su Chen smiled lightly. It doesn't matter, but I should find it hard to lose. With a smile, he soon saw the highly decayed corpse of the young creature after the staff pried open all the eggshells. It had 3 heads. This is the egg of the Hydra, Udila? Zhao Muyu's face changed color, both surprised and delighted. Although it's already dead, the value of such a rare beast is not inferior to that of the dragon race. Each of its 3 heads has a certain elemental power. If we turn this corpse into an undead creature, it will definitely have strong growth potential. Su Chen was very satisfied and couldn't help but stroke the magic ring. To resonate with the Hydra emblem, it must either be another Hydra emblem or indeed materials related to the Hydra Udila. A summoner wearing a great demon mask immediately made an offer. I'm willing to pay 8 million for this dead egg. TCH, Are you trying to take advantage of the fact that the summoner looks young and easy to fool, so you quoted such a merchant price? I'm an honest person. I'm willing to offer 12 million. Another summoner sneered. Using this egg to summon a skeleton. It's very likely to summon a mutated three-headed skeleton dog. At that time, one head will have ice roar, one head will have thunderstorm, and one head will have fire meteor. Who can compete? Ha! You low-level summoners still can't recognize the true value of the Hydra young corpse. I'm a 4th-tier summoner, and I'm willing to pay 24 million. Another high-ranking summoner with an imposing aura said coldly. Now, the auction house's host regretted it immensely. It turned out that among their pile of junk eggs, there really was a treasure. Unfortunately, they were too ordinary to recognize the Hydra egg. Su Chen shook his head, rejecting all the purchase offers. Thank you for your kindness, senior summoner, but I have other uses for this Hydra dead egg. You can talk to the auction house's host. This egg comes from them, and a Hydra Udila usually lays at least 6 eggs, so they might have other eggs. After saying that, Su Chen directly put the Hydra dead egg back into his artifact space. Chen Tianlin was shocked. Your summoner space is quite large. Ha! This giant egg can be casually stored away. Su Chen said with a charming smile. Today has been fruitful. Perhaps it's the blessing of Miss Chen Tianlin. Come, let me treat you to a drink. Maybe you can also tell me why you've been keeping an eye on me. The smile on Chen Tianlin's face vanished in an instant. Mr. Su Chen, you can actually tell that I am a woman? Zhao Muyu's expression also changed dramatically. You actually know his true identity? Could he be an assassin sent by another force? No, I'm just a fan of Mr. Su Chen. Chen Tianlin hurriedly waved her hands, letting out a sigh, and then she peeled off a layer of mask from her face. Then, a stunningly beautiful face with a heroic and slightly androgynous charm appeared before everyone. Nice to meet you. I'm Chun Meng Meng. I was just playing the role of my older brother. This long-legged beauty with natural dragon patterns on her arms playfully winked at Su Chen and Zhao Muyu. Su Chen glanced at the second mask in her hand. TSK. Top-notch disguise equipment. Artist mask. This thing is worth at least 10 million. And with it, Miss Chen Meng Meng can instantly become a top assassin. But you were able to see through my disguise as a man. It's simply unbelievable. Chen Meng Meng's exquisite face was filled with curiosity. Could you please tell me how you did it? The three of them walked along the street of the night parade of 100 ghosts, avoiding the stalls of necromancers, and arrived at a bustling cafe styled like interview with the vampire. The vampire maid, wearing plastic fangs, elegantly bowed with the etiquette of a medieval maid from the old era. Su Chen's eyes widened instantly. He immediately understood why there was a constant flow of customers, mostly male necromancers. When she bowed, it was a genuine 36D bust right in the customers' faces. For necromancers who deal with corpses and bones every day, who could withstand such a test? So, I want a cup of ogre brain coffee, Su Chen said curiously while ordering, and throw in some snacks. That dragon scale cookie looks good. Bring me 2 plates. Zhao Muyu rolled her eyes and reminded him. Are you sure you can handle those bizarre flavors? I recommend the Shadow Evil Dragon Snot flavor. It's definitely an unforgettable experience. Maid, please bring me a cup of classic American iced coffee. Chen Meng Meng smiled and said, old flavors, make it double, and put it on my tab. Alright, esteemed guest Chen Meng Meng. The maid respectfully bowed to the long-legged beauty, her face filled with respect. You even have a VIP card at the cafe? Do you really like coffee that much? Su Chen asked in surprise. This is our Chen family's business. Chen Meng Meng replied succinctly. Do you think my father can support his 147 sons and 139 daughters solely on the profits from dragon slaying? Definitely enough. Su Chen smirked. Chen Meng Meng's smile instantly froze, and she huffed. Alright, it is indeed enough. But the wear and tear on his equipment is also significant. After all, they are dragons. A single spray of acidic liquid on his epic gear can directly reduce its durability by over 30%. Over time, the cost of his equipment losses is extremely high. 3 insurance companies went bankrupt and liquidated because they couldn't afford to compensate for his expensive divine gear. As a result, global insurance companies blacklisted him and will no longer provide any insurance services for his equipment. So, of course, he has to find ways to earn more money to maintain his enormous expenses. Su Chen gave a thumbs up. Impressive. I didn't expect there to be such a way to exploit capitalists. However, I'm a bit curious. Su Chen spread his hands. Miss Chen Meng Meng, You come from a prestigious family and are exceptionally talented. You don't seem to lack money. Why are you so persistent in following me around? I don't consider myself anything special. Are you trying to sell my whereabouts for money? Although many want me dead, you are the local power in Fengdu. Don't forget, once I die suddenly, it will trigger the curse of fate, the wrath of the abyss, attracting the gaze of all the abyss lords. Chen Mengmeng pinched her slim waist and snorted coldly. You know you have a fate curse now? You're just a real human-shaped self-propelled nuclear egg. To prevent assassins from dealing with you here, since I've recognized your identity, of course, I have to keep a close eye on you and provide you with free personal protection. I see. Su Chen took a sip of the coffee flavored with ogre brain, immediately feeling disappointed. As it had no special flavor apart from a slightly sweet taste, he couldn't help but ask, but how did you recognize me when I was clearly wearing a mask? Chen Mengmeng smiled. Want to know this piece of information? Then you first tell me how you saw through my disguise as a man. I clearly used an artist's mask to perfectly imitate my brother Chen Tianlin's image. Su Chen casually answered. My summoned beast has the ability to see through disguises. To prevent any assassins from lying in wait, I occasionally summon it to monitor the surroundings. What he referred to was, of course, the Monkey King's fiery eyes. Although this skill didn't show on the panel, it was a natural talent of Black Wukong that could activate passively. I see. The disguise ability of the artist's mask is still too low, only able to fool the naked eye. Chen Mengmeng sipped her steaming freshly brewed coffee, seemingly enjoying the temperature of the hot water. I've answered. Now it's your turn. Su Chen frowned and made a guess. Could it be that when I used the portal, I used official documents? So, congratulations, you got it right. Chen Mengmeng shrugged her fragrant shoulders. As one of the most dangerous unstable factors in Longwa right now, both the government and all local forces will definitely monitor you closely to prevent any loss of control. You should be grateful that we in Fengdu didn't outright refuse your entry. Su Chen pouted. A dignified ghost city like Fengdu shouldn't be that cowardly, right? Besides, I'm at least repairing artifacts for all humanity. If I were denied entry in Fengdu, your reputation would be tarnished for eternity. Considering this, my father insisted that you should enjoy the freedom to move about in Fengdu without obstruction. But he sent me here to be your personal female bodyguard. Chen Mengmeng beamed, looking beautiful and bubbly. I have to thank you. I'll enjoy an extra allowance of 3 million because of this. What a sweet deal. Just for such a small matter. You can get 3 million? Your dad spoils you too much. Su Chen clicked his tongue. I think your task should be made a bit harder. Come to the hotel where I'm staying tonight and serve me. Oh, you want to sleep with the dragon lady? This stunning woman wasn't embarrassed at all. Instead, she teased him playfully. Do you know we all have dragon blood? Do you know dragons are inherently lustful? That means we will endlessly feel empty, lonely, and cold, unable to find satisfaction. So we must seek out more men, indulging in the beds of countless strong men, putting one green hat after another on you. Su Chen, stop talking. I like minotaurs. He immediately made a gesture to silence her. If you keep going, I'm afraid I really won't be able to help but fall for you. Chen Mengmeng, Zhao Mu Yu, just kidding, I'm actually a pure love supporter. Su Chen blinked, but I don't believe your words at all, because it said the dragon ladies are the purest. Besides, you don't even have dragon horns, your dragon bloodline must be very faint, right? How can you claim that dragons are inherently lustful? When Chen Mengmeng realized her lie had been exposed, she pouted her cherry lips. You really know a lot, even the method of judging bloodline concentration based on dragon horns. But although my bloodline is thin, I possess strength comparable to that of the dragon clan. My dragon bloodline grows with double the power. You know, she casually flicked a coin, and as it fell, her long, straight legs suddenly came together. Then, the coin was crushed from the side. Be careful, or this dragon lady might just snap your little brother in half. Chen Mengmeng's pure and fair face was filled with the aura of a seasoned seductress. Su Chen immediately halted his fanciful thoughts, and his first impression of her legs of the year quickly turned into leg goddess. Spare me, please. Zhao Muyu chuckled lightly, changing the subject. What are you planning to do with that Hydra's dead egg? Someone has offered over 20 million, yet you refuse to sell. Chen Mengmeng was also quite curious. Yeah, I want to ask too. Do you really have the skill to appraise dragon eggs? This is your first time in Fengdu, your first time at a dragon egg auction, and you're already making a killing. I bet that shady host is regretting it to the core. It's really funny. Su Chen shook his head. What kind of skill is that? Besides, that so-called dragon egg auction is just a money trap. All the eggs inside are probably trash. It's almost a scam. I've already reported it to the official anti-fraud app of the Dragon Kingdom. Chen Mengmeng replied. But that's still our Chen family's business. We seem to hold about 30% of the shares. Oh, even if it's the national hero, the dragon slayer Chingcho, he can't engage in illegal business. Su Chen snorted coldly. The dragon slayer is bound to become an evil dragon in the end. I advise you all to reflect well. Don't mess around until Figdugo City turns into a second, Shadow Evil Dragon Dungeon, instance. And then your family's higher-ups will become elite monsters in the instance. Chen Mengmeng looked dejected, then slightly nodded. You're quite the passionate youth who isn't afraid of power. Su Chen chuckled lightly. If I hadn't received the curse of abyssal fury, I wouldn't have dared to say a word. Even if you all tricked me, I would only dare to curse Chen Jingcho in my heart for having a child without an anus. But now, I really don't fear death. Instead, everyone is afraid I'll die at their doorstep. Ha ha, that's true. You've grown into the most ominous figure. Chen Mengmeng gave a thumbs up, her gaze glancing out the window as she checked her watch. Oh, a date with a beauty? Is it an invitation from a handsome guy? Then let's hurry. We're not used to having someone follow us anyway. Seeing this, Su Chen casually waved his hand. TCH, I can't do anything private until I send you this calamity away. Chen Mengmeng huffed, then waved to the outside of the cafe. Actually, the team responsible for your security this time is just me and my sister. Just then, a cold aura emanated from a figure who looked just like Chen Mengmeng, but with an air that warned others to keep their distance. An ice element mage, holding an epic staff embedded with frost dragon magic crystals, pushed the door open. Allow me to introduce my twin sister, genius ice mage Chen Tangtang. Chen Mengmeng said with a cheerful smile, clearly having a good sisterly relationship. Chen Tangtang walked over to their table, then tilted her head and fell asleep, resting on her staff. Oh woo. Hello, Hulu. Chen Tangtang greeted them in a weak voice. Su Chun, Xiao Mu Yu. Sorry, she's currently in the awakening period of her Dragon Clan talent, so she's very drowsy. Chen Mengmeng didn't seem to mind. 10 years ago, when I awakened, I was almost carried away by 4 big men who wanted to drag me into a dark alley to take turns violating me. Unfortunately, they underestimated the Dragon Clan. Even in the awakening period, we have many self-defense methods. I instinctively sensed danger, so I summoned a storm of hellfire and roasted them all. Su Chen laughed. Awesome. Well done. Such scum of the human world should be cleansed with blazing dragon flames. Yeah, 10 years ago you were just a lowly. Zhao Muyu sighed. In this era of universal job changes, people have become stronger, and thus evil has also flourished, trampling on the law without count. After some casual chatting, they got up to leave the cafe. Su Chen looked somewhat troubled at Chen Tangtang, who was still sprawled out and fast asleep. How about you carry your sister? Ha, aren't you being a bit unchivalrous? Shouldn't it be you, a big man, who takes the initiative to carry her? Chen Mengmeng asked angrily. Su Chen rolled his eyes. Then, I have a space artifact. Why not just put her inside? It would save trouble. Your idea is too terrifying. To let the dignified dragon girl be treated like a skeleton soldier. Chen Mengmeng was speechless, pouting as she picked up her sister, drawing her sword from her waist and resting it on her shoulder, then hanging her like a salted fish on the sword sheath, swaying in the wind. After all, she was a dragon girl. Her physique was too strong, so it didn't matter how she was tossed around, she remained fast asleep. Your way of carrying her is too abstract, right? Zhao Muyu is shocked. What else can I do? Chen Mengmeng snorted. I awakened a fire attribute dragon bloodline, while she is clearly ice attribute. If we get too close, the dense fire elements in my body would directly burn her. So, I can only carry her like this. The reason is that some man is too lacking in chivalry. Su Chen didn't care. Boys need to protect themselves when they're out. You know, if I carry her, with even a slight bump on the road, she would slide off my back, and then my hands would inevitably have to support her butt. Oh, isn't our Tangtang's perky but a top-notch enjoyment? Just a lump of fat and protein. Su Chen snorted. What if someone takes a picture and claims my hand is on her sensitive area, which would be considered sexual harassment, and then posts it online? Wouldn't I be in deep trouble? I'm a popular internet celebrity with over 100 million fans. My career is on a smooth path. Would I be foolish enough to take that risk? Zhao Muyu wholeheartedly agreed. Dedicated. I didn't misjudge you, you are the top money tree that this agent will follow for life. Ah, sister, he's right. Chen Tang also drowsily agreed. She was just a bit dazed due to the awakening of her dragon bloodline, with the ice elements impacting her cerebral cortex, causing her to be somewhat confused and unable to open her eyelids, but it didn't mean she was truly tired. Where are you elbowing? You dead girl. Chen Mengmeng was furious but had no place to vent her anger, so she can only glare at Su Chen with her beautiful eyes. By the way, I haven't answered the senior's question yet. Su Chen showed no interest in the Chen sisters and instead admired the unique scenery of the night parade of 100 ghosts, wandering among various undead creatures while casually chatting with Zhao Muyu. Regarding that dead egg, I want to buy a book on lich summoning technique after I change jobs, to transform it into a necromantic Hydra lich. Su Chen interlaced his fingers. This thing has an extremely strong magical talent, even if the egg has been dead for a long time. I can still sense elemental power from its decaying smell. A lich is its best destination. I see. You want to custom make a lich summoning item. Zhao Muyu frowned slightly. But, didn't you say you didn't want to change to the necromancer profession? How will you learn the lich summoning technique? There are also skill books that don't require a profession, aren't there? Su Chen said. Let's go buy a wild drop. A no class requirement. No threshold lich summoning spell. It shouldn't be too expensive. Oh, we have one in the Chun family's collection room. Priced at 50 million. Chen Mengmeng quickly replied. Su Chen? Wait. As the top scholar of the Shiliang Academy and a genius who cracked the Demon Fortress dungeon with my wits, do you think I'm an easy target? He retorted. Annoyed. Are you trying to be a second-hand dealer and make a profit? Chen Mengmeng awkwardly said. Then let me take a 20% commission. Such no-threshold skill books are often about twice as expensive as professional skill books. After all, anyone can learn them. The original price is 4 million. You give me 8 million. Let me make a little profit. How about that? In a daze, Chen Tang said. Sister, give me 400,000, and I won't report you. Now you're awake. Ha! You dead sister. Chen Mengmeng was furious and slapped her repeatedly. But unfortunately, those with dragon blood are tough-skinned. Fine. Since you are here to be bodyguards, an extra 800,000 will be considered a tip. Su Chen, now financially robust, didn't want to fuss and directly transferred the money. Wow, a godly rich man. Chen Mengming's eyes sparkled, and she boldly asked, if this young lady offers massage services, what price can you give? I guarantee, I won't kill you. Su Chen replied irritably. Be modest. Pay attention to modesty. Miss Chen Mengmeng, how do you not understand the art of seduction at all? To catch and then release. Do you understand? Even in places that truly provide services, those girls wouldn't trade so openly. You should first learn the basic lines to handle men. Ha! How do they usually say it? Chen Mengmeng was astonished. Su Chen shrugged. They would say, bro, don't come to take care of my business anymore, and don't give me tips. Save your money to marry a good wife. If there's a next life, I absolutely won't do this job, and I wish to be with you. Loving each other for a lifetime. Chen Mengmeng, Chen Tang, I've learned some strange knowledge again. Thank you, brother. You better not corrupt my sister. Chen Mengmeng glared angrily. Zhao Muyu smiled and said to Su Chen, Boss, you mustn't fall for Miss Chen Mengmeng's tricks. Although her words are fierce, she is definitely pretending. She can't have had any real intimate contact. I know that very well. Su Chen chuckled. Her awakening must have lasted a very long time. And it hasn't completely ended even today, because I can see her body temperature is at least 50 degrees, describing her as boiling water is an understatement. Anyone who touches her would be in trouble. Chen Mengmeng was speechless again, but thinking of that image, she couldn't help but chuckle. It's quite vivid. How infuriating. If my awakening lasts until I'm 60 or 70, wouldn't I be a living reactor? That's still much better than intentionally harming men and ending up in prison for life. Su Chen said. Then stopped in front of a magnificent landmark building. This was also one of their target check-in points for the night. Thingdu Auction House, gathering all necromancer materials from around the world. Everything you could need. Various dragon-related materials were also at the lowest global prices, ready for the picking. Did you bring enough money? Chen Mengmeng immediately reminded. The entry threshold is 500 million cash. Beep, please enter. The next moment, when Zhao Muyu took out a black gold card, they immediately gained access. Zhao Muyu smiled and said, "This is the annual signing fee from the global professional live streaming platform for Su Chen. To attract our super internet celebrity, they paid in full without any delays." "Is the annual signing fee this much?" Chen Mengmeng was stunned. "Is live streaming this profitable?"
Even Chen Tangtang was startled awake from her dream, her beautiful eyes wide and devoid of spirit. Zhao Muyu casually remarked, "It's just SOSO, only about 1 billion in total. The main attraction is that Su Chen will be live streaming the artifact repair task next,
which is a unique global live show. Moreover, since our boss debuted
his first live stream, I broke the record at the Demon Fortress, had 1 billion viewers,
and the second one, I repair artifacts in the 037 Abyss battlefield, also attracted billions of viewers. It's really eye-catching. If you can produce such an impressive show, any platform would be willing to offer a signing fee of 1 billion.
Chen Mengmeng pursed her lips, her beautiful eyes sparkling, and suddenly switched to a sweet,
delicate tone, saying, "Brother Su Chen, why not hire me as your personal bodyguard? Look at me. I can also work as a heater in winter, ensuring you stay warm." Su Chen gave a thumbs up. "Impressive. Your self-introduction is indeed unparalleled, but I don't need it, thanks. A heater only costs a few thousand. My sister can even work as an air conditioner in summer." Chen Mengmeng pulled Chen Tangtang up, enthusiastically introducing her. Su Chen chuckled in disbelief. "Heater sister, air conditioner sister, your dragon bloodline is truly remarkable. And besides, we are sisters of dragon bloodline. Boss, if you take us out to level up and fight monsters, it would definitely be quite impressive." Chen Mengmeng laughed, rubbing her hands together. "We just need a salary of 30 million each per year." Su Chen was taken aback. "Doesn't your father give you even 30 million in training fees each year?" "Impossible." Chen Mengmeng looked very frustrated. "Think about it, 147 sons and 139 daughters. If each gets 30 million a year, that's 5 billion in expenses. Not to mention, our mother also needs money. By this calculation, it would cost over 10 billion each year." Su Chen covered his face. You guys are quite unfortunate. Born into a wealthy family but still poor as church mice. 30 million is an enormous sum for an ordinary person, but to cultivate top-tier professionals, it wouldn't even make a splash. For instance, the limitless staff that Shinzimo bet against Su Chen was worth 15 million. And how many equipment slots would a professional have? In their backpack, they could also equip various charms and treasures. Woo-woo, we can only rely on ourselves. Chen Mengmeng was very upset. "Boss, please be magnanimous and take us, the Ice and Fire Sisters. Beauty, why beg such a person?" On the side of the road, a paladin dressed in luxurious professional armor raised his head proudly, not hiding his lustful gaze at Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang. "Come with me. My team is full of talent and is about to challenge the Tier 3 professional dungeon. Definitely your best choice." The paladin tossed his flowing hair handsomely. "Come on, add me on WeChat. I'm not a bad guy. He. Su Chen immediately nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "That's right. This brother looks like a top-tier sponsor, willing to support all unfortunate female college students lacking starting funds. Meng and Tang, please seize the opportunity." "Well, you do have some self-awareness," the paladin exclaimed in surprise. "It's valuable to know oneself. Being able to see clearly is quite a character." "Get lost, don't come near us." Chen Mengmeng shot him a glare. "You're so flashy. But the equipment you use to pick up girls is just the Paladin's Holy Light Shining set? If I remember correctly, you only need to get an A rating in the Light's Hatred solo dungeon to obtain a set. As long as you master the strategy and are careful, it shouldn't be hard to farm, right? The market reference price is only 1.2 million, TSK. Chen Mengmeng disdainfully took out an artist mask from her inventory. "This thing, the artist mask, you understand? Just this little toy is enough to buy all the equipment on your body." The paladin was stunned. Chen Mengmeng instantly teleported to Su Chen's side, pointed at his ring, and sneered, "Poor knight, do you recognize this magic ring? Although it is dull and lifeless, it is obvious that the master has turned off its brilliance on the panel. If you had a bit of insight, you could identify its extraordinary nature from the patterns of the Hydra. This is the famous dark gold equipment, the Hydra emblem. A global limited edition, known as the closest existence to a semi-divine artifact. There are only 9 in total, because each one is forged from an elemental head of the beast Hydra: light, dark, ice, fire, thunder, earth, poison, and wood. Those who possess it are basically above the 6th rank, as well as divine-level professionals. She pouted. You can guess why this summoner can wear it. The paladin broke out in a cold sweat. He had just sharply criticized her for being self-aware. It was clear that the little summoner before him was either a high-ranking professional in disguise or one of their descendants or disciples. Offending such a person would likely. With this thought, the paladin immediately adopted a humble attitude, closed his legs, raised his arms, and knelt on the ground, banging his head like pounding garlic. Private Marseille. It was my fault for not recognizing Mount Tai. Su Chen hurriedly waved his hand, pulling Chen Meng Meng and lifting Chen Tang Tang, rushing into the auction house. No need. No need. Goodbye. I wish you and your family happiness. As their figures disappeared through the revolving door of the auction house, the paladin wept bitterly. He said he wishes me and my family happiness. Does that imply he wants to wipe out my whole family? I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please, not that kind of thing. Bystanders looked down on him. You don't know you were wrong. You know you're about to die. Just now you were mocking that young man for being poor, right? He walked straight into the auction house. And don't forget the entry threshold is 500 million cash. No wonder the two beauties from the Chen family had to shamelessly seek sponsorship. You're such a poor villain. You made the young man awkward. And you really have no insight. In Fengdu Ghost City, you couldn't even recognize the dragon magic patterns on the necks of the Chen family. Sooner or later, you'll provoke a disaster. Ha ha, trying to sexually harass the young ladies of the Chen family in Fengdu Ghost City. Do you even deserve that? The paladin couldn't hide his shame and hurriedly fled with his head down. He dashed into the auction house. Su Chen said irritably, Miss Chen Meng Meng, you actually know the Hydra emblem? But I must warn you seriously, do not casually disclose my information. If my enemies find out, I will lose another trump card for survival. Chen Meng Meng rolled her eyes charmingly. Is it my fault? Actually, this information is already well known. I'm not an identification expert. I just happened to read about the Hydra emblem in today's hotpost, a comprehensive breakdown of Su Chen's divine gear. Isn't it worn by your little fox summon? How did you exploit it? Su Chen replied. In battle, it naturally belongs to her. But during daily life, she sleeps soundly in the summoning space, and I wear it to boost my attributes. Is that strange? I see. Chen Meng Meng curiously looked around the auction house. Wow, this is my first time in an auction house. There are so many beautiful things. Can you buy something for Tang Tang, sister? Chen Tang Tang rubbed her sleepy eyes, forcing herself to perk up, observing her surroundings with great interest. Su Chen was surprised. You are the descendants of the Dragon Slayers, and this place has 30% of your family's shares. Tang Tang has never been here? Elders? No. Chen Tang Tang pouted. Chen Meng Meng was also helpless, to prevent eating, taking, and demanding on our own territory, even on credit and robbery. My father has prohibited everyone from coming to the auction house. The only benefit we can enjoy is getting free drinks at our own cafe. Sigh. It's not easy. Su Chen pouted. But when he thought about how he didn't even have free drinks at the cafe, being a pure orphan, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. What am I? A poor child with the life of a maid, worrying about you privileged and talented people? Seriously, I'm just bored out of my mind. You're really lacking in empathy. Chen Meng Meng, full of energy, tugged at Su Chen's arm, pulling him inside. Come on, let's go in. Ha, they won't be offering any unorthodox services inside, will they? Su Chen was very cautious. He didn't want to end up as a roasted sausage tonight. The outside is just for looks and for those who are into appearances, apart from being pretty. It's useless. The real professionals' gear and skill books are all inside. Don't you need a no-learning threshold book on lich summoning? Chen Meng Meng pouted as she introduced. Only the inner area has it, so don't waste time outside. After being pulled in, Chen Meng Meng confidently walked up to a person in charge and cheerfully said, This is Mr. Su Chen, a client I brought in. According to the agreement my dad has with your auction house, I should get a 1% commission on his spending tonight, right? Su Chen, Zhao Muyu. This young lady from the Chen family has a strong business sense. I kind of admire her now. Zhao Muyu gave a thumbs up. Anyway, her 1% commission comes from the auction house's revenue. It won't increase our spending, so it doesn't matter. I hope Mr. Su Chen spends a lot tonight. The money for buying gear will end up in your hands. After completing the procedures and getting the bidding card, Chen Meng Meng eagerly ran back to Su Chen. speaking very casually. Su Chen smiled. Then you really made a profit tonight. I was planning to convert the money I've earned recently into combat power as soon as possible. Wise choice. Chen Mengming's eyes lit up, agreeing wholeheartedly. For us professionals, money is meaningless, it only increases the chances of being coveted by others. Only strength is our reliance for survival. So, I spend money as soon as I earn it, for 364 days a year. I'm dirt poor, but I enjoy it. Spending so fast. You won't be getting into gambling or drugs, will you? Su Chen was very cautious. Chen Mengmeng rolled her eyes dramatically. My current body temperature is 59 degrees. If I weren't wearing heat-resistant clothing, I would have cooked you just by hugging you next door. How could I be involved in anything shady? Actually, I wouldn't care if you were involved in something shady. Su Chen shrugged, then said sternly, but I cannot tolerate gambling or drugs. You must stay away from those two things, otherwise, any evil will be brought to justice by me. Chen Mengmeng, Chen Tang Tang, you can't tolerate gambling or drugs, but you're close to anything shady, right? Chen Mengmeng snorted coldly. Once you see the spending level at the auction house, you'll understand why I'm always short on money. Just then, an urgent message suddenly popped up on the big screen inside the auction house. Good news. Big news. Our Fengdu auction house has obtained a dark gold equipment, Heart of the Emerald, which will be auctioned in 3 days. We ask all professionals to prepare funds during this period and support us. We only accept cash transactions, no loans, and no real estate collateral. Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tang Tang immediately perked up and rushed to the big screen. Other professionals also gathered around to look at the attributes of that equipment. After all, every piece of dark gold equipment is extremely rare and often unique. Once it drops, it's hard for others to get it again. Therefore, even low-level dark gold equipment possesses extremely strong special functions. For example, the Hydra emblem in Su Chen's hand can spread any lightning spell into a 9-linked electric net, making it a small artifact for group attacks. Soon, the Ice and Fire Sisters returned in disappointment. Chen Mengmeng mumbled, it turned out to be dark gold equipment for assassin-type professions, which has nothing to do with me. Chen Tang Tang shook her head again, showing signs of dozing off. Ha! Why didn't Brother Su Chen go take a look? Chen Mengmeng looked at Su Chen, who remained in place, puzzled and confused. That's dark gold equipment. Very powerful. Aren't you curious? Su Chen shook his head. Since the auction is in 3 days, it gives everyone enough time to raise funds, which shows that the Fengdu auction house is very confident it can fetch a sky-high price. I'm just a beginner streamer, with no capital accumulation and not much industry to purchase. Why should I join the excitement? Besides, everyone knows I have an artifact. What I should do is focus on repair tasks, not fall in love with every piece I see, wanting to repair artifacts while also bidding on dark gold. Wow, what a rare clarity in this world. Chen Mengmeng admired, nodding her head. Come on, I'll take you to the skill book counter. Are you familiar with it? Su Chen asked in confusion. But aren't you Chen family descendants prohibited from entering the auction house at will? I came in with my elders. Chen Mengmeng casually explained. I've been outgoing since I was little, always mooching VIP cards, and the elders felt embarrassed not to take me, so I've seen a lot. Although Tang Tang is from the same mother, she's very shy and has some social anxiety. So, she's never been to the auction house. Your personalities are really worlds apart, Su Chen said, helping to carry the now sleeping Chen Tang Tang. Fortunately, his strength attribute was extremely high, otherwise, he really couldn't have managed her. Soon, Chen Mengmeng led him through twists and turns to a cabinet made of anti-theft glass and steel. Look, this area is all skill books for summoner professions. All auction items have a starting price and a buyout price. Chen Mengmeng pointed at the dazzling array of skill books and said with a smile, of course, there can't be any legendary skills like your magic shield among them. Su Chen couldn't help but say, you really know me well, even knowing about my magic shield? Of course. We're in the internet age, never underestimate the meticulous observation of netizens. Chen Mengmeng shared excitedly. Your footage from the 037 Abyss battlefield was analyzed frame by frame, especially when you faced the assassin's combo attack. You only lost a drop of blood, and everyone was very curious about the reason. So, an established blogger who was a 6th-tier professional and a top analyst immediately proposed 3 possibilities. Oh, what are the 3? Su Chen couldn't help but marvel at the power of netizens. While searching for the Lich summoning technique, Chen Mengmeng casually explained. The first is the famous defensive talent, Stubborn, which can reduce all damage not exceeding 50 points to just 1 point, but that's mainly for shield guards and defensive warriors, so it was passed over. However, it doesn't rule out the possibility that you might have mastered this talent from a no-threshold skill book. That makes sense. As a top student, Su Chen had naturally memorized this interesting talent. Chen Mengmeng continued. The second is the renowned necromancy skill, reality conversion technique, which can temporarily transform one's solid physical body into a ghostly form. The ghostly form is immune to any physical damage, so it can only forcibly deduct 1 point of health. There's also a similar effect from the mage's divine skill, Otherworldly Sanctuary, which can temporarily shift one's body to another plane. Also quite powerful. Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. This guess is quite reasonable. After all, as the appointed heir of the undead catastrophe, it's perfectly normal for me to understand the art of virtual and real transformation. Chen Mengmeng smiled, but the most likely thing is still the magic shield. After all, everyone knows you obtained it in the demon fortress. Alas, fame brings trouble, and being live-streamed indeed has its downsides. Su Chen shrugged but didn't really care. As long as his growth rate outpaced the speed at which people could uncover his secrets, he was fine. His true trump card was the legendary golden attributes brought by the rich system, along with top-tier summoned beasts like Black Wukong and Little Fox. Look, the Lich summoning technique. Our auction house has 3 whole copies for consignment. Chen Mengmeng quickly found the item Su Chen urgently needed, and somewhat awkwardly said, "Oh dear, it really is true that rarity makes things valuable. Once there are too many, the prices will undercut each other, leading to malicious price drops." Su Chen and Zhao Muyu stepped forward to take a look. Goodness, the 3 skill books were priced at only 2,399, 000, 2, 400, 000, and 2, 411, 000 respectively. If I remember correctly, when Miss Chen Mengmeng was promoting that copy of the Lich summoning technique from the Chen family's private collection, the price was a flat 4,800, 000. Zhao Muyu glared at her. Though all business is cunning, your deceit is just too outrageous, directly doubling the price for us. One of their Zhao family's skill books averaged 2,400, 000, while the Chen family's was 4,800, 000. Goodness, that was a direct doubling. Don't blame Meng Meng, it's the Chen family's greed that's to blame. Chen Meng Meng blinked her clear, sparkling eyes innocently, and anyone who looked at her would find her utterly innocent and stunningly beautiful. Su Chen immediately fell for her beauty trap. I think that if such a pure and beautiful girl is forced to tell such a huge lie, the Chen family should bear at least 1% of the responsibility. Ha? 1%? Chen Mengmeng playfully punched his shoulder. How rude. Is it because I've been neglecting my upkeep lately, causing my 3,000 strands of hair to lose their luster, my skin to sag, and now my beauty trap can only win 1% sympathy? How infuriating. Sorry, I just have too high a resistance to beauty. Su Chen chose to pay directly, taking the skill book priced at 2,399, 000, and then summon Little Fox to learn it. Wow, you're really heartless. Chen Mengmeng was shocked. A skill book worth over 2 million, and you just casually let your summon learn it? Don't your summons change frequently? Su Chen replied calmly. Her magical talent is much higher than mine. As a summoner, I shouldn't hoard all the resources but should manage my summon team with a manager's mindset. Understand? Besides, I never intended to change my class to Necromancer. He shrugged, pointing at Little Fox. But perhaps she can. You actually want to plan a profession for your summons? Chen Mengmeng felt her eyes widen. Even though I've seen all sorts of strange necromancers in Fengdu, I still have to say, you're even more peculiar than them. Su Chen shrugged. Many summons, in terms of talent, are much stronger than some 6th-tier professionals. Why not cultivate them well? Besides, my Little Fox has extraordinary talent, beyond your imagination. Oh, does she have any hidden god-level skills? Chen Mengmeng curiously teased Little Fox, but Little Fox looked disdainful and jumped directly onto Su Chen's shoulder. Of course she does. Su Chen bought an ice pop from a vending machine and handed it to Little Fox. She began to lick it happily. Look, Little Fox is practicing gratitude. Su Chen showed a dreamy expression. In the future, when she sheds her fox skin and turns into a human, how delightful that will be. I can hardly imagine. Zhao Muyu, Chen Mengmeng. Alright, let's have it summon the Lich.
Jiamuyu snorted coldly. I really want to know what kind of lich can be summoned from a dead egg of a hydra. Just don't end up with nothing at the end.
Let's go. Su Chen, with a strong sense of confidentiality, immediately asked a servant for a private room. After confirming there were no hidden cameras, he took out the giant egg from his personal space. Chen Meng Meng and Chen Tang Tang both stared at the egg, revealing expressions of anticipation. Su Chen didn't chase them away, he just had them sign a confidentiality agreement, stating that if they leaked any information, they would have to pay 50 million. Let's get started. Their mouths are usually very tight, like they've been sewn shut, Chen Meng Meng urged, very curious.
Chen Tang Tang also shook off her drowsiness, forcing herself to stay awake, her beautiful eyes wide open. Su Chen transmitted a series of commands through the summoner's contract to the dazed little fox. She activated the lich summoning technique and began reciting along.
Complex incantation, Great Lord of Death, Ruler of the Night Kingdom, Ferryman of Life and Death, please heed the call of this humble being, grant the piece of alfalfa to the bones before us. Awaken, Servant of the Night. After a full 3 minutes of chanting, the little fox's fingertips burst forth with a dark green glow, swirling around the giant egg. A deformed, crippled hydra spirit slowly floated out of the giant egg, hovering before everyone. It worked, but the quality of this egg seems quite poor. Chen Meng Meng frowned slightly, observing the hydra lich's condition. It really has a crooked eye and a slanted nose, and it's missing 2 fingers on its claws. This is a deformed stillborn, not something that was killed by someone. Luckily, you didn't use the skeleton summoning technique on it, otherwise, the skeleton born would definitely be crippled, even deformed to the point of being unable to walk. Su Chen then saw its attributes on the professional panel. Hydra Lich quality, legendary level, 1. Attributes, strength 3, constitution 8, agility 50, spirit 70 skills, frost chain, frost armor, ice soul possession, ice roar, not awakened, frost domain, not awakened. Warning, this lich was born from a cursed egg, thus its defense is extremely weak and it is very susceptible to soul damage. Once it suffers 3 soul impacts, it will be obliterated. TSK. Chen Meng Meng showed an envious expression. This thing is truly a model of turning waste into treasure. It was born with a full 3 skills, and they're of legendary quality. You only spent a few tens of thousands, just thinking about it makes this cute girl jealous. Su Chen smiled slightly. It's not bad, the panel isn't too outrageous. After all, it's from the bloodline of a hydra. If it were weak, it wouldn't live up to such a legendary beast. Moreover, this thing is really a top-tier fragile one. If it faces soul impacts, it can only take 3 hits. Such a small matter is easy to solve. The well-informed Chen Meng Meng immediately provided a solution. Doesn't it have the skill Ice Soul Possession? Just let it stay attached to the little fox. I remember that a lich's possession can provide the host with a high boost in spirit and damage. That's true, and in the future, we can also buy some treasures that defend against soul damage for it to wear. Su Chen said expectantly. Now, it fills a gap in my summon creatures' lack of frost-type beings. Hopefully, this little guy can grow successfully. For any professional army, what is the most indispensable thing? The public might have 1,000 answers, but according to research, 40% of people believe it is the healers and paladins who focus on healing and dispelling. 30% of people insist that the defensive meet shield NT, such as shield warriors and protection warriors, can definitely stand firm amidst the demon frenzy. Another 20% shout that output is the way to go, and that offense is defense. So the violent elemental mages are the backbone of the team. However, according to statistics from Abyss magazine on various professions in the demon-human war, one profession stands out on the win rate leaderboard, the Ice Elemental Mage. It quickly became regarded by military academies as the most indispensable unit in the professional army. The reason is easy to understand. Abyssal demons come from the depths, and in the 100 layers of the Abyss world, the deeper the abyss, the closer it is to the Earth's core. So various demons love high temperatures and are particularly fond of magma. The higher the temperature, the more active they become. Therefore, an ice-based profession that primarily cools down the emotional and physiological states of demons can effectively reduce their recovery speed, shatter their anti-magic skin, and slow down their extremely high movement speed, making it indispensable. Su Chen has already decided to have the little fox take the lightning route, and from now on, all equipment must seek affixes like 10% increased lightning damage. With the Hydra emblem, she will become a terrifying master of lightning discharge.
unleashing 9 branched lightning strikes with a flick of her hand, transitioning to the Thunder Mage class, and severely punishing the demons for their internet addiction. However, because of this, there are no frost spellcasters in his summoning system. Originally, Shen planned to look for a skill book titled Skeleton Summoning, Skeleton Mage Archer branch, which would allow the summoned skeleton archers to unlock the Mage Archer branch, thus unlocking the functions of Ice Arrow and Fire Arrow. In the future, as skeleton summoning upgrades to advanced skeleton summoning and then to ultimate skeleton summoning, Ice Arrow could also upgrade to the area effect, Ice Explosion Arrow. This would also be a way to enhance the overall strength of his summoned army. But now, with the Hydra Lich, Shen can postpone the upgrade and enhancement of the skeleton soldiers. It should be noted that a skeleton mage archer branch can easily be auctioned for around 300 million. It is a genuine high-level skill book, and this money can now be saved. Frost armor is a great skill, Chen Meng said enviously. At level 1, it can increase your meat shield type summons armor by 5 points and grant a layer of frost shield, which can reduce damage by 5%. Enemies that come into contact with frost armor will also be slowed by 10%. Your Hydra Lich not only has output skills but can even double as support. The cost-performance ratio is explosive. Chen smiled faintly, quite satisfied. Although this frost armor is just a low-level skill, the learning threshold requires 20 points in frost mastery, which only ice elemental mages can master. Even a threshold-free skill book dropped in the wild is not limited by profession but still requires 20 points in frost mastery. Put it away, Chen instructed the little fox. In the next moment, the Hydra Lich transformed into a mist and attached itself to the little fox. A 9-headed snake necklace appeared on her fluffy red neck, emitting a faint glow of ice elements. Chen then checked the little fox's panel, and sure enough, she was in the Ice Soul Possession state, Spirit plus 20, Frost Mastery plus 5. It was a somewhat lackluster effect, providing almost no enhancement to the little fox. After all, the little fox, who would eventually walk the path of the Thunder Mage, needed lightning mastery. Every 1 point of elemental mastery could increase damage by 1%, and this could stack infinitely. Chen recalled the little fox into the summoning space, lazily leading the group of girls out of the private room provided by the auction house. Feeling refreshed and triumphant, there is nothing more comfortable than becoming stronger. Another general has joined the Summon Legion under his banner. Chen is preparing to head back to the 037 Abyss battlefield to level up, aiming to raise the Hydra Lich to level 20. The downside of these high-level summons is that their levels don't change with the summoner, they have to start leveling from scratch. Sigh, what a hassle. Chen sighed contentedly. Then why don't you just transfer the Hydra Lich to me? I'm willing to bear this burden for you. Chen Meng huffed, taking out 2 large lemons from her backpack, handing one to Chen Tang. The 2 sisters took big bites of the lemons, their faces contorting from the sourness. It hurt so much. Woo! They had clearly arrived first, had first access to the dragon egg auction, and had first seen that giant egg, yet their eyes hadn't even lingered for 0.01 seconds before Chen snatched it away. Chen smiled. Let's go, it's time to auction for some truly useful items. I need to prepare for the high difficulty exam dungeons. By the way, Miss Zhao Muyu, how much cash do we have on hand? Zhao Muyu replied without hesitation. After deducting some upcoming expenses, as well as the basic needs for your streaming and living, plus the promotional ads for your streaming room, we have about 1.24 billion available. So much? Chen was shocked. So much? Jealousy and envy. Chen Meng and Shen Tang continued to munch on their lemons. Woo, so sour. The cute girl was in tears. Wasn't the signing fee from the streaming platform only 1 billion? Chen wondered, confused about where all the money was coming from. A hands-off manager who knows nothing about his own assets. Aren't you afraid I might run off with your money? Zhao Muyu rolled her eyes playfully and explained. Also, your reward for being the first in the world to clear the Demon Fortress dungeon has arrived. The Global Practitioners Association awarded you 50 million as encouragement. The Dragon Kingdom is also very pleased with your acquisition of the artifact repair task, keeping the artifact, personal world, in the country, so they granted you a year of tax exemption benefits, which gave us about 100 million in tax refunds. The refund includes your 20 million purchase of the Summoner Profession card, the skill book for skeleton specialization I bought in your name, the streaming platform's cut, and so on. Zhao Muyu continued to tally, plus the gifts you received during your 2 live streams. All together,
That's a total of 80 million. It's a pity you won't promote products, otherwise, you could earn at least 100 million each time. Wow. A high school student who hasn't even graduated is already such a money tree. I also want to be a streamer and an internet celebrity.
Chen Mengmeng nearly hugged Su Chen's leg on the spot,
shouting, "Big streamer, take me to make easy money."
Su Chen recalled the double rebate from the rich system. Next time you get a legendary golden attribute,
you need to spend 500 million. After spending 500 million, he could get back 1 billion.
So Su Chen said seriously, I have another 1 billion in mysterious funds, which is my private little treasury. Let's calculate how many good things we can buy tonight. I must arm myself to the teeth.
He had to protect his safety to the maximum.
Chen Mengmeng and Shen Tangtang exchanged glances,
both sisters filled with envy. Su Chen's available funds totaled a staggering 24 billion. It was truly eye-watering. Suddenly, Chen Mengmeng tossed the large lemon in her hand straight into the trash can, her face lighting up with a smile. What am I sour about? For all the expenses at the auction, I can take a 1% commission, which means 4 million. Oh yeah, I'm about to become a rich lady.
She was also a rich lady, she wasn't sour. Chen Tangtang also took small steps to the trash can,
throwing her large lemon in as well.
She shook off all her drowsiness, her sapphire-like clear eyes fixed on Su Chen.
Tangtang doesn't need to be sour either. I'm Chen Tangtang, a special business representative from the Dragon Slayer Bank. I can offer you, Mr. Su, an interest-free loan for the auction. My authority limit is 200 million. If you apply, I believe the head office can approve an additional 300 million.
After all, the supervisor is Tangtang's third aunt. As long as Tangtang gives her a back rub and a leg massage,
she will sign it. Sister can provide benefits, and Tangtang can do the same. The ice-cold little mage looked at Su Chen with anticipation, waiting for him to agree. Su Chen was dumbfounded. You two sisters are both born money lovers? You actually have your own expansion business?
As young ladies from a wealthy family,
shouldn't you be dressing beautifully every day, shopping with your girlfriends, buying luxury goods, and being pursued and flattered, living an incredibly luxurious life? He used his barren imagination to depict the imagined life of a rich little girl. At the very least, you could be in a passionate romance, playing out a heart-wrenching love story. The upper class is so embarrassing, messing around at every turn. Do you think I would believe those men's nonsense? I don't want to associate with them. Besides,
those with chaotic private lives are basically useless without ambition.
I am a genius beautiful girl dragon warrior, destined to become the empress,
Chen Mengmeng said disdainfully.
Su Chen was taken aback.
Yes, although Chen Mengmeng loved to talk big, he could see her ambition.
In her heart, it was definitely all about interests first. Thinking of this,
Su Chen suddenly tilted his head to look at Chen Tangtang and quickly reached out his hand.
Chen Tangtang, with her snow-like eyes resembling a clear pool, looked at him in confusion. What do you want to do to Tangtang?
Be careful of her ultimate ice frost magic,
which can freeze you into an ice sculpture. Chen Mengmeng was bold,
but upon seeing the smelly man trying to touch her sister, she widened her beautiful eyes like a little wildcat, ready to deliver a kick to his groin to help him remain celibate for 50 years.
But Su Chen had already quickly touched Chen Tangtang's forehead with his fingertip. Sure enough,
Su Chen glared at the ice and fire sister flowers of the Chen family. Your beauty tricks are nothing but pure empty promises.
Just a scam. Su Chen had a look of being cheated,
pointing at his frozen fingertip.
Wanting to pursue you is purely courting death. Chen Mengmeng, hee. Chen Tangtang, woo.
Jiamuyu laughed so hard she trembled, specially treating all kinds of lecherous villains.
The physique of the Dragon Clan little girl is truly amazing.
But I appreciate Tangtang's good intentions. If I don't have enough funds later, I'll come to you for a loan on the spot.
Su Chen continued to calculate. If I add the 500 million loan limit provided by Tangtang, that would give me 7 billion. Not bad. I need to arm myself to the teeth and upgrade my summons.
Su Chen was full of confidence as he proudly led the three beauties into the third floor of the auction house.
The most core area, the VIP bidding area. Beep, please provide a pass. If you do not have a pass, please register for qualification. Now redirecting to the Fengdu auction house official website. The synthetic voice of the AI sounded, and then a robot with a touchscreen display appeared, with 3 words written on its face, become a member.
Chen Mengmeng immediately stepped forward and swiped her identity card.
Beep, close friend of the Dragon Slayer family. please pass. Beep. Mr. Su Chen, 2-star user. You have obtained VIP qualification at Fengdu Auction House, enjoying a 5% fee reduction. Chen Mengmeng took credit. This young lady is still somewhat useful, right? I helped you save 5% on the fees. In the future, if you want to auction something, you only need to pay a 10% fee. Oh, somewhat useful, but still a bit of a chicken rib. Su Chen curled his lip. I'm here to buy things. I'm the buyer. I remember the handling fee is deducted from the seller's payment, right? What does that have to do with me? Chen Mengmeng replied. Humph, didn't scare me. How annoying. In the core area of the Fengdu auction house, there were indeed a plethora of good items, all part of tonight's auction inventory. Just the dark gold equipment alone had more than 2 pieces. One was the heart of emerald they had seen earlier, but it was useless to Su Chen. The other, however, was a top-tier piece of equipment, specifically for the necromancer class skull of the abyssal tyrant. Its displayed attributes showed 4 lines, while the rest were hidden, clearly to avoid privacy leaks and to keep a trump card for future patrons. The 4 lines were, all attributes plus 2000. And all your necromantic summons will enjoy a 1% attribute bonus from you. This equipment is restricted to necromancers. It cannot be activated by other classes. All skeleton summoning skills plus 3 levels, bone cage skill plus 3 levels. Su Chen looked enviously at the 3rd line and sighed. Just with all skeleton skills plus 3 levels, this offhand dark gold equipment could definitely fetch over 1 billion. 1 billion? Look at the current bid. Chen Mengmeng scoffed. You're so young and already dazzled. You missed a digit. Su Chen focused and instantly felt his poverty. Current bid 12.7 billion African chieftain, king of the Sahara. In an instant, the bid refreshed to current bid 12.8 billion evil hand, Fanandel. Su Chen was taken aback. These famous figures are also at the Fengdu auction house? Where are they? I'm a fan of the evil hand. I want to get his autograph. TCH, those people are busy with their affairs. Of course, they can't come in person. This is an online auction. Some top VIP users can participate online. Chen Mengmeng shrugged. What era is it? Top auctions are synchronized globally. I see. Su Chen felt a bit disappointed for not being able to meet his idol. Evil Hand Finandel was one of the few 6th-tier necromancers, known as the Sun Demon Mage and artistic corpse artist. It was said that after watching the old film Ghost in a cinema, he specifically dug up the graves of several top-tier female stars and performed the forbidden skeleton summoning technique on their urns, reassembling their ashes into their living skeletons. Then, he customized their skin using the Flesh and Blood Forge. This technique was quite advanced, but basically, high-level necromancers would master it, as the skeleton's bony frames were too fragile, and wrapping them in flesh could effectively provide magical resistance and physical damage reduction. This principle is not hard to understand. A bald head hit by a fast-flying baseball can easily get injured, while someone with thick hair often remains unharmed, usually just getting bruised, which is the damage reduction from shock absorption. However, the thick skin or magic resistance aura that should have been added to the skeletons was replaced by Finandel with ice skin and delicate as a flower. Then, he obsessively gazed at the beautiful ghouls he had created. He admired their exquisite forms, the blood-soaked mouths with strands of flesh hanging between their teeth, and the veins oozing with pus. He liked them even more. The Sun Demon Mage became famous, known as one of the oddities among professionals. But to be honest, he produced and sold his creations without bothering anyone, and he was polite, a true gentleman among necromancers, often doing charity to support various abyss battlefields in different countries. Therefore, the global professional community's attitude towards him was one of respect, understanding, and blessings, with everyone taking pride in befriending Lord Finandel. Sigh, we can't afford it. Let's go look at something else. Zhao Muyu shook her head. Besides, you don't want to become a necromancer, right? Why not? Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang both looked puzzled. Having grown up in Fengdu, the city of necromancers, they had witnessed countless powerful necromancers rise to prominence and were well aware of their great power. Su Chen casually explained. My 2 strongest summoned beasts are both living beings, completely incompatible with necromancers. Moreover, they both have immense potential. My summoning system should be built around them. That makes sense. Chen Mengmeng immediately thought of Black Wukong and Little Fox, top-tier meat shield court diamond ape god, super spellcaster lightning magic fox. They indeed have the talent to single-handedly support an entire summoned beast army. Su Chen? Isn't that just the nickname given by netizens? So vulgar? he couldn't help but feel a bit tense. When my Black Wukong is summoned to the battlefield, will the netizens shout, Ape God, activate? You're still just an untransformed weak summoner, the netizens are basically just teasing you. Chen Meng shrugged. Unless you can do something astonishing, you won't earn a refined nickname like Sun Demon Mage. Then forget it, my XP hasn't evolved to that advanced stage. Someone has a good impression of you and can offer you a way to become a Sun Dragon Summoner. Stack your fire resistance to 999 points, and you won't turn into a grilled sausage. Chen Meng giggled mischievously, winking at him. Get lost? You just want to trick me into spending money on fire resistance gear, right? The group laughed and chatted. And soon Su Chen locked onto an auction item. Set, Voodoo Archer, signed, Master Level Tailor Avril, set parts, the gloves, shoes, helmet, cloak. This is an original set inspired by the newly promoted Master Level Tailor MS. Avril Brandt while watching the live broadcast of the Demon-Human War on March 19. Individual effect, add Summoned Beast Level X3 to all attributes. Set effect, Split Arrow, allowing all elemental arrows of the archer to split into two. Quantity, 100 set. Starting price, 200 million Jamu. Pondered. These 100 custom-made pieces seem to have some potential, as they are growth-type equipment. Where's the growth attribute? Chen Meng and Chen Tang looked around but found nothing. Zhao Muyu smiled, pointing to the line add Summoned Beast Level X3 to all attributes. Look, this is a unique form of growth. It doesn't provide any base attributes, but as the Summoned Beast's level increases, it adds accompanying attributes. A level 1 Summoned Beast gets +3 to all attributes, while a level 100 Summoned Beast gets +300. If a level 100 only adds 300 points to all attributes, to be honest, that's a bit underwhelming. Chen Meng fairly assessed. Su Chen shrugged. Don't compare it to those top-tier equipment, you know. This is just mass-produced equipment for summoned beasts. And 100 sets for 200 million. Usable up to level 100, what more could you want? If I were to craft luxurious gear for my 100 skeleton archers, would 300 billion be enough? He countered. That's true. Chen Meng nodded awkwardly. But you should be looking at the set effect. Split arrow. Not this shabby all-attribute boost, right? One arrow turns into two, and the damage effectively doubles. Bingo! Su Chen snapped his fingers and smiled. For these low-level summoned beasts, quantity is king. Bigger is better. More is wonderful. Just unleash a wave of saturated arrow rain, even if the damage is a bit low. It doesn't matter. He secretly thought to himself, our skeleton soldiers are all from the Curse series, possessing a 50% power boost with the United Front skill. The damage is sufficient. But this split arrow skill is even more important. After all, the damage of summoned beasts mainly does not rely on equipment, but rather on their own growth and quality. Therefore, Su Chen didn't care at all about that pitiful summoned beast level X3. Indeed, as Chen Meng said, adding 300 points at level 100 is practically the same as having nothing. It's just a joke. Don't you see? The dark gold equipment just auctioned off had a single affix that was all attributes plus 2000, while the Voodoo Archer set occupies 4 equipment slots, gloves, shoes, helmet, and cloak. But in the face of Split Arrow, all weaknesses can be ignored. Even if it's a blank slate, it doesn't matter. Just as Su Chen was about to input his auction price, a surprised voice suddenly came from beside him. Meng's sister. I've been looking for you everywhere. Since I returned to Fengdu, I specifically requested you to be my guide. Why are you avoiding me? Wait, who is he? You left me to be his personal bodyguard? How dare you steal my Dragon Prince Stara's corner? I want to duel you. Su Chen was dumbfounded. No, dude, you're getting into character way too fast. I haven't even said a word to clarify. Not even turned to look at you. And you just jumped straight to the duel part? Who are you? Su Chen couldn't hold back anymore and turned around to ask. As he turned, he saw 2 dragon horns. The wild, rugged curve emitted a strong aura of fire elements, indicating that this person's dragon lineage was extremely strong. Yet another descendant of a dragon blood family, and definitely a core member. This was a wild and robust man, towering at about 2.5 meters tall, like a giant. He looked down at Su Chen with eyes that seemed to disdain a weak chick, like an eagle looking down on its prey. This aggressive, domineering gaze, along with his troublemaking attitude, instantly made Su Chen feel disgusted. After a moment of thought, Su Chen suddenly recalled a family and couldn't help but chuckle. No wonder. Just because Miss Chen Meng is my personal bodyguard, you're so worked up. even embarrassingly coming to me to perform a scene of chasing after a wife. So you are from the Asan. Oh no! The Elephant Country's flame dragon family. Su Chen suddenly sniffed. Damn! It really had that mixed smell of curry and E. coli. No doubt about it. Su Chen's heart was filled with disdain, and the nearby auction guests instantly moved away, avoiding contact with this guy. About 1% of the reason was the strong odor he couldn't cover up, while 99% was their contempt for his lowly lineage. Including Su Chen, they all looked on with strong disdain. Yes, he wasn't a bloodline supremacist, but any normal person would look down on the Flame Dragon family, even if the other party possessed a gifted dragon bloodline. Whispers spread around, wow, it's that notoriously lowly dragon blood family. What are they doing here in our dragon country? Shoo, keep it down. They are indeed very disgusting, but they can breathe fire. Be careful not to end up as human curry. The Flame Dragon Roar family is a typical case of those who steal hooks are punished, while those who steal nations become nobles, no matter how their dragon bloodline came about. Just ask yourself if you could do it? We really couldn't. Facing a female flame dragon, I couldn't even stand firm. It has to be a master from the Elephant Country who can actually take action. This is an open secret. Where did the so-called Flame Dragon Roar family's dragon bloodline come from? It was a family of practitioners from the Elephant Kingdom. After capturing a female Western flame dragon, the interest in giant lizards that flowed in their veins erupted. Thus, on a moonless and windy night, they took turns harming the poor dragon, and for the next 6 months, they continued to imprison and injure it. For reasons unknown, they ultimately broke the reproductive barrier, and the flame dragon gave birth to a dragonborn child, who named himself the Flame Dragon Roar family as he grew up. The most despicable lineage in history was born, despised by all, for they were the descendants of dragon rapists. However, after 3 generations, the new generation of dragonborn grandchildren felt that the mistakes of the elders have nothing to do with me and the child is innocent and has the right to survive. Thus they sought to redeem themselves, proudly claiming to be of noble dragon blood, taking pride in the flame dragon lineage obtained through dragon rape, thriving in the Elephant Kingdom. What kind of look is that? Prince Stella erupted in anger. You despicable summoner from the Dragon Kingdom, are you thinking about our ancestors? The surrounding travelers couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. It turned out this kid was quite aware of what others were thinking. What the hell are you laughing at? Do you want to witness the might of the flame dragon? Stella, who fancied himself a prince, glared at everyone, sneering arrogantly. Don't think that the law won't punish the crowd. I won't hesitate to beat you up. Anyone who dares to offend the dignity of our Flame Dragon Roar family will end up rotting in the Ganges like a pile of stinking dog shit. You filthy mudbloods. Su Chun, Chun Meng Meng, Zhao Mu Yu. Wait, is this guy just plain crazy? Or does the education of the Flame Dragon Roar family actually include terms like mudblood? Is their family education manual an entertainment novel from the old era? Su Chen couldn't help but whisper to the ladies. I remember watching an old era adaptation movie when I was a kid. It seemed to be called Harry Potter Big, which had discrimination against those without talent, referring to those who couldn't learn magic as mudbloods. Zhao Mu Yu? What the hell is Harry Potter Big? Chen Mengmeng rolled her eyes. Do you men just love big things every day? Fantasizing about them? Yeah, what's wrong with that? Su Chen scratched his head in confusion. Big is good. Big is beautiful. Isn't that a universally accepted truth? Isn't this book popular worldwide because of its title? Get lost. The ignored Prince Stella was furious. You little mudblood who doesn't know your place. Are you whispering to my future wife in front of me? I want to challenge you to the Fingdu arena. A death match. I don't even know you. Stop barking like a mad dog at everyone, okay? Su Chen was almost driven mad by this guy's unreasonable antics, but he was also amused by the others' bullying. I mean, buddy. Who are you calling buddy? Do you think you deserve that? Do you even have dragon blood? Stella immediately interrupted Su Chen, disdainfully rebutting. Fine. As a descendant of dragon rapists, you, a second-tier practitioner, actually have the face to challenge me. A level 17 practitioner who hasn't even advanced? How can you say that? Su Chen sneered coldly. Or are you only bold enough to shout deathmatch after confirming that I haven't advanced? The illustrious Flame Dragon Roar family is so cowardly. Today, you dare to issue a deathmatch invitation to me. Are you planning to storm into my Dragon Kingdom kindergarten tomorrow and challenge 100 future warriors of the Dragon Kingdom?
His sharp sarcasm made all the guests at the auction house roar with delight. Moreover, since the Dragon Kingdom people were known to despise the Elephant Kingdom people, they all joined in to angrily retort against this guy, a second tier against a zero tier.
What an eye-opener. Next time, the Prince of the Flaming Dragon might just storm into the hospital's sterile room, shouting madly at a bunch of test tube babies, and then mock us Dragon Kingdom folks for not daring to retort. Sigh. What I fear the most is that in the dead of night, after I finish my spell, Prince Stella will burst into my bedroom, laughing at my sticky toilet paper, mocking all 300 million of us Dragon Kingdom citizens as cowards. The people of the Elephant Kingdom have always bullied the weak and feared the strong, specifically picking on high school students. If that young man were a teacher, all it would take is a glare, and Stella would be begging for mercy. After all, the dragon lineage is born of injustice. It is said that the injured female flaming dragon placed a blood curse on them before her death, which is why their brains are all messed up. Stella, this is the Fingdu auction house. If you want to act wild, go back to your Elephant Kingdom. Aren't you afraid of your father punishing you for making such a fool of yourself? Finally, a fourth-tier practitioner from the Fingdu auction house arrived late. She immediately unleashed a barrage of high-intensity bubbles at Stella. The 13th rule of the Fingdu auction house is very clear: no provocation or fighting is allowed here. How dare you shamelessly challenge a zero-tier unclassed individual to a deathmatch? How about we just compare our ages, and the loser commits seppuku? The fourth-tier practitioner sneered at Stella. The arrogant dragon prince curled up in a ball. Not because the other party's words made sense, he was never one to reason, but because every time that fourth-tier practitioner spoke, the dragon soul phantom behind him would spew sparks, and the dragon might was about to roar out, pressing Stella into a cold sweat. This meant the other party was a dragon lineage exclusive profession, High Dragon Lord. Even though Stella prided himself on being a dragon prince, his profession was merely Flame Dragon Mage, making him inherently inferior in front of a High Lord. Sorry, esteemed VIP user Mr. Su Chen. The reason for my tardiness is that I was rummaging through boxes looking for a very special notebook. The formidable fourth-tier practitioner reigned in her terrifying dragon might, removed her helmet, and stored her armor in her inventory, revealing a muscular figure, her arms strong enough to rival Su Chen's 3 legs tied together, with 8 abs capable of slaying gods. Just call me Sister Chun Shanshan. She looked at Su Chen with great friendliness, her eyes sparkling with little red hearts. I have a level 17 fan badge, Little Susu, in your livestream, and I'm also your room manager. I've been busy today, so I only ban 128 little trolls. I'm sorry, but tomorrow I will double the bans. We must ensure our livestream is filled with good fans and little white ones. Su Chun, oh no, being chased by fans offline is a bit awkward. Chen Shanshan was clearly twice the age of Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang, which was quite normal. As Dragon Slayer, Chen Chingcho had already been a well-known playboy 50 years ago, and his reproductive abilities had not diminished over the years, with children ranging from 1 to 60 years old. One could only say he was a prolific breeding machine. Thank you, Su Chen, with the awareness of an internet celebrity, immediately showed a heartfelt smile and shook hands with Chen Shanshan. Thank you, MS Shanshan. I feel like I haven't put in as much effort into the livestream as you all have. I'm sorry, but why are there little trolls jumping around in the livestream when I clearly haven't started broadcasting? Chen Shanshan immediately forgot about the auction house matters and the collapsed Prince Stella on the ground, her face turning serious as she said, "Streamer, I suspect that competitors have sent in water armies to turn our livestream into an abstract mess, creating chaos. You became popular too quickly, and our fan group isn't loyal enough yet. It hasn't been purified and lacks combat power. So the competitors want to take advantage of your unstable foundation and directly disrupt our barrage atmosphere. I think you need to let your useless, good-for-nothing agent hire more professional moderators to quickly ban some of the foul comments and maintain a good live streaming environment." Chen Shanshan's words were filled with top-notch professionalism. Although you are currently attracting a large number of fans with your fierce acts, live streaming can't always be about that. Most of the time, it's just mundane daily life. So, that's when the loyalty of your fans will be tested. Su Chen glanced at Jiamuyu with a sigh. Yeah, my agent used to be a secretary, completely unrelated to the entertainment industry, so he is indeed a bit amateur. If it weren't for your high position as the manager of the Fingdu auction house, I would really want to poach you. That won't do. As a fan, you need to keep a distance from your idol, otherwise, the idol's aura can easily fade. Especially, you can't work for your idol, or salary disputes will become super troublesome. Despite being a muscular woman, Chen Xianxian spoke with a feminine charm, creating quite a contrast. After discussing the live streaming matters, Chen Xianxian turned serious and glared at the listless Stella. Hey, why did you come to Fengdu auction house to harass my sister? Don't think the Yanlong family is so impressive and invincible, on a global scale. You're just third-rate. In what aspect do we, the Dragon Slayer's family, not crush you? Even in terms of lechery, my father alone can outbreed all the males in your family. That's right, the Yanlong family doesn't have as many descendants as my father can produce by himself. Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang nodded in agreement. Su Chen, Zhao Muyu, the two exchanged glances, fearing that Stella would retort with something like, our ancestors dared to mate with giant lizards, only to be met with the sister's disdainful reply, you think my dad wouldn't dare? Fortunately, they didn't act so childish. Stella quickly stood up, smiling sweetly as she took out a piece of jewelry. I recently obtained a rather exquisite accessory in the world instance, land of divine beasts, and wanted to gift it to Miss Chen Mengmeng. You know, our two families' elders are very much looking forward to our potential union. The bloodline of the Yanlong and the bloodline of the Fire Saint Dragon might produce a higher noble dragon bloodline. And because our body temperature is usually 55 degrees, our compatibility is extremely high. Stella looked eagerly at Chen Mengmeng, her joy growing as if she wished to have 10 dragon offspring with her immediately. She excitedly pulled out a beautiful necklace, its strong fire elemental energy showcasing its extraordinary nature. Chen Mengmeng, with her hands on her hips, disdainfully took out a detection device from her backpack and scanned the necklace. Beep, an electronic synthesized voice echoed, warning, E. coli levels exceed safe limits. Please stay away from this suspected source of rotten pork. Stella was stunned on the spot. Everyone listening to the gossip was dumbfounded, then burst into laughter. The most distant distance in the world is not the love between birds and fish, but, beep, E. coli levels exceed safe limits. Please stay away from the fat pig from the elephant kingdom. Ha ha ha, even the AI is advising a breakup. Su Chen laughed heartily, thoroughly amused. You. Stella couldn't, and didn't dare to explode at Chen Xianxian and Chen Mengmeng, who were regarded as excellent offspring in the Dragon Slayer's family. She could only direct all her anger at Su Chen. Lowly commoner, mud-born, bottom-tier trash. Stella vented her fury, sending a duel invitation to Su Chen's profession panel. If you have the guts, let's have a death match. Don't say I'm bullying the weak, I can fight you in a corrected arena. Do you dare? I dare. Su Chen clicked confirm, accepting the invitation. Stella was instantly dumbfounded. His duel invitation was accepted? How could this little unclassed loser dare? Su Chen smiled charmingly and said, please calm down, Mr. Stara, descendant of the Dragon Trader. I request to postpone the duel by 2 hours. Ha, coward. You really are scared to death. Stara immediately took his request for a delay as a sign of weakness, as if he already regretted it. He sneered triumphantly, looking around. Oh, now that there are many people, you're being stubborn like a dead duck. Later, when we enter the duel preparation room and are alone, you won't be clinging to my leg, crying and begging. Now that there are fewer people, I kneel before Grandpa Stara. Please spare me and cancel the duel. Su Chen squinted, showing a very helpless expression. May I ask, are you a drama queen? So much theatrics. With that time, you might as well write your will. You don't even know who I, Su, am. Yet you dare to challenge me in the correction arena, right? Let me tell you, in the correction arena, there is no difference in levels or attributes. Even if your ancestor came, I would still chop off his dog head. Ha! Stara was furious. Then let's duel immediately, you coward who applied for a delay. Su Chen glanced at him sideways and snorted coldly. I need 2 hours to notify my fans around the world. The third live broadcast's Fierce Act is ready. After finishing on his phone, he clicked to publish. At the same time, all the fans who had specially followed Su Chen's livestream felt their phones vibrate slightly and then received a notification. Ding. The streamer you follow, Su Chen, has published a broadcast reminder. The new program is titled Temporary Broadcast, Killing a Dragon Trader, Family's Fire Dragon Mage for Fun. Enjoy together. Live countdown, 1 hour 59 minutes. Huh? Another fierce act? The fans were shocked and began to spread the word.
Although Su Chen's livestream was still a black screen and had not yet started, the fans had already begun to chat excitedly.
Wow! What is the Dragon Trader family? Just hearing the name makes my imagination run wild. Let me educate you.
The Dragon Trader family is the Fire Dragon Roar family, a top Brahmin family in the Elephant Country, a legitimate high-caste aristocracy. They used a method beyond human imagination to obtain dragon bloodlines. I can only say that such abstract and bizarre things can only happen in the Elephant Country.
3 minutes later, Su Chen showed the broadcast reminder to Stara, smiling faintly. Look, according to the back-end data, 270,000 people have subscribed to this live stream.
Stara, I estimate that at least 8 million viewers will enter the live stream room to watch our deathmatch. I hope you can provide me with some normal show effects to help me earn more tips. Chen Shanshan smiled and gave a thumbs up. You specifically left 2 hours to prevent the sudden broadcast from being noticed by most fans.
I have to say, Su Chen, you are truly a genius in the live streaming world. You are destined to become a super internet celebrity.
Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang also nodded vigorously like little chicks pecking at rice, fully agreeing with their sister's words. Su Chen leisurely cradled the back of his head with both hands,
smiling charmingly. Let's go.
We'll immediately browse the auction house and grab some good items to enhance our combat power, so I can win the deathmatch later.
It's too late to sharpen the knife now. Chen Shanshan cheerfully handed him a notebook. All you need to do is sign for me, and I'll be your free tour guide. Su Chen took the notebook and then understood why Chen Shanshan had to rummage through everything to find it.
Because this was a notebook enchanted with permanent dust avoidance and permanent cleaning, filled with signatures from various celebrities.
Su Chen pointed at one name, somewhat astonished. Is that the signature of His Excellency Fernandiel of the Evil Hand? What have I done to deserve sharing a page with a 6th-tier professional? Chen Shanshan shrugged. No matter how powerful Fernandier is, he doesn't have a divine artifact.
I believe your future cannot be limited to the 6th tier. You will definitely step into the divine realm.
By then, your signature will be the most sought-after collectible. Thank you for your kind words. Su Chen flamboyantly signed his name, handed back the notebook, and then stepped away to look for new auction items.
The lingering Stara trailed behind them, his eyes filled with uncertainty,
unable to suppress his thoughts. Su Chen? Who is he? How can one word summon 800,000 spectators? I can't really lose. Or die, can I?
Then, Stara saw Su Chen suddenly stop in front of an auction item, hidden class, Soul Priest, job transfer card.
If you have Orc blood,
you can transfer to the exclusive hidden class of Orc blood, Soul Priest. You can become a Soul Priest who rides a Kodo beast, wielding a warhammer to strike the Kuenyo leather war drum.
Stepping onto the battlefield. Your class skills include Dull Aura, Glorious Aura, Roaring Aura, War Aura, Thorn Rebound Aura, Rock Skin Armor Aura, Soul Protection Aura, and so on. Fengdu Auction House's tagline, Master this profession, and you will become the backbone that all legions dream of.
You can empower large-scale troops with aura power,
and when you step onto the battlefield, you are the god of war. Starting price, 500 million, Stara scoffed. You, an untransferred human class practitioner, where would you get 500 million? Besides, it's obvious you don't have Orc blood. Why bother auctioning this? You can't be trying to pretend to flaunt wealth here, can you? Su Chen glanced at him sideways, as if looking at a fool. Are you really just a stupid idiot who can only see immediate benefits? Think about long-term investment. Consider the future. Understand? Stara sneered. But this is 500 million.
Ha! He saw Su Chen had already raised the bid to 600 million. Such a large increase that the auctioneer at Fengdu Auction House immediately announced it to the entire venue.
Currently, Su Chen's team indeed had no Orc practitioners, but it didn't matter. He had the godly rich system, which could grant summoned beasts legendary attributes.
Making a summoned beast possess a simple Orc bloodline was no challenge at all, and the Soul Priest class could empower large armies, which aligned perfectly with the summoner's concept of one person becomes an army.
So, Su Chen would eventually cultivate a priest.
However, hidden class skill cards were rare and could not be sought after. Their production was entirely random drops.
If he missed this opportunity, he might never encounter it again in his lifetime.
Bye! Su Chen decisively made the call. He had to secure this job card.
Not for any other reason,
but just the basic skills of the Soul Priest were enough to make any summoner drool. A full array of aura-type skills. Just casually throwing out a skill could empower hundreds of summon creatures. An explosive cost-performance ratio.
Chen Shanshan frowned. reminding Su Chen. Based on my years of experience in the auction house, generally speaking, the transaction price for a Soul Priest job transfer card is often around 1 billion, but occasionally, there might be a premium of about 200 million. You need to gauge it yourself and not get into a deadlock with some nitpicking buyers or those in urgent need. It's not worth it. Su Chen smiled. Thank you for the reminder, Qianqian, but I am determined to get it. Don't worry, Su Chen, have prepared 2 billion in cash flow. I must secure it. He deliberately raised his voice by 8 octaves, making sure all the surrounding bidders could hear him clearly, aiming to intimidate potential opponents and make them retreat. Instantly, many who had intended to bid backed out. Who is that Su Chen? A little summoner who hasn't even transferred. And he talks about 2 billion, it's a bit mystical, isn't it? Tisk, not even watching the livestream or short videos? Recently, the Demon Fortress Wallbreaker and the Summoner Artifact Portable World Restorer have become incredibly popular. Don't be fooled by their grassroots origins, their live streams are thriving, and they have plenty of real gold and silver in hand. Is that so? Is he determined to auction this profession card? Absolutely. According to the information found online, Su Chen hasn't even changed jobs yet, and he already controls 2 types of mutated summoned beasts. Moreover, his artifact focuses on the number of summons, so it's safe to say he urgently needs this profession card. Sigh. Then let's just give up. There's no point in competing with him, we definitely can't win the bidding. It's better to do him a favor and give him some face. Most people in the conversation obediently retreated. However, Su Chen glanced at the increasingly anxious Prince Stara. Aren't you going to give it a try? Your Highness? We are about to become sworn enemies in the death race. Shouldn't you spend a little money to prevent me from easily obtaining the resources to rise? Stara, he wasn't foolish, he also wanted to take action against Su Chen and suppress his growth. But the funds he could currently mobilize were only 200 million, just 1/10 of Su Chen's cash flow, which was simply not enough. If he forced his hand, it would only make him a laughingstock. Humph, you are squandering wealth, wasting funds on garbage with no improvement. I find it amusing, let the fool stop me. Stara sneered, his face cold. Chen Mengmeng chuckled and whispered to Su Chen, he may call himself a dragon prince, but it's all self-proclaimed. Their flame dragon roar family is quite powerful in the Elephant Kingdom, but what does that have to do with Stara? The funds he can control are very limited, and they are all borrowed. Stara huffed, turning his head aside, unable to help but mutter, Miss Chen Mengmeng, your 55-degree body temperature can actually produce such cold words, I am very saddened. Besides, this Su Chen, no matter how good he is, you can only be a widow to him, and in the end, you can only marry me. Only I can withstand your dragon widow's fiery passion. This statement was a perfect example of bringing up the wrong topic. Su Chen burst out laughing. Zhao Muyu also trembled with laughter. Chen Shanxian couldn't help but chuckle as well. Chen Mengmeng stomped her feet in frustration. I would rather be a dragon widow than listen to your curry-flavored mandarin every day. And I don't want to go to the Elephant Kingdom to smell the air filled with E. coli-laden cow dung. Go back to your country and drink your Ganges water-mixed food every day. Wishful thinking. And Chen Mengmeng suddenly flashed to the dazed Chen Tongtong's side and winked at Su Chen. If the two of us work together, we can balance the ice and fire to a normal temperature. You just need to take us both down, and you won't have to fear anything. Su Chen, Stara? At this moment, the Soul Priest job change card jumped again, and the price rose to 610 million. Su Chen pouted. Deep in thought, has the price increase started to fall back to the minimum standard of 10 million? It seems this bidder is just testing me. In that case, let's kill the suspense. Without hesitation, Su Chen raised the stakes. I bid 700 million. After a while, someone else raised the bid to 710 million. Su Chen immediately increased it to 800 million. Without hesitation. This attitude of raising the bid clearly demonstrated his determination to win. Everyone could clearly feel Su Chen's resolve. Thus, the price of 800 million temporarily settled, and no one continued to bid. However, Su Chen did not let his guard down, because since this was an auction house, besides the offline fixed price bidding and free bidding, there was one crucial step, the auction stage bidding. That was the segment where prices soared the most and where auctioneers showcased their silver tongues. In 1 hour, this job change card will be on the auction stage, so prepare well. Chen Shanxian reminded with a smile, feeling genuinely delighted about the extravagant spending on idols. As the manager on duty at the auction house,
she could also earn a portion of the commission from all the successful auctions, which encouraged the Chun clan members to work diligently and earn resources for their professional paths.
Su Chen nodded and continued to search for items that could enhance his combat power.
Look at this. When you participate in the deathmatch later, just throw 100 of these, and you can definitely turn Stella into ashes on the spot.
Chen Mengmeng tirelessly promoted the exquisite goods from the alchemical bomb counter. Su Chen strolled over casually and glanced briefly, his eyes nearly popping out. This thing can actually appear so brazenly at the Fengdu auction house? The Prince Stella, who had been following behind, was furious, his right hand trembling as he pointed at Chen Mengmeng's nose. You really want to commit murder?
What he pointed at was a dozen Dragon Slayer bombs.
The effect was simple and violent, damage, super effective against dragon species, dealing a base damage of 100 points, plus an additional damage of mental power x10.
Damage type, physical, damage range, circular area with a radius of 20 meters, usage, throw, mana cost, 0 points. The only slightly disappointing aspect was the damage type, which was physical. It is well known that dragon species are tough-skinned and thick-fleshed, and dragon scales are one of the essential materials for legendary shields and legendary armor.
Therefore, the physical armor of dragons is quite resilient,
making these Dragon Slayer bombs seem a bit less effective.
However, the Dragon Slayer bombs were still considered expensive, priced at 500,000 each, a fixed price, no bargaining, no bidding. Su Chen clicked his tongue, but after a moment of hesitation, he still bought 100 at the fixed price. The reason was simple. One of the artifact repair tasks he needed to complete next was to achieve the 10,000 demons / achievement on the Abyss battlefield, and dragon creatures, recognized as powerful beings, were extremely common there.
Whether it was the massive lineage of the Abyss faction's demon dragons,
underworld dragons, hell dragons, mad dragons, ghost dragons, and skeleton dragons, or the allied faction's red dragons, green dragons, flame dragons, frost giants, summoned bone dragons, two-headed wind dragons, and so on.
It can only be said that due to the dragon nature is inherently lustful racial trait,
there are basically no reproductive barriers with the dragon clan, which has given rise to some variant dragon species. Therefore, the Dragon Slayer bombs would be highly effective against them. Of course, the more critical aspect was the additional damage of these Dragon Slayer bombs, mental power x10. For Su Chen, who had an explosive attribute, this meant thousands of additional damage. Extremely terrifying. No wonder they were priced at 500,000 each, although it hurt to spend that much. As a trump card, it was still worth it. Using this thing against enemies is simply throwing money away. Su Chen lamented, looking at the 50 million spent, his heart bleeding. This time, the extravagant spending of the wealthy was not counted in the consumption amount of the godly rich system because purchasing alchemical bombs did not meet the conditions for enhancing oneself. There was no increase in attributes,
no strengthening of skills, and no summoning of creatures. But Su Chen felt that a storm was brewing recently, so he decided to prepare a few more trump cards.
TSK, you wasted that money. After Su Chen stored the 100 alchemical bombs sent by the staff into his professional backpack,
Stella suddenly burst into laughter. Our deathmatch mode does not allow the use of any alchemical bombs,
one-time talismans, or spell scrolls, because we are fighting in a corrected field, and these consumable items cannot be corrected. Su Chen glanced at him with a look of disbelief. You think I don't know this basic rule? Isn't it just clause 41? Stella was instantly stunned and hurried to check. Indeed, Article 41 of the Duel Guidelines for Professionals stated clearly, we do not advocate duels between high-level professionals and low-level professionals, as there is a suspicion of bullying the weak. However, if the conflict cannot be resolved, only bloodshed can settle it. We will provide a relatively fair correction arena, but while attributes can be balanced, consumable items cannot, so the following items are prohibited. Then why did you buy it? Stella couldn't help but ask. Woo-woo.
Mengmeng has never seen the correction arena terms, causing brother Su Chen to waste money.
Chen Mengmeng immediately felt very guilty,
thinking she hadn't fulfilled her role as a guide, making him spend 50 million unjustly.
It's a pity that due to his lineage, he can't repay in kind. Then, tonight, Mengmeng's 20 million commission. Let's return it to brother Su Chen later.
A lady loves wealth, but it must be obtained justly. Her clear eyes glistened with tears, clearly pained, yet she insisted on her principles.
Su Chen's impression of Chen Mengmeng changed greatly. Considering the awkward position of the Dragon Slayer family's children, he couldn't help but smile gently. It's fine. I originally planned to purchase such items, because it can indeed directly enhance combat power. It's simple and easy to use, with only the trivial downside of costing money. But money spent can be regained, and preserving one's life is worth the cost. Then he rolled his eyes at Stara. You don't think I'd need Dragon Slayer explosive bombs to deal with you, do you? They cost 500,000 each. Even top billionaires wouldn't use such things carelessly. I'm stockpiling them as a trump card. You understand? It's still that saying, invest in the future. Be prepared. Moreover, its additional damage formula is mental power x10, which means it can be used from 0 to 6th tier, always effective, never outdated, and can grow with the professional's attributes. This is equivalent to 100 small artifacts that can grow. Understand? Su Chen looked at Stara with disdain, filled with thoughts of a rotten wood cannot be carved, a muddy wall cannot be supported, and how can insects and rodents understand my foresight? Stara was furious. He felt his intelligence was being discriminated against. Moreover, just now, Stara had secretly searched online for clips about Su Chen's exploits and quickly browsed through them. The more he watched, the more shocked he became. His original arrogance vanished without a trace, replaced by a deep fear of losing his life in the death competition. He still had many alluring female giant lizards he had yet to experience. He didn't want to die. With this thought, Stara tightened his grip on his legendary staff and suddenly had a malicious idea. If I suddenly attack this kid now and severely injure him, wouldn't the death competition be cancelled? At most, I just have to pay some medical fees. The Dragon Kingdom Embassy wouldn't dare to make things difficult for our Flame Dragon Roar family, right? The next moment, however, Chen Mengmeng and Shen Tangtang both sensed something was off at the same time, hugging Su Chen's arms from left and right, coldly staring at Stara, warning in unison, if you dare to act recklessly in the Fingdu auction house and assassinate Mr. Su Chen, we will use the unlimited firepower granted by our father to blast you to smithereens. Chen Shanshan also said lightly, Mr. Su Chen bears a fate curse bestowed by the crown of the undead catastrophe. If he dies, the area within a kilometer will be subjected to the instant death gaze of the Abyss Lords. Stara, if you want to die, don't drag others down with you. What? Stara instantly lost his voice, standing there like a wooden chicken. He never expected that fighting Su Chen would mean death whether he won or lost. Chen Shanshan coldly snorted, next time you enter a death competition, remember to check who your opponent is. Stara, in despair, collapsed to the ground, like a walking corpse. Su Chen, however, wore a look of complete comfort, too lazy to pay any attention to Stella. Ah, this feels great. My left arm is wrapped in 2 perfectly warm hot water bags, getting a nice heat treatment. My right arm is wrapped in 2 bouncy, jelly-like cold packs, getting a cold compress. Is this the thrill of experiencing both ice and fire? No wonder the service offered on the 2nd floor of the club has been popular from the old days to the era of everyone changing jobs. Chen Mengmeng, Chen Tangtang, the two quickly released Su Chen's arms, retracting their ample hot water bags and ice packs. Humph, brother Su Chen. Chen Mengmeng shyly smiled like an anime girl, her cheeks flushed, but this was clearly a little succubus's feigned innocence. Su Chen scratched his head. You both seem to be a bit older than me. Can you not call me brother Su Chen? But we have dragon blood, so we count as half-dragons, and our lifespan is around 500 years. Chen Mengmeng said confidently. In terms of your human life stages, I'm just a little lowly in the dragon clan. Isn't that even more exciting? Su Chen rolled his eyes. Where's there a lowly as big as a hot water bag? But it doesn't matter, I don't want to be turned into a sausage by you. Let's hurry up and buy some new things. I should also get started on dealing with that fire dragon mage. Saying this, Su Chen directly took out a live-streaming drone from the backpack section of his profession. The camera activated, aimed at everyone. In an instant, everyone who was particularly concerned about Su Chen received a notification that the stream had started. Didn't the live stream announcement say it would start in 2 hours, with a live kill of a 2nd-tier professional? Why is it live now? Great! Starting early. This is the hallmark of every excellent streamer. Woo woo, my heart is broken. Who are those 3 beautiful women besides Su Chen Gigi? Is it true that the ultimate fate of internet celebrities is to be surrounded by fans? The idol aura has shattered. At the same time, Su Chen's enemies were the first to rush to the live stream. This was normal.
haters often pay more attention to streamers than fans do, as the driving force of hatred far exceeds that of liking or affection. Iron Blood Alliance. After paying a fine of 20 million and writing a guarantee, notarized by a 6th-tier professional, that he would never act against Su Chen again, Shen Ginghong, unable to quell his hatred, quickly opened the live stream, anonymously insulting, "Su Chen, little brat, you made me lose face, cost me money, and got me warned by the relevant authorities. I curse your immortal board." Platform system prompt: you have been banned for 360 days by the room manager. Shan is a big muscle girl. Please mind your language, avoid provoking, insulting, and political discussions, and watch the live stream with positive energy. Shen Jinghong snorted coldly, slightly extinguishing his burning anger. He knew he had acted impulsively, but his gaze was suddenly drawn to the room manager's ID, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself, Su Chen's diehard fans must all be young girls, right? This one named Qian, since she dares to call herself a big muscle girl, must be hitting the gym every day. He couldn't help but swallow, imagining a figure in hot pants and a crop top, with a curvy and alluring body, sweating profusely on a treadmill, her perfect curves captivating. Whoosh! A small tent was set up. Ever since Zhao Muyu gave up the company compensation and directly left the Iron Blood Alliance, Shen Jinghong's wife took the opportunity to arrange for him a muscular male secretary. Previously, he would secretly admire Zhao Muyu's hot figure with greedy eyes while at work. Now, he often sensed the muscular secretary's fiery gaze, secretly sizing up his backside. So, Shen Jinghong was truly exhausted and heartbroken. Even imagining a story just from a username, a beautiful property manager banning a little black user, leading to a love-hate relationship that evolved from mutual bickering to online romance, ultimately resulting in a wild night together, followed by the murder of a yellow-faced wife, disposing of the body in the river, and a battle of wits with the police in a detective story. At that moment, his obedient son Shinzimo peeked in through the door. "Dad, great news! Su Chen has gone crazy and actually wants to compete in a deathmatch with the prodigy of the Yanlong Roar family." "Whom? The Yanlong Roar family from the Elephant Country?" Shen Jinghong was caught in a dilemma, unsure of whom to support. He prided himself on his high moral standards. He had never laid a finger on Zhao Muyu, the fashionable and stunning beauty who had been flaunting herself in front of him for so long, making him a model of morality. Yet, those ruffians from the Yanlong Roar family, with their giant lizards, dragons, and snakes, were simply a vast chasm of human morality. But he also hoped that Su Chen would die in the deathmatch. For a moment, he felt conflicted. At the headquarters of the Secret Sanctuary, a charity gala initiated by Bu Fian's mother, Wu Mengxi, was underway to raise funds. This was one of the routine events of the upper class, where celebrities often gathered for dinner, contributing a small sum to charity organizations to gain tax benefits from the government. It was a win-win for both money and fame. Just as the gala reached a critical moment, Bu Fian, who had been ordered by her mother to attend, suddenly opened her phone, grinning at the screen. Wu Mengxi felt a chill in her heart. She knew the reason well, as she had also anonymously followed Su Chen's livestream. That kid had started his broadcast. Wu Mengxi couldn't help but want to stop her daughter's actions, ordering her to delete the live streaming app and continue being the refined young lady she was, avoiding the lowbrow content that the underclass loved, and not to be swept away by the trend of being entertained to death. But, Bu Fian was flanked by two other young ladies from prestigious families, who also eagerly opened Su Chen's livestream. Wu Mengxi pursed her lips, abandoning her plan, as the guests at this social gala were all of the same caliber as the Secret Sanctuary, and she had no right to adopt a lecturing stance and offend them. Fian, your most promising and handsome admirer is live, a delicate girl said, winking at her best friend, enviously adding, "Wow, I still remember what he said in front of 20 million viewers in the livestream, Miss Bu Fian." She gave a dream that a young man could never reach. Bu Fian's cheeks flushed. She originally had no extra feelings for Su Chen due to their significant age difference. She had graduated from university 2 years ago, so she only regarded him as a junior who had endured hardships and ultimately honed his skills, wanting to invest in his future. But now, everyone knew she was his white moonlight. Yes, as the white moonlight of such a top internet celebrity. What do you think, Fian? Another more carefree engineering girl found it amusing. Don't be constrained by that tiny age gap. A woman 3 years older. A senior hugs a gold brick. A woman 30 years older. A rich woman gifts a kingdom. Now that high-level professionals have long lifespans, especially if Su Chen inherits the legacy of the undead cataclysm.
He would be an immortal lich. What age difference is there? When your lifespan runs out, he can summon you as a skeleton, preserving the fire of your soul, accompanying you forever. How romantic. The piggy girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. Bu Fian, I think the mechanical ascension route is even more romantic. Su Chen could preserve your brain as a brain in a jar, customizing hundreds of cloned bodies for you. When the time comes, using the professional's permanent preservation technique, he could help maintain your brain's integrity, essentially allowing you to be forever 18, living with him. The girl was also bursting with ideas. Bu Fian. At this moment, Wu Mengxi saw several of her middle-aged girlfriends also entering Su Chen's livestream, and they were all making playful faces at her. Old Wu, you really embarrassed yourself last time. It was the first time the sisters saw the sharp-witted you take a hit. It was just too funny, so they followed Su Chen. Come on, let's watch his live stream together again. Don't hold any grudges. They say there's a thin veil between a girl chasing a boy. If little Fian is willing to lower her pride and pursue Su Chen, you'll definitely be holding a grandchild next year. He. Come quickly to see your future son-in-law. Wu Mengxi's face darkened. But that's often how friendships among close friends go. In the end, they all become teasing friends, exposing each other's flaws and having fun at each other's expense. Wu Mengxi was uncomfortably pulled down to sit by her middle-aged girlfriends. On their phones, the screens were all filled with images from the Fengdu auction house, clearly all in Su Chen's livestream. This kid has made it big. He can even livestream from the Fengdu auction house. I remember the entry threshold is several 100 million in cash. An ant with wavy long hair sighed. I heard he started from scratch. His parents passed away when he was very young, and he could only finish school with student aid. Yet, in the blink of an eye, in less than 3 months, he went from being poor for 3 generations to rich for 1 generation. What an impressive young man. The girlfriends all exchanged knowing glances with Wu Mengxi. No, he had a magical artifact even before he changed jobs. And you still look down on him. What's wrong? Do you want to find Fian a top-tier rich second generation born with a magical artifact? Wu Mengxi felt a bit embarrassed. Although she knew her friends meant no harm and were just teasing her, she couldn't help but feel guilty, regretting it deeply. She could only force a smile and remain silent. At that moment, Su Chen in the livestream spoke. Hi. Welcome all fans from around the world to this livestream of Summoning Masters. I originally had no plans to go live today, but something incredibly explosive and foolish happened, which should make for great live content, so I casually started the stream to show everyone some excitement. I intended to come to the Fengdu auction house to buy some items that could enhance my strength. After all, I need to complete the miraculous restoration task as soon as possible. He shrugged and sighed. But as everyone knows, due to my fate curse, I am essentially a human-shaped self-propelled egg. If I suddenly suffer a brain hemorrhage, a stupidity syndrome, or excessive eye boogers and die, or if a mysterious assassin takes me out, the area within a kilometer will be barren, all receiving a one-time instant death glance from the Lord of the Abyss. So, the rulers of Fengdu, the Dragon Slayer family, sent 2 bodyguards to prevent me from dying on their territory. Su Chen smiled and turned the camera to the 2 sisters, dressed in hot pants and a short shirt. The vibrant Chen Mengmeng immediately fluttered her long eyelashes and energetically introduced herself in front of the camera. Hello everyone, I am Chen Mengmeng, an ordinary beautiful girl, dragon warrior. Please take care of me. The faintly visible scarlet flame dragon pattern on her fair, long legs proved her profession. Wrapped in a wizard's robe, with skin as white as snow, stunningly beautiful, and her clear, crystal eyes exuding a lazy sleepiness. Chen Tangtang also nervously greeted the camera, her anxious demeanor particularly endearing. Hi, I am Tang Tang, a frost dragon mage. The twin sisters bore some resemblance but each had their unique beauty, both being breathtakingly gorgeous. But what shocked everyone the most was their profession and background. The audience erupted. Wow, the daughters of the Dragon Slayer family. Su Chen, you are not allowed to lay a hand on Meng Meng and Tang Tang. I declare they are already my wives. Sigh. Meeting the 783rd and 784th girls I want to protect for life at the most powerless age. Being a student really is despairing. Isn't it true that hidden professions are now everywhere? Another dragon warrior. Another frost mage. Is this the power of a top-tier family? I want to marry in. Su Chen scoffed, rolling his eyes and said, don't bother them, and definitely don't message me for their contact information. Because it's pointless. I'll be straightforward with you. This kind of fortune is something no man can handle. Did you see the magic patterns on Mengmeng's legs and Tonton's arms? That's a sign of the dragon bloodline awakening. He took out an infrared thermometer from his backpack and aimed it at Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang. Beep. Today's temperature is 55 degrees. Please take the user to the hospital for emergency treatment immediately. Beep. Today's temperature is minus 18 degrees. Please do not use this thermometer to scan the refrigerator. Thank you. The viewers. Miss Chen Mengmeng is really burning up. Her fiery red lips could directly scorch my face and melt my heart. Purely physical, is this what they mean by only look, don't touch? Now I understand the middle school text on the love of lotus. It can only be admired from afar and not profaned. So Tang Tang really is a frost beauty in the physical sense. Su Chen glanced at the barrage and found everyone was quite restrained. Feeling very satisfied, very good. But viewers, there really is a fool who isn't afraid of being turned into a grilled sausage by Miss Chen Mengmeng, wholeheartedly wanting to marry her. He is our male lead for the third live broadcast. Please allow me to introduce Stara the Flame Dragon Roar, a descendant of the famous Dragon Slayer family from the Elephant Kingdom, a formidable, flame dragon mage. He vividly recounted all of Stara's lines, sighing with emotion. Viewers, I haven't told a single lie, not even a bit of embellishment. Everything is pure recounting. Just tell me, how can there be such a person and such a plot in the world? What I encountered today, even a third-rate web novelist wouldn't dare to write like this. It's simply absurd. Su Chen sighed deeply, but unfortunately, this is reality. Web novels require rationality. When creating a villain, it needs to be logical enough for readers to find their actions reasonable. Otherwise, readers will curse. Stupid author, why not just bite the lighter? But reality doesn't need any rationality. A fool like Stara, with such a bizarre mindset, just barged into my life unprepared, forcing me to accept his death race invitation and open the live streaming software. Su Chen felt helpless. The audience from the Dragon Kingdom also found it absurd. Is this for real? Is this a script? But at least find a second-rate joke writer to write it. It's too fake. Bro, I don't believe there can be such a stupid villain in the world. His lines are too toxic. You didn't write them yourself, did you? I'm about to faint from anger. Doesn't seem like acting. Brothers. I looked up Stara the Flame Dragon Roar online. He's the second heir of the Flame Dragon Roar family. Su Chen couldn't possibly hire such a big shot to act, right? However, the audience from the Elephant Kingdom refuted. What taste do you Dragon Kingdom viewers have? Is this fake? Isn't this a very real and common face? We have plenty of high-caste rich second generation in our country. It's just this way every day. What's so strange? After all, he is a noble Kshatriya. While you Su Chen have some fame, you have no caste, and are an unbeliever, belonging to the lowest class of untouchables. What's wrong with Prince Stara talking to you like this? Don't be ungrateful. When Prince Stara eats with the cows, you can only squat in the corner holding your bowl, sitting with the dogs under the table. Understand? You don't even have the qualification to eat at the table. Your status is lower than a cow. What's wrong with a great noble talking to you like this? That's already very cultured. The audience from the Elephant Kingdom reacted strongly and genuinely, leaving viewers from other countries around the world in silence. Are you really not just a bunch of fakes? Let me see your IP addresses. Oh my god, they really are all from the Elephant Kingdom. So it turns out we were just ignorant? Su Chen muttered to himself, feeling a bit lost in life, scratching his head vigorously. Alright, I guess I've learned something. The national conditions are different, so I really can't comment. I can only respect, understand, and bless, and then during the deathmatch later, I'll take him down hard. He rolled his eyes and said, so he's a high caste lord. I want to see if his noble status can bring him back to life when I chop off his neck with a big knife in an hour. I have an ancient saying from the Dragon Kingdom to share with the Elephant Kingdom netizens. Do princes and dukes have any special qualities? Well said. The Dragon Kingdom netizens all liked the comment. Go for it, brother Su Chen. Chen Mengmeng smiled sweetly. If you win against that jerk, I'll warm your bed tonight. That really is warming the bed. It's practically a hot blanket. Su Chen's mouth twitched. A 55-degree blessing. I can't handle that. Meng. I can only say thank you for your kindness, but please don't keep thinking about my sausage. I really have no plans to turn it into a grilled sausage for now. The audience in the livestream burst into laughter. His crude joke was something that viewers from any culture or ethnicity could understand. After all, All grilled sausages are stick-shaped. It's fine. Before coming here, my father said that if you want to marry, we sisters can marry you together. Otherwise, why would we sisters come together? It's just right for a balance of ice and fire. Chen Mengmeng said with a sweet smile. Forget it, I don't want to commit bigamy. Su Chen quickly waved his hand. Not at all. Chen Tangtang corrected him seriously. Brother Su Chen, Fengdu City is one of the few places in the Dragon Kingdom where you can legally marry multiple wives. This is a special autonomous city. After all, we must respect the bloodline and nature of our Dragon Slayer's family. We can't say that my father, who has married over 100 aunts, is breaking the law. He is, after all, a hero who single-handedly defended the Shadow Evil Dragon underground city, and prevented the invasion of the Abyss's 17th layer, the Evil Dragon Kingdom. Su Chun, may I ask what the conditions are for settling in Fengdu City? He said earnestly, waving his hand. I absolutely do not want to marry more, I purely long for the city of necromancers. Trust me, the viewers, Chun Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang. At this moment, Chen Shanshan interjected. If you really are willing to marry Mengmeng and Tangtang, our Dragon Slayers clan absolutely agrees 100%. My father once authorized me to arrange some thrilling little accidents for you in this city, and then let Mengmeng and Tangtang perform the heroine saving the handsome man act to warm up your relationship. Moreover, my father's intention is not to have you become a son-in-law, he purely appreciates you and wants to marry them to you. As a dowry, we promise to use our resources and connections to help you complete 2 artifact repair tasks for free. Chen Shanshan said with a charming smile. The viewers were in an uproar. Wait, what has this kid Su Chen done to deserve this? Is this what it means for the father-in-law to grow fonder of the son-in-law? I didn't expect that just a few days later, Su Chen would be marrying into a wealthy family, climbing to the peak of life. What's even more enviable than marrying a rich woman is marrying 2 rich women at the same time. The joy is doubled. Su Chen couldn't help but scratch his head, looking somewhat bewildered at the 2 beauties with dragon blood beside him. Wait, why does Lord Chen Chingcho value me so much? I've had a hard life since childhood, and to be honest, I haven't felt much kindness from the world. The conditions offered by the Dragon Slayer's family are too generous. I want to ask, what is the price? Cost? Chen Shanshan asked in confusion. Why would we need you to pay a price for us to seek you out? Father didn't even think of asking for a single cent as a bride price. Are you underestimating yourself too much? You are the known sole heir under the Lord of the Undead Calamity. He is much stronger than father. The dragon's father has slain in his lifetime are not as many as the Bone Dragon Legion under the Lord. Moreover, Chen Shanshan said solemnly, Father has always mentioned that all great prophecies indicate the Lord has not died. Sooner or later, he will return from the abyss. At that time, you will be his only relative on this planet. Once a teacher, always a father. Global water friends. Damn. Since it's the Dragon Slayer's words, that news is 99% true. It turns out the Lord of the Undead Calamity really isn't dead. After Su Chen inherited this legacy, he really hit the jackpot. Even the Dragon Slayer clan is willing to offer 2 stunning dragon ladies. Sigh. Comparing people can be infuriating. Remember back then, that old witch from the third-rate force, the Mystic Hall, actually humiliated Su Chen in public, absolutely refusing to let him get close to Bufian. And now the first-rate Dragon Slayer clan directly offers 2 beauties, and they are both hidden profession players, with powerful dragon lineage talents, destined to be top-notch support in dungeon raids. Mystic Hall. Wu Mingxi and her old friends all witnessed the Dragon Slayer clan's goodwill and recruitment towards Su Chen, as well as the barrage of mocking comments directed at the Mystic Hall. Everyone exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Even the person who usually loved to joke knew it wasn't the right time to poke at Wu Mingxi's sore spot. Chen Jingqiu directly married off 2 heiresses, each with their own charm, one a dragon warrior and the other a frost dragon mage, both seemingly stronger in their professions and clearly chosen after careful consideration. A tank-type warrior and an output/control ice mage, both perfectly complementing a summoner. Our versatile professions. Such generous affection is truly beyond measure. The old friends couldn't help but think this might really be a difference in vision and courage. After all, the so-called S-level contract that Bufian signed with Su Chen had already been dug up by netizens. It was only 200 million for a year, and it was a 10-year-long contract. And Su Chen clearly liked Bufian. During the live broadcast, the smile on his face was almost overflowing from the screen. He practically ran to find Wu Mingxi to sign the contract. Who would have thought that in just a few days, the situation would reverse, turning the world upside down. 200 million. To sign a future top summoner with a divine artifact. That was an absolutely perfect business deal. After all, being able to connect with the Lord of the Undead Calamity. Who knows? One day the strongest summoner in history might return from the abyss, instantly putting Su Chen on the path to divinity. That was Bu Fian's stroke of luck. A son-in-law she picked up for free. In the end, it was ruined by Wu Mengxi in the worst way possible, and she even offended him badly. Wu Mengxi's expression was blank. This usually eloquent and graceful businesswoman was silent, as if she were a clay statue, unable to help but glance at Bu Fian in the corner. No, we can't just sit and wait. Fian, her piggy girlfriend quickly reminded her. Men are visual creatures. They only fall in love with those in front of them, which is why there's an old saying, 3 parts affection upon meeting. Your opportunities to interact with Su Chen will decrease more and more, sooner or later. You'll lose him. That Chen Meng, with her succubus look, and that Chen Tang, also a master of feigned indifference. They are very likely to manipulate Su Chen. Yeah, Su Chen is a good student. He has always been studying at Beiliang Academy, completely inexperienced in romance, and now Chingcho directly sends out 2 enchanting heiresses to pursue him. Just think, what man can withstand such a test? My tough girl best friend also solemnly warned Bu Fian, if I were you, I would take the initiative and seize the moment while your white moonlight is still lingering in his mind. Just go for it and get married. Bu Fian's cheeks flushed. What are you talking about? We've barely exchanged more than 3 words. You all are too utilitarian. Su Chen and I don't like political marriages. That's why we can be friends and feel compatible with each other. Wow, a match made in heaven. Woo woo, I envy this sweet love where the husband sings and the wife echoes. Sure enough, just as Bu Fian said, Su Chen politely declined the good intentions of the Dragon Slayer clan. I'm sorry, although I find it hard to refuse with Meng and Tang's beauty. I grit my teeth, slap myself 500 times in my heart, and finally calm down. I must refuse this marriage alliance. Oh, do you want to add me to the mix? Chen Chanxian frowned, a bit annoyed, instantly tensing her muscles to show off her impressive abs and strong chest. That's a bit too much. How can we have 3 women serving 1 man? Put. Su Chen spat out a mouthful of old blood. Mental blow, health -10, countless friends drinking milk tea, cola, coffee, Lafite, and Mutai also suffered, spraying everywhere. The so-called dragon bloodline is half human, half dragon, and since there are bloodlines like Chen Meng and Chen Tang evolving towards humanity, there must also be Qin Shanxian evolving towards the dragon lineage. Sorry, I didn't mean to offend, Su Chen said, particularly shyly. I'm still quite naive, pure, young, and I still believe that destined people will eventually come together, that soulmates should be in harmony, not just a blatant exchange of interests for marriage. I support you, brother Su Chen. Chen Tang hugged his arm, her delicate, dreamy face nodding slightly. But if you ultimately can't find your soulmate, Tang will still be here waiting for you. Alright. Chen Meng didn't insist either, just pouted. Actually, you're overthinking it. My father can marry over 100 women, so why can't you? You can marry us sisters first and then slowly look for your true love. It won't delay anything. Just like our father. He always keeps the ants close to his heart and doesn't neglect them just because there are too many. Su Chen? Oh, I see. Su Chen suddenly realized. So it turns out that Lord Chingcho's heart is shaped like a durian. With people standing on every point of his heart, he just has a lot of heart points. The friends burst into laughter, finding the metaphor brilliant. The 3 Chen sisters also laughed so hard they pounded their chests, their flowers trembling. Pohaha, you dare to tease me. You really have guts. At that moment, a pitch-black winged demon dragon appeared in an instant, speaking human words. Its wings covered the sky and obscured the moon. Its dragon might was upright and gentle, giving a feeling of spring breeze, showing that its power was extremely restrained and controlled to perfection. In the next second, the demon dragon transformed into a human form, all its dragon scales turning into his close-fitting armor, avoiding any exposure. Chan Gingcho, the ruler of Fengdu Ghost City, the renowned dragon slayer, clapped his hands from the sky, stepping down slowly on transparent steps. I wanted to see with my own eyes the most outstanding young person in the world right now. He wore a very approachable smile and casually greeted his live broadcast camera. Hi, global audience. I am the first great Zhuanzi in human history.
Please take care of me in the future.
Ah, no, sorry, I misspoke. Please forgive me. After all, if you also had over 100 women to please, you would definitely make a slip of the tongue, right? Let me correct myself. Please take care of me. Water friends, greetings, great one. The Dragon Slayer is so graceful. I also want to join your family. So handsome.
Is this the man who single-handedly defended the 17th layer of the abyss?
The evil Dragon Kingdom? The Dragon Kingdom has amended the law for you. After all, being overly emotional is not your fault. It's just the dragon bloodline.
Chen hurriedly bowed respectfully. Honorable Dragon Slayer.
It is truly an honor.
In the Fengdu auction house, almost everyone pressed their hands to their chests and bowed, while only a few true big shots merely nodded slightly. Chingcho also returned the gesture to the crowd,
smiling. You are the heir of the undead catastrophe, destined to step into the god-level club with us in the future. No need for pleasantries, but I am still not. Chen shook his head. I am just a young junior.
Very good. Very polite. Then I would be more willing to entrust Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang to you.
Chingcho said seriously. The essence of humanity is survival and reproduction.
A saying from the ancient sage angles.
I firmly believe in it and practice it.
The audience couldn't help but think, you really take it to heart. And entrusting Mengmeng and Tangtang to you fulfills these two requirements.
Parental love for daughters should be far-sighted.
Therefore, I want to shamelessly ask you to accept them.
Chen scratched his head. But we just met today. How can there be a reason for a direct marriage? Besides,
they can't possibly fall in love with me right away. There's no reason for them to want to marry me.
There is. Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang once again hugged his arms, one on each side.
A hot water bag and an ice water bag attacked simultaneously.
To be honest, Chen felt a bit lightheaded.
His expression somewhat shy. He really enjoyed the feeling of being valued and courted by important figures. But amidst the surprise, he also felt a bit suspicious, thinking it was undeserved and inexplicable. So, he cautiously furrowed his brows and looked at the ice and fire twin sisters of the Dragon Slayer clan. What reason?
Because you are the destined one our mother foresaw in the great prophecy. Chen Mengmeng answered decisively.
Ha! You must be feverish to believe in the superstitions of witches. Chen instinctively reached out to check her cool forehead temperature.
Ouch! Hot! Hot! Hot!
I told you your brain must be fried.
Humph! Changing the subject. Are you shy?
Chen Mengmeng put her hands on her waist, playfully blinking her beautiful eyes.
You know my body temperature is 55 degrees. Chen Tangtang weakly added. In the vision of the great prophecy, it was you, brother Chen, who risked your life,
stepping forward to block the forbidden spell of the Shadow Evil Dragon King,
saving our lives. Chen Mengmeng continued. So, it's a very simple logic. If we were not your wives, would you dare to confront the full force of the Abyss 17th Layer's Lord? That would be seeking death. Moreover, you will be remembered by the Shadow Evil Dragon King, eternally locked onto, and attacked at any time. You made such a tragic sacrifice. You must really like us. I don't believe it.
Chen found it utterly absurd. The 9 years of vocational education I received since childhood taught me, the witch's crystal balls are absolutely unreliable, and the so-called fate faction spells are pure feudal superstition. The only thing trustworthy is the phosphorescence and ice crystals released by their magic brooms.
Chingcho's lips curled slightly. Well,
the words of witches are indeed not trustworthy. For example, this morning she reminded me to avoid Changpan Street. Take the underground tunnel to the third office building to handle the Abyss defense line matters, which concern the safety of all humanity.
I believed it to be true, and the result was that she had divined that today I would have 3 female admirers waiting for me on Changpan Street, and they just happened to be the type of tall, elegant women I like,
which is why she tricked me.
Alas, the number of wives -3. Ha! Women! The Dragon Slayer sighed deeply. Chen, the viewers, however, her divination about you is highly credible. Chingcho directly took out a mini projector and projected 2 contrasting clips onto the wall. Everyone immediately looked over. The screen split into 2 parts, left and right. The left side displayed the 998th divination of my dear girl's fates. Starting record, April 19th. Clear, no interference. My condition is good. Credibility around 20% to 40%. The right side displayed the 999th divination for Mengmeng and Tangtong's fates. Starting record, May 17th. Rainy, no interference. My condition is excellent. Credibility over 45% to 55%. Clearly, this video was a comparison of the results of the two divinations. A beautiful, slender right hand covered the crystal ball, parting the mists of fate. The left and right sides presented the same scene, above the city of Fengdu. A terrifying, deep, dark, pitch-black shadow dragon loomed high in the sky. Its body stretched for thousands of miles, filling the visible sky, writhing like a tank, while its massive maw gaped wide, swallowing shadows from all directions into its belly. The citizens of Fengdu fell to the ground like wheat fields struck by hail, one after another. Their shadows transformed into clawing, bizarre monsters, converging into the mouth of the Shadow Dragon King, making its shadow ever denser. It grinned menacingly and uttered a shocking statement. Chingcho, the good swimmer drowns in water. The dragon slayer falls to the dragon. You have finally died. In the live broadcast room, all the viewers were dumbfounded, especially the viewers from Manhwa, feeling a chill run down their spines, as this statement carried too much terrifying information. Lord Chingcho has fallen? Does that mean the natural dungeon, the Shadow Dragon underground city, which has been suppressed for over 100 years in Fengdu, is at risk of overflow? Are you blind? Didn't the prophetic image already show overflow? Without a guardian, the Shadow Dragon is likely to slaughter the city. The horrific scenes recorded in history textbooks will replay in the prophecy. Wait, this is a paradox of prophecy, and it's the fundamental reason why fate-related spells are questioned, since the prophecy states that Lord Chingcho will die at the hands of the Shadow Dragon. Why not simply take a post? Let the Dragon Slayer, Chingcho guard Baliang City, and have Windslayer Sword, Chen Shuani stationed in Fengdu City. Wouldn't that circumvent the predetermined fate? Many clever viewers found a way to break the situation, and Chingcho's Dragonkin vision was extremely strong. Clearly seeing all the bullet comments in Su Chen's live broadcast room, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Alas, dear viewers, your level of power is still too low. Don't wail yet, and don't think about holding a state funeral for me. You don't think that if I die, I can't be resurrected, do you? Don't underestimate the foundation of an extreme powerhouse. Let me casually give two examples of resurrection methods. First, I can use the soul box to transform into an undead creature, a dragon lich, then retrieve my bones, piece them together into a complete human form, and use the flesh creation scroll to cover my skeletal frame with human flesh and skin. A freshly baked corpse will be born. Finally, I will cast soul occupation to control this corpse. Isn't that equivalent to reincarnation? Chingcho shrugged. Think about it, this brand new Chingcho too. He possesses my original soul, complete memories, and his bones were extracted from the original corpse. It's all original goods. The flesh creation technique will generate blood, flesh, and skin based on the DNA of the bones, which means his genetic material is identical to mine. So isn't he me? The viewers were dumbfounded. This is true. Biologically speaking, you two have almost no differences, just like clones. So there's this kind of resurrection method. I've learned something. Excuse me, big shot. What is the soul box? Where do I start? Can you share a shopping link? Su Chen coughed and said, Soul Box is a dark gold level rare treasure that can drop from demigod level lich bosses. About 3 to 5 are produced globally each year, and the transaction price is around 5 billion. For viewers who need resurrection, I suggest you take note and add it to your shopping cart. The viewers, Chingcho smiled and said, for viewers who can't afford the Soul Box, don't panic. I have another cost-effective resurrection method to recommend to everyone. Oh, that's great. Listening to a top-tier expert share their insights for free during Su Chen's livestream. What a steal. The viewers' expectations instantly peaked. Ahem. The second resurrection method is very simple. The cost is also small, but it tests your talent. Oh, viewers in Su Chen's livestream. As a suave and charming gentleman who navigated the romantic scene without ever returning empty-handed, only leaving women disarmed, Chingcho had a high emotional intelligence and was very approachable. He cheerfully paused the video and began to explain seriously. As we all know, a summoner's summoned creatures can be reborn through special resurrection tasks. So, viewers, as long as you become a summoned creature, it's equivalent to obtaining a golden ticket to avoid death. Your summoner master can rescue you from hell at any time. But, Your Excellency Dragon Slayer, how do we become a summoned creature? Su Chen acted as the mouthpiece for the viewers, humbly seeking advice. You've hit the key point.
Chingcho pointed to his own nose.
Just like me.
During the fierce battle with the dragon,
continuously bathe in dragon blood, marinate until flavorful, and ultimately become a half-dragon, half-human existence, then you've reached the threshold.
He smiled slightly. When I exist as a dragon, I can make a contract with others and become their summoned beast.
How about it?
Viewers, isn't this method great? The pressure of resurrection is transferred to your summoner master, and you can just wait for your resurrection in peace. Of course, this method does have a tiny flaw.
Chingcho sighed.
The difficulty of resurrection for summoned creatures is proportional to the strength of the summoned beast.
My resurrection task probably requires a god-level summoner to complete. Moreover, choosing who to be your master is also a big problem,
he said with distress.
Everyone, as an old-timer, if I let the kids be my master, it really turns the world upside down. Who is the real father?
But if I choose my wives,
then I'll be at their mercy,
likely to become their private plaything.
After all, summoners have quite a few ways to control their summoned creatures.
The viewers,
Chen nodded. I see.
It just requires a little dragon bloodline. Although the viewers may not have this talent,
they can think outside the box. For example, you can take the biochemical route, turn yourself into a zombie, and then sign a contract with a summoner. Then thank you for your good advice.
I want to become a zombie and rush to your house to gnaw on your brain.
Thanks to the big shot for the explanation. Useless knowledge has increased.
I didn't know there were so many ridiculous and quirky resurrection methods in the world,
but I choose death. Alright, while it's fun to chat with you all, I have a date with a beauty tonight, so let's finish the video quickly. I need you to understand the whole story and take on the responsibility of taking care of my two lovely daughters. Chingcho glanced at his watch, and a heart-shaped event reminder popped up. Not only Chen saw it,
but all the viewers also saw it clearly under the camera's 8K resolution.
No wonder he's a famous old-school writer with 147 sons and 139 daughters. Alexander Dumas. I feel sorry for Chingcho's kidneys. Can't you take a break for a couple of days? Women will only slow down your transformation into a dragon. You truly are a master of time management. A role model for us all. Impressive. Chen was also in awe of this guy, showing no signs of being an elder.
Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang had already covered their faces and hid to the side.
So embarrassing. Chingcho waved to his daughters. Don't be awkward, as long as we aren't awkward. The awkward ones are the global viewers.
He continued to play the footage from the prophetic crystal ball. After the shadow evil Dragon King sneered, a wisp of destructive magic light burst from his fingertips,
shooting towards the city's iconic building, the Fengdu auction house. Boom!
The auction house exploded into countless fragments, and numerous VIPs and staff turned into meat chunks.
Chen couldn't help but murmur.
I request a budget of 20 billion to build a god-slaying level magic array for the auction house,
to prevent future disasters. Rejected.
Chingcho said without hesitation.
20 billion is enough to build 10 Fengdu auction houses. If you're afraid the prophecy will come true,
we might as well move the auction house underground 1,000 meters. Stepping out would be an apocalyptic shelter.
Enough to withstand earthquake technique and destruction of heaven and earth.
While the father and daughter were negotiating, the screen revealed the familiar faces of Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang.
Their appearance was stunning. Behind Chen Mengmeng were the scarlet wings of a flame dragon, holding a dark golden holy sword, her eyes burning with bloodthirsty madness, and her body clad in a platinum semi-artifact set, the Flame Demon King's Throne series. The viewers who understood equipment identification immediately flooded the chat with comments. That holy sword is called Gift of Liberation, with a 15% chance to trigger quadruple critical hits. A top-tier dark gold equipment. Moreover, its usage requirement is a 6th-tier professional. Oh my gosh. Chen's wife, who has the potential to become a 6th-tier professional, truly lives up to the hidden profession, Dragon Warrior. On her left hand's ring finger, she wears a legendary magic ring called Demon King's Bride. TSK, that position, that name, isn't that a wedding ring? Her husband must be right around the corner. The crystal ball's image then switched to the other side. The coldly beautiful Chen Tangtang, in a white wedding dress, danced wildly in the air, the wind whipping at her delicate face. And at this moment, she showed no signs of laziness. Instead, she exuded a chilling aura like an empress ruling the world. Behind her, a pair of frost demon dragon wings radiated a terrifying chill. At her fingertips, a magnificent phoenix-style staff floated quietly, 7 magical crystals swirling around her in a frenzy. Wow! Another hidden profession. Frost Demon Dragon Mage. So terrifying.
That staff is also a semi-artifact, Phoenix Capturing Song.
Oh my gosh. Are semi-artifacts flooding the market now?
It's obvious that Chen Tangtang also has the potential to grow into a 6th-tier professional.
Moreover, dragon girls can fly after awakening their dragon wings.
But before the viewers could comment on the two dragon beauties, the Shadow Evil Dragon King roared with solitary fury. Crawlers, you are all the bastard bloodlines spawned by that scoundrel Chingcho. His existence taints the blood of the dragon race,
the most disgusting humans in this world. First are the Flame Dragon Roar family, and the 18th are you dragon slayers. In the corner, Stella Flame Dragon Roar felt so embarrassed she wished she could burrow into the ground.
It turned out that the name Dragon Trader was not only infamous on this planet but also regarded as a laughingstock in the abyss,
held in utter contempt. Die, die, die. After he dies, no one will protect his bloodline. I will purify all of you crawlers. The fingertips of the Shadow Evil Dragon King once again unleashed the destructive magic cannon that could annihilate everything. Initially, the scenes on the left and right were completely identical. Until this moment. On the left, in the 998th divination result, the destructive magic light first hit Chen Mengmeng, melting her sturdy armor into a pool of metallic liquid, then pierced through her chest, striking Chen Tangtang, who was protected behind her sister, completely melting her pair of wings. In this scene, both sisters of the Chen family were utterly obliterated under the wrath of the Shadow Evil Dragon King, leaving no trace of their remains. The residual force of the destructive magic cannon splashed onto the ground of Fengdu, hitting an artificial lake. The artificial lake within a 3-mile radius instantly evaporated, turning into a dead zone. The viewers were dumbfounded, shocked beyond measure by the terrifying attack of the Shadow Evil Dragon King. Is this the combat power of the 17th layer Abyss Lord? However, on the right, in the 999th divination result, a man with black hair dancing in the wind, barehanded and wearing a lazy smile, suddenly appeared before them using the dimensional space transfer technique, directly taking the destructive magic cannon on his chest. When the bombardment ended, the man was unscathed, not even paying attention to the furious Shadow Evil Dragon King, but instead turned to the two ladies, smiling faintly. Sorry, Mengbao, Tangbao, I'm late. All the viewers were stunned, for when the man turned, that mischievous smile was none other than Su Chen. Chen Mengmeng's angry expression instantly transformed into a pitiful crying face. Father is dead. Chen Tangtang's icy face also thawed like an iceberg, changing from a dominating empress to a cute, spoiled girl. Help us, husband. Su Chen was dumbfounded, as he saw the two throw themselves into his arms, crying like rain-soaked pear blossoms, while the self in the scene seemed accustomed to it, clearly displaying their relationship. Su Chen was dry-mouthed and speechless. At this moment, the image in the crystal ball slowly faded, and the witch who cast the prophecy spell rolled on the ground in excitement. The 999th prophecy. A great success. A turning point in fate has appeared. I must send them to the side of that destined person. Only he can save them. They can only live by marrying him. But, why? Fate is truly twisted and bizarre. The Su Chen must have gained some miraculous power to rewrite fate today. The witch opened her laptop and searched for Su Chen. The next moment, her interface jumped to a live streaming room, accompanying Su Chen through the demon fortress. At that moment, he was conducting his first live stream, about to gain millions of fans and become a top internet celebrity. Su Chen's pupils constricted. He instantly felt the chilling sensation of fate-related magic. Everything aligned. Why did he appear in the 999th divination? Because it was today that he obtained the godly rich system, granting him the legendary golden attributes of Black Wukong, thus changing his fate. And in the previous 998 times, he was merely an ordinary top student, a small-town exam taker, with almost no chance of standing out in the era of professionals. Why could he catch the Shadow Evil Dragon King's destructive magic cannon barehanded? Because he had the magic shield. Having firmly decided to follow the path of the French style MT, I will surely possess immense magical power in the future. And at that time, the magic shield will be able to withstand enormous damage. Time and skills align perfectly, seamlessly fitting together, leaving no room for argument. Is this fate? Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang hugged his arms once again, one on each side. Chen Mengmeng said, He, now you know our destiny, right? Anyway, in the future, we will all marry you, so why not live together now? You are already the ideal type for us. Chen Tangtang extended her delicate arms, fair as snow, brother Su Chen. Hug. Ahem. I think we should take our time to cultivate our feelings. After all, I'm more innocent, unlike your father, who is a playboy. Su Chen looked up at the sky, feeling quite conflicted. Alright then, it doesn't matter. The currents of fate will push you together anyway, so we parents won't interfere. Chingcho transformed into a magical dragon, flapping its wings and disappearing into the sky. Off to date. Meng, tell your mother I won't be staying over at her place tonight. Damn, what a brazen statement from a scumbag, the viewers exclaimed. We must act early.
At the headquarters of the Iron Blood Alliance,
Shen Ginghong and Shen Zimo, father and son,
both revealed intense killing intent. The scene in the prophetic crystal ball made them feel like they were sitting on pins and needles,
suffering greatly. The two women in Su Chen's future were actually both 6th-tier hidden class holders, and Shen Jinghong was merely a 5th-tier wild fighter. How could he compete with a dragon warrior and a dragon mage? Not to mention, in the image, Su Chen faced the Shadow Evil Dragon King's destructive magic cannon with ease, laughing and chatting, completely unafraid, and even unharmed. I need to contact a few foreign friends. Shen Ginghong took a deep breath, deciding to make a desperate gamble. After being warned by the Dragon Kingdom's officials, his accounts were monitored, and he was being followed, making it impossible to send assassins from the Iron Blood Alliance to kill Su Chen. He could only rely on external forces. Shen Zimo was also driven mad with jealousy, staring blankly at the exquisite faces of Chen Meng and Chen Tang. That bastard. He took my hidden class card and claimed the beauties that should have belonged to me. If I had obtained the job transfer card that day, the destined person appearing in the 999th divination would have been me. Shen Zimo. He has cuckolded me. He has NTR'd me. The hatred of stealing a wife cannot coexist. Shen Zimo was completely obsessed. The Mystery Sanctuary. The piggy girl and the tough girl looked at Bufian with worried expressions, feeling gloomy. Oh no. It's all Auntie's fault for speaking carelessly, ruining your good fortune. And now the Dragon Slayer clan has gotten ahead. Su Chen is really going to become Qin Jingcho's son-in-law. But, the protection of the destined person is indeed too romantic. The piggy girl sighed, her face filled with dreamy longing. When the princess's life hangs by a thread, the prince arrives instantly through dimensional teleportation, facing the Shadow Evil Dragon King's might with a man's chest. Wow! No wonder those two wealthy young ladies fell head over heels at first sight and threw themselves at him. If it were me, I would also fall for him, the tough girl said realistically. The destructive magic cannon that even two 6th-tier class holders can't withstand must be of forbidden spell level. This means that by then, Su Chen will most likely have embarked on the path to godhood. Any woman, who can resist the pursuit of a god-level class holder? I don't envy love, I just want to be a vassal of the strong, because in this era, the greatest luxury is to survive. Admiring the strong is the top choice for partners now. Looks/wealth/eloquence/knowledge all have to take a back seat. Bufian bit her lip, lost in thought about that man who faced the destructive magic with a faint smile, as steady as a rock, unwavering like Mount Tai. In the future, he would be strong, dazzling, and heart-stirring, just the knight she had imagined in her youth. During her time at the Shiliang Academy, she immediately recognized Su Chen's limitless potential, believing he would surely achieve great things in the future. Thus, she used her highest authority to present him with the best S-level contract from the secret sanctuary. However, she still underestimated his abilities. A woman chasing a man is like a layer of gauze between them, especially since he openly admits you are his white moonlight. The piggy girl clenched her pink fist, cheering for Bufian, fighting, bring back your man. But her tough girl friend cautiously reminded her, people's hearts are fickle. I think his first love and initial feelings must have changed. After all, that's the renowned Dragon Slayer clan. Chen Jingcho also has high hopes for him and is even willing to delay his own time to help him with live streaming. With such a big shot backing him and even offering two wealthy young ladies, the attraction is simply doubled. Compared to the treatment you get at the secret sanctuary, it's better not to humiliate yourself. Maintain a bit of dignity, perhaps there will be a chance in the future. But regretting too soon will only lead to being looked down upon. Just wait a bit longer. Wait? The piggy girl rolled her eyes dramatically. How long have we waited? It's already been 2. Now that Fian is marrying into the Su family, she can still compete for her position. Chen Meng gets the odd days, Chen Tang the even, and you're left with just Sunday. Fian, if other big families rush to court Su Chen, it might take a month before it's your turn again. Isn't that like living as a widow? Bu Fian replied, take your wild thoughts back. What are you even thinking about? Su Chen isn't the kind of person you imagine. He's different from someone like Chingcho, who's a playboy. Ha! Men! What do you know? The piggy girl scoffed. Being reserved now will only lead to big losses later. Just wait and see. I can only say that with each passing day. Your ranking is dropping. By the time you become the 18th concubine, don't come back crying to me. Bu Fian rolled her eyes flirtatiously, but her gaze couldn't help but fall on her mother, who looked even more awkward, constrained, and anxious. Yes, Wu Mengxi's toes were awkwardly digging into the marble floor of the hall, creating a 3-bedroom apartment, and she was still at it, likely to carve out a nursery and a maid's room by the end of the day. Every rise of Su Chen was undoubtedly a loud slap to her face. Her friends had also caught the awkwardness and had voluntarily turned off the live stream. However, Lord Chen Jingcho had appeared at the Fengdu auction house and had actively offered 2 young ladies to the now popular summoner, making headlines across all media outlets. There was no need for them to watch the live stream. The wall-mounted TV in the hall urgently interrupted with this news. This was not just a gossip piece but a major security incident in Long Country, in a prophetic vision. On an unknown day, the 17th layer of the abyss would go out of control, spilling danger onto the territory of Long Country. The Shadow Evil Dragon King was also about to descend upon the Fengdu auction house, slaughtering countless citizens. This was a matter concerning millions of people. Who would dare to ignore it? Who would dare take responsibility? Thus, the Fengdu city officials reacted swiftly to dispel the rumors. All citizens, please remain calm and do not worry. Since Ms. Su Wanjuan's prophetic abilities have detected danger, we can change the course of fate and avoid the destruction of the Shadow Evil Dragon King. Moreover, according to the details in the vision, this will not occur for at least 5 to 10 years, so there is no need to panic. In the hall of the secret sanctuary, everyone noticed the urgent broadcast and learned the ins and outs, leading to various reactions. Oh no! I have 2 properties in Fengdu. This is going to hit hard. The property prices are going to plummet. I'm going to lose a fortune. I can never vacation in Fengdu again. I need to sell my villa there. Who knows when the Shadow Evil Dragon King will show up? I can't gamble my life against abyssal monsters. Even though the officials have dispelled the rumors, it's still a prophecy. Can a predetermined death really be avoided? After the crowd discussed the risks of Fengdu, they all stole glances at Wu Mengxi from the corners of their eyes. Many of those invited to the banquet at the mysterious Holy Hall were not friends of Wu Mengxi, they were merely there due to business dealings. In fact, many people had looked down on Wu Mengxi's utilitarianism and had disliked her for a long time. This time, seeing her at a disadvantage, someone immediately raised their voice intentionally and said, "Oh, isn't this the illustrious Su Chen, the son-in-law of our deputy hall master Wu Mengxi? He actually has the potential to become a god-level practitioner and challenge the Shadow Evil Dragon King? What great luck, to have a future god-level summoner fall into our laps. Even our deputy hall master, who once invested in the Azura demon Spike Bu Tian, the current hall master, has not stepped onto the path of becoming a god. Who would have thought the son-in-law would achieve it first? It seems the daughter's choice in partners is indeed better. Ha ha. Where there are jesters, there are also supporters." A person who also had a poor relationship with Wu Mengxi picked up the conversation and said sarcastically, "What good is having a good eye for choosing a partner? It can't withstand having a traitor at home. You may not know, but our little Fian, who had an eye for talent and worked hard to recruit Su Chen, was unable to successfully sign him. He was publicly rejected by a high-ranking member of the mysterious Holy Hall and was insulted, being called a toad wanting to eat swan meat." With plans to arrange a date for Fian with a top-tier rich second generation. Oh, which rich second generation is stronger than Su Chen? Rumor has it that it's from the weak water family, which controls the power of tides. Their hidden profession inheritance is called Sea Demon Warrior, TSK. They are also a top-tier family, so they must be very impressive. Fian has such a good mother who thinks of her. She is truly blessed. Is that so? Is the weak water family stronger than the Dragon Slayer clan? Are Sea Demon Warriors stronger than Dragon Warriors and Dragon Mages? Oh, my friend, you shouldn't say that. Dragon Warriors and Dragon Mages are the most promising top-tier hidden professions, with extremely harsh job transfer conditions. How can a mere Sea Demon Warrior compare? The Dragon Slayer clan directly rules over the Fengdu Ghost City, a super family. The Weak Water family, on the other hand, shares a medium-sized city with the Yen Fire family and the Senmu family, A medium-sized city?
I remember Fengdu Ghost City is one of the top 10 big cities in the Dragon Kingdom.
Right? Can the power and wealth of the weak water family reach even 1/10 of the Dragon Slayer clan? 1/10? More like 1/100th. The two, as if performing a duet, both showed bright smiles and concluded. Something feels off. How could Su Chen,
who is being courted by two young ladies from the Dragon Slayer clan,
be rejected by the mysterious Holy Hall? It feels like their judgment is flawed? After the last sentence was spoken, a crack.
Wu Mengxi crushed the crystal goblet in her hand, blaring furiously at the two who were joking. Get out of the mysterious Holy Hall.
We will no longer welcome you. Ha! Don't say we.
One of them scoffed lightly. We only came to your shabby place for the banquet because we received an invitation from Lord Bu Lingtian of the Azura Demon Spike.
Do you really think you have that much influence?
The other also disdainfully curled his lip. Wu Mengxi,
you have made a mistake, ruining your daughter's lifelong happiness and turning a god-level summoner, who should have belonged to the mysterious Holy Hall, into your enemy. Do you think the mysterious Holy Hall can continue to thrive?
Everyone present will inevitably think when doing business with you in the future, this woman has terrible judgment and is likely to be retaliated against by a god-level summoner.
Do we still have the necessity to continue cooperating with the mysterious Holy Hall? Immediately, whispers erupted around. Yes. What if in the future Su Chen, out of resentment towards the mysterious Holy Hall, directs his anger towards us, who are closely cooperating with them? Although it is said that Su Chen can only become a god-level professional in the prophecy, he is currently just a level 17 little summoner who has not yet advanced. However, when choosing business partners, one must consider the long term. If, 10 years from now, Su Chen really embarks on the path to becoming a god, will we still have time to keep our distance from the mystery sanctuary? Business is business, it doesn't matter who you do it with. It's better to earn a little less than to risk offending a god-level summoner. Many people suddenly stood up and left without looking back. Clearly, this group of people had no intention of continuing to do business with Wu Mengxi in the future. Wu Mengxi stood there in shock, unable to believe that just because Su Chen appeared in a news report, it had brought such a huge loss to the mystery sanctuary. This group of people had many trade dealings with the mystery sanctuary, especially regarding the raw materials for assassin equipment, which they needed to customize privately. She had never gotten along with many of them, their personalities clashing for years, but for the overall benefit of the mystery sanctuary, she had still put on a smiling face and sent out invitations. But now, it was all ruined. She, who prided herself on being absolutely rational and always adhered to the principle of profit above all, had become a laughingstock in her small circle, causing her close-knit group of middle-aged girlfriends to feel estranged. Wasn't he just a lowly commoner? Wu Mengxi couldn't understand it all. She had never believed in prophecy, and could Su Chen really climb from the bottom, from 0 rank to 1st, 2nd, even to 6th rank smoothly? Apart from the Dragon Kingdom, wouldn't other countries around the world be unwilling to see the Dragon Kingdom possess a god-level summoner? At that time, they would surround and intercept him, with anonymous assassinations and everything. What right did Su Chen have to break through the encirclement? Why didn't that fool Chingcho wait until he reached the 6th rank before extending an olive branch? To offer up 2 daughters with bright futures when he was only at level 17 was simply too impatient. Where was the slightest bit of noble restraint? Wu Mengxi stood there with a face full of fluctuating emotions, her mind racing. To others, her awkward and distressed expression at that moment was undoubtedly a sign of extreme regret. At this moment, Bufian suddenly stood up and bowed to the departing people, uncles and aunts. Thank you for coming to the Mystery Sanctuary today, you are giving our family face. I apologize for the inadequate hospitality that led to your departure. After this, my father and I will definitely come to apologize to you in person with a generous gift. But please do not suspend our long-standing trade with the Mystery Sanctuary. After all, it is a win-win situation for both sides. The two people who had already reached the revolving door, a man and a woman who had previously been in cahoots, paused and turned to look at Bufian. They sighed. Fian, you are a good child. You are right, we were impulsive. Don't worry, what we just said was out of anger, we won't tear up the contract. The man smiled and said, but I think you should take charge of the Mystery Sanctuary soon and share some responsibilities with your mother. Look at how tired she is, she's talking nonsense. The woman nodded. Yes, your mother is irritable due to menopause and prone to making mistakes. You need to be more understanding. If her condition continues,
She might develop Alzheimer's. It would be better for you to inherit the family business sooner.
After saying this, the two also returned the courtesy and left.
Many who had intended to leave directly suddenly seemed to ponder, realizing why those who had made the most noise were now trying to curry favor with her daughter after offending Wu Mengxi. Bu Fian was indeed a rare beauty and also Su Chen's white moonlight and mentor.
Although Su Chen ultimately did not sign with the Mystery Sanctuary, what did that have to do with Bu Fian?
She had never offended Su Chen from beginning to end. It could even be said that Wu Mengxi's foolish rejection only highlighted Bu Fian's unique insight.
For any man,
the first woman who perceives his uniqueness and shows him unreserved kindness holds unparalleled significance,
especially if she is a stunning beauty like Bu Fian. Who knows? In the future they might even share the same bed, and the Mystery Sanctuary could benefit from the protection of a god-level summoner. Thus, this group of people who initially wanted to abandon the Mystery Sanctuary was retained by Bu Fian, who exchanged pleasantries with them before they politely took their leave. Bu Fian saved the Mystery Sanctuary from becoming a target of public scorn. Mom, you're tired today, go back and rest. Don't worry, I've got everything covered, Bu Fian said, her lips pressed together, her youthful innocence fading, revealing the poise of a mature office lady.
The stylish and beautiful woman radiated charm at that moment,
causing many men present to be captivated. Wow!
Her piggy girlfriend bounced over,
giving a thumbs up. So cool, so handsome.
The Mystery Sanctuary is in shambles,
but with our Fian patching it up, you've really grown up. Bu Fian, however,
smiled bitterly, her expression complex as she looked at her mother.
But, those people aren't looking at my face,
nor the face of the Mystery Sanctuary. They are seeing
a hint of kindness from Su Chen,
and a thread of fate between him and me.
Wu Mengxi's body trembled. You might really be mistaken. Mom,
Bu Fian pressed her lips together.
Many things can never return to how they were before, including you and Dad, and me and him.
But life goes on, let's continue with our work.
And please, don't hold any grudges against Su Chen,
thinking all the troubles stem from him.
In fact, he hasn't made a penny from us, and my daughter, using his name,
has salvaged a lot of business.
We owe him.
Wu Mengxi's body swayed slightly as she looked at her daughter,
forcing a strained smile. You're right. Then, she fainted.
At the Fengdu auction house, Su Chen was truly overwhelmed by the fiery enthusiasm of Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang.
Stop flirting. He angrily swung his arm,
tossing away both the hot water bag and the ice water bag.
Fuming, what are you doing? Can you be a bit more positive? Little enchantresses, don't come within 3 meters of me in the future. Please have some self-awareness.
Su Chen glared at the two exquisitely beautiful dragon girls.
What kind of officials can withstand this kind of test? The outcome of failing such a test is becoming a grilled sausage or an ice pop. Are you trying to harm your husband? Go stand aside and reflect on yourselves. Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang, initially feeling wronged,
were left speechless by his words, but they obediently followed his instructions,
no longer daring to flirt. They could only weakly respond. Yes, husband, change the way you address me. How many single viewers are there in the live stream? They don't want to eat dog food. Understand? Okay, husband. Su Chen, single viewers. Damn, viewers, I'm filled with pent-up anger right now, and I need a way to vent. He began searching for an acquaintance.
The viewers couldn't help but show strange smiles, sending out super bullet comments. Host,
is this pent-up anger serious?
Definitely not serious, it's all fire from heavenly thunder, and I think Su Chen is looking for a bathroom to handle it himself.
Brothers, I've also switched to being a prophet, now announcing tomorrow's news, undead catastrophe, the heir of the crown.
Rumored to be a summoner, Su Chen, who is very likely to ascend to godhood in the future, has suffered severe burns in a certain place, leading him to become ascetic and renounce worldly matters.
Dharma name, Master Wunyao. Don't renounce. We in the Eastern Factory need talents like Su Chen. Come be a master in the inner court. The viewers laughed, and soon Su Chen found his target in a corner. Hi, Stella, the flame dragon roaring prince.
The duel only has 10 minutes left.
Why haven't you come to find me yet?
If you escape the deathmatch,
you'll be disqualified immediately. You wouldn't want to lose your life before even fighting, would you? Stella quickly forced a smile and spoke in a curry-flavored Mandarin. Mr. Su Chen, it's my fault for not recognizing a great master like you. Look, I'm willing to pay 50 million, please, have mercy and cancel the duel. Wishful thinking, Su Chen scoffed. With your status, You think you can just brush off a death match with a mere 50 million? Let me offer you a super double. 500 million. If you can come up with that amount, I can agree to cancel. Otherwise, you might as well let me kill you. After all, the death match was your own suggestion. You think I'm a soft persimmon, so you want a death match, but when you realize I'm tough, you want to cancel the duel. Do you think we people from Long Country can be bullied at will? Don't act like a giant baby. You need to understand the cost of every choice you make. Got it? Chen coldly retorted. Stella was left dumbfounded. 500 million was an enormous sum he simply couldn't afford. Sir, you wouldn't be unable to come up with it, would you? Chen feigned surprise. In our Long Country, a poor kid like me, who grew up without parents and relied on scholarships to finish 9 years of compulsory education, can now come up with 1 billion. You're at least the second heir of the Yanlong Roar family. Can you do it or not? Stella's face turned red, and he hurriedly explained. I only brought a bank card with me. I didn't plan on making any large purchases. Still being stubborn, Chen sneered. Too lazy to argue. Fine, no matter the reason. Since you can't come up with 500 million, there's no more civility to discuss. We can only continue fighting. I believe that when my summon beats you half to death later, your parents will urgently contact me for money. He shrugged, completely calm. Stella broke out in a cold sweat, but at that moment, one of the heads of the Fengdu auction house, Chen Chanshan, transferred a call and respectfully said, Mr. Chen, it's an urgent call from Mayor Feng of Fengdu City. He has important matters to discuss and needs your help. Oh, okay. Upon hearing it was such a big shot, Chen quickly answered, puzzled. Hello, Mayor, may I ask what you need from me? I'm just a level 17 summoner. What help can I provide? On the other end, a middle-aged man with a square face smiled wryly. Classmate Chen, you actually have a big favor you can do for me right now. Can I change your deathmatch application to a regular sparring application? After all, if you sacrifice in the duel, it will trigger a fate curse, attracting the gaze of the Abyss Lords and turning everything within a kilometer into scorched earth. Of course, I'm not belittling your strength and winning chances, perhaps fearing Chen would rebel. The mayor sincerely said, according to our big data analysis, your probability of defeating him in the correction arena is 97%, with only a 0.3% chance of losing. Stella, I just think that 0.3% chance isn't worth the risk to gamble on. The mayor said seriously, I can use my authority to change it to a regular correction arena with a 500 million betting amount. For this, we can lend 500 million to Stella, and this money will be directly deducted from the trade funds between the Yanlong Roar family and Fengdu City. Upon hearing this, Stella immediately regained his confidence. That sounds great. I was just afraid of the fate curse on him. It doesn't mean I lack confidence in defeating him. Even in the correction arena, my number of skills far exceeds Chen's. Stara raised his head proudly. Later, after I win the duel, I hope you Dragon Country won't play tricks or protect this guy. Then, he grinned maliciously at Chen. Thank you for your 500 million. It can fully compensate for my loss of Chen Mengmeng. Ah, I really like your arrogant look right now. Chen replied with a faint smile. It's a pity I can't smash your eyeballs or beat your ugly face to a pulp, but just thinking about you giving me 500 million cash for free still makes me happy. Soon, the main event of Chen's third live broadcast began, but the viewers were lacking enthusiasm. After all, they had just witnessed a terrifying Shadow Dragon King and at least 6-tier Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang in the Prophecy Crystal Ball. Although Chen only showed a glimpse, he revealed terrifying defensive power. Now, they were about to watch two rookies in the correction arena fight each other. Get on with it. Finish up quickly. I don't understand why that Shanghua loser is so arrogant. Just asking, is the Fire Dragon Mage a really powerful profession? Oh no. Even though it's a correction arena, I forgot Chen hasn't changed jobs yet. He won't flip over in the gutter, right? TCH, he won't flip at all. If Chen loses, I'll create a second family of treacherous dragons in my livestream. Choose your breed, female giant lizard, female gorilla, or even female hyena and female python. The viewers lazily chattered, waiting for the live broadcast to start with the mindset of watching a monkey show. Seeing this, Chen sighed. I didn't expect everyone to have such high expectations of me, assuming I could win, to the point that the suspense of my third live broadcast has been lost. Can't you at least give the Fire Dragon Roar family a little face? Pretend it's a fair fight. Pretend the odds are 50-50. Pretend you're a bit hopeful about the outcome. Chen clasped his hands together, helplessly saying, please, this is a duel. Without suspense. Where's the show effect? The dead atmosphere in this live room makes the new fans think the next livestream is Dad closing the door to beat the Cubs. The viewers. No, are you kidding? You're too cocky, right? What if Stara really has a trump card up his sleeve? That would be interesting. Okay, you've successfully piqued my interest. Next, I'm going to cheer for Stara. You just need to unleash the ape god to crush that guy. How can I expect anything? I advise you, if you have the ability, don't bully the weak. Isn't that just picking on people? Chen was interacting with the viewers. Meanwhile, Stara the Fire Dragon Roar was focused on warming up, stretching his muscles, loosening his joints, and checking the life potions, mana potions, and mental potions in his backpack, among other combat supplies. He was quite professional. The reason for his dedication wasn't that Stara had this habit, it was purely because he noticed something. This ordinary correction arena duel had actually filled the seats at the Fengdu auction house. And the most terrifying part was that there were a full 34 million global viewers watching online. Stara's desire to perform instantly surged, and his speech became powerful, displaying an unprecedented masculine aura. The audience from Shanghai united in their support for their country's expert. Go for it. If you can win against that despicable Chen, I'll give you a permanent 50% discount on the curry from the Fire Dragon Roar family. Since Chen's rise, Dragon Country has gained a wave of face. But our Shanghai is the oldest civilization in the world, and since ancient times, we have always been evenly matched with Dragon Country, fighting fiercely without a clear winner. Now they actually have the upper hand. It's simply a great humiliation. Stella, if you can defeat Chen, it will be a great display of our national prestige. You are at least a Brahmin from the Elephant Kingdom, a master of the Flame Dragon Roar family, with a solid foundation built over 3 generations. He is just a rookie from the Dragon Kingdom, a nobody who relies on internet fame, a mere commoner. You surely can't lose, right? Stella coldly reminded Chen. There are still 3 minutes left in the countdown to the duel, and you are busy live streaming. The principle that overconfidence leads to defeat, and you, a Dragon Kingdom person who authored The Art of War, don't understand? Do I, an Elephant Kingdom person, need to remind you? Ha ha. Treating a duel of equal strength so lightly, I see you are about to lose. This statement made a lot of sense. At the very least, Stella appeared very serious, having warmed up again and again. Many of the trolls in the live stream immediately popped up, harshly mocking Chen. Even the trash from the Elephant Kingdom knows to take things seriously. Yet you are still putting on a show. I predict you will lose miserably, and the show will definitely explode. Can't even warm up? Can't even warm up? Can't even warm up? Just wait to lose. He. My fellow trolls, listen to my command, attention, at ease, show your black chicken feet. It's our turn to celebrate. Chen is about to be disgraced. Many fans immediately felt a pang of anxiety. After all, it was quite common for an unclassed summoner to lose to a second-tier hidden class. Moreover, Stella, the Flame Dragon Roar, was 10 years older than Chen, with 10 more years of combat experience, which made it hard to say it was an evenly matched fight. But, Stella was from the Elephant Kingdom, a sensitive identity. The Dragon and Elephant Kingdoms had been at odds since ancient times, and they could be said to be sworn enemies. If Chen really lost to someone from the Elephant Kingdom, the people of the Dragon Kingdom would not be able to think calmly. The backlash would be explosive. Everyone looked at Chen, who appeared confused, staring at Stella with a face full of question marks. Are you out of your mind? I'm a summoner. Why would I need to warm up? I'm just going to beat you up later. No need for me to step into the ring myself. You, a flame dragon mage, jumping around like a monkey. What are you doing? Chen shrugged and asked the camera. Viewers, do you understand this Elephant Kingdom mage's abstract movements? Does he need to exercise to cast spells? Oh, right. All the male viewers watching my live stream, don't imitate this Elephant Kingdom mage's actions. If you want to train properly, you should go to the gym. You can also become a good for him. Good for me, strong man, Chen said, raising a finger in a secretive manner. Instantly, the live stream exploded with excitement. Stella was stunned, her mouth wide open like a roasted duck with its throat choked, completely at a loss for how to retort. The viewers also suddenly realized, right, a flame dragon mage pretending to warm up like a melee class. What's the point? But he reminds me of a group of hustlers in our company. Whenever the boss comes to inspect, they act super serious. But when it's normal times, they just sit at their desks eating seeds and chips, leaving all the work to their teammates. So hypocritical. Who knows? Maybe he can cast spells with his legs. Ha ha. Thanks to the little assistant. I strongly recommend exercise to all male viewers worldwide. Men, take better care of yourselves. The live stream returned to laughter and jokes, coldly mocking Stella. Even the viewers from the Elephant Kingdom who were trying to support him couldn't help but feel annoyed. Yes, you are a flame dragon mage, don't you just chant spells to cast? Why not practice some tongue twisters and improve your verbal skills instead of jumping around like a fool? Are you a melee mage, ready to pick up your battle staff and crack open Su Chen's skull? A spectator from the Elephant Kingdom asked with great anticipation, but when Stella equipped all his gear from his backpack, the audience member who doubted he was a battle mage immediately lost all hope, because the staff he was using was a small, orthodox piece of equipment typical of academy mages, highly recognizable. TCH, isn't that just a legendary item? The arcane sphere? A standard two-part structure, an ancient wooden staff with a mana gem, mortise and tenon inlay. I can identify it as an old artifact at a glance. It's very straightforward, but as an antique, its attributes can't be hidden. Everyone knows it. A gear appraiser scoffed, posting an attribute sheet in the live stream. As a top student, Su Chen recited the classic equipment's attributes without hesitation. All attributes plus 60, an additional 60 points of spirit, and it can summon an otherworldly creature, Hellfire. That's its main attribute, right? Good stuff. Are you willing to trade? My little fox still needs a staff. I can offer you 7 million buns. How about it? The viewers were suddenly filled with black lines on their foreheads. You little rascal. Your black talk is quite slick. You just bypassed the platform's ban on cash transactions. All platforms prohibit streamers from directly trading cash with viewers to prevent scams that could affect the platform, especially when it comes to sensitive items like equipment, as their prices are often unstable and vary greatly, making it a hotspot for fraud. When AI detects currency, it will close the live stream and call in a supervisor for inspection. But where there are policies, there are countermeasures. Streamers and viewers naturally find subtle ways to circumvent the rules. An Eagle Kingdom viewer also quoted, TCH, only 7 million buns? I'll offer 5 million big burgers. Trade with me. A Gallic Rooster Kingdom viewer quickly followed, I'm willing to offer 6 million baguettes. You can check today's exchange rate at the market, supermarket. Absolutely sincere. Stella was furious. These commoners actually coveted his staff. Get lost. All of you. Get out. This is the heirloom of our flame dragon roar family. Not for sale. Su Chen shook his head regretfully. Don't want to trade? Then what are you showing off for? And it doesn't matter what you say. Mr. Stella, don't forget. If you lose later and can't produce 500 million in cash, you'll first have to use your personal items to offset it. And only then will the Dragon Kingdom officials help you mortgage it. It will soon belong to me, I'll decide. The Gallic Rooster Kingdom viewer who offered 6 million baguettes. Remember to message me. We'll trade. Stella. Finally, the countdown ended, and the duel began. They were using the standard arena provided by the Fingdu auction house, a place usually used to test the strength of summoned creatures. Many high-level professionals gathered around, closely watching the two. Once the outcome was determined, or if either was in danger, they would rush in to rescue Su Chen. Yes, it was only Su Chen, after all. If he were in mortal danger, everyone would have to face the instant death gaze of the Abyss Lord. As for Stella the Flame Dragon Roar, who was that? Su Chen. Go for it. Su Chen. Fighting. Su Chen-san. Ganbat. The cheers and bullet comments from global fans instantly filled the live stream. The limited support from some Elephant Kingdom spectators for Stella was quickly drowned out. In fact, most Elephant Kingdom viewers just wanted to see Stella make a fool of himself. After all, not all commoners were foolish enough to support the arrogant young master of a high caste. Stella immediately activated the magic ring on his right index finger, casting the staff's built-in fireball, and launched a rapid 3-shot barrage at Su Chen's head. Although they were fighting in a modified arena, balancing the data on their professional panels, it only limited the damage of the fireballs, not their instantaneous casting speed or projectile velocity. Die. Su Chen. Just my equipment's attached skills are enough to drown you.
Seeing the fireball smash down in front of Su Chen,
he couldn't help but chuckle. Still dare to say the warm-up is useless? Look at your slow reaction. But after the fireball exploded, Su Chen remained calm, arms crossed, lazily watching him,
pointing to his own face. Come on,
hit me with another 100. Are you just scratching my itch?
The little fox had already been summoned by him first, and she obediently massaged Su Chen's back, while their shared magical power had long taken effect.
Stara was dumbfounded,
staring at the damage numbers floating above Su Chen's head.
-1, -1, -1.
The 3 consecutive fireballs vanished without a trace.
Su Chen was unscathed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Stara roared in anger, gritting his teeth as he activated another necklace skill.
Explosive Wind Blade, instantly summoning 2 wind blades compressed from air,
tearing through the void and slicing towards Su Chen's neck. Face the gale. Meh ha ha. Stara laughed heartily,
seeing Su Chen still unmoved, as if envisioning the scene of Su Chen bleeding out on the spot. But soon he became a bit worried.
Damn, he wouldn't really get decapitated, would he?
If that kid dies, it will trigger the fate curse.
But Su Chen even took out a stool and a teapot from his backpack, turning to the little fox. Come on, help me brew some tea.
The little fox obediently unleashed a wisp of concentrated blue flame from her fingertips,
boiling the water in seconds. Meanwhile, the wind blades struck fiercely at Su Chen's neck. -1, -1. This time, Stara was completely dumbfounded. He knew the power of the wind blades, which could easily decapitate demons of the same level, but hitting Su Chen, they didn't even break through his defenses. Of course, Su Chen's magical power had been instantly depleted, and the little fox's mana had also been reduced by a full 3%.
That attack was quite something, Su Chen said with a smile,
giving a thumbs up,
then added a bag of pu'er tea to the teapot, leisurely crossing his legs and waiting.
Come on,
unleash some explosive powerful attack spells.
I can take it on my face this time.
The viewers were dumbfounded. The old viewers pondered, while the new viewers were utterly confused. Oh, it must be that legendary skill book, Magic Shield,
right? But Su Chen's mana reserves are terrifying, not even showing signs of drying up. The streamer actually has a magic shield that can offset life damage by burning mana? That's amazing. Stara, with a dark and uncertain expression, roared, feeling his cheeks burning. He clearly realized that Su Chen was toying with him, even using him for show, and he was in a difficult position, having to tough it out. Damn it, a soldier can be killed but not humiliated. Stara directly activated his staff skill, summoning 2 hellfire beasts from another world.
The hellfire fell from the sky,
smashing down towards Su Chen.
Stara closed his eyes,
began chanting,
and a series of illusory light rings rippled from the staff.
The hellfire's entrance was a dramatic fall, causing a wave of area stun damage, then charging in to punch the enemy with fiery fists. However, Su Chen yawned, his mind stirring, summoning the Black Wukong. The giant monkey stood tall, glancing at the hellfire falling from the sky, and without a word, swung his staff with all his might towards the sky. Crack! The 2 hellfires were sent flying back like ping-pong balls hit by a golf club, disappearing into the distance. The viewers collectively burst into laughter. The hellfire came in with great momentum, but left faster than a shooting star. I've never seen hellfire resolved before it even hit the ground. This is the first time in my life. It's hilarious. Such a show. Su Chen, you always manage to pull off something spectacular. The absurdity of the hellfire's appearance and its equally hilarious disappearance was simply too entertaining. Everyone was laughing, except for Stara, who stood frozen in place. His spell abruptly halted, staring blankly at the 2 hellfires fading into the sky, blood suddenly trickling from the corner of his lips. That was the backlash of a failed spell. The viewers were stunned. Wait, is there really a way to interrupt spellcasting like this? Stara, as a proud flame dragon mage with over a decade of combat experience as a second-tier expert, actually stopped casting out of anger and embarrassment? So tragic. Ha 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 ha. Even the blind viewers could see it clearly. It's truly a crushing defeat, with 0 chance of victory from start to finish. Wait, how could the proud scion of the Flame Dragon Roar family, a hidden class, not even break Su Chen's defense? That's just ridiculous. Many were confused. What if he's destined to be a god-level summoner? What if the undead catastrophe crown is willing to give him the artifact's spatial storage? What if we gathered in this livestream to watch him beat up the chicken from the elephant country?
The fans responded cheerfully.
Let's give you one last chance. Su Chen shrugged. We haven't even witnessed the exclusive spells of the Flame Dragon Mage yet. It would be too boring to take you down like this. Plus, the viewers want to see the Flame Dragon Mage's skills. Don't let them down too much. Master Stara. What does master mean?
The viewers were puzzled.
Su Chen sighed. I feel that Mr.
Stara's output is like that of a scraping master or a bath master. It seems powerful,
but in reality,
it's just scraping off a layer of dust, completely harmless to us.
Pohahahaha. What a perfect metaphor. Master Stara, stop scraping. Show us some of your best skills. The viewers collectively pleaded. Stara, the Flame Dragon roar,
felt deeply humiliated. All his grandiose words and pre-match warm-ups had turned into clownish behavior.
In contrast, Su Chen made no move at all,
instead brewing tea and drinking it,
truly not needing any warm-up,
as his summoned creatures had already taken care of themselves.
Then let me show you the power of the dragon bloodline. Stara heated up,
steam suddenly billowing from his head, and his staff emitted a terrifying red light,
countless flames bursting forth from his skin, engulfing him.
His high-pitched incantation echoed through the skies. Chen Mengmeng understood the power of the Dragonkin bloodline well and immediately called out to Su Chen, darling.
After he activates the Flame Dragon bloodline,
all his spells will double in power, and he will gain strong melee capabilities. That's the racial talent of the Flame Dragon. Shen Tang chimed in. He once revealed that his fire spells are proficient and will increase by 100 points,
but he will completely lose his rationality, being driven by the beastly instincts of the dragon bloodline,
leading to chaotic attacks.
Oh, thanks for the reminder. Su Chen glanced at his and the little fox's fully replenished mana,
lazily stretched his arm,
took out a lounge chair from his backpack, lay down, and even started playing on his phone, answering fans' questions. Everyone looked at each other, unsure of what to say.
Wait, you really aren't afraid? The viewers were particularly confused. They felt Stara's momentum was rising, and Su Chen's situation seemed precarious.
Yet Su Chen immediately replied, not afraid at all.
Viewers, let me share some battlefield analysis tips with you.
Just now,
I checked his fireball and wind blade damage on my character panel.
The damage coefficient of the fireball is 3.6,
and the wind blade's damage coefficient is 1.9.
Based on the mana consumption of my magic shield, I can accurately estimate his magical damage to be around 120. Su Chen shrugged his shoulders, thanks to the adjustments in the correction field. If he were a second-tier professional, I might still have some reservations, but now, I can completely handle it, even if it's double,
or even 10 times.
Ah, your mana is that terrifying?
The viewers were particularly shocked.
Indeed, it's a bit over 100 million.
But that's confidential, Su Chen said with a charming smile.
Everyone, if you have free popularity tickets or little flowers, please throw some my way. This live stream never actively asks for paid gifts,
but feeding me some free gifts to help boost the popularity of my stream is still needed.
Alright then, given that you beat up that idiot from the Elephant Kingdom and are feeling proud, I'll give you 0.1 yuan.
In Su Chen's live stream, various gifts suddenly surged,
even if it was just 0.1 yuan per person.
It couldn't be helped that over 60 million people were watching at the same time. That already amounted to 6 million in revenue,
showcasing the dividends of the traffic era. Bastard! Take this, Breath of the Flame Dragon! Stella roared.
A terrifying and vast pillar of fire erupted from his palms,
engulfing Su Chen.
A sinister grin appeared on his face, turned to ashes under the flames of the Flame Dragon.
Dragons have reverse scales, touching them means death. This is the price for disrespecting the offspring of the Flame Dragon family.
Amidst the raging flames,
Su Chen lazily remarked, so comfortable, thank you for the heat treatment. Stella was dumbfounded. He clearly saw several lazy -1, -1, -1 pop up above Su Chen's head again. He could no longer hold back, frantically charging forward, relying on the dragon power in his bloodline,
and began to pound and beat Su Chen's back fiercely.
Don't stop, Master Stella.
The viewers saw another series of -1s,
their laughter rendering them speechless. Su Chen, however, calmly said, your hands are quite strong. Don't stop.
My waist hurts,
my back aches,
and my legs are cramping. I'm counting on you.
My old waist and neck are feeling just right.
The most comical battle scene in history unfolded. A frenzied flame dragon mage was swinging his arms,
fiercely beating Su Chen, who was sprawled on a chair, looking completely relaxed and enjoying it, while all the damage numbers visible to everyone were endless -1 -1 -1 -1 -1. Don't rub it in, Master Stella. Stop it. Su-Chen is about to fall asleep from comfort. Your complete set of flame dragon roars is truly terrifying. Su-Chen is too ruthless. Sharkman. And he's going for the heart. Viewers around the world were laughing uncontrollably, mocking Stella to the fullest. At this moment, there were no language barriers or cultural walls, because who couldn't understand the Arabic numerals -1 -1 -1? Everyone could easily feel the joy and humor in it. At the same time, the admiration for the magic shield skill also reached a new level due to Su-Chen's promotion. But soon, some 4th tier and 5th tier high-level professional viewers pointed out, Su-Chen must have some special mana recovery method. In fact, Stella is far from being as foolish as he seems. That move, Breath of the Flame Dragon, has high frequency and high damage, plus burning damage, making it extremely versatile, worthy of the name Flame Dragon Roar. It's just that Su-Chen's mana is too abundant, which is why all the damage is forced -1. In just 2 seconds, Su-Chen burned at least over 1000 mana, which is not something a normal level 17 summoner could possess. My half-brother viewers, don't show off like him in front of others, or you'll just end up as carbon-roasted human meat. At this moment, Stella, with his lips trembling, despondently gave up the fight and chose to concede. He turned around, dejectedly leaving the venue. A lazy voice came from behind. It was Su-Chen talking to the viewers in the livestream. Sigh. I thought the name of the Dragon Conqueror family sounded intimidating, that it would grant me a defeat to teach me a lesson. But I didn't expect Stella's skills to be so mediocre, allowing me to pick up 500 million for nothing. I'm afraid I'll become proud and complacent from now on. Is this his tactic of flattery? Trying to keep me, basking in victory for the rest of my life, thus underestimating my enemies and ultimately leading to disaster? The viewers burst into laughter. What a steal! Sure enough, Stara the Flame Dragon roared and turned his head, glaring at Su-Chen, delivering a cool line, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not underestimate, he stuttered. He wanted to say do not underestimate the youth in poverty, but compared to Su-Chen, he felt like an old man. Su-Chen chuckled. Do not underestimate the middle-aged in poverty? But I must say, you really are poor, Mr. Stara. Not only are you poor, but you're also heavily in debt. This is a gamble of 500 million. TSK. Think twice before acting. I offer you this ancient saying from our dragon country. I'm afraid your remaining life will be filled with endless regret and infinite costs because of this saying. But before you leave, Su-Chen spread his hands and asked seriously, does your secret method sphere transmit? I can buy it at a 50% premium based on market value. Stara fell silent, clutching his staff and running into the crowd, looking as lost as a pure-hearted boy who had just been overwhelmed by a group of mother lizards. The next moment, Su-Chen received a bank transfer. Dragon Country Rise Bank. Dear customer, the official dual supervision system of Dragon Country has completed a transfer of 500,000 Dragon coins to your account ending in 8801 on May 14th at 2109. Please take note. The supervision system reminds you, there are countless ways to make money, but safety is the first priority. Please do not view dueling as a primary means of profit. If you lose the duel, your loved ones will shed tears. Please try to avoid deathmatch modes and promote civilized dueling and friendly dueling. Su-Chen was very satisfied, shrugging at the viewers in the live stream, saying, I made a fortune. Viewers, 5 small goals. Everyone who sees this gets a share. Alright? I'll directly draw 5 million as a small token of appreciation for everyone's support tonight. In fact, if it weren't for so many viewers fanning the flames, Stara would have been in a tough spot and probably wouldn't have agreed to the duel so readily. So, you all have made a significant contribution. Su-Chen beamed, his face practically glowing with joy. The viewers, who were originally envious and resentful, suddenly clasped their hands together. Father, please accept your African dry daughter's bow. Insider info. I have a 38G Big Thunder. I've private messaged you. Darling, Muah. Your generosity is unmatched. Your wisdom illuminates the 4 oceans. Ah, you are my son. Please allow me to sing a song in praise of you. In an instant, the viewers eagerly participated in the lottery, all laughing uncontrollably. So amazing. Brother Su-Chen, the Flame Dragon Roar family,
known as one of the top 10 professional families in the elephant country. The second heir was actually defeated by you effortlessly, without any suspense. It's like they're giving you a monkey. Moa. Chen Meng Meng, with a smile, walked up to him, showering him with wild praise. Such a stunning dragon lady, warm and soft beside him, breathed gently into his ear, using an almost spoiled tone to praise her beloved man while understandingly giving him a back rub, providing ample emotional value. Brother Su Chen, you're awesome. Chen Tangtang also snuggled against his arm, once again feeling drowsy from the awakening power of bloodlines. Like a cute girl from another dimension, the viewers once again felt a pang of jealousy, their stomachs churning with envy. Stop showing off your love. Boo-hoo. I feel like there are 1,000 lemons mocking me in my heart. I'm so jealous I could transform. Oh my. I also want to ask Sister Mingmeng's mother for a fortune-telling, to see where my future wife is. Is she lost? Why hasn't she found me yet? Damn it. During the last 2 live streams, Su Chen was just a single man like us, and now he directly picked up 2 dragon girls for free. Comparing people makes one feel miserable. Su Chen forced a serious face and solemnly reminded the viewers, no need to envy, no need to be jealous. What can be seen but not eaten is ultimately just torture. Friends, this is actually a very philosophical question, a super test of my willpower. But, he looked at the stunning faces of Chen Meng Meng and Chen Tang Tang, and finally couldn't hold back, breaking into a charming and wild laugh as he pulled them into his embrace. Let me, Su Chen, bear this danger alone for you. These 2 little demon girls, causing chaos in the world. If left unchecked, who knows how many naive boys they would harm. So, leave it to me, everyone, don't worry. The viewers? Damn. The old beast Su Chen has finally shown his true colors. You brat. You brat. Ah, I also want to gather them all into my arms. The CP fans of Su Expo are losing their minds. The Chen sisters' stocks are skyrocketing. Su Chen shrugged innocently and said, some viewers even call me an old beast. I must defend my reputation and correct this. Where the hell am I old? Global viewers, why don't you deny the accusations of being lecherous? You're tacitly agreeing, right? Su Chen took on the persona of a top student and seriously explained. The sage Mencius said, young man, it's normal to appreciate beauty and admire young girls. There's no need to feel ashamed. Mencius never said that. It was Zhou Shuren. I think it was Suzy who said it. Pure nonsense. No explanation. Actually, it was Newton who said it. He also said, cutting off desires leads to a clear mind and pure intentions. That is a truly good youth. At this moment, the lottery finally ended, and Su Chen, in front of everyone, transferred money to 5 viewers who each won 1 million, then smiled and logged off. Next came the main event. The funds he could currently use had reached a staggering 1.7 billion. Considering the 1 billion that the godly rich system could return, that totals 2.7 billion. If he had signed a contract with the secret sanctuary back then, he would have had to work like a horse for 14 years to earn this amount. Indeed, a horse doesn't get fat without night grass, and a person doesn't get rich without windfall. Su Chen stretched lazily, feeling very pleased, and decided to splurge at the Fengdu auction house to significantly boost his combat power. Zhao Muyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Boss, if we use our 1.7 billion to help you conquer the Kingdom of Caesar exam dungeon, completing the artifact restoration task will be a piece of cake. Think long term, my dear agent. Su Chen smiled. Let's first see the auction price for the Soul Priest and secure it. Also, help me find a summoning creature with orc blood. You really want to hand over a hidden profession card worth, a full 1.03 billion. To a summoning creature? Zhao Muyu glanced at the current bidding and advised, why not recruit a human follower? The initiative of humans cannot be compared to that of a summoning creature. Su Chen casually raised the bid to 1.05 billion. And now, there were no more competitors. After all, once the sign of bidder, Su Chen, topped the list, all the VIPs attempting to bid instantly realized, he still had 500 million in cash flow available. They couldn't win, so they gave up. This bidding was nearing its end, with the final 30 minutes counting down. Su Chen securing the hidden profession card was a done deal. He let out a long breath, smiled faintly, and said to Zhao Muyu, compared to humans, I trust summoning creatures more. At the very least, summoned creatures never betray and won't stab you in the back. And my soul priest will be the core support role in my summoning system. It absolutely cannot have any flaws, and I will not allow any safety risks. Therefore,
It can only be a summoned creature with 100 loyalty. Zhao Muyu nodded.
It seems that summoners who advocate for a one-person army system are filled with doubt and criticism about human nature.
And they trust summoned creatures more. Meanwhile, as a professional sales assistant,
Chen Mengmeng quickly found a target that met Su Chen's needs. An urgent auction item has just come up,
and we need to auction it off within an hour to recover funds.
The Thingdu auction house has already listed it as one of the top 100 auction items of the year.
Because it is an egg of Medusa. Su Chen was shocked and asked, "The egg of the Abyss Lord Medusa? Someone actually managed to get their hands on it? That's incredible, but our funds might not be enough to compete for such a priceless treasure." He smiled bitterly, feeling a bit dejected. Su Chen was very self-aware. The Medusa egg was very hot and would likely attract the attention of 6th-tier powerhouses. At that time, the auction could easily reach hundreds of billions. After all, for 6th-tier powerhouses, money is often just a string of numbers sitting in their bank accounts. They could easily apply for a 10 billion interest-free loan in any country just by using their names.
Chen Mengmeng smiled sweetly,
shaking his arm. "Brother Su Chen, don't be like that. Am I really that unprofessional? If you weren't competitive, why would I specifically come to inform you? Oh, is there some hidden meaning? Let go first. You're burning my arm," Su Chen hurriedly said.
Chen Mengmeng awkwardly withdrew her delicate arms. Medusa is a very large lineage. It is mentioned in the Abyss Demon Identification Supplement that only those with the purest bloodline can ascend to become the Abyss Lord.
But demon families often suffer from severe bloodline degeneration, especially after intermarrying with other demon families. The Medusa bloodline becomes diluted. That Medusa egg is actually just a gimmick, Chen Mengmeng said, crossing her arms and disdainfully pouting. "I have to say, that's a very poor business tactic, just to attract attention. In fact, according to industry knowledge, bloodline concentration is the key to evaluating the value of a Medusa egg." "Oh, did you test its bloodline concentration? What is it?" 86,868%.
Chen Mengmeng chuckled lightly. "A very auspicious string of numbers."
"So low? Then after it hatches, it probably won't even take on a serpentine shape, right?" Su Chen immediately felt a headache. The situation was too complicated. Brother Su Chen really doesn't understand Medusa. In fact, the basic threshold for maintaining the Medusa species shape is a bloodline concentration of 3.5%. This is based on scientific statistics, Chen Mengmeng explained. Although it's a bit low, it still has Medusa bloodline. And Medusa was once one of the tribes of the Orc Kingdom, meeting the threshold requirement for the sole priest regarding Orc bloodlines. Zhao Muyu humbly asked, "Then, Boss Chen Mengmeng, what does a bloodline concentration of 6.87% mean?" I like the title boss lady. Chen Mengmeng laughed, her demeanor lively. "As the agent, I'll share this valuable information with you for free. A true pure-blood Medusa Abyss Lord can unleash a terrifying petrifying gaze, which is fundamental for elevating this bloodline to that of a lord. Moreover, a lord-level Medusa possesses a full 8 arms, each specializing in a different skill, each holding a divine artifact. For example, let me briefly introduce the current Medusa Lord. Her lower left first arm specializes in swordsmanship, wielding the holy sword, Blade of Hell's Roar. Her upper right second arm specializes in axe techniques, holding the holy axe, Wolf Totem. The upper left second arm specializes in staves, holding the fallen staff, Scepter of the Eternal King. Chen Mengmeng changed the subject, but when the bloodline concentration drops below 50%, there are only 4 arms left. Below 20%, it's the same as an ordinary human, with only 2 arms remaining, at most specializing in 2 types of skills. Su Chen was taken aback and said with a hint of jealousy, "This specialization in 2 types of skills, does it mean it can switch to 2 professions at the same time?" Bingo! Chen Mengmeng's beautiful eyes sparkled as she sighed. This is the power of a top-tier Abyss bloodline. Holding 2 professions simultaneously is almost impossible among humans, unless under extremely special circumstances. But for the Medusa clan, it's just a common occurrence. Combining 2 professions can create countless possibilities and many combination techniques. Su Chen marveled. "If I could have dual professions, switching to both summoner and soul priest at the same time, my aura would greatly enhance my summons, doubling their attributes. At that time, the power of 1 + 1 would far exceed 2, even reaching 3. Chen Mengmeng nodded her delicate chin. "So, do you intend to acquire this Medusa egg?" "Absolutely." Su Chen took a deep breath and asked, Can you help me ask Lady Chanshan? See what the base price of the Medusa egg is? If I don't have enough money, I'll immediately go to the bank for a loan. Su Chen was very much looking forward to his third summon. Currently, most of his summons were like nesting dolls. For example, Black Wukong could use hair clones to create 12 of its own summon copies. For instance, the little fox could now summon a Hydra Lich. And what the Hydra prides itself on the most is its ability to split. Hydras can split into 3-headed and 6-headed forms. And 6-headed Hydras can further split into 3-headed forms. This would create a legion of split bodies. Therefore, if this Medusa summon could successfully take on the role of Soul Priest, it would allow all of Su Chen's summons to enjoy a massive boost. TSK, I'm only level 17, and I already have the scale of an army. Su Chen couldn't help but feel a bit proud. Filled with hope for the future, Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang immediately went to find Chen Shanshan. Meanwhile, Su Chen pulled Zhamuyu to a corner. Hey, boss, you sent the boss ladies away and secretly dragged the beautiful secretary to the corner. This plot seems quite common in some movies. Zhamuyu asked with a smile. What do you want to do next? Su Chen, he earnestly advised. MS, agent, we should watch more positive movies and not think about those unnecessary things all day. I think that Lord Chingcho specifically helped me stand out. Even helping me create a show effect is to support my career and also to warn all enemies to stay away from me. This is a huge favor, and it could even be said to concern my life and death. Su Chen said seriously. Moreover, Meng Meng and Tang Tang are also here to protect me closely. At the same time, I think the prophecy is quite reliable. Zhamuyu rolled her eyes. I get it. You really want to treat those two as your wives now. So, you want to buy them some gifts, right? Su Chen shrugged. The opportunity for me to earn 500 million came from Meng Meng, so I should show some appreciation. Emotional intelligence is quite high. It seems those two little girls will really be under your control in the future. Zhao Muyu raised her delicate, white thumb like a scallion root and agreed. They are currently in the awakening of their dragon lineage, and for them, the most useful resource is the dragon crystal. The dragon crystal is the magical crystal of the dragon clan, the core of all their energy. Su Chen rolled his eyes. How much is a dragon crystal worth on the market? It must be over 3 billion, right? 3 billion for a dragon crystal? Try 5 billion. Zhao Muyu pouted. Haven't you seen that the dragon slayer, Lord Chen Chingcho, has a terrifying record of slaying hundreds of giant dragons? Yet Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang haven't received a single dragon crystal pendant? Even he can't bear to part with it. Su Chen scoffed. That may not be the case. It's probably not that he can't bear to part with it, but rather that his dragon-slaying speed can't keep up with the speed at which his women are popping out children. If he were to gift his children dragon crystal pendants, he can't play favorites, right? Everyone must get a share. But with his 147 sons and 139 daughters, there's not enough to go around. The dragons he has slain aren't even half of what he needs. Zhao Muyu. This might be the trouble of the Sea King. Not long after, Su Chen picked out 2 pendants made from 1% of dragon crystal, each priced at 120 million, and they were special editions in ice and fire, a vibrant red and a bright blue that matched perfectly. He didn't hesitate to take them, mainly to repay Chen Jingcho's protection. Moreover, Su Chen knew very well that if it weren't for Chen Jingcho's intervention and the official protection of the Dragon Kingdom, the 500 million bet from the Flame Dragon Roar family wouldn't have been so easily received. The so-called fair betting is insignificant in front of powerful professionals. After all, the strong are always fairer than the weak. Good news! Great news! Chen Mengmeng joyfully waved her tender white arm, her fiery red hair dancing. Brother Su Chen, Sister Chanshan estimated that it would take about 800 to 900 million to settle. Chen Tangtang interjected. The Dragon Slayer Bank's special invited salesperson Tangtang can help you apply for a 400 million interest-free loan. Su Chen couldn't help but pinch her cold face. Wasn't it just 200 million? Your limit has increased. Chen Tangtang affectionately rubbed against his fingertips. After all, you just defeated Stella of the Flame Dragon Roar, proving your potential. The Dragon Slayer Bank reassessed your repayment ability. Su Chen smiled and gifted the 2 necklaces named Will of Fire and Dance of Ice to them. Here, the Dragon Crystal can effectively provide you with energy to help you complete your bloodline awakening as soon as possible. These 2 1% Dragon Crystal accessories are a small gift for our meeting. Oh, the 2 dragon ladies were instantly stunned. What's wrong? Is it really that shocking? Su Chen asked.
Puzzled, he saw them glance at each other. Then both opened their phones and found a screenshot to show him. It was a group photo of the three of them, with Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang hugging him on either side, and prominently displayed on their chests were the Will of Fire and Dance of Ice. Everything was just as foretold. However, Su Chen did not feel the romance of destiny. Instead, he felt a chill. The prophecy can even account for such details? The necklaces were randomly purchased by me, and the idea of buying gifts for you was completely spontaneous, with no psychological suggestion from anyone. The power of fate made Su Chen's scalp tingle. Fate is indeed quite frightening, as if we are just puppets, following predetermined rules towards a fixed future. Seeing Su Chen's fluctuating expression, Chen Mengmeng smiled sweetly and said nonchalantly, "Anyway, so far, I am very satisfied with our fate. So is Tang Tang." After that, there were no more ripples in the Fengdu auction house. Given that Su Chen has gained the favor of the Dragon Slayer, Chan Gingcho, he is likely to become the other party's son-in-law, and most of the auction's VIPs are quite respectful towards him, with no one maliciously bidding against him. Additionally, as Su Chen is tasked with the restoration of divine artifacts, many seniors from the Dragon Kingdom are willing to support him, and they even intentionally left the Soul Priest profession card and the Medusa's egg at a low price for him. In the end, with 1.05 billion, Su Chen secured the hidden profession card of the Soul Priest. With 270 million, he acquired 100 sets of the Voodoo Archer outfit made by Master Tailor Avril. The Medusa's egg was auctioned off for only 980 million. Su Chen calculated slightly and realized that he had spent 2.3 billion to acquire everything he needed. But in reality, he had only cultivated a mere third summon and equipped a group of skeleton archers. Black Wukong still lacked decent top-tier equipment, and the little fox's gear was quite mediocre. Money really isn't enough. Su Chen sighed skyward. For a summoner who relied on wealth, money was never too much. Su Chen also received the long-awaited notification from the Godly Rich system, successfully spent 500 million. 1 billion has been refunded, and received 1 legendary gold attribute. To obtain the next legendary gold attribute, 2 billion must be spent, still needing 150 million. Su Chen was very satisfied, secretly thinking, only 150 million. I can soon have my 4th gold attribute. The Godly Rich system is indeed powerful. Next, I can focus on cultivating Black Wukong and the Little Fox. However, he did not plan to complete the Godly Rich system's task anytime soon. After all, a tall tree attracts the wind. Too many eyes were on him now, and if he were to suddenly have large sums of cash, it would inevitably attract endless trouble. It was better to settle down for a while and leave everything for the future. After everything was settled, Su Chen bid farewell to Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang, intending to return to the hotel with his manager. "What are you saying, brother Su Chen?" Chen Mengmeng blinked her clear beautiful eyes, pretending to be innocent while actually giggling and winking madly. "I'm your super bodyguard, responsible for your safety in Fengdu City. We must stay together at all times, you can't run away." Chen Tangtang rubbed her sleepy eyes. "Yeah, I just sleep everywhere, so it doesn't matter where I go." Su Chen, he felt that the real test of the night was about to come. The time to test heat resistance and cold resistance had arrived. Grilled sausages or ice pops? That was the question. No way. Absolutely not. Zhao Muyu stepped in, taking on the role of a manager, earnestly advising the two dragon girls, "As women, we must be reserved. We can't just rush to accompany boys to hotels. Over time, it will inevitably be seen as too frivolous. Moreover, throughout history, whether men or women, things that are too easily obtained are often not cherished. Sister has been through it, discarded like a worn-out shoe by a scummy man. A woman's most precious asset is definitely her reserve. Women must help each other. Can I deceive you?" She wiped her tears, pretending to be heartbroken, and within 0.3 seconds fabricated a love story, vividly portraying a woman hurt by a scummy man. "Sister, don't cry. You're right, no one understands scummy men better than us sisters." Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang pouted, reluctantly bidding farewell to Su Chen. Su Chen chuckled silently. Indeed, there should be no scummier sea king than Lord Chen Jingcho in this world. They really understand too well. "As for my lady manager, your acting is truly exceptional. Thank you for helping me out." He expressed his sincere gratitude. Zhao Muyu said seriously, "I'm also trying to save my career. You have to remember one thing, in a short period,
Extreme thermal expansion and contraction can break even steel, let alone a little boy like you who hasn't seen much of the world. I'm really afraid that tonight an ambulance will come rushing to take you to the hospital, and then because of burns or frostbite, you'll have to be amputated. I have a strong will. Su Chen snorted coldly, looking like a sage, sitting upright like Lu Xiaohui. Zhao Muyu rolled her eyes wildly. Oh please, I'm not one of your two little fools at home. We're both cunning old foxes. What kind of ghost stories are you trying to play with me? Su Chen. They returned to their hotel under the special car service of the auction house. Along the way, they looked at the cyber ghost city and couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. They saw many zombie balloons floating among the layered clouds and peaks, while the neon signs on the streets introduced various summoning beasts and their related knowledge. Many summoners traveled in style, surrounded by their summoned creatures. The most common mode of transportation was not private cars, but private RVs and buses. After all, summoners had limited summoning space and had to transport those temporary summons this way. Su Chen was not tired at all and directly used the Medusa's egg in the room. Hatching. Summoned creature activated. After paying a massive amount of mana to allow the egg to absorb and grow, cracks finally appeared on the shell of the Medusa's egg. Crack. The shell shattered. And a cute, chibi Medusa crawled out, chewing on the shell, her emerald-like eyes seeing the world for the first time in. Su Chen. According to the instructions for using the Medusa's egg, Su Chen knew very well, like many eggs that hatch young, it would regard the first creature it saw as its mother. So, Zhao Muyu hid in the bathroom in advance, allowing Su Chen to enjoy its loyalty alone. Mommy. The Medusa felt the affectionate aura from Su Chen, a bloodline bond established by the 5,000 points of mana he spent to hatch her, combined with the natural closeness from seeing him first. The adorable Medusa immediately snuggled up to Su Chen, dependently rubbing against his arm. From now on, I'll call you Snake Snake. Don't call me mommy, it's better to call me daddy, Su Chen said lovingly, rubbing her snake hair and indulgently taking out a large pile of snake food that Medusa loved to eat. Artificially bred spiked rat jerky, smoked chicken drumsticks, crocodile egg tarts, and boiled poison dart frog meat. Without hesitation, the Medusa chose the fourth option and began to feast on the poison dart frog meat, which is lethal to humans even in a gram. Su Chen pondered. Oh, it seems our snake has a talent for toxins. He took the opportunity to sign a summoning beast contract with the young Medusa while opening the attribute panel. Contract summoning beast successful, degraded Medusa, juvenile, bloodline concentration 6, 86,868%, quality, S, can upgrade with bloodline awakening. Level, 1, can upgrade to the same level as the summoner, attributes, strength 35, constitution 20, agility 35. Spirit 40, Magic Shield, Talent Awakening Skill. Can use mana to offset damage taken? Current ratio is 1:3. Damn. A Magic Shield. Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that he had a special connection with the Magic Shield skill. During the Demon Fortress dungeon, he had obtained a Magic Shield from the powerful Medusa Lord due to a record-breaking high drop rate, and now his Medusa summon had awakened the same Magic Shield. It was somewhat regrettable, though, because Medusa had more than a dozen talent skills, while the Magic Shield was indeed one of the strongest. It held little significance for Su Chen's summoning system. After all, the 13 Guardians of Flower Fruit Mountain stood at the front, serving as a meat shield, while Su Chen was also moving towards becoming a spell-type meat shield. If only it were master-level archery, or gaze petrification technique, Su Chen thought as he watched the exquisite, porcelain doll-like Medusa, who was voraciously devouring boiled arrow poison frogs, dispelling his feelings of regret. After all, Medusa was only at a concentration of 6, 86%. Why should he fantasize daily about her having a talent level comparable to that of the Abyss Lord? The parental mindset of hoping for one's child to become a dragon or a phoenix is not to be encouraged. However, Su Chen indeed had the ability to turn stone into gold, making sons like dragons and daughters like phoenixes, legendary golden traits. He pondered for a moment, racking his brain for a long time from the summoner's golden trait library, and soon came up with an idea, saying lightly, bestow the legendary golden trait, atavistic phenomenon. This was a decision he had deliberated over for quite some time. In fact, the golden trait called Dark Evolution, that he had considered for the macaque was also quite suitable for Medusa, because according to the experiences of previous summoners, she would most likely mutate into a special lineage of the Medusa family, snake-haired demon.
allowing her to unleash terrifying, forked lightning, and also release the enchanted paralyzing lightning effect of Advanced Split Arrow.
Furthermore, upon awakening to her complete form,
she would be able to summon the ultimate wind-type spell, Hurricane Tornado. But clearly, this overlapped with the path Su-Chen had planned for the little fox. 9-linked lightning was already strong enough, and there was no need to further enhance the team's lightning capabilities. Therefore, Atavistic Phenomenon was the best choice, as it could increase the bloodline concentration of the snake, allowing it to awaken its bloodline and gain the purest Medusa abilities, petrification skills. It should be noted that petrification abilities are extremely rare and are also few and far between among the various drop skillbooks. Because they are rare, almost no one would specifically stack petrification resistance, and this attribute is regarded as a useless suffix. One can imagine how powerful the snake will become once cultivated. Especially during internal conflicts among human practitioners, it would definitely be a trump card level existence. Atavistic Phenomenon trait bestowed successfully, Summoned Beast, Degraded Medusa, S, plus Atavistic Phenomenon, Legendary, equals Medusa. Daughter of the Demon God, Legendary, Medusa. Daughter of the Demon God, Juvenile Stage. Bloodline concentration 46, 86,868%, quality, Legendary. Can upgrade with Bloodline Awakening. Level 1, can upgrade to the same level as the Summoner, attributes, Strength 55, Constitution 42, Agility 55, Spirit 50, Talent, based on Bloodline concentration, possesses 4 arms, 2 of which are normal physical arms that cannot be hidden, while the other 2 are elemental prosthetics that can be activated in battle and hidden in daily life. Magic Shield, Talent Awakening skill, can use mana to offset damage taken, currently at a ratio of 1:4. Secret Technique. Strange Snake, can summon a secret technique Strange Snake made of pure elemental power, which will automatically seek out enemies with mana, draining their mana and bringing it back to replenish Medusa's body, while also inflicting the snake venom effect on the opponent, causing them to suffer damage equal to Medusa's spirit value x0.5 per second. Advanced Split Arrow, Medusa's first pair of arms equips a bow and arrow, allowing her to attack an additional target when using archery. When Medusa advances, the number of attack targets increases by 1. Impressive. Su-Chen was overjoyed and quite satisfied with this result. The bloodline concentration increased by a full 40%, directly awakening a series of skills. One can only say that compared to the foundation of Black Wukong, a C-level little macaque, and the foundation of the little fox, an exceptional level Chingcho fox, Medusa started at S level, already winning too much at the starting line. But Black Wukong was the biggest prize for Su-Chen. One can only say that its mutation was quite powerful. Once you go back, I'll get you some archer gear and arrange a master archer skill book for you. In the future, you can practice shooting for 18 hours every day to quickly improve your proficiency. At your age, 6 hours of sleep should be enough, right? I'm quite a kind master. Su-Chen smiled brightly as he envisioned Medusa's future. The snake was in despair. She had just hatched 3 minutes ago, and her life had already been clearly arranged by the capitalist Su-Chen. Su-Chen didn't forget to paint a bright future. Keep it up. When my legendary golden attributes increase in the future, I'll also arrange an infinite mana for you, so your magic shield will never run dry, and you'll become immortal. After the snake had its fill of boiled arrow poison frogs, it saw Su-Chen take out a soul priest profession card and cheerfully said, "Come on, your path to success starts with becoming a priest." Given that Medusa's loyalty automatically skyrocketed to 100 when the golden attribute was granted, she completely trusted Su-Chen and immediately complied. The snake's first profession was quickly completed. Soul Priest, a temple servant of the Orc Empire, a spreader of the glory of the war god, tasked with imparting knowledge to the common people, a messenger of the gods. Basic skills, Angsa's Glory War Song, Behemoth's Frenzy War Song. Angsa's Glory War Song, after fully singing this war song, it can spread a strong strike aura within a 50 by 50 range. All allied units under this aura will have their attack power increased by 10%. Behemoth's Frenzy War Song, after fully singing this war song, it can spread a frenzy aura within a 50 by 50 range. All allied units under this aura will have their attack speed increased by 5%. Su-Chen wore a satisfied smile, nodding his head. Currently, Medusa's 2 auras could already provide a 10% overall boost to the team, which was quite impressive. In the future, as she mastered more aura-type skills, she would become a god-level support. The 1 billion value Soul Priest profession card was truly worth it. There's a reason for its high price.
Su Chen sighed contentedly and lay down to sleep.
Today had been filled with too many events, and a strong sense of fatigue washed over him, leading him into a deep slumber.
In his dreams, Su Chen heard Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang cackling as they cornered him, forcing him to choose between them. Just as he was in a dilemma, the alarm clock rang. He opened his eyes to find the faint morning light already enveloping the ghost city of Fengdu. Knock, knock, knock. Still groggy and dazed, Su Chen heard the voices of Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang. Dear, I brought you grilled sausages, pure meat black pepper sausages grilled on volcanic stones. Hurry up and get up for breakfast. This was the energetic Chen Mengmeng. Brother Su Chen, I brought you lots of cold drinks, including mango sago milk tea, ice cream, and pure milk popsicles. All your favorites. You'll definitely like them too. This was the timid, socially anxious homebody Chen Tangtang. Su Chen scratched his head. Am I still not awake? Grilled sausages and popsicles are actually chasing me? He quickly put on a simple outfit and jumped out of bed. Su Chen looked at the two beautifully dressed dragon girls in confusion. So early? Do you need something from me? Mom said, to impress a man, you must first win over his stomach. Chen Mengmeng raised the food box behind her high. Ta-da! I got up at 5 to prepare all kinds of grilled meat, sausages, and grilled chicken for you, and I worked all night to help chill the lotus seed porridge, frozen cream ice bricks, and various sweet dumplings. Chen Tangtang also took out her insulated icebox filled with ice packs, holding it up in front of Su Chen, eagerly awaiting his praise. Su Chen's lips curled up slightly. He was genuinely a bit touched. For many years, he had always been an ordinary top student, a typical small-town problem solver, never daring to hope for the favor of beautiful women. He just wanted to go through college step by step, find a high-paying job, and then slowly climb to the middle class, living a modest and comfortable life. This treatment, reminiscent of an old-fashioned anime protagonist, suddenly pierced Su Chen's heart. Many of the routines were cliched and outdated, but when a girl was genuinely willing to do such things for you, you would realize that they still had an unparalleled emotional value. Let's eat together. Su Chen suddenly felt that even if they could just retreat to the countryside and live a good life together, it would be quite nice, but that was destined to be a wish akin to a utopia. The artifact restoration mission meant that he could not live a mundane life, and the enemy nation and the abyss would never sit idly by and watch the rise of a second undead catastrophe. If he didn't upgrade with all his might and rise quickly, he was destined to be cannon fodder, unable to protect even the one he loved. Soon, the neighbor Zhao Muyu also came over in yoga clothes to mooch food and drinks. Her curvaceous and stunning figure, with long flowing hair that exuded a strong femininity, instantly made the two girls envious. Hey, why are all the cute foods roasted, and the sweet ones all chilled? Zhao Muyu asked curiously. Does your body temperature affect your taste? Yeah, Chen Mengmeng said gloomily. That's right, my taste buds think anything below 60 degrees is cold and hard to swallow. And all chilled items make my teeth drop 50 degrees instantly. The mix of hot and cold makes my dental nerves ache for a whole day. When I was a child, I saw the dentist more often than I saw my father. Su Chen, Zhao Muyu. Should this be understood as you seeing the dentist more often, or complaining that your father visits you less? Both, I guess. Chen Mengmeng devoured the food she brought with a speed comparable to that of a dragon. Su Chen looked at Chen Tangtang, who was slowly eating ice cream. With some pity, Tang, since your body temperature is minus 18 degrees, won't all this ice water freeze into ice crystals once it enters your stomach? Chen Tang nodded her delicate chin. But there's no need to worry. After all, I'm a half-dragon. With a super strong monster constitution, my stomach can easily crush any ice. A human ice crusher. Su Chen's mouth twitched. One could only say that the cost of awakening dragon bloodline was enormous. Brother Su Chen, can we level up with you in the future? Chen Tangtang asked expectantly, leaning against his shoulder. We can form a battle group and fight together. Not for now. Su Chen sighed. You are all second-tier professionals, and I'm just an untransformed burden. I can't keep dragging you down. According to the experience distribution rules for professionals, all experience is prioritized downwards, allowing the lowest level person to level up first, clearly encouraging the old to lead the new. But for high-level individuals, the experience gain is quite meager, purely serving others. It doesn't matter, with your skills, you can definitely level up to second tier quickly. By then, it will be you leading us. Both Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang didn't mind at all. Su Chen, however, said seriously, no.
Leveling up others is a shortcut known to everyone.
But you see, almost no big family allows their children to level up quickly. The reason is simple: at low levels, professionals have their unique benefits, and there are additional drop rates for low-level items. In the Demon Fortress, I was able to drop a legendary magic shield because I was level 1,
and the drop rate for rewards in the dungeon was maximized.
Su-Chen smiled.
I don't want to level up quickly, instead,
I'm planning to break some dungeon records and earn a lot of record-breaking rewards while my level is still low. Well, that makes sense.
Chen Mengmeng and Shen Tangtang exchanged glances,
and although they felt a bit regretful, they understood. Their mother was Chingcho's supportive wife, very understanding, even showing the greatest tolerance for his playboy ways. It could be said that their mother was a standard altruistic personality, never benefiting herself but always helping others. Chen Mengmeng and Shen Tangtang had likely been influenced by their mother's upbringing, constantly trying to please and support him, fearing he would abandon them, like two little kittens always lacking a sense of security. Su-Chen sighed inwardly, wondering why they lacked security. It was easy to understand, it was precisely because of the absence of paternal love, and with so many children, they naturally felt a constant sense of abandonment. With this thought, Su-Chen gently ruffled their hair. Don't worry, my leveling speed will still be fast. We will probably reunite when you reach the 3rd tier, and then we can form a battle group to fight against the abyss together. Oh, I'll try to keep my temperature below 45 degrees so you won't get hurt. Chen Mengmeng waved her little fists. Su-Chen, Jiamuyu stood frozen, expressionless, chewing on the pure meat sausage in her mouth. He.
Mom also said that women shouldn't just be supportive wives in life, they should also help their men in their careers. Chen Mengmeng took out a USB drive from her pocket. I brought you the top secret information you urgently need for the college entrance exam dungeon, Caesar's Kingdom.
Su-Chen was taken aback, then instinctively looked around warily. Where did you get this? Is the channel legitimate? There's no risk of going to jail, right? His concern was not unfounded. Caesar's Kingdom was the official college entrance exam dungeon of the Dragon Kingdom. Because it changes every year and evolves naturally, there has never been a fixed strategy, and relying on old strategies often leads to extremely tragic outcomes, meaning one would stray further in the wrong direction. Thus, all examinees could only adapt to the situation, leading to a widening gap in scores.
Now that Chen Mengmeng had obtained this year's new version of Caesar's Kingdom information, it was like getting the exam paper in advance in the old days, which was a serious crime that could land one in prison.
Of course, it wasn't obtained through illegal means. Don't worry.
Chen Mengmeng smiled sweetly.
Brother Su-Chen, don't forget what our mother's profession is. Chen Tangtang also nodded lightly, rubbing her sleepy eyes, forcing herself to be alert. We took on 2 months of housework to exchange for a divination opportunity, and we got 2 insights from the Caesar's Kingdom dungeon. Su-Chen immediately felt the weight of their affection inside. The kindness of beautiful women was hard to bear. Since he met the two of them, he had enjoyed a kind of unconditional favoritism. They always struck straight at his heart. Who could refuse that? Su-Chen took a deep breath, keeping their intentions in mind, and teased, that really is a huge sacrifice. After 2 whole months of housework, by the next time I see you, you might have lost weight. That's true, but it's all worth it.
Chen Mengmeng smiled brightly. Even our father has never been willing to buy dragon crystal accessories to help us suppress our boiling dragon blood.
You are the best man we've ever had. Chen Tangtang also chimed in. Housework is easy. For meals, we can order takeout. For sweeping, let the robot handle it. For washing dishes, the robot can do it. Walking the dog and cat, we can also leave it to the robot. Su-Chen couldn't help but laugh. So it's all the robots that solve everything. Alright, I'll go online and buy a few of the latest all-purpose robots to help lighten your load. Yay! It's still brother Su-Chen who can make money. Chen Mengmeng stood up, opened her laptop, and plugged in the USB drive. But your professional college entrance exam is approaching, so let's first look at the intelligence on the Kingdom of Caesar. Let this agent help you with some references. Zhao Muyu chuckled, again with brother Su-Chen, and again with the senior sister helping you. You really are quite fortunate. If you can't win the title of top scorer in the college entrance exam, it would be a bit of a waste of our efforts. I will definitely win. It's a sure thing. Open the annual college entrance exam top scorer video collection, and there isn't a single one stronger than me at this moment. Su-Chen's lips curled slightly, a hint of arrogance flickering in his eyes.
He indeed had the confidence to say this.
The legendary golden attributes brought by the god of wealth system, the powerful summoned beasts,
and the divine artifacts at his side gave him a terrifying advantage that other candidates could only envy.
Let's start looking at the intelligence. As soon as the USB drive was opened,
the familiar crystal ball appeared. The first scene was a horde of zombies and animals charging in like a tidal wave,
surrounding a castle made of crystal, sealing it off completely. The second scene showed a cute one-eyed orange cat sitting on an iron throne, standing upright like a human with a physique that was rare among its kind.
It was about the size of an ordinary orange cat. It wore a wide-brimmed hat inlaid with emeralds and agates, and a deep black velvet cloak adorned with countless diamonds.
In its left hand,
it held a mini titanium tower shield,
embedded with richly colored sapphires,
while its right hand gripped a gleaming blade, the hilt carved from a ruby that flowed with flames.
Warriors of the kingdom of Caesar, we will fight to the death.
The cat swordsman roared with fighting spirit, tearing off the cloak that wrapped around its body.
Countless intersecting scars marked its chest, limbs, and back,
leaving indelible traces that were the glory of a warrior. It was clear that it often plunged into enemy lines alone,
battling countless monsters,
which is why every inch of its skin bore scars. This orange cat swordsman had been through countless battles and hardships.
That is the Cat King Caesar,
nicknamed the Undying Old Cat.
According to human historical records,
it has personally led expeditions to the third layer of the abyss, the corpse nest, 17 times, personally slaying tens of thousands of zombie animals.
Whenever the battlefield is in crisis, it will command the troops, wielding the holy sword, demon-banishing sacred flame, shaking the endless tide of corpses.
Chen Mengmeng and Shen Tangtang both looked on with deep respect.
Su Chen also gazed at this ally of both humanity and Blue Star with emotion.
The abyss was not a monolith. Not all monsters were willing to accept the leadership of the abyssal lords of the 100th layer.
Moreover,
there were many races in the abyss that had been captured from various worlds by the monsters. The resistance still fought fiercely in the abyss. Refusing to rest until death, they would transform themselves into zombie warriors, equipping themselves with needles and threads,
sewing their souls into their shells, fighting for their kin until the last drop of blood was shed, the last piece of flesh rotted, and the last bone broken. Every intelligent race would not lack for valiant warriors.
The third layer of the abyss, the corpse nest, was such a place. It originally belonged to the demon lord Lilith, who conducted countless experiments on zombie creatures in this layer, establishing zombie factories and flesh-melting furnaces to mass-produce cheap zombie legions to invade other worlds.
But later, Lilith was sealed.
All the zombies in the third layer lost the secret methods of control from their master,
fracturing into countless zombie factions. Some zombies still followed their instincts, loyal to Lilith,
determined to guard the third layer of the abyss until Lilith broke free from her seal and returned.
Some zombies, after losing their mental shackles,
united with those creatures that had not yet been turned into zombies,
ultimately establishing the kingdom of Caesar.
Under the leadership of the undying old cat Caesar, they carved out territory, occupying 1/10 of the third layer of the abyss, building castles and walls to fend off the endless attacks from other zombies.
Su Chen pondered. So, the content of this college entrance examination is to rescue the kingdom of Caesar? Of course not. You are just ordinary students, and what you participate in is merely a replica created according to history, Zhao Muyu said lightly. Earlier this year, a large number of high-level practitioners from Blue Star went to aid the kingdom of Caesar and returned victorious. Replicas are ultimately just created based on history. Unless they are purely natural replicas influenced simultaneously by both the abyss and the human race.
However, the kingdom of Caesar used for the college entrance examination will be open to millions of candidates in the country,
so it clearly cannot be a unique pure natural replica.
My second task to repair the artifact is to complete the world replica Kingdom of Caesar on Nightmare difficulty solo,
Su Chen mused.
According to the scenes we saw on the prophecy crystal ball, it is highly likely that we will join the undying old cat's camp, support Caesar, and win this war against the zombie tide.
He revealed a faint smile of relief. It seems quite easy, just like my famous battle, the Demon Fortress defense battle. Moreover, my strength has skyrocketed today. Completing the kingdom of Caesar will be a piece of cake.
But, that's nightmare difficulty, Chen Mengmeng said with some concern, puffing her cheeks to remind him,
never underestimate any nightmare difficulty replica. This is one of the family teachings of our Dragon Slayers clan. Zhao Muyu rolled her eyes dramatically. Isn't that just what your dad said?
Well, forget it, I won't criticize him.
In the fields of combat and replicas, he should still be considered an authority. Su-Chen smiled. Thank your mother for me. Our mom. Truly, having an elder at home is like having a treasure. I am so lucky. He. Mom also really likes you as her son-in-law. Chen Mengmeng naturally took on the role of a virtuous wife. You have no elders since childhood. So why not come to our house during the holidays? We can make dumplings and tangyuan together. Chen Tangtang also lightly tapped her delicate chin. We can also make ice cream and crushed ice together. Su-Chen smiled gently, suddenly feeling a sense of rooting in this world. He steadied his mind and analyzed. With this information, we can at least deduce 3 pieces of information. Oh, brother Su-Chen, tell us. The Ice and Fire sisters looked at him expectantly, their sparkling eyes particularly clear. Su-Chen was also stirred by their admiring gazes and cleared his throat, stating seriously, first, our main enemy will be the Zombie Bear Legion. According to the Abyss Secret Records, Layer 3, the Zombie Bear Legion is one of the top 10 legions in the Corpse Nest. They guard a zombie bear assembly line factory, a proud creation of Lilith before she was sealed. By simply throwing in flesh and blood as materials and gems as energy, they can continuously produce zombie bear troops. Su-Chen smiled. Zombie bears, as the name suggests, possess the biological traits of both zombies and magic bears, combining the advantages of tough skin and flesh with an undead body, which inevitably means they have a weakness to holy attribute damage that zombies fear. Meanwhile, magic bears are extremely afraid of cold. Once the temperature is low enough, they will hibernate on the spot. So, he took out a small notebook to jot down his needs. I need to buy a holy attribute staff as a weapon for my Black Wukong. At the same time, I will seek to purchase a frost arrow skill for Snake to learn. That makes sense. I'll take charge of going to the auction house to help you procure items, and I'll get it done tonight. Chen Mengmeng volunteered. Su-Chen directly handed her a bank card. This card has 100 million in it. I just transferred it last night. It should be enough. Chen Mengmeng looked a bit regretful at Chen Tangtang. If we could form a battle group and tackle dungeons together, that would be great. My sister's frost domain can easily make the zombie bears drowsy, significantly reducing their combat power. There will be opportunities in the future. Su-Chen smiled gently, affectionately hugging both of them. He took a deep breath, calming his mind and clearing all distractions. What about the second and third points? Zhao Muyu asked. The second, Su-Chen continued confidently. If His Majesty Caesar personally leads the charge, it means his artifact, the Holy Flame of Exorcism, can be activated at any time. So, that's a safety net, allowing us to be bolder and more aggressive in our actions. We can choose high-risk, high-reward strategies. After all, His Majesty Caesar will at least cover us once. Once the Holy Flame of Exorcism is activated, we can play it safe and back down later. That's a strategic advantage. That makes a lot of sense. Why not urge His Majesty Caesar to embark on a campaign right from the start to destroy the zombie bear factory? Annihilate this so-called top 10 legions. Chen Mengmeng waved her pink fists, looking like a hawkish warmonger. Su-Chen chuckled. Very good. Very spirited. I will consider your plan. But the specifics still depend on how many elite troops His Excellency Caesar has. You can break through on your own. Chen Mengmeng counted his trump cards on her fingers. The skeleton summons from the Dragon Bone Research Institute will soon be modified, and then you'll have 100 ranged attackers at your command. Your Flower Fruit Mountain's 13 protectors can completely crush the zombie bears, in strength, physique, and attributes. They perfectly counter them. You also have the Soul Priest's Medusa. Oh, right. Your Hydra Lich is also a master of frost. It can perfectly suppress the zombie bears. Chen Tangtang pursed her lips. The Hydra Lich has great potential for upgrades. Prioritize its training. After it advances, it should unlock the ability to split, which is very powerful. Got it. Su-Chen continued. The third point is the dungeon weather seen in the crystal ball. The sky is crimson, which is the unique weather of the third layer of the abyss. The corpse nest, the ashen season. Countless gem fragments and flesh ashes spew from the chimneys of the zombie factory, filling the sky, which will cause the zombies to go berserk. Meanwhile, normal beings will feel their trachea burning after breathing, and it could even lead to various respiratory cancers. So, we need to prepare some purification scrolls and potions, and we must wear gas masks. Su-Chen interlaced his fingers, providing the third piece of information. Insightful. Zhao Muyu suddenly stood up. I'll go to the auction house with Meng Meng and Tang Tang to help you buy supplies. This trip will surely make your journey in the kingdom of Caesar smooth sailing.
The three of them hurriedly left.
These supplies, while not expensive, are impossible for normal high school students to carry because each profession has limited backpack space.
The general logic is, the kingdom of Caesar is a place rampant with zombies and viruses,
and all food is inedible.
Plus no one knows how long they will stay inside, so they need to fill their backpacks with clean food and water.
However, Chen possesses the artifact world in a pocket, which can store temporary summons and a lot of supplies. Once their graceful figures disappeared down the hotel corridor, Chen felt a long-lost sense of emptiness and loneliness,
making him chuckle to himself. I'm getting more and more used to the days accompanied by beauties.
It seems I also have the potential to become Chingcho, in the realm of lust.
He shook his head and first contacted Dr. Li Chaohui from the Dragon Bone Research Institute to confirm the progress of his 50 skeleton archers and 50 skeleton sorcerers.
Everything's okay, we're definitely win-win, just wait for the delivery. Dr. Li Chaohui's reply was full of confidence, and he even sent a few photos for Chen to see. Sure enough, after replacing the bionic dragon bones, the skeleton soldiers looked imposing, even exuding an invisible dragon's might, causing the invisible airwaves to blur the photos taken by the doctor's phone. After hanging up, Chen summoned the little fox and the snake,
letting the fox spirit and Medusa play freely in the hotel room. Both of them could be considered as Chen's hatchlings,
in a sense making him a father, so he hoped their brief childhood could be a happy one, without being confined in the summoning beast space every day. Meanwhile, Chen played the role of a parent,
keeping an eye on the two summoned creatures to prevent them from touching the hotel appliances or climbing onto the windowsill and falling. While he boredly scrolled through his phone, he discovered that he was trending again.
Surprisingly, the top trending topic was a clip of him mocking Chingcho, edited into a short video. It had a terrifying view count of over 5 million. The video was posted by Chanshan is a big muscle cutie. Chen initially thought about charging the other party for copyright fees, since the edited content was from his own livestream, but upon seeing the ID, he realized it was done by Chen Chanshan,
likely his fan club helping him promote, so he dropped the idea of charging.
He clicked play. Chen heard his original mockery, so,
it turns out that His Excellency Chingcho's heart is shaped like a durian,
with people standing on every point of the heart.
Everyone was quite interested in the gossip about a big figure like the Dragon Slayer, and it was a nationwide interest.
Unlike those idol trainees, popular actors, and rap singers, no one questioned Chingcho's heroic achievements in guarding the ghost city of Fengdu,
but people had quite a few comments about his numerous offspring and over 100 beautiful confidants.
Men were envious and resentful, while women regarded him as the biggest scumbag in Manhwa.
Chen briefly browsed through the highly praised comments and immediately burst into laughter. Chingcho,
the most affectionate in Fengdu Ghost City, fierce without explanation.
Although he has many wives,
he never actively abandons them. You could say he's a romantic saint. Alas,
Chen must have been opened to the forbidden door by Chingcho. Just look at that little expression of his. It's just like what he thought when Gaozu gazed at the dragon. A real man should be like this.
Although Chen is mocking, in the blink of an eye, he's entangled with the Chen sisters. Ha, men, I can only say, it's too real. Chen, building a durian-shaped heart from scratch.
Chen chuckled helplessly,
shaking his head. He felt he was not Chingcho,
and a normal shape would indeed have 2 points,
so that was quite normal.
Another highly praised comment asked,
why is His Excellency Chingcho's naming so perfunctory? Chen Meng Meng, Chen Tang Tang, Chen Chanshan, Chen Lele, is he biased towards sons? Someone replied in the thread, no, he treats sons and daughters the same way. His son is Chen Tao Tao, Chen Mingming, even Chen He.
If you had 147 sons and 139 daughters,
you should be just as casual, right? Naming is really a headache.
Not using a name random generator or directly calling the kids Chen Ainyo and Chen Dogdan is already a boundless fatherly love.
Okay, this can be considered a style. Actually, it should just be for the sake of being memorable. Chen thought, pouting, and he couldn't help but criticize the time management master Chingcho. Meanwhile, on the trending list, the second and third topics were surprisingly also related to Chen.
The second trending topic was, exclusive interview with the mother of Chen Meng Meng and Chen Tang Tang, Lady Su Lanxin,
the Blue Heart Witch.
Chen thought for a moment and understood why she had made it to the second spot on the trending list.
Clearly, prophetic magic had always been regarded as feudal superstition,
and people generally considered it unreliable.
However,
Their mother's crystal ball had overturned this impression, revealing a savior for them and a vision of the shadow evil Dragon King killing Chingcho and attacking Fengdu Ghost City. People were skeptical, which made it a huge topic of discussion. Chen was also very curious, so he opened the video. It featured an elegant middle-aged woman in a qipao, her figure perfectly outlined, embodying the essence of grace, nobility, and classic beauty. Lord Chingcho has quite the taste. Chen smirked, continuing to listen to the host's interview with her. Lady Su Lanxin, the Blue Heart Witch, since you chose to focus on family and live in seclusion in Fengdu City, there have been very few legends about you online. Is this pastoral life truly what you desire? The host asked, puzzled. After all, Ms. Su Lanxin, you were once such a talented witch, ranking in the top 20 of the 5th tier witch practitioners. Watching Mang and Tang chase around my knees is the happiest time of my life. Su Lanxin smiled kindly, her expression devoid of any bitterness. Moreover, in my former battle group, 4 out of 7 perished on the battlefield. The pain of watching my companions pass away is indescribable. That's why I lost heart and left the Abyss battlefield. This has nothing to do with my husband or my family, it's purely a matter of emotional exhaustion. I see, but since your retirement, it seems you have not neglected your research on the prophetic faction, and your achievements are remarkable. However, why haven't you written a few influential academic papers? Our planet needs your knowledge. The host clasped his hands together. Lady Su Lanxin, please share your findings, we are all willing to pay for them. If many witches could provide early warnings of the future, it would greatly reduce our losses. Su Lanxin replied softly, I'm sorry, but my answer may not be what you want to hear. In fact, the success rate of the prophetic faction is inherently very low. Moreover, even if successful, it is merely Schrödinger's success, belonging to the unknown paradox within a black box. Su Lanxin spoke eloquently. For example, my prophecy saw that Chen is the destined man for Mang and Tang, and he helped them fend off the shadow evil Dragon King's attack. But this was just the result of the 999th divination. The previous 998 times pointed unequivocally to their deaths. Su Lanxin smiled gently at the host. So, what is my success rate? 1 in 1,000? Or 999 in 1,000? Well, the host scratched his head. I think it's 100%, because before your 999th divination, Chen was just an ordinary high school student. That day, he broke the world record for the Demon Fortress. Surely, during that process, he accidentally gained some kind of fortuitous encounter, allowing him to interfere with fate. The host analyzed confidently. Su Lanxin shrugged. If it can be interfered with, doesn't that mean the trajectory of fate is never eternal, but rather changes like a woman's heart? In fact, all prophetic results are merely tributaries of the river of fate, just one of the many possibilities of the future. Then why do you tirelessly study prophecy? The host frowned. Su Lanxin replied softly, I'm just an ordinary witch driven by interest. Back in college, I thought the witch's robe was mysterious and elegant, surely attracting high-quality men and gaining many suitors. Host, then why did you later choose to marry the Dragon Slayer? Sir Chingcho? The host asked again. Su Lanxin sighed softly, it's all the witch's occupational hazard. Our intuition is particularly sharp, always able to foresee hidden dangers. Many small risks can give me a strong sense of crisis, so I gradually became very insecure. And Chingcho is the man who can give me endless security, only after marrying him can I sleep soundly, unafraid of demons. Living in this era, the only thing that matters is survival. Su Lanxin said seriously. So, even though I have never met Chen, I am willing to entrust my precious daughters to him, actively choosing the possibility pointed out in the prophecy that leads to him. Oh, what do you value about Chen? The host wondered. You are one of the 5 decision-makers in the Dragon Slayer aristocracy, yet you are willing to marry your 2 biological daughters to an unstable internet celebrity. This is truly astonishing and has sparked much discussion. The so-called Dragon Slayer aristocracy is merely built on my husband Chingcho's absolute power, Su Lanxin said lightly. Once he encounters problems, the aristocracy will collapse, unworthy of mention. This is the flaw of the professional aristocracy, and those traditional so-called old aristocracies, relying on the powers of politics, business, and military, are even more fragile. They are like water without a source and trees without roots, weak as children walking in a bustling market with gold ingots.
easily crushed and enticing. Moreover, Chingcho has many offspring and simply cannot have much energy to protect them.
She shook her head. Parents love their children and must plan for the long term. I must find a man who can shake the shadow evil Dragon King in the future and entrust them to him. Su Lanxin narrowed her eyes.
Revealing a secret of the Dragon Clan, the so-called evil dragons have the word evil in their name because they do not follow the basic rules of the Dragon Clan and have committed a heinous crime, anti-Dragon Clan crime. They will devour giant dragons, seizing their flesh, dragon bones, and dragon crystals. And all the awakened ones in the Dragon Slayer family are on their menu. The host was shocked. So, this is the reason the Shadow Evil Dragon King attacked Fengdu? Because it covets the half-dragon members of the Dragon Slayer family?
That's just one of the reasons, Su Lanxin said lightly. 99% of the reason is that the Great Rift of the Abyss's 17th layer,
the Evil Dragon Kingdom, is located in Fengdu. Don't forget, when my husband did not yet possess dragon blood,
Fengdu was still frequently attacked by the Shadow Evil Dragon. She was not foolish. She would never attribute the Shadow Evil Dragon King's attack on the ghost city of Fengdu solely to the Dragon Slayer family's greed.
If that were the case, the citizens of Fengdu might think, if we drive away Chingcho and all his children, wouldn't Fengdu be peaceful? Wouldn't the sky be clear? I see.
What you value most is the safety of your daughters and Su Chen's future potential. So you placed your bet early.
Considering the artifact's favor, the host realized. Su Lanxin, however, slightly curled her lips, and oh, no, you guessed completely wrong. It's utterly absurd.
Ah, the host was stunned.
If it were just about strength and potential, Su Chen is far from the best choice,
Su Lanxin said lightly,
because he is merely a zero-level professional, and even before he has transitioned, he has already attracted widespread attention, becoming a thorn in many people's eyes. Potential is worthless if it cannot ultimately grow.
The curse of fate bestowed upon him by the undead catastrophe crown is not enough to be a death exemption.
Watching the short video, Su Chen couldn't help but become curious. What was it that his future mother-in-law valued about him? Gratitude and reciprocity are his best qualities, and they are also the reason I decided to go all in on Su Chen,
sending both of my precious daughters to be with him.
Su Lanxin said seriously. If you had investigated his academic journey at Beiliang Academy, his past life, and his recent actions after the outbreak,
you would find that he is a good child who knows how to repay kindness,
believing in the principle that a drop of water should be returned with a fountain.
All the goodwill invested in him can yield tenfold returns.
His classmate, Song Qingfeng,
treated him very well during school because Su Chen was extremely poor and often took the initiative to invite him to meals.
So later, when Song Qingfeng started live streaming and drew away 20 million viewers from him, Su Chen didn't care at all and even voluntarily granted him the copyright.
That meant that even if Song Qingfeng relied on broadcasting to become Su Chen's second channel, he could earn over 10 million a year.
This is no longer a tenfold return, it could be 100-fold, 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold. His alma mater's principal, Zhao Renjie, often secretly added money to his meal card out of pity for his childhood hardships, allowing him to eat better. Later, Su Chen filled in his personal information in the record of the Demon Fortress dungeon, listing Beiliang Academy as his alma mater. He shared this credit with his school. As a result, this year Beiliang Academy will receive an additional 30 million yuan from the Long Kingdom as a reward for their teaching achievements. In fact, according to the accounts I've seen, the money Zhao Renjie secretly added to Su Chen's meals each year was only about 3,000 yuan. Of course, for an ordinary high school student, that was enough. Wow! The host gasped, shocked. This is yet another 10,000-fold return. In the future, as Su Chen rises to prominence, Beiliang Academy will receive endless national rewards and donations from all sectors. If Su Chen advances to a god-level professional, he only needs to attend one school anniversary, and countless business tycoons and professional big shots will flock to donate money and buildings to Beiliang Academy. The host couldn't help but look at Su Chen with new eyes, no longer seeing him as an ordinary internet celebrity. Exactly. Which is why I decided to go all in on my resources before Su Chen becomes successful, ensuring he advances to the 5th tier. And the opportunity for this intervention came quickly, she said proudly, revealing another secret: hard work pays off. Our Dragon Slayer aristocracy's intelligence network received news about the secret sanctuary a week ago. Su Lanxin chuckled lightly. The Ruoshui family and the secret sanctuary are going to hold a high-end matchmaking event for a strong alliance.
The candidate from the Ruoshui family is actually the first heir, see demon warrior Zhang Conchang, while the only one of equal status in the secret sanctuary is Bu Fian.
My gossip-loving self immediately realized, Su Chen is about to be abandoned by the secret sanctuary.
Su Lanxin spoke confidently to the host, and according to our investigations,
after Su Chen broke the record for the Demon Fortress dungeon,
many powerful factions approached him with contracts worth over 200 million,
but Su Chen rejected them all.
Perhaps it's because he is grateful to Bu Fian for her full support when he was still unknown, seeing her as a mentor and feeling deeply appreciative. Or perhaps it's because a poor boy suddenly receiving the favor of a wealthy heiress in his life's low point feels flattered and develops affection. Su Lanxin smiled faintly. More likely, it's a combination of both. Just as girls dream of being swept off their feet by a prince and transforming from a sparrow into a phoenix, boys also dream of being pampered by a rich girl and reaching the pinnacle of life. Her eyes sparkled, and she reigned in all her smiles, revealing an aggressive posture. This Bu Fian will undoubtedly be a lifelong rival for our Meng Meng and Tang Tang.
As a mother,
I must take action to eliminate the rival in advance and secure the affection coming from Su Chen.
And this is precisely what I excel at. No one understands palace intrigue better than I do.
Su Lanxin snorted coldly, revealing the majestic demeanor of a queen. I have fought for decades among the more than 100 women of Chingcho. My heart has long been as venomous as a snake.
My schemes unparalleled.
With the aid of prophetic arts,
it's like adding wings to a tiger. Dealing with a naive Bu Fian and her mother, the shallow and calculating Wu Mengxi, is simply a matter of grasping the situation. Easily done. Su Chen was instantly dumbfounded.
He never expected that Su Lanxin would directly expose the entire backstory of this matter. The host was even more shocked.
Stammering, Su, ms.
Su,
is this something you can say?
Aren't you afraid that Su Chen will see our video and develop a dislike for you?
Thinking you are too despicable, and then vent his anger on Chen Meng Meng and Miss Chen Tang Tang?
Su Lanxin disdainfully replied.
What I do, though cunning, is a grand strategy.
I have indeed plotted against Su Chen.
So what?
I intend to scheme against him while also having him owe me a favor.
And in the future,
he will treasure Meng Meng and Tang Tang as if they were precious gems,
loving them as his own life.
The host, Su Lanxin said lightly.
You don't understand men. If it's insincere, intending to use someone and then kick them aside,
a man will naturally be furious at being deceived,
leading to cruel revenge, even escalating to killing his wife to prove a point. But Meng Meng and Tang Tang have entered the game themselves. Two truly beautiful women, genuinely devoted,
asking for no betrothal gifts,
and even offering a huge dowry from the Dragon Slayer clan. What man would care about such deception?
They would only feel that the beauty's affection is profound,
that someone has schemed so hard to marry them. This kind of strategy is simply too adorable. Why have no women ever been willing to pursue me with such heart before?
This unique emotional value will be deeply rooted in Su Chen's heart from now on,
ensuring their marriage lasts until old age, loving each other for a lifetime. Su Lanxin interlocked her fingers, smiling faintly. Meng Meng and Tang Tang are still too naive, as their mother. I must handle everything for them. Su Chen looked at the short video, unable to help but smile bitterly.
Yet just as Su Lanxin said, he felt not a shred of resentment, but rather was increasingly flattered, thinking that Meng Meng and Tang Tang were already his treasures, and they had only known each other for 2 days. Yet it felt as if they had a bond of many years. The comments on the short video were also shocked by Su Lanxin's words. Wow,
what an amazing mother. Poor Su Chen.
Chen Tang Tang and Shen Meng Meng are all being toyed with.
I wish I could be schemed against like this. Sob. Mom, do you need another daughter? I can be your good girl. How unfair. Su Chen is so young yet can live such a wonderful life. And he has too. The top comment on the short video was, witch, sorceress. The second top comment was, sorceress, empress. In the short video, Su Lanxin continued to speak confidently, back to the point. Upon realizing that Wu Mengxi had arranged a blind date with the Ruoshui family, I immediately guessed that she would definitely intervene to make Su Chen leave. Not wanting a toad to covet a swan, this would be the best opportunity for me to act. Oh, why not make a move on Bu Fian? Isn't it the most effective and direct way to prevent your daughter from contacting Su Chen? The host asked in confusion.
Su Lanxin smiled gently. It seems you have never raised a daughter, so you don't understand a girl's thoughts. The host coughed violently, bitterly laughing as he played along. Ms.
Su, in just a short interview,
I have been deemed as someone who understands neither men nor women.
It seems I can only go to the abyss from now on, because I don't understand humanity. Su Lanqing continued. Wu Mingxi doesn't dare to force Bufian to cut ties with Su Chen, because at their age, they are particularly prone to rebellion. If Bufian were to stop being a good girl, and even to rebel against her mother by running off to sleep with Su Chen, turning raw rice into cooked rice, that would be disastrous. If that's the case, it would be a tremendous humiliation for the weak water family, and the relationship between the two sides could very likely turn from friendly to bitter enemies. Moreover, Su Chen's background is also something Wu Mingxi can exploit, and her subsequent actions have confirmed my suspicions. She sighed softly. Su Chen is a poor boy, and he undoubtedly possesses the common traits of boys his age, a strong sense of pride, vulnerability, and sensitivity. If he is humiliated severely, it will surely ignite his anger completely, causing Su Chen to emotionally collapse and, in his cowardice and rage, to sever ties with Bufian, never to interact with her again. So, I have deduced the direction of the story. Su Chen will definitely be discarded like a worn-out shoe by the mystery Holy Hall, and our Dragon Slayers clan will seize the opportunity to invest in this potential stock when he is filled with self-doubt, turning Su Chen, this hidden dragon, into our son-in-law. Su Lanqing declared emphatically. We will use the stark contrast to leave a deep impression on Su Chen, thereby binding him completely to the Dragon Slayers clan. It's just a pity. She sighed. Just a pity? The host looked at her in confusion. Plans are never as good as changes, that's the interesting part of fate. Filled with randomness, Su Lanqing smiled bitterly. We held back our interest in recruiting and courting Su Chen, wanting to wait until that foolish woman Wu Mingxi had a falling out with him before making our grand entrance, extending an olive branch and offering him far more attention and conditions than the mystery Holy Hall, creating a sense of contrast. But, you all should know what happened the night Wu Mingxi made her move. The host smiled. Wu Mingxi had just completed her poor person humiliation of Su Chen and hadn't even had time to gloat when, the next moment, the catastrophe of the undead appeared, entrusting the artifact world in a pocket to Su Chen, directly slapping Wu Mingxi in the face and turning her into a blind fool. Yes, our plans fell through. We didn't even wait for Su Chen's low point. Instead, we watched him rise to the peak, missing the opportunity to win him over. Su Lanqing said helplessly, but can you blame me? How could I have predicted the emergence of the artifact? Oracles cannot foresee such high-ranking existences, which is why the prophetic faction is really quite useless. I wouldn't recommend anyone to study it. But you predicted the city-destroying battle of the Shadow Evil Dragon King. The host shrugged, puzzled. Isn't its rank high enough? Su Lanqing smiled. The success rate of the prophetic faction for close relatives is still quite high. I didn't foresee the high-ranking Shadow Evil Dragon King. I foresaw the ending of Meng Meng and Tang Tang. It just so happened that in that ending, the Shadow Evil Dragon King and Su Chen appeared. That's all. Finally, I want to remind everyone who wants to learn prophecy, absolutely do not casually switch to witchcraft, especially if you are male. This profession, after the 4th rank, will attract the disdain of other witches. Su Lanqing warned with a serious expression. If it's some kind-hearted witches, it might not matter. But if you happen to run into witches like Lilith, Tiaki, or Castia, they are all extremely conservative abyss lords, firmly believing that the inclusion of men tarnishes the purity of witches. So, they will subject you to some. The host asked in confusion. Will they kill male witches? No, but it would be worse than that. Su Lanqing said expressionlessly. In the old days, there was a martial arts manual called the Sunflower Manual. The first page states, to practice this skill, one must first castrate oneself. Witches will also give you a choice. If you want to advance to the 5th rank, please inject estrogen first, and then undergo physical castration. Your orientation will undergo a tiny change from then on. When you see a muscular man with impressive muscles, the envy and jealousy you originally felt will transform into a strong, if it were me, I would probably stop at the 4th level and no longer seek to advance. The host shivered. Sorry, those 3 won't allow that. Su Lanqing snorted coldly. You underestimate the wicked tastes of the witches. They hide behind the curtain, observing the myriad worlds. For example, the endless war in the 3rd layer of the abyss is manipulated by the witch Lilith. Although she is sealed, the strange powers of the witch can still be unleashed. Could they really burst into my home and turn me into a woman? The host asked with an awkward laugh. Su Lanqing's face showed no amusement. She spoke gravely. The power of fate is beyond your imagination. They might pluck the strings of destiny, disrupting your normal life trajectory. For instance, when you're standing next to the toilet to relieve yourself, the ceiling above could collapse, helping you achieve a physical gender transformation in a rather messy way. Or, when you're camping in the wild, a hyena might prepare to sneak up on you, but misjudges the direction, bites down, and then scurries off into the depths of the grasslands, leaving you with no chance to find a surgeon to stitch you back up, and you'd have no choice but to join the witch sisterhood. The host, Su Chun, the audience, the male compatriots couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Su Chun couldn't help but recall an old movie called Final Destination, and the witch's actions were indeed quite similar. But after laughing, he couldn't help but frown slightly, remembering Su Lanxin's mention of the witch Lilith. It turned out she still had the power to influence the real world and could still manipulate the war in the third layer of the abyss. This guy is truly terrifying. He immediately decided to adjust his strategy. He should keep a low profile in the Kingdom of Caesar instance and mustn't kill too ruthlessly, lest he attract the witch Lilith's attention. He certainly didn't want to change his name to Su Wujie. Su Chen turned off all short videos, tossed his phone aside, and took out a book titled 5-Year College Entrance Examination, 3-Year Simulation, flipping through a series of cases about the Kingdom of Caesar. Although the Kingdom of Caesar changes every year and the instances regenerate, some things remain constant, such as the basic attributes of zombie bears, the auxiliary skills of the undead old cat, and the emergency treatment of zombie virus infections, etc. While Su Chen was focused on studying, Su Lanxin's short video caused a huge uproar. She bluntly exposed the marriage between Bu Fian of the Mystery Sanctuary and Zhang Concheng of the Weak Water family. Normally, marriages between prominent families are quite common, and no one would pay much attention. But after Wu Mengxi's outrageous actions, the Mystery Sanctuary parted ways with Su Chen, who was now gaining divine artifact inheritances and entangled with the 2 dragon ladies of the Dragon Slayer clan, truly riding high. Wu Mengxi was labeled as blind to the obvious. Meanwhile, netizens were indeed quite bored. Now, a once high-ranking figure had become the butt of everyone's jokes, and many netizens couldn't help but make snide remarks, anonymously mocking her. With Wu Mengxi's reputation in tatters, she could only endure, swallowing her bitterness. However, after Su Lanxin's revelation, the Weak Water family also faced ridicule. Many netizens were asking, who is Zhao Concheng? How could he possibly cuckold Su Chen? He must have at least 2 divine artifacts, right? Could he be a top-tier hidden profession? After the netizens investigated, they discovered Zhao Concheng was actually taking the college entrance examination this year. Now, a brand new topic was born, Su Chen vs. Zhao Concheng's college entrance examination showdown. Betting begins. Wu Mengxi once looked down on our Su Chen Gigi, believing Zhao Concheng was far superior to him. So, Zhao Concheng must be able to seize this year's national college entrance examination top spot, right? No way. No way. Zhao Concheng can't possibly have worse exam results than Su Chen, right? The online bullying came too fiercely. It completely enraged the young master of the Weak Water family, who had been pampered since childhood. As night fell, Zhao Muyu, Chen Mengmeng, and Chen Tangtang, who had returned from shopping, had already formed a close friendship. Indeed, shopping was the strongest catalyst for women's socializing. Bang bang bang, the cute girl makes her dazzling entrance. Chen Mengmeng dumped a pile of supplies from her backpack onto the ground, smiling brightly as she introduced antivirus masks for the Ashen season in Caesar's Kingdom, and a vaccine serum that can resist the zombie virus from the 3rd layer of the abyss, plus cat treats and catnip to please the immortal old cat. Su Chen marveled. That's quite comprehensive. But, will the immortal old cat, as the overlord of the corpse nest, really like these little cat toys? An overlord is still a cat. Chen Mengmeng chuckled lightly. Trust me, it will definitely work. Chen Tangtang then revealed the source of the information. This is recorded in the intelligence network of the Dragon Slayer clan. Maintaining a good relationship with allies is also key to clearing dungeons. Thank you, Su Chen sincerely expressed. Indeed, it's good to have a big tree to provide shade. With the information from your family, this trip to conquer Caesar's kingdom should go much smoother. Go for it. We're all waiting for you to become the top scorer in the college entrance examination. A serious look appeared on Chen Mengming's face. As far as we know, the top 10 and top 100 in each college entrance examination will receive special rewards, especially the top 10, Who will receive a piece of dark gold equipment? Su Chen's expression changed slightly as he nodded. Then I will do my best. Moreover, my miraculous repair task is to clear the nightmare difficulty of Caesar's Kingdom, solo, which is a hard requirement that must be accomplished. If it's Su Chen Gage personally taking action, clearing it shouldn't be difficult. Chen Tangtang pursed her lips and provided another piece of information. But to stand out in the college entrance examination, the most important thing is still the completion rate. If you can keep the NPCs in the dungeon alive as much as possible, reduce the immortal old cat's injuries, and conquer many important zombie factories, etc., it will increase the completion rate. What was the passing score for the college entrance examination in previous years? Su Chen glanced at his agent. The first tier line is a 79% completion rate, with a passing evaluation of A or above. Zhao Muyu recounted, clearly having done thorough research, and the standard for the top 100 candidates is a completion rate of over 101%, with an evaluation higher than S grade. Last year's top scorer had a terrifying completion rate of 244%, with a dungeon clearing evaluation of SSS grade. Su Chen was taken aback. Such a high completion rate. How did he achieve that? Did he uncover many side quests in the dungeon? Exactly. Zhao Muyu explained in detail. Last year, the rotating dungeon was Demon Hunter. That top scorer fed himself to the demons, intentionally getting captured at a key plot point in the dungeon, and then was placed on the dining table of the vampire lords, where he was devoured. But he had already consumed a lethal, holy venom. So when he was half eaten, the venom erupted, severely injuring the high-level NPCs in the dungeon. Then, he led the Demon Hunter team, running around and hunting a large number of low-level vampires, crazily increasing the completion rate, almost wiping out half of the enemies, thus achieving a completion rate of 244%. Zhao Muyu sighed. What a ruthless person. He was elegantly sliced by those vampires with napkins tied around their necks, savoring the taste of human flesh, comparable to the torture of slow slicing. The monitor in the instance kept reminding him, the pain had exceeded the threshold, and there was a risk of life-threatening danger. Yet he still resolutely refused to exit the instance. In the end, both his parents and the school took a stand, insisting that he continue the exam, even signing a death waiver. Even if he really died, the state and the school would be exempt from liability, and the insurance company would not compensate him. Zhao Muyu sighed. High risk, high reward, his title of top scholar is well deserved. Su Chen frowned. This is simply gambling with his life. It's too crazy, but he has already been half devoured. How is he still alive? Moreover, he can still fight afterward? Is his recovery ability really that astonishing? That's also his cleverness, Zhao Muyu said lightly. He completed the vampire's embrace in the instance and transitioned to the vampire-exclusive profession, Night Hunter. Therefore, with his newly gained resilient vitality, he regrew half of his body within 24 hours. The sacrifice is truly great. It seems he is determined to earn the reward for being the top scholar in the college entrance examination. Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim, isn't he no longer human? How can the cost not be high? Transforming into a vampire is equivalent to abandoning his human identity, becoming a true minority. Even if he can transition to the vampire-exclusive profession Night Hunter, it is still a loss. Just the sunlight curse that vampires must endure means that this top scholar will find it difficult to walk under the sun in the future, losing the greatest advantage of humanity, balance and versatility. It also means he will be forever estranged from those sunny instances, only able to act at night, and at least 80% of instances for humans take place during the day, not at night. While they were studying the content of the college entrance examination, Zhao Muyu suddenly furrowed her brows, angrily saying, is he deliberately looking for trouble? This jerk can actually say such unpleasant things, tarnishing your honor. What happened? Su Chen frowned, leaning over to look at Zhao Muyu's phone. It was glaringly the #1 trending topic. Big news, see Demon Warrior Lord challenges the heir of the undead catastrophe. Hey, isn't that Zhao Kong Chang? Chen Meng pouted. The Sea Demon Warrior Lord is an advanced hidden profession of the Sea Demon Warrior, a higher existence. And in the Weak Water family, the only lord currently is the exceptionally talented Zhao Kong Chang. I have no grievances with him, why is he challenging me? Su Chen was particularly confused. Besides, how come I didn't know he challenged me? Has he contacted us? Never. Zhao Muyu snorted coldly. He is acting unilaterally, deliberately forcing you to accept the challenge. Damn it, This will interfere with your miraculous repair task. At this critical moment, I advise you not to pay him any mind. There is nothing more important in this world than repairing the artifact and restoring the world in your pocket to its complete form. But I saw you were clearly very angry just now. Su Chen frowned. What exactly did he say? Zhao Muyu suddenly stammered. Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang exchanged glances and quickly opened their phones. Soon, they were also extremely angry, their delicate faces ablaze with fury. Su Chen had already realized the severity of the situation and decided to take a look himself. Seeing this, Zhao Muyu could only smile bitterly. Don't look, let me explain it to you a bit. No, since he is provoking me, I must read every word, he said carefully. Su Chen expressionlessly began to read Zhao Kongcheng's challenge letter aloud. Su Chen, you who have lived half your life at the bottom of society, relying on sheer luck to become a nouveau riche, yet still a foolish lowlife at heart, dare to covet my Bu Fei Yen? From the moment she was born, she was destined never to marry a bloodless piece of trash like you. How dare you entertain such wild fantasies about her? You truly do not know your place. I'll remind you once more, she is my woman. Keep your distance from her in the future. Consciously delete all your contact information with her, and stop dreaming of climbing the social ladder. Understand? I heard that you even hired trolls to slander Aunt Wu Mengxi. What a despicable country bumpkin. The lower class truly is like mad dogs, lacking any tolerance, utterly contemptible. She merely informed you of a simple truth, clearly stating the gap between you and the sacred hall of mysteries. Nothing more. Generally, it should be your parents teaching you these basic principles of social conduct. Oh, sorry, I forgot you're an orphan. Just kidding. I can say it plainly. Your contemptible nature deserves your suffering. As for Aunt Wu Mengxi, who tried to guide you, not only do you feel no gratitude, but you even dared to use the dead soul of the undead calamity to slap her in the face and humiliate her. Do you really think a dead person can protect you for a lifetime? Do you think a curse of fate can let you live in peace forever? How ridiculous. Even the once mighty undead calamity, since it is dead, has no combat power. I can openly say that the undead calamity is a pile of dog shit. What can it do to me? Can it crawl out of its coffin and beat me? Su Chen's face darkened as he read this. He was slandering the undead calamity and attacking a hero who once guarded the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, igniting the anger of countless citizens. But unfortunately, he is the future leader of the Weak Water family, backed by a powerful clan. Even if everyone pointed fingers and cursed at him, he remained unfazed. The Weak Water family is also a legendary family of 6th-tier professionals, not inferior to the Dragon Slayers clan. Moreover, they had long since severed ties, being irreconcilable enemies. This Xiao Kongcheng is truly the epitome of foul-mouthness, utterly lacking in quality. Zhao Muyu said indignantly. To slander the undead calamity like that, I think we can take him to court for insulting a martyr. Su Chen shook his head, but the undead calamity is not dead, it is merely lost in the 99th layer of the abyss. How can a living person be considered a martyr? Damn it, Zhao Kongcheng knows this, which is why he is so reckless in his insults. He fears neither crime nor retaliation from the undead calamity. He is truly a pure villain. At such a young age, he is so ignorant of the world, so arrogant it's infuriating. Zhao Muyu finally understood why many literary works portray rich second-generation individuals as villains. When these rich kids abandon shame and discard their bottom line, the destruction they can cause and the venom of their words far exceed that of ordinary people. Chen Mengmeng also snorted coldly. Everyone knows that the hope of the undead calamity returning from the 99th layer of the abyss is extremely slim, almost zero. So this guy doesn't care about his threats. Instead, he wants to use it to step on you. Chen Tangtang added, the Weak Water family and our Dragon Slayers clan have had a poor relationship for a long time. Moreover, we mutually deter each other, maintaining strict neutrality to prevent conflict. But regarding your provocation and insults, I'm afraid. Su Chen chuckled silently. Yes, strictly speaking, we have no relationship. I don't belong to the Dragon Slayers clan. So he is precisely targeting this point, deliberately going after me. This Xiao Kongcheng is truly cunning. He continued reading. Indeed, there was a section about the Dragon Slayers clan, but every word was not aimed at them. Instead, it continued to mock him. Su Chen, you can't really think the Dragon Slayers would look up to a small-town test-taker like you, right? Even if you are a top student, even if you are excellent, you are still destined to be our servant for life. Do you think studying is your path to advancement? TSK, but the limit of your advancement is merely to serve us like cattle and horses. I can tell you straightforwardly, do you really think the Dragon Slayer clan is recruiting you? Ha! The prophecy faction is good at finding disaster wardens, which is the art of the scapegoat. Recently, there has been significant progress in global research on the gate of the deceptive nation. Deception and ghosts. TSK. You must have come into contact with the gate of the deceptive nation. Your future is intricately entangled with this mysterious instance, right? So, that wretched Su Lanxin saw you in the river of fate, wanting to use you to extend the lives of Chen Tangtang and Chen Mengmeng. Poor thing, facing death yet unaware. Su Chen's pupils began to constrict violently. The speaker had intent. The listener was also attentive. The gate of the deceptive nation was indeed the instance where he would establish a contract with Mayor Chen Xuani in the future, and he had to investigate it thoroughly. This matter was top secret, known only to a few trustworthy individuals, and there was absolutely no possibility of a leak. But how did Zhao Concheng know? He's slandering my mom. Chen Mengmeng angrily shook Su Chen's arm. Brother Su Chen, you mustn't believe his nonsense. This guy is insidious and cunning, filled with malice since childhood. MMHM. Chen Tangtang also pressed her lips together, her sparkling eyes fixed on Su Chen. Su Chen smiled faintly. He certainly couldn't be swayed by the enemy's few words. Su Lanxin might not harbor good intentions, but Zhao Concheng was definitely filled with malice. And in the challenge letter, Zhao Concheng's words were piercing. Although I don't know much about your private life, based on my years of understanding of the Dragon Slayer clan, you will likely never obtain the perfect bodies of Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang. After all, with the awakening of dragon bloodline, they can always refuse to share a room with you. Pohaha, you really are a perfect image of a turtle man, toyed with by the Dragon Slayer family, turned into a disaster shield by two green tea dragon girls, yet still eagerly hoping to marry into a wealthy family and become Chen Jingcho's son-in-law. Wake up, fool! Look in the mirror. Why would two dragon girls suddenly cling to you? Devoted to you? Are you not the least bit suspicious while immersed in the beautiful dream others have woven for you? One must have self-awareness. Don't you think this whole matter is utterly absurd? Su Chen stroked his chin, lost in thought. He had to admit that Zhao Concheng was a master at manipulating people's hearts, exceptionally skilled at sowing discord. Every word from this person could be considered venomous. Zhao Concheng's slander has revealed its flaws. Chen Mengmeng suddenly showed a bright smile. Su Chen was taken aback, looking in astonishment at Chen Tangtang and Chen Mengmeng, because it wasn't a sudden attachment at all, but a continuous search for 20 years. Chen Mengmeng smiled gently, looking at Su Chen with happiness. From the day we were born, our mother spent 630 million worth of materials to create a magic mirror divination to pierce through the fog of fate for us. There's evidence. Chen Tangtang opened the pendant on her chest, revealing a stack of IOUs. The bottommost one clearly stating, Meng, Tang, at the age of 0 years and 1 day, Omam 630 million for the magic mirror divination, to help you eliminate future disasters, must be repaid before the age of 40, note, adjusted for currency inflation, recalculated according to the general equivalent of gold, more paid back for less. Su Chen, he saw two tiny fingerprints below, presumably pressed by the two sisters in their swaddles. Later, there were a total of 998 divinations, all pointing to death. Chen Mengmeng smiled lightly, but during this time, the reason our mother continued with the divinations was that we sisters found a glimmer of hope in our prophetic dreams. Prophetic dreams? Su Chen asked in surprise. You can actually do that? Of course, we also have the bloodline of witches, Chen Mengmeng said nonchalantly. Moreover, the dragon bloodline will enhance our inspiration. She gazed deeply at Su Chen. In the precognitive dream, the figure we saw perfectly overlapped with the silhouette I saw when I first met you. At that moment, I completely trusted my mother's divination. Chen Tangtang then pulled out a childhood pencil drawing from the stack of notes, and there it was, Su Chen's silhouette, perfectly rendered. Su Chen's expression was complex. The things from the prophecy faction were truly beyond comprehension, but this perfectly explained why they had so easily accepted him. After all, he was the destined person who had appeared in her precognitive dreams since childhood, perfectly aligning with a girl's romantic sentiments. Even if Su Lanxin was a witch, it was impossible for her to have started planning 20 years ago, especially since he hadn't yet crossed into this world at that time. He smiled, all his worries dissipating, and continued reading Zhao Concheng's challenge. Su Chen, since we are both third-year students, let's participate in the trials of
the kingdom of Caesar, at the same level. How about we wager our college entrance exam rewards to prove to Miss Bouffian who the truly outstanding man is? Beauty, only the strong deserve to possess. Don't be cowardly, turtle man fooled by the evil dragon. You are so ordinary yet so confident. You wouldn't refuse me, would you? Su Chen scratched his head, smiling brightly. Oh, another treasure boy. He must not know how powerful I am now. This kid is bound to lose. Since he wants to give me the college entrance exam rewards, I will graciously accept. He had just obtained the class change to Soul Priest, acquired a 9-headed Hydra Lich, and bought a bunch of alchemical bombs. Plus he was about to transform with 100 dragon skeleton soldiers. His strength compared to the last livestream could only be described with words like explosive growth, soaring, and a little cow accidentally wandering into a bullpen. What a disaster. But Zhao Muyu, Chen Mengmeng, and Chen Tangtang all looked at him very seriously, reminding him earnestly, you must think carefully because, in the history of the Ruoshui family, there have been 3 top scorers in the college entrance exam, all of whom were in the kingdom of Caesar instance. Su Chen's expression changed slightly. Such a thing actually exists? Yes, because the Sea Demon Warrior Lord class has a huge natural advantage in the Caesar kingdom instance, and that is the fundamental reason he dares to challenge you. Zhao Muyu said gravely, when I analyzed the performances of past top scorers in the college entrance exam instances, I browsed through the performances of those 2 top scorers from the Ruoshui family. It was indeed an advantage akin to cheating. Oh, no wonder you are my agent, a 10% raise. Su Chen sighed. Zhao Muyu shot him a glance, only 10%. Stingy boss. The Sea Demon Warrior class is meaningless in the Caesar Kingdom instance, otherwise, there wouldn't only be 2 top scorers, they would probably sweep all the top scores over the years. The truly effective one is the Lord. Chen Mengmeng suddenly realized, could it be that with the identity of the Sea Demon Warrior Lord, Zhao Concheng can control the NPCs in the Kingdom of Caesar? Wow, that means he essentially has an army. Much better than the summoners who summon one at a time. Not just an army. Zhao Muyu sighed, but he can directly suppress one of the top 10 zombie legions in the corpse nest, the Naga zombie clan, based on his bloodline. Ah, everyone's faces changed dramatically. The Naga zombie clan ranked among the top 3 in the 10 legions. They could operate both on land and sea, making them extremely agile. Moreover, the key is that the troop configuration is quite complete. The Naga Royal Guards are elite units, robust and powerful, serving as both meat shields and strong melee damage dealers. Truly versatile, the Naga Sirens can play the song of tidal seduction, inspiring their own soldiers while lulling enemy soldiers to sleep, making them formidable support. The Naga Fallen Ancient Tree is a branch of the Elven War Tree, possessing 2 powerful ranged abilities, Stone Throw, and Exploding Durian Fruit. No wonder they can become the top scorers in the college entrance examination. It's too much like cheating, Su Chen said with a wry smile. Then, without hesitation, he posted on Weibo, agreed. Immediately apply for a notarization of the professional system to prevent anyone from going back on their word later. Zhao Muyu, Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang? All the friends who knew about the weak water family's college entrance exam results? But before they could react, suddenly, an urgent notification appeared on everyone's job transfer panel. In every corner of the world, all professionals felt a chill in their hearts, their moods heavy, for it was a black notification, which meant an obituary. A powerful professional with heroic level contributions had surely fallen. Everyone instinctively opened the notification, only to see an orange cat on the Iron Throne, its body severed, eyes turned into bloody holes, right arm reduced to pulp, and half its face bearing zombie bite marks. The undying old cat, the king of the resistance army in the 3rd layer of the abyss. Its life flickered like a candle in the wind. I'm sorry, all free fighters, I have come to an end. The undying old cat's voice was flat, like an elder reflecting on a life full of hardships. In this life, I have fought 100 battles without retreat, battling to the death, dedicating everything to the great cause of resisting the zombie legion and leading the fuzzy people in the pursuit of freedom and liberation. Special thanks to you, the other worldly professionals from the Dragon Kingdom. Without your support, our weak fuzzy people army would have long been infected by the zombies, becoming the playthings of the witch Lilith. But I still have one last request. Comrades, help us. The face of the undying old cat, Caesar, was filled with tears. Our fuzzy people resistance army has been betrayed by traitors and is under siege by the Zombie Bear Legion and the Living Corpses Legion in the Brand Valley of Block 2073 in the 3rd Abyss.
the defeat is like a mountain collapsing. The fuzzy people are at their end. To preserve the spark of resistance and escort the children of the fuzzy people to retreat, I will ignite the fire of my soul to hold off the enemy until death. Thank you, Dragon Kingdom, for granting me this final means, allowing me to send you this soul projection in my dying moments. Please immediately send troops through portal number 0043 to support the last base of the resistance, the anchor of the apocalypse. This is as crucial to your Blue Star world as it is to us, because our common enemy, the Abyss Lord, Ogre, Adif, the spiral of life and death, is the mastermind behind this raid on the Fuzzy People Resistance Army. His goal is undoubtedly to seize the portal leading to the heart of your Blue Star world, located in our anchor of the Apocalypse base. As soon as these words were spoken, all the people from the Dragon Kingdom who saw the notification changed their expressions drastically. The Ogre is the public enemy of the human world. All nations, all skin colors, all ethnicities of human professionals hate him to the bone. Countless powerful humans have plotted assassinations against him. Every year, 6th-tier professionals fall under his hands, either actively hunted or killed in retaliation after failed assassination attempts. Adif, the spiral of life and death, is his name, and the latter part refers to his powers in the abyss. He is the Abyss Lord seated on the spiral of life and death, holy seat atop the 100th layer of the abyss. He governs life and guards death. His penchant is to eat people, especially fresh and powerful ones. Thus, the Ogre would take the initiative to hunt down the newly risen geniuses of the human race, and invade the city's hospitals, treating the human cubs as little desserts before the Great War. A truly insane act. Bang bang bang, woo! From the capital of the Dragon Kingdom to its borders, the war drums sounded once more, and the smoke of battle was reignited, with all air raid alarms blaring simultaneously. This marked the Dragon Kingdom's entry into a crisis level of combat readiness, meaning all professionals would cease their vacations, ready their weapons, and prepare to step into the portals to fight at any moment. All professionals above level 4 had to suspend their dungeon adventures and return from other worlds, ready to engage in a life-or-death battle with the Abyss. The war machine of the Dragon Kingdom was once again set in motion to the fervent battle songs. The vast industrial capacity began to operate at full speed, providing the professionals with military rations, compressed sleeping bags, emergency medicines, and more. The last words spoken by the undead old cat stirred all the candidates into a frenzy. I, the Zombie Cat King, Caesar, will also seek refuge in your world after burning out my soul's fire. I will use the Cavalry life gem to ignite the phoenix blood within me, reborn as a level 1 ordinary zombie cat in your human world. At that time, according to my agreement with the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom, I will be attached to your top scorer in the college entrance examination, accompanying him as he grows, sharing the fire of life and the light of the soul. If he disagrees, I will seek out the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th place, and so on. When I step back onto the path of divinity, I will leave Blue Star and the Dragon Kingdom, returning to the 3rd layer of the abyss to become a soldier of the resistance once more. We will meet again in our next Meow Life. Undead old cat, I present myself for the last time. Su Chen excitedly slapped his leg, standing up abruptly, flames blazing in his eyes. To put it plainly, the undead old cat will voluntarily become the spirit pet of this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination. This is truly the first luxurious prize in the history of the professional entrance examination. Zhao Muyu was filled with envy, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. Su Chen, if you really become the top scorer, the first god-level summon will be born among all your summons. Even if the undead old cat is just in its cub form, it will at least possess demigod-level qualifications. The agent was so excited she almost screamed, bouncing around. We're going to get rich. First, you have a divine artifact, then a divine pet, and in the future, you'll be able to walk sideways in the Dragon Kingdom, even globally. Chen Mengmeng and Shen Tangtang exchanged worried glances, but the hidden danger of Zheng Kongchang. No worries. Su Chen smiled lightly. I just applied for notarization and signed a betting agreement with Zheng Kongchang. Let this, Caesar's country, dungeon show the entire Dragon Kingdom who is the hidden dragon and who is the fox borrowing the tiger's might. Okay, I'm heading back to Beiliang City right away. I can't delay any longer. He took a deep breath and bid farewell to the Dragon Slayer's sisters. I need to level up from 17 to 20 immediately, then prepare for my job change, raising all my combat power to its peak before the college entrance examination. Forgive me for not being able to accompany you. Good luck.
They understood well that the college entrance examination was the top priority for professionals,
surpassing any personal matters. If love can last long, why worry about morning and evening? Besides, we also want to go back and speed up our awakening. Chen Mengmeng smiled, biting her lip. My sister and I have agreed to go to the Dragon Cave for seclusion, striving to complete our awakening as soon as possible. Alright, the journey is long. We will meet again when we reach the second tier, and then we will form a battle group to sweep through dungeons and fight in the abyss together. Su Chen hurriedly went straight to the airport to book a flight. The small conflict between him and Zhang Kongcheng, along with their bet, had already been forgotten by the public, because the ogre had come. This was a matter that concerned the survival of everyone. In times of peace, everyone indulges in entertainment to the point of death, focusing on celebrities, idolizing internet influencers, enjoying live-stream competitions, and scrolling through short videos. But when war comes, in moments where life and death are truly at stake, all public opinion will be unified and strictly controlled to prevent the betrayal of the abyss cultists and the counterattack of pessimists. All strength and will are united towards one goal, to defeat the abyss. Su Chen even temporarily set aside the skeleton soldiers stored at the Dragon Bone Research Institute, asking Dr. Li Chaohui to directly express mail them to him after the modifications were complete. Caesar, that is the renowned leader of the abyss resistance on the third level, a truly god-level being. It was reborn from the ashes, enough to drive all summoners in the world into a frenzy. Moreover, even those who are not summoners can possess a contracted spirit pet, just without the professional skill bonuses of a summoner. On the flight home, Zhao Muyu looked at him in surprise. You seem to care particularly about the undying old cat. It's unprecedentedly serious. Since we got the news, until we packed our bags, headed to the airport, and boarded the plane, you haven't even relaxed. Why? Su Chen's expression turned grave as he said solemnly, because it is the first commander-type summon I have encountered in my life. Caesar can command a group of scattered soldiers to fight fiercely under the 10 legions of the Demoness Lilith on the third level of the abyss. A true military sage. This undying old cat's historical status in the Eucorp's nest is akin to that of the military sage Sun Wu and the military immortal Han Xian in the history of our Dragon Kingdom. At the very least, it is on par with the likes of Gaguzi and Zhuge Wuho. He said seriously to Zhao Muyu, I possess the artifact, world in my pocket, and if I can restore it in the future, it means I can gradually accumulate thousands of summons. The so-called one person can form an army, which means a fully capable summon legion. So I need a summon commander who has experienced great storms and possesses strong coordination abilities. Su Chen shook his head. As far as I know, since the human society transitioned from the old era to the era of universal job changes, the number of commander-type summons has never exceeded a handful. I see. What you value is its ability to command large legions in battle. Zhao Muyu realized, feeling a shock in her heart, thinking, Su Chen is making a long-term investment. He clearly has great confidence in his future, which is why he places such importance on commander-type summons. Su Chen interlaced his fingers, deep in thought in his airplane seat. This college entrance examination is likely to become a battlefield for many big figures, and it cannot possibly be just a solo act between myself and Zhang Kongcheng. Even, to ensure the capture of the undying old cat, many might take risks and attempt to assassinate me and Zhang Kongcheng. A god-level summon is simply too attractive. So, I really need to return to Beiliang City immediately, staying under the protection of Mayor Chen Xuani and Principal Zhao Renjie. Su Chen stretched lazily and smiled faintly, to avoid someone taking risks out of covetousness for a god-level summon. Zhao Muyu wholeheartedly agreed. I've been wanting to bring this up for a long time. Fengdu Ghost City is simply not safe, because the Dragon Slayer is really too busy. Who has the leisure to look after you? It's best to return to Beiliang City, where you know the roots and the background. And Mayor Chen Xuani is a genuine sword saint of wind slashing, not inferior to Chingcho. Most importantly, he is clear-minded and ascetic, diligently patrolling every day to guard against any abyss forces invading Beiliang City. Su Chen smiled. After all, Beiliang City is selected as one of the top 10 cities with the best public security in the Dragon Kingdom every year. Next, Su Chen put on an eye mask and comfortably rested on the plane until they arrived in Beiliang City. As soon as he got off the plane, he saw a large group of returning professionals. Someone howled, humans will definitely defeat the abyss. Victory! 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 All the professionals shouted with iron-blooded fervor, and at the same time, they witnessed a scene on the landmark building of Bailiang City,
the towering 199-story Twin Sword Tower. A scarlet portal suddenly appeared. Mayor Qin Xian rode the wind with his sword, carrying a neon sign suspended above the portal.
Power on, light up.
A line of explanatory text immediately emerged. Volunteers, please proceed here to the third level of the abyss to participate in the anti-demon aid war.
Following that, there were more restrictions. Only those who had reached at least the second-tier profession were allowed to proceed. Lower-tier professionals were encouraged to continue leveling up. The Dragon Kingdom's official would provide an antivirus serum, but it was said that the new zombie virus had mutated, so participants' toxin resistance must exceed 60 points. Otherwise, they could easily be turned into zombies by the enemy and become reinforcements for the opposing army. Su Chen murmured, second tier, and with toxin resistance above 60 points, the conditions are quite harsh. Indeed, after all, it's a battle in another world, and there will be adaptation issues. This falls under the category of dimensional warfare, and the Corpse Nest is also a heavyweight ally of our Dragon Kingdom.
Jiao Muyu sighed lightly. Many special rare materials produced there are completely unavailable on our planet.
If we rely solely on drops from instances, it won't meet production needs. In other words, even from a profit perspective, we cannot afford to lose the anchor of the apocalypse base. It is closely related to our blue star and all of humanity's interests. Su Chen nodded. I'll go level up first. The college entrance examination is approaching, and I need to get Medusa to level 20 as soon as possible.
Yes, I've already helped you purchase your job change item, Jiao Muyu said with a charming smile. It should have been delivered to our safe house by now.
Let's go back and take a look. They took a taxi, racing back to the safe house. Sure enough, a crystal-clear blank job change crystal lay quietly in their mailbox. Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim, which courier company is this? They are too careless. A blank crystal worth 30 million just casually tossed here. What if it goes missing? There wasn't even a signature. Trying to claim compensation later would be a nightmare. Jiao Muyu smiled lightly. I disguised this as an ordinary item, keeping it hidden from all the couriers. This is a high-end operation of mine. Learn from it, little brother. Ha! A blank job change crystal is too easily influenced. Jiao Muyu explained seriously. If someone with ill intentions tries to affect you, they could input information into the blank crystal. In that case, there's a slight chance that when you change jobs in the future, there could be hidden dangers. For example, she raised a fair finger. If someone inputs elite, then your summoning system won't be able to follow the path of skeleton sea or zombie tide, but will lean towards growth-type skeletons or mutated zombies, sacrificing quantity for quality. Su Chen nodded. I see. So how do you ensure it remains unaffected? What if someone powerful finds out your identity and swaps it out just to set me up?
Jiao Muyu put her hands on her hips and snorted. One of my close friends is a hacker. She helped me anonymously purchase it from the black market using an untraceable black card, with a markup of 2 million and a commission of 2 million.
If this can still be monitored, then I'm out of options. Anyway, this is the best I can do. You can take it or leave it. Alright, thank you, our well-connected agent sister. Su Chen chuckled. Why are you getting angry? By the way, do you have any suggestions for my job change crystal? He asked. Jiao Muyu rolled her eyes. How would I know? The strongest prodigies in the world, only when dissatisfied with the existing hidden professions, will have the confidence to use this thing. Using a blank class transfer crystal means forging an unprecedented new path within the entire professional system, creating a brand new profession that has never existed before. The difficulty is unimaginable. Su Chen laughed heartily. I am a unique summoner. Of course I must walk my own unique path. Look at my summons. All existing summoner professions are simply not suitable for them. Brother Monkey is currently very weak, having mutated from a C-class macaque, which is why he is regarded as a beast on the professional panel. But what about the future? In the state of the law of heaven and earth, capable of battling gods and Buddhas, will the great sage, Black Myth, Wukong, still be an ignorant beast? He is neither an undead creature, nor a natural being, nor a dragon, nor an elf, but a fantastical creation from another world, not even belonging to the category of mythical creatures, because in this world, there is no myth about him at all. No summoner profession can provide him with any enhancements. If the summoner and the summoned cannot complement each other, it means that Wukong's strength can only rely on itself, which would be a huge loss, wasting many skill enhancements that come from the summoner. For example, the
The Necromancer has a 100% enhancement for all its summoned creatures with the aura of I, the King of the Undead. For example, the Beast King has a 50% attack speed enhancement for all beasts with Heart of the Wild, and a 50% life enhancement with Soul of the Beast. Therefore, Su Chen must carve out a path of his own, embracing all rivers, to enhance all his summons. He took a deep breath, placed his hand on the blank crystal, and said to the professional panel, "Activate the class transfer crystal and record me." Su Chen. Ding. Blank class transfer crystal activated. Now beginning to record all of the users. Su Chen's remarkable achievements and career direction. In order to customize your exclusive profession, please remember, to create a brand new profession, you need to fulfill 2 conditions. The first is extraordinary achievements. For only when your merits are recognized by the will of the planet will you have the opportunity to forge an exclusive profession. The will of the planet does not serve the mediocre. Exclusive professions are privileges that only heroes deserve. The second is as many practical combat cases as possible. The will of the planet will analyze your combat methods, techniques, and summons, etc., to tailor an exclusive profession for you. Su Chen nodded. He instantly understood the meaning. The will of the planet creating an exclusive profession is like a tailor fitting a suit for you, with merits being the payment and practical combat cases being the fitting process. Both are indispensable. Ding. Achievements recorded. First entry, Su Chen broke the record for the Demon Fortress dungeon, gaining global attention, with the merit record titled Surpassing Mediocrity. Second entry, Su Chen bravely took on the task of repairing the artifact, becoming a thorn in the side of the evil beings from another dimension, with the merit record titled Inheriting the Flame. Based on these 2 entries, the will of the planet is watching you. Su Chen was taken aback, instantly sensing as if a huge, clear, and gently smiling eye was casting a glance at him from the void. A magnificent, resplendent, and vast voice resonated in every cell of his brain. "Hello, summoner who surpasses mediocrity and inherits the flame. Do you wish to transfer to Demon Lord or Holy Sword Summoner?" Both of these professions are hidden professions, with the profession cards valued at over 100 million, truly priceless. Su Chen had memorized the abilities of these professions in the high school directory of hidden professions. The so-called Demon Lord, as the name suggests, is someone who can transform the demons from the abyss into their own summons. This is quite powerful, allowing them to grow stronger in the face of abyssal invasions, continuously converting the enemy's forces into their own. It is a top-tier profession that is highly sought after in the war between humans and demons. On the other hand, the Holy Sword Summoner is a true tycoon, a summoner profession that can only be obtained through a special class change. Perhaps even being a tycoon is not enough. Only a divine tycoon can truly unleash the characteristics of this profession. A Holy Sword Summoner can summon projections of holy swords, divine swords, and demonic swords from various worlds to their side, unleashing the skills inherent to those weapons against enemies. The prerequisite for summoning is to obtain the coordinates and recognition of the sword. Of course, it is best to directly possess them, because after gaining recognition, one can only summon once in a while, but once possessed, it allows for infinite sword control, infinite summons, infinite slaughters. With a mere gesture, a grand array of holy swords descends. Thus, Su Chen calmly said, "I refuse. Please continue to record, Your Excellency the planetary will, and continue to customize. Then please continue to build your achievements and fight to the death." The planetary consciousness left behind a mechanical phrase devoid of emotion and vanished. Su Chen let out a long breath, realizing he was drenched in sweat, and a wave of dizziness washed over him. Is this the glimpse of the planetary will? It's terrifying. He looked at Zhao Muyu with a bitter smile. Just a single benevolent glance, and I felt like my head was about to explode. Its status is too high, it's simply beyond what a mortal can bear. A speck of dust from an era, when it falls on a mortal, carries the weight of a mountain. A glimpse from the planetary will and the demon army can form a death spell check for the weak, as cruel as annihilation. Zhao Muyu sighed deeply. So, strive to embark on the path to divinity. Now, you should be able to realize your insignificance. Su Chen sighed and fell silent. You have 2 achievements. One is breaking a record, and the other is crafting a divine artifact. You should have some good choices, right? Hurry and tell me. Zhao Muyu, quite curious, pressed on. Su Chen then explained the 2 professions, Demon Lord and Holy Sword Summoner. Well, the Holy Sword Summoner is out of the question, we can't afford it.
But you actually refused the Demon Lord? Zhao Muyu looked at him in shock. That's a universally recognized top-tier hidden profession. Su Chen smiled. My journey is towards the stars and the sea, not just limited to the Abyss world. Once we conquer the Abyss, there are many other worlds to explore. But if I change to the Demon Lord, I would be stuck dealing with demons for the rest of my life. Alright, it's time to level up. He shook his head and called Mayor Qin Xianyi, expressing his desire to go to the 037 Abyss battlefield for training. Thus, for the next few days, Su Chen quietly slaughtered demons in the Abyss battlefield, continuously leveling up. Finally, on the eve of the college entrance examination, he successfully reached level 20, and importantly, he also leveled Medusa to level 20. June 6th, the summer heat was intense, and the cicadas chirped noisily. Countless students from Beiliang, dressed in standard uniforms, gathered in front of the municipal building, their expressions serious. After all, the next event was a major examination that would determine their fate. It was also the highest level dungeon that 99% of the people in Longwa could encounter in their lifetime, with the most luxurious rewards: single player, nightmare level, naturally derived type, with official extra rewards doubled. The Kingdom of Caesar. Single player means enjoying all rewards alone, without being exploited by the leader of a battle group or shortchanged by a company boss. Nightmare level means a 200% drop rate for equipment materials. Natural derivatives indicate that all rewards can be brought back to the real world, not virtual, and there will be no annoying suffixes like only applicable to dungeons. Moreover, the Dragon Kingdom's officials will grant all outstanding candidates generous rewards that are enviable. Of course, the true value of the college entrance examination lies in opening a pathway to the future, determining the different circumstances that candidates will face upon entering society. This is the most brutal and realistic aspect. Those who can get into the top 10 military academies and become tactical commanders will have a vastly different future from those who can only attend Blue Fly Vocational School to learn secondary professions like tailoring, skinning, and enchanting. This is far more cruel than the college entrance examination of the old era, because in the old days, even if one failed the exam, there were still many channels to rise again. But the vocational entrance examination is entirely different. After the vocational entrance examination, everyone's skill system will be set in stone. For example, someone who transitions to become a tailor can never become a 6th-tier combat professional, as all their skill points must be invested in the tailoring system, and they cannot allocate points to combat skills, otherwise, they won't survive in this era. This is truly a case of one exam determining a lifetime. Of course, this statement only applies to ordinary people. For the children of vocational aristocrats and powerful factions, the entrance examination is merely a small test, with little impact on their future. This is a truth that is held universally across the seas and throughout history. All parents anxiously wait outside the caution line, anxiously awaiting their children's results. The vocational entrance examination lasts about 0 to 7 days, with results directly assessed by the vocational panel. Straightforward and understandable, with no possibility of cheating, and the entire process is live-streamed to the public for free. Anyone can watch any candidate's experience in the Kingdom of Caesar through developed online channels, ensuring the candidate's safety and eliminating any rule violations. The police of Beiliang City are also fully mobilized to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from interfering with the examination. Mayor Chen Xuanyi specifically returned from the teleportation portal on the 3rd floor to safeguard the vocational entrance examination. His celestial sword expanded to a size 1,000 times larger under his skill, hovering above Beiliang City. If any mishap occurs, it would directly result in the giant sword obliterating everything without holding back. At this moment, Su Chen, along with his friend Song Qingfeng and all the classmates from Class 7 of the 3rd year, nervously lined up, waiting to step into the unknown teleportation portal to the Kingdom of Caesar. A resentful glare shot from a nearby line, filled with sharp hostility. It was none other than the young master of the Iron Blood Alliance, Chen Zimo, but Su Chen was too lazy to care, casually chatting and joking with his close friend. Don't be jealous of me, I'm just a legend. If you have time, why not manage your live streaming channel well? If there really aren't any other good paths, being a CCTV, constantly critiquing and roasting me in your streams, could be a way. I'll only authorize this copyright to you, alright? Pretty generous of me, right? Damn. Lao Su, you're really generous. I might really have to rely on you for a living in the future, Song Qingfeng said, his eyes sparkling with excitement. I have to admit, live streaming is really profitable, especially in our small city, where prices are super low. I earn a lot and spend little, it's truly a blissful life. Suchin smiled, no need to thank me. I'm just a legend. Anyway, someone will definitely pirate my streams, so that money will be made by someone. It's better to let my own brother earn it, I won't lose a dime. Song Chingfeng laughed heartily, you really can't get enough of those old cliches from the past, can you? But, he lowered his voice and nodded toward Shinzimo, that guys look at you as like a level 100 vengeful woman. If a fan of CPs were to see this, they would probably think you two are entangled in an epic love-hate relationship. Suchan, just shut up already. You mock me for using tired cliches, but why do you always make male hormone jokes? Is there something off about your orientation? Now that I think about it, you spent 3 years in high school without even having a crush on a girl, that's definitely a problem. TCH, it's not me with the problem, it's the quality of the girls in our senior class. Song Chingfeng rolled his eyes. Otherwise, why don't you have a crush either? And the moment Bu Fian appeared, you fell head over heels. That's a fair point. We can't blame ourselves, we should blame this class. Su Chen nodded. The two brothers were joking around when the previously ignored Shinzimo finally couldn't hold back and shouted, Su Chen, don't get too cocky. Do you really think you're guaranteed to be the top scorer in the college entrance exam? Su Chen and Song Chingfeng immediately stopped talking, glaring at him in annoyance. What's wrong? Do you want to bet again? Didn't the last lesson of 40 million teach you enough? Su Chen lazily scoffed. While there's still time, why don't we find someone to notarize it and have another bet? How about 80 million? You're the young master of the Iron Blood Alliance. Surely that old man Shen Jinghong wouldn't deny you this little bit of funding? Shen Zimo was instantly choked up. After a while, he pointed to the sky and cursed, I have nothing to do with gambling and drugs. You're just a senior student, and all you talk about is high-stakes gambling. That's so negative. Su Chen shrugged and also pointed to the sky, cursing, fine. I have nothing to do with gambling and drugs either. So, how about we bet on slaps instead? After the college entrance exam, the one with the better score can publicly slap the one with the worst score 300 times. How about that? By the way, my strength attribute has broken 100, and my base attack is quite high, so you'd better prepare a decent set of armor. Su Chen cheerfully reminded him. Otherwise, if my slap crits and deals massive damage, and I end up killing you, wouldn't it be unfair for me to be imprisoned for murder? The classmates around them burst into laughter. They all knew that Su Chen now had an extraordinary pet and a powerful artifact, so his base attributes were undoubtedly astonishing, making his words quite reasonable. You, Shen Zimo stuttered, unable to find a point to refute. Song Chingfeng disdainfully said, stop humiliating yourself, Shen Zimo, can't you see? You have no chance of beating Su Chen anymore. In every sense, the background you take pride in is nothing but the Iron Blood Alliance. Song Chingfeng sneered, but our Su is already hooked up with a rich woman from the Dragon Slayer clan. Your dad is just a 5th-tier wild warrior, his potential exhausted, stuck at this level for life. But Su Chen's future father-in-law, Dragon Slayer Chingcho, is among the top tier even among 6th-tier professionals, and once he accumulates enough power, he is very likely to ascend to godhood. Is there any comparison? You have no chance for revenge at all. Think about it. Do you really want the Iron Blood Alliance to go against the Dragon Slayer clan? Song Chingfeng snorted coldly. I can't understand why you're still hung up on this. Su Chen doesn't even plan to hold it against you, he doesn't blame you, and he can't be bothered to hold a grudge against you. Yet you're the one going crazy. How pathetic. Shinzimo clenched his fists in anger. It's him who has been the top student in the entire grade for 3 years, riding on my head. It's not like he's been second for ages. Of course, he doesn't resent me. He won 40 million from me and my beloved Wujigan. He didn't lose anything. Of course, he doesn't hate me. It wasn't him who got beaten up by my dad, it was me. Of course, he won't go crazy. Su Chen, Song Chingfeng, senior students. Alright, you are indeed quite miserable. But in the end, it's still your own fault for looking for trouble. You deserve to be drawn. Song Chingfeng pouted, then closed the book because the chief examiner had arrived. It was none other than Mayor Chen Xuani. He walked straight towards Su Chen without any hesitation, encouragingly patting his shoulder. You little rascal, do you have a knack for looking for trouble? How come wherever you go, you stir up a bunch of issues? I've heard about your troubles in Fengdu City. I didn't expect Chen Jingcho to become your second angel investor after me. feeling quite proud. Ha!
Thinking that with 2 6th-tier powerhouses backing you,
you can swagger through the world from now on? Chen Xuanyi asked with a smile. Well, yes, can't I? Su Chen scratched his head. With 2 6th-tier experts protecting me? If that's not enough, once I revive my mentor, Lord, Undead Catastrophe, a god-level powerhouse will cover me. That should be more than enough. Chen Xuanyi laughed heartily. You really don't treat yourself as an outsider.
Already considering the Undead Catastrophe as your mentor.
That's fine, it makes me more optimistic about your future. It's just a pity. I wanted to set you up with my niece, but Chen Chingcho got there first. The mayor's blatant attempt to win favor made all the examinees envious.
This time for the college entrance examination. You must give it your all. Chen Xuanyi came specifically for this.
And naturally,
it wasn't just for small talk, he solemnly reminded Su Chen. I've learned from volunteers heading to the 3rd layer of the abyss that all the fuzzy people are fiercely loyal to undying old cat, Caesar, viewing him as their eternal leader. This means if you can turn Caesar into your summon or magical pet,
in the future, you'll be able to enjoy a top-tier fuzzy people army for free.
That's in the 3rd layer of the abyss, where the fuzzy people resistance, who have fought countless battles and stood firm against the 10 legions,
are. Chen Xuanyi sighed. Even I am quite envious. This force, if it could be brought under our banner, would almost rival 1/5 of our Dragon Kingdom's military strength. All the students couldn't help but gasp. The fuzzy people resistance is that powerful? Then why couldn't they hold their territory? Chen Xuanyi smiled. It's not Caesar's fault,
nor the fuzzy people's resistance.
Who asked the ogre lord to intervene? However,
I'm here to tell you good news. These days, our Dragon Kingdom has been providing full support to them, and the front lines have stabilized. The ogre's elite demon army is retreating steadily.
Soon,
our volunteers will return victorious,
restoring peace. Mayor Chen Xuanyi waved his arm. Dragon Kingdom, 10,000 victories. As mayor, I wish all examinees great success in their endeavors. May you achieve your ideal results. 10,000 victories, 10,000 victories, 10,000 victories.
The students' roars echoed through the sky. The passion of this group of young men and women greatly satisfied the mayor.
After he left, all the dungeon portals lit up,
and the examinees began to line up to enter.
This week, all dungeons within the Dragon Kingdom would be paused,
as all energy needed to be supplied for the massive college entrance examination demands.
Su Chen took a deep breath, leading the way,
and stepped directly into the portal.
Meanwhile,
the Dragon Kingdom's professional examination query platform was overwhelmed by foreign netizens from 5 continents and 7 oceans.
Hey, man, can anyone tell me what Su Chen's livestream room number is? I want to watch his stream. It's Examiner Su Chen 211B9527.
It's time to witness his true strength.
Last time,
Su Chen's fight with that weakling from the Flame Dragon Roar family was just not satisfying at all. It wasn't a fair fight. Now we can finally appreciate it properly.
In just a few seconds, over 600,000 viewers tuned in, all to watch Su Chen. Fortunately, Long Country places great importance on the professional entrance exam,
providing full server resources. Otherwise, just this large crowd of viewers could have caused the live streaming server to crash.
The professionals of Long Country were busy aiding the anchor base in the apocalypse,
helping the Rongmin resistance against the Abyss invasion, while other countries around the world remained peaceful for the time being, leaving Su Chen's fans bored and flocking to watch the stream. They were all excited to enjoy Su Chen's live broadcast for free.
Long Country is amazing.
The free livestream is actually an 8K resolution bandwidth.
Truly a grand gesture from a great nation.
It's said that Su Chen signed a duel agreement with Zheng Kongqing of the Weak Water family,
the Sea Demon Lord. I wonder who will come out on top. Zheng Kongqing will definitely take the top spot.
In previous years, whenever the Zhang family had a gifted Sea Demon Lord professional,
they easily secured the top rank,
because this lord can directly command the Naga Corp's Demon Legion.
Ha! That's outrageous. Other candidates start as small fry, while Zheng Kongqing can begin with one of the top 10 legions? And it's the top 3 Naga Corpse demons. It's really infuriating how some people have it so easy. Who can blame him for having access to hidden career legacies? Sigh. Having a good ancestor really is a blessing.
We also need to work hard to become the rich generation and provide for our descendants. Foreign netizens were buzzing with discussions, and such a large number of foreigners watching was naturally big news,
causing Su Chen to once again trend on social media. However, the candidate most likely to become the top scorer in the entrance exam, The number 1 seed was neither Su Chen nor Zhang Concheng, Ji Tianyi, a name unfamiliar to most people in Long Country. But when his prominent battle group was mentioned, everyone was all ears. Xinglong Battle Group, one of the strongest 7 battle groups outside of the Long Country official ranks.
Ji Tianyi himself was a standard battle strategist profession, divine machine strategist,
skilled in subversion, control, and manipulation of enemies.
He had achieved remarkable results in several simulated wars, even winning a championship and a 4th place at a Global Young Strategist Exchange Conference,
boasting an impressive record. This time, to recruit the immortal old cat to their side, the Qinglong Battle Group invested heavily, transforming Ji Tianyi into a versatile and terrifying strategist. He also carried a special hero-level, 2nd prize medal, capable of summoning 500 elite soldiers from Long Country as his initial team, making him virtually flawless. Such items are generally prohibited for any candidate to carry. They would be considered cheating, resulting in immediate disqualification and expulsion from the exam, along with a 3-year ban from the entrance exam. However, Ji Tianyi's father was a hero who died for Long Country, undoubtedly a martyr, so by law, he was entitled to special treatment for this professional entrance exam. This was also a special reward for those who sacrificed their lives for the country, which was reasonable and just. This medal was likely to become the strongest leverage to overshadow other candidates. After all, the combination of divine machine strategist and 500 elite Long Country soldiers was terrifying to imagine. Even Su Chen, who possessed the artifact, World in a Pocket, could only carry 100 temporary summons at the moment, highlighting Ji Tianyi's advantage. Given the significant impact of the professional entrance exam, all media headlines in recent days have been dominated by outstanding candidates and various amusing incidents from the exam livestreams. For example, the fastest candidate ever to be expedited after arriving in Caesar's country, a hapless candidate was randomly teleported under a coconut tree, and coincidentally, the coconuts were ripe. Thus, 8 coconuts fell with a loud thud, all hitting his head. The unlucky fellow was knocked out on the spot, and just at that moment, a horde of zombies happened to pass by. As a living corpse's gaping maw was about to bite into his neck, his parents were forced to interrupt their college entrance examination, tearfully urging their child to return from the instance. The unlucky examinee had urgently applied for a temporary retest, which was under review and most likely to be approved. The official Dragon Country would do its best to provide every examinee with a fair start. Meanwhile, more people were concerned about how were those prodigies faring. The CCTV College Entrance Examination channel was broadcasting all seed players live 24/7. Su Chen was unexpectedly ranked 3rd, becoming a superstar in Dragon Country. Inside the Kingdom of Caesar, the slight dizziness from the instant's teleportation quickly dissipated, and Su Chen steadied himself, standing firmly on the ground. He had been randomly teleported to the top of a cliff, overlooking the smoke-filled abyss of the 3rd layer. On the vast land, swords and flames were boiling, smoke rising as waves of zombies appeared on the horizon, charging towards a marching rebel army of the furry people. Lines of system prompts then appeared. Hello, friend from Dragon Country. Please listen to my tale. The fire of the furry people's resistance will never be extinguished. Because we firmly believe in the sacred saying of our friends from Dragon Country, a single spark can start a prairie fire. One day, we will cleanse the 10 legions, slaughter all zombies, and allow the furry people to live and work in peace in the 3rd layer of the abyss. When that day comes, we will establish a kingdom belonging to the furry people, the United Kingdom of Furry People. When that day comes, I will lay down my armor, leave the abyss, and go to your kingdom to see the truly azure sea, free of floating corpses, and to see the truly pure snowflakes that do not spread viruses. But until that day arrives, we can only rush to the national crisis, facing death with indifference, and fight the zombie horde at all costs. The instance you are experiencing is the final battle of the undying old cat that we were betrayed by traitors and are about to face the surprise attack of the zombie bear legion. Please do your best to change the history that has occurred and achieve the best evaluation. Su Chen was taken aback. He never expected that this college entrance examination instance would be such recent history. The sacrifice battle of the undying old cat. Caesar had no intelligence available for reference. It was a pure blind box. Su Chen looked down at the 2 forces about to trigger a bloody battle, deep in thought, while at the same time, the countdown for the college entrance examination began. You will be able to start the exam in 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. Battle begins. Main Task 1, Save the Furry People's Rebel Army. Main Task 2, Prevent the Undying Old Cat from Dying in Battle. Hidden Task, Unknown. Current Task Completion, 0%. Suchun took a deep breath and began his entrance. Come forth, my summoned ones. Black Wukong appeared first, carrying a holy staff with a 25% chance to trigger the light of purification. As a demigod-level summon, his intelligence was already extremely high, akin to the top-tier AI robots, though he had yet to develop true sentience, which was a slight regret. The little fox and the snake also slowly emerged from his summoning space. One was a spellcaster summon following the snake demon route from Eastern mythology. The other was a supportive summon following the priestess route of Medusa from Western mythology. The little fox casually summoned its Hydra Lich, which then nested within itself to cast the most basic Banshee summon, bringing forth 2 undead Banshees capable of frost attacks. In the next moment, all 100 new skeletons obtained from the Dragon Bone Research Institute appeared grandly beside him. Majestic. The momentum was astonishing. Their entire skeletons, except for the heads, had been replaced with high-tech bionic dragon bones, resulting in a significant boost to their attributes. Moreover, the dragon skeleton archers among them were all outfitted with 50 sets of custom-made gear, the Voodoo Archer set, granting them powerful splitting arrow abilities. The dragon skeleton mages, too, had their soul fires and their eye sockets transformed into boiling purple flames due to the skeletal upgrades. This luxurious legion of skeleton soldiers made all the foreign viewers watching the livestream, as well as the audience from the Dragon Kingdom, change their expressions in shock. Oh my god, is this the foundation of a seed player? That kid Su Chen is truly impressive. Surely, not all of these are dragon bone skeletons, right? Did the Dragon Slayer contribute his own dragon bones to him for summoning skeletons? That's just too extravagant, and I want to join the Dragon Slayer clan. Sob. Su Chen smiled faintly and glanced at the attribute panel of the summoned skeletons. Even though he had admired it countless times over the past few days, it always felt fresh, and he was constantly enchanted by the powerful attributes that the bionic dragon bones brought to the skeletons. Cursed Dragon Skeleton Archer quality, rare level, 20. Can level up with the summoner, attributes, strength 190, constitution 150, agility 190, spirit 100 skill, united we stand. When the skeleton archers gather into a legion, more than 30 within 100 meters, they will receive an additional 50% strength boost. Splitting arrow, provided by the Voodoo Archer 4-piece set, can split into 2 arrows when releasing fire arrows or frost arrows. Simple yet powerful. It's truly pleasing to the eye. Su Chen sighed. If one were to look solely at the attributes of a single skeleton archer, it could only be considered mediocre among summoned creatures. But when they formed a battle formation, triggered United We Stand, and then began to unleash splitting arrows, it could only be described as a delightful storm of arrows. Global viewers couldn't help but be surprised, unable to comprehend Su Chen's current lineup. Huh? Su Chen's third summon is actually Medusa? This kid is really rich now, even able to get such a summon. Medusa is actually beating a war drum. What a waste. She wouldn't have changed to a priest class, would she? Look at Su Chen's skeleton soldiers. Why are the flames of the dragon floating on their bone bows? Their bones seem a bit like dragon bones? This kid has really upgraded his firepower. It's just too exaggerated. If you miss even one day of Su Chen's livestream, you'll be horrified to find that this kid has gotten even stronger again. By the portal to the dungeon in the Kingdom of Caesar, Mayor Chen Xuani and Principal Zhao Renjie took their seats as hosts. The 2 guests were also well-known figures. They were Wang Jian, the director of the admissions department from the Hunter Nation Military Academy, and Chu Tianlin, the vice principal of the Yanhuang Military Academy. Old Chu, you are a vice principal, yet you came all the way to our remote area. Principal Zhao Renjie laughed, embracing the other man and winking. It wouldn't be for Su Chen again, would it? Isn't that obvious? Chu Tianlin scoffed. I speak quite directly. If it weren't for Su Chen being in this examination hall, I, as a vice principal, would be quite busy and wouldn't bother coming to your godforsaken place. After all, your second place, that Shen Zimo, is just a gilded talent, relying on family support to achieve results, and he has already been pre-selected for a special admission quota at the Hunter Nation Military Academy. I can't possibly be here for him, right? Wang Jian, the admissions director from the Hunter Nation Military Academy, couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. He was specifically sent to the Bailiang Academy by the higher-ups, even though he didn't want to come.
because Wang Jian was well aware that this trip was essentially to clean up the mess left by Deputy Director Sun Jiangwo, that scoundrel, and he was bound to face a lot of disdain and ridicule.
Damn Sun Jiangwo.
Wang Jian had cursed him 1,000 times in his heart,
but when the moment came, he couldn't help but silently scold. He's really gone mad. He actually gave the special recruitment spot directly to that second-generation heir, Shen Zimo, right after witnessing Su Chen break the world record. Now, look at this. Su Chen has become the highly anticipated top seed for the college entrance examination, and the whole country is live-streaming his exam. A national top seed for the college entrance examination was actually discarded like a piece of trash by the Hunting Nation Military Academy, without being granted a special recruitment spot. This news had already spread like wildfire among the top 10 military academies. It was easy to imagine that once Su Chen managed to rank in the top 10 nationally in this college entrance examination, all the media would rush to the Hunting Nation Military Academy's spokesperson's office with this story. Su Chen would become one of the biggest stains in the history of the Hunting Nation Military Academy, ridiculed by countless peers for being blind to talent. And what if? Wang Jian shook his head, not daring to imagine how sour it would be for them if Su Chen became the top scorer. Words like blind to talent, looking down on others, insider trading, and the first military academy rotten to the core would all be plastered on the Hunting Nation Military Academy's reputation. As the principal, Zhao Renjia naturally couldn't speak ill of his own students. Smiling faintly, who knows, there might be a second gem hidden among the students. Don't underestimate the young people, Lao Chu. That's right. Chu Tianlin chuckled, then looked at Wang Jian with a beaming smile. See, our first military academy has already discovered a second gem. Wang Jian, ahem, classmate Shen Zimo also has quite a promising future. Who knows? He might shine brightly in the college entrance examination. What he thought was, even if things went poorly, they had strong support from the Iron Blood Alliance, so his exam results shouldn't be too bad. Additionally, Wang Jian sincerely explained first, our Hunting Nation Military Academy has always been quite interested in Su Chen. Deputy Director Sun Jiangwo is just a small deputy director from one of our branches. He has made countless mistakes in his life. To be honest, it's quite normal for the admissions department, and there's no need to be too harsh. But, Wang Jian straightened his chest and raised his head. After all, we are the first military academy of Long Nation. Our Hunting Nation Military Academy has a strong appeal to any student. I will correct Sun Jiangwo's mistake and re-invite Su Chen to join us. We will offer him generous resources. I believe classmate Su Chen will be tempted. He shot a glance at Chu Tianlin, the provocation in his eyes quite evident. The resources that the first military academy could mobilize were not something the third military academy could compare to. Wang Jian believed that with Su Chen's intelligence, he wouldn't rashly decide his future over a small grievance. Chu Tianlin curled his lips slightly, but disdainfully said, "Can you really offer resources that would impress Su Chen? If I remember correctly, this time you recruited many offspring of big shots, with your limited resources. Is there enough for these second-generation heirs to share?" Wang Jian, just as they were exchanging barbs, Su Chen had already adjusted his summoned army and commanded, "Move out. We will directly charge into the battlefield. After the zombies engage with the Rongmin resistance army, we will cut into the battlefield from the right hillside and intercept the zombie forces." He made a cold tactical decision, using the Rongmin resistance army as bait and a meat shield to attract the zombies' main attention. This was clearly contrary to the second main mission, avoid the undying old cat from dying in battle. Most students obviously believed that they should join forces with the Rongmin resistance army as soon as possible to maximize the protection of the undying old cat. Caesar. But Su Chen's decision was completely different from theirs, and the reason was simple: he was not an individual, but a summoner who could command an army. Su Chen's more than 100 summoned creatures, though limited in number, included a meat shield MT, magic damage dealers, ranged archers, and support priests, making it a complete battle group despite its small size. "Monkey brother, hold the shield," Su Chen instructed calmly, while taking out a large shield radiating a holy light from his backpack and handing it to the other. This was also part of the preparation for the college entrance examination. He had prepared 2 sets of equipment for Black Wukong, 1 set for attack, and 1 for defense. Black Wukong raised the large shield with his left hand and held the staff in his right, looking down at the battlefield with a rebellious posture. As a demigod-level summoned creature, his immense strength allowed him to dual-wield the staff and the large shield, making him quite formidable. Snake snake, spread the aura to our troops. Su Chen glanced at Medusa, his voice calm. Thus, her slender arms began to beat the war drums fiercely, and an ancient battle song of the Orc Empire echoed from her throat. A wild roar resounded in the land of Caesar, the glory battle song was activated, and the strong strike aura covered everyone, increasing the attack power of all summoned creatures under this aura by 10%. The behemoth frenzy battle song was activated, and the frenzy aura covered everyone, increasing the attack speed of all summoned creatures under this aura by 5%. Little fox, follow me, activate the Hydra emblem, and later unleash the 9-linked lightning to greet the enemies. Ing ing ing. The little fox, quite intelligent, nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Su Chen rubbed her little head while taking out an alchemical explosive from his hand. He decided to unleash his strongest power directly, aiming to create a stunning effect in the opening battle. The Velvet Resistance Army has suffered a betrayal and is being chased by zombies. Their morale must be low. I need to give them a shot of adrenaline to uplift their fighting spirit and let them know that reinforcements have arrived. Su Chen murmured. Under the scarlet sky, countless ashes of calamity flew chaotically, and the entire world presented a burning, apocalyptic gloom. This was the ash season unique to the third layer of the abyss, the zombie tide. The fierce wind whipped Su Chen's battle robe. He stood at the highest point of the cliff, his handsome face shining brilliantly in the light of blood and fire. He squinted his eyes, the sword on his shoulder gleaming coldly, his gaze fierce and sharp, overlooking the burning land. Let's go! Su Chen raised his sword, stepping onto the skeletal throne held high by the skeleton soldiers, marching swiftly towards the right hillside. This scene was broadcasted to thousands of households through the college entrance examination live channel of the Dragon Kingdom. What a handsome summoner! Countless people who were seeing Su Chen for the first time showed astonished expressions. Such piercing eyes, such a formidable lineup, such calm command made everyone realize his extraordinary nature at first glance. The global livestream audience was also shocked. Oh my god! Shit! Goose Sister Purple Shadow. Su Chen has secretly become stronger again. His summoned creatures can actually spread auras. That must be the hidden profession Orc Priest. Did you see his Hydro Lich? That thing is actually the little fox's summoned creature. My goodness. Most summoners around the world don't have creatures of this caliber. But Su Chen has extravagantly arranged for a summoned creature to be a summoned creature. This is actually the number 3 seed of the Dragon Kingdom? How strong must the number 1 and number 2 be? Weak water family territory. Water park. Groups of sea siren attendants gracefully carried fruit platters and fine wines, weaving through all the guests. This was a banquet hosted by the current matriarch, Zhang Lirong. The purpose was very simple, to witness Shen Kongcheng winning the top score in the college entrance examination. Unlike most families, the Ruoshui family is a matriarchal clan. Zheng Kongcheng's mother, Zhang Lirong, is the current head of the family, holding the inheritance rights to the Sea Demon Warrior. She is also a close friend of Wu Mingxi, the vice master of the Mystic Sanctuary. It was their idea to set up a match between Zheng Kongcheng and Bufian, hoping to create a powerful union through a strong marriage. Ladies and gentlemen, Zhang Lirong stood up with a beaming smile, clapping her hands. We are about to witness the birth of the third top scorer from the Ruoshui family. Moreover, he will be the strongest high-ranking sea demon lord in history, as the undying old cat Lord Caesar will surely be his to command. Our Ruoshui family has absolute confidence. As long as he can find the territory of the Naga Corpse demon, the top scorer is a done deal. Zhang Lirong waved her arm with great authority. Bring in the champagne tower and fill it up. Let's have a flowing wine ceremony and toast to my son's imminent rise. The guests exchanged glances, their eyes flickering. Who starts a champagne tower celebration right at the beginning of the college entrance examination? Celebrating their son's impending status as the top scorer? It was quite absurd. They all felt that the Ruoshui family was being overly presumptuous. Didn't they fear any slip-ups? Wu Mingxi's eyes sparkled as she proactively raised her glass. With my nephew's abilities, the top scorer is a sure thing. The undying old cat Caesar is also his destiny. Come on, Li Rong, let's toast. Bottles of champagne were opened and poured into the tower. A satisfied Zhang Lirong smiled and said, Come, bring in 3 big screens. I want to watch the live broadcasts of Seed No. 1, Seed No. 3, and Seed No. 4 simultaneously. Although Ji Tianyi is regarded as Seed No. 1, that's just giving face to a war hero. In reality, his strength is quite limited and he can't possibly win against my son. And that's Seed No. 3, Su Chen. Zhang Lirong scoffed, patting Wu Mengxi's shoulder reassuringly. Sister, you've suffered a lot because of him lately. This time, let your future good son-in-law help you vent your frustrations. Now, let's compare the two. Zhang Lirong smiled as she looked at her son's live broadcast. Zheng Kongcheng, who had descended into the kingdom of Caesar, was the first to see the undying old cat being besieged, and his choice aligned with 90% of the ordinary candidates, to assist the undying old cat and help the plushy resistance. However, unfortunately, the war was taking place in a canyon flowing with lava, where the temperature was extremely high, and the sea demon lord was precisely an amphibious profession. More accurately, Zheng Kongcheng could only unleash his full strength in a water environment. So, a somewhat awkward situation arose. After joining the battle, Zheng Kongcheng's impact on the situation was very limited because many of his water spells lost their effectiveness in the lava environment. Thus, the timing, the dry heat of the ashen season scorched his skin, causing the sea demon lord to dehydrate rapidly. The terrain, the flowing lava in the canyon increased fire-type skill damage by 100% while reducing water-type skill damage by 50%. The people, since Zheng Kongcheng's assistance to the resistance was minimal, the undying old cat regarded him merely as a foot soldier, unwilling to heed his military orders at all. Zhang Lirong and Wu Mengxi were astonished to see Zheng Kongcheng in the undying old cat's army, completely unremarkable, fighting like a headless fly among the ordinary soldiers. Both middle-aged women were stunned. At the same time, the viewers, who were starting to doze off, couldn't help but comment sharply in the live chat. In the vast sea, true heroes emerge. Under the blazing sun, the useless reveal their true colors. Is this really the Seed No. 2 contestant? Why does it feel like he's no different from the other ordinary candidates? Could he be eliminated in the first battle? No way. No way. No way. The legendary Sea Demon Lord. Is this it? Zhang Lirong and Wu Mengxi's faces turned ashen, while in front of them, the champagne tower was about to topple over. Wu Mengxi quickly comforted the anxious Zhang Lirong. Calm down. As long as our talented nephew finds the Naga undead clan, everything will be fine. This child, Kongcheng, is just too unlucky. As a strong fighter skilled in water combat, being thrown into the harshest magma terrain is indeed a case of a hero having no place to shine. But it's okay. After rescuing the immortal old cat Caesar, he can lead everyone back to the water. Yes, yes, yes. Once we retreat to the water, it will be the Sea Demon Lord's home turf. Zhang Lirong nodded vigorously, snorting. As a Sea Demon Lord, our Kongcheng can easily tame various marine creatures, even control the monsters of the sea. Not just the Naga undead, even giant squids and whale sharks will have to bow down to him. The guests also expressed their agreement. Right now, it's Kongcheng's period of dormancy. Nothing much to see. Why not take a look at his competitors? Zhang Lirong said, displeased, as she changed the subject. Come on, let's first check out that one called Su Gue? Su Chang? What was his name again? She didn't take Su Chen seriously at all. Su Chen, Wu Mengxi added, a flattering smile on her face. Calculating the time, this guy should have already teleported into the instance. Then, they saw Su Chen's luxurious summoning lineup, 100 dragon bone skeleton soldiers, a fierce black wukong, a magically powerful little fox, a Medusa with 4 arms, and a well-behaved Hydra Lich following them. The festive atmosphere of the Sea Demon family suddenly froze. That Medusa. Zhang Lirong's expression changed dramatically. It actually has 4 arms. That means the bloodline concentration is over 20%. And it's so agile, it might even be close to 50%. Where did Su Chen get this? Such a top-notch Medusa. Could it really be available in the auction house? Wu Mengxi's smile also stiffened. They both came from wealthy families and had been best friends since childhood. Therefore, they had experienced, seen, played with, and used the finest things. Their horizons were broad, and they were well informed. This Medusa summon undoubtedly showcased Su Chen's extraordinary talent. What hit them even harder was the immense popularity of Su Chen's livestream and the infuriating barrage of comments. So strong, so strong, so strong. Su Chen, who doesn't put on a show, is simply explosive. In contrast, the second contestant, Zheng Kongcheng, is laughably weak, completely an academic weakling, far from the battle-hardened Su Chen. I didn't expect Su Chen was just doing live streams before, which is why he was so carefree. Now he's focused and unleashing 100% of his combat power. It's completely unstoppable. Su Chen, I'm done pretending. I'm revealing my true self. I'm actually a god-level summoner. It said that Zheng Kongchang and Su Chen notarized a betting agreement. I specifically compared the two. It's just hilarious. Zheng Li Rong, Wu Mengxi, and when the real battle began, this stark contrast became even clearer. 17 minutes later, Su Chen and his summoned army marched swiftly to the right hillside. At that moment, the zombies had already caught up with the Rongmin resistance. The immortal old cat Caesar did not hesitate, directly joining the fray, wielding sword and shield as he charged into the horde of zombies, supporting the battle with the stance of a pillar. Su Chen was not worried, still watching from the sidelines. Once the zombies were fully distracted by the Rongmin resistance, he shouted and charged ahead. Kill all the zombies! The summoned army trampled over the scorching obsidian ground, sweeping past the glowing red rocks, howling as they plunged into the horde of corpses. That group of mindless zombies, with very limited intelligence, fought instinctively under the commands of their zombie commander. Therefore, they had no rational counterattack against Su Chen's summoned army, only the usual retaliation after being attacked, like pulling back a hand when burned or closing one's eyes when blinded by sand. The holy staff of Black Wukong smashed down fiercely onto the heads of the zombies. The triggered holy purification created a brilliant light and shadow effect while scorching a large number of zombies' eyes. At the same time, the 13 guardians of Flower and Fruit Mountain, summoned by Black Wukong, also charged forward, using their large shields to knock aside the zombies. Due to the extremely dense horde, the little fox instantly transformed into a master of slaughter, raising a hand to unleash a 9-linked forked lightning that covered the massive zombie crowd, causing paralysis. Following closely behind, the Hydra Lich continuously cast ice spells, but unfortunately, the local environment reduced their damage by 50%, resulting in minimal effect. However, the frost spells did slow the zombies down, and since the zombies had high temperatures, the sudden cold had a shattering effect like breaking ice. Of course, the most glorious results came from the skeleton army. Their Flame Arrow belonged to the fire category, receiving a full 100% damage increase from the terrain, combined with the passive effect of the Voodoo Archer set's Splitting Arrow. It was truly a sweeping force. All the spectators were dumbfounded as they watched. Rows of zombies fell like wheat fields crushed by a bulldozer, collapsing in waves and exploding into a mass of rotten flesh and broken bones, utterly powerless to resist. This was the terror of the high-cost bionic dragon bone skeletons. Wow! Is this cheating? These skeleton soldiers are simply the shrieking reapers of death. Not just a crushing defeat, it's a total annihilation. It's simply a crushing. Su Chen can actually crush these monsters in the college entrance exam instance. It's terrifying. Don't forget, he's only level 20. Is this what it means to be a summoner who can single-handedly form an army? Just over 100 summoned creatures can create such momentum. It's hard to imagine how terrifying it would be if Su Chen had an army of 10,000 summoned creatures. Now I understand why the undead catastrophe is so powerful. Amid the envious and jealous gazes of the viewers, Su Chen's summoned army plunged into the weak zombies like a scalding hot dagger slicing through butter, easily severing the zombie forces in half. His tactical objective was achieved. Su Chen calmly commanded all the summoned creatures while continuously adjusting the attack direction of this summoned army through both mental control and military orders. Monkey brother, have the no. 3 clone block the gap in the giant rock ahead, there's a devourer there. Snake, replenish the fervent aura for the skeleton mages in the back, the cooldown is up. Everyone, follow me to charge at the zombie demon forces at a 17-degree angle northeast. Prioritize killing the spellcasters summoning the zombies. One military order after another was deployed in an orderly manner. All those watching the college entrance exam live broadcast witnessed a performance comparable to the passionate scenes in war movies. The 13 guardians of Flower and Fruit Mountain violently swung their large shields, smashing through all the zombies in their way, their tough skin and thick flesh showing no fear of any bites, like moving walls protecting their comrades behind them. Waves of forked lightning with strong paralysis effects ruthlessly covered the zombie tide ahead. The affected zombies trembled in place, performing an enthusiastic tap dance. Following that came the dimensional strikes from the skeleton archers and skeleton mages. The combination of splitting arrows and flame arrows created a firepower coverage that swept across the battlefield like mercury spilling, directly clearing a vacuum zone. The skeleton mages pocket-sized fireballs, under the 100% damage increase from the magma terrain, achieved the effect of great fireballs. Flame arrows bombarded the area. Great fireballs splashed and cleared the ground. When the viewers snapped back from the pleasing violence of beauty, Su Chen's summoned army had already completed their tactical insertion, fiercely tearing through the flank of the zombie horde. "It's like a pack of fierce tigers charging into a flock of sheep," a viewer exclaimed in shock. Su Chen's summons are too powerful, and the tactical system is so complete. Especially the 13 giant monkeys in the front line, they're simply unstoppable. Did you notice? They can easily shove aside any zombies in their way, which means their strength attribute is at least 50% higher than that of the zombies. This is called crushing damage. Not just the giant monkeys, though. Those overwhelming fire arrows also consistently create stable splash and knockback effects, meaning their strength attribute is also dealing crushing damage. Oh my gosh, those summons can actually crush the enemies. Did Su Chen invest heavily in training these temporary summons? Their limbs can't really have been replaced with dragon bones, can they? The viewers were abuzz with discussion. Meanwhile, Su Chen was making great strides, leading his well-organized legion of summons as they rampaged through the zombie army, slicing them into smaller groups while annihilating the ranged attacking corpse demons everywhere. The effect was outstanding. The zombie legion quickly found themselves in disarray, falling into paralysis. As a top military strategist, the undying old cat immediately sensed the strength of this reinforcements and quickly coordinated Fuzzy People's Resistance Army. Reinforcements have arrived. Immediately cooperate with our allies to encircle the zombies. Panda spear throwers, don't hold back on your javelins, break through the front and snipe the giant zombie directly ahead. Hyena assassins, lay ice traps on our flanks to temporarily freeze the enemies into ice sculptures to hinder them. Porcupine archers, contribute all the quills on your backs for long-range support to our reinforcements. It should be noted that the bamboo spears of the panda spear throwers were quite limited, so the undying old cat had always instructed them to keep them hidden, only allowing their use at the last moment. The ice traps of the hyena assassins were also a high-level skill, requiring casting materials that had to be imported from the Dragon Kingdom, with limited stock. Meanwhile, the porcupine archers could only grow 3 quills a day, maxing out at 30, making them a strategic resource as well. The undying old cat clearly believed that Su Chen's reinforcements were worth the investment, which is why he used what should have been reserved for escape, the final means to preserve the last spark for the Fuzzy People's Resistance Army. In an instant, the Fuzzy People's Resistance Army erupted with terrifying combat power, directly defeating the enemy forces in front and slaughtering the zombies that could not support each other at the front and back. It's stable. At that moment, many experts on the CCTV live broadcast channel immediately began to analyze and judge. Su Chen's summons are indeed a rare and powerful force, capable of influencing the battlefield situation by himself. This is already reminiscent of a single person leading an army under the crown of the undead disaster. Of course, Su Chen's outstanding performance is mainly because this is just a historical instance, not real history. The power we can allocate to instances is ultimately limited, so we can only support 5,000 people fighting at the same time. In the real undying old cat's final battle, the zombie bear army dispatched a terrifying force of 390,000, with a tide of corpses as far as the eye could see, the assault lasting 3 days and 3 nights. One commentator stated, there's no need to be too harsh on the young man. He hasn't even changed jobs yet. Being able to deal with thousands of zombies is already impressive. If Su Chen can level up to the 5th tier, who knows? He might really be able to turn the tide and reverse the undying old cat's final battle by himself. Another well-respected military analyst commented lightly, regardless of the reason. The host of the CCTV college entrance examination channel smiled slightly and said seriously, Su Chen has achieved the most incredible start in the history of professional college entrance examinations. He won his first battle decisively, helping the Fuzzy People's Resistance Army retain their vitality. And the undying old cat is also safe and sound, even without using his artifact, the demon-repelling Sacred Flame. This means that Su Chen will have far more trump cards to play than the other candidates. Yes, let's take a look at the battle damage ratio for Su Chen's support battle. The data has already come in. The CCTV host smiled warmly, signaling the staff to post the data screenshot on the screen. Zombie Legion, losses 145 zombie monsters, 17 giant zombie monsters, 19 acid spewers, 2,339 ordinary zombies. Rome Mean Resistance Army, losses 15 panda spear throwers, 22 hyena assassins, 35 porcupine archers, 405 fierce rabbit berserkers, 239 violent cat shield warriors. Su Chen's summoned army, losses 0. Wow!
a true zero battle loss. Yet he achieved a resounding victory.
This is a miracle unique to summoners.
The host looked at the string of data in shock,
blinking in disbelief. The veteran military analyst nodded, fully agreeing, that's right. If it were a real army, under such high pressure and brutal fighting, there would definitely be mistakes. For example, someone might trip and then unfortunately be trampled to death by their comrades.
Only summoned creatures can maintain perfect coordination, achieving zero mistakes and thus zero casualties. Let's take a look at the completeness of the three factions after this battle. Zombie Legion 87%.
Rongmin Resistance Army 58%. Suchen 100%. Goodness. The Rongmin Resistance Army has retained at least 80% of its combat power. Isn't it 58%? Many ordinary viewers thought in confusion. CCTV's college entrance examination live broadcast channel.
The host pretended to be puzzled and asked,
Analyst,
I'm sure many viewers in front of the screen share my confusion.
The Rongmin Resistance Army clearly has only 58% of its troops left.
Why do you say they have retained 80% of their combat power? The military analyst replied calmly, because most of the losses were among the fierce rabbit berserkers and violent cat shield warriors,
which are the basic troops of the Rongmin Resistance Army, often filled by new recruits.
New recruits tend to suffer the most losses on the battlefield because they are not yet familiar with the environment and have not developed the necessary mindset.
And the real elite panda spear throwers, hyena assassins,
and porcupine archers have all been preserved. The loyal guards of the undead old cat, the Omnicat Royal Knight Order, have not lost a single member.
Not a single cat. The analyst smiled slightly. Next,
they just need to retreat to the end of the world anchor base and issue a wartime conscription order to replenish enough fierce rabbit berserkers and violent cat shield warriors.
The Rongmin Resistance Army will soon be back to its peak state. Hearing this well-reasoned analysis, the audience couldn't help but gasp, oh my! Does that mean Su Chen will soon have two elite troops in the Caesar's Kingdom instance? His lineup will be far more luxurious than the other candidates,
truly worthy of being the heir under the crown of the undead disaster,
faithfully embodying the will of one person forming an army. In this college entrance examination, I believe he will definitely secure a spot in the top 10.
I thought being named the number 3 seed was already overestimating Su Chen.
Now it seems he is still underestimated. At this moment, the CCTV host changed the subject. Let's continue to look at the number 2 candidate. The highly anticipated, Sea Demon Lord, Lord Zheng Kongcheng. He is the most favored candidate for the top scorer, and both of his ancestors were undoubtedly top scorers as well, so he should possess.
The host was stunned.
The two analysts were also dumbfounded,
because they were witnessing a magnificent holy fire sweeping across the sky, shooting towards the area with the highest concentration of zombies. Exorcism Holy Flame, 10 Directions Holy Fire Great Annihilation Bomb. That was the final trump card of the undead old cat,
and also the last insurance for all candidates. Wait, the number 2 seed, the famous Sea Demon Lord, is actually this week? An analyst blurted out, puzzled. Most candidates haven't suffered to this extent. Once the old cat uses the demon-repelling sacred flame,
it means they will activate the ultimate evacuation method and immediately leave the battlefield.
And the zombies will definitely pursue them relentlessly. Which means, another military analyst picked up the thread, it means the Velvet Resistance will suffer heavy losses.
Zheng Kongcheng's evaluation will be directly halved.
They exchanged glances and couldn't help but watch the video replay.
In the molten environment filled with high-temperature smoke, Zheng Kongcheng's face was flushed and gasping for breath, nearly suffocating. All the water magic he cast became feeble, completely unable to affect the battlefield. And he himself was completely out of his element, unable to adapt to this environment.
The Sea Demon Lord is ultimately a hidden profession that dominates the sea. One analyst sighed.
I didn't expect him to be so clumsy in a molten terrain.
Indeed,
all gifts of fate have their price marked in the dark. One can only say that where there are strengths, there must be weaknesses. Advantages are exchanged for disadvantages.
The host also sighed.
It seems this Sea Demon Lord is quite unfortunate. The battlefield environment is precisely against him, and his two ancestors were very lucky. They teleported right next to the Naga zombie tribe when they won the top score in the college entrance examination, directly gaining a large number of subordinates.
Let's wait and see.
Perhaps, once he gets through this phase and returns to the ocean environment where the Sea Demon Lord reigns,
he will make a comeback. The analyst smiled. After all, let's not forget, the third layer of the abyss is mostly water environments. This continent has far more water sources than our blue star. The Naga zombie tribe is everywhere, so it's easy to run into them. Yeah, Zheng Kongcheng can't be so unlucky as to not encounter a Naga zombie tribe until he's eliminated, right? The three of them forced a laugh, all feeling that this possibility was a low-probability event. Absolutely impossible. Under the champagne tower of the weak water family, the distinguished guests whispered among themselves, discussing Zheng Kongcheng's dire situation on the main screen. This favored child now had only 1/3 of his health left, nearing the elimination threshold, and his disheveled appearance, covered in dirt and ash, could only be described as extremely miserable. His mother, Zhang Lirong, had no trace of a smile on her face, looking as if she had been infected by the zombie virus. The other high-ranking members of the weak water family were also silent, fearing to provoke the wrath of this fifth-tier professional. How could this be? How could this be? Zhang Lirong mumbled incoherently. Even that lowly Su Chen can achieve great victories. How could our weak water family's pride, the dignified Sea Demon Lord, fall to such a state? Wu Mingxi hesitated, wanting to say, for many specialized professions, the environment is indeed very important. So luck is a key factor in the college entrance examination. A Sea Demon Lord thrown into a molten environment is like a fish swimming in the desert, inherently limited. So it's normal for him to suffer a bit. But seeing her middle-aged friend's expression, Wu Mingxi wisely closed her mouth. She could only advise, once Kongcheng encounters the first Naga zombie tribe, everything will get better. Right. Zhang Lirong seemed to grasp a lifeline like a dying person, her eyes shining. It's just a stroke of bad luck, a water retrograde, a misfortune. As long as he can rely on the Sea Demon Lord's characteristics to infinitely recruit Naga zombies, he can still sweep away all enemies. Being behind is only temporary. He will become the top scorer in the college entrance examination like his two ancestors. Zhang Lirong was unwavering in her belief. The other guests also expressed similar views, supporting the weak water family. But just then, in the dungeon of Caesar's kingdom, the most intelligent NPC, Undying Old Meow Caesar, found himself in a predicament while fleeing, helplessly grabbing Zheng Kongcheng by the back of his collar, and bitterly smiled. When it rains, it pours. The Dragon Kingdom has truly thrown me a burden. To maintain relations with my allies, I cannot abandon this child of the weak water family, but he is destined to have no impact on the battle. He is nothing but a pure waste. Zhang Lirong? The audience? This statement instantly ignited public opinion. What does Undying Old Meow mean? His Majesty Caesar has recognized that Zheng Kongcheng comes from the weak water family. Why does he call him a burden and a waste? Looks like there's a good show to watch. His words are definitely not without reason. I think contestant number 2 is doomed. He's probably going to be estranged from the top scorer. The audience showed no sympathy for this second-generation heir from a top aristocratic family, as Zheng Kongcheng had been exuding an arrogance that claimed to be of the elite class from the beginning. In his challenge letter to Su Chen, he even unabashedly referred to the lower-class people as lowly commoners and mud-legged. In this new era where might is right, no matter how harshly Zheng Kongcheng spoke, no one would punish him for it. But that didn't mean the public would like his foul-mouthed arrogance. Zheng Kongcheng, feeling quite proud, immediately downed a precious instant recovery potion after being sharply criticized by Undying Old Meow, restoring his health to 80% and regaining some spirit. He glared angrily at the NPC. If it were the real Undying Old Meow, Zheng Kongcheng would certainly not dare to confront him. After all, he was a god-level powerhouse, and even the entire weak water family was not qualified to provoke him. But in the dungeon, after learning the news that the real Undying Old Meow had fallen, Zheng Kongcheng boldly asked, "Your Highness Caesar, why do you say that? You may not know me well, I am not a Sea Demon warrior, but a Sea Demon Lord. If you help me find a Naga Corpse Demon tribe, I can use my special identity to directly command these lowly creatures." At that time, one of the top 10 legions of the Corpse Nest, the Naga Corpse Demons, will all become my foundation. I will be your strongest ally. Why do you call me a burden and a waste? Zheng Kongcheng huffed proudly, feeling quite displeased. Undying Old Meow sighed. I certainly know you are a Sea Demon Lord, because if you were a Sea Demon warrior, at least you could serve as cannon fodder and have some combat power. Only a weak Sea Demon Lord like you would be utterly useless. Zheng Kongcheng, you have been let down by your ancestors. Unfortunately, the Corpse Nest is no longer a playground you can recklessly invade. Undying Old Meow Caesar slowly revealed a shocking secret that stunned all the Dragon Kingdom audience. Do you know about drug resistance? Caesar asked lightly. Of course. A confused Zheng Kongcheng replied. It means that if we keep using the same antibiotic, the bacteria in our bodies will be continuously selected for stronger resistant strains. The non-resistant bacteria are killed off, while the resistant ones survive. And eventually, the remaining bacteria all possess resistance, able to ignore the antibacterial effects of that antibiotic. But, what does this have to do with me? Zheng Kongcheng retorted. Undying old Miao sighed. Your ancestors relied on the control of the Sea Demon Lord over the Naga corpse demons, continuously coming to our Abyss Layer 3 to take advantage, wantonly seizing various resources and claiming the treasures of the Naga corpse demon tribe as their own. Did you really think there would be no cost for this? The Naga corpse demon clan is one of the top 10 legions dominating Layer 3. Do you think they have no temper? Do you think they don't know how to resist? Zheng Kongcheng was stunned. As if he had fallen into an ice cellar, he vaguely guessed the outcome. Undying old Miao continued. No one will sit idly by. The high-ranking Naga corpse demons had long prayed to the witch Lilith, obtaining a special vaccine, the Sea Demon Lord Antibody Vaccine, by sacrificing the hearts of 6th-tier professionals. After vaccination, all Naga corpse demons will no longer be under the control of your Sea Demon Lord. Old Miao sighed. You people from the weak water family underestimate the Naga corpse demon clan too much. They have dominated the third layer of the abyss for thousands of years. In terms of heritage, strength, and cunning, your weak water family is not even worthy to carry their shoes. Why do you naively think you can forever enslave them? Zheng Kongcheng, Zheng Li Rong, all the high and mid-level members of the weak water family were left dumbfounded, trembling like chaff. Indeed, the words of the immortal old Miao Caesar were simply too reasonable. The Naga corpse demon clan has a massive population of tens of millions and many high-level zombie lords capable of rivaling 6th-tier professionals. Why have they been continuously exploited by your Sea Demon family? After all these years, they have found a way to counter the Sea Demon Lord. Isn't that reasonable? Zheng Kongcheng wanted to cry but had no tears left, the last flicker of hope in his heart extinguished by a bucket of cold water. He looked up to the sky and howled. My ancestors, you are betraying your grandson. But all the viewers watching the live broadcast burst into laughter. Deserved. You usually act so arrogantly, priding yourself on being a hidden professional, thinking you locked in the top scorer of the college entrance examination. And now you're being brought back to your true form. The sun is fierce, and everything is revealed. You, Zheng Kongcheng, are just a spoiled good-for-nothing. Go take a piss and look at your own embarrassing self. Ha ha ha, do you even deserve to bet against Su Chen? Meanwhile, in the same dungeon next door, Su Chen had successfully met with the immortal old Miao Caesar. The friendly conversation between the two formed a stark contrast to the disdain and contempt Zheng Kongcheng faced. Thank you, hero of the Dragon Kingdom. The immortal old Miao jumped beside Su Chen, bowing sincerely 3 times. Without your strong support, our plush people's resistance army would have suffered heavy losses. Moreover, it's not just us who would sacrifice, the children we escort. This batch of future sparks of resistance would also be devoured by the zombies. The leader of the resistance looked towards the bus filled to the brim with plush children, a unique tenderness showing on his cat face, reminiscent of a fierce tiger sniffing a rose. Su Chen smiled faintly. Our Dragon Kingdom has a covenant with your plush people's resistance army for generations, watching over and helping each other. This is my duty. It's just a pity that I arrived a bit late, causing you heavy losses. Not at all. Being able to save the main force, we are already grateful. The immortal old Miao clasped his paws together, thanking him again. The viewers were left dumbfounded. The CCTV host couldn't help but laugh. If I remember correctly, Su Chen waited for 3 minutes after arriving at the right hillside, only launching an attack after the plush people's resistance army had taken a desperate stance. Now he pretends to say I came late, clearly trying to fool the other side. The military strategist observer also smiled. Su Chen is quite slick, but I think he is right. He needs to preserve his own combat power. So the best time to strike is when the plush people's resistance army is determined to fight to the death. Exactly. Su Chen chose the perfect moment when the zombie force's attention was completely drawn to the plush people's resistance army. The immortal old Miao must know this too, but he pretends to be confused. This is a high emotional intelligence game. May I ask, what does the plush people's resistance army plan to do next? Su Chen didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point after a brief exchange. The immortal old Miao replied, we will take a short rest, collect the bodies of our compatriots, burn them all, and then set off on our way back to the end of the world anchor base. We will be stationed there, repairing the city walls, digging traps, and preparing to face the assault from the Abyssal Army. If your excellency is interested, you might as well join us. Su Chen shook his head solemnly. I've heard that the anchor of the Apocalypse base is built on a great cliff. Easy to defend but hard to attack. As long as you reside there, the morale of the troops will be stable. And even if the Abyssal Lord comes in person, it would be difficult to break through. So, whether I'm there or not makes no difference. My mere 100 summoned creatures cannot determine the outcome of the defense of the anchor of the Apocalypse. Therefore, I want to help you cover your retreat, he declared firmly. The audience was dumbfounded, because the path Su Chen chose was the most dangerous one. Fighting alone, charging recklessly in the unfamiliar third layer of the abyss, battling against the native zombies who were familiar with the terrain and environment was essentially a dead end. The fate of a lone hero often ends badly. Yet Su Chen spoke calmly and confidently. I will adopt the strategy of besieging Wei to rescue Zhao, attacking the zombie stronghold, which will greatly relieve the pressure on you defending the anchor of the Apocalypse base. Moreover, you indeed need a surprise force to strike swiftly and fiercely outside, creating panic among the zombie legion, making their higher-ups uncertain about our exact troop strength. He smiled faintly, speaking with great confidence. Currently, the only one who can create variables on the battlefield is me, because your furry people are too recognizable. Once you make a move, the zombie legion will immediately see through your intentions. I, however, am a human summoner from another world, capable of summoning hundreds of powerful creatures. This scene, in the eyes of those zombie commanders, will generate a lot of terrifying intelligence. I hope they are smart enough, because the smarter people are, the easier they are to deceive in situations of information asymmetry. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, uttering words full of meaning. The undead cat Caesar's eyes lit up. He quickly understood Su Chen's intention. Yes, hundreds of powerful summoned creatures, according to common reasoning, imply that there are at least 20 or 30 human summoners behind them. After all, the summoner's summoning space is limited, and sufficiently powerful summoned creatures are quite rare. And as we all know, summoners are magic-type professionals, often protected within the army to guard against zombie attacks. This means there must be a strong human force hidden in the shadows to protect this fictitious summoner army. The undead cat sighed. Your smokescreen tactic is truly brilliant. Su Chen nodded slightly, stating seriously, not only that, I also have a set of special forces tactics. I will rush behind enemy lines to cut off their supplies and strike at their living forces. I will become a sharp blade, piercing deep into the enemy's territory, causing them to bleed continuously. I will create chaos in their supply lines, and at the same time, I will threaten the lifeblood of all zombie legions, the zombie virus factory. The undead cat looked at him in shock. You have such courage? It seems that the Dragon Kingdom has given birth to another remarkable summoner. His expression turned somewhat melancholic. Alas, looking at us, the promising seeds of the furry people's resistance have been falling in the war, and gifted furry children find it hard to grow. By the time we old folks wither away, there may be no one left to carry the banner of freedom. The furry people will eventually be submerged by the endless tide of corpses, assimilated into their ranks. Su Chen smiled and reassured him. There will surely be heroes rising amidst blood and fire. This is the inevitability of all wise races. Your Excellency just needs to guard silently and nurture carefully, and a young successor will surely emerge among the furry people. Please believe in the wisdom of future generations. That's true. The undead cat nodded. All right, I agree with your tactics, but please come to the anchor base of the Apocalypse first. We can replenish your supplies and provide you with an electronic map. You are an outsider and are about to head into enemy territory to fight. You must have a sufficiently clear map. My terminal was damaged in battle, and the map is classified, so I don't have a habit of carrying a second copy with me to avoid it being captured by the enemy. All right. Su Chen no longer refused. He was well aware that this was a reward, and that electronic map was crucial. It would be key for his upcoming assault on the zombies. Then, Su Chen began to recall all summoned items back into his personal world and summoning space. The undying old cat watched this scene, his eyes flickering. Your Excellency, you actually possess such a vast summoning space. No wonder you dare to execute special forces tactics. If you hide alone, it's equivalent to an entire unit disappearing from the enemy's sight. Moreover, you alone riding a high-speed vehicle is like a whole unit being able to relocate quickly. Su Chen smiled slightly. Indeed, this is the fundamental reason I adopt this tactic. Trust me, the rear of the zombie legion will be crushed by me,
When all their energy is focused on attacking the anchor base of the apocalypse, there will likely only be a group of the old, weak, sick, and disabled left behind, absolutely unable to stop my summoned army. The undying old cat immediately began to flatter him, completely shedding the airs of a leader of the Fur People resistance, quickly becoming familiar with Su Chen, and started to march towards the anchor base of the apocalypse with an arm around his shoulder. This scene left all the viewers of the college entrance examination livestream dumbfounded. No way? The undying old cat is a dignified god-level powerhouse, a fierce man with the holy flame of exorcism, and he's been successfully wooed by Su Chen? Shocking. Su Chen is actually a lucky charm. He just arrived in the kingdom of Caesar not long ago and has already hooked up with the undying old cat. Is this still the same undying old cat who just looked down on Zhang Kongcheng with utter disdain? Being so aloof? Why does he treat Su Chen so differently? It feels like the atmosphere in the live streams of Zhang Kongcheng and Su Chen is quite different. The former is 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not bully the young and poor, while the latter is this bow, loyal heart and righteous spirit, with spear in hand, sword and blade shining. Look at my brothers, marching boldly into the smoke of war. This undying old cat really knows how to adapt to people. No wonder he's the tyrant of the third layer of the abyss. Indeed. Everyone has two faces. Humph. He is the leader of the Fur People resistance, prioritizing national interests above all. What's the problem? You upstairs. I see you have committed the crime of insulting martyrs. The undying old cat has aided our dragon nation's fortress 3 times, leading the Fur People resistance at all costs to help us resist the abyss. You can lie at home as a keyboard warrior and should be grateful for his selfless sacrifice. Yet you dare to speak out? The first battle of the Kingdom of Caesar instance soon came to an end. A full 50% of the candidates had been eliminated, and they would be forced to turn to secondary professions or prepare to review for another attempt next year. The college entrance examination for professionals is indeed this cruel, but no one would pay attention to those failures. All eyes were focused on those candidates who could go further. Among this group, the brightest star, without a doubt, was Su Chen, once a top contender for the #1 spot. He was now leading by a cliff-like margin over the others. Major traditional print media, online self-media, and portal websites began to report on Su Chen's remarkable achievements. Old Wave News, the rise of the summoner. Su Chen single-handedly saves the Fur People resistance, creating a myth in the college entrance examination. Professionals Daily, shocking. Only in turbulent seas do heroes reveal their true colors. The hero who first broke the fortress of the demons rewrites the history of the kingdom of Caesar once again. Science, Dragon Nation Edition. Su Chen endorses the bionic dragon bone. New type of skeleton soldier may change the ecological landscape of the summoner profession. Men's God Entertainment Weekly. Su Chen has made it to the list of the top 10 male gods that women in Longwa are most willing to marry. Currently ranking 9th. Women interviewed randomly on the street believe that his commanding presence exudes the aura of a great general, and his charm is evident as he effortlessly annihilates zombies with a smile. Summoner, our summoner profession welcomes another heavyweight contender, an artifact inheritor who carries the will of the undead catastrophe. He will embody the will of a one-man army, becoming a war god who sweeps through thousands of troops, making summoners great again. In no time, Su Chen has swept through Longwa, becoming the darling of all media. Of course, the other candidates who are also among the 4 major potential contenders have received widespread attention. Among them, the most eye-catching is the astonishing Sea Demon Lord Zhang Kongcheng. After all, while other live streams are filled with passionate scenes of hard work, Zhang Kongcheng's live stream resembles a comedic performance by a clown. Full of dark humor, in the undead old cat's final battle, he performed extremely poorly, but thanks to the weak water family's wealth, he was given some aura-enhancing scrolls, boosting the strength of the Fuzzy People's resistance. Then, relying on Caesar, he activated the holy flame of exorcism's ultimate move, finally managing to retreat successfully. In this battle, Zhang Kongcheng contributed many memorable moments. He cast Blizzard on a lava terrain, and just halfway down from the sky, it all melted into rainstorm, drenching the zombies like drowned rats. But what use is that? The zombies didn't mind a bath. Instead, the Fuzzy People were unfortunate enough to get their fur soaked, leaving them in a sorry state and significantly reducing their mobility. Because of this, the undead old cat glared at him several times, probably judging, could this kid from Longwa be a traitor? Before using his gas mask, Zhang Kongcheng inhaled a few breaths of corpse nest ash season air and surprisingly had a strong allergic reaction.
coughing incessantly and showing signs of suffocation. His appearance,
nearly coughing up his organs,
was particularly comical,
and many authoritative doctors immediately diagnosed him with a rare condition called flesh intolerance. The smog of the ash season was mixed with a massive amount of embers spewed from the flesh furnace, which Zheng Kongcheng fell victim to.
Unfortunately, the weak water family had no idea that their future heir would suffer from such a rare disease, so they were completely unprepared.
Various hilarious and ridiculous clips about Zheng Kongcheng emerged. He cast water ball only for it to turn into a puff of steam. He chanted water dragon chant but started coughing midway,
suffering a backlash from the spell, losing 16% of his health. He proudly introduced his profession to the undead old cat,
only to be pointed out with disdain that he had been tricked by his ancestors in a memorable scene. He was thrown into a bus carrying children by the Fuzzy People's resistance,
and thanks to his Longwa citizenship, he wasn't abandoned in a comical scene. The comments from Longwa viewers were particularly merciless, boasting before the exam, babbling during the exam, and stuttering after the exam. TSK, is this really the heir of the weak water family?
And he dares to bet against Su Chen?
The gap is too significant, right? Is Zheng Kongcheng planning to take the middle school entrance exam next and then bet his scores against Su Chen's college entrance exam results? Laughing out loud.
Zheng Kongcheng is already sitting at the same table as the Fuzzy People's little brother and sister. It seems he will be betting against Su Chen's elementary school entrance exam results in the future.
That night,
various noises echoed through the weak water family, the crash of porcelain shattering,
the thud of pottery breaking, the buzzing electric sound of appliances smashing, and the dying cries of small animals being thrown.
The usually gentle head of the Zheng family,
Zhang Lirong, seemed to transform overnight into the ultimate shrew,
smashing her home to pieces.
Of course, everyone could understand. After all,
he was her son whom she had high hopes for, and she had hosted a grand banquet, inviting countless friends to witness the moment he would claim the title of top scholar and bring the legendary pet, the immortal old cat, under his command.
But the result, countless guests secretly laughed at Zheng Lirong's embarrassment,
feeling a genuine joy at her misfortune.
This head of the family, who was usually arrogant and domineering, treated others with a notable disdain.
But since most people relied on the weak water family for their livelihoods,
they could only endure.
Now, with Zheng Kongcheng being proven to be a good-for-nothing, it severely embarrassed Zheng Lirong.
And naturally, everyone was delighted to see the joke unfold.
Only Wu Mengxi remained by her best friend's side,
constantly soothing her with gentle words. Don't be anxious, Lirong. Just be patient. Just wait. Your talented nephew will surely be able to showcase the strengths of the Sea Demon Lord.
But, that damn zombie cat clearly said.
Zheng Lirong hung her head in despair. Our bloodline can no longer control the Naga Corpse demon.
This is not just a blow to Kongcheng, it is also a significant weakening for our weak water family. We will no longer be able to extract resources from the third layer of the abyss.
Yes, this was the crux of Zheng Lirong's disappointment.
Losing a mere top scholar in the college entrance examination was actually inconsequential. For the vast weak water family, it had almost no impact.
Moreover,
although the immortal old cat Caesar was a legendary pet,
it would greatly slow down its owner's leveling speed, and by the time it grew up, it would be too late. In fact, the weak water family did not lack for an exceptional pet.
But, the news that the Naga Corpse demons had been infected with the anti-Sea Demon Lord virus was a critical blow,
equivalent to severing the weak water family's lifeline.
This meant that countless resources would be lost to them,
and many resources that had once been easily seized would no longer be obtainable. It's all Su Chen's fault.
Zheng Lirong randomly shifted the blame.
Ever since I encountered him, everything has become so unfortunate. That damned harbinger of doom.
She was so irritated that she wished she could immediately unleash a killing move and twist Su Chen's head off to use as a ball to kick.
Wu Mengxi also sighed inwardly. She couldn't help but glance at the LCD screen of the wall-mounted television. Contestant No. 2, Zheng Kongcheng, curled up in a corner of the bus,
dozing off alongside the children of the plush people.
Contestant No. 3, Su Chen, was warmly invited by the immortal old cat to the throne, discussing upcoming military plans with him. It was truly a world apart,
vividly illustrating what it meant to sift through the sands and reveal the true heroes.
At the same time,
a bullet screen passed across the screen. At this moment, I have to quote a famous saying from Wu Mengxi: dragons do not dwell with snakes,
tigers do not walk with dogs. Ha 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 ha, this boomerang is really interesting. Who is the dragon? Who is the snake? Who is the tiger? Who is the dog?
Wu Mengxi's face immediately darkened. Zhang Lirong followed her gaze and caught sight of the bullet screen. Her previously gloomy expression suddenly lightened considerably.
Indeed, watching others suffer misfortune was the most entertaining. The two best friends exchanged glances,
feeling a mutual understanding of each other's frustrations.
Old Wu, you don't regret the marriage alliance, do you?
Zhang Lirong suddenly asked. Wu Mengxi smiled bitterly. Given our relationship and how well we know each other,
do you even need to ask? That night,
I witnessed Su Chen being recognized under the crown of the undead disaster in the online conference room.
And I watched him being awarded the artifact world in a pocket. Didn't I already regret it on the spot? Didn't you see that fan-edited video of Su Chen? Zhang Lirong. That's true. Ha ha, if it were me, I would probably regret it on the spot too. You truly are my good friend.
Completely different from those sycophants who only know how to flatter and belittle others. Only you are still willing to tell me the truth.
Wu Mengxi sighed. To be honest,
the performance of your nephew has indeed been somewhat terrible.
But you don't have to pay too much attention to the comments from netizens. In my opinion,
the doctor's words are mostly correct. Zhang Kongcheng indeed suffers from flesh intolerance and has been tormented by allergies, which is why he has been in low spirits and unable to recover.
It's just a pity. We can't send this information to the instance to remind him to wear a gas mask throughout. Even the weak water family could never cheat in the college entrance examination. After all, that would mean offending the entire Dragon Kingdom. However,
what I just said was not to dismiss you, Wu Mengxi said solemnly.
As long as he enters the water environment,
he can cover his entire body with a water membrane,
thus isolating all the ashes.
At that time, he will regain his spirits and return to being the wise, brave, and proud Zhang Kongcheng.
Moreover, the Sea Demon Lord is not just able to control the Naga undead,
Wu Mengxi stated seriously.
Don't forget, all low-level creatures will submit to the Lord's status. By then, even if my nephew recruits a group of sea monsters, it will be enough to deal with many zombies.
At that time, the balance of victory and defeat will be reversed.
That's right, sister,
Zhang Lirong exclaimed with joy,
regaining her former confidence, gritting her teeth and saying, perhaps, my champagne tower can still be useful. Meanwhile, candidate no. 1. Ji Tianyi, and candidate no. 4. Murong Shuewu,
were also making great strides.
A CCTV analyst summarized,
Ji Tianyi, as the divine machine strategist, carrying a second-class merit medal that can summon 500 Dragon Kingdom soldiers,
is indeed extraordinary. He, like Su Chen, chose to enter the battlefield from the right hillside, and like Su Chen, he waited for the best opportunity. The time interval between their attacks was 0.4 seconds. Truly, heroes see alike. The host also sighed. Indeed, it was a thrilling victory. It's just a pity that the soldiers in his medal are only level 10.
Although he has the numerical advantage,
their quality is far inferior to Su Chen's summons. One can only say that everything has its flaws. The second-class merit medal is ultimately more of a commemorative significance, not a strong summoner's equipment. Moreover, it is a virtual equipment exclusive to the instance, which means it cannot be upgraded or modified, and the soldiers inside are all random,
unless you can personally achieve military merit and recruit troops yourself.
Another analyst chuckled.
Hey, I heard that during the Demon Fortress,
Su Chen received a third-class merit medal,
and the troops he recruited at that time were all elite Dragon Knights and Iron Blood Charge Corps,
the host said with a smile. In any case, Ji Tianyi is just slightly inferior to Su Chen.
He also achieved great results and preserved the main force of the Rongmin resistance.
In the upcoming end of the World Anchor Defense Battle, he will surely shine. Let's take a look at candidate no. 4. Murong Shuewu. This time, all the men brightened up, because Murong Shuewu, besides being a current student,
had been a famous child star since she was young,
and now she is a popular movie star in the entertainment industry,
belonging to the top idols with great appeal,
and also the peace ambassador of the Dragon Kingdom.
Every force has extended an olive branch to her,
because she poses no threat, yet is one of the top supports. Murong Shuewu is a soul singer.
The heavenly voice she emits can significantly increase the attributes of all listeners on the battlefield. She has no attack skills but possesses powerful hymns that can change the battlefield situation.
The audience saw Murong Shuewu continuously singing in the kingdom of Caesar.
The rampant holy light enveloped the Rongmin resistance, which could heal wounds quickly with the Golden Kelly healing song. countless colorful red lights wrapped around the Rongmin resistance,
which could dispel zombie poison with the Marilyn exorcism song, accompanied by her heavenly voice. The song that greatly increased attack power, the Song of the Killing Wolf, was unleashed. During the 3 songs, the morale of the Rongmin resistance army soared, successfully launching a counterattack and driving back all the attacking zombies. The host exclaimed, "After all, it's Morong Shuewu, her performance was flawless." But, ultimately, it's still difficult to claim the top spot. Indeed, the analyst agreed. After all, she merely assisted the Rongmin resistance army, purely passive, lacking initiative. So, Morong Shuewu will most likely only receive the highest guaranteed reward, unable to take the offensive like Su Chen and Ji Tianyi. Next, tomorrow's battle will be the turning point. We will see Su Chen, who takes the initiative to launch a surprise attack on the zombie army's base, Ji Tianyi and Morong Shuewu, who defend the anchor of the apocalypse, and Zhang Kongcheng, who has already packed his bags and quietly left the base, preparing to search for nearby water sources to scout for troops. All the audience members widened their eyes. Could it be that Zhang Kongcheng decided to make a desperate counterattack? All the audience, including Zhang Kongcheng's mother, Zhang Lirong, and several high-ranking members of the weak water family, were collectively baffled. What kind of bizarre operation is this? It should be noted, the anchor of the apocalypse base is the absolute safe haven for this college entrance examination, and Zhang Kongcheng's performance has been utterly weak. So in everyone's common understanding, Zhang Kongcheng should be hiding in the anchor of the apocalypse, racking up some points, and then waiting for the exam to end to return safely. There's no need to dream of achieving a high evaluation because it's too late. According to past scoring rules for the college entrance examination, once Caesar unleashed the holy flame of exorcism, Zhang Kongcheng's score had already hovered around the passing line. Did he still want to turn the tide? Where was he before? Moreover, the undying old cat had already told him, the occupational bonus of the Sea Demon Lord had been completely consumed by the previous generation, with no consideration for sustainable development, directly depleting resources without leaving anything for him as a descendant. So, what else did Zhang Kongcheng want to do? After a long moment, Zhang Kongcheng, with his bag on his back, suddenly swung his fist fiercely towards the sky. I will definitely find a new path for the Sea Demon Lord. Even if I can't control the Naga undead, our weak water family, as the overlords of the ocean, can find other vassal races. Without Butcher Zhang, do we have to eat hairy pigs? I can definitely find alternative Butcher Li and Butcher Wang. The audience, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but sigh. This kid has quite a bit of spirit. But, do you know you've committed the crime of desertion? You just abandoned the anchor of the apocalypse base like this? No, buddy. By the time you find alternative vassal races, the undying old cat will have already perished, and the anchor of the apocalypse base will have fallen. Everyone was at a loss, unsure whether to praise his ambition or criticize him for being unrealistic and not grounded. Well done, Zhang Lirong exclaimed loudly, directly shutting down the comments from foolish netizens. Humph, how could those lowly people understand the resolve of a strong person? My son has already awakened to the consciousness of a king. Wu Mengshi also strongly agreed, abandoning the now worthless anchor of the apocalypse base is the right choice. Staying here, he could at most only get a passing score. As a proud descendant of the weak water family, he shouldn't care about the success or failure of the college entrance examination. Instead, venturing far away to seek that 1% chance of a turnaround, looking for the stones that can be used to carve jade, is the true path of a king. Exactly. Even the dark gold equipment of past college entrance examination champions is insignificant to my son. Only that divine pet, the undying old cat, is the one thing he needs to care about. Therefore, stepping out of his comfort zone to seek hope for a turnaround is the journey of a king. Zhang Lirong snorted coldly, addressing the guests. Now, fill my champagne tower to the brim. Even if Kong Chang ultimately loses, just based on his current bravery and martial prowess, he deserves to be celebrated. Let us raise a glass to honor his growth. The crowd exchanged glances, forcing smiles, but the next moment, a guest suddenly reminded, "Oh no, quick, look at Su Chen's electronic map." Everyone froze, and Zhang Lirong was quite displeased. This is my son's celebration. Why bring up that wretched child? Just now, Su Chen was checking the electronic map, and I took a screenshot, the guest said with a bitter smile. One of the routes is marked as particularly dangerous, leading to the spider demon's lair.
and it seems young Master Zhang Kongcheng has stepped onto this path.
Zhang Lirong was stunned and hurriedly rushed to check.
This was a matter of life and death. No matter how much she disliked Su Chen or trusted Zhang Kongcheng, she couldn't afford to be careless. After all, the college entrance examination could truly be deadly. The hyper-realistic Kingdom of Caesar instance could kill the spirit and soul of practitioners, which is why parents had to supervise their children's exam livestreams 24/7, deciding whether to pause the exam and withdraw from the college entrance examination.
If an emergency arose where a candidate couldn't concede and withdraw, the parents had to make the decision, life or grades? Sure enough,
Zhang Lirong and Wu Mengxi saw it clearly.
Comparing with Su Chen's electronic map,
Zhang Kongcheng had already stepped onto the road leading to the Spider Demon territory.
The wind howled, and he was so resolute. Without hesitation, he didn't look back.
This should have been the prologue to a hero's rise.
But because of Su Chen's top-secret electronic map,
the more serious Zhang Kongcheng became, the more determined he was, the more it took on a comical tone.
Ha ha ha,
the spider demons are waiting for takeout at home. And here comes Zhang Kongcheng. This guy has the potential to become a comedy master. I suggest he star in Joker, the Dragon Kingdom's clown.
Bravely charging towards the spider's nest. TSK, does he think he's not dying fast enough?
The more passionate Zhang Kongcheng is, the more he strives, the closer he gets to death. This is truly ridiculous.
Alright,
Zhang Kongcheng has been unofficially named the annual top clown. He's out.
Let's watch the duel between Su Chen, Ji Tianyi, and Murong Xuewu, Zhang Lirong, Wu Mengxi. The guests, only one intern waiter weakly asked, "Should we continue pouring champagne into the tower?"
As he spoke, bang! Another bottle of high-end champagne erupted with countless bubbles. The fizzing sound of the bubbles bursting echoed like thunder in the silent hall. In stark contrast was the grand banquet welcoming Su Chen at the anchor base of the apocalypse.
Under the rugged, roaring flames, the holy flame of exorcism, symbolizing the fire of resistance,
was enshrined on the statue in the central square, continuously powered by the flame of the saint. Various plush citizens gathered from all directions, participating in this celebration of victory. Among them were the cat citizens with padded claws, the sheep citizens with short white horns, the dog citizens with black noses and wild teeth, as well as rabbit citizens, cow citizens, leopard citizens, and so on. They all looked at Su Chen with admiration and respect, filled with deep gratitude.
"Come, plush citizens,
welcome our Dragon Kingdom ally, the heir of the undead catastrophe, the bearer of the artifact world in a pocket,
Lord Su Chen."
The immortal old cat praised Su Chen's achievements. "Not long ago, when we were escorting the convoy of children and were ambushed by 2 zombie legions, Lord Su Chen appeared on the battlefield like a divine being, miraculously rescuing our main forces and preserving the spark for the plush citizen resistance. Cheers!
Thank you to our friends from the Dragon Kingdom, to our young summoner, Su Chen." Caesar raised his golden cup, laughing heartily, slamming the table with a clang. To Su Chen, all the Rome people raised their cups, thousands of them immersed in a festive atmosphere.
Su Chen had become the star of the anchor base in the apocalypse,
adored by all the Rome people, with people constantly coming to offer him tea and drinks. Yes, there was no alcohol in the base. Due to years of resistance and combat, the military rations were barely enough, let alone being diverted for brewing alcohol. Moreover, the Rome people were not fond of drinking. In terms of beverage preferences, the Wang people hoped to import some concentrated bone broth from Longwa, while the Miao people only wanted catnip juice, which paired perfectly with dried fish. The Mia and Mao people preferred herbal juices and high-sugar fruit juices. By the way, how does the anchor base plan to defend against the zombie army's attack next? Su Chen,
confident that he now had higher authority based on the electronic map given to him,
took the initiative to ask.
He was ready to give pointers to the Rome people's resistance army. If the one before him was truly the immortal old cat Caesar, and this batch of NPCs were the real Rome people's resistance army,
Su Chen would definitely not dare to say a word,
as that would be sheer arrogance and self-humiliation. The Rome people's resistance army had fought bloodily in the corpse nest for 1,000 years,
standing strong with deep roots,
and Caesar along with the commanders were all in a semi-zombie immortal form, which meant they had accumulated vast experience over a long period.
What right did a mere high school student have to comment?
But this was not the real Caesar. And the NPCs were not the true commanders, they were merely AI simulation characters from the country of Caesar instance,
using very little computing power,
with poorly written code and limited intelligence.
making their defenses full of flaws. That was why they were used to test the candidates. If the base were perfect, how could there be an exam? How could the candidates' levels be assessed? The immortal old cat indeed did not hold back, directly presenting the terrain defense map to Su Chen for him to view. Quite clever. Nothing to add, Su Chen remarked with some surprise, thinking the examiners did not make things difficult for the candidates in terms of defense, which means the real test for us will be the intensity of the city defense battle. He squinted his eyes, immediately realizing the main examiner's intention, murmuring, "It seems that the attacking zombie army must be extremely powerful. Perhaps I should reconsider my upcoming exam strategy. Defending the city might be the more rewarding option." Wow! Su Chen is really smart. The host of the CCTV college entrance examination channel smiled. What do the experts think? Is his guess about the difficulty of this country of Caesar accurate? Is his prediction reliable? Absolutely accurate. An expert gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "He truly is a top student. I thought he was just an ordinary internet celebrity with exceptional talent in live streaming, but now it seems he is a true genius, able to grasp concepts across various fields at a glance. Yes, Su Chen's judgment aligns perfectly with my decades of experience." Another expert smiled in approval. This young man is truly full of surprises. He has already discovered that winning the city defense battle is the key to determining victory. As we know, Su Chen performed exceptionally well in the city defense battle at the Demon Fortress. If he can replicate that success, I believe he will be the top scorer in the college entrance examination. The host boldly made a prediction. That may not be the case. The 500 machine gunners included in Ji Tianyi's second-class merit medal, although they lagged behind Su Chen in the recent skirmish due to their weak unit type and being only level 10, did not perform as impressively. But don't forget, the expert reminded, levels can be improved. In the city defense battle, machine gunners can continuously inflict damage on enemies with their powerful long-range firepower. They can level up quickly. Oh right, that's another big variable. The host nodded, then sighed again. It's a pity that we thought the divine strategist class's skills for subversion and recruitment would shine, but they turned out to be completely ineffective. That's quite normal. What zombie can be subverted or recruited by a human strategist? The expert scoffed. These types of skills are aimed at intelligent humanoid beings. To recruit zombies, one can only rely on high-level beings, intimidation compliance, as well as the psychics, soul control, and the demon classes, force charm, among others. But what left everyone dumbfounded was that Su Chen resolutely continued with his previous plan, taking the initiative to hunt zombies. "Please stay and lend us a hand," the undying old cat sincerely invited again and again. "As you can see, our end-of-the-world anchor base lacks manpower and is in a precarious situation." However, Su Chen firmly replied, "I understand, Your Highness, but according to the intelligence we have, if we keep holding our ground, there will be no way out. Although the end-of-the-world anchor base is easy to defend but hard to attack, it is also in a dead end, with no strategic depth for retreat, and we can only fight to the last breath. Therefore, that slim chance of survival is not within the end-of-the-world anchor base, but in the vast world outside." Caesar was taken aback, his fluffy paw scratching his cat face, and he asked in confusion, Have you already devised a winning strategy?" "Sorry, I can only say we'll take it one step at a time." Su Chen shrugged nonchalantly, commonly known as, "just watch and fight." Caesar, the audience, the host and the expert panel, everyone was stunned by Su Chen's just watch and fight strategy. No need to be surprised, Su Chen calmly said to the speechless undying old cat. "I just arrived and can't immediately think of a flawless plan to save the fluff people resistance and liberate the entire zombie nest. However, staying would only lead to mutual destruction with you, while breaking out is the only way to find a glimmer of hope. This basic principle is correct. Moreover, I'm not abandoning you, I can make you stronger." Su Chen interlaced his fingers and displayed a magic ring carved with ancient runes, shrouded in a faint dark gray mist, before the undying old cat and all the audience. It was indeed the divine artifact, World in a Pocket. He first summoned 50 dragon skeleton archers and 50 dragon skeleton mages in the nearby open space. Then, he dumped out all the various supplies he had inside. That included a ton of restoration potion materials, high-grade hemostatic herbs, a ton of the main material for shields, star steel chains, and 30,000 demon-breaking arrows. Does this count as cheating, experts? The host gulped. staring wide-eyed at the two experts. One expert furrowed his brows, immediately took out his phone, and searched for prohibited items in the college entrance examination. There are no finished restoration potions included. Only hemostatic herbs, which complies with the regulations and does not violate Article 17's prohibition. It is strictly forbidden to carry too many finished potions, but students are encouraged to carry materials to use their secondary profession, herbology, during the exam. Chen has clearly studied all the examination regulations, avoiding all prohibitions, and this ton of herbs is actually encouraged. Belonging to bonus points, the expert said with a wry smile. What about those 30,000 demon-breaking arrows? The host frowned, cautiously reminding them, that surely counts as finished weaponry, right? Carrying so many should be illegal, shouldn't it? Not really. Another expert raised a finger. According to Article 117 of the Professional High School Entrance Examination Regulations, each archer can carry a maximum of 999 arrows, which occupies 10 backpack slots. Since Chen has 50 skeleton archers, his carrying limit is approximately 50,000 arrows. The host was dumbfounded. Do summon creatures count? Shu, please be careful with your words. The expert coughed to remind him. What you just said is already suspected of violating the summon creatures anti-discrimination law. Humanoid summon creatures are also people. They have shed blood and sacrificed themselves to protect the Dragon Kingdom, and they have always fought on the front lines. They are the ones taking the hits as cannon fodder, and they are also the ones covering our retreat. Summon creatures have sacrificed everything for the construction of the Dragon Kingdom. Please do not let our heroic summon creatures bleed and weep. The audience thought for a moment and suddenly froze. Hey, that's true. During the war, summoners used large numbers of skeleton warriors as cannon fodder to absorb the demons' ranged attacks, which is called the skeleton sea tactic. When fleeing, summoners also abandoned a large number of skeleton soldiers, letting them form a bone wall to delay the enemy's advance, which is called the skeleton wall tactic. Summon creatures are great. No need for extra salt. The host immediately covered his mouth, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, and hurriedly stated, I didn't mean it. I don't have any. I also have many summon creature friends. I could never discriminate against them. Ahem. Back to the point. The host said expressionlessly. I also strongly support Chen carrying 30,000 demon-breaking arrows. This is a practical implementation of the summon creatures protection law. Although, the arrows used by his summon creatures are all elemental arrows, which do not require physical arrows at all. But we still firmly defend the right of skeleton archers to use physical arrows. So, all the supplies Chen carries are completely legal and reasonable. The expert sighed. It seems that Chen has really prepared well for this high school entrance examination. The procurement price for this batch of supplies is at least between 150 million and 200 million. Isn't it said that Chen comes from a poor family and relies on Dragon Kingdom student loans for 9 years of compulsory education, receiving scholarships every year? Another expert scratched his head and couldn't help but say. The host smiled, that's just a temporary situation. A dragon in shallow waters, a tiger fallen in the plains. Who says Chen has to remain impoverished? When he completed his job change and participated in a dungeon for the first time, breaking the Guinness record for the nightmare-level demon fortress, many forces reached out to him with olive branches. Even our Dragon Kingdom officially awarded him millions in scholarships and is willing to provide him with a 15 million interest-free loan. Moreover, I heard that Chen has received strong sponsorship from the Dragon Slayer family in Fengdu City. The host winked gossipingly. Chingcho has already regarded him as a son-in-law of the Chun family. A mere few 100 million in supplies should be easy to handle, right? The expert smiled. It seems that Chen's greatest asset is still his artifact world in a bag. Even if others wanted to transport such a large batch of supplies into the Caesar Kingdom dungeon, they simply couldn't do it. Artifacts truly are artifacts, possessing the powerful ability to reverse the situation. Indeed, since World in a Bag can hold 100 skeletons, it must have a lot of extra space. Many skeleton soldiers have bizarre shapes and take up countless additional spaces. It's easy to imagine that the interior of the artifact must be very spacious. Chen using it to store supplies is really a brilliant and creative idea. The viewers watching this scene were also amazed. Is this what an artifact is? Just putting supplies into the chest cavity of a skeleton can hold a lot, right? Chen is really investing heavily. It seems he is determined to be the top scorer in the entrance examination. TCH,
He's just a despicable person relying on money to gain privileges in the entrance examination.
Not worth promoting at all. Actually, compared to other top contenders, Su Chen's investment in the entrance examination isn't that much, right? You see that top-tier recovery potion that Zhao Conqing drinks like water? One bottle is worth 400,000.
Morong Shuewu's set of level 20 dark gold equipment is clearly custom-made by a master tailor. Crafting this set must cost no less than 400 million.
Right? In order to ace the college entrance exam, who hasn't spent money? Is it only allowed for wealthy families to throw money at their rich second-generation kids, but not for Su Chen because he comes from a poor background? Why shouldn't Su Chen be worthy of support?
All of Su Chen's money is earned through his hard work and live streaming. He is a legitimate first-generation rich person.
Is there anything more inspiring than that? The netizens began to argue,
directly engaging in a heated battle in the college entrance exam livestream.
After all,
there were no moderators in this place, so everyone could continuously express themselves as long as they didn't trigger any ban words.
They wouldn't be banned. Meanwhile, Su Chen said to the immortal old cat,
with this batch of supplies,
your city defense battle will be more relaxed, and you will be able to hold out longer. As for me, I will go to Surround Wei to rescue Zhao, launching a surprise attack on the lairs of all the zombie legions, the zombie factories. That is the lifeblood of all the zombie legions. As long as I draw the battle to their rear base, the zombie commanders will have no choice but to withdraw their troops. Su Chen smiled slightly. With the electronic map you provided, I am quite confident I can do it. In the third layer of the abyss, 90% of the zombies are synthetic beings mass-produced by the zombie factories, while 10% are virus-infected beings created by the fluff people. For all zombie forces, the zombie factories are their lifeblood. However, attacking the zombie factories is basically a pipe dream, because in the nests of the major legions, there are countless zombie creatures. As soon as any troops approach, they will be immediately counter-encircled. Moreover, once the bosses of the zombie legions feel they cannot hold their ground, they will evacuate with all the factory equipment, which often happens in time because the fluff people's resistance forces are limited in number and under strict surveillance, making it difficult to launch a surprise attack on any zombie factory. But Su Chen is different. He said solemnly, I can store all summon creatures, infiltrate the zombie factory alone, and then summon all my troops to cause massive destruction. As long as I escape quickly, no one can stop me. Su Chen was suddenly stunned. All the viewers watching the livestream also changed their expressions dramatically, their bodies trembling. This statement, for those who do not understand the college entrance exam for Dragon Kingdom professionals, was purely a polite remark. But at this moment, in the Caesar Kingdom instance, the words of the immortal old cat meant a real hidden mission. Destroying the zombie factory would grant extra points for the college entrance exam. Su Chen found a hidden mission. All the viewers went wild in the comments. This is the first hidden mission to surface in the live stream of all the examinees, and its value is self-evident. But to be honest, this hidden mission was somewhat expected. It wasn't hard to guess. It's just, the difficulty of completion is terrifying. No examinee can accomplish it. Destroying the zombie factory. Sigh. Since humanity first stepped into the zombie nest, throughout history, only 9 zombie factories have been destroyed. Those high-level zombie lords are long-lived old fellows, battle-hardened, and their territorial defenses are impeccable. While the audience was delighted, they quickly realized the difficulty of the hidden mission and began to sing its demise. Su Chen, however, showed a look of relief, as if he had taken a calming pill, the corners of his lips slightly curling up. Very good. That is exactly my original intention. I came to the zombie nest precisely to deal with the zombie factories and achieve great deeds. He looked deeply at the immortal old cat. Your Highness Caesar, I wonder if you have noticed a major fatal flaw in the zombie legions. And my proactive attack is the only hope to break the deadlock. The immortal old cat's AI was limited. Looking at Su Chen with confusion, please speak, friend of the fluff people. Su Chen smiled faintly. This time, the reason the anchor base of the apocalypse is in such a precarious situation is that the zombies have chosen to unite. And the flaw I mentioned about the zombie legions has been compensated at this moment. And the fatal flaw I refer to is singularity. He spoke eloquently. Among the top 10 legions, the zombie bear factory only produces these thick-skinned, powerful meat shield zombies, while the living corpse factory only manufactures output-type zombies with astonishing biting power. If it were just pure zombie bears or living corpses, they would be easy to deal with. Zombie bears are merely a bunch of foolish meat shields,
With rigid tactics, we just need our own meat shields to hold the line while the ranged output slowly grinds them down. Living corpses are even easier to handle because they are generally very weak. Just a group of low health and low defense fragile beings. This is the flaw of singularity. But if zombie bears and living corpses team up, they can perfectly compensate for each other's flaws. Living corpses are small and agile, able to move under the shadow of the zombie bears. When the fluff people are distracted by the zombie bears, the living corpses can easily bite them, thus infecting you with the zombie virus.
Shen sighed. The reason the anchor base of the apocalypse is in such a precarious situation is that many zombie legions are teaming up to attack.
There are both meat shield zombie bear legions and ranged output corpse demon tribes, plus the high agility and high attack living corpses,
forming a classic warrior mage thief triangle, balancing the comprehensive system of shield ranged magic damage melee physical damage. The undying old cat suddenly realized and understood Shen's tactical intentions. So, you want to break the zombies' rear bases one by one, thereby disrupting this powerful combination of troops. Bingo! Shen smiled, snapped his fingers, and laid out all his thoughts. If I can penetrate deep into the territory of the corpse demon tribe and threaten the safety of their manufacturing factory, then the commander of the corpse demons will have no choice but to retreat for reinforcements. At that time, the attacking army at the anchor base of the apocalypse will lack magical output. Your chances of defending the city will greatly increase as a result. Of course, if I get lucky and find the zombie bear factory, that would be perfect. Shen sketched a beautiful blueprint, enthusiastically painting a picture for the undying old cat. Just think, once my strategy of surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao succeeds, the zombie bears will rush back to their lair, abandoning the siege of the anchor base of the apocalypse. Then the enemy forces you face will lose their frontline meat shields. At that time, a bunch of low defense, low health zombies attacking the anchor base of the apocalypse would surely lead to certain defeat. The undying old cat's eyes sharpened immediately. Wonderful! Then I must help out. The undying old cat said excitedly. What are we waiting for? Come to our fluff people's treasury to select some supplies and equipment, and then quickly embark on the guerrilla warfare journey. Oh, but I don't want equipment, I want some troops. Shen solemnly put forward his first request. The undying old cat fell into contemplation. To be honest, you have made great contributions to saving the fluff people's resistance and bringing life-saving supplies, so it's hard for me to refuse your request. However, you can see that our forces are stretched thin, and every veteran fluff person left to defend the city is very important. Moreover, as a summoner, your advantage lies in being able to fight lightly without the burden of a large army. But if our fluff troops join your command, it would mean adding a lot of burdens, making you very conspicuous. Is that really okay? The undying old cat couldn't help but remind him. Shen smiled faintly and took out a piece of equipment he hadn't used for a long time, the Dragon Kingdom third-class hero medal. Look, this thing is a reward I obtained when rewriting the course of history in the Demon Fortress dungeon. It can be used once in each dungeon to replenish the troops inside. The current carrying limit is 300 soldiers. He said solemnly, I know the anchor of the apocalypse urgently needs manpower, so I don't want veterans. Please give me 300 level 1 recruits. I will lead these ragtag rebels to fight and level up. Trust me, it won't be long before they become level 20 veterans. Hiss! All the spectators who saw this couldn't help but gasp, revealing shocked expressions. Shen still has this trump card. Ji Tianyi is regarded as the number 1 seed because of that second-class merit medal. Now Shen also has a third-class merit medal. Doesn't that mean the advantage is neutralized? Shen is the true number 1 contender, without a doubt. Someone murmured in analysis. Wait a minute. Ji Tianyi's merit medal carries a full 500 Dragon Country machine gunners. Although they are only level 10, during the upcoming city defense battle, with their long-range advantage, it will be easy for them to level up to 20. But Shen is bringing 300 level 1 small fry. Once they encounter zombies, they'll be killed instantly. It will be hard for them to level up, right? Someone hesitantly asked. Wrong. Completely wrong. Just the opposite. After the host raised a similar question, a military magazine writer firmly denied it. In my opinion, Shen only needs about 3 days to level up that batch of level 1 ragtag rebels to level 20. But Ji Tianyi may not be able to do that. Oh, why is that? The new female host from CCTV, unfamiliar with Shen, looked surprised. Because there are 2 mechanisms that benefit Shen but hinder Ji Tianyi. The writer quickly wrote down 2 terms, displaying them on the screen. Old leads new. Kill stealing.
In large-scale Legion battles, everyone does not belong to the same battle group, so experience distribution is very simple and brutal. Whoever gets the last kill can enjoy the experience alone. He spoke confidently, and Ji Tiany's disadvantage lies in the fact that level 10 machine gunners have too low output in the level 20 Caesar country dungeon. They simply can't compete. It would be incredibly difficult to steal kills. That's true, the CCTV host suddenly realized. Under a full level difference, level 10 machine gunners trying to steal kills and experience from level 20 ragtag rebels. Well, the difficulty is not just a little bit high. Just a reminder. Another analyst chuckled. Level 10 machine gunners are just the most ordinary soldier-type NPCs, but currently, half of the remaining ragtag rebels in the Anchor of the Apocalypse are elite-level NPCs, and there are more than 10 hero-level NPCs. The output difference between the two sides could be more than tenfold. One can only say that Ji Tiany should count his blessings. The time has come to test his skills. And what about Su Chen? Experts? The host asked with a smile. The writer's eyes sparkled. Su Chen is using the old lead's new leveling method. This has been the model since ancient times, from the old era of online game power leveling to the era of universal job changes with training partners. An experienced veteran, with a full experience bar, will transfer 100% of all the experience harvested by the team to the newbies, and Su Chen's powerful summons can harvest zombies like crazy, leveling up in a mowing style. Exactly. So if Su Chen maintains high-intensity combat, he really might be able to bring a group of level 1 recruits to level 20 within 72 hours. The analyst sighed. Su Chen's plan is truly meticulous, with every link connected. That third-class merit medal of his is also used just right. And at this moment, the undying old cat said, as a strategic ally of the Dragon Country, I also have the authority to award military honors. I am willing to confer a medal upon you. Ding! The panel of the professionals summoned a reminder. Congratulations, Summoner Su Chen. Your third-class hero medal has been upgraded to a second-class hero medal, temporary. This upgrade is only valid in the Caesar Kingdom dungeon and will expire upon returning to reality. Holding this medal will be regarded as a combat hero of the Dragon Kingdom, allowing you to enter various military districts without examination, with a minimum rank of second lieutenant. You can also use this medal during dungeon raids to summon all your temporary followers to assist in battle. Remaining uses, 10. Follower limit, 500. Note 1, once the uses are exhausted, you can use military merit to recharge during the dungeon settlement. Note 2, the attributes of your followers are related to the medal's rank. Current, 0. Su Chen was pleasantly surprised, as the number of uses for the second-class medal had actually increased from 1 to 10. This meant that Su Chen could store his followers in the medal's storage space multiple times and then suddenly summon them to fight, just like when he used the artifact World in a Pocket. It could be said that the hero medal was a virtual version of World in a Pocket. Thank you, Your Highness Caesar. Su Chen knelt on one knee, respectfully receiving the brand new second-class medal from the hands of the rebel leader. The undying old cat showed an expectant expression. Please go to our military camp and recruit 500 new soldiers. I will grant you the corresponding authority. I hope you can bring a brand new future to our end of the world anchor. Leave everything to me, you just need to guard the end of the world anchor. Su Chen smiled faintly, standing up and heading towards the barracks. Aren't you going to rest for a night before leaving? The undying old cat asked in surprise. I cannot afford to delay any longer. Su Chen, with the acting skills of an old pro, feigned a worried expression for the country and the people. Just thinking about the end of the world anchor base being breached and the civilians being turned into zombies keeps me awake at night. Since I can't sleep well, I might as well set off early. The undying old cat was indeed quite moved. As a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, you care so much for our civilians, which shows the friendship of our alliance. May you have great military fortune and return victorious. Su Chen nodded. Let's work together. I will handle the external affairs, and you will manage the internal ones. As long as we cooperate sincerely, the end of the world anchor will never fall. At parting, Su Chen also received an old-style walkie-talkie, which could be used in the third layer of the abyss to maintain contact with the end of the world anchor base. Goodbye. In the hazy night, Su Chen waved to the undying old cat and walked towards the bustling civilian barracks. Soon, a civilian general from the barracks received Su Chen, and after understanding his intentions, he promptly brought him to the operation panel of the barracks. Among our current new recruits, we have 200 panda spearmen, 200 hyena assassins, 300 porcupine archers, 1,500 brave rabbit berserkers,
2,000 violent cat shield warriors, 1,000 battle sheep cavalry, and 1,000 crazy rat crossbowmen. You can recruit up to half of them. The elite units can recruit a maximum of 100, the general reminded.
Because we also need to retain some as reserve forces to guard the base.
Okay, I understand.
Su Chen had already thought it through before coming and said without hesitation, give me 100 panda spearmen and 400 crazy rat crossbowmen. He believed that his Flower Fruit Mountain's 13 protectors could withstand any zombie, so he only needed the most violent output units, thoroughly adopting an offensive strategy. Soon, all the level 1 new recruits were stored in the second-class metal, and he directly left the end of the world anchor base, which was filled with fortifications and traps. Descending from the 10-meter city wall guarded by the violent Meow Shield warriors and the brave rabbit berserkers, Su Chen waved at the immortal old cat gazing into the distance, then wrapped his cloak around him. In the scorching winds of the ashen season, he strode purposefully towards the first location on the electronic map, the ghoul camp. He had deliberately changed into a gray cloak that blended perfectly with the ash-covered volcanic rock, serving as a form of camouflage. Sure enough, since he was moving alone, no scouts from the zombie forces detected his presence. Or rather, even if enemies spotted him, they would only regard him as a wandering corpse and instinctively ignore him, as such corpses were as numerous as the stars. North Liang City, the Lord's Mansion. Principal Zhao Renjie could no longer contain his excitement and trembling hands. Despite his age, he was shaking his colorful hands and dancing a passionate samba street dance at the college entrance examination site. Oh, yeah. After teaching for over 20 years, I'm finally going to produce a top scorer in the college entrance exam. Everyone, don't be fooled by my composure. Back in college, I was the king of the street dance club, often battling others in dance-offs, and I was unbeatable in the university town. Mayor Chen Xuani covered his face. Old Zhao, stop dancing. It's really embarrassing. The friends from the Hunter Nation Military Academy and the Yanhuang Military Academy are watching. Can you be a bit more reserved? He, if you could produce a top scorer, I guarantee you'd be even more excited than me. Who knows, if I give you a steel pole, you might dance with joy. Zhao Renjie snorted. I can picture it now. Vice Principal Chu Tianlin of the Yanhuang Military Academy laughed heartily. If Chen Xuani, the sword immortal, could perform a pole dance, he'd definitely make headlines in all global media tomorrow. The three old friends teased each other, the atmosphere warm and friendly. Meanwhile, Wang Jian, the head of the admissions department at the Hunter Nation Military Academy, felt a bit awkward. He seemed to have become invisible, completely ignored by them, unable to fit into their little circle. The reason was clear to Wang Jian, that fool Sun Jiangwo actually discarded such an outstanding talent as Su Chen, instead trying to recruit the mediocre second-generation heir Shen Zimo. To cover up the scandal of taking benefits from Shen Jinghong, Sun Jiangwo repeatedly criticized Su Chen without reason, harshly belittling him, leading to a rift between them. Chen Xuani was Su Chen's mentor, Zhao Renjie was his benefactor, and Chu Tianlin had always supported Su Chen, even giving him a special recruitment letter. Why would they show him any goodwill? That brat Su Chen is indeed impressive. He has the demeanor of a great general with inner wisdom and outer strength. Chu Tianlin stroked his beard, not hiding the admiration in his eyes. Our Yanhuang Military Academy lacks such top-tier talent. I've decided that when I return, I will persuade the school board to do everything possible to help Su Chen compete for the second summoner artifact, the Shadow Sphere. Wang Jian was dumbfounded. You actually want to use such a great opportunity to recruit Su Chen? The members of your school board won't agree, because your board members also have children and relatives who have transitioned to become summoners. Put. Chu Tianlin glanced disdainfully at Wang Jian. Do you think our Yanhuang Military Academy is like your Hunter Nation Military Academy? All our resources are prioritized for the most outstanding students. Unlike you who only prioritize the children of board members and the offspring of big shots. We are educating for the rise of the Dragon Nation and to defeat the Abyss, while you secretly engage in academic cliques, using national educational resources to cultivate your networks. Bah! Chu Tianlin snorted coldly, then turned to Chen Xuani and Zhao Renjie with a friendly smile. Come, I have a joke from the Hunter Nation Military Academy, do you want to hear it? Quick, tell us, it must be hilarious, Zhao Renjie urged with a smile. In the awkward expression of Wang Jian, Chu Tianlin said seriously, one day, a dean from the military academy of the hunting nation was taking care of his son. The son innocently asked,
Dad, the dean is so impressive. Can I also become a dean in the future? The dean father replied. Of course you can. The son then asked. Can I be a principal? The dean father shook his head. Of course not, because the principal has his own son too. Wang Jian's face instantly turned the color of pig liver. Meanwhile, Chen Xuanyi, Zhao Renjie, and Chu Tianlin burst into laughter, tears streaming down their faces. Your joke seems a bit too sharp. Zhao Renjie clutched his stomach and shrugged. Sorry, Director Wang Jian. We're not targeting you, it's just that your Hunting Nation Military Academy really does seem to be like this. Chen Xuanyi said lightly. In my opinion, Director Wang Jian, you no longer have a reason to stay. Vice Principal Chu Tianlin's word is as good as gold, since he promised to secure a competitive spot for Su Chen in the Shadow Sphere. He will never go back on his word. And your Hunting Nation Military Academy cannot offer equivalent conditions. So as long as Su Chen doesn't act foolishly, he won't choose you. Yes, for the qualification to compete for the Shadow Sphere, Su Chen will definitely go to the Yanhuang Military Academy. That kid isn't stupid. Zhao Renjie agreed wholeheartedly. The Shadow Sphere is a fragment of a small world. In Eastern terms, it is a grain of sand contains a world. A leaf contains a universe. In Western terms, the Shadow Sphere is a product of high-dimensional space compressed into a low-dimensional world, with each Shadow Sphere being a vast magical space. Its function is quite similar to Su Chen's artifact, Personal World, capable of containing a massive number of summoned creatures, but limited to Shadow Realm creatures. It should be noted that Shadow Realm creatures are not the lowly types like skeleton soldiers and ghouls, but truly high-level otherworldly beings that all live in the dark side of the universe, able to hunt in the boundless starry sky. Their habitat sheds the colorful hues of light, leaving only black and white, becoming the Shadow World. In the 100-layer abyss, several layers known to humanity have been invaded by Shadow Realm creatures, turning into the Shadow World, and even the Demon Lords have failed to launch a successful counterattack. The most terrifying attribute of Shadow Realm creatures is physical immunity. How can blades and swords harm a shadow? Mental immunity. They lack a physical body, so there is no mental attribute. Soul immunity. Their souls are fundamentally different from those of ordinary beings, so soul attacks cannot take effect. Among the summoner's artifact list, the Shadow Sphere is also an extremely powerful existence, yet it cannot escape the fate of being shattered by the Abyss Lords. Of course, given the artifact's property of indestructibility, it was merely shattered into hundreds and thousands of small, shadow spheres, scattered across the ruins of a shadow world. Every 10 years, humanity consumes resources to open the ruins of the shadow world, sending the most outstanding human summoners inside to search for fragments of the shadow sphere. Because the ruins are very fragile and on the verge of collapse, they cannot accommodate high-level professionals above the second tier. Generally, new summoners are selected from various military academies to enter. The reasoning behind this is akin to saying, the shadow ruins are an ant nest, and professionals below the second tier are as weak as a group of ants, so they can venture inside for exploration, while professionals above the second tier are too powerful, like hyenas, vultures, and mammoths lurking outside the ant nest. Although they can easily crush the nest, they cannot think of entering without destroying it. A year later, it will be time for the opening of the Shadow Ruins again. Our Yanhuang Military Academy has 2 spots, and I promise one of them will be given to Su Chen, as long as he is willing to join us. Chu Tianlin smiled slightly. Wang Jian walked away in a daze. As the director of the admissions office at the Hunter Nation Military Academy, Wang Jian had never felt so embarrassed. Faced with the enormous leverage of the Yanhuang Military Academy, he was at a loss. No summoner could refuse the Shadow Sphere, especially after Su Chen had tasted the sweetness of the personal world. Wang Jian was even more aware that, as the top military academy, the Hunter Nation Military Academy had 5 slots to compete for the Shadow Sphere, but 3 of those belonged to the children of the board members, and 2 had long been reserved for students recommended by influential figures. There was no way they would reward a common child like Su Chen, who had no connections. As he left, he spat angrily on the ground. Bah! Just an ordinary poor student? No matter how many records he breaks, what can he bring to the military academy? This precious slot could be exchanged for a building donated by a big shot. Why should it be given to a newcomer who contributes nothing to our school? The fools at Yanhuang Military Academy are really out of their minds. No wonder they can only forever remain beneath us at the Hunter Nation Military Academy. Ha! Wang Jian deliberately shouted loudly, kicking over a trash can by the roadside in frustration as he strode away. He. Su Chen belongs to our Yanhuang Military Academy now. Chu Tianlin smirked, looking particularly pleased. I can only say, if you're not family, you can't enter the same door. When this Wang Jian came, he was very humble and polite, looking like he wanted to atone for Sun Jiangwo's actions, but once hope was dashed, his true colors were revealed. Tisk tsk. Principal Zhao Renji also scoffed. He had no sincerity at all, he just wanted to take advantage of us. This guy naively thought that with the reputation of the top military academy, he could pack up all the elite students without paying any price. How arrogant and foolish. Mayor Chen Xuani also looked down on him, saying, the Hunter Nation Military Academy is becoming more and more arrogant. The so-called top military academy seems to be heading for disaster soon. I remember when Su Chen enrolled. The next session would hold a global military academy grand competition, which would greatly determine the influence of each military academy for the next decade. With the Hunter Nation Military Academy's admissions strategy, I really don't know which foolish kids will still cling to their naive ideas, thinking they can secure the best future at the top military academy. Our Yanhuang Military Academy is already prepared to shine brightly in the Global Military Academy Grand Competition. Chu Tianlin smiled warmly, gazing intently at the live broadcast on the wall-mounted TV. Su Chen is the final piece of our puzzle to reach the top military academy. In the kingdom of Caesar, the audience from the Dragon Kingdom, and indeed viewers worldwide, eagerly focused on the screen. Buzzing with discussion, Su Chen abandoned the solid fortress base and resolutely stepped into the vast wilderness. Can his strategy of surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao really work? If we're talking about resoluteness, we must mention the Clown Emperor, Zhang Conchang. He has already entered the territory of the Spider Demon and is racing towards the Spider Demon Queen's lair. What a decisive move! What boldness! Ji Tian stayed up all night, relying on his superb military skills to continuously command his 500 machine gunners to reinforce defenses, building vantage points, sniper points, and fire points overlooking the lowlands. Truly a model youth emerging from the Qinglong battle group. Morong Shuewu is still methodically resting and practicing her songs. She doesn't understand military tactics, so she has no thoughts of an amateur directing professionals. It makes sense. Once she enters performance mode, she has no time to give commands, leaving everything to the AI of the immortal old cat. It feels a bit too passive, almost like leaving it to fate. The 4 seed players, each with their own unique strategies, thrilled the global audience, and Su Chen, without a doubt, dominated the spotlight, capturing an astonishing 44% of the viewership on the college entrance examination channel, almost half. Being so outstanding is naturally not just because his livestream is incredibly exciting and full of entertainment value. The key point is, other candidates are almost uniformly stuck in the anchor base of the apocalypse, fighting defensive battles, while only Su Chen and Zhang Conchang have left the base to explore the third layer of the abyss, which makes them feel fresh and new. When the dome of the third layer of the abyss is illuminated by the faint morning light of a tree of light, it signifies the arrival of daylight in this world. Su Chen has been marching through the night for a long time, accompanied only by Black Wukong. The two of them, one person and one monkey, are moving swiftly across the vast land, approaching the dwelling place of the ghouls, the tree of the hanged ghosts. The host from CCTV has also completed the shift and begins to explain the customs and culture of the third layer of the abyss. The third layer of the abyss is an underground world, without a sky, sandwiched between 2 layers of land. It was originally a true dead zone, where only low-level creatures like magma worms and underground worms could survive in the harsh environment. But later, a tree of light that took root and sprouted in the myriad worlds tore through space and dimensions with one of its roots, reaching the third layer of the abyss, and then gave birth to a brand new tree of light here. From then on, the ghoul nest possessed the 7 elements of earth, fire, wind, thunder, light, and darkness, becoming vibrant with life. The tree of light needs to rest and cool down for 9 hours after shining for 17 hours. This created the switch between day and night, allowing the ghoul nest to have a concept of day and night, enabling all things to rest and recuperate. The host smiled and said, therefore, the time concept of the third layer of the abyss is 26 hours for a day. Wait, don't introduce common knowledge yet. A specialist's voice suddenly became sharp, and she warned all the viewers alertly. Su Chen has encountered an enemy, but he seems unaware that danger is approaching. Ha? Where? The audience widened their eyes and began to search everywhere, but they found nothing. The specialist said calmly, you can't see it just by looking, you need to observe. Have you noticed how loose the soil nearby is?
And Su Chen has already entered the territory of the ghouls.
Yet he hasn't encountered any patrolling ghouls. Why is that? The host, being very professional, immediately showed a look of realization. You mean, the ghouls' territory has been invaded by underground worms? Exactly. I am 99% sure.
The specialist's gaze was deep. Stay calm. We will soon be able to assess the validity of my judgment.
Just as the words fell, Su Chen suddenly hid behind a boulder by the road and said to Black Wukong,
"You reminded me 10 minutes ago that there was movement underground.
And now I can feel it too.
It seems there is a ground dragon moving beneath us.
According to the Ghoul Nest's biological encyclopedia, I can deduce that it should be fire-eating worm." Everyone was instantly stunned.
They never expected that Su Chen had already discovered the clues 10 minutes ago.
Su Chen was moving stealthily, clearly trying to minimize noise to avoid being heard by the creatures underground. He leaped onto the boulder, lazily gazing into the distance, leisurely pretending to be deep in thought, murmuring, "This is getting interesting. According to the electronic map, I am only about 5 kilometers away from the Tree of the Hanged Ghosts. Yet, I haven't encountered any of their sentinels so far. Even if ghouls are a bloodthirsty low-level race, discriminated against among the undead zombie species, they still belong to an intelligent race." Su Chen frowned. "Basic patrols must be arranged."
Black Wukong stood on the ground like a sculpture forged from steel.
Having not yet awakened his intelligence,
he relied solely on his pure combat instincts to feed back some basic information, such as, using the great sage's keen hearing, he clearly heard the noise of monsters moving underground, and there were quite a few of them.
The viewers watching Su Chen's college entrance examination livestream couldn't help but show their shock. This guy is really versatile. The experts hired by CCTV as consultants are at least 4th-tier professionals with decades of adventure experience. Truly seasoned. Yet Su Chen's judgment aligns perfectly with the experts. This is getting interesting. Su Chen discovered the presence of the worms in advance. How will he choose? As a summoner, I'm really envious. Su Chen's giant monkey not only has astonishing combat power, crushing various monsters,
but now it also excels at sound localization, making it a top-notch scout.
How can he be so versatile? The CCTV host smiled, admiringly saying, "It's truly a case of heroes seeing eye to eye."
Su Chen's judgment coincides with yours, Professor.
No wonder it's said that since he entered the ghoul territory, he has been extremely cautious, moving with barely a sound, like a rolling tumbleweed. The expert sighed.
The waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. It seems the previous waves, will be crushed by him on the beach.
Professor, in your opinion, why are there worms appearing in this area? The host asked again. The expert replied calmly, "Don't be fooled by the worms' ferocity. In reality, they coexist quite harmoniously with the fluffies, even engaging in some trade. They live above and below ground,
with no conflicting interests.
But the zombies are different.
Ever since the witch Lilith established a series of zombie factories on the 3rd layer of the abyss, attempting to study the powers of the virus,
she has been ruthless, indiscriminately hunting the worms, trying to transform them into worm zombies.
Therefore, the underground worm clan harbors a deep hatred for the zombies. They periodically launch counterhunts against the zombie legions."
The host was taken aback. "Professor, does this mean the worm clan is also part of the resistance?" "About that, yes. But unfortunately, they cannot communicate due to language barriers,
preventing them from uniting as a single front." The expert shrugged regretfully.
"I can only say that Su Chen is quite fortunate.
Now he can take advantage of the conflict between the clam and the snipe to fish in troubled waters."
Indeed, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. It seems Su Chen's proactive approach is quite fortunate.
In stark contrast to Zheng Kongcheng, the host glanced at the live stream beside him,
sighing.
Zheng Kongcheng was still charging boldly into the spider demon's lair,
striding forward without pause,
which was quite impressive.
In fact,
Zheng Kongcheng was well aware that as the number 3 seed,
someone was definitely watching his college entrance examination livestream,
so he dramatically began to sing, "I have crossed mountains and seas, and also traversed the seas of people."
He presented himself as a figure of determination, striving to catch up and turn the tide.
All the viewers were laughing uncontrollably,
thoroughly entertained by him. Meanwhile,
in his live stream, there were occasional rustling noises. Those were the 8-legged spider demons lurking at the edges of the frame,
curiously observing this unfamiliar human.
The number of spider demons surrounding him was increasing, but since this was the territory of the Spider Queen, They dared not overstep, silently tailing him and monitoring Zhang Kongcheng. The audience had a god's eye view, clearly seeing that there were likely hundreds of spider demons gathered at this moment. However, the spider demons were cautiously hiding in Zhang Kongcheng's blind spots, moving along the webs with extremely minimal noise, so Zhang Kongcheng remained oblivious, even showing a look of relief. I'm truly blessed, after walking for so long. I haven't encountered a single zombie. The monster density in this zombie nest isn't that high. Ha! Zhang Kongcheng smiled proudly, speaking in a tone that was both showy and infuriating. Heaven has bestowed a great responsibility upon me, Zhang Kongcheng, which is why I randomly descended into a magma environment, testing my muscles and bones, starving my body, and exhausting my spirit, disrupting my actions. Although I suffered a crushing defeat in the undying old cat's final battle, it's merely a bit of hardship, he snorted coldly, looking down upon the world. The world slanders me, belittles me, and casts me aside like a worn-out shoe. The undying old cat sees me as a burden and a fool. But once I gather the aquatic vassals and return with a mighty army, propping up the crumbling edifice and turning the tide, even the undying old cat will have to bow down and call me Lord Sea Demon. May you be auspicious. Heaven did not give birth to me. Zhang Kongcheng, the corpse nest is eternal like a long night. Watch me single-handedly reverse the universe and reclaim the top spot in the college entrance examination. Zhang Kongcheng elegantly tossed his long hair over his shoulder, his sword-like eyes sparkling, so handsome that even a sow would tremble. Po ha 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 ha. The audience in front of the television, those holding their phones, and passers-by in front of the mall's big screen all laughed uncontrollably, rolling on the ground, amused by Zhang Kongcheng's grandiose words. He was simply a born king of comedy. This was indeed a super dark humor comedy, especially with the background filled with hundreds of spider demons, ready to tear him apart at any moment. Zhang Lirong, Wu Mengxi, the guests lingering near the champagne tower, their faces turning the color of pig liver. They wanted to laugh, but they dared not, fearing they would offend the weak water family. The next moment, as Zhang Kongcheng boasted and displayed his prowess, a spider web in front of him suddenly tore open. A terrifying spider demon queen, with a full 72 eyeballs growing on her abdomen, appeared before him, her mandibles spewing forth a torrent of webs that instantly enveloped Zhang Kongcheng. A line of prompts flashed across Zhang Kongcheng's panel, appearing in the live broadcast room and a blood-red warning. Parents, please note, candidate Zhang Kongcheng has been attacked by the paralysis web of a high-level spider demon lord. Please decide whether to continue the examination. Candidate Zhang Kongcheng is in a state of severe paralysis, losing the ability to act. Candidate Zhang Kongcheng has been injected with spider eggs and is in a parasitic state. Candidate Zhang Kongcheng is pregnant. All the audience was dumbfounded. From the South Pole to the North Pole of Blue Star, all humanoid beings were silenced by this explosive system prompt. Just 10 seconds ago, Zhang Kongcheng was still boasting loudly, singing, "Heaven did not give birth to me." Zhang Kongcheng, the corpse nest is eternal like a long night. In an instant, as a man, he became pregnant with the child of a high-level spider demon lord in front of hundreds of millions of viewers worldwide, turning into a parasite. This comedic effect, whether placed in Bollywood, Hollywood, or Hwawood, was quite explosive. This was not a comedy script that human screenwriters could write, proving the saying, a master's words are worth 10 years of effort from a mediocre talent. Every gesture of Zhang Kongcheng was of explosive comedic effect, a height that trained actors could never reach in their lifetime. Of course, they wouldn't dare to perform such a high-risk program. Wu Mengxi couldn't help but remind her best friend, who had been petrified by Medusa's gaze, Li Rong, quickly stop the exam and let Kongcheng return. Once the spider eggs hatch, they will directly kill him. Right now, he is like holding a ticking time bomb, ready to be shattered at any moment. Zhang Lirong murmured, "No, such humiliation must be washed away immediately. Otherwise, our weak water family's future heir will become a complete clown." But his life, Wu Mengxi comforted, as long as the Green Mountains remain. "My dear sister, he is your own flesh and blood. No need to worry." Zhang Lirong said expressionlessly, "He is bound to a life monitor that cost me 40 million to purchase. Once his life value drops below 10 points, he will be forced into a spiritual state and then urgently teleported out." "I see, then I was overthinking it." Wu Mengxi let out a long sigh, her expression complex. She could only try to change the subject to prevent her best friend from constantly dwelling on her son's embarrassing antics. "This life-saving tool is really expensive.
costing as much as 40 million. Zhang Lirong nodded. After all, there is only one life.
And with the college entrance examination period upon us, those unscrupulous merchants will definitely drive a hard bargain. Sigh. Since my dear nephew has been parasitized,
it means the Spider Demon Queen doesn't want to kill him for now. He should be in a deep sleep for a while. Let's look at other candidates, Wu Mengxi said lightly. Okay. Zhang Lirong nodded, and at that moment, Bu Fian arrived at the Ruoshui family's banquet hall as invited. The Ruoshui family and the mysterious Holy Hall had maintained a cooperative relationship for decades. When Bu Fian was still in swaddling clothes, Zhang Lirong had personally wielded a hammer, using her master-level blacksmithing skills to create a golden longevity lock for her. Out of affection and reason, Bu Fian could not refuse the warm invitation from the current head of the Ruoshui family. Aunt Zhang. Bu Fian smiled sweetly, stepping forward to embrace her. I heard about the situation with Master Kong Chang. He's really unfortunate, you don't need to worry. Although there are many rumors online, in this age of information explosion, eye-catching news is as common as dirt, and any public sentiment will soon be forgotten by the forgetful netizens. I can guarantee that a month after the college entrance examination, no one will remember his embarrassing moments. Zhang Lirong felt comforted. These words truly resonated with her. Looking at Bu Fian's exquisite features and fashionable makeup, Zhang Lirong felt increasingly satisfied, wishing she could turn her into a daughter-in-law immediately. Sigh. This child really is disappointing. Zhang Lirong sighed lightly, just about to say a few good words for her son, but at that moment, all the guests erupted in exclamations, turning their attention to Su Chen's livestream. Zhang Lirong noticed a spark of curiosity and surprise igniting in Bu Fian's beautiful eyes. The old aunt's heart sank. She remembered clearly that this Su Chen was her son Zhang Kanqing's strongest rival. But when Zhang Lirong noticed what was happening with Su Chen, she too was transfixed. The landmark of the ghoul territory, the hanging ghost tree, had been uprooted by the fireworms. They were frantically attacking the ghouls, who were fleeing in panic, unleashing their fury on these undead creatures. This was a true massacre. The fireworms had clearly mobilized in full force, with an extremely large and threatening army. What none of the viewers expected was that Su Chen immediately dashed to the canyon beside the ghoul territory, directly summoning all his troops to block the only escape route. He called forth the little fox and Medusa from the summoning space, summoned 50 dragon skeleton archers and 50 dragon skeleton mages from his personal world, and even summoned 100 panda spear throwers and 400 crazy rat crossbowmen from the second-class military merit medal. In other words, Su Chen was all in. He concentrated all his existing forces at the ghoul's escape exit. The audience was dumbfounded, exclaiming in astonishment, "Crazy! Really crazy! Isn't he afraid those fireworms will turn around and attack him? If it were me, I would definitely flee immediately, getting as far away from this place as possible." No! Is Su Chen really not afraid of death? Why take such a risk? He could have played the role of the fisherman and the yellow bird, but now he's making a big show of slaughtering the ghouls. He might just be taken out by the fireworms in one fell swoop. Some were worried, some were puzzled, and some were gloating, but Su Chen had great faith in his judgment, murmuring to himself, "The attacks of those fireworms are extremely methodical. Their sweeping work along the way is flawless, and they even surrounded me in a 3-to-1 formation, allowing the ghouls to flee in my direction. So, I can completely annihilate the ghouls here and curry favor with the Worm Lord hiding in the shadows directing the battle. This indigenous force should be the hidden faction of the Caesar's Kingdom instance. The massacre I am encountering is definitely not without reason. Since this is an exam, the questioner must have profound intentions." He showed a serious expression. "I bet that by achieving merit in slaughtering ghouls, I can unlock the prestige of the hidden faction, the Worm Clan. If I can befriend them, I will surely gain the assistance of these natives." The audience exchanged glances upon hearing this. Then, everyone fell silent. Su Chen's words make sense. Many furrowed their brows, lost in thought. Brilliant reasoning. On the CCTV College Entrance Exam live broadcast channel, 2 expert consultants were already applauding in admiration. Although humans and worms cannot communicate linguistically, as Su Chen said, perhaps the most direct means of befriending them is killing more ghouls. The expert's eyes sparkled, fingers interlaced, analyzing wisely. "I have to admit, Su Chen is indeed meticulous and bold. But, is it a bit too risky?" The host hesitated to ask. Su Chen's team is very strong, and they are already in a position to secure a top 3 finish in this exam. He only needs to train methodically, leveling those 100 panda spear throwers and 400 crazy rat crossbowmen to level 20 to have a luxurious team that can crush the other candidates. Why not play it safe? The expert chuckled lightly. Chen is not like us, he is in a closed instance, unable to communicate with the outside world. How would he know he already has a significant advantage? From Chen's perspective, in order to obtain the god-level summon, the undead old cat, and to seize the top spot in the exam, he is willing to take risks and make high-risk, high-reward choices. That's true. All the audience members collectively held their breath, anticipating the subsequent developments. Given that all of his troops were Chen's summons, his command was as precise as an extension of his own limbs. He always managed to leave the final blow, the kill steal, for the panda spear throwers and crazy rat crossbowmen who desperately needed experience to level up. The leveling effect was outstanding. After a storm of ranged attacks, the remnants of the ghouls were slaughtered completely. Most of the panda spear throwers had reached level 6, and most of the crazy rat crossbowmen had gained level 4 experience. The moment of revelation finally arrived. All the fireworms converged towards Chen's troops. Their massive bodies were over 10 meters long, and their abyss-like, gaping mouths could swallow giant ghouls whole, resembling terrifying earth dragons, encircling Chen in the middle. The hearts of all the audience members were in their throats, for the scene before them could be depicted as the Feast of the Worms, with Chen appearing as their appetizer, like a little rabbit surrounded by a pack of big gray wolves. The worms were tightening their encirclement. It seemed that death was the only outcome for Chen. Many haters revealed their gleeful laughter. Did you mess up? Did you screw it up? You're about to be done for. I've heard Chen is an orphan. He probably doesn't have parents to call for a stop. If Chen gets chewed up by the worms, won't a generation of talent fall just like that? He. Looking forward to this outcome. Sigh. I'm so worried. So scared. There's a risk of being saved. But Chen himself had already revealed a bright smile, calmly retracting his summoned creatures into the personal world and second-class hero medal. Chen seems very confident. The CCTV host asked the two experts in surprise. What do you think of his performance? Yes, he is already 10 out of 10 sure. One expert replied lightly. I believe his judgment is very accurate because I also think these fireworms have no hostility at all, rather, they seem quite close to him. It seems that Chen will once again become the first candidate to unlock hidden powers in this college entrance examination. Another expert's evaluation was equally high. Many ordinary professionals might not understand, but as a seasoned high-level professional, I must remind you of some details that require careful observation. Look, the first detail is, the magma on the surface of the fireworms has extinguished, which means they are unwilling to continue burning their life fire. As an expert on insect-like monsters, I can tell you that this is a sign of their loss of hostility. If a huge, ferocious, and brutal fireworm presents this posture to you, the expert said with a smile, it means you can freely go up and rub its belly, pet its head. The audience? The second detail is, the signature skill of the fireworms is magma ball. They will bombard their enemies with fire elemental energy drawn from the underground magma in a rapid-fire manner. The magma ball is an AoE skill that causes explosions over a small area, while the residual magma will cover a large area, continuously providing burning damage. The expert said seriously, but you should have all seen that the fireworms intentionally avoided the area where Chen summoned his creatures. This is the second major evidence of goodwill. And the third detail is the timing of the fireworms surrounding Chen. The expert continued to speak confidently. They only surrounded Chen after killing all the ghouls, clearly showing no intention to attack. Otherwise, why not take the opportunity to ambush while Chen was engaged in a fierce battle with the ghouls? The simple principle of the clam and the snipe contending, with the fisherman benefiting, is not something only we humans understand. In fact, all intelligent beings are aware of this principle. The host suddenly realized, oh, I vividly remember when I watched the old era's 8K remastered version of the animal world as a child. Hyenas would wait until cheetahs fought with antelopes, then suddenly rush in when the cheetah was exhausted, snatching away the poor cheetah's prey. Even the so-called less intelligent beasts understand this principle, so the fireworms, as beings that have thrived for billions of years, naturally understand it too. Sure enough, all the worms, in a strange swaying rhythm, formed two lines and made way by the roadside. A dark worm with bizarre dragon horns on its forehead slithered gracefully towards Chen. Hello? Chen placed his right hand on his chest and bowed cautiously.
Respected Fireworm Lord, as you can see, I am hunting zombies everywhere. I am an ally of the plush people's resistance and the anchor base of the apocalypse. And the enemy's enemy is a friend. I salute you, my friend. Hiss, 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 hiss. The other party emitted strange syllables, attempting to communicate with Su Chen. However, the smile on Su Chen's face gradually became more rigid. He couldn't understand. But the prompt from the professional panel was something Su Chen and everyone could clearly see. You have gained the recognition of the hidden power, Worm Tribe. Your reputation in the Worm Tribe has risen to respect. You have unlocked the hidden task of the Worm Tribe, UN *** at Su Chen. The audience couldn't stop laughing. This hidden task is all garbled text, perfectly matching the current situation where Su Chen and the worms cannot communicate. After all the hard work, it finally came time to reap the rewards. But the hidden task couldn't be accepted. If it were me, I would definitely be on the verge of a breakdown. Su Chen's plans have fallen through. He worked hard for nothing and only gained some experience points. Meanwhile, in the weak water family, Zhang Lirong showed a hint of satisfaction and said bitterly, "That's Su Chen, too clever for his own good. Even if he discovered the hidden task, so what? If he can't understand it, it means nothing. The hidden forces he found won't help his college entrance exam scores at all." Wu Mingxi agreed with her assessment. Sister Zhang is right. This hidden force probably won't be of any use. Fian, look. Zhang Lirong took the opportunity to help her son undermine his rival. Waving at Bu Fian, this Su Chen isn't all-knowing and all-powerful. Now he's made a fool of himself in public. After all that hard work, he ends up making a wedding dress for someone else. Just giving a freebie to the Worm Clan. Ha ha. Bu Fian, however, replied calmly, "Aunt Zhang, please don't be too hasty. I know Su Chen quite well. His current expression doesn't look like someone who has given up. Moreover, ever since he became famous in the battle at the Demon Fortress, he's known for his clever ideas and god-level creativity." Before she finished speaking, amidst the jeers and regrets in the bullet comments, Su Chen's lips curled slightly. Hee. Although there's a language barrier, as a summoner with many talents under my command, how could such a small matter stump me? It's time to activate the backup plan. In the next moment, under the incredulous gazes of everyone, Su Chen pointed at Black Wukong, monkey brother. 72 transformations. Designated target, fire-eating worm. Whoosh! After a swirl of smoke, the giant monkey transformed into an ordinary fire-eating worm, hissing as it communicated with the Worm Lord. As a summoner, Su Chen could mentally communicate with his summoned creatures, understanding each other without the need for words. Thus, Black Wukong perfectly served as a translator. Just 10 seconds later, on Su Chen's professional panel, all the garbled text transformed into real, valid words. You have met the fire-eating worm lord, Scale Worm Fire Eater. Your hidden task has revealed its true form. Fight alongside the Fire Eater's worm army to eliminate the Zombie Bear Legion's 5th squad, and kill the leader Iron Fist Bear Grey. Task Reward 1, the Zombie Bear Legion at the end of the world anchor base will be reduced by 10%. Task Reward 2, your college entrance exam score will increase by 1 rating. Hiss. All the viewers watching the live stream collectively gasped, exchanging glances. Then, public opinion exploded. My heavens. Oh my god. What kind of god-level summoning creature is this? It can even be used as a translator. My turtle, monkey brother is truly remarkable. The 72 transformation skill is just too outrageous. It turns out Su Chen already has a god-level summoning creature. If Su Chen really manages to get the undying old cat, he will have 2 god-level summoning creatures. Who would dare say he can't do it? Even the Undead Catastrophe Crown has never had such a luxurious lineup, right? He has truly obtained a low-difficulty hidden task. It seems he really is on track to secure the top spot in the college entrance exam. At the same time, in the banquet hall of the Weak Water family, Zhang Lirong wore an expression of "I'm tired. Let it all be destroyed," nearly spitting blood from frustration. Just moments ago, she had been belittling Su Chen, trying to undermine her son's rival, but in the blink of an eye, Su Chen had once again broken the situation, perfectly aligning with Bu Fian's judgment of him. Wu Mengxi's expression fluctuated, and even with her composure, she couldn't suppress the changes in her micro-expressions. She truly regretted it. If the god-level summoning creature, Undying Old Cat Caesar, really fell into Su Chen's hands, this meant that his future would be a smooth path, truly limitless. The Mystic Sanctuary had lost a future top-tier practitioner of at least the 6th rank.
Su Chen was supposed to be her son-in-law, and if he could embark on the path to divinity, the mystic sanctuary would also rise to greatness. For the first time in her life, Wu Mengxi felt an overwhelming sense of regret, especially when she thought about how she had broken up her daughter's romance, ruining her daughter's prospects while also losing a significant ally. She wished she could travel back in time a month and give herself 100 slaps, but there was no medicine for regret in this world, and time could not be reversed. Wu Mengxi, filled with regret, and Zhang Lirong, who looked as if she had lost her mother, could only continue to watch Su Chen's performance with complex expressions. Alright, then let's strike together and eliminate that zombie bear named Gray. Su Chen decisively mounted the broad back of the scale worm, Fire Eater, without hesitation. Thus, a stunning scene unfolded. The earth trembled with a buzzing sound. Magma surged violently. Countless fireworms swarmed through the earth's veins and surface. The rustling was like 1,000 snakes in a frenzy. They quickly approached the territory of the zombie bear, completely disregarding the exhaustion of battling the ghouls, their killing intent palpable, revealing a deep-seated hatred for the zombie horde. Su Chen, riding on the back of the scale worm, was clad in a battle robe, his eyes devoid of any youthfulness or naivety, filled only with the iron-blooded color of decisive slaughter, reflecting the hardships of a second life. The mature male heroism was palpable. So handsome, no wonder he has tens of millions of fans. Many female fans were ecstatic, eagerly following and liking his posts. Gigi is so handsome. Where's our fan group? Ladies? I want to create a super topic for Su Chen Gigi. This is a quality idol, a superstar of the era of universal job changes. In Bu Fian's beautiful eyes, there was also a mesmerizing brilliance, filled with admiration. The scene before her felt familiar. When she witnessed Su Chen break the record for the Demon Fortress dungeon, she felt the same intoxicating amazement, and now it was exactly the same sensation. Su Chen, using the Black Wukong as a medium, communicated with the Fire Eater. Sir, do you possess dragon blood? I remember that scale worms seem to be a type of dragon, belonging to the insect family of dragons. He glanced at the dragon horns of the other. Perhaps it was the first time in his life he was communicating with a human. The Worm Lord was quite excited and quickly responded. Indeed, we scale worms are also one of the ancient dragon clans. We existed in this world before the chaos opened and the holy tree descended. Later, the holy tree dispelled the dark haze but also attracted the virus which Lilith. The scale worm let out a long murmur. That was a disaster for the worm clan, but also a rare opportunity. Our body structure is different from yours, and our body temperature is around 90 degrees, which can kill all invading viruses. So we cannot be infected and turned into zombies. Because of this, Lilith is particularly interested in us. She wants to transform us into a mutated worm army, using biochemical means to control our brains. The scale worm gritted its teeth and said, she sent spider demons to silently infiltrate our underground lair through webbing, stealing our massive amounts of worm eggs, using our children for inhumane biochemical experiments. Su Chen nodded. Witches are high-level demons who have lost their humanity. They are merciless to their own kind and treat other races as mere experimental materials. If I have the chance, I'll help you take her down. The scale worm was gratified. Your prestige in the worm camp +1. Su Chen's eyes lit up. It turned out that the scale worm, Fire Eater, really appreciated others empathizing with the suffering history of their worm clan. He immediately showcased his god-level acting skills from 2 lifetimes. Speaking out for the Worm Clan and vehemently denouncing the witch Lilith, engaging in unrestrained slander and expressing a united front against a common enemy. Therefore, the worm is very pleased. Your prestige in the worm camp +1. The worm is super pleased. Your prestige in the worm camp +5. The worm wholeheartedly agrees with your words, considering you a kindred spirit. Your prestige in the worm camp +10. Unfortunately, relying purely on words, the added prestige was ultimately limited. Still a long way from the higher prestige level of respect above reverence, which was a vast distance away. But Su Chen had already decided to delve deeper into the hidden power of the worms and make good use of their fierce combat strength. So even if it was just 1 point of prestige, he was striving to earn it. My human friend, perhaps feeling quite excited, the worm Fire Eater proposed a brand new suggestion. Since you can understand our worm language, could I ask you for a favor? Su Chen smiled slightly, signaling the other party to calm down. Let me guess first. My worm friend, are you hoping I could act as a translator to help you connect with the Velvet People's resistance and form a united front against the Zombie Legion? Wow, You can guess that too? The worm was shocked. All the viewers watching the college entrance examination live broadcast were equally dumbfounded. This Su-chan really has the ability to foresee the future? It's said that his future mother-in-law is a witch skilled in prophecy. Could it be that she foresaw what would happen in the college entrance examination? Nonsense. If prophecy could help cheat in the college entrance examination, the Dragon Slayer clan scores would surely be astonishing. But in reality, they are quite mediocre. The CCTV host side. Su-chan is truly a clever person with a keen mind. He seems to have an uncanny ability to predict events, and it's hard to imagine he's just a high school senior. It seems that after the college entrance examination, Su-chan will undoubtedly become a competitive candidate for various military academies. An expert took a sip of tea to moisten his throat and said with certainty, because the once-in-a-decade Global Military Academy Grand Exercise is about to kick off at the start of the school season. With Su-chan's abilities, whether in team competitions or individual contests, he has the potential to stand out. Yes, Professor, do you think the rankings of our Dragon country's top 10 military academies will change? The host asked with a smile, discussing the gossip about domestic prestigious schools. It's inevitable. The expert replied calmly. Due to some sensitive reasons, I can't comment on the specific changes, but I can only say that this time the rankings of the top 10 military academies will definitely undergo a tremendous shift. The current top 10 military academies are vastly different from 10 years ago, with their strengths having changed significantly. The military academy that can recruit Su-chan will at least improve by 1 to 3 ranks. Another expert decisively gave his judgment. Just as Su-chan and the Worm Army were advancing towards the zombie bear camp, and as Ji Tianyi and Morong Shuawu were preparing to repel the zombie army's siege on the anchor of the apocalypse, our esteemed Sea Demon Lord finally broke free from the net. The military knife he carried was quite advanced, capable of spewing high-temperature acetylene flames, reaching over 3,000 degrees, burning a gap in the web of the spider demon zombie lord. Zheng Kongqing's lips curled slightly, proudly lifting his head. I have survived another calamity. Everything that cannot kill me will only make me stronger. He was completely unaware that he had been parasitized by the spider demon, with his belly actually filled with spider eggs. Moreover, since the spider demon had put him into a paralyzed state in advance, Zheng Kongqing's professional panel was frozen, receiving no warnings or alerts at all. With a heart full of hope, and a belly full of spider eggs, Zheng Kongqing continued to march forward with great pride and determination, resolutely heading towards the sea. My journey is towards the ocean of the corpse nest. After 10 years of ice-cold drinking, my hot blood cannot cool. I must recruit my troops and come back to fight. Undying old cat, your mother too. Wait for me to punch your face. I want the whole world to know that the weak water family still possesses one of the strongest bloodlines. The audience, the bullet comments turned into a sea of joy once again. Has Zheng Kongqing noticed that his abdomen has a slight bulge? Zheng Kongqing, Spider Demon Lord. I want to give you baby spiders. Ha 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 ha. No, is the sea demon family treating him as a discarded pawn? He could explode into a bunch of little spiders at any moment, and then be devoured clean. Does he have no relatives at home? Why isn't this exam stopped? Life monitoring devices are in place, after all. He is from the weak water family. They must have equipped him with ultimate protection. Zhang Lirong clenched her fist, shifting her gaze from Su-chan back to her son Zheng Kongqing, smiling faintly. He will definitely display top-notch talent and achieve the strongest level. Wu Mingxi also reignited hope. As long as Zheng Kongqing reaches the seaside, everything will be fine. Bu Fian struggled to maintain her expression, keeping a cold and indifferent demeanor. She was afraid that if she lost control, she would burst out laughing, which would be too offensive. Not just her, but all the guests in the banquet hall were also engaged in a don't laugh challenge. Alright, let's shift our focus back to the test that most candidates are about to face, the Apocalypse Anchor City defense battle. The host reminded all the audience with a serious expression. Su-chen's situation is, after all, special, although it is full of highlights. For most people, the only solution is to defend the base. A conservative exam method may not necessarily perform worse than an aggressive one. An expert nodded. Just look at Morong Shuawu's current results to know that sometimes a step-by-step approach is also good. Yes, let's see the first wave of monsters. A mixed formation of zombie bears, ghouls, and corpse demons. They are respectively a meat shield type, a cannon fodder type, and a ranged type. A rather classic combination. Seed player no. 1. Ji Tianyi.
immediately commanded 500 machine gunners to start shooting,
accurately snatching the last hit experience,
trying to train his team through battle.
Seed player No. 4, Murong Shuewu, chose to sing a few pure attack-type support battle songs to enhance the firepower of the Apocalypse anchor base. Most candidates, however, stood on the city walls, participating in the frontline combat.
There was no choice, the job change cards were quite expensive,
and at this moment, those who could change jobs were few, and many had not even reached level 20 yet. Before long, the results of the candidates' city defense were out. Half of the remaining candidates were tragically eliminated. Zombie bears had tough skin and thick flesh, and being undead, they could only be killed by headshots or heart extraction, but the candidates' levels were limited to 20,
making it extremely difficult to break through their high defense,
high armor, and high health. Meanwhile,
corpse demons occasionally unleashed Toxic Spell and Plague Spell, slowly draining the candidates' health like boiling a frog in warm water. They were highly threatening. Attackers.
What makes the candidates feel most troublesome, however,
is not the zombie bears or corpse demons,
but the ghouls, the host side.
Although these guys are extremely weak in one-on-one combat and any candidate can easily deal with them, their claws carry a virus that can trigger the corpse demon's toxicity and plague.
As detonators, ghouls can instantly cause high damage, an expert lamented. According to current statistics, 782 candidates have died in the Caesar Kingdom instance,
of which 421 were due to the instant high damage inflicted by ghouls. We advise all parents not to disregard their children's lives for the sake of a slight improvement in their scores.
Indeed,
the instance for the vocational entrance exam can be deadly.
We urge all parents and supervisors to promptly press the stop button to halt the exam. Children can find a way out by pursuing secondary careers, another expert cautiously reminded. These 782 victims would suffer brain death after the instance ended,
becoming mere shells of their former selves,
and after a week of medical monitoring,
they would be subjected to euthanasia,
without even qualifying for a vegetative state. Because the world is currently in an era of war against the Abyss invasion, no medical resources can be wasted. The audience sighed inwardly,
yet they had grown accustomed to it.
The vocational entrance exam is seen as the first bloody battle of human society, marking the beginning of naive students stepping out of their ivory towers into this brutal era. Hundreds of thousands of candidates, yet only 782 casualties, is already a level of difficulty akin to that of a baby bus. In the annals of human history, any battle against the Abyss invasion could see casualties in the hundreds of thousands, even millions. Let's take a look at the performance of the seed candidates. After paying tribute to the fallen, the CCTV host quickly shifted everyone's attention, wearing a professional smile as he introduced the star candidates' battle results. Oh, contestant number 4, Murong Shuewu, has surpassed contestant number 1, Ji Tianyi, with a score of 537.
While this is far from the final score, it is already a high score that 95% of candidates in previous years could not achieve.
The expert nodded. Ji Tianyi only has 479 points. It seems he intends to play the long game, first leveling up those 500 machine gunners.
There's an old saying, sharpening the knife does not delay the work of cutting wood.
The machine gunner unit is Ji Tianyi's sharpest weapon. However, things may not go as planned. Another expert remarked sharply.
Machine gunners are also quite fragile and have low defense.
If there is an operational error or an unforeseen circumstance, they could suffer heavy casualties. At that point,
Ji Tianyi would lose both his troops and his plan would fall apart.
The host agreed. For Ji Tianyi, the probability of a Black Swan event is extremely high. In the battle between the fluffies and the zombies, his strength is too insignificant. An elite zombie accidentally climbing the city wall or a volley of bone spears from a corpse demon could be a fatal blow to his machine gunners.
We can only wish him all the best.
During the break between waves of zombies, the audience noticed a new development with Su Chen. Originally, the high-level worm lord, Scaly Worm, the Fire Eater, had asked Su Chen to connect them with the fluffy resistance. Su Chen naturally agreed, as it was a win-win-win situation for him, the worms, and the fluffies, who would refuse? Thus, his prestige in the worm faction increased by 50, but when they arrived at the zombie bear camp mentioned by the Scaly Worm, an unexpected event occurred. Just a glance at the guarding troops in that camp made Su Chen's heart race, and he couldn't help but murmur, I knew the hidden mission wouldn't be easy to complete. He glanced at his mission panel, hidden mission,
Fight alongside the Fire Eater's worm troops to eliminate the 5th squad of the Zombie Bear Legion 50 miles away and kill the Supreme Leader Iron Fist Bear. Gray. Mission Reward 1, the Zombie Bear troops at the anchor base will be reduced by 10%. Mission Reward 2, your entrance exam score will increase by 1 rating. And what lay before him was more than just the 5th squad of the Zombie Bear Legion. There were also about 500 Naga Corpse demon troops that Zheng Kongcheng had longed for, as well as the most troublesome 2-headed Corpse Dragon troops, which numbered over 200. His mission target, Iron Fist Bear Grey, was accompanied by the Naga Corpse demon leader, Blade Carlos, and the 2-headed Corpse Dragon leader, Heinz the Plague Dragon. All the spectators couldn't help but gasp. Oh my! 3 elite lords. This hidden mission is just too thrilling. It seems that Su Chen's hidden mission is completely hell-level difficulty, which is consistent with the usual characteristics of hidden missions. The CCTV host calmly analyzed. Full of variables is the hallmark of hidden missions. Yes, Su Chen is currently facing a tricky test. An expert said solemnly, his 500-plus troops are completely unable to engage in battle and are easily crushed by these elite zombie units due to their low levels. And if his summoned troops were to engage in battle, they would likely suffer heavy losses, affecting subsequent combat. I wonder how he will choose. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Su Chen's breakthrough strategy, eager to see how he would respond to the current predicament. Su Chen turned directly to the Worm Fire Eater and said, "Sorry, the intelligence brought back by the Worm Troop Scouts is far from the real situation. I suggest a strategic retreat. Regardless of your choice, my answer is, I'm sorry, I will not participate in the slaughter. Because the end of the world anchor base is facing an assault from the Zombie Legion. I came out to execute a hunting mission. Targeting the living forces of the enemy heading to the end of the world anchor is my task." The audience was stunned. Su Chen had actually become a deserter without a second thought. But before the critics could celebrate and slander, 2 CCTV experts showed admiration, giving thumbs up and exclaiming, "Su Chen is truly remarkable. He possesses a maturity and composure that is completely unmatched for his age. Even with the incredible rewards of the hidden mission, he can clearly see the risks involved and decisively make a choice." Indeed, if Su Chen had chosen to attack, I could only chuckle, but his choice to retreat makes me believe he is the top scorer in the college entrance examination. The audience scoffed. Isn't it just running away? Why make it sound so grand? The experts can't be fans of Su Chen, can they? At their age, still chasing stars? Disgusting. The experts seemed to have anticipated the audience's complaints and said seriously, "This is not an ordinary retreat, it is a decision made calmly, quickly, and accurately in a situation where there is a high chance of winning, yet would result in losing the hidden mission rewards and offending a high-level hidden NPC." The CCTV host asked in surprise, "Professor Shen's evaluation is so high?" "Of course." Expert Shen smiled lightly. "When I was young, I had a fiery temper and would rush in to fight monsters. But Su Chen was able to resist the temptation of the hidden mission and make the wisest choice, which is certainly impressive. Everyone, we are watching the live broadcast from a god's perspective, so we can analyze it objectively. But Su Chen is able to pull back from the brink in the face of hidden mission rewards. Isn't that worth praising?" "Yes," another expert chimed in. "Don't forget, Su Chen is still just a high school senior. This is also his first major test in life. We shouldn't evaluate him with the perspective of seasoned veterans but rather think, were we ever this capable when we were young?" Many audience members fell silent. They had to admit that Su Chen's decision made a lot of sense. The 100 panda spear throwers and 400 crazy rat crossbowmen were currently too low in level, but once their levels successfully increased, Su Chen's combat power in the kingdom of Caesar would double. So, upon careful consideration, Su Chen indeed had no need to suffer a great loss for a small gain. The Worm Lord gazed at Su Chen, lost in thought. Su Chen calmly advised, "Your Excellency, the strong among your worm clan did not come into being out of thin air, they require a long time to grow. There is no need to die in vain in this camp. Your struggle against the Zombie Legion is a long-term endeavor, so preserving your living forces and relying on worm soldiers is the key to winning this war. I have a book to recommend to you. Here." Su Chen even took out an extracurricular reading from his space on protracted war. The audience from the Dragon Kingdom burst into laughter, recommending extracurricular reading to the Worm Lord. Ha ha, what a genius show effect. Su Chen is truly a born internet celebrity, destined to thrive in live streaming. This book is indeed particularly suitable for the third layer of the abyss. The works of great men are indeed worth reading. But I never expected the Worm Clan would also need to learn. After a while, the Worm Lord sighed. I cannot understand your human writing, but I find your words quite reasonable. However, I have my reasons for having to attack this camp. Oh, please, go ahead, Suchen said seriously. If it is of great importance, as your ally, I will not stand by idly. But I must make it clear that my troops are the seeds of the Velvet People's Resistance Army, tasked with eliminating the living forces of the zombies and cutting off their supplies, so I cannot accept significant losses on our side. I understand. To everyone's surprise, this Worm Lord was quite reasonable and completely persuaded by Su Chen. This is the advantage of high prestige. An expert from CCTV immediately grasped the situation and smiled slightly. It is evident that Su Chen has a high reputation among the Worm tribe, and the troops he carries are quite formidable, which is why this Worm Lord is willing to speak to him calmly. I see, the CCTV host suddenly realized, showing a smile. Professor Shen, can you predict the likelihood of their negotiation being successful? It's hard to say. It depends on the reason why the Worm Lord is determined to attack this camp. Soon, the mystery was revealed. The Scale Worm bitterly said, "We are tracking a batch of worm eggs stolen by the Zombie Legion. They have been frozen and secretly moved to this camp. If these children cannot be thawed quickly and returned to the magma to hatch, there is a high chance of mass freezing deaths. Our Worm Clan's new generation this year will suffer great losses." Su Chen furrowed his brows tightly. I see, you have a reason to take action. I am also willing to provide a certain degree of help. All for the children. The Scale Worm was overjoyed. Really? The audience hesitated, feeling that while Su Chen's rescue was filled with humanitarian spirit, it was somewhat overly idealistic. What did the worm's children have to do with him? Oh no! Su Chen is about to be morally blackmailed by the worms. The CCTV host explained with concern about the moral dilemma Su Chen faced, because Su Chen knows very well that at this moment, his livestream is undoubtedly attracting global attention. All his fans and many casual viewers are closely watching his examination, and children are the bottom line for all intelligent races. The host sighed. With Su Chen's intelligence, he will certainly realize at the first moment, if he abandons those worm children, he will be criticized and condemned by detractors from a moral high ground, which would clearly be detrimental to his live streaming career and affect his scores in the college entrance examination. Indeed, the burden of morality is a dilemma for all public figures. The experts agreed deeply, and Su Chen had already made his decision. The worm children must be saved, but the seeds of the Velvet People's Resistance Army that I carry must also be preserved. So, I have some unpleasant words to say up front, Su Chen coldly said to the Scale Worm. Fire Eater, this time in battle, I ask your troops to take the lead and draw the enemy's fire. After the battle begins, I will take advantage of the zombies' moment of weakness to infiltrate their rear and rescue your worm eggs. I am a summoner, I can infiltrate their warehouse alone with a high success rate. He did not give the other party any time to consider and resolutely stated, if you agree to my plan and are willing to execute it, I will go rescue the worms. If you do not agree, then I regret to inform you that I must prioritize protecting the Rongmin resistance, and we will part ways here. Hiss. All the spectators couldn't help but show shocked expressions. The decisiveness and cold choices displayed by Su Chen at this moment were essential qualities of a mature commander. Not being bound by moral constraints, viewing all professional soldiers as cold numbers, and being able to ruthlessly push them onto the battlefield as cannon fodder for the sake of a greater victory, this is the awareness of a true leader. After a brief hesitation, the Scale Worm, Fire Eater quickly agreed to Su Chen's decision. Good. Having your help is much better than us going in alone. Since you possess a second-class merit medal from the Rongmin resistance, it means you are a widely recognized hero, and our Worm Clan is willing to trust you. Interesting. I didn't expect that the key to gaining the Worm Clan's recognition for Su Chen would be that second-class merit medal. Beiliang City. Mayor Qin Shuani nodded with emotion. Such medals are only awarded to the most outstanding professionals in our dragon country. The material used is extremely rare in all other worlds, refined gold. This Scale Worm, Fire Eater has quite an eye. Principal Zhao Renjie, however, was worried. I feel that Su Chen really doesn't need to be bound by moral constraints. The so-called children of the worms, aren't they just a bunch of disgusting eggs? They aren't even the young of the Rongmin. His infiltration into the zombie camp is a very risky move, because once exposed, he will face the joint slaughter of the 3 elite zombie lords. At that time, he will also fail the college entrance examination. I believe that Su Chen is someone who plans before acting. he must have a trump card to ensure his safety, said Vice Principal Chu Tianlin from Yanhuang Military Academy, expressing confidence in this future student. Meanwhile, in the weak water family, head of the family, Zhang Lirong, snorted coldly, hypocritical mercy. It seems Su Chen is going to entangle himself. His internet celebrity status means he cannot dare to abandon the children of his allies, as he cannot allow himself to be in a moral low ground. Indeed, Wu Mengxi analyzed calmly. Su Chen relies heavily on his streaming career to earn resources. This is his foundation and his future support. Lacking depth is his greatest weakness. If Su Chen had other ways to make money, he definitely wouldn't risk taking on this hidden mission. But unfortunately, he cannot lose his internet celebrity status. He must fight for his traffic in persona. Bu Fian said, Su Chen must be very confident to voluntarily step into the storm. Mom, Aunt Zhang, don't forget that, the kingdom of Caesar, is just a simulated instance. The NPCs inside are merely data. The so-called moral constraints are actually not solid ground, because even if all the eggs are destroyed, it's just a string of NPC data being deleted by the system. Ah, that's true. Wu Mengxi was taken aback. I want to see how Su Chen will infiltrate their warehouse under the siege of the 3 elite zombie lords. Zhang Lirong sneered, hoping for Su Chen to run into trouble. But soon, when Su Chen's infiltration plan was revealed, everyone fell silent. Even the most steadfast opponents of Su Chen, those with the foulest mouths, felt that Su Chen's move was almost certain to succeed. 100% guaranteed. Because Su Chen took out a zombie bear corpse that he had previously preserved from his personal world. He smiled faintly and said, while fighting the zombie bear, I discovered a useful aspect. So, I preserved this corpse in advance. I didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. The lizard worm, Fire Eater, looked on in astonishment as Su Chen pulled out a scalpel, cut open the zombie bear's belly, and emptied its intestines and internal organs. Then, Su Chen directly dove inside, confirming that there was enough space to fit himself, and with great satisfaction, he said to Black Wukong, Monkey Brother, the 72 transformations, transform based on this zombie bear. This works? At that moment, the global audience had already realized Su Chen's intentions. Clearly, this guy was going to have Black Wukong transform into a zombie bear while he hid inside its belly, then swagger into the zombies' camp to search for the worm eggs. This was simply a genius idea. Moreover, this scheme had many sources of inspiration. A Western viewer sighed. Isn't this just the Trojan horse plan? Su Chen actually applied it so well. Truly impressive. An Eagle Country viewer remarked. Su Chen must have read the Brothers Grimm fairy tales as a child. The story of the hunter rescuing Little Red Riding Hood from the big bad wolf's belly is quite similar to Su Chen's trick. But in reality, Su Chen drew inspiration from Journey to the West, when Sun Wukong was retrieving the banana fan to extinguish the flames of Fire Mountain. He had performed a similar act inside Princess Iron Fan's belly. Soon, Black Wukong effortlessly executed the 72 transformations and became a living zombie bear. Su Chen also successfully hid in its empty abdomen. Since it was a zombie creature, even without its internal organs, it had no effect on the zombie bear's activity. Then, Su Chen casually used some leather to cover his body and signaled the Worm Lord to launch an attack. Seeing this, the Worm, Fire Eater, believed Su Chen's success rate was extremely high, so he unhesitatingly led all troops to initiate a strong assault. In an instant, the ground trembled. All the worms suddenly burrowed out of the surface, spewing magma fireballs from all directions towards the camp, launching the first wave of firepower coverage, bombarding the zombies. The experts from CCTV couldn't help but nod in agreement. The Worm Lord's tactics can be said to be quite advanced. They first conduct a wave of firepower strikes to ignite the supplies in the zombie camp while turning the area into a magma environment, which will hinder the Naga corpse demon, and those weak and low defense corpse demons will be largely annihilated. Not only that, but they are attacking simultaneously from all directions, creating a powerful illusion of military strength, intimidating all zombie lords. Look, the CCTV host said with a beaming smile, the zombie army's camp is already in chaos. Su Chen's Black Wukong has also quietly infiltrated. In the astonished gazes of everyone, the zombie bear transformed from Black Wukong swaggered towards the zombie army's cellar and jumped straight in. Some zombies attempted to stop it. However, the zombie bear simply swatted them away with its large ears, forcefully knocking the obstructors aside. Thus, no zombie dared to block the way. After all, a zombie bear with such formidable strength,
though unknown to everyone, was undoubtedly a high-ranking commander. This is the basic logic of the strong ruling, a truth followed by the monsters. When the zombie bear jumped into the cellar, Chen immediately summoned his direct summons, Little Fox and Medusa, along with 50 dragon skeleton archers. The space in the cellar was limited, and the troops couldn't spread out, so he can only summon these guys. The forces guarding the cellar were very lax and weak. The reason is quite simple: the battle was raging outside, and the elite troops had long been mobilized to deal with the worm army. Therefore, Chen went on a killing spree, quickly wiping out the remaining zombie troops in the cellar, deep within the cold ice storage. Indeed, a large pile of worm eggs was frozen in some crystal containers. Standing before the worm eggs, Chen's expression suddenly shifted between dark and light, and he coldly issued a command that made everyone turn pale with shock: "Monkey brother, continue transforming into a zombie bear. Destroy the worm eggs." All the spectators were horrified. Chen was actually ordering his summoned creature to slaughter the worm eggs of his allies. The fire-eater worm had been a friendly companion, having agreed to work together against the zombie legion. Now, while they were fighting for their lives outside, helping to draw attention, Chen had issued such a heartless and insane command. Black Wukong faithfully executed Chen's order and immediately began to wreak havoc. Many worm eggs burst instantly. Chen coldly stared at the scene before him, muttering to himself, "Sorry, Your Excellency Fire Eater, if I don't take action with your worm army, even if they all die in battle, they won't be able to save a single worm egg. But unfortunately, there are too many worm eggs," he said indifferently. "Once I protect all the worm eggs, according to your own plan, the next step would be to take them back to the magma to hatch. And for all living beings, hatching offspring is a long process that cannot be accomplished in one go. So, if I save all the worm eggs, you will have to send out most of your troops to escort them back to your lair for hatching. At that time, who will accompany me to fight against the zombie legion and save the anchor base of the apocalypse?" Chen's gaze was cold as he looked at the scene of blood and chaos before him. "Therefore, I can only make a simple choice between the furry people's resistance and your children. For me personally, the choice is obvious." Chen shook his head. "Saving the furry people at the anchor base of the apocalypse is my main mission in the kingdom of Caesar. Attacking this camp is merely a small hidden task given by you, Your Excellency Fire Eater, and you even harbored ill intentions, never mentioning the 3 elite zombie lords, deliberately concealing their forces, merely trying to trick me into working for you for free. You do the first day of the month, I do the 15th. You are not honest and straightforward, setting a trap to take advantage of my strength. So don't blame me for turning against you and returning the favor." Chen did not believe that the gathering of the 3 lords was merely a coincidence, because there were too many worm eggs. For any race, the continuation of their kind is a matter of life and death. To put it in another perspective, if thousands of human children were captured by demons, it would cause a massive upheaval, and even god-level powerhouses would mobilize to relentlessly pursue the enemy. Therefore, Chen believed that the scale worm fire eater must be lying. They could not possibly not monitor the whereabouts of this batch of worm eggs at all times. Moreover, Iron Fist Bear Grey, Blade Carlos, and Heinz the Plague Dragon had no disguises at all, standing conspicuously on the high slope of the camp, showing no signs of having traveled a long distance, indicating that the 3 zombie lords had been in this camp the entire time. All evidence and reasoning pointed to one final conclusion: Scale Worm Fire Eater was attempting to deceive Chen into helping it attack this camp, guarded by the 3 elite lords. The college entrance examination live broadcast channel exploded. All the viewers were dumbfounded. The information Chen revealed in an instant was too much and too complex, leaving everyone frozen in place, their minds in a chaotic mess. After a long while, the specially invited consultant from CCTV, Professor Shen, spoke. "What a brilliant and unparalleled scheme. Chen has truly opened my eyes. He made the most correct choice and fully embodied the truth of our ancestors. Kindness does not command troops, and goodness does not wield power." The CCTV host couldn't help but ask, "Professor, do you think what he did was right?" "Of course. First, I ask all viewers with strong empathy to remember, this is merely an exam, and all NPCs are just a string of data. Chen did not actually slaughter the offspring of his allies." Professor Shen's voice was calm. "Secondly, even if Chen did this in reality, I believe it is reasonable and morally justifiable, because the worm resistance is our dragon nation's closest ally. They have fought alongside us for years, and our country has a visa-free agreement with them.
With portals connecting us, it is truly a matter of life and death. Calling them worm iron is not an exaggeration. Every year, many soldiers from the worm resistance die on the front lines while coming to our aid at the Dragon Nation's fortresses. Professor Shen snorted coldly.
Su Chen sacrificed those unknown, treacherous,
and scheming worms to protect the worm resistance and the anchor of the apocalypse. I certainly think that is right.
However, the comments from viewers watching the live stream erupted into chaos. The detractors coldly snorted, while allies are fighting desperately. Su Chen is slaughtering their offspring, no matter the reason. That cannot be called moral, right? If this were not in a game, everything being virtual, Su Chen could even be put on a military tribunal for trial.
The rationalists coldly retorted, war is not a banquet, it is not a child's play. In such a situation, what would you choose?
To save all the eggs? Then watch helplessly as the worm army escorts the eggs away? You may have won the moral high ground, but then what?
We need forces that can aid the anchor of the apocalypse base or continue to strangle the zombie horde.
If we lose the defense of the anchor of the apocalypse due to a lack of troops, those hypocrites will be the real war criminals. How many heroes will you endanger? How many children of the worms will die because of this? Fans sighed in approval. Su Chen has truly matured. His choice, though thick-skinned and despicable, is genuinely for the greater good. It is easy to be a saint, easy to speak empty words, but doing real work like Su Chen is the hardest. All of Su Chen's enemies, however, changed their expressions drastically, gasping in shock. They had discovered Su Chen's true nature. He was not the weak, easily bullied poor student with a smile. Instead, he was a fierce beast lurking in the world, hiding its claws, with a heart full of demons. This guy is so ruthless. In the banquet hall of the weak water family, Zhen Lirong's eyes flickered with worry as she said, in the future, he won't hold a grudge against Kong Chang and seek revenge, will he? Wu Mingxi was instantly stunned. When it came to revenge, it was the one who disrupted his good fortune, herself, who was the most dangerous, right? Meanwhile, Shen Zimo, who had just finished the college entrance examination and was returning to the rest area, ran into Song Qingfeng, who had already been eliminated in the first wave. He was about to mock him and disdain his results, but when he looked up, he happened to witness Su Chen plotting against the Worm Lord. He immediately trembled, frightened by Su Chen's poisonous demeanor. You should hide like a quail. Had ha. Song Qingfeng sneered at Shen Zimo. In the past, when Su Chen greeted you with a smile, that was my old buddy being civilized and polite. Did you really think he was soft and easy to deal with? Before he completely falls out with you, Song Qingfeng kindly reminded. Hurry up and buy some small gifts for Su Chen, and sincerely apologize. Given your 3 years of classmate relationship, he might not insist on a death struggle with you. After all, despite Su Chen's many schemes and ruthless methods, that is only directed at enemies, he has always been sincere with friends. Shen Zimo's eyes flickered. He originally intended to take a step back and soften his stance, but he suddenly thought of several things. First, his father forcibly seized Su Chen's special recruitment qualification for the first military academy. Second, on the 037 Abyss battlefield, the Iron Blood Alliance continuously sent assassins to attempt to harm Su Chen. Third, his father also hired water troops to constantly slander Su Chen online, trying to ruin his streaming career. With these 3 heinous acts, how could Su Chen possibly be magnanimous enough to forgive the father and son? Even if Su Chen repeatedly claimed that all grudges were settled, could he really believe that? What if that was just Su Chen's hypocritical performance? When Su Chen had the ability to take action in the future, would he not retaliate tenfold? Shen Zimo looked at the cold and sinister Su Chen on the livestream, shivering in fear, and hurriedly slipped away. This kid is quite suspicious. Song Qingfeng stared at Shen Zimo's back, his pupils contracting sharply. I used to only suspect, but now seeing this kid's guilty expression, it's likely that the Iron Blood Alliance was the one who sent the death assassins to target Su Chen. That's why he is so certain that there is no room for negotiation between him and old Su. Only a life and death struggle remains. Although Song Qingfeng had poor grades and was a slacker, low academic ability did not mean he had low intelligence. He was just a rich second generation with too many future paths, too lazy to take the most arduous college entrance examination route. In the Kingdom of Caesar instance, every move of Su Chen was receiving enthusiastic attention from the Dragon Kingdom and even global audiences. His true identity as the Poison Master not only did not drive away viewers but even concentrated 72% of the viewership share of the entire college entrance examination live broadcast on him. Everyone was looking forward to the meeting between Su Chen and the scale bug, Fire Eater. Stop. After 2/3 of the eggs were destroyed by the zombie bear transformed by the black myth, Su Chen decisively called for a halt, murmuring to himself, "That's enough. If all are destroyed, it would easily demoralize the worm troops. Moreover, the remaining 1/3 of the eggs only need to be escorted back by the old, weak, sick, and disabled of the worm troops. 80% of their combat power will still remain with me. These broken eggs are enough to ignite their anger." Su Chen revealed a faint smile. National grievances and personal hatred. Now I can finally bind them all to my war chariot. I am helping you strengthen your resolve to fight against the zombie legion. Do not blame me. After saying this, Su Chen packed all the remaining eggs into his personal world and strode towards the exit, summoning all troops to charge towards the rear of the zombie army. Behind him, the little fox casually threw a fireball, igniting all the supplies of the zombie legion. Seeing what Su Chen had done and hearing his thoughts, the audience was once again shocked. Oh my god, clearly, it was Su Chen who destroyed the eggs, yet he still wants to use them to forge an irreconcilable blood feud between the Worm Clan and the Zombie Legion. This guy has really let himself go. So ruthless, so vicious. I love it. Manipulating both the Zombie Legion and the Worm Clan in the palm of his hand, swaying people's hearts and controlling the battlefield. This is simply a heart demon. This nickname is great. Heart Demon Su Chen. It fits perfectly. The kingdom of Caesar is indeed the battle of the heart demon. And when Su Chen's troops ambushed the zombie legion, everyone clearly saw, the worm troops were retreating step by step. This is bad. The CCTV host frowned tightly, assessing the situation. The Worm Clan is indeed powerful, but their unit type is singular, lacking the diversity of a large army, while the zombie troops are mixed, with both meat shield zombie bears and long-range Naga zombies, as well as the air force of two-headed zombie dragons. Truly a 3-in-1 land, sea, and air force. Su Chen's plan to sandwich the Worm Clan from both sides is likely to fail. Not only that. Professor Shen snorted coldly. In my opinion, Su Chen's judgment is very accurate. This scale worm, the Fire Eater, is definitely a highly intelligent NPC lord. It's being cunning and isn't attacking the camp with full force, it's merely feigning an attack. Oh, why does the professor think so? Because the worms on the battlefield are very sly and refuse to fight desperately. Professor Shen immediately pointed out several details. Look, their formation is a circular formation, not a phalanx or skirmish line. A circular formation is a defensive formation in any tactical system. Their main forces are digging tunnels, clearly preparing to slip away at any moment, so they are getting ready for a retreat. The host sighed. What the professor says is indeed true. This batch of worms is really cunning, lacking the naive charm of the Plush People Resistance Army. Professor Shen shook his head. The Plush People Resistance Army isn't naive, they simply trust our Dragon Kingdom allies unconditionally, so they don't play tricks and are willing to show us their limitless cooperation. But the Worm Clan is truly scheming. But fortunately, Su Chen has the upper hand. The professor smiled. Everyone, hold your breath and focus, just watch Su Chen perform. In the next moment, all the audience saw Su Chen signal Black Wukong to transform into a worm and loudly exclaimed, "Warriors of the worms, the zombie legion has brutally killed most of your children. The remaining ones are under my protection, hurry and gather with me, and together we will slay these vicious executioners." Black Wukong's shriek echoed across the battlefield. The zombies couldn't understand, but all the worms heard it clearly. As the worms were filled with doubt, Su Chen showcased his god-level acting skills. He held a pile of broken worm eggs, climbed onto Black Wukong's head, and with an emotionally charged expression, he wept. "When I reached their warehouse, the zombies were savoring your worm eggs. They actually used your worm eggs as emergency rations." The audience was in stitches. Learning a foreign language is so important. Su Chen is clearly taking advantage of the zombies not understanding, so he can freely dump dirt on their heads. Now, the zombie legion is like yellow mud falling into their pants. It's not shit, but it might as well be. Su Chen's acting is explosive. How did we not notice this kid was such a drama queen before? Indeed, anyone who can become a big streamer is no ordinary person, and Su Chen's performance was indeed effective. Hiss, roar. Despite the language barrier, all the intelligent races that heard the worm's mournful cries could clearly sense the endless sorrow in the sounds. The scale worm, the Fire Eater, also let out a furious roar like a prison warden. Instantly turning red-hot, its entire body was covered in scalding, blinding magma, and its eyeballs turned crimson, bloodshot. No creature could remain calm upon hearing that their children were being used as food. Seeing this, Su Chen timely issued a military order: revenge. We must avenge the children of the worms. Right here. We will fight to the death against the zombies. He deliberately shouted loudly, and at the same time, the 13 guardians of Flower Fruit Mountain had fiercely swung their sacred staffs, charging into the Naga zombie troops, beginning a merciless slaughter. Given that the initial feigned attack by the worm troops was very successful, the zombie legion had set up a classic military formation, the zombie bears in the center as the main assault force, the Naga zombies in the rear as long-range firepower, and the two-headed corpse dragons spread across the flanks as mobile troops and side cover. Thus, there were no protectors in the rear where the Naga zombies were located. The long-range Naga crossbowmen and Naga storm mages were directly slaughtered by Su Chen's summoned army like tigers entering a flock of sheep. The zombie legion also had capable individuals. Heinz, the plague dragon, immediately commanded the two-headed corpse dragon to retreat, attempting to swoop down and kill Su Chen's summoned troops from low altitude. Unfortunately, despite having dragon in their name, the two-headed corpse dragons were merely riding on the coattails of the title. They were not true dragons, but rather stitched-together monstrosities made of corpses and flesh wings, mass-produced in a zombie factory. What Su Chen brought forth was the most powerful ranged force, posing the greatest threat to these bloated and clumsy aerial units. The little fox, relying on the infinite mana attribute, unleashed a barrage of 9-linked forked lightning at the two-headed corpse dragon. A large number of paralysis nets covered the dark mass of the two-headed corpse dragons. The paralysis effect took hold. The two-headed corpse dragons fell one after another, crashing to the ground and turning into mush under the force of gravity. Those two-headed corpse dragons with higher resistance to lightning were also heavily targeted by the dragon skeleton archers and dragon skeleton mages. The momentary explosion of splitting arrows and fireballs resembled a storm of arrows and a meteor shower, inflicting massive casualties on the zombie army. Meanwhile, on the front lines, the frenzied worm troops were mercilessly slaughtering the zombie bears without fear of death. Their advantage lay in their extremely high body temperature, which would kill the invading zombie virus, allowing them to engage in close combat with the zombie bears without fear. All the viewers of the live college entrance exam broadcast couldn't help but shout in excitement. The host and two experts exchanged witty remarks, continuously explaining the fierce battles on the battlefield. Finally, the great battle came to an end. The three elite zombie lords, accompanied by their remnants, fled into the distance. The worm troops and Su Chen's summoned creatures were powerless to pursue because they could fly. Heinz, the plague dragon, lifted Iron Fist Bear Grey and Blade Carlos, disappearing directly into the clouds, while the remaining zombie troops scattered like birds and beasts. No need to pursue, they have already lost their momentum, Su Chen advised the vengeful Fire Eater, who intended to chase after them. He then unloaded the remaining one-third of the worm eggs from the artifact portable world, and said seriously, "When I arrived at the warehouse, only these worm eggs were left. You should prioritize escorting these children back to hatch. There's no need to rush for revenge against the zombie army." The worm lord immediately slowed down, retracting its claws and wailing in pain. "It's all our fault for being lax in our guard, allowing the zombies to take these children. They have become food for the zombies. How despicable. We, the Worm Clan, swear to never coexist with the zombie army." After venting his emotions, he looked deeply at Su Chen, convinced of his sincerity. "You have proven your goodwill through your life and death battle. We, the Worm Clan, are willing to join forces with you and the Furfolk resistance to build a united front." Su Chen's profession panel immediately received a message. "Reminder, you have completed the hidden quest, The Lament of the Worms. Quest evaluation, S. You have successfully broken the temporary zombie camp, defeated the zombie bear Lord Iron Fist Bear Grey, the Naga corpse Lord Blade Carlos, and the two-headed corpse dragon Lord Iron Fist Bear Grey. Moreover, the integrity of the worm troops is over 60%. You will receive an additional 100 points for the college entrance exam. Your reputation in the hidden faction, Fire-Eating Worms, has risen to revered. You have unlocked a series of shopping discounts and recruitment qualifications under the revered reputation." Su Chen looked at the long list of rewards, let out a long sigh, and smiled slightly. Taking risks to fight for life and death has finally paid off. With the extra 100 points, I should have a solid chance against Zheng Concheng in our bet, right? No, I can't be complacent. Su Chen frowned slightly.
glancing at the Naga corpse bodies scattered on the ground, revealing a look of vigilance.
I have to admit, the Naga corpse clan is really powerful.
Their storm mages deal high damage. Fortunately, we ambushed them from behind. Otherwise, the 500 furfolk troops I recruited would have suffered heavy losses. And Zhenkoncheng's Sea Demon Lord can unconditionally turn them into vassal races.
I wonder how many points he has now. He should be doing hidden missions, right? The audience, host, haha. Su Chen's worries are probably unfounded.
The bullet comments immediately turned into a sea of joy. Su Chen is shooting targets in the void. If he knew his enemy had already become the Clown King,
I really don't know what he'd think. Su Chen is still striving against Zheng Koncheng as a hypothetical enemy, unaware that Zheng Koncheng is about to become a father. Oh no, a male mom to a bunch of little spiders. No male mom. No male mom.
World-famous painting, Zheng Koncheng's Journey is the Sea. All the audience began to anticipate the changes Su Chen's battle would bring to the kingdom of Caesar.
Clearly, the fireworms,
spurred by national hatred, were determined to engage in a great battle with the Zombie Legion. Their joining would provide Su Chen or the end of the world anchor base with a brand new troop type, significantly altering the current military power dynamics of both sides.
Su Chen sincerely asked the other party, Lord Worm, you have two choices before you.
The first is to set off immediately to the end of the world anchor base and join the Plush People's resistance. They are currently facing a deadly threat from the Zombie Legion. Of course, our attack on this base has successfully helped reduce some of that threat. I will help you write a letter of introduction. Just hand it to the undying old cat Caesar, and they will trust you.
The second is to accompany me and embark on the path of guerrilla warfare.
The Worm Lord did not hesitate, saying coldly, our blood is burning. Only the heads of the Zombie Legion can cool our magma-like hearts. System prompt, the fireworm troops have joined your team. They are your allies. You have the right to command suggestions, but you must persuade their commander, Scaly Worm, Fire Eater, to follow your orders. The fireworm troop types include 312 rampaging worms, 45 burrowing worms. Su Chen was overjoyed and clasped his hands. With the addition of Lord Fire Eater, our guerrilla warfare team has grown stronger.
Next, we will work together to drive the Zombie Legion out of the third layer of the abyss.
This place will once again become a paradise governed by the Plush People and the worms. This speech deeply resonated with the worms. The Plush People ruled the surface world, while the worms cultivated the underground world. The clear division of power was what they most anticipated. Su Chen immediately flipped through the professional panel to view the attributes of the rampaging worm and burrowing worm troop types. Rampaging worm, troop description, the main combat unit of the fireworm clan,
possessing extremely high health, extremely high defense, extremely fast recovery speed, and the special ability to traverse underground. Attributes, Strength 120, Constitution 200, Agility 120, Spirit 50, Damage type, Physical and Enchanted Fire, Ability 1. Heart of Magma, the fireworm can consume the magma stored within its body, burning itself to enhance its attack and defense by 30%. Once the magma is depleted, it needs to replenish from the magma sea in the Earth's core. Ability 2. Magma Fireball, the fireworm can expel the magma stored within its body,
causing explosive damage to enemies while creating a magma ground that inflicts continuous burning damage to enemies above.
Impressive. It's simply an all-around elite troop. Su Chen swallowed hard, almost dancing with excitement. No wonder it's the ace troop of a hidden faction.
These rampaging worms are simply flawless melee units, high defense,
thick health, fast movement speed, the ability to hide underground in danger, and they possess explosive output and long-range area attack capabilities. No weaknesses at all.
The only flaw is its large size, but this is also its greatest advantage,
as a big size means strong power in siege warfare.
Su Chen looked at the burrowing worms, and these guys turned out to be rare engineers. Their attributes were unimportant, as no commander would be willing to send these precious creatures into battle as cannon fodder.
They possessed a powerful god-level skill, Ability 2.
Worm Impact Drill, the mouthparts of the burrowing worm can transform into a super drill,
allowing it to quickly excavate an underground tunnel for the concealment, evasion, movement,
and ambush of the worm troops.
Experts in tunnel digging. Su Chen looked at the burrowing worms with great satisfaction,
his eyes sparkling. It's a pity that Caesar's kingdom is just a virtual instance. Even if I go to great lengths to obtain these burrowing worms,
I can't bring them back to reality. Otherwise,
the burrowing worms would definitely be worth investing a lot of resources in. They could serve as powerful engineers for a lifetime. Not only was Su Chen amazed by the strength of the two types of the fire-eating worm clan, but the live broadcast room of CCTV was also filled with astonishment. The host exclaimed, "Is this worm impact drill skill fictional in the instance? Or does it exist in reality? This is simply a strategic skill." The two experts exchanged puzzled glances. "Sorry, I don't know either," Professor Shen said sincerely. "If it were the previous year's Caesar's Kingdom instance, I would confidently tell you, it must be fictional, because in my decades of life, I have never seen these creatures, but it is well known that this year's Caesar's Kingdom is a mutated version, re-encoded after incorporating the cognition and memories of the undead old cat, His Excellency Caesar. Yes, who knows what's real and what's fake?" Another expert pondered. "But I personally feel that the fire-eating worm clan must exist in reality, and these skills probably have some processed elements." Professor Shen smiled slightly. "Moreover, the soil of the Yi corpse nest, in the third layer of the abyss is basically fertile volcanic ash, loose soil, and has been cultivated by worms for hundreds of thousands of years, so the underground is already filled with various porous structures. Therefore, drilling in that world is much easier. If we came to our blue star, where solid rocks formed from cooling magma are everywhere, I think the worm impact drill might not be able to drill at all." "That makes sense." While chatting, everyone glanced at Su Chen's troops. After the great battle, they needed to rest. Su Chen took out a batch of fresh beef, purchased in bulk from Blue Star, from the artifact, personal space, and handed it to the worm troops willing to fight alongside him. He then took out a barbecue grill and comfortably started grilling meat on the blood-soaked battlefield, enjoying life. After consecutive battles and sleepless marches, Su Chen himself was extremely exhausted, so he didn't want to immediately expand his gains but rather needed to rest in place. The scale worm, Fire Eater, had unique cooking skills. It directly spat out a molten fireball, skillfully rolling it over the raw beef, turning it into iron ball roast, and then sprinkled some strongly flavored sulfur powder on the beef, indulging in a feast, chewing on the grilled beef. It wore a look of ecstasy. "Oh my, what a delicious taste. Is this the food of another world?" Su Chen glanced at it. "I thought you all ate it raw. After all, we look rather fierce, like barbarians?" The worm lord scoffed. "This is the discrimination from another world, okay? Any intelligent race would choose cooked food over raw, just like if you could lie down, no one would want to stand. Because this is a universal truth, saving energy is the first priority for all living beings. Individuals may vary, but as a group, any race that does not understand how to conserve energy has perished in the long course of evolution and survival. In the words of our worm scientist, this is called natural selection." The worm lord spoke eloquently. Su Chen pondered. "So your civilization has also given birth to Darwin's theory of evolution." "I see." What followed was a battle of wits between the elites of two different world civilizations. They engaged in dialogue, exchanging thoughts from their distinct worlds and civilizations, occasionally delivering clever remarks that left the audience of Blue Star in awe. Meanwhile, Zheng Kongchang was once again showcasing his flair, demonstrating the fierce competitiveness of the college entrance examination comedian. For viewership ratings, he started giving birth to little spiders. It all stemmed from a burp. After taking a big bite of a hamburger patty from his inventory, he let out a satisfied belch. It was this belch that caused a problem. Zheng Kongchang suddenly felt a tickle in his throat, unable to suppress a violent cough, and then coughed out a cute little spider demon with clear, bright eyes. It must be said that despite being a demon, it was adorably silly, especially with those sparkling big eyes, a veritable collection of diamonds, agates, ambers, and pearls. Zheng Kongchang instinctively wanted to stomp it flat, but a wave of innate maternal instinct blossomed in his heart. He instinctively halted his raised foot, gazing in confusion at the little spider demon. Their eyes meeting. Oh no, the little spider demon had 6 eyeballs. To be precise, it was an 8-eyed encounter. Zheng Kongchang's gaze filled with paternal love, and he clearly felt a spiritual connection forming between him and the little spider demon. He couldn't help but pick up the little spider demon, humming softly, "Baby good, baby nice, baby will fight bad guys with daddy." The audience, pfft, this guy has already been mind-controlled by the spider demon. A series of Crimson System prompt texts also appeared on the parent's notification interface in the live broadcast. "Attention, this candidate, Zheng Kongchang, has been affected by the parasitic charm of the spider demon. Favorability towards the spider demon plus 150%.
Warning, all little spider demons parasitizing Zheng Kanqing's body are beginning to hatch. Parents should consider halting the college entrance examination and provide psychological trauma treatment for the candidate. Mutation, given that Zheng Kanqing possesses the hidden profession of Sea Demon Lord, he has a certain degree of pressure control over all marine creatures, and the Spider Demon Lord parasitizing Zheng Kanqing belongs to the sea spider lineage, possessing a weak marine creature bloodline. Additionally, since the spider demons are birthed and hatched by Zheng Kanqing, they share an innate affinity of 50 points. Therefore, Zheng Kanqing has absolute control over the little spider demons. In an instant, all the viewers were dumbfounded. Oh my gosh, it can't be that Zheng Kanqing is really going to turn his luck around, right? No soldiers, no generals, and he just gives birth to a batch himself? These spider demons are all offspring of high-ranking spider demon lords. Definitely a powerful troop. I didn't expect Zheng Kanqing to turn misfortune into fortune, about to become the father of thousands of spiders, commanding a legion of spider demon babies he and the spider queen birthed together. Ha 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 ha. Now I really look forward to Zheng Kanqing's next performance. I didn't expect Zheng Kanqing to turn into a bugman, and to occupy the nest, stealing the spider demon babies from the spider queen. Put, Zheng Kanqing, perhaps having eaten too much, couldn't help but let out a fart. As a result, another little spider demon baby popped out. The second little spider demon baby also looked at its male mom with its sparkling, clear eyes. Zheng Kanqing's face instantly turned the color of pig liver as he belatedly realized everything. At the same time, he couldn't help but think of the viewers watching his college entrance exam livestream, imagining their possible harsh words, and instinctively muttered to himself, I can't have already become a clown on the global internet, right? I'm a handsome and charming man, yet I keep hatching spider demon babies. This must be ruining my image as a male god, right? As soon as he said this, everyone watching the live stream instantly burst into laughter. The CCTV host suddenly raised his right hand, covering his mouth tightly to prevent himself from laughing out loud. If he really couldn't hold it in, it would mean a catastrophic live broadcast accident, and the host would definitely have his salary and bonuses deducted. The experts exchanged glances, rendered speechless by Zheng Kanqing's performance. Meanwhile, the audience didn't care about anything else, pounding their chests and laughing uncontrollably. Yes, you've already been crowned the Clown King, and you really have self-awareness, deeply understanding the thoughts of the silly netizens. Male god? This guy really has no shame. Who dares to say he isn't a male god? The spider demon queen fell in love with him at first sight and immediately expressed her willingness to have little spiders with him. That's simply top-tier charm. After a while, Zheng Kanqing gritted his teeth and made a decision. I actually have the luck to control these spider demon babies. This is a tremendous opportunity. No matter the reason, I now have my own original team. As long as I control them well, I can earn my first pot of gold. Even if I have to be a clown, I will become the Clown King. Ambitious. In the weak water family, his mother, Zhang Lirong, was very pleased. So-called beauty and ugliness are merely temporary concepts, utterly meaningless. Only strength is eternal. What if they are spider demons? As long as they are willing to submit, they can be utilized. Now you can definitely take the route of a bug master, controlling the puppet insect race and counterattacking the kingdom of Caesar. Wu Mengxi also excitedly said, Kanqing finally has a chance to turn things around. Great! Now Su Chen can't monopolize the spotlight. However, Bu Fian calmly reminded them of something, but the newly hatched little spider demons are all in their juvenile state. Only level 1. Zheng Lirong, Wu Mengxi. Their smiles abruptly stopped, frozen on their faces. No juvenile creature could possess combat power immediately after birth. The stronger the race, the more so. For example, human cubs have a long childhood, while dragon cubs can even have a juvenile period lasting up to 100 years. While the weak water family was entangled with Zheng Kanqing's situation, Su Chen had already finished resting and set off on a new journey with 500 plushy rebel troops and a coalition of 357 worms. After completing a hidden mission and gaining an extra 100 points, Su Chen's college entrance exam score had already soared to 609 points, and it would undoubtedly continue to rise rapidly, as Su Chen's team had become stronger. Let's continue to focus on Su Chen. He is very likely to set a new record for exam scores and completion. Expert Shen said expectantly. This snowballing strategy of fighting to gain more fighting power is extremely rare, all thanks to Su Chen's special summon, the giant monkey he nicknamed Black Wukong. Yes, It's simply a universal translator, able to communicate with any race without any language barriers, the host said enviously. As Su-chan's first summon, it is truly versatile. Moreover, it can even create 12 clones, all serving as frontline meat shields. It's just absurd. It's rumored that Su-chan's summon is legendary. What do the experts think? At least legendary. I even think it might be demigod level, Professor Shen said seriously. In fact, I personally believe it has the potential to become a god-level summon. God-level summon? The CCTV host showed a look of shock. I believe all netizens are as curious as I am. From which channel did Su-chan obtain his resources? According to official records, Su-chan's 9 years of compulsory education were all through legitimate student loans. With no fraud involved, everything is clear and traceable. Moreover, all of Su-chan's classmates can attest that initially, Su-chan's first summoner was merely a C-grade macaque. The host's face was filled with astonishment. But what ultimately appeared in the Demon Fortress was that mighty monkey with the 1,000-pound staff, Black Wukong. All the viewers are very curious. How did a C-grade macaque evolve into Black Wukong? Could we ask the two experts to provide some insights? Professor Shen, a highly respected figure, calmly said, on the path of a professional, anything is possible. Who says a poor student can't make a comeback? I do know a few methods for summoning creatures to mutate. I'll share them for everyone's amusement, but they are all rare occurrences with very low probabilities. We're all ears, the host added with a warm smile. Given that most candidates are currently waiting for the second wave of the siege at the End Times anchor base, and Su-chan is in the midst of a tedious march, while the famous comedian Mr. Zheng Kongcheng is still busy hatching little spider demons, trying to assemble a troupe, there's not much to watch, so why not indulge in some entertaining gossip? Oh, is it really appropriate to turn a formal college entrance exam live broadcast into entertainment gossip? The expert chuckled in response. No problem. The host's lips curled slightly. In fact, this year, due to the presence of a star candidate, Su-chan, the ratings have been explosive. Our college entrance exam live broadcast channel has actually surpassed a rating of 5 nationwide, exceeding all entertainment productions. And the most astonishing part is the global viewership. There are a full 40 million viewers from abroad constantly tuning into Su-chan's live channel. Is it really that impressive? Su-chan is actually this level of internet celebrity? Professor Shen was taken aback. I've been in self-media for 40 years, and I only have 5 million followers. Ha ha, perhaps the public just has a special fondness for genius youths. The CCTV host sighed. By the way, my personal media only has 200,000 followers. I can only say that together we still can't compare to Su-chan. Everyone laughed, and the viewers watching the live broadcast felt a bit wistful. Professor Shen quickly adjusted his mindset and sincerely remarked, actually, that's the treatment and benefits Su-chan deserves. After all, we are all too mediocre, with no shocking achievements that could break the Demon Fortress record. Nor have we slaughtered thousands of demons in the Abyss battlefield. No. 037, to gain recognition from the crown of undead disasters. But when it comes to experience and insight, I am confident I surpass Su-chan. So let me guess how a C-grade macaque evolved into Black Wukong. Professor Shen began to speak with a smile. The most likely reason is that Su-chan's parents may have left him a trophy from the Abyss, such as a Demon King crystal or a Heart of the Abyss. After all, Su-chan's parents died heroically on the battlefield for the country. They are martyrs. It's quite normal for them, as former professionals, to leave Su-chan a treasure for protection, right? Professor Shen shrugged. The Demon King crystal can allow a summoned creature to undergo dark evolution, while the Heart of the Abyss can enable a summoned creature to undergo demon transformation. If Su-chan heard Professor Shen's remarks, he would surely be shocked, because it was precisely through the legendary golden attributes from the godly rich system that he granted the C-grade macaque dark evolution, ultimately allowing it to mutate into Black Wukong. The host sighed. Materials like the Demon King crystal, which are of divine quality, haven't appeared for a full 50 years. The last time the Heart of the Abyss appeared was 20 years ago, fetching a sky-high price of 5.3 billion. Professor Shen smiled slightly. So, this is all a series of fortuitous encounters. Additionally, Su-chan may have accidentally awakened a talent while using the summoner job card. The professor said seriously. Some people are just born to be summoners. For example, I heard there is a summoner talent called gene mutation, which allows all of one's summoned creatures to undergo a directional mutation when signing a contract. Mutation, you see, is uncontrollable. It could either strengthen or weaken them.
Perhaps Su-Chen has great luck and happens to mutate a sea-level macaque into a legendary black wukong, the CCTV host asked. Then, is there a possibility that the summoner job card Su-Chen used is actually a hidden job card? A netizen named Chingcho left a message inquiring about this while interacting with our official blog. Chingcho, of course, was Shen Zimo's online ID. He had been obsessed with the ownership of that summoner job card. Thus, Shen Zimo loathed Su-Chen, who took away his opportunity, as well as Zhao Muyu, who was ineffective in his duties. Of course, he had deliberately forgotten a basic fact. Zhao Muyu had reported this matter to him and had privately asked whether to continue raising the price. But Shen Zimo was reluctant to spend extra money, so he decided to give up. The decision-maker should have been him, Shen Zimo, not Zhao Muyu, who merely acted as a secretary and errand runner. Absolutely impossible. Professor Shen scoffed lightly. As far as I know, there has never been a hidden summoner job in the world that can mutate a sea-level macaque into a black wukong. Since it doesn't exist, how can we talk about a hidden job card? Moreover, we have been observing Su-Chen for 48 hours. Professor Shen retorted dismissively to Chingcho. Global audiences have seen with their own eyes, Su-Chen has no skills of any hidden job. What he has displayed are only the most ordinary summoner skills. Furthermore, Su-Chen clearly hasn't learned everything, probably because he doesn't want to invest too many resources in ordinary summoner skills. The CCTV host pondered. So you mean, Su-Chen is still looking for a hidden job that suits him? But another expert interjected. I seem to have noticed that during the battle, when Su-Chen's clothes fluttered, a piece of jewelry was exposed. It looked like a blank job transfer crystal. Shen Zimo in front of the screen felt as if struck by lightning. His body trembled uncontrollably because he had also noticed that when Su-Chen entered the examination hall, he indeed wore an accessory resembling a blank job transfer crystal, which he had seen with his own eyes. So, it turned out that from beginning to end, Su-Chen was just an ordinary summoner and had not taken away his opportunity at all. Shen Zimo's mental support collapsed in an instant. He had thought that if he obtained that opportunity, he would be the center of attention at this moment. But now, it turned out that he and Su-Chen were clearly at the same starting line, attending the same school, and even his family conditions were 1,000 times better than Su-Chen's. Yet he was far inferior to him. Just relying on an ordinary summoner job to achieve today's accomplishments shows that Su-Chen is indeed impressive, perhaps harboring fortuitous encounters we are unaware of. The CCTV host sighed. Perhaps we are truly witnessing the rise of a new star. Speaking of which, I want to share an interesting anecdote. Professor Shen smiled slightly. It is widely rumored online that Su-Chen was turned away from the Hunter Country Military Academy, while the Yanhuang Military Academy was very keen on recruiting him. The host's expression stiffened, and he quietly asked, "Is this something we can talk about? After all, that's the Hunter Country Military Academy, the renowned first military academy of the Dragon Country, the cradle and alma mater of countless heroes." "Oh, it won't be for long," Professor Shen said decisively. "No power is eternal, let alone the title of the first military academy. No one would think that this year the Hunter Country Military Academy could still win the championship in the Global Military Academy competition, right?" Amidst the attention of all the spectators, Professor Shen boldly scoffed. "I'll say it plainly, this year the Hunter Nation Military Academy won't be at the bottom of the grand competition. Even if they win, so be it." The host and another expert were greatly shocked. Is the Hunter Nation Military Academy really that weak now? They were well aware of Professor Shen's other identity, the vice chairman of the Global Abyss Monitoring Agency. Because of his esteemed position, he could disregard the influence and intimidation from the Hunter Nation Military Academy and speak the truth freely. I'll state an extremely simple fact, and you'll realize that the Hunter Nation Military Academy has rotted to the core. Professor Shen snorted coldly. Back when Su-Chen broke the record for the Demon Fortress dungeon and gained worldwide fame, both the Hunter Nation Military Academy and the Yanhuang Military Academy rushed to the Northliang Academy, trying to recruit Su-Chen. However, Professor Shen sneered. No one knows what exactly happened during that time, but the recruitment spot ultimately fell into the hands of another student. I find it hard to imagine that there is really another student in the world who could be better than Su-Chen, so I hurry to check the other student's background. Oh, the only son of a powerful leader, and he never outperformed Su-Chen in grades during his 3 years of high school. Ha ha. The host, another expert. The audience also showed disdain. The Hunter Nation Military Academy should be finished.
Heroes risk their lives to enhance their alma mater's reputation, but they use it to engage in selling positions and profiting instead of nurturing outstanding talent. It's simply despicable. This is a betrayal of the Dragon Nation, Professor Shen disdainfully said. Now, I invite the board members of the Hunter Nation Military Academy to take a good look at Su Chen's performance. I want to ask them, do they regret it now? The host smiled and said, if I remember correctly, there will be new students competing in the Global Military Academy Grand Competition to test how much the universities value their student sources. And no matter which military academy Su Chen joins, he will be a decisive force. Indeed, another expert agreed wholeheartedly. Which new student could defeat Su Chen's giant monkey summon? And who could shake Su Chen's skeleton army? Immediately, many reporters bombarded the news office of the Hunter Nation Military Academy. But the responses were all the same. We do not understand the specific situation, are unclear about the ins and outs, and do not know if there are plans to recruit Su Chen. We regret this. Please contact the relevant personnel. Thank you for your cooperation. The reporters could only laugh helplessly. People could only sigh. The Hunter Nation Military Academy really has poor vision. I hope they can continue to achieve good results in the global grand competition. Understanding, respecting, and blessing. As night fell, Su Chen finished resting and, accompanied by the newly joined worm tribe, set off on a long journey. Meanwhile, the other candidates' end of the world anchor base also faced the second wave of zombie siege. Everyone's attention then focused on the number 1 seed contestant Jitiani, 479 points, and the number 4 seed contestant Moron Shuawu, 537 points. Let us overlook the battlefield and observe the composition of the zombie army. The CCTV host perked up, passionately introducing, all candidates' Caesar's country dungeons are the same, and the attacking zombies are, wow, it's actually a giant zombie, the Crusher. What appeared before the global audience was a terrifying giant zombie standing 5 meters tall, its skin covered in muscle, and its body riddled with dense flesh tumors, looking particularly fierce and horrifying. The Crusher zombie roared as it charged into the battlefield, smashing a boulder beside the trench with a punch, then lifted a piece of rubble high and smashed it down onto the city wall. Bang! The rubble shattered against the city wall, and an unfortunate rebel from the plush people was turned into a sieve by the flying debris. Professor Shen analyzed with a serious expression, the probing attack of the zombie legion has ended, and they are now deploying their true elite forces onto the battlefield. All candidates will face a difficult test. I estimate that after the second wave of the zombie siege, less than 5% of the remaining candidates will survive. Indeed, it's not just the threat of the Crusher leading the charge, there are far more corpse sorcerers, zombie bears, and ghouls behind them than in the first wave. And even, wow, two-headed corpse dragons. The host sighed repeatedly. These candidates are not Su Chen, they simply cannot handle the two-headed corpse dragons. That's right, Professor Shen cautiously warned all the parents. All parents, please pay attention. The two-headed corpse dragons are high attack, high critical danger creatures for the current candidates. A moment's carelessness could lead to your child's untimely death. If they cannot withdraw from the exam in time, please make a decisive choice and press the emergency abandon button. Many viewers, especially foreign ones, couldn't help but question, Su Chen just easily dealt with a large group of two-headed corpse dragons. You so-called experts are underestimating the other candidates, aren't you? They may have high attack, but they're fragile. If Su Chen can quickly kill them, the other candidates should be able to do the same. However, soon this group of skeptics faced a moment of reckoning, when the two-headed corpse dragons launched a surprise attack on the eastern city wall. A large group of level 20 Ratman crossbowmen shot into the sky, trying to intercept them. Most candidates also realized the threat these creatures posed and rushed to the eastern city wall, coordinating with the Velvet People's resistance forces to launch a siege. But when their crossbow bolts struck the bodies of the two-headed corpse dragons, clang, 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 the crisp sound of metal clashing echoed, like the wailing of death, announcing the fate of this group of defenders. What? Unable to break their defense? All the viewers were horrified, and all the candidates turned pale. Professor Shen calmly explained, quickly answering their questions, the two-headed corpse dragons, since their name contains the word dragon, means the dragon scales were added during their creation in the zombie factory. Unfortunately, the weak arrows of the Ratman crossbowmen cannot penetrate the dragon scales of the two-headed corpse dragons. So, many candidates will meet their end. As soon as the professor's words fell, the two-headed corpse dragons unleashed a massive cloud of plague poison.
enveloping the anchor base of the apocalypse. A large number of velvet people were poisoned, their health dropping like a dam bursting, quickly dwindling to just one last drop of health. That is the signature move of the two-headed corpse dragon, deadly poison. Professor Shen's voice was calm. It has a remarkable effect on living beings, with a terrifying health drop rate of about 50 points per second. If you do not possess dispel abilities, your health will rapidly drop to 1 point. Of course, deadly poison is not lethal, you can still survive on that last drop of health. The host sighed. I see now, everyone was deceived by Su Chen's overwhelming slaughter. The two-headed corpse dragons are indeed formidable, worthy of being a high-level unit dominating the third layer of the abyss. Professor Shen nodded. Su Chen's fox summon can unleash a wide-range paralysis effect with its 9-linked forked lightning, causing the two-headed corpse dragons to crash and die. And his skeleton soldiers are not flesh and blood, thus unaffected by deadly poison. So, everyone misunderstood the strength of the two-headed corpse dragons. Although the two-headed corpse dragons are soft targets for the top students, they are deadly monsters for the underachievers. An insurmountable wall. Another expert lamented. This is a microcosm of the gap between geniuses and mediocrities in the era of universal job changes. Professor Shen wholeheartedly agreed. Geniuses can conquer high-difficulty dungeons early on, thus earning rich rewards and acquiring luxurious equipment, allowing them to easily tackle even stronger dungeons and obtain higher-level gear. This creates a snowballing positive cycle. Ordinary professionals, on the other hand, first struggle to obtain dungeon passes, often having only 2 opportunities for basic dungeon exploration in a year. Due to their weak skills and poor equipment, the returns from clearing a dungeon, after deducting the costs of potions and equipment wear, are often minimal or even negative, making it impossible to improve their skills and gear, and they may even need to sell off equipment to buy potions and scrolls. Professor Shen shook his head. This is an increasingly dire vicious cycle. Thus, the Matthew effect of the strong getting stronger and the weak getting weaker has become the main theme of this era. In their commentary, a large number of candidates were defeated by the two-headed corpse dragon and had no choice but to withdraw from the college entrance examination, settling for evaluations and scores. Those who reached this stage mostly had a guaranteed score of 400 plus, enough to get into an ordinary university. Candidates who could survive the second wave of the zombie siege would be favored by various military academies. Let's focus on Ji Tianyi, the number 1 seed, who seems to be in trouble. The CCTV host suddenly raised his voice, looking shocked. Could it be a Black Swan event, where the number 1 seed crashes? Everyone turned to look, only to see Ji Tianyi's machine gunners retreating under the attack of the two-headed corpse dragon. In fact, casualties had already begun to appear in succession. This candidate, who possessed the hidden class, Divine Machine Strategist, looked utterly flustered, and could only say he was incredibly unlucky. Originally, upon seeing the two-headed corpse dragon land on the East City Wall, he immediately made a choice: abandon the East City Wall and wait for the undead old cat, Caesar, to rescue him. Even if it meant using his ultimate move, demon-repelling Sacred Flame, it was all the same to him. But what a coincidence! When the East City Wall collapsed, the Plush People's Resistance Army fell apart like a landslide, and many troops began to scatter and flee. Survival is human nature, no one can blame the retreating soldiers. After all, resistance becomes meaningless in the face of invulnerable monsters. A group of rat archers infected with mighty poison fled in a panic and ended up near Ji Tianyi's 500 machine gunners. Ji Tianyi's face turned green at that moment because it was well known that mighty poison was a plague-type skill that could spread. Coincidentally, Ji Tianyi's machine gunners were in perfect formation, neatly lined up on the city wall, standing very close together, making them the best targets for infection. The outcome was predictable. In the blink of an eye, over 100 machine gunners were left with low health due to the mighty poison and were then instantly killed by the remaining zombie forces. Ji Tianyi's painstakingly nurtured machine gunner unit, which he had cared for nearly 60 hours, was slaughtered by the two-headed corpse dragon in just 3 minutes, losing 129 men. The host lamented. It's like you've worked hard to oil and maintain your bicycle, only for someone else to just stand up and pedal it. Ji Tianyi must be feeling utterly crushed. Ha! It was already a difficult task for him to train 500 level 1 machine gunners by himself in such high-intensity combat. Another expert remarked, not surprised. This sudden incident, while seeming accidental, was actually inevitable. The bloody battlefield has never been a game, it is filled with all sorts of random events.
I think Tianyi was a bit too presumptuous. Indeed, he was too superstitious about his own abilities, which is why he lost so badly. Professor Shen chuckled, but I believe that once he is no longer hindered by those 500 machine gunners, the true power of the divine machine strategist will be unleashed. Well, we'll see about that later. Let's watch the performance of the number 4 seed, Murong Shuewu. The host showed a look of surprise. She actually has such a hidden skill? Wow, that's truly amazing. It was then that Murong Shuewu, after activating the singer skill, did not stay on the city wall to sing, but instead ran to the east city wall and performed a captivating dance. The singer not only had various supportive songs but also a mesmerizing dance. As everyone knows, the dragon race has a difficult-to-speak characteristic called dragon nature is inherently lustful. So when they saw the stunningly beautiful Murong Shuewu, under the enhancement of the singer's skill, performing an enchanting dance, the two-headed corpse dragons, who were completely resistant to beauty, were collectively entranced. They charged fiercely towards their own kind, colliding with the giant zombie, the Crusher. Thus, Murong Shuewu achieved a great victory. Her fiery and explosive enchanting dance made male viewers around the world drool, instantly becoming a sensation online. After the second wave of the siege ended, everyone's scores were immediately refreshed. Tianyi, 579 points. He only earned the minimum score of 100 points. Murong Shuewu, 667 points. She perfectly won the victory and thus received extra points. Zhang Kongcheng, 159 points. The CCTV host rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Zhang Kongcheng was deducted 100 points. Could it be that? That's right. In his Caesar's Kingdom instance, the anchor of the Apocalypse base must have fallen, and since he fled, he will naturally be penalized with a deduction of 100 points. Professor Shen casually shrugged. There's nothing strange about that, right? From start to finish, Zhang Kongcheng contributed not a single bit to defending the city. Moreover, the undying old cat even used the holy flame of exorcism's ultimate move to save him earlier. That's true. The host cleared his throat. It's really lamentable that the second seed, as the Sea Demon Lord, Zhang Kongcheng, ended up with such a breathtakingly low score. Don't be too quick to draw conclusions. Professor Shen said seriously. There's a saying that goes, what is lost in the east is gained in the mulberry fields. After abandoning the anchor of the apocalypse, Zhang Kongcheng has acquired a loyal spider demon army with a loyalty of 100% as his original base, and he is about to reach the sea. Those who mock Zhang Kongcheng as the Clown King should be careful. He might return as a king and slap everyone here in the face. I hope Zhang Kongcheng can regroup, but what I'm most worried about now is, could it be that Su Chen was also deducted 100 points? The host suddenly reminded everyone. Don't forget, he also did not participate in defending the city. This time, there were both the giant zombie, Crusher, leading the siege and the fierce two-headed corpse dragon army launching a surprise attack. Well, let's see Su Chen's score. The next moment, the host was dumbfounded, and the two experts seemed to tremble as if they were having a fit. A bright red score jumped on the screen. Far ahead, 709 points. Su Chen still held the top position. Far ahead, and he even gained 100 points without doing anything. Quick, please replay how Su Chen defended the anchor of the apocalypse base. Professor Shen looked incredulous, unable to imagine how such a strange result could occur. The host was already communicating through the earpiece with the broadcasting room. Please wait. The director is replaying, and Su Chen's previous score was 609 points, which has now increased by exactly 100 points, meaning Su Chen, like Tianyi, has cleared the second wave of zombie siege but performed poorly, so he only received the minimum 100 points, unlike Murong Shuewu who received extra points. Truly strange. Su Chen never returned to the city, yet the anchor of the apocalypse base miraculously survived. Another expert exclaimed in disbelief. What significance do the other candidates' hard-fought battles have then? Everyone was eagerly waiting for the video replay. The mystery was soon unveiled. Why is there no two-headed corpse dragon in Su Chen's, Caesar's Kingdom, dungeon? The number of zombie bears is also quite low. Could it be that Su Chen and the Fireworm clan attacked that camp? Which is the main force assaulting the end of the world anchor base? I remember Su Chen annihilated a large group of two-headed corpse dragons. After the experts discussed, they reached a clear conclusion. Yes, Su Chen took out the most troublesome two-headed corpse dragons first, which is why the end of the world anchor base is so secure and wasn't successfully ambushed. the CCTV host added. Not only that, the second wave of zombie troops attacking the city, due to the lack of two-headed corpse dragons and zombie bears, had a very unscientific composition. The defending Ratmen crossbowmen were able to unleash all their firepower on the giant zombies' heads, quickly killing all these giant zombies that were originally a huge threat. This is probably what they call the butterfly effect, Professor Shen remarked with emotion. Su Chen's actions in sweeping the nearby zombie camps were indeed effective. He successfully cleared a large batch of potential zombie forces, thus winning the end of the world anchor a breather. His special forces tactics worked. The enemy's living forces have been crushed, and the zombie legion besieging the end of the world anchor is collapsing. The audience finally resolved their doubts and were left in awe. No wonder he can break the record for the Demon Fortress dungeon. Su Chen always finds a unique path, bringing hope to high-difficulty dungeons. Now, it's time for the leaders of the Hunter Nation Military Academy to sweat profusely. Likes poured in like a tide, and honors came rushing in. Su Chen was once again met with unanimous enthusiasm from netizens worldwide, and everyone witnessed the terrifying power of a summoner's one-man army for the first time. Soon, when everyone refocused on Su Chen's perspective, they discovered that this guy was about to strike it rich again. Amidst the volcanic ash ravaging during the plague season, Su Chen was riding on the neck of the scale worm, the fire eater, hidden within its neck plates. The bone plates served as a windbreak for Su Chen, providing immense comfort. They marched on and quickly reached a steep pass, where a large group of zombie legions was engaged in fierce battle in the basin below. I smell the stench of the fungal beasts. This zombie legion is actually the direct force of the witch Lilith, the fungal beast guard. The worm lord suspiciously introduced to Su Chen. They usually guard the tomb of the witch Lilith, never leaving their post. Why have they come out now? Su Chen replied casually. Perhaps they want to go to the end of the world anchor base to completely eradicate the fuzzy people's resistance. After all, in the third layer of the abyss, the fuzzy people's resistance is the strongest and most active force. To annihilate them in one fell swoop, temporarily abandoning the protection of the tomb is undoubtedly worth it. Besides, the witch Lilith isn't truly dead, her true form is merely sealed, and the tomb is just a facade. He shrugged. An empty tomb has little value in guarding. True. The worm lord nodded and pleaded. Can you tell me which tribe the warriors fighting the fungal beast guard come from? I can't see them, nor can I hear or smell them. The worms had poor eyesight because they were a race that thrived underground, living in darkness for so long that their vision had long since degraded. Su Chen rubbed his hands together. Another native of the third layer of the abyss like you, the sacred beetle tribe. So it's them. I thought all the sacred beetles had been slaughtered by the zombie legion. The worm lord's eyes widened, and he immediately suggested, the sacred beetle tribe has strong ranged attack capabilities and is very good at siege warfare. Let's hurry and rescue them, then invite them to join our alliance. Alright, but let's not be hasty. Those fungal beast guards seem quite formidable. We need to proceed with caution. Su Chen readily agreed with the strategic suggestion of the scale worm, fire eater, but felt the tactics were still up for debate. His first thought was, given that the Scarab tribe has a complete and numerous military force, if we directly intervene to rescue them, who will have the final say when the three parties form an alliance in the future? Based on the simple principle of whoever has the bigger fist gets to call the shots, the Scarab tribe would undoubtedly dominate over Su Chen and the Fireworm clan. Of course, this line of thought couldn't be shared openly. He couldn't let the Worm Lord hear it. Su Chen merely offered a calm reason. We are outnumbered and cannot afford to lose. After all, the fungal beast guards are extremely powerful, and a slight misstep could lead to our total annihilation. Moreover, the Scarab tribe may not necessarily be our allies. Who can say that the enemy of my enemy will definitely be my friend? For example, when wolves and tigers are locked in a life and death struggle, which of them can a passing sheep befriend? The scale worm, fire eater, was taken aback, then nodded like a chick pecking at rice. That makes sense. We should watch from the sidelines and be the fisherman who profits from the clam fight. The audience sighed in unison. Su Chen is puaing you. Worm, how can you, a high-ranking lord, be so easily deceived? I say, Lord Scale Worm, don't you find this scene familiar? Back then, Su Chen also watched you fight against the zombie legion, which led to your heavy losses. This kid Su Chen is too skilled with words, always tricking these country bumpkin bugs. Sigh, they are too reclusive, coiling up in underground caves every day. This is classic nerds being fooled by socialites. However, just as the audience was lamenting, the scale worm, Fire Eater suddenly said, back then, when you saw us battling the zombies, were you also just standing by? Su Chen was stunned, meeting the Worm Lord's gaze, a pair of innocent, pitch-black eyes, clear and bewildered, 3 pairs of deep, yellow eyes, profound and unfathomable. An unspoken silence spread between them. The CCTV college entrance examination channel was also dead silent, the host and 2 experts exchanging glances, struggling to hold back laughter, afraid to speak lest they break the spell. Meanwhile, the bullet comments had turned into a sea of revelry. Caught off guard. Su Chen is speechless. This kid's trick has been seen through. After all, he is a high IQ NPC. Upon seeing a familiar scene, he would definitely feel a sense of déjà vu. The moment to truly test Su Chen has arrived. How will he trick this fierce warrior? If he doesn't handle it well, the alliance might split. To everyone's surprise, Su Chen boldly admitted, of course, if it were you, wouldn't you just stand by? At that time, I didn't even know you, and frankly, my friend, you worms look quite terrifying. I took a long time to figure out who was the enemy and who was the friend. The scale worm, Fire Eater, chuckled in disbelief, nodding without a hint of resentment. True, our aesthetic is still too advanced for your weak human tastes. You can't appreciate the beauty of fierce violence. I've heard that your human race is into the beauty of pretty boys. TSK. I'm curious how your race has survived without being wiped out by the abyss. Su Chen, the CCTV trio, the Dragon Kingdom audience. After a long pause, Su Chen sighed, lies don't hurt, but the truth is a sharp knife. My friend, your sarcasm leaves me speechless. But to be honest, this is an outdated aesthetic. Ever since the Abyss invasion, our human race has continued to revere strong men and respect the powerful. The pretty boys have basically been completely devoured by the demons, and their fans are also unlikely to survive into the new era. And now the weakest, most effeminate internet idol. Su Chen racked his brain, suddenly froze, and exclaimed, I #UN%*. It seems like it's me. Poof, poof, poof. On the CCTV live broadcast channel, the host and 2 experts couldn't hold back and burst into laughter together. My challenge to not laugh has failed. I didn't expect this college entrance examination to be so hilarious. The host sighed in frustration. According to our CCTV rules, that laugh just now will cost me a 1,000 yuan bonus. But I have to say, Su Chen's expression of sudden realization, that serious conclusion he reached after deep thought, was just too funny. Professor Shen added, we really should let Zheng Concheng be the Joker and Su Chen the straight man to promote our Dragon Kingdom's traditional culture of crosstalk. These 2 guys truly have a natural comedic gene. Another expert chuckled. I have to admit, Su Chen is quite self-aware. Indeed, among the highly followed internet celebrities, he has the lowest level at only level 20. Truly the weakest. As for whether he is the most effeminate, that's subjective. This kid is indeed handsome and not rugged, fitting the image of a refined and intelligent strategist. Meanwhile, Su Chen spoke earnestly to the Worm Lord. Don't worry, I understand your concerns, and I can guarantee you this, now that we have formed an alliance, I will treat you with the respect due to an ally. In the upcoming battle to save the sacred beetle tribe, you will see my sincerity. Alright, the fire-eating worm looked deeply at him and fell silent. Netizens couldn't help but speculate about what Su Chen's sincerity might be. The CCTV host asked, what do the 2 experts think about Su Chen's sincerity? Professor Shen, please go first. After sipping some cool water, Professor Shen smiled lightly. It's hard to guess. From what I see, it's likely that Su Chen has a lot of resources in his artifact, the world in a bag, that he can share with them. Or perhaps Su Chen is willing to share command of the sacred beetle tribe with this worm lord. Another expert speculated. Could it be that Su Chen is willing to let his precious summoned creatures take the lead as meat shields for the fire-eating worms? That would certainly demonstrate his sincerity towards his allies. The next moment, the fire-eating worms turned pale, and the audience's mouths twitched, because Su Chen's sincerity turned out to be that he personally entered the fray, acting as cannon fodder and a meat shield, charging to the front lines against the sacred beetle and fungal beast guards. The fire-eating worms looked at each other, deeply moved, because Su Chen, as a weak summoner, was actually willing to lead the charge, unhesitatingly bringing his troops into battle and entrusting their backs to the Worm Clan. What trust this was! What sacrifice this was! But the netizens were all too clear. Su Chen had the magic shield.
And he was suspected to have extremely high magical power. He was a super magic type MT, better able to withstand skills and take damage than anyone else. Ah, the fire-eating worms are so naive. They've been fooled by Su Chen. Look at how moved they are. They've fallen for Su Chen's trick. They have no idea that there's a legendary skill called Magic Shield in the world, which can lead a professional down a path called Magic Defense Core. If I didn't know Su Chen and wasn't aware of his tricks, and then saw a white-clad summoner charging forward, leading the way, looking like 1,000 troops and horses avoiding the white robe, I would probably be completely awed and submit to his kingly aura. Experience is truly important. The naive worms from another world have suffered because of their lack of knowledge. Soon, Su Chen's summon troops were engaged in fierce combat with the fungal beast guards. Moreover, Su Chen had transformed Black Wukong into those massive fire-breathing holy beetles, calling out to them, "Comrades of the holy beetles, we are also the rebels fighting against the zombie legion to the bitter end. Please do not give up the resistance. We have come to support you. Please flank them with us and crush this batch of fungal beasts." The holy beetle tribe suddenly stirred. An ancient white-bearded beetle, its shell engraved with archaic runes, trembled as it emerged from the ground, standing tall like a small rocky fortress. It was none other than the elder of the holy beetle tribe, Explosive Beetle, the armored one. "Thank you, travelers from another world, powerful summoner friends, and our friendly neighbors from the underground, the fire-eating worms. Your kindness will forever be engraved on the elytra of every holy beetle. Your grace will always be remembered on the exoskeleton of every holy beetle." The elder of the holy beetles was extremely excited and enthusiastic. Of course, any leader of a race, when faced with life and death, would display the same expression upon receiving unexpected support. Su Chen replied calmly, "Elder, there's no need for pleasantries. Please give it your all and join us in exterminating the fungal beasts." "Alright, we will launch a full counterattack and coordinate with you to flank the enemy." The elder's mouthparts trembled, and a strange buzzing spread through the air. All the holy beetles immediately crouched down, their mouthparts transforming into scorching cannon barrels, firing volleys of molten magma projectiles at the fungal beasts. Boom! The holy beetles' bombardment was incredibly precise, as their bases were embedded in the ground, providing exceptional stability. In an instant, the fungal beast guards suffered heavy losses, caught off guard by the holy beetles' assault. Su Chen was overjoyed. The long-range output of this holy beetle tribe is terrifying. They are like a group of human cannons, so violent, perfectly solving our firepower shortage. The audience watched in astonishment. It was their first encounter with the holy beetle species. After all, none of the textbooks from 9 years of compulsory education had ever recorded them. The CCTV host couldn't help but ask, "Two experts, please forgive my ignorance. Are holy beetles a fictional species or do they actually exist? I have never heard of them before. Is this reasonable?" Professor Shen replied seriously. According to a rare ancient text, Encyclopedia of Endangered Abyssal Creatures, it is recorded that holy beetles were nearly exterminated by the witch Lilith 200 years ago, even to the point of extinction. Because they possess powerful long-range bombardment capabilities, they were feared by the zombie legion. But it is well known that the witch Lilith has never been interested in exterminating species. She must have captured holy beetles for research purposes, Professor Shen asserted. So I believe that at least the witch Lilith has kept a batch of holy beetles to preserve their genetic samples and for live experiments. Additionally, holy beetles can survive in the depths of the third layer of the abyss. A species that can adapt to extremely harsh environments is hard to wipe out. Professor Shen smiled slightly. Therefore, I am more inclined to believe that these holy beetles are NPCs added by the immortal old cat, Caesar, based on his memories. Yes, there should indeed be a batch of holy beetles in the current corpse nest. Another expert corroborated, because in recent years, the Ministry of Commerce of the Dragon Kingdom has frequently imported holy beetle shields from the Velvet People's Resistance. These large shields are forged from the exoskeletons of holy beetles. While they were discussing, under the cover of the holy beetles' booming artillery, Su Chen's summoned troops and the fire-eating worm clan had fiercely penetrated the rear of the fungal beast guards. This time, it was yet another brutal bloodbath that opened the audience's eyes. The fungal beast guard, as a valiant force loyal to the witch Lilith, possesses an exceptionally well-rounded composition of troops and a terrifying recovery ability. Being fungal beasts, they only need to continuously consume nutrient solution to quickly heal wounds and restore health. The giant fungal beasts stand at the forefront of the army, using hardened caps as shields. The mutated spore shooters, a special variant of the fungal beasts,
can spray countless spore bullets, and once these spores come into contact with the holy beetles, they generate vast carpets of slime mold that erode their shells. There are also whirlwind fungal beasts, whose mushroom heads can rotate to provide lift, allowing them to soar into the air, dive towards enemies, and drop spore bombs. However, as a biochemical force that is half fungus and half animal, viruses fear being sterilized by fire. Fungi thrive in damp and shady environments, fearing burning. In short, they are extremely afraid of fire and light. Therefore, the bombardment from the holy beetles is highly effective against the fungal beast army, and the magma bombs from the fireworms, as well as the flame arrows from Suchan's dragon skeleton archers, can also cause tremendous damage. After a brutal battle, they finally defeated the fungal beast guard and won this battle. Under Suchan's diligent command, only 13 fireworms were lost, but 109 were severely injured. However, Suchan had brought plenty of healing supplies, which he had donated to the Fuzzy People's resistance, so this batch of severely injured fireworms could be fully healed back at the anchor base of the apocalypse. Among Suchan's own summoned creatures, 9 dragon bone skeleton archers and 15 dragon bone skeleton mages were lost. He could only summon some ordinary skeleton soldiers on the spot to replenish his forces, which caused a decline in combat power, but there was no other choice. Overall, Suchan did not suffer a loss, as the holy beetle tribe was preserved. An elder exploding bug, the armored one, was grateful and agreed to join the anti-zombie alliance. Lord Suchan, Lord Scaleworm, your life-saving grace is unforgettable, said the honest and simple elder of the holy beetle tribe sincerely. Our holy beetle clan believes in the truth of repaying even a drop of kindness with a fountain of gratitude. If you hadn't come today, we would have been completely annihilated. Therefore, we are willing to fight for you. Ding! Holy Beetle Tribe Exploding Bug Clan has joined your faction. Dungeon System Notification: you have absorbed the membership of 2 independent forces, meeting the basic conditions for establishing a dominant faction. Would you like to establish a faction that belongs solely to you? Yes/no. Note: after establishing a faction, you will have the power of independent diplomacy with the Fuzzy People's resistance, equal voice with the undead old cat Caesar, and your legendary reputation will spread to the 3rd layer of the abyss, possessing a certain deterrent effect against other zombie legions. Suchan looked at this series of notifications, lost in thought. Outside the dungeon, viewers watching the college entrance examination live broadcast who saw this series of notifications were all in an uproar. Oh my god. No way. Suchan actually has the qualifications to establish himself as king in Caesar's kingdom? With 2 intelligent races willing to become vassals, Suchan indeed has the basic conditions to be king. Wait. The guy came to watch the college entrance exam live broadcast. Why is the narrative suddenly shifting to Suchan becoming an emperor? Is this normal, folks? Others' college entrance exams, being exploited by NPCs, working like a servant, fearing they might die and lose points affecting their final evaluation. Suchan's college entrance exam, calling out from a height. The native inhabitants of the abyss gather in response, donning the yellow robe, supporting him as the overlord of the corpse nest. The CCTV host was also somewhat speechless, coughing. It seems that Suchan has walked a unique path in the college entrance examination that has never been seen before. I can only say, it's truly eye-opening. I want to ask the experts, has there been a similar situation before? Of course there has, Professor Shen declared firmly. This has never been an unprecedented matter. Don't forget, our second seed player, Zhang Kongchang, comes from the Ruoxue family, and his 2 predecessors were once crown kings in this instance. Another expert added with a smile, the Sea Demon Lord is both a hidden profession and a hidden title. When you only have 1 vassal tribe, you are merely a lord. But what if you recruit 2 or even 3 vassal tribes? The lord can be elevated to a hegemon. Yes, the previous Sea Demon Lords often had the 3 major forces of the Naga undead, the sea monsters, and the Dark Reef prisoners. Professor Shen sighed. Thus, relying on the hegemon status and the 3 vassal tribes, they could effortlessly seize the top spot in the college entrance examination, easily crushing the other candidates. The host was taken aback and asked in confusion, so, does Zhang Kongcheng still have a chance to return as a king? Although the Naga undead can no longer be conquered by him, the sea monster tribe and the exiled prisoners of the Dark Reef should still be influenced by the Sea Demon Lord, right? Professor Shen shook his head. Impossible. Because the sea monsters live in deep water areas, and the Dark Reef exists in the oceanic regions, without the help of the Naga undead. How can Zheng Kongcheng reach the deep waters and the ocean? Is he going to swim across with just his strength? The host replied, I see. I thought there was a chance to salvage Zheng Kongcheng's exam results. Hey, you seem a bit biased, as a host. You have the suspicion of favoritism, Professor Shen teased. The CCTV host replied seriously, yes, I have been captivated by Su Chen's outstanding performance. I am now his fan. I even followed his livestream during my lunch break and gifted him to join his fan club. As for Zheng Kongcheng, who is both Su Chen's nemesis and rival in love, we fans firmly oppose him. Ha ha, just kidding, please don't take offense. Although the host was joking, Zhang Lirong was visibly upset. The current head of the Ruoshui family, like a shrew, shouted angrily, Su Chen is stealing our Ruoshui family's battle tactics. The path of the hegemon has always been our exclusive strategy. Su Chen is clearly trying to take advantage of the Sea Demon Lord. He should apologize. The guests exchanged glances, thinking, I wonder, does the college entrance examination strategy even have copyright? You Ruoshui family can't say others aren't allowed to copy homework, right? It doesn't have copyright. There are issues. There are responsibilities. Wu Mengxi and Bu Fian, mother and daughter, also looked at each other, speechless. They both felt that Zhang Lirong had lost her mind. Meanwhile, Su Chen was contemplating and made a decision. Okay, I announced the establishment of a brand new force, the Abyss Avengers. We will cooperate with the Rugmin resistance to fight against the zombie legions and oppose the Witch Lilith. All those willing to dedicate themselves to the great cause of indigenous independence and resisting the Abyss invasion are welcome to join. After the announcement, Su Chen chose a black flag as the symbolic battle flag of the Abyss Avengers. After Su Chen spoke decisively, all summoned creatures, fire-eating worms, scarab beetles, and the uniforms of 500 Rugmin resistance members all turned a uniform black, corresponding to the color of the battle flag. Uniform clothing is one of the symbols of establishing a force. Revenge. Kill all the zombies. Destroy the Witch Lilith. The scale worm, fire eater, roared to the sky. Revenge. Drive all the abyss demons out of our ancient homeland. The explosive worm, Armored One, passionately responded. Then, all the insect tribe members lifted Su Chen high. Su Chen, our king, please lead us to slaughter the 10 zombie legions, destroy their factories, and make the insect tribe great again. Okay. Su Chen hesitated for a moment but didn't want to dampen the mood, so he readily agreed. After all, this was just a trivial simulation copy, not a real ascension to the throne. And he hadn't truly united all the native inhabitants of the corpse nest. The netizens laughed and shook their heads, expressing their sentiments. Here we go. Su Chen knows how to create a show. His college entrance exam has turned into an entertainment stage. It's explosive. Old buddy 666. Su Chen has really dominated the college entrance exam copy. Next, he'll establish a nation, claim sovereignty, and create the first empire of the insect race. What an unexpected twist. It feels like the college entrance exam has lost its meaning for Su Chen. What use is the Dragon Kingdom's exam to a ruler from another world? At this moment, Elder Beetle, the bug exploder, provided another piece of information. In the northwest direction of our camp, there exists a solitary city of the Rong people. They have been abandoned for a full 15 years. Yet those Rong people have steadfastly held their ground, standing tall and refusing to surrender until death. My lord, we can absorb them under our banner and seek revenge against the abyss together. Is that so? Su Chen's eyes lit up. Then I can't just ignore it, I must lend a hand. Cough cough. I absolutely do not want to go to that royal city to ascend the throne. Host? Audience? You little rascal. You just said I. Your motives are not pure. As Su Chen, the fire worm troops, and the beetle troops marched towards the solitary city of the Rong people, gathering into an unstoppable tide of steel. The third wave of siege by the other surviving candidates was about to begin. Let's follow the usual practice and review the composition of the troops that will launch the siege, to assess and remind the candidates and parents of the risks they face. The CCTV host frowned, signaling the AI system to survey the smoke-filled base. Professor Shen counted the troops one by one. The giant zombie, Crusher, is leading as always. The ranged corpse demon troops are also present. And, the fungal beast guard? His expression suddenly turned strange, and he couldn't help but say, I mean, this batch of fungal beast guards can't possibly be the one Su Chen wiped out, right? So, Su Chen has once again preemptively broken the main force of the siege? Let's switch the screen and see if there are any fungal beast guards attacking the city in Su Chen's, Caesar's kingdom.
The CCTV broadcasting team immediately switched.
Sure enough, the host exclaimed, "Look, Su Chen's end of the world anchor base is completely different from others.
There are only some crushers and corpse demons. This troop composition is too singular."
Right? Where are the other troops?
If it's just like this, the undying old cat Caesar and the Rome People's Resistance Army will easily hold their ground.
No doubt about it.
The audience finally caught on and couldn't help but ask, the real strategy for this year's college entrance exam copy can't be to abandon the end of the world anchor base and actively attack, taking out the living forces of the zombie army one by one.
Can it? Has Su Chen already seen through everything, so he took the initiative to attack? He's too far-sighted. Even the CCTV expert team is shocked. The Gigi I'm following is indeed a dragon among men. Everyone, defend the best Gigi in the world. Professor Shen, however, said, Su Chen clearly can't predict everything to such an extent. My reasoning is simple. The electronic map given to him by Caesar does not mark the locations of the Beetle tribe and the solitary city. Su Chen encountering them clearly has a certain element of luck. Of course, luck is also a part of strength. That's beyond doubt. I prefer to believe that Su Chen is already prepared for the fall of the end of the world anchor base. He not only has plan A but also plan B, the professor said calmly. After all, you see, Su Chen has already gathered a formidable army under his command. There are both rampaging worms and burrowing worms, serving as the frontline meat shield MT. There are also holy armor cannon bugs and holy armor fire-breathing bugs, acting as ultra-long-range and mid-range DPS. Meanwhile, there's Medusa, who has transitioned to a soul priest, providing battle song auras, and on top of that, there are 100 panda spear throwers and 400 crazy rat crossbowmen, all collectively leveled up to level 11 as the living force. Not to mention Su Chen and his 13 guardians of Flower and Fruit Mountain, along with 100 skeleton soldiers. Professor Shen sighed. In my eyes, that little fox capable of unleashing 9-linked paralyzing lightning can provide wide area control all by itself, making it a strategic level unit. After counting them up like a treasured collection, he smiled. With such a strong foundation, even if the anchor base of the apocalypse falls and 300 points are deducted, Su Chen can still harvest massive exam scores in the dungeon and ultimately emerge as the top scorer. The host nodded in agreement. When one's strength reaches Su Chen's level, no matter how you choose, you can win. It's just a matter of how you win. That's the essence of a strong person. As everyone marveled, the third wave of zombie siege for the college entrance examination finally began to unfold. All the spectators were dumbfounded to see the mycelium beast guard swept away almost all the surviving candidates with ease. A large number of candidates chose to abandon the exam, either actively or passively. These mycelium beasts are so powerful. Watching Su Chen slaughter them, I thought they were just ordinary minions. Many spectators expressed similar sentiments, wide-eyed. What they witnessed was an extremely brutal elimination scene, when the candidates' arrows and elemental attacks hit the mycelium beasts. Although they lost health bit by bit, the beasts simply poured nutrient solution over their heads or washed their hands, immediately absorbing it, and then their health began to soar wildly. The rate of health recovery far exceeded the rate of health loss. Thus, the candidates felt despair and could only give up in defeat. Professor Shen provided a professional evaluation. Viewers, do not measure the mycelium beast guard by Su Chen's strength. They are known as the strongest unit of the third layer of the abyss. And this is not just empty boasting. I remember they are often reverently referred to in folklore as the liquid soap war god or the shampoo war god, because their recovery ability is incredibly cheap and has no cooldown. Indeed, normally, all recovery potions are quite expensive and cannot be used continuously, another expert added. But as long as the mycelium beasts have nutrients and moisture, they can complete a cell division in 0.2 seconds, replacing dead cells, stitching wounds, and healing organs. They are practically a perfect unit born from viral experiments. If they are so powerful, why hasn't the witch Lilith mass-produced them? The audience was puzzled, so the host acted as their mouthpiece, asking the experts. Professor Shen chuckled, because they can't be afforded. Everyone, all the gifts of fate in the dark have already been marked with a price. They can heal quickly and have astonishing recovery power. So what is the cost? He shrugged. That means they have a terrifying metabolic rate, which requires extremely high energy consumption. So, while regular units can manage with 3 meals a day, the mycelium beast guard needs to eat every 2 hours and requires scientifically formulated high-energy nutrient paste. Sustaining such a force puts immense pressure on logistics. Therefore, generally speaking, the Mycelium Beast Guard only serves to protect the witch Lilith's mausoleum. They can only do so because once they embark on an expedition, it becomes very difficult to supply food. Professor Shen spread his hands, smirking. After all, that's 12 meals a day. The host chuckled in disbelief. That's true. Additionally, the lifespan of the mycelium beasts is also relatively short. An excessively high metabolism means that they are constantly undergoing cell division, so they often complete a lifespan that would take other organisms decades within just a year. This is the price of a tenfold recovery speed. Professor Shen shook his head. Su Chen can defeat them mainly because the fireworms and holy beetles are truly formidable, capable of instantly killing them without giving them any time to recover. Moreover, the paralysis effect of the 9-linked forked lightning is also crucial. It shocks them, causing their hands to tremble as they try to unscrew the nutrient solution cap, but they just can't open it. I suddenly thought of a poor soul. The CCTV host changed the subject, signaling the director. Please switch to our number 1 seed, Ji Tianyi. His low-level machine gun soldiers have extremely low output, and now facing the astonishing recovery speed of the fungal beast guard, he is likely in grave danger. Sure enough, in Ji Tianyi's private instance, the 500 machine gun soldiers he had painstakingly preserved were down to a mere 50. A terrifying 90% casualty rate meant he had lost his core competitiveness in this examination. Ji Tianyi, helpless, had no choice but to use the skill of the divine strategist, incite rebellion, temporarily controlling a batch of the weakest ordinary zombies and corpse demons, ordering them to attack the fungal beast guard to delay the attacker's pace. As the number 1 seed, he finally revealed his unique prowess. Ji Tianyi gritted his teeth and resolutely pulled out a soul-summoning scroll, transforming all the fallen machine gun soldiers into undead units, undying battle souls. This is a rather unique type of unit. It can only be born from the bodies of those loyal, brave warriors who willingly sacrificed their hearts and souls for victory. If transformed in a sacred manner, they would become the renowned heroic spirits. That's ruthless. The CCTV host dared not comment, only succinctly uttering 3 words. Professor Shen scoffed. The host must be worried about the ethical dilemmas Ji Tianyi brings, right? One must know that those who can be transformed into undying battle souls must be the most loyal soldiers. That is, martyrs. And Ji Tianyi turning them into undead beings undoubtedly raises suspicions of desecrating the martyrs' remains. But I still stand by my words, this is just a virtual instance, not the real world. So Ji Tianyi is innocent. Moreover, Ji Tianyi hails from the Xinglong battle group, a descendant of the well-rooted military lineage of the Dragon Kingdom, serving the country for generations. Professor Shen curled his lip. Who dares to say otherwise? Not to mention summoning undying battle souls in a virtual instance. Even in reality, if war reaches a critical moment and they do this, it is also a necessary sacrifice, a reasonable choice to defend the Dragon Kingdom. I will unconditionally support it with both hands and feet. That makes sense. The host sighed in relief, smiling. Let's evaluate it purely from the perspective of combat power. I think summoning undying battle souls with machine gun soldiers is incredibly wise. It should have been done long ago. Professor Shen nodded. Playing along? Me too. Level 1 machine gun soldiers have too low combat power. Their output is completely insufficient. But using the soul summoning scroll can directly summon level 20 undying battle souls from the corpses. Because the battle souls are considered temporary summons of the scroll user, and the initial level of temporary summons generally aligns with the summoner's level. For example, the new skeleton soldiers Su Chen summoned are also level 20. The power of the divine strategist is finally revealed. Soon, everyone was shocked to witness an astonishing scene. Ji Tianyi pulled 3 silk pouches from his pocket and tore them all apart. His undying battle soul army immediately gained 3 skills: Overlord's Might, Strength plus 50, Attack plus 50, Resilience plus 50. Desperate battle. When the casualties of one's own camp exceed 50%, enter a frenzy state, increasing attack power by 100%, attack speed by 50%, and recovery speed by 5 points per second. Flawless, all soldiers are unaffected by any debuffs and immediately dispel all negative effects. The army of undying battle souls surged onto the battlefield, possessing incorporeal bodies that are immune to all physical damage, while the mycelium beast guard had no magical means of attack. Thus, the overwhelming army of battle souls, alongside the plushy resistance, turned the tide and annihilated all invading zombies.
Classmate Jitiani has scored 709 points in the third wave of the zombie siege. The CCTV host exclaimed.
The number 1 seed truly lives up to the name.
His army of undying battle souls will help him catch up and continue competing for the top scorer in the college entrance examination.
Well, let's forget about the top scorer. The second place might still be within reach. Professor Shen chuckled. Chen has already secured a guaranteed score of 100 points for winning the third wave,
as he has annihilated the mycelium beast guard.
Therefore, the few stray cats that went to attack the city posed no threat and were easily wiped out by the undying old cat leading the plushy resistance. So, Chen now has a total of 809 points. Professor Shen sighed.
And Chen has so many more opportunities to score, I can predict that he will easily surpass 1,000 points in this college entrance examination.
Let's take a look at the strong contender for second place, classmate Morong Shuowu, the number 4 seed. The host smiled slightly. After all, she is a singer, and she even has the Stevens Forbidden Healing Zone, which can significantly reduce the recovery effect of the mycelium beasts by 95%. Truly a versatile divine support. Professor Shen also expressed his admiration. After the college entrance examination, Morong Shuowu will surely receive many invitations from high-level battle groups. Her hidden profession has an astonishing support effect and is incredibly versatile. Any team that gains her support will experience a qualitative leap, like Chen's summoned army. Another expert said with a smile, if Chen can collaborate with Morong Shuowu, it would be a perfect match. A golden boy and a jade girl. Ha ha, you're matchmaking again. Professor Shen shook his head helplessly. Old Zhang. Stop hoping for couples to get married just because they look good together. I see you're a born matchmaker. Another expert shrugged. Anyway, under the operations of the Dragon Slayer family, Chen's household registration has quietly fallen into Fengdu Ghost City. That means he only needs to abide by the laws of the Fengdu Special Zone. His number of wives cannot exceed 1,000. Even having one more isn't a problem. Expert Zhang counted on his fingers. As far as I know, Chen's first love, by Yu Guang, is Bu Fian from the Mystic Sanctuary. I can only say, she has both strength and looks. And her profession is an assassin, even if she inherits her father's hidden profession. Azura demon assassin. It doesn't match with the path of a summoner. That's true, the host agreed gossipingly. Assassins and summoners have always been incompatible. It's hard for them to walk side by side. After all, they are both fragile, with low health, and their professional systems offer no complement. But Chen's romantic history is quite complicated. He and Bu Fian fell out after her mother intervened, and he nearly became the strongest son-in-law of the Dragon Slayer family. Expert Zhang said with a smile, with the bloodlines of the Fire Dragon, Chun Meng Meng, and the Frost Demon Dragon, Chen Tang Tang, they became his women in the prophecy. But they also don't match Chen's profession. Professor Shen sharply commented. A dragon warrior and a dragon mage have no group protection abilities, they are merely top-tier individual combatants. And if Morong Shuowu were to unite with Chen's army would immediately see a combat power increase of over 50%. So, marrying a virtuous wife and taking a concubine for beauty. The expert surnamed Zhang said seriously, if I were Chen, I would definitely launch a courtship campaign towards Morong Shuowu. Host, Professor Shen. I'm afraid that after this college entrance examination, the number of outstanding young men launching an offensive towards Morong Shuowu will be as numerous as the stars in the sky. The host spread his hands. At that time, there will be no shortage of heirs from various wealthy families and descendants of big shots, so Chen's competitive advantage isn't very obvious. How is it not obvious? Professor Shen and expert Zhang retorted in unison. Chen has achieved today's brilliant success without any family support, relying solely on his own strength to carve out his territory. He is truly a dragon among men, the host awkwardly replied, but after all, the heirs of big families have generational wealth. But with the Abyss invasion, the entire human race is in peril. In such a time of great strife, it is a legendary era where heroes emerge. Professor Shen snorted coldly. At such a time, is family background more useful? Will demons lower their damage because of your noble birth? No matter where you come from, if your strength is insufficient, you will end up being crushed by the demons. Exactly. They are the only ones who take themselves seriously. Expert Zhang also looked disdainful towards the so-called elitist families and clans. They monopolize one or two hidden profession legacies and think they are above other practitioners, acting like hereditary kings. It's truly ridiculous. We have already destroyed the so-called big families and conglomerates in the old era. Yet there are still people trying to restore them in the new era. Professor Shen said with certainty. Just wait and see. History will ultimately prove them wrong. In the future, I will also suggest that the country legislate against those trying to monopolize hidden profession resources. Hidden professions belong to all the people of Long Country, and even to all humanity. Why should they be monopolized by one or two forces, not allowing others to change professions? The professor and the expert vented their grievances, until a man, stunning like fireworks, burst into the scene like a prince from a young girl's dream, capturing the attention of all the audience with his unique style. Director, quickly lock onto the live stream of Seed Player No. 2. The host's eyes lit up. Zheng Kongcheng is at it again. Some people just possess this unique charm. Every time the audience hears his name, their lips curl up, unable to suppress their laughter, feeling the comedic vibe wash over them. And the legendary story that Zheng Kongcheng was experiencing was indeed hard not to burst into laughter over. He had arrived at the seaside, next to the tribe of the Naga corpse demon. Ha ha, I will ignite the sea. Zheng Kongcheng arrogantly placed his hands on his hips, letting out a powerful roar towards the vast ocean, venting all his pent-up frustration. This should have been a very cool declaration, if a little spider demon hadn't crawled out from his throat. Zheng Kongcheng hurriedly downed another bottle of recovery potion, as he had already discovered that all the little spider demons hatching would drain his life force. The spider demon queen that laid eggs for him never expected that Zheng Kongcheng, who should have long been drained of life force by the little spider demons, possessed cash ability. His mother, Zhang Lirong, had prepared for him a potion storage belt worth 37 million gold coins before he headed to the examination hall. It had a storage space of 1 cubic meter, but could only hold one type of potion. Zhang Lirong had filled it to the brim with recovery potions, 7 type small bottles worth 60,000 each. Thus, Zheng Kongcheng was able to drink potions as easily as drinking water, surviving effortlessly, and thanks to the bond of hatching little spider demons, he had already acquired a full army of 386 spider demons. Zheng Kongcheng felt he had drunk enough potions, so, burp, 387 spider demons. Zheng Kongcheng felt a slight urge to relieve himself after drinking the potion. So, put 388 spider demons. Ah, so this is what it feels like to have an army at one's command. Zheng Kongcheng scratched his head, a proud look on his face. It seems I have the potential to become a god-level summoner. Along this journey, I've easily gathered 388 summoned creatures, haven't I? These little spider demons are adorably silly, but their health starts at a minimum of 500. Definitely elite troops, what a great deal. The audience, the host, this is a bit hard to evaluate. Professor Shen scratched his ear. Zheng Kongcheng was originally just a parasitized insect man, but after drinking potions endlessly, he has now transformed into the mother of all spiders. Those little spiders would instinctively return to the spider demon queen after their host dies. After all, she is their biological mother. But maternal love is not as strong as nurturing love. The spider demons clearly love their adoptive father Zheng Kongcheng more. Oh no! Adoptive father. Expert Zhang also marveled. Host, Professor Shen. This batch of spider demons is quite extraordinary. They all have royal blood. That's right. They are all elite troops. It seems Zheng Kongcheng is really about to turn his fortunes around. Professor Shen fixed his gaze on the distant Naga corpse demon. Now, it's time to test the value of the Sea Demon Lord. But didn't the undying old cat say that all Naga corpse demons have been vaccinated against the Sea Demon Lord's antibodies? The host asked. Who knows? Let's wait and see. In the eager eyes of all the audience members, Zheng Kongcheng strode confidently to the Naga corpse demon. Submit to me, lowly creature. An aura of dominance radiated from him. The Naga corpse demon looked at him in confusion, a question mark slowly appearing on its forehead. Oh no! The undying old cat wasn't lying. Zheng Kongcheng was instantly filled with regret and frustration. Seniors, you have fished the pond dry and offended the Naga corpse demons. You have walked the path of the Sea Demon Lord, leaving me with no way to go. Sob sob. With no other choice, Zheng Kongcheng could only lead the spider demons to swarm and annihilate the entire Naga corpse demon tribe. Quest hint, you have eradicated the Naga corpse demon tribe No. 009. Plus 30 points for the college entrance examination. You now have a total of 190 points. I'm at least the No. 2 seed. And now I've fallen to 190 points. How shameful. Zheng Kongcheng was extremely angry, but soon his face was filled with smugness. But it's okay. I just need to sweep through 10 Naga Corp's demon tribes to get plus 300 points. He looked at the vast tide, chest out and head held high. Tide, I have returned. The audience. Ha ha ha. This Zheng Kongcheng is simply the king of clowns. Has he calculated how many Naga Corp's demon tribes he needs to eradicate to catch up with the other candidates? Plus, he doesn't have an electronic map. Where is he planning to find other Naga Corp's demons? Professor Shen pointed out Zheng Kongcheng's predicament succinctly. Expert Zhang also chuckled in disbelief. I saw many audience comments saying Zheng Kongcheng might replicate Su Chen's success. But, I must say, it's completely incomparable. The host chuckled lightly. Oh, why do you say that? Because Su Chen has a powerful mixed army and a well-developed intelligence network, allowing him to easily obtain various information. Meanwhile, his electronic map is produced by our Dragon Country technology, marking the locations of various zombie legions, enabling GPS positioning in the corpse nest. Expert Zhang sighed. But what about Zheng Kongcheng? He's completely in the dark, just a headless fly bumping around, leaving everything to fate. This aimless wandering, and he thinks he can achieve the top score in the college entrance examination? The expert scoffed. Not to mention, he only has a spider demon army. Although they have the bloodline of a queen and belong to an elite troop, they are ultimately of a lower rank, with weaker combat power, and their unit composition is singular, making it difficult to face complex challenges. Half an hour later, the CCTV expert team and all the viewers were left dumbfounded as they saw Zheng Kongcheng had returned, back to the ruins of the recently exterminated No. 009 Naga Corp's demon tribe. Zheng Kongcheng was puzzled, his face filled with disbelief. What happened to me? The audience quickly saw through his predicament. This kid was clearly lost. One netizen timely posted his original words in the comments. Tide, I have returned. Ha ha, he really has returned. But he's obviously running in circles now, who knows how many times he'll have to return. Tide, I have returned again. Tide, no. Buddy, are you planning to stay here? Or should I elbow you? This sea area belongs to you? The audience played with abstract art in the comments, mocking Zheng Kongcheng in various ways. Meanwhile, at the Weak Water family headquarters, an awkward silence spread among the guests. Originally, when they saw Zheng Kongcheng rallying a troop again, regrouping the spider demons, and making a comeback, everyone cheered. Zhang Lirong also looked radiant and invigorated after a long time. But, when the CCTV expert named Zhang made a prophetic remark, Zheng Kongcheng indeed dashed around like a headless fly and ended up lost. All the cheers, shouts, and encouragement fell silent. No need to worry, Bu Fian comforted with a smile. Aunt Zheng, cousin Kongcheng won't be stumped by a little getting lost. This detour is purely a matter of luck. With his intelligence, he won't be as easily mocked by netizens, he'll solve it soon. He has even discussed the knowledge of the corpse nest with me. The afterglow of the tree of light slants to the east. So, just follow the light, and he will definitely find a way out. She explained calmly. Indeed, Zheng Kongcheng held the same view, muttering to himself, the tree of light hangs in the western sky. If I follow the afterglow, how can I run in circles? Humph, I'm also a top student. Not worse than that Su Chen. Not only is my family background stronger than his, but my abilities are also superior. And even my knowledge is deeply rooted in my family. Zhang Lirong was about to boast about her son when she suddenly stiffened at his words. Initially, she agreed with what Zheng Kongcheng said. However, even those with visual impairments wouldn't dare to claim Zheng Kongcheng's abilities are better than Su Chen's. The comparison was too simple and brutal. Su Chen commanded thousands of elite soldiers, while Zheng Kongcheng was followed by a group of little spiders. Su Chen had already established the Abyss Avengers, and had the qualifications to be a king. Meanwhile, Zheng Kongcheng was like a clown, making a fool of himself. Wu Mengshi snorted coldly. These CCTV staff are so unprofessional. They actually use our Kongcheng, the No. 2 seed, as a joke, deliberately portraying him as a clown for the sake of show effects. It's really hateful. Not only that, but they also paired us, Fian and Su Chen, as a couple, even looking down on my good girl. She was furious because that expert named Zhang actually thought Bu Fian was not a good match for Su Chen and was the worst among the 3 women he had encountered. Bu Fian, however, calmly replied, actually, their analysis is quite accurate. As an assassin, I am a lone wolf in the night.
and I have poor compatibility with other professions. If we talk about enhancing Su Chen's career, there's no doubt that Morong Shuewu was the dream supporter for all men. How can you say that? Zhang Lirong refuted. Your profession is one of the best solutions for independent women. You don't rely on anyone and can walk through the abyss entirely on your own. Bu Fian smiled lightly. Independence is true independence. But not being able to help others is also true. The two are not in conflict. And also, she stared blankly at Wu Mingxi and said softly, Mother, it seems you underestimate Su Chen's current influence and appeal too much. If we purely consider the aspect of social standing, it is indeed my daughter who is climbing up. Wu Mengxi, Zhang Lirong snorted. Climbing up? You marrying into our weak water family is a blessing earned by our family over 8 generations. That's Su Chen, a mere wild child without a father's love or a mother's care. Is he even worthy? Bu Fian smiled faintly. Although Su Chen currently has no power, after the college entrance examination, he will have the entire Rongmin resistance behind him. With the identity of the undying old cat host, he will be the spokesperson for the Rongmin resistance in our dragon country. It's one thing for Aunt Zheng to speak privately, but please do not publicly express disdain for him, because the Rongmin resistance is a truly powerful force from another world. Zhang Lirong was momentarily speechless, unable to respond for a while. Bu Fian was absolutely right. Although the Rongmin resistance seemed to be retreating steadily in the third layer of the abyss, and even their leader Caesar had fallen, giving the impression of decline, the undying old cat Caesar was once a true god-level powerhouse wielding a divine artifact. Now that he has reincarnated in the dragon country, with his rich experience and extensive knowledge from his past life, he will at least become a demigod in this life. Moreover, the new leader of the Rongmin resistance, having inherited the divine artifact demon-repelling sacred flame, is also likely to embark on the path to godhood. Coupled with their numerous 6th-tier professionals, they can absolutely crush any unofficial force within the dragon country. After all, the third layer of the abyss, the corpse nest, is a vast world comparable in land area to the entire blue star. The Rongmin resistance's ability to hold their ground in a corner of this land is by no means a sign of weakness. Once Su Chen becomes their ally, he will undoubtedly become highly sought after and invaluable. 99% of the candidates have been eliminated, leaving only 1% still holding on. Among that 1%, 90% of their doomsday anchor bases have been breached by the zombie legions, entering a phase of guerrilla warfare, which is in sync with Zheng Conqing's current situation. Only a limited number of candidates have managed to preserve their bases. Among them are Ji Tianyi, who summoned undying battle souls, Murong Shuewu, who displayed special skills, and Su Chen, who employed unique methods to eliminate living forces. As for the remaining candidates, only 8 bases are still intact, which can only be described as the country of Caesar instance being extremely brutal. The final sprint for the college entrance examination has now entered a decisive moment. The CCTV host raised his voice, excitedly explaining, within 24 hours, all college entrance examination scores will be calculated, because the fourth wave of the zombie assault will be a grand offensive. Oh, wouldn't that be very unfavorable for Su Chen? He still needs to continue exterminating the zombie forces to earn exam points, Professor Shen asked with a frown. The host smiled slightly. It won't affect him, because the Dragon Country officials have stated that when Su Chen's scores surpass those of the other candidates, they will cut off his instance, allowing him to escape and return to reality. At that time, the top scorer in the college entrance examination will be able to receive all rewards without any deductions. That's good. Professor Shen was very satisfied. The significance of the college entrance examination is to provide a fair channel for advancement, allowing ordinary candidates like Su Chen, who have no power or influence, to stand out and gain recognition and resources from the officials. Su Chen has reached the lonely city. At this moment, expert Zhang raised his voice to remind everyone. Everyone immediately turned to Su Chen's live broadcast channel. Sure enough, in the storm of the Ashen season, a dilapidated yet unyielding stronghold appeared in the distance. Su Chen and his legion reached the edge of this city, and then they saw countless zombie troops wandering from all directions, lickers, crushers, chargers, and a dense mass of ordinary zombies, enough to make one's scalp tingle. Su Chen couldn't help but murmur, how did this lonely city manage to survive such a massive tide of corpses, yet it hasn't devoured the city completely? The elder beetle, exploding bug-armored one, stepped forward to explain. Our sacred beetle helped them dig an underground botanical garden that can produce resources independently.
At the same time, this isolated city has an allied force, the carnivorous flower tribe. It smiled as it introduced. The carnivorous flower tribe is a powerful branch of the magical plant family. They can take root and grow on the city walls, then let their vines hang down from above. Chen was puzzled. Vines hanging down? Wouldn't the zombies just climb up them? Oh, right. Zombies have stiff bodies and simple minds. They can't grasp the vines. They rely on stacking themselves to form a wall when attacking the city. The elder beetle said. On the hanging vines, every meter, a landmine fruit will grow from the flowers. When the zombies attack, the carnivorous flowers will detonate them one by one, blowing them into a sky of blood and flesh. Won't that also destroy the city walls? Asked the worm lord. Scaled worm fire eater. Curiously, that's not a physical explosion, it's a pollen explosion. It releases a massive amount of corrosive pollen that can dissolve flesh, but it is ineffective against the stone of the city walls and the fur of the furry people. Such a defensive weapon exists? Impressive. Soon, Chen and the others witnessed the unique defense methods of the isolated city, when the zombie invasion occurred. When the giant zombie crusher uprooted a tree, trying to use it as a battering ram against the city walls, a lion man swordsman from the furry people's resistance immediately soared into the air, using the sword control technique to chop the tree battering ram into countless wood chips based on the ancient theory of metal overcoming wood. Subsequently, the ground in front of the isolated city turned into a quagmire, with countless vines of the carnivorous flowers emerging, binding the giant zombies' clumsy limbs and dragging them into the mire, feasting upon them like a grand banquet. When the agile-licking zombie rushed up the city walls, quickly climbing and charging, the furry people's resistance would water the carnivorous flowers planted on the walls, causing many landmine fruits to explode, releasing countless colorful pollen that covered the zombies. Their bodies immediately began to dissolve, festering, and they died in agony. When a massive wave of ordinary zombies launched a grand charge, the furry people's resistance also mobilized. The Bearman veterans wielded demon-breaking spears. Thrusting down fiercely, they were immensely strong, sweeping away large groups. Truly elite troops. The Leopardman veterans excelled at traversing rocky walls, so they moved nimbly on the city walls, continuously throwing that kind of carnivorous flower pollen to inflict mass casualties on the zombies. The Lionman veterans constantly unleashed the demon-breaking lion's roar, using sonic waves to daze large numbers of zombies, leaving them stunned in place. And then this batch was obliterated by the pollen bombs of the carnivorous flowers. Wonderful! After watching a city defense battle, Chen sighed in admiration. No wonder this isolated city can hold its ground. It turns out there are large numbers of powerful elite troops inside. The number of bearmen, leopardmen, lionmen, and tigermen here even surpasses that of the end of the world anchor base. As he spoke, Chen's eyes flickered. In my opinion, the reason this isolated city has never sought aid from the end of the world anchor base is likely because it was once a loser in the furry people's civil war. He revealed a secret. After learning that the college entrance examination instance is Caesar's country, I asked my agent, Miss Xiao Muyu, to collect almost all related books for me, studying them overnight. In the book History of the Furry People's Resistance Development, it mentions that when deciding on the future direction, the undying old cat Caesar believed that the dragon country could be trusted and should form a defensive alliance with us from another world. The cat people, dog people, chirp people, and some sheep people and cow people followed the undying old cat Caesar to establish the end of the world anchor base, thus forming a mutual watch and assistance with our dragon country. But many powerful races, such as the lion folk, tiger folk, and leopard folk, have broken away from the furry people's mighty lion, Harvey, believing that all other worldly invaders are evil, and that the furry people's resistance must rely entirely on themselves to achieve independence and liberation. Chen said with a serious expression. In short, there are two completely different paths. The path of alliance insisted upon by the undying old cat, and the path of self-reliance upheld by the furry people's mighty lion. He shook his head. In the end, it is said that the troops led by the furry people's mighty lion perished in the long struggle for resistance, ultimately proving that the path of the undying old cat was the correct one. Why is that? Is self-reliance wrong? The two insectoid lords exchanged glances. The audience watching the live broadcast in front of the screen was equally puzzled. Chen interlocked his fingers and said calmly, "Ha! I can only say that, furry people's mighty lion, Harvey is too narrow-minded, too arrogant, and overestimates his own race. In reality, every race has its weaknesses and flaws.
which is why we learn to use tools to compensate.
The so-called self-reliance has never been in conflict with the undying old cat's alliance with outsiders.
He shook his head. What Harvey believes in as self-reliance is, at its core, merely a form of isolationist conservatism. Look at this isolated city, isn't it protected by the man-eating flower? Su Chen scoffed, educating the two local insectoid lords. You must know that in the book The Genealogy of Magical Plants, the author conducted research and found that the creator of the man-eating flower is none other than the witch Lilith. She extracted the DNA of plants like the pitcher plant, the rafflesia, the snake tree, and the man-eating willow, and performed microscopic biological editing with the genes of some man-eating zombies, creating a brand new genetically modified plant, the man-eating flower. Ah, the elder of the sacred beetles was dumbfounded. The man-eating flower actually originated from the biochemical experiments of the witch Lilith. The worm lord looked worried. Then, could it be that the man-eating flower is a backup plan of the witch Lilith? They wouldn't harbor ill intentions, would they? Absolutely not. I will not allow you to slander our ally. At the same time, an excited voice rang out from the side, and then an old yet robust lionfolk, exuding explosive and terrifying power, stepped out from the void. Lord Harvey? Su Chen was taken aback. The audience, who were engrossed in the live broadcast, couldn't help but exclaim. Su Chen is openly criticizing the policies of the furry people's mighty lion, and unexpectedly got caught by the main character. I have to admit, Su Chen is truly a scholar. He casually brings up this information without a search engine. It's really impressive. So there was such a past in the third layer of the abyss during the zombie tide. How poignant. Indeed. Wherever there are furry people, there is a world of its own. In the CCTV live broadcast room, Professor Shen increasingly admired Su Chen. Su Chen is really great. He actually read my personally written history of the furry people's resistance, which truly moves this author. The host and expert Zhang were both stunned. That book was written by you? Professor Shen rolled his eyes. Are you surprised? Do you think CCTV invited me to be a special guest for this year's college entrance examination just for fun? It's because I am one of the experts who knows the furry people's resistance best in the Dragon Kingdom. Well, what you said makes a lot of sense. I am left speechless. The host chuckled. So, do you also agree with Su Chen's judgment? Of course. Professor Shen said lightly. Caesar's path is correct. They are mutually beneficial allies with our Dragon Kingdom, already life and death allies. The otherworldly portal binds the rise and fall of our two races. As for Harvey, just an arrogant old lion. He relies too much on personal strength. A typical tyrannical old fossil who should have been swept into the dustbin of history long ago. Unfortunately, the powerful furries like the lion folk, tiger folk, and leopard folk have been exterminated because of him. The third layer of the abyss is vast and boundless. Who knows? These furries might still be resisting in some places. Expert Zhang said. This solitary city in the instance clearly symbolizes some expectation of the instance creator, His Majesty the Undying Old Cat. Let's hope so. If the furry resistance can reclaim these powerful races, it would be extremely beneficial for their diversity in troops. Professor Shen nodded. They continued to watch the live broadcast. The audience also stopped sending comments, focusing intently. Such gossip involving top-tier powers has always been the favorite entertainment news for all professionals. It's me. The furry lion, Harvey, looked expressionlessly at Su Chen. You came in full force without hiding your tracks at all. Our city's telescope has long detected you. So, I personally led the team to scout. But, you are actually from the Caesar faction? He glanced at the panda spear thrower and the crazy rat crossbowman behind Su Chen. Su Chen smiled faintly, his expression calm as he said, the solitary city is already facing a life and death crisis. Do you still care about these meaningless faction disputes? To be honest, His Majesty the Undying Old Cat was also severely injured in an encounter with the Zombie Legion and is on the brink of death. About to go to another world for rebirth with Phoenix blood. Don't you want to see your old friend one last time? Perhaps. After rebirth, he will lose all his memories and no longer recognize you. Su Chen spoke casually to Harvey in a tone of gentle reminiscence. His attitude was that of an equal, a formidable figure. Yes, he had no need to lower himself, because he was already the power overlord of the Abyss Avengers. In terms of combat power, the number of furries in the solitary city was clearly inferior to his large army. The old lionfolk leader sighed. Is what you said about the origin of the man-eating flower true? Su Chen curled his lips. Why would I lie to you? Moreover, I didn't even notice your arrival just now. Do I have any need to lie?
Besides, the furry resistance has been thriving in recent years, having restrained 95% of the zombie legion's combat power, while you were merely besieged by a zombie legion and have already been reduced to a solitary city. In fact, the outcome of your route dispute is already quite clear. Harvey, alright, since it's confirmed that the solitary city is safe and can hold its ground, I should take my leave. Suchen stood up without reluctance and casually asked, by the way, I find your local specialty, the man-eating flower pollen bomb, very useful. I wonder if you would be willing to trade. I have a massive amount of supplies and provisions. As he spoke, Suchan activated the artifact world in my pocket, moving a large batch of packaged fresh meat, compressed biscuits, and medical supplies from Blue Star onto the ground. The furry lion, Harvey, immediately had his pupils constrict. His desire for these supplies was clearly visible. Suchen muttered to himself in the Dragon Kingdom's Chinese, I can really drive a hard bargain. I wonder if I can take away a batch of new recruits from the lionfolk and bearfolk. These guys are really impressive, even among elite troops. But Harvey hesitated, saying, aren't you here under Caesar's orders to rescue us? Suchen was puzzled. Caesar doesn't even know where you are. Look, he displayed the electronic map on his wristwatch. This is the electronic intelligence map drawn by Caesar. It has no records of you at all. I only learned from Elder Scarab's intelligence that there were still some furries fighting in the solitary city. Have we been forgotten? The old Lion King from the solitary city stared blankly, as if he were a stone statue. Clearly, he felt very lost. After all, there is a universally applicable truth. The greatest respect for an opponent is to annihilate them completely. Correspondingly, the greatest contempt is to ignore them entirely, to forget them altogether. Suchen smiled. Lord Harvey, the rugged lion, you need not feel disheartened. After all, you still have a breath left, able to survive in this lonely city. But the undying old cat, His Highness Caesar, is about to die a glorious death. Although he will be forever recorded in history, leaving a vivid mark in the world of the corpse nest as an immortal hero. At least you have preserved your life, so it's not a loss. His words were laced with mockery towards Harvey. For a hero who aspired to self-improvement, attempting to single-handedly defeat the zombie horde and save the world, being reduced to a mere mountain king, forgotten by the world, was undoubtedly the heaviest blow. Sure enough, the rugged lion, Harvey, began to breathe heavily, anger surging within his chest. You, a human from another world, what do you want from this old man by provoking me? Harvey coldly glared at Suchen. What is there left in this lonely city, with only the old, weak, sick, and disabled? Suchen replied earnestly, I can see that your lifespan is like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. I want to ask you, do you wish to go out with a bang in your final moments? I want to unite the many indigenous tribes, to rally your rugged people, their worms, and all sorts of other rebels together. We will abandon all past grievances and racial barriers, embracing a new identity, Abyss Avengers. Suchen's gaze deepened as he looked at him. Do you want to return to the battlefield with your rugged people and counterattack the zombie horde? Do you want to be a coward for life? Or become a hero in your twilight years? The setting sun is like blood, heroes in their twilight, old steeds in the stable. Yet their ambitions remain unyielding. Suchen stared at the crimson afterglow before the tree of light dissipated. This was the sunset of the third layer of the abyss, his voice filled with the heroic spirit of epic tales. Lord Rugged Lion, do you wish to die gloriously on the battlefield, or be forgotten like a maggot in this lonely city? Harvey's body trembled. Suchen smiled faintly, extending his right hand. I sincerely invite you to join the Abyss Avengers. We will set out tonight to strike at the headquarters of the Zombie Bear Legion, the Flesh and Blood Bear Factory. I want to remove one of the top 10 legions from the list. Impossible, Harvey instinctively retorted. How could your team shake the nest of one of the top 10 legions? Suchen looked at him seriously. I believe the lion people are brave, the tiger people are fierce, the bear people are strong, and the sheep people are loyal. With your joining, our strength will be enough to conquer the Flesh and Blood Bear Factory. Moreover, the undying old cat Caesar's end of the world anchor base is also precarious. If we can destroy the Flesh and Blood Bear Factory in one fell swoop, it will undoubtedly serve as a warning to the zombies besieging the end of the world anchor, causing them to panic and collapse. Suchen's lips curled slightly. This is a daring expedition. I only ask you, are you willing to face death? Harvey furrowed his brows, reminding him of the risks of this journey. The Flesh and Blood Bear Factory is among the top 5 even among the 10 zombie legions.
Moreover, when the zombie bears fight on their home turf, they will benefit from the surrounding plague mist, doubling their life recovery speed, plus 5 armor, and plus 30% attack speed, effectively doubling their strength. Su-Chen stared at him. Yes, this journey is perilous, deep into the enemy's lair. I only ask you, are you willing? Willing. The wrinkles on the rugged lion Harvey's face all smoothed out, his eyes rekindling with heat and determination. A lonely city and a lone army. Truly a perfect match. Since the Fireworm tribe and the Scarab tribe trust you, we, the people of the lonely city, are also willing to entrust our lives. Tonight, when the stars shine brightly, I will lead the people of the lonely city to emerge in full force, to slaughter all the local zombies, and then join the Abyss Avengers. Harvey extended his right arm and shook hands tightly with Su-Chen. I ask you to launch a joint attack with me from both inside and outside, to first relieve the siege on the lonely city. Ding! Su-Chen's adventurer panel received a brand new hidden mission. The Soul Returns. Description: the rugged lion Harvey, who once parted ways with the undead old cat Caesar due to a dispute over routes, has been persuaded by you and is willing to lead the forces of the lonely city to join your faction, becoming one of your vassal tribes. Mission completion condition: eliminate all zombies occupying this territory and destroy their buildings. Mission reward 100 college entrance examination points, plus 1 level evaluation. Mission reward 2, you will gain the allegiance of 99 lion people, 99 bear people, 99 goat people, 99 tiger people, 199 hyena people, and 199 vulture people. Su-Chen nodded. A small matter. Please sound the charge horn as our signal for communication. Okay. Harvey disappeared into the twilight. The audience watching this couldn't help but feel their blood boil. Oh my, oh my, oh my. It feels like witnessing history. I have goosebumps. No, Su-Chen is just taking an exam. How did the situation suddenly shift to unifying the rugged people and dominating another world? I feel like I'm watching an epic movie. The rise of the new king Su-Chen. The return of the conqueror Harvey. The tribes reigniting their passion, sweeping away the evil zombie legion, and bringing clarity to the third layer of the abyss. It's igniting. There's really a sense of mission and excitement in witnessing history. Not just the audience, but in the CCTV live broadcast room, there were also voices of astonishment. This Su-Chen truly delights me. Professor Shen sighed, when he repeatedly asked the rugged lion, I only ask you, are you willing to go to your death? I suddenly felt an impulse of youthful fervor. I must say, the passion still lies with the youth. Su-Chen has a heart of a child, full of fervor. This is the dawn of the Dragon Kingdom. Expert Zhang also excitedly clenched his fists and waved. If I were in the dungeon right now, I would definitely be shouting to join Su-Chen's Abyss Avengers, fighting the zombies. Now Su-Chen's side is like a raging tide. When he calls out, the natives will support the elderly and carry the young. Truly reminiscent of a young hero stepping out of historical tales. The CCTV host also nodded slightly, like Emperor Gaozu of Han gazing at the ancestral dragon. Shouting a true man should be like this, or likely Shimon at Hulao Pass, sealing the gods of the heavenly strategy. Chen Qingji making thousands of troops avoid the white robe, and Hua Tsubing bravely leading the army. In the weak water family, in the banquet hall, Bufian gazed at Su-Chen, clad in battle robes amidst the storm of the plague season, feeling that he had gained a few more years of weariness. In a daze, she recalled their first meeting. Her cheeks flushed. At that time, Su-Chen was youthful and merely a poor student who had just changed jobs, yet he had already begun to show his prowess, breaking a decades-old world record in the Battle of the Demon Fortress. And now, how long has it been? Su-Chen had already revealed his brilliance, under the gaze of the entire Dragon Kingdom audience, overturning the dungeon of Caesar's nation with the qualities of a king, leaving all opponents speechless. Wu Mengxi looked at her daughter, whose beautiful eyes were swirling, with a dim expression, feeling a strong sense of regret once again. The son-in-law she regarded as the best candidate, Zhang Kongchang, had already become a clown king, continuously hatching little spider demons, provoking laughter in the bullet comments and teasing from the host. Su-Chen, who had been discarded like a worn-out shoe by her, was now sweeping through the kingdom of Caesar, marching towards victory with an unprecedented vigor. Just one step away from becoming the top scorer in the college entrance examination. The so-called wealthy families. In ancient Longwei, during the Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties, There was a saying of catching a son-in-law under the list. Those powerful families, the big clans, and the influential factions were all willing to offer their precious daughters to recruit the top 3 from the imperial examination, allowing them to become their sons-in-law, thus attracting the brightest minds of the empire to their families. However, the mystic sanctuary was merely a second-rate force in Manhwa, lacking the status and prestige to even participate in the practice of catching a son-in-law under the list. Yet, unexpectedly, Wu Mingxi personally broke up the couple and drove away the top scorer, even offending him severely. Even considering her daughter's sake, Su Chen was too lazy to nitpick with them, believing that they would not end up on opposing sides in the future. But the friendship that could have been formed was now lost, and they were likely to grow to resent each other. In an instant, Wu Mingxi was filled with regret. Meanwhile, Zhang Lirong, watching her friend's changing expressions, understood her thoughts all too well, but at that moment, Zhang Lirong herself was at a loss for words, feeling utterly ashamed. Her son, whom she had boasted about so much, paled in comparison to Su Chen's brilliance, making the difference starkly clear. With Zheng Kongqing's current achievements, it was almost like pushing her niece into a fire pit to suggest that Fian marry him. Now that things had come to this, Zheng Lirong had no face left to force a match between Bu Fian and Zheng Kongqing, yet she couldn't complain either, because who was the root cause of her son's humiliation? It was precisely the ancestors of the weak water family. They had overfished without regard for sustainability, causing the Naga corpses to develop antibodies and become immune to the pressure of the Sea Demon Lord, leaving their descendants with no way out. But what could Zhang Lirong say? Blame the elders? Stuck in a dilemma, Zhang Lirong was also in a state of turmoil, her expression fluctuating as she continued to watch the equally frustrated Zheng Kongcheng. In the instance of the dungeon, Zheng Kongcheng was fuming. Damn it, why have I been walking for so long without encountering a brand new Naga corpse tribe? Where have all the people gone? At this rate, until the college entrance examination dungeon closes, I'm afraid I won't even reach the passing score of 400 points. Oh God, grant me a high-scoring enemy. I don't want to end the college entrance examination with a mere 190 points. The stark contrast between Zheng Kongcheng, struggling at the passing line, and Su Chen, who was about to break 900 points, was evident. As the experts in the CCTV live broadcast said, Zheng Kongcheng couldn't find his way, flailing around like a headless fly, hoping to stumble upon an enemy by chance. However, since arriving in the Caesar Kingdom dungeon, Zheng Kongcheng's luck had been quite terrible. A barrage of comments cruelly flashed by. The Clown Emperor still thinks he can find enemies by sheer luck? The third layer of the abyss, the corpse-tide world, is notoriously complex in terrain and easy to get lost in. Recently, the immortal old cat took a bow and sought help from Manhwa. Our officials provide all volunteers with electronic maps. At the very least, they would give a compass. Zheng Kongcheng didn't even prepare this, showing that not only is he foolish, but his parents also lack any foresight. Zhang Lirong was stunned, instinctively wanting to refute, but when the curse reached her throat, it turned into a deep bitterness. Yes, why hadn't she prepared a special compass for the corpse tide for her son? It wasn't just Zheng Kongcheng who was proud and complacent, thinking that achieving the top score was as easy as reaching into a pocket. Even she had been carried away. If Su Chen's performance in the Kingdom of Caesar was a story of divine unfolding, then Zheng Kongcheng's adventure, in a sense, was another kind of divine unfolding. Unexpectedly, Zheng Kongcheng finally found a second enemy tribe, triggering a hidden mission and about to gain a high score. As he charged northward with the Spider Demon Legion, Zheng Kongcheng successfully outpaced Su Chen. He had arrived first at the headquarters of the Zombie Bear Legion, the Flesh and Blood Bear Factory. This was precisely the ultimate mission target that Su Chen intended to lead the Fireworms, the Sacred Beetle Tribe, and the solitary city Fuzzy Folk to annihilate together. A system prompt made Zheng Kongcheng's heart sink. You have triggered the ultimate hidden mission, conquer the Flesh and Blood Bear Factory and defeat the Zombie Bear faction, one of the top 4 of the 10 zombie legions. Upon completion, you will receive an additional 500 points for the college entrance examination. Your college entrance examination rating will be upgraded to SS level. Warning, the Flesh and Blood Bear Factory is one of the strongest factions in the Kingdom of Caesar. Please gather enough manpower before attempting this mission, or you may find yourself in a tragic situation surrounded by enemies on all sides. Zheng Kongcheng stared dumbfounded at the series of system notifications, shrinking back in the grass, peeking out cautiously. What came into view was the formidable enemy faction level 30 Doll Bear Giants, level 30 Claw Bears Warriors, and level 30 Bear Shaman.
Damn!
Zhang Kongcheng immediately retracted his head like a turtle,
curling up in the grass, trembling.
It should be noted, the Kingdom of Caesar dungeon has a level cap of 20. Therefore, the level 30 zombie bear units undoubtedly meant one thing: they were the ultimate NPCs guarding this dungeon.
A nearly invincible group.
Fighting level 30 with level 20 meant easily inflicting level suppression damage and strength overwhelm damage. Fighting level 20 against level 30 meant encountering terms like opponent resisted,
high-level immunity, and low-level hit-miss, back and forth.
This meant that the lower-level side could at most exert 50% of its strength.
In the live broadcast room,
the host and two experts were also dumbfounded.
Ah, this!
The host's lips curled slightly,
revealing a teasing smile that was offensive yet polite. Zhang Kongcheng, in a sense, has indeed gotten what he wished for.
Perhaps the dungeon god heard his prayers.
After saying this,
the director of the college entrance examination channel replayed the scene of Zhang Kongcheng's recent prayer. He had jumped up in rage,
shouting to the sky, "God, grant me a high-scoring enemy.
I don't want to end my college entrance examination with just 190 points."
Put.
All the viewers were amused by this comically rich scene.
Got what he wished for? I think it's more like asking for a hammer and getting a hammer. Asked for a hammer and got a hammer?
I think it's more like asking for death and getting death. This unfortunate kid even has the physique of a Grim Reaper high school student. Possessing a crow's mouth, it truly became a self-fulfilling prophecy. He's hit the jackpot. The entire zombie bear legion has come out to serve him and his little spider demon kids.
This is going to be interesting. The special guests in the live broadcast room, Professor Shen and expert Zhang,
also wore smiles as they seriously attempted to analyze Zhang Kongcheng's chances of attacking the flesh and blood bear factory. Expert Zhang threw out a provocative statement. Some viewers say that even if the zombie bears have a 99% win rate,
doesn't Zhang Kongcheng have at least 1%? Sorry, but no. I give him a maximum win rate of 0.0000002%.
Oh, why did you precisely lock the win rate to 8 decimal places?
The host asked curiously.
Expert Zhang smiled lightly, because this probability I mentioned comes from the fuzzy folk resistance. The probability of being struck by an asteroid from beyond in the third layer of the abyss. Only a cataclysmic disaster can help Zhang Kongcheng defeat the zombie bear legion. Professor Shen also burst into laughter. Old Zhang, your sharp tongue is too vicious. Zhang Kongcheng surely has more than that slim chance, as the server crash probability for past college entrance examination dungeons is only 0.00007%. Once the server explodes, Zhang Kongcheng escapes from the instance.
At least that counts as a draw, right? Can that really be considered a draw? Expert Zhang asked incredulously.
Professor Shen shrugged.
Anyway, Zhang Kongcheng wasn't annihilated, so it can't be counted as a loss, right? Ha 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 ha.
The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was filled with joy.
Thus, amidst the eager anticipation of billions of viewers,
Zhang Kongcheng retreated into an abandoned mine,
letting the spider demon weave a web to block the entrance. And then, he fell asleep, cuddling the warm little spider demons. When faced with difficulties, just sleep it off.
I didn't expect Zhang Kongcheng shares the same life motto as me.
The host chuckled. But to be honest,
aside from sleeping to relieve worries, I can't think of any way to break through the flesh and blood bear factory.
I wonder if the two experts have any good strategies to take down the zombie stronghold?
Professor Shen looked up at the ceiling, seemingly observing the decoration patterns closely.
Expert Zhang scratched his head, as if suddenly struck by a malady, unable to free his hands.
Host. A wave of silent tension spread through the live broadcast room.
Meanwhile, in live broadcast room number 3,
Su Chen's Abyss Avenger and the Plush Beast Lion,
Harvey's Lonely City Plush Beast, launched a pincer attack,
unleashing astonishing combat power,
easily slaughtering the station's zombie forces.
This task posed no difficulty at all.
To be honest,
just relying on those powerful plush beasts is probably enough to break through the encirclement.
Watching the retreating zombie legion, the Worm Lord, Scale Worm, Fire Eater, asked in confusion, this is simply a one-sided massacre. Do those plush beasts really need us?
The Elder Beetle,
Exploding Bug, Armored One,
also expressed doubt. My opinion aligns with the worms. This situation is so smooth it feels like cheating, and this lonely city has been besieged for so long, yet it hasn't lost any combat power at all. which completely contradicts my impression.
Could it be they have been pretending to be weak and pitiful? Bingo! Su-Chen smirked slightly. That statement hits the nail on the head. In my view, this batch of zombies is merely a decoy. They are the true walls protecting the lonely city. Su-Chen scoffed. The reason these plush beasts in the lonely city have never exterminated them, and even pretended to be on the brink of collapse, is entirely to feign weakness to the enemy, thus preserving their lives and avoiding stronger zombie forces from coming to wipe them out. They are just pretending to be foolish, hiding their talents. This is the survival wisdom of this group of plush beasts. As soon as he finished speaking, the plush beast lion, Harvey, stepped out of the shadows and approached him, saying calmly, "You've seen through us, Lord of the Abyss Avenger. Indeed, we are using this batch of zombies to conceal our true strength. When the zombie legion attacks us natives, there is a pattern, layer upon layer of escalation. First, there will be a ghoul army launching a probing attack, followed by the devourers / naga zombies / walking corpses / two-headed corpse dragon armies. And finally, the 10 major legions will all mobilize." Harvey sighed. "In years of battle, I found that the zombie legion mechanically adheres to this iron rule, which is quite rigid and inflexible, considering that zombies basically lack intelligence. This is understandable." Su-Chen suddenly realized. "So, you pretended to struggle against the ordinary zombie forces, maintaining the boundary to trigger the next phase, exploiting the bug in the zombie behavior logic, thus ensuring your city remains safe." "Yes." A hint of pain flickered in the old Lion King's murky eyes, "but I know this is merely a form of evasion. The reason the 10 zombie legions have not moved to exterminate me has never been because I am clever. The main reason is that Caesar's fur people resistance attracted their main forces, so the zombies were distracted and turned a blind eye to me." Su-Chen nodded with satisfaction. "It's great that you can realize this. No wonder you were able to quickly accept my invitation and make a change. It turns out you clearly understand. After the fall of the anchor base in the apocalypse, the 10 major zombie legions will be free to eliminate small forces like the lonely city one by one. Yes, at that time, we will also be unable to escape. Sooner or later." Harvey snorted coldly. "At this moment, if we don't join you and take a gamble, we can only survive for 3 to 5 years at most in the future. Even the fur people resistance, supported by a powerful force from another world, cannot withstand the iron hooves of the 10 legions, let alone us." A wise choice. Su-Chen was very pleased, and at the same time, he and the audience in the livestream saw the instance prompt. "You have completed the hidden task, Soul Return. The fur people of Lonely City voluntarily join your Abyss Avengers camp. You have recruited new troops, 99 lion people, 99 bear people, 99 sheep people, 99 tiger people, 199 hyena people, 199 vulture people. Congratulations, candidate Su-Chen. Your college entrance examination score plus 100, now reaching 909 points. Your college entrance examination evaluation will increase by 1 level during settlement." The audience in the livestream was filled with envy and jealousy. Wow, Su-Chen almost got 100 exam points for free. He just casually issued an attack order. And then, 10 minutes later, the hidden task was automatically completed. That fur lion Harvey is really fierce. Definitely has a level 30 boss panel in the instance. And in reality, he would definitely be a demigod level powerhouse. Su-Chen's fans immediately retorted, "Haters, are you jealous? Since this hidden task is so easy, why couldn't your Gigi do it?" Humph. The reason this hidden task is so easy is fundamentally because Su-Chen's strength is formidable. Su-Chen's fan club leader, Cece, is a big muscle cute girl, provided a professional analysis. "Did you see those iconic buildings of the zombie legions? The totems on them are very clear. Most of them are two-headed corpse dragon. It is obvious that the troops in the Caesar's country instance did not appear out of thin air, but all have bases, nests, and production lines that created them. Su-Chen has already annihilated the two-headed corpse dragons elsewhere, so this time he can achieve complete victory. This is called the butterfly effect, a chain reaction." Once this was said, many people found it quite reasonable and regarded it as a guiding principle. But no matter how intense the arguments online were, they had no effect on Su-Chen in the instance. He led the newly joined fur people of Lonely City, charging towards the clearly marked extreme danger area on the electronic map, Flesh and Blood Bear Factory. Ahem, Professor Shen, Expert Zhang, you don't have to play dead anymore. Come analyze Su-Chen's chances of attacking the zombie bear legion's lair. The CCTV host quickly seized the opportunity to bring the topic back. Just now, the two had racked their brains but couldn't find a way for Zhang Kongqing to win. But as soon as Su Chen was mentioned, both advisors perked up. Su Chen will undoubtedly win. Professor Shen decisively gave his judgment. The zombie bears are the main force attacking the anchor base in the apocalypse. So we can draw a simple conclusion: the flesh and blood bear factory currently has weak defenses. Yes, Su Chen is implementing his strategy of surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao, fulfilling his promise to the immortal old cat Caesar. Expert Zhang also agreed. Additionally, I want to remind everyone that Su Chen is actually in an invincible position. Losing is also winning. Winning is also winning. It's completely like Chingcho Huang looking in the mirror, a win-win. Oh, why do you say that? The host was taken aback, somewhat confused. Expert Zhang smiled and said, the reasoning is quite simple. Even if Su Chen loses, his team is so large that it will definitely pose a real threat to the Flesh Bear Factory. The news of the old nest being on fire and in danger will surely be quickly relayed to the front lines of the end of the world anchor base. At that time, we will see a scene. The CCTV host immediately understood. You mean, all the zombie bear troops will withdraw from the battlefield? She gasped. Imagining that scene, this is the main force for besieging the city, and they are responsible for 80% of the meat shield work. Once the zombie bears are no longer guarding, the crazy rat archers and violent cat grenadiers in the base will unleash tremendous killing power. It seems that without Su Chen, the end of the world anchor has a high probability of holding off the next wave of the siege. Yes, Professor Shen smiled slightly, reminding them, don't forget, Caesar has yet to unleash the super move, Holy Flame of Exorcism. That holy sword has the power to change the world with a single strike. Wow! Thinking about it this way, Su Chen still has many trump cards in hand. The host sighed. Let's wait and see. Perhaps tonight will be the moment we witness the birth of a top scorer in the college entrance examination. It was now afternoon, and Su Chen's troops would arrive at the Flesh Bear Factory that night. The great battle was about to begin. And tonight was also when all the examinees' base would face the fourth wave of the siege. Everything would be revealed. All viewers, we would like to give a heads up that the fourth wave of the siege will be the end for all examinees, the host said with a serious expression. Because our dungeon designer has informed us who the final boss will be. All the viewers immediately perked up their ears. Staring at the screen, the host solemnly announced, that is, Saint Bernames, one of the top 10 Legion commanders in the zombie tide world. The audience's expressions changed dramatically. The Fur People resistance had been allies with the Dragon Kingdom for decades, so fighting in the third layer of the abyss was routine for many practitioners of the Dragon Kingdom, and Saint Bernames was one of the well-known overlords of the Zombie Legion. It stood a terrifying 10 meters tall, its body stitched together with the organs of many powerful beings, and with each organ it stitched, it would assimilate one of the other's abilities, giving Saint Bear a plethora of strange abilities. Its known skills exceeded 100. Therefore, Saint Bernames was an extremely difficult and nearly invulnerable all-around boss. Definitely a nightmare for all examinees. It was a grotesque stitched monster. But fundamentally, it was just a zombie bear. The college entrance examination will sound the bell of finality in the battle against Saint Bear. The host said solemnly, this year's college entrance examination will conclude tonight. Thank you to all the viewers for your companionship along the way. We also wish all examinees a bright future. However, Professor Shen suddenly said, I remember. One of the well-known skills of Saint Bernames is the spatial spell, Any Door. This can be used once every 72 hours, allowing for any spatial traversal in the zombie tide world. Expert Zhang nodded, that's right. Because of this skill, every time we Dragon Kingdom sends strong practitioners to encircle it, Saint Bear always manages to escape. This guy has many strange abilities and several hidden trump cards, making it truly difficult to deal with. However, your sudden mention of Any Door, could it mean? Expert Zhang quickly understood the implication. You think Su Chen's Caesar's Kingdom dungeon will be different from others? Professor Shen said decisively, of course. If you were Saint Bernames, would you value your base, the Flesh Bear Factory, or the final defense line of the Fur People resistance, the end of the world anchor? Undoubtedly. It must be the old nest. Expert Zhang has extensive research experience on the third layer of the abyss and has also studied the behavioral logic and psychological profile of Saint Bernames. Because Saint Bear's way of doing things is to consider defeat before victory, always preparing a plan B for escape. Such a character naturally cares more about their rear base. Moreover, Expert Zhang smiled faintly.
Once the anchor of the apocalypse base falls, the third layer of the abyss will completely fall into the hands of the 10 major zombie legions. At that time, they will turn from allies into competitors, even enemies. To win the zombie civil war, Saint Bear Naomes must prioritize protecting their own base. Professor Shen wholeheartedly agreed. That's exactly what I wanted to say. That kid Su Chen really has some luck on his side. The zombie forces he has been attacking continuously can effectively reduce the defensive pressure on our apocalypse anchor. The CCTV host was also amazed, yes, especially during the Battle of the End. If Su Chen can really distract Saint Bear Naomes and force all the zombie bear troops to retreat, then perhaps the apocalypse anchor will easily withstand the final fourth wave of attacks. Professor Shen interlocked his fingers. At that time, Su Chen might even achieve the highest evaluation for defending the city. Additionally, he has an extra evaluation for hunting zombies outside. If the two are combined, Professor Shen rubbed his hands in anticipation. Could it break the college entrance examination record and earn an SSS rating? The host was taken aback. Since the college entrance examination began, no one has ever received an SSS rating. Even the two predecessors of Zheng Kongchang, those two sea demon lords, only received SS+. Professor Shen shook his head with a smile. It's only natural they couldn't achieve it because they controlled the Naga zombie clan based on their professional characteristics. That's a privilege, not a strength. Therefore, the scoring mechanism of the college entrance examination would never allow them to surpass the SSS level. All along, while the college entrance examination instances allowed those big families to use the privilege of hidden professions, it would also lower their scores. And Su Chen is just an ordinary summoner, without even advancing to a higher class. This will actually earn him extra points in the college entrance examination scoring system, Professor Shen said excitedly. So, I have high hopes for Su Chen's final evaluation. We are about to witness history. The host smiled warmly. Welcome all viewers to gather together to cheer for Su Chen, Ji Tianyi, Murong Shuewu, and Zheng Kongchang and other seed players, as well as all candidates, to witness their conclusion. The live broadcast of the college entrance examination was temporarily halted, and everyone began to rest. This was a long ceasefire period, a time for all remaining candidates to prepare for the battle of the end. At the Hunter Nation Military Academy, the anxious director of admissions Wang Jian and the fidgeting deputy director of admissions Sun Jiangwo were facing a collective inquiry from 12 board members and the principal in the conference room. Why hasn't Su Chen been recruited into our Hunter Nation Military Academy? The principal, the renowned Holy Knight Chu Kuangtu, had just returned from an abyss exploration mission and was unaware of the situation. He glanced at Su Chen on the wall-mounted TV, clearly admiring him. The eyes of all the board members began to flicker. Wang Jian cleared his throat, looking at Su Chen in the college entrance examination live broadcast, and tactfully said, I'm sorry, principal, because Yanhuang Military Academy is willing to offer extremely high stakes, they are willing to use all their resources to help Su Chen compete for the summoner artifact Shadowsphere. Our school, however, cannot provide the same treatment. Deputy Director Sun Jiangwo breathed a sigh of relief. Somewhat grateful that he had submitted 70% of the Iron Blood Alliance's bribe to his superior. If Wang Jian had mentioned his deal with Shen Jinghong in front of all the board members, he would surely face disciplinary action. The Yanhuang Military Academy has only one quota, but we have 3, Principal Chu Kuangtu said unhappily. Why did we lose to the mere 3rd Military Academy in the competition for student enrollment? Ahem, a board member reminded him. Those 3 quotas were already claimed 2 years ago. We'd better not offend the ones who reserved them. Another board member smiled and said, one of them is Chu Changga, who just transitioned to a magic warrior. Principal Chu Kuangtu was instantly stunned. Changga? Why would he, as a magic warrior, be interested in the Shadow Sphere? Chu Changga was the biological grandson of Chu Kuangtu, so the allocation of this quota was undoubtedly certain. Director Wang Jian said seriously, it's a divine artifact. Why should it be monopolized by summoners? As our academy's top freshman this year, Chu Changga naturally deserves the best resources. The principal need not be hesitant. Promoting the worthy does not avoid kin. Once your grandson obtains a fragment of the Shadow Sphere, he can completely transition to a summoner, or while moving from magic warrior to holy warrior, he can also dual class as a summoner. Wang Jian said matter-of-factly. It's normal for good students to have a second major. Principal Chu Kuangtu had nothing to say. Since the quota was reserved for his grandson, it was naturally not a problem.
regarding Su Chen. Chu Kuang-tu, understanding the underlying meaning, swept away his earlier stern demeanor and revealed a warm smile. It's just the loss of an excellent student. It's not a big deal. Our academy's teaching resources are limited, and we can't possibly gather all the talents of the Dragon Kingdom. We must make choices. This time, the Yanhuang Military Academy was too aggressive in poaching, and we were careless. Just say that to the media. Chu Kuang-tu lazily waved his hand. Dismissed. Tell all reporters, sorry, our first military academy is not lacking in student enrollment. What if we lose Su Chen? Our elites can still win the global military academy competition. That is our foundation. Yes. All the board members showed satisfied expressions. What they did not say was that this time, the 3 quotas allocated to the Hunting Nation Military Academy were not given to any legitimate summoners but were divided among the children of the big shots. Who wouldn't want fragments of divine artifacts? Why should they be prioritized for summoners from poor families? The Shadow Sphere can store a vast number of Shadow Realm creatures. At the very least, it can hold a large group of Shadow Demons and Shadow Spikes, serving as a surprise force in battle. Even without the enhancement of summoner skills, they are still a group of high-level shadow monsters, and their strength is beyond doubt. Soon, the official response from the Hunting Nation Military Academy appeared on all the media cameras, then spread to all news platforms, video platforms, forums, and various chat groups. Ha! The Yanhuang Military Academy really has guts, directly offering the competition qualification for the divine artifact fragment to tempt Su Chen. Oh my god, is Su Chen about to get another Shadow Sphere after the World in the Pocket? It is said that if all the fragments of the Shadow Sphere are gathered to restore the complete form of the Shadow Realm Celestial Sphere, it will regain its full power, truly becoming a top-tier divine artifact that even the undead Cataclysm Crown has never possessed. Su Chen is so lucky, so envious, so jealous. I want a divine artifact. All the professionals were stunned by the boldness of the Yanhuang Military Academy. But soon, another piece of news spread. You don't know, do you? As the first military academy, the Hunting Nation Military Academy has privileges. They hold 3 competitive quotas for the Shadow Sphere. Guess why the Hunting Nation Military Academy is unwilling to use any of them to recruit Su Chen? Because Principal Chu Kuang-tu's grandson, Chu Chang'e, has already reserved 1 quota. The first spot goes to the principal's grandson, a magic warrior. TSK. Think about it. A magic warrior is not a summoner profession, but a variant of a swordsman. The informant anonymously spilled all the internal information of the Hunting Nation Military Academy. The second spot is for a board member's nephew, and her profession is also quite interesting. A fist hunter, which is a variant of a berserker. Again, not a summoner. The third spot is given to the son of a longtime benefactor of the Hunting Nation Military Academy, and his profession is a hidden class, Thunder Controller. No need to elaborate on this profession, right? Again, not a summoner. This revelation immediately caused a huge uproar on the Dragon Nation's internet. Isn't this too shady? It's all behind-the-scenes manipulation and private dealings, a netizen angrily questioned. The 3 spots obtained by the Hunting Nation Military Academy are meant for selecting summoner talents for our Dragon Nation. The Shadow Sphere, as a fragment of a divine artifact, can only exert its strongest power in the hands of a summoner, contributing to the overall strength of our Dragon Nation. Yet, a bunch of rich second-generation kids from non-summoner professions have taken them all? The reward policy of the Dragon Nation is actually being used as capital for trade by the Hunting Nation Military Academy. Isn't that too arrogant? Not convinced? Please read Chu Chang'e's perfect score essay. My principal grandpa Chu Kuang-tu. Ahem. Holy warrior, Chu Kuang-tu was a genuine god-level powerhouse. Everyone should watch their words. The old man has quite a temper. Be careful, he comes knocking on your door to beat you up. Someone reminded. Thus, the online discourse suddenly became much more subdued. The deterrent power of a god-level powerhouse is undeniable. Netizens dared to be angry but did not speak out, fearing that Chu Kuang-tu might come after them. However, all the anger did not disappear. It merely shifted to more private forums and chat groups, where everyone used coded language to share knowing smiles and jokes. Meanwhile, the relevant media of the Hunting Nation Military Academy proudly published Chu Kuang-tu's domineering statement as the headline. Sorry, our first military academy is not lacking in student sources. Under the fierce might of a god-level powerhouse, everything dissipated into nothingness, as if the Hunting Nation Military Academy had won again. That night, the stars shone brightly,
and the streets were empty. All the viewers from the Dragon Nation, along with a considerable number of viewers from other countries, returned home to watch the college entrance examination live broadcast with their children. The final battle was approaching, and everyone was eagerly anticipating it. Moreover, this year's biggest suspense was whether Chen could conquer the Flesh and Blood Bear Factory. It should be noted that throughout history, humanity had never breached the lair of this zombie bear legion in reality, only indulging in fantasies through entertainment works. For example, the well-known Dragon Nation web novel Rebirth in the Zombie Tide World, starting with the breach of the Flesh and Blood Bear Factory, or the imaginative Bollywood movie The Fall of the Holy Bear, where the strong male lead sings and dances while slaughtering the holy bear, causing Dragon Nation professionals to bow down in worship, or the passionate manga from Sakura Country The Man Standing at the Top of the Zombie Tide, where the male lead, an ordinary high school student, possesses the power to explode stars with his bare hands, smashing the Flesh and Blood Bear Factory with a single punch. But in the simulation dungeon, Caesar's Nation, if Chen could defeat this final boss, it would definitely hold more weight than any entertainment work. After all, dungeons are simulations of reality, and they carry a certain strategic significance. In the CCTV live broadcast studio, stars gathered as well. The most popular Professor Shen and expert Zhang, along with the most beautiful CCTV female host, appeared together in the spotlight as an all-star commentary team. Welcome to the final battle of this college entrance examination. The female host greeted with a warm smile. Can Chen break through the Flesh and Blood Bear Factory? Can Morong Shuewu's battle song create another miracle? Can Ji Tianyi's immortal battle spirit reverse the future? Can Zhang Concheng wash away the stigma of the Clown Emperor? Everything will be revealed in tonight's college entrance examination studio. She has already disrupted the original seed rankings from 1 to 4, placing the most watched candidates at the forefront. Next, let's welcome our special guests for tonight. The female host smiled as she introduced, from the Yanhuang Military Academy's Strategic Institute, and the Global Abyss Research Institute, Professor Shen Yi, and the director of the Special Research Institute for Corpse Tide, expert Zhang Heng. Professor Shen Yi smiled faintly. Hello, host. Hello, audience friends. I believe everyone has gathered at the central video channel to witness the birth of this year's college entrance examination champion. But to be honest, there is no suspense anymore. There is a 99% chance it will be Chen. Expert Zhang Han also agreed. Chen currently has 909 points, and he will soon launch a strong attack on the Flesh Bear Factory. At that time, the Holy Bear Nemesis will be at a loss, and it can only appear on a certain battlefield using the Any Door skill. It will either be the Anchor of the Apocalypse or the Flesh Bear Factory. According to my analysis, the Holy Bear has an 87% chance of returning to the Flesh Bear Factory. At that time, in Chen's instance, the Anchor of the Apocalypse base will not fall, which means a guaranteed 200 points. This means Chen's total score will reach 1109 points, tying the highest score record. Expert Zhang Hong exclaimed. And the remaining 13% chance is that the Holy Bear Nemesis is determined to break through the Anchor of the Apocalypse. He will not return to defend his lair. The host picked up the conversation. If that's the case, Chen will be too lucky. He will have the opportunity to complete a hidden task and directly gain an additional 500 points in the college entrance examination. Indeed, Professor Shen Yi smiled slightly. In that case, after breaking the record for the Demon Fortress, Chen will break the total score record for the college entrance examination and the record for the Kingdom of Caesar. A high school student will hold 3 world records. What a genius! What a talent! The audience couldn't help but be filled with anticipation for Chen's performance in the college entrance examination tonight, their expectations at an all-time high. Of course, many viewers seem to have a rather peculiar focus. They are here for Zhang Kongcheng. The host shifted the topic, revealing a teasing smile. What do you two guests think? Does Zhang Kongcheng still have a chance to turn the tide? Ha! Professor Shen Yi scoffed. I'm sorry, there is no possibility at all. Because the Holy Bear Nemesis has already lost its target, there is no need for it to continue lingering in the Anchor of the Apocalypse base. Once Zhang Kongcheng leads his Spider Demon army to launch a strong assault on the Flesh Bear Factory, it will inevitably attract the attention of this ultimate boss. The professor laughed heartily. At that time, I am very much looking forward to Zhang Kongcheng's expression. True. Ha ha, it seems Zhang Kongcheng is destined to become a top comedian. Let's wait and see. The Flesh Bear Factory. As one of the top 10 legions, it is located on a vast, flat land.
High walls guard it,
and chimneys reach into the sky. Steampunk and classical fantasy merge here. Undead heavy industry and zombie technology collide here. The witch Lilith purchased a massive number of agricultural robots from another world, working around the clock to provide biological materials for the zombie factory's production line. They cultivate a parasitic plant called the bloodsucking tree, which can deeply root itself in the underground roots of the Tree of Light, greedily exploiting this mother tree that brings light to the third layer of the abyss. The fruit of the bloodsucking tree is the purest flesh and blood energy, which can nourish the giant petri dishes of the zombie factory. As a genuine academic elite who has conducted detailed research on the corpse nest world, Chen naturally knows the internal production cycle of the zombie factory like the back of his hand. Therefore, in the initial tactical planning, Chen set the basic strategy: fireworms. You will lurk in the earth veins and ignite the roots of the light tree for me, cutting off their supply and starving all the blood-sucking trees, completely destroying the foundation of the flesh bear factory. Holy beetles, you will ambush along the path of the enemy's reinforcements, which is the eastern foothills. Once the zombie bear legion comes to extinguish the fire, take the opportunity to burrow underground and launch a surprise attack on their reinforcements, creating even more chaos. Lonely city fuzzy people, you will charge with me into the fray, facing the holy bears head-on. We will take advantage of the raging flames, under the cover of night, to invade the core of the flesh bear factory and destroy all production lines. Chen commanded one by one, his gaze solemn and deep as he looked at the generals under his command. We, the Abyss Avengers, gather out of hatred, seeking a glimmer of hope for our race's survival, and are willing to fight to the death. So tonight, in this cold night blood battle, we will fight until death. Fight to the death. All the warriors of the fireworms emerged from the ground, emitting a rumbling sound like sonic waves towards the sky. Fight to the death. The holy beetles sprayed surging flames towards the flesh bear factory, their excited emotions causing their body temperature to rise sharply, radiating a molten red glow. Fight to the death. The roars of the lonely city fuzzy people grew from small to large, transforming from murmurs into a tsunami-like roar. They had been coiled up for too long, hiding for too long, and cowering for too long. But today, they had once again summoned the courage they had lost, ready to face the claws of the zombies with the chests of warriors. The 10 zombie legions that have never been breached will fall at our hands. All surviving resistance forces in the corpse nest will be greatly inspired and united under our unified front from now on. Chen spoke in an extremely stirring tone, painting a blueprint for the future to the leaders. A single spark can start a prairie fire. When the zombie bear legion is removed from the third layer of the abyss, and no petri dish can produce zombie bear troops anymore, it means that the witch Lilith's centuries-old layout has been pried open a crack. The seeds of rebellion will grow wildly in the bodies of the martyrs. Chen clenched his fist, raised his right arm high, and activated the magic shield with all his strength. All beings in the corpse nest will forever remember our sacrifices today. In an instant, brilliant light enveloped Chen. He appeared as if a celestial being had descended, clad in armor and sanctified, forging a glorious image in the hearts of all the warriors. I wish you all great success in battle and a triumphant return. Now, march! Target, Flesh Bear Factory. Yes, yes, yes. The roars of different races and languages echoed through the towering mountains. The cold night was chilling, but the blood was boiling. It's exploded. So cool. Chen. The audience watching the college entrance examination live broadcast was filled with passion, feeling a sense of witnessing history in an epic way. Chen is not just a born wise man, he is simply a born leader, possessing extraordinary charisma. Warriors of different races gather under him so harmoniously and obediently, reminiscent of historical figures like Huang Chao/Zhang Jiao/Qin Shang rallying the brave to respond to their call. In the past, the heroes of the Dragon Kingdom also stepped onto the battlefield with such fervor, fighting bloodily in the abyss, slaughtering demons, preserving half of our ancient civilization. It's truly lamentable. It's laughable, the Hunting Nation Military Academy just stubbornly said. Sorry, we don't lack students, but now I want to ask, which military academy would reject a leader like Chen? Has there been anyone in the Hunting Nation Military Academy in the past decade who was more outstanding than Chen? The one who should regret more is that old witch Wu Mingxi. She didn't want such a good son-in-law like Chen and rushed to marry Zhang Concheng of the Weakwater family, only to find that Zhang Concheng became the wife of the Spider Queen first and even had over 300 little spider demons with her, with 1,000 faces. All those who witnessed Su Chen's stunning performance wore different expressions. For instance, two groups of people, each with a champagne tower, beside the grand, oversized champagne tower of the Ruoshui family. All the guests whispered among themselves, afraid to speak loudly for fear of startling Zhang Lirong.
The faces of Zhang Lirong and Wu Mingxi were both ashen, particularly unappealing.
One had been proven inadequate in raising her son, while the other had been proven lacking in her judgment for finding a son-in-law. Yet, their embarrassing stories had spread far and wide, becoming a source of laughter for countless spectators during their tea breaks. Bu Fian simply rested her right palm on her chin, quietly watching Su Chen's advance, worried for his upcoming bloody battle. At the same time, beside the modest champagne tower of the Bailing City Lord's residence, Mayor Chen Xuani, Principal Zhao Renjie, and Vice Principal Chu Tianlin were eagerly learning how to build a champagne tower, while happily popping champagne as if it were water. Isn't it a bit unkind that we've nearly finished the champagne before Su Chen has even been crowned the top scorer of the college entrance examination? Principal Zhao Renjie asked with some concern. Ha, you're a senior research talent and the head of a school, yet you're so superstitious? How ridiculous. You should drink 3 cups as punishment. Tonk tonk tonk. Good wine. I'll immediately pay out of my own pocket for takeout and have the mall send over 20 more bottles, so that all the faculty and students can celebrate together. The slightly tipsy Principal Zhao said proudly, our Beiliang Academy is about to produce a top scorer, and it's all thanks to my guidance. Isn't it because under my administration, Beiliang has been thriving, allowing Su Chen to study in peace and achieve success? It's also due to my management. Mayor Chen Xuani shot back, his eyes glazed with drunkenness. You old rascal, trying to take credit? You've got no shame. My sword is not to be underestimated. You old fool, trying to steal my student? My magic wand is just as formidable. Let's go to the virtual arena. We'll both lock our levels at 1, ban all equipment, and settle it with just our fists and chests. Damn it, let's do it. The municipal team and the school team. In the end, Mayor Chen Xuani and Principal Zhao Renjie were persuaded to back down. After all, it would be quite disgraceful for a mayor and a principal to come to blows over who deserved credit for the new top scorer. Not to mention, they were actually prepared to strip off all equipment and lock all levels and skills, relying solely on their bare fists at level 1 for a close combat. One could only imagine the ensuing scene, men on top of men, all muscular. It would surely become a shocking black mark in Beiliang's history. However, after this little episode, Chen Xuani and Zhao Renjie bore no grudges. Instead exchanging knowing glances, my secretary just recorded your embarrassing moments, I have your dark history now. Is my secretary a vegetarian? Your disgrace has also been documented. If you don't behave, I'll expose you too. Ha 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 ha, Su Chen is really impressive. We're blessed in Beiliang. Indeed, whether in teaching resources or financial allocations, Long Country will surely lean towards us next, benefiting all civil servants and teachers, with at least a 30% salary increase next year. So, we must reward Su Chen properly. Let me think, what should we reward Su Chen with? No sooner had the words left their mouths than a massive phantom descended upon Beiliang City. As night fell, in the Ruoshui family's reception room, an unexpected guest became Zhang Lirong's honored guest. It was none other than Shen Jinghong and his son Shen Zimo from the Iron Blood Alliance. They had come, of course, to discuss how to deal with the increasingly significant threat posed by Su Chen. In recent days, Shen Jinghong had been unable to eat or sleep, completely frazzled. As soon as his scalp touched the pillow, he would fall into a deep sleep, and then 5 minutes later, he would dream of Su Chen holding a skull-headed wand, summoning a vast army of undead disasters, crushing the Iron Blood Alliance into powder, and slaughtering the entire Shen family. Then Shen Jinghong would wake up in a cold sweat from the nightmare. The father and son respectfully navigated through the corridor where many prominent figures were chatting. Both were somewhat amazed by the connections of the Ruoshui family. Shen Jinghong couldn't help but whisper to his son. No wonder Wu Mingxi despises the poor and loves the rich, abandoning Su Chen to marry into the Ruoshui family. Look, there are 4th-tier experts everywhere, and 5th-tier ones are all over the place. This is the power of the wealthy. Shen Zimo nodded, and then he saw the fashionable and stunning Bu Fian in a white outfit and hot pants by the champagne tower, instantly filled with awe. Even for Shen Zimo, who was born into the Iron Blood Alliance and had seen many beauties since childhood, Bu Fian was a rare gem, a breathtaking beauty, especially with her elegant demeanor as a wealthy young lady, her captivating dark eyes, and her incredibly alluring figure. She was truly a woman that no man could resist. Behave yourself, Shen Jinghong coldly reminded his son, whose desires were running wild. That is the future young mistress of the Ruoxue family. You are not worthy of coveting her. Unless you can advance to the 6th tier, you should restrain all your admiration and keep only a trace of respect. Yes. Shen Zimo's resentment and jealousy towards Su Chen and Zhang Kongcheng instantly reached new heights. Beautiful women take turns sleeping. This year it's my turn. Why can they pursue her while I can only put on a servile face? Damn it. My family is too weak. It's because he didn't work hard enough. If my father were also a god-level powerhouse, Bu Fian would already be delivered to my bed. Damn old man, dragging me down. While grumbling internally, Shen Zimo obediently kept his head down, not daring to speak. Welcome. It is truly an honor for the leader of the Iron Blood Alliance to grace my humble abode, Zhang Lirong said, displaying the demeanor of a polite family head in front of unfamiliar guests. With a perfectly timed smile and a courteous handshake. After shaking hands, Shen Jinghong said seriously, Chairman Zhang, Su Chen's threat is gradually shifting from potential to reality. Not long ago, I believed that Su Chen wouldn't pose a threat to me for at least 10 years. But now you can see, even though Su Chen is only level 20, he has Mayor Chen Xuani, Principal Zhao Renjie, and the officials of Beiliang standing behind him. Moreover, with the backing of the Dragon Slayer clan, if Su Chen really marries Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang, he will gain the strong support of the god-level powerhouse Chen Jingcho. Not to mention, once he becomes the top scorer in the Dragon Kingdom's college entrance examination. With everyone watching, the Yanhuan Military Academy has already decided to increase their investment in him. Additionally, Shen Jinghong counted on his fingers. If Su Chen continues to restore the artifacts, he may very well find more legacies under the crown of the undead disaster. Zhang Liron felt increasingly anxious. Wu Mengxi was also unpredictable, but Shen Jinghong pressed on, saying everything on his mind. My son is Su Chen's classmate. They have been together for 3 years, so he knows Su Chen's character. A drop of water shall be returned with a fountain, and a grudge shall be repaid tenfold. I forcibly took the special admission quota to the Hunting Nation Military Academy that rightfully belonged to Su Chen. And, Shen Jinghong lowered his voice, revealing a secret. I also sent assassins to the Abyss battlefield No. 037, attempting to assassinate Su Chen. Zhang Lirong's face changed dramatically, and Wu Mengxi's expression turned cold. Please be cautious with your words. I haven't heard anything, Wu Mengxi immediately retorted, shaking her head, but she did not indicate that she would report or leak the information. Shen Jinghong's lips curled slightly. It's fine. Su Chen knows all about this, it's just that without evidence, he can't do anything to me. And I expose my sins, only hoping to gain the trust of the two of you. We are all in the same boat, and Su Chen is about to become our hidden danger. Zhang Lirong snorted coldly. He hasn't even become the top scorer in the college entrance examination yet. Who knows? He might unexpectedly die during the assault on the Flesh Bear factory. Ha! As soon as she finished speaking, they saw the host in the CCTV live studio anxiously interrupting the guest discussion. We have an urgent news break. Let's connect with our special correspondent from Beiliang Academy, Xiao Yan. The undying old cat, His Excellency Caesar, has already arrived there and is beginning to form a symbiotic contract with Su Chen. Upon hearing this, everyone turned pale, their faces filled with confusion. The college entrance examination had not yet concluded. The top scorer had no affiliation. How could Su Chen start obtaining god-level summons? Zhang Lirong, Wu Mengxi, and Shen Jinghong also changed their expressions drastically, all looking towards the live broadcast. Then, they saw Mayor Chen Xuani riding the wind and wielding his sword, stepping into the air, facing the enormous phantom high in the sky. Your Excellency, the undying old cat, you have come to Beiliang for what purpose? You have been severely injured and are very weak. Why would you burn your life to specially transport yourself to this remote place? I have already chosen my contractor. Meow. The phantom of the undying old cat, Caesar, cast a shadow over the entire city, as if a massive gloom enveloped the earth in layers. Is it Su Chen? Mayor Chen Xuani showed a look of joy but was also somewhat puzzled. But the college entrance examination has not yet ended. He may not necessarily be the top scorer? Of course, in my heart, little Su is already 1000% the top scorer. But at least, the formal process still needs to be followed. The audience couldn't help but roll their eyes. Mayor, you are being too double standard. And you spoil that kid Su Chen too much. The undying old cat,
However, calmly said, I think, this time when you organized the college entrance examination, you must have written some instructions incorrectly. I am looking for a host, which does not mean I only look at whether the other party can become the top scorer. It has never been that I would become a vassal of the top scorer. Ha! Among the top scorers of the Dragon Kingdom's college entrance examination over the years, about 1/3 of them can eventually ascend to god-level power, and I can 1000% return to the divine throne. No one truly believes I need to be a vassal of the top scorer, right? The undying old cat, Caesar, smiled slyly, chatting with Chen Xuanyi. Chen, it's been a long time since we last met, and you still look so dashing. Mayor Chen's face darkened. Old cat, CCTV is live broadcasting. Don't use nicknames. It turned out their private relationship was quite good. This was easy to understand. The experts of the Dragon Kingdom often supported the anchor base in the apocalypse, and the undying old cat frequently brought a group of elite fluff people to help the Dragon Kingdom resist foreign enemies, so the experts were all familiar with each other. The undying old cat rolled his eyes. When a person dies, their debts are cleared. Understand? I am about to reincarnate, and all the past is just a fleeting cloud. So, even the cat videos on my computer, I haven't formatted them because I have truly seen through the world and no longer care about fame or name. The audience, sweating profusely. Ahem, you are still a national hero of the fluff people, so pay attention to your image. Even if you are about to die, the fluff people will still need you as a spiritual idol in the future. Chen Xuanyi also rolled his eyes wildly. If they find out you are a collector of cat videos with lustful sins, wouldn't that shatter the filter? It would hinder the fluff people's resistance against the abyss. It might even create a sense of disillusionment, like my idol is actually a lustful cat. I'm tired. Let it all end. The audience, drenched in sweat. The undying old cat smiled. So, I can only dare to show my truest self on your Dragon Kingdom's territory. Because, first, you cannot possibly pass these embarrassing stories back to my compatriots. Second, if you tell the truth, no one would believe you anyway. They would only think you are trying to slander His Excellency Caesar, harboring ulterior motives. Fans are like this. Even if their idol falls from grace, they will stubbornly block their ears and refuse to believe. The audience, drenched in sweat, responded with silence. Not believing? We have the recordings saved. Chen Xuanyi scoffed. Ha! It's just an artificially synthesized AI video. Caesar, well versed in fan culture, sneered. What about the recordings I kept? Just a monster imitation by a voice actor, or voice synthesis software. It's not worth mentioning. Well, I also took photos. Just edited images. Seeing is believing. Ah. Chen Xuanyi was left speechless and could only change the subject. So, Your Excellency has chosen Su Chen as the symbiote? Of course. The immortal old cat Caesar sighed bitterly. My greatest regret before dying was not being able to reconcile with the plush lion Harvey. My intelligence network has informed me that he is leading a group of plush people in a bloody battle in the Lonely City. The same Lonely City seen in Su Chen's college entrance exam livestream. He should also know where my doomsday anchor base is located. However, in the end, we couldn't bring ourselves to meet face to face. Ha! What a ridiculous pride. Neither of us was willing to back down. Caesar sighed deeply, but Su Chen helped me fulfill my dream in his instance. Moreover, the Abyss Avengers that Su Chen formed aligns perfectly with my vision of unifying the indigenous front. His policies resonate with mine, and his worldview matches my own. He is the heir I have longed for. Caesar said solemnly. So, regardless of who wins the college entrance exam, I have already chosen my symbiote. Okay, Mayor Chen Xuanyi said with a beaming smile. Then please join us in building a champagne tower. Tonight, we are preparing to party until we drop. Alright, let this be the final feast of my life. The immortal old cat descended to the ground, transforming back into an ordinary, plump orange cat, carrying a rusted iron sword, looking quite unremarkable. In the CCTV live broadcast room, reporter Xiao Yan from Beiliang summarized. As we can see, His Excellency the immortal old cat Caesar has decided to pass away in Beiliang. Using phoenix blood to be reborn within Su Chen, he will grow alongside Su Chen, existing as his summoned creature. Let's congratulate Su Chen in advance. He is about to gain a god-level summon, getting one step closer to becoming a god-level summoner. Thank you, reporter Xiao Yan. The CCTV host glanced at the two guests. Professor Shen Yi, expert Zheng Heng, what do you think about this matter? Professor Shen Yi squinted his eyes and made a judgment.
It seems that the immortal old cat is preparing to pass on his final gift to the chosen Su-chen.
Yes, he wants to leave Su-chen with a final means of survival before he dies. Expert Zheng Hong added calmly. Quite certain. Do you mean? The host, with limited understanding,
struggled to grasp the underlying meaning.
Professor Shen replied lightly. The immortal old cat Caesar has many enemies, even if he is reborn in another world and has left the corpse nest world. Wouldn't he still worry about the zombie legion sending assassins after him? Just look at the old movie The Terminator. Even when traveling through time and space, the villain still tries to eliminate the protagonists completely. That is the true villain mentality. And before Caesar's death, he was at least a dying god-level powerhouse, possessing some extraordinary abilities that mere mortals cannot imagine. Expert Zhang Hong said with a smile. For example, sealing a super move, demon-repelling sacred flame, within Su-Chen's body. Once his life is in danger, it can be activated. Oh, the curse of fate Abyss's wrath sealed within Su-Chen by the Lord of the Undead Catastrophe operates on the same principle. If anyone attempts to kill Su-Chen, they will face instant death under the gaze of the Abyss Lord after his death, the host suddenly realized. In short, congratulations to Su-Chen, he has already received the most precious reward for being the top scorer in the college entrance exam. Professor Shen sighed. It's useless for others to fight to the death. The weak water family. The atmosphere instantly froze.
Shen Jinghong furrowed his brows, looking at the pale-faced Zheng Lirong and Wu Mengxi, and said softly, I told you, if this person is not dealt with early, it will lead to great disaster. Now, it has already become extremely difficult to resolve. Zheng Lirong regained the calm composure of the head of the weak water family, her brows tightly knitted. Leader Shen Jinghong. The old cat that won't die is now Su-Chen's immunity card, and the crown of the undead calamity has also given him a curse of fate. Yes, under this double insurance, what can you do to deal with him? Wu Mengxi was already thinking of survival at all costs, not wanting to offend Su-Chen any further. After all, to put it bluntly, her feud with Su-Chen had not escalated to the point of life and death. At worst, she could just bow and apologize. With this thought, Wu Mengxi emphasized the difficulty of dealing with Su-Chen. Not wanting to get on this pirate ship, Caesar and Su-Chen have already become a community of fate. And don't forget, the Velvet Resistance in the Corpse Nest world is also a community of fate with our homeland, the Blue Star, world's Dragon Kingdom. In other words, Su-Chen, Caesar, and the Dragon Kingdom are a trinity. Wu Mengxi reminded her friend. Are we really going to be enemies with the state machinery? That would be a bit like an ant trying to shake a tree, or a mantis trying to stop a chariot, wouldn't it? Zhang Lirong fell silent immediately. Wu Mengxi continued to speak to her friend. Moreover, Lirong, the conflict between your families Kongchang and Su-Chen is limited to online verbal battles. It's just a war of words. Su-Chen hasn't suffered any real loss. You can still back off now. That's true. Zhang Lirong paused, feeling that this was quite reasonable. Shen Jinghong felt a pang in his heart. He had come specifically to try to unite the two major forces of the mysterious Holy Hall and the weak water family. Unexpectedly, he had failed before he even started. These two bitches are really cowardly. He couldn't help but curse inwardly, flipping them off in his mind, wishing he could take off his belt right there and whip them into spinning tops. But compared to their forces, the Iron Blood Alliance was like a shack beneath a towering building. Insignificant. Shen Jinghong could only patiently advise. Kongchang has humiliated Su-Chen online and tried to steal his love. Which hot-blooded young man can withstand such provocation? You want to make peace. But Su-Chen is about to become the top scorer in the college entrance examination and has obtained a god-level summoning item. He is at his most triumphant moment. Do you think he would be willing to let you off the hook? Zhang Lirong shot him an unhappy glare and said lightly. The weak water family is willing to reconcile with him, each taking a step back, which is already a huge concession. He will only be grateful. Su-Chen is so clever, being at the top of the college entrance examination. He wouldn't fail to see the pros and cons of this. Yes, Su-Chen hasn't suffered any substantial loss. Wu Mengxi pouted. He just got a few insults online. What's the big deal? In his live stream, he gets insulted hundreds of thousands of times every day, and he hasn't lost a piece of flesh. As a big internet celebrity, I believe he has some resilience. Shen Jinghong was immediately at a loss for words. He never expected that he would travel such a long distance only to find that he couldn't persuade them at all. And instead, he had exposed his own shortcomings, being put in a difficult position. Let's go. Leader Shen. Wu Mingxi immediately issued an eviction order for her friend, coldly saying, "Don't worry, we won't spill the beans about your plan to use assassins against Su Chen. We all understand the basic rule of keeping secrets, but when it comes to dealing with Su Chen, I'm afraid we have to part ways. Alright, if you change your mind, remember to contact me."
Shen Jinghong hesitated, but seeing their expressions, he could only hold back. After he turned to leave, Zhang Lirong looked at Wu Mengxi and sighed bitterly about the marriage alliance. "I'm afraid." Sigh. Wu Mengxi also said softly, "Sister, I'm ready to let go. I feel unworthy to interfere in Fian's marriage because Su Chen has almost swollen my mouth from the beating. Every time I think back to when I arrogantly refused to let him sign the S-level sponsorship agreement, I regret it so much that I can't sleep all night. You may not know, but it was just a mere 200 million in sponsorship fees. However, at that time, if I had given it, it would have been a timely help for Su Chen, a gesture of recognizing a hero. Su Chen would have been grateful to the Sacred Hall of Secrets, even offering infinite loyalty. Alas, it's all too late. Too late." Zhang Lirong also smiled bitterly. "The fact that you can open your heart to me shows that our sisterhood over the years has not been in vain. If you still insist that my son Kong Chang is the only match for Fian and want him to be her husband, I have to suspect that your willingness to be my best friend is just a way to cling to the Ruoshui family. Even I, as Kong Chang's mother, feel deeply frustrated and believe that Su Chen is outstanding." Zhang Lirong sighed, completely convinced by Su Chen's performance. "Actually, I'm not afraid of Su Chen, but no one knows a son better than his mother. My son Kong Chang has a long future ahead, and if he and Su Chen end up in a bitter feud, I worry he won't be able to win against Su Chen and might ultimately fall at his hands. It's fine. If we back off now, Su Chen won't hold a grudge against Kong Chang," Wu Mengxi said lightly. "Are you sure?" Zhang Lirong frowned. "Yes." Wu Mengxi smiled bitterly. "Su Chen is about to win the bet, while Kong Chang has been labeled a clown by netizens. Losing face. As the winner, why would Su Chen hold a grudge against the loser? As a chef, would you hate a fish on the chopping board? Only the fish would hate the person." Zhang Lirong. Meanwhile, Shen Jinghong and his son Shen Zimo, stepping out of the Ruoshui family, were both in complex moods. The former was worried about Su Chen's future revenge, scratching his head anxiously. The latter, upon thinking that a beauty like Bu Fian might become Su Chen's or Zhang Kongqing's possession, was consumed by jealousy. Just as both were feeling down, a person wearing sunglasses suddenly blocked their path, a slight smile on their lips. "Hi, you must be Su Chen's enemies, right? Can we discuss a business deal? Who are you?" Shen Jinghong stared warily at the other. As a high-level powerhouse, he clearly sensed a faint wave of malevolent energy emanating from the person. That was the erosion from the abyss. I wonder if you would be willing to spare 3 minutes to listen to the whispers of the abyss." The other person removed their mask, revealing a delicate face covered in dense magical patterns. "I would like to formally introduce you to the Supreme Demon Lord from the Abyss, the ultimate destination of all souls, the end of all things on earth, Greywell, the Night Demon King." "Who is that?" Shen Zimo scratched his head in confusion, but beside him, Shen Jinghong had already thrown Shen Zimo behind him, revealing a serious expression. "You are the worshippers of the Abyss. How dare you show yourselves in broad daylight? Are you crazy? You won't report us because we share a common bond, assassinating the human prodigy. Su Chen." Shen Jinghong's pupils suddenly constricted. CCTV live broadcast channel. The host had already reined in their playful demeanor, solemnly stating, "It's time to witness the strongest among this year's candidates. The main assault force from the Zombie Legion has arrived at the front line. Leading the coalition of the Lost is the strongman we mentioned in our preview, ranked third among the 10 Legion commanders, Saint Bernaemes." As soon as the words fell, a figure appeared in all the scenes, a bare-headed man with strong arms, covered in fur, looking rugged yet dressed in an exquisitely tailored suit. His right cheek was densely inscribed with Buddhist scriptures from the Diamond Sutra, along with a clear character for endurance. "This is Saint Bernaemes," the host introduced with a complex expression. "In recent years, he has gone silent, reportedly trying to explore the path to divinity, seeking ways to ascend to godhood. His signature look is the Buddhist tattoo on his face and the character for endurance." A smirk of sarcasm appeared at the corner of the host's mouth. "This is his most hypocritical trait. It is well known that Saint Bear has the most explosive temper among all the Legion commanders, capable of slaughtering cities at the slightest disagreement.
The sins he has committed are beyond measure.
The scriptures are his hypocrisy, and the path of endurance is his disguise.
Professor Shen also spoke seriously. I would like to formally announce to all viewers that the total bounty for killing Saint Bernaemes is 1.9 billion from the Dragon Kingdom, 700 million from the Eagle Kingdom, 600 million from Gallus, and 430 million from Kangaroo Country.
We welcome all demigod-level assassins skilled in assassination, as well as traveling mages, adept at high-dimensional space transfer, and voodoo masters who can cast spells from afar to hunt this beast. Expert Zhang Hong added, additionally, all professionals who kill Saint Bear will receive a first-class merit medal issued by the Dragon Kingdom, with all attributes plus 300.
It also contains a 7-dimensional space, crafted with great expense by the Dragon Kingdom, with a full capacity of 100 cubic meters, allowing for the storage of numerous items,
greatly expanding any professional's backpack space. The audience couldn't help but gasp. The bounty on Saint Bernaemes was an astonishing 3.63 billion. Whoever could kill him would instantly become rich overnight. Moreover,
the first-class merit medal is not just a powerful piece of equipment, it also signifies tax exemption privileges,
allowing free entry into dungeons 300 times a year,
with all expenses covered by the state. Since the Abyss invasion and the full transition of professions, there have been no more than 10 living individuals in the Dragon Kingdom who have received a first-class merit medal. It seems the examination committee of the Dragon Kingdom's college entrance exam has made him a dungeon boss. They really must hate this guy.
A spectator from the Eagle Kingdom lamented.
And our graduation exam this year featured the Abyss Lord Hades, which is quite similar. Our Elephant Kingdom's dungeon boss this year is the Witch Lilith,
and the difficulty is very low.
So, our candidates from the Elephant Kingdom have thoroughly beaten her millions of times.
It's so satisfying.
I mean the joy of revenge.
Not that kind of joy.
A spectator from the Elephant Kingdom made a statement full of national characteristics.
But you Elephant Kingdom folks are truly hard to describe. At this moment, all of Caesar's Kingdom entered a CG animation segment. There, Saint Bernaemes appeared,
wielding a turbocharged steam jet battle axe, enchantment plus 999 strength,
refinement plus 29,
embedded with 8 strength magic stones,
and forged to level 10.
Roaring as he emerged on the horizon.
Behind him, countless elite zombie bears were charging on all fours towards the end of the world anchor base.
Following them were the Zombie Legion's biochemical cannons, massive artillery filled with mini-zombie capsule shells,
bombarding the end of the world anchor fiercely.
The base immediately raised a shield to defend. The capsules shattered against the shield, and the mini-zombies inside awakened like ghostly infants, rushing through the shield and landing inside the base, launching indiscriminate attacks on the civilians within,
creating mass chaos. Next came the elite forces of the Naga zombie tribe, the 8-armed Naga.
They began casting powerful blizzard spells from a distance,
turning the end of the world anchor into a frozen world of ice and snow. The great battle was about to erupt. The time of the end has come.
And next will be the elegy of the Rongmin heroes, as well as the moment when the human race shines among the stars.
The host sighed emotionally. As soon as the words fell, a rabbit folk magic master, with both arms broken and unable to hold his staff, soared into the air, stepping lightly in the void. This meant he was at least a demigod-level powerhouse, destined for a brilliant and extraordinary life, enough to write a legend. In the next moment, the rabbit folk magic master self-destructed in the sky, using his blood as a sacrifice,
burning his soul to summon a forbidden spell. Holy light illuminates.
All the blizzards summoned by the 8-armed Naga instantly dissipated,
and the bodies of all the Rongmin warriors felt warm under the holy light,
while their hearts grew colder.
All the Rongmin displayed expressions of sorrow. The host also shed 2 lines of hot tears. That was the martyr of the Rongmin resistance and the anchor of the Apocalypse defense battle, the rabbitfolk light magic master.
Brain Rabbit Fluff,
our dear friend from the Dragon Kingdom. She has rushed to our fortress 6 times, and thousands of Dragon Kingdom citizens survived because of her blood-soaked battles.
In that war, she was torn apart by the Holy Bear, unable to heal in time,
so she willingly sacrificed herself.
Thanks to all the martyrs' blood battles, our 2 great civilizations, the Rongmin and the human race, can continue to exist to this day. In the CCTV live broadcast room, all the guests observed a moment of silence.
This also represents another educational significance of the college entrance examination, to always remind all candidates and viewers to remember the cornerstone of modern civilization,
to know what they are fighting for,
and to respect all martyrs who fought for the human race,
lest many human professionals, under the oppression of pessimistic emotions,
fall into the embrace of the Abyss cult,
becoming traitors to the human race and lackeys of the Abyss. The CG animation ended.
All candidates received a notification from the instance system. You have witnessed the sacrifice of the Rongmin martyr MS.
Brain rabbit fluff. All Rongmin troops morale plus 10. Combat power increased by 50%.
You have received the blessing of the holy light illuminates from Rongmin martyr MS.
Brain rabbit fluff. All attributes plus 100. The undying old cat Caesar
has joined the battlefield with the holy sword to repel the demonic flames. The Rongmin Imperial Guard has all rushed to the front lines. They aim to capture the king and kill the holy bear Namather.
Please ensure their safety. The time of the end has come. Please fight freely. When your health drops below 30%, the college entrance examination will automatically end, and you will be directly teleported out of the instance. Dawn, dawn, dawn.
The mournful war drums sounded in the anchor of the apocalypse. All the Rongmin fought like mad, their eyes turning blood red with extreme grief and anger. Thus, Ji Tianyi immediately led his undying battle soul troops,
following Caesar into battle.
Then, Morong Shuewu sang her ultimate skill, Heroic Spirit Lament, and countless souls of soldiers who had sacrificed in the anchor of the apocalypse crawled from the ground, fighting alongside the living. The host exclaimed in shock, I didn't expect that Morong Shuewu should be considered the true number 2 seed. She actually masters this powerful skill.
Yes, if I remember correctly,
the ultimate skill of the singer,
Heroic Spirit Lament, requires level 40 to learn. Professor Shen provided a professional evaluation. So, for Morong Shuewu to master it in advance means she must have a set of equipment that lowers learning level requirements, and a piece of equipment that lowers level requirements can reduce it by a maximum of 5 levels. Therefore, Morong Shuewu must have brought at least 8 pieces of top-notch equipment that reduce learning requirements by 5 levels to be able to use Heroic Spirit Lament at level 20. Professor Shen couldn't help but exclaim.
Her backer must have invested heavily. Expert Zheng Hong smiled and said, for the undying old cat Caesar,
such an investment is certainly worth it. Even Ji Tianyi went to great lengths to bring a second-class military merit badge into the college entrance examination instance.
If it weren't for Su Chen's sudden emergence, Morong Shuewu would surely have claimed the title of top scholar. It's a pity that these exceptionally talented individuals have encountered the genius Su Chen, the CCTV host remarked with a hint of emotion. But Morong Shuewu has not lost out. She has proven her terrifying potential to a global audience and made a name for herself.
Undoubtedly, she will have a bright future ahead.
Ji Tianyi's undying battle soul army will also shine brightly,
Professor Shen succinctly commented. But they are destined to be overshadowed by Su Chen's dazzling aura. Come on, let's switch to Su Chen's perspective and admire his feat of storming the Flesh Bear Factory.
With that, the director of the CCTV channel immediately centered Su Chen's footage while adjusting the other 3 seed contestants' images to smaller windows. Surrounding the Flesh Bear Factory was a raging sea of flames. Su Chen's summoned army and the Lone City Velvet people were charging towards the factory's high walls. The 13 protectors of Flower Fruit Mountain were working together to wield a battering ram,
moving in perfect unison as they fiercely slammed into the factory's cast iron gate. It seems Su Chen has launched a full-scale attack, and everything is going smoothly,
Professor Shen remarked with satisfaction. The Fireworm army has ignited the roots of the Light Tree underground. So at this moment, the Flesh Bear Factory is in complete chaos. The roots of the Light Tree are notoriously difficult to ignite.
The host asked in confusion. May I ask the 2 guests how Su Chen managed to do it? They are underground, in complete darkness, and we can't see the live broadcast.
Professor Zhang Hong smiled lightly. It's just that they have a high ignition point and high moisture content, but the fireworms can spew magma. Igniting the roots is a trivial matter for them.
They can even set the sea ablaze. Generally speaking,
the roots of the Light Tree are guarded by zombie insect armies. But today, it's clear that the defenses of the Flesh Bear Factory are weak. Many troops must have been dispatched to attack the end of the world anchor base.
This is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity.
Professor Shen agreed deeply. All the Zombie Legion commanders believe that the Velvet People's resistance has reached its darkest hour. They never expected that a lone human force would unite a group of indigenous people from the 3rd layer of the Abyss and launch a deadly strike against them.
In a sense, Su Chen is creating history.
The exam paper he submits could even influence the future strategy of our dragon country. Many military bigwigs will use Su Chen's exam paper as reference material,
expert Zheng Hong said. Fingers interlocked, giving high praise. Ah, that's too exaggerated, right?
Many viewers from Dragon Country exchanged glances, feeling that this expert had become a fan of Su Chen,
which explained his seemingly nonsensical remarks.
Yeah, the military bigwigs have been through countless battles, how could a mere student like Su Chen compare?
This is really over the top. Is the CCTV expert reliable? This is a classic case of one fan outweighing 10 critics.
The CCTV host expressed the same confusion.
Expert Zhang Heng, are your words a bit too complimentary? Su Chen is indeed a young genius,
but in terms of tactics and strategy,
he surely cannot match the decades of experience of military bigwigs, right?
Zhang Heng smiled slightly. One of the main purposes of the college entrance examination is to draw inspiration from the grassroots, allowing these vibrant students to brainstorm and help our marshals and generals find new ideas.
You are underestimating the open-mindedness of military bigwigs. As long as it's a good idea, as long as it's a good method, there will always be something to learn from others.
So, I can guarantee that Su Chen's exam paper will be submitted to all the bigwigs tomorrow and become their reference material.
I see,
the CCTV host realized. Professor Shen also smiled slightly. There's no need to be overly surprised, many tactics originate from the grassroots,
only refined and processed by our military academies. After all, this is the era of universal job changes,
and tactics naturally come from the contributions of everyone.
Oh, let's not talk about that for now. Look, Su Chen is facing the enemy commander, Saint Bear. It's coming, as expected, just as all the experts predicted.
Saint Bear Naomes had abandoned the Doomsday Anchor base and chose to use the any door to return to rescue the Flesh Bear factory.
Compared to breaking through the enemy's base, preserving one's own nest is, of course, more meaningful. Meanwhile, all the spectators were dumbfounded to see that Su Chen's instance system had a post-battle summary. Ding dong! Given that the enemy commander Saint Bear Naomes fled without a fight, the morale of the zombie coalition has collapsed, resulting in a total rout.
The undying old cat Caesar is leading the fluff people to pursue and annihilate the zombie forces.
Congratulations, candidate Su Chen. You have achieved victory in the Doomsday Anchor City defense battle.
Your college entrance examination points plus 200.
This is a glorious complete victory,
with our side's casualty rate below 20%.
Incredible.
Your college entrance examination points additionally plus 100.
Your college entrance evaluation has reached SSS level.
Considering that your hidden task is still ongoing, your instance of Caesar's Kingdom has not closed and is still ongoing,
but congratulations in advance. You have completed the solo instance of Caesar's Kingdom. Su Chen scratched his head. So, I've already gotten an SSS evaluation in 1209 points? It seems I've broken the college entrance examination record again. Sigh, always being in the spotlight isn't good, it's just a pity that I'm too outstanding, and this overflowing talent can't be hidden. The host, the guests, the audience.
This kid's narcissistic words really make one want to punch him.
But before anyone could speak, an unexpected turn of events suddenly appeared on the battlefield. A brilliant light erupted from Su Chen's artifact, Portable World. Because an artifact repair task had been completed. Su Chen glanced at his profession panel. The artifact repair tasks were clear. Task 1, after job change. Go to any first level Abyss battlefield and complete the achievement of slaughter of 10,000 demons. Task 2, clear the world instance Caesar's Kingdom on Nightmare difficulty solo. He thought he had to complete both tasks to perform the first artifact repair, but unexpectedly, the rewards were settled in batches. Thus, under everyone's gaze, a strange figure suddenly appeared in the instance of Caesar's Kingdom. Thunder roared in the void. The instance server suddenly crackled with electricity. A terrifying will invaded the instance.
The college entrance examination department sent a warning that Su Chen's instance has a problem.
As a god-level powerhouse forcibly shattered the void, breaking the fourth wall, blurring the boundaries between virtual and reality, and intruding into his instance. The CCTV host suddenly showed a look of vigilance and panic. Anything involving a god-level powerhouse is an SS-level disaster.
Wait. It has been detected that the appearing god-level powerhouse is His Excellency, Undead Catastrophe.
So it's fine. Soon, the host showed a relieved smile.
It turns out he forcefully broke into the instance to reward his direct disciple.
Professor Shen and expert Zhang Heng exchanged glances and said in unison, in that case,
one of the tasks to repair the artifact, Portable World, is to complete the Caesar's Kingdom instance.
This makes sense and is very logical.
because repairing the artifact must require massive amounts of energy, and the highest power generation in Long Country every year is when all the instance servers for the college entrance examination are powered. All the spectators widened their eyes. They saw a blurry phantom appear before Su Chen, who said with great satisfaction, "Congratulations, young summoner, you have completed a divine artifact repair task. Although it is the simplest one, the seed of the divine artifact can grow from a 0.1% repair rate to 0.3%. The summoning space you possess will therefore double. Yay!" Su Chen smiled with satisfaction, thinking, now my 100 skeleton army can grow to 200. Moreover, the probability of him achieving this slaughter of 10,000 demons task has increased again. Su Chen was ready to start. After the college entrance examination, he would digest all the rewards and then step into the first-tier abyss battlefield to slay 10,000 demons, completely finishing the 2 divine artifact repair tasks of the first stage. The phantom under the crown of the undead calamity continued. I will use the backup power prepared by the Dragon Kingdom for the college entrance examination to repair the divine artifact. Please wait. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of energy was extracted and infused into Su Chen's left middle finger. Transforming into a magical ring, the divine artifact whirled in a pocket. Crackle crackle. Pop pop. The divine artifact burst forth with dazzling rainbow light, causing all the spectators to feel envious, wishing they could possess it. Wow! This is the process of repairing a divine artifact. The soul phantom under the crown of the undead calamity is using energy as a hammer, memory as a mold, and the seed of the divine artifact as a prototype to reforge world in a pocket. Professor Shen watched, mesmerized, and couldn't help but say, this footage is extremely valuable, as there are very few historical records of divine artifact repairs, making it highly reference-worthy. I'm quite curious about that phantom. What is its relationship with the true body of the undead calamity, and can it still contact the true body trapped on the 99th layer of the abyss? Expert Zheng Hong raised a crucial core question. If it can really return from the abyss, the overall strength of our Dragon Kingdom will immediately rise to a new level. The undead calamity, who could form an army alone, was entirely different from other god-level powerhouses. Other god-level beings could at most contend with a single abyss lord, but he alone could match an entire abyss legion, rivaling the entire abyss kingdom. Soon, the divine artifact was fully repaired, and an additional attribute appeared, all attributes plus 50. Although as a divine artifact, having only 50 points in all attributes seemed a bit shabby and not impressive at all. However, considering it had only been restored to a peak level of 0.3%, it was already quite good, better than nothing. Keep up the good work. The phantom of the undead calamity began to dissipate immediately. Su Chen couldn't help but ask, Your Excellency, everyone is hoping for your return. Is there any way we can support you? The 99th layer of the abyss is our blind spot. Any intelligence you could provide would be helpful. The phantom paused, then smiled bitterly. I am merely a tiny soul fragment split from the true body, responsible for passing on skills and repairing divine artifacts. As for what the true body encountered on the 99th layer, all I received was a warning: do not inquire, do not seek, do not go. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. This was a golden word from the crown, naturally worthy of careful analysis. Okay, my mission is complete. I will continue to watch over you in the void. The phantom smiled slightly. You did very well, child. Even my true self did not achieve such extraordinary accomplishments at your age. Su Chen pondered and asked, what was he like when he was young? He was a shy, ordinary boy, often troubled by a few words from the girl he loved, easily manipulated by her. His favorite book was The Sorrows of Young Werther. The phantom's lips curled slightly. He was very good at video games as a child, especially skilled in micro-operations, even winning several electronic sports championships, becoming quite famous for a time. Unfortunately, later, the demon came, and his entire life came to an abrupt halt. After saying this, the phantom vanished without a trace. Su Chen didn't have time to feel melancholy, because just as the phantom paused the instance, the counterattack of the Blood and Flesh Bear factory was instantly activated with his disappearance. Saint Bear Naomace, along with his elite guard, charged fiercely. Su Chen, who had just gained a full attribute boost of plus 50, unhesitatingly activated the magic shield and personally confronted the Legion commander. Humph, no matter how powerful you are in reality, here you are just a level 30 in this virtual instance. Su Chen's expression instantly turned cold, filled with resolute fighting spirit.
Murmuring to himself, I will follow in the footsteps of the sages, embark on the path to divinity, and expel all demons. How could I possibly fall in such a trivial instance? Boom! Su Chen was struck in the chest by the Saint Bear's jet axe. A blood-red -1000 floated up from his forehead, but it didn't matter. As Magic Shield and Mana Sharing took effect simultaneously, the little fox's mana was significantly reduced, but Su Chen remained unharmed. Ah! This! My goodness! In the college entrance examination livestream, all the viewers couldn't help but break into a sweat. Such terrifying high damage would have instantly killed most other candidates. Only Su Chen could withstand the full force of the Legion Commander's strike.